After being dumped by your girlfriend, your cheating system unexpectedly received a payment. So, you immediately took down her best friend. Not only did you buy bags until you were soft, even the houses were given away in whole buildings. Ding! Detected that the host's bad luck value is full. Binding to the trillionaire system. Just now, you who are about to graduate from college, waiting for your fiancé Lu Ruyan at the school gate. Unexpectedly, you saw her getting out of a Porsche, saw the man next to her, and instantly realized that you had been betrayed. When you are about to get angry, a voice sounds in your ear. Ding! Suitable host detected. Consumption system binding begins. Binding completed. The consumption system is dedicated to consumption, and will give the host 1 trillion cash every day. For every 1 billion spent by the host, 1 consumption point can be obtained. Consumption points can be exchanged for various skills. The funds not spent on the same day will be cleared at midnight, and the system will give the host another 1 trillion. As the system's voice falls, a shiny black card appears in Chen Mofan's hand. The black card has been bound to all consumption apps. Looking at the black card in your hand, you are shocked. Doesn't that mean you are more powerful than the world's richest person? You raise your head, arrogantly looking at the two people. You no longer linger, nor are you polite. Since you, Lu Ruyan, betrayed me, I will pursue your best friend. You hold a black card and walk towards a petite girl who is watching the excitement ahead. This person is named Wang Jiaozhou, a good friend of Lu Ruyan and also one of the 5 campus belles. She has a youthful appearance and a well-endowed figure, also known as the goddess of the waves. It is said that her cleavage can easily overshadow others' hands, and I don't know how many people want to measure those peaks with their hands. Before reaching Wang Jiaozhou, you directly transfer 100,000 yuan to her WeChat account, with a sentence attached below the transfer. I know your younger brother is hospitalized. I am willing to pay 100,000 yuan for medical expenses. Accompany me today as I am in a bad mood. Translate the text into English language. I must be seeing things. He actually agreed. This man actually managed to ask out Wang Jiaozhou. What's going on? Wang Jiaozhou isn't materialistic anymore. Is this for real? Oh my. Wang Jiaozhou is my goddess. I should have made a move earlier. Lu Ruyan also looked stunned, her eyes filled with shock. Wang Jiaozhou is her good friend, a well-known materialistic woman at East University. Now this materialistic woman actually agreed to go on a date with her ex-boyfriend. Lu Ruyan felt like she had just received a loud slap in the face, making her face turn red with anger. Just a moment ago, she was thinking about how Wang Jiaozhou would humiliate you, but in an instant, she realized that it was her who was being humiliated. Wang Jiaozhou. Lu Ruyan's face turned dark as she shouted angrily, but as she called out, she realized that Wang Jiaozhou had already left with you, showing no concern for her, just like she didn't care about you. Only the backs of the two figures grew further away in her eyes. Undoubtedly another slap in the face, hitting her hard and making her face turn red with anger. Shuka saw Lu Ruyan's face looking ugly like smoke, walked up to comfort her. Yen, why bother to have the same knowledge as these two poor ghosts? Poor ghosts who can't even eat 4 dishes in their lifetime. It's demeaning our status to argue with them, Shuka said arrogantly, looking at the backs of the two, his eyes showing obvious disdain. These words made Lu Ruyan's face look better. She was looking forward to seeing Wang Jiaozhou regretful. Thinking in her heart, a cold smile appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. Okay, wife, don't be angry. Let's go. Husband will take you to buy jewelry. Let's go to Yida Plaza, Shuka said, holding Lu Ruyan's waist and getting into the car again. On the other side, Wang Jiaozhou, after receiving 100,000 yuan, had a somewhat unnatural expression on her face. She glanced at you beside her and asked in a harsh tone, where are we going? Where to go? Of course, it's Yida Square. It's a consumer paradise. You have to spend like crazy today. The system said, spend 1 billion, then you'll have a little consumption point. Consumption points can be exchanged for various items, although I don't know what those items are. Can the things the system can produce be ordinary items? This makes you have high expectations for the exchange. System, can you open the exchange interface? Cannot. The first time you open it, you need to pay 10 consumption points, and you don't need to pay points to open it afterwards. Shocked. You were a bit surprised. So you have to spend 10 billion first to open the exchange interface. Isn't this forcing you to spend money? Then, system bro, can you tell me what items can be exchanged? The items for exchange are carefully selected treasures by the system. This is a secret and cannot be revealed in advance. You are even more helpless, but you are also more curious about those items for exchange. Okay, 1 billion. So let's spend 1 billion first. Chen Mofan directly grabbed Wang Jiaozhou's small, soft, boneless hand and walked forward. Let's go. Cheetah Plaza. I'm in a bad mood today. Accompany me to spend money. As her small hand was wrapped by Chen Mofan's large hand, Wang Jiajiao's face blushed and tried to break free. Her impression of Chen Mofen was only average and not favorable, knowing that he was a famous beggar. The reason for accompanying him was purely for the sake of $100,000. Her brother has leukemia, and the initial treatment has already cost the family's savings. The follow-up treatment is even more astronomical, which is why she's looking for a rich kid. Obviously, beggar Chen Mofen was not the perfect candidate in her mind. It was just that Chen Mofen's outburst of 100,000 still surprised her a bit. It also made her a little curious. Could a beggar student really come up with $100,000? But no matter what, after today, she would not be in contact with Chen Mofen. Taking a cab, the two of them went straight to Cheetah Plaza. When he reached the front of the square, Chen Mofen changed his mind and walked towards the restaurant on the side. Wang Xianga. He decided to finish his meal before spending it. What's the saying? Warm and fuzzy. He's eating and soaking his girlfriends, and it's all pretty good. In front of the Wang Xiang pavilion, Wang Jiajiao looked at Chen Mofen in surprise. She had thought that when she said she was going to dinner, she should just find a random bistro. She didn't expect it to be the Looking Glass Pavilion, which caused a flash of surprise to involuntarily cross her face. One must know that a casual meal at Wang Xianga would cost thousands of dollars, and it was simply not something that students like them could afford to spend. Now, the famous poor Chen Mofen of East University has brought her here? While she was shocked, there was some contempt in her heart, thinking that Chen Mofen was pretending in front of her to reap her favor. An ordinary student, who first took out $100,000, and now brought her to Wang Xianga, to be able to take out all this money, must have spent his mom and dad's savings, in order to forcefully pretend he had so disregarded his parents' hard work. This made Wang Jiajiao's good feelings towards Chen Mofen drop to the bottom, and at the same time, her heart became even more contemptuous towards Chen Mofen. Seeing Wang Jiajiao's face look a bit ugly, Chen Mofen was a bit puzzled, not knowing what this was smoking. You brought her here for a big meal and you're still not happy about it? Shaking his head, Chen Mofen walked inside with large strides and asked for a deluxe box. The waiter informed that the minimum consumption of the deluxe box was $50,000, and Chen Mofen was happy. He's not afraid to spend money now. $50,000. That's still a little short. After thinking about it, Chen Mofen said to the waiter, "Do we have anything higher? Like a minimum spend of $100,000. The waiter was confused. He wondered if his ears were hallucinating. 50,000 isn't enough? You want 100,000 more? When have you ever seen a meal for two people cost $100,000? This caused the waiter to be wary in his heart and looked Chen Mofen up and down. An obvious ground-up outfit. This kid didn't come here to cheat on his food and drink, did he? Wang Jiajiao on the side was even more full of disappointment. She felt that Chen Mofen was really able to pretend. A beggar student who wants to spend 50,000 on a box? She almost bit her tongue in surprise when she first heard that. Now, this beggar even blurts out that he wants 100,000 packages? What an ignorance! Looking at the waiter's strange face, Wang Jiajiao felt unusually humiliated. She felt that coming out with Chen Mofen today was her biggest blunder. Go back and just pull the plug. Wang Jiajiao thought in her heart, and had already made up her mind to slip away immediately when she had the chance. She was afraid that if she continued, she would lose all her face. Chapter 3 Chen Mofen acts again. Handsome, he was just messing with you. Wang Jiajiao hurriedly explained a sentence. She was afraid that if she didn't explain, the waiter would really blow them out. Chen Mofen didn't insist, and after picking up the menu and looking at it twice, he inquired, "We're just the two of us, let's just have a couple bites." These words instead let Wang Jiajiao breathe a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Chen Mofen was making a whole lot of trouble, forcing himself to act like a bully and making her lose face. Wang Jiajiao nodded. Chen Mofen's face was calm. Holding $1 trillion in his hand, he was full of energy. "Men, having money gives you confidence." Closing the menu, he said flatly, "Okay, let's have this menu then." Wang Jiajiao and the waiter both froze violently, and the two of them stiffly turned their heads to look at Chen Mofen, who had a bland face. "You call this a simple meal? If you don't eat simply, are you going to buy the restaurant back?" The waiter froze for 2 seconds before tentatively asking, "Sir, there are many expensive ingredients in the menu, such as black truffles, sea cucumbers, aurora, and so on. A menu will cost you about 150,000. Are you sure?" After receiving Chen Mofen's nod of confirmation, the waiter took the menu and walked out. He went to the manager at the first time, told him what happened, and asked Chen Mofen how this guest was treated, whether to serve the food or to drive out directly. The manager was a middle-aged man with a big belly and the owner of the restaurant. After hearing the two people ordered dishes that were over $100,000, their faces were also filled with suspicion. "Boss, I guess he just came over to cheat on his food and drink. If you ask me, just kick him out." To the side, the waiter whispered, Saying that, with a hint of disgust on his face, he glanced at Chen Mofan's box. He was most annoyed with people like this, who came to act like they had no money. The boss pondered for 2 seconds and waved his hand. Serve him food, but arrange for a few security guards to guard the entrance to the box, and if the other party tries to run away from the order or make any other small moves, just give me a direct hit, to the death. After the beating, escort him to his parents for money. The waiter nodded with a sneer. The waiter had just left the box, and Wang Jiajiao looked at Chen Mofan's pretense of indifference and exploded on the spot. Chen Mofan, you've had enough. It's not that I'm looking down on you. $150,000. Can you take out so much money? Wang Jiajiao said, a touch of disgust surfacing in her eyes filled with disappointment. If I'm guessing correctly, the $100,000 you just gave me is your family's savings, right? Pretending to be a pussy with your parents' hard-earned money. Chen Mofan, you really make me feel sick. The contempt on Wang Jiajiao's face did not have the slightest concealment and was directly posed to Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan froze for a moment. He didn't expect Wang Jiajiao, a gold-digging woman, to say something like this. This made him somewhat impressed with Wang Jiajiao, but he didn't explain either, because the other side wouldn't believe him if he did. In that case, what's the point of wasting words? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan directly disliked back. It doesn't cost you a dime, so why are you worrying about that? Wang Jiajiao froze for a moment, then said negatively, fine, Chen Mofan, I'll watch with my own eyes how you'll lose your family because of your forced pretenses. A fortune? Chen Mofan smiled. What he craved the most right now was to dump his family's money and spend all the $1 trillion in his card. But it's not even close to spending this much now? The dishes were soon served on the table, and it must be said that for each dish, Wang Shanga did a very good job. Not only the taste of the dishes, even the presentation is a sight to behold. There is no repetition of the various flowers and plants, and with that exquisite dishes, it makes people's appetite go wild. Soon, various dishes were placed on a full table, and Chen Mofan ate with great gusto. Many of the ingredients in here he had only seen on the internet before, and after actually eating them in his mouth in reality, he realized why the internet had blown them out of proportion. The firmness and cuteness of Oreo, the freshness and aroma of the Eastern Star Spot, and the tenderness of the Wagyu beef. You can eat it in your mouth and feel the flavors of those ingredients slowly spreading in your mouth until they take over your mouth. At that moment, the enjoyment simply reached its peak. Unlike Chen Mofan's gorging, Wang Jiajiao ate with worry. She was terrified that if they didn't have the money to pay the bill, they would be left here to scrub dishes to cover their debts, or they would simply be escorted to their parents. At that time, she would really lose her face. Every time she thought of this, Wang Jiajiao looked at Chen Mofan with a sly grudge in her eyes. Heck, the big deal is to pay the store the $100,000 he gave me as meal money, but it's still $50,000 short. The waiter serving on the side, looking at the expression of the two, more and more affirmed his guess that these two were just coming over to cheat food and drink. The heart was subsequently on guard against Chen Mofan. How's it going? Is the food here okay? Chen Merfan swallowed half of the liaoshan in one gulp and casually inquired. Wang Jiajiao absent-mindedly nodded and just casually replied back, not bad. With just these two words, Wang Jiajiao's words carried a hint of obvious crying. Obviously she was truly afraid that what she had just brainstormed would actually happen. But Chen Mofan's next words made her little heart, which was already filled with fear, twitch viciously once again. If it's delicious, then this will be our cafeteria from now on. These words made Wang Jiajiao's eyes widen violently, and she was about to lash out when she heard Chen Meifan speak. Handsome, check out. Ah, check out. The waiter's voice was raised 3 notable degrees. He was ready for these two to cheat him out of food and drink. But now, the other guy wants to check out? The waiter was a little confused. The script wasn't right. Shouldn't you be picking on the food and saying it's not good, or the service is bad, or there's hair or steel wool balls in the food as a way to cheat the food? How can you say the word checkout? What was I thinking? The other guy wants to check out. The waiter snapped out of his daze and hurriedly handed over the bill that had been printed long ago. The contempt on his face completely disappeared at this moment and turned into a winking smile. Sir, you have spent a total of $169,000, and the change has been erased by the store for you. Okay, swipe your card. Chen Mofan took out his black card. Until the card was successfully swiped, Wang Jiajiao was still unresponsive. She found it hard to believe that the dog god that the people of the East Lord mocked had actually paid $160,000 for a meal. Wang Jiajiao pinched herself fiercely, feeling the pain coming from her arm before she was sure that she really wasn't dreaming. She literally ate a $160,000 meal. This thought came to mind in Wang Jiajiao's mind, and she was left messy in the wind, because she realized with a jolt that the meal had been so light on fear that she had no idea what it tasted like. That's a $160,000 meal. Thinking about this figure, Wang Jiajia couldn't wait to give herself a big mouthful. She's got a great opportunity in front of her and she's not going to enjoy it? Not only did you not taste it, but you didn't take a picture of it? If this was posted to her circle of friends would definitely be a magnitude 10 earthquake. Ruyan Lu would be even more envious to the point of crying. Thinking about this, Wang Jiajia wanted to cry. Handsome, call your boss over here for a moment. I want to talk to him about the store transfer. I saw these 4 words posted on your door. Chen Mofan's flat words exited. This time, the waiter didn't dare to be the slightest bit lazy and trotted off to find the boss. As for Wang Jiajia, who heard this, her mood that had already calmed down once again fell into shock. What's going on? Are you really going to buy the store? Feeling that what you just said about a simple bite is really just a simple bite. Now you're planning to make it uncomplicated, right? Chapter 4, The Legendary Pushy King's Temperament. Wang Jiajiao's round little doll face was written with shock and doubt. The news was like a magnitude 10 earthquake to her. What makes a poor? Then, that, Chen Mofan, can you really afford to buy the wine shanga? Wang Jiajiao's tone had a distinct tremor in it. This time, she didn't dare to think arbitrarily that Chen Mofan couldn't afford it, because the expression on Chen Mofan's face when he swiped his card just now was too bland. As bland as if an ordinary person had spent $1. No, it's more than that. It's like a regular person spending a dime. Casual nonchalance. You know, that's $160,000. How many ordinary people don't make that much money in a year? But what about this beggar? He didn't even blink. This aloofness, this confidence, made her suddenly feel as if she could not see this famous dog god of the Eastern University a little bit. And, just now, he seemed a little bit cooler when he swiped his card. In response to this question, Chen Mofan's face was bland and he nodded. His main goal right now was to spend money, and besides, the food was really good, so he could be a cafeteria in the future. It would be nice to work on losing $18 million a year. The owner quickly rushed over, before entering the box. Just now, he had heard from the waiter. When he learned that he spent 160,000 yuan and Chen Mofan's face was as flat as water, he realized that he was the one who was dog-eyed, and that this one was definitely a rich master. Now, looking at this one, big undershirt, big pants, proper all over the place, but no matter how he looked at it, there seemed to be a noble forced kingly aura pervading him. Against this aura, it made his big undershirt, his big pants, look radiant. Sure enough, rich people like to keep a low profile. With a smile on his face, the boss, Richard Wang Mo, walked in and laughed. Little brother, I heard that you are interested in taking over my store. Is that right? Chen Mofan nodded and inquired. Boss, I'd like to ask first, why did your store transfer off? Is it because of poor efficiency? Wang Mo Kai hurriedly explained. Little brother is not. This store has good earnings, and did not lose money. Every month there are hundreds of thousands of pure profit. Chen Mofan was disappointed when he heard it. He was still thinking that he could lose some every month. But Richard Wang froze. What's going on? Profit is good. Why does this little brother still have a disappointed look on his face? Could it be that you feel less profitable? Richard Wang Mercia was dumbfounded. If it's making good profits, then why transfer it? At the mention of this, a touch of bitterness flashed in Wang Mokai's eyes. He let out a helpless sigh before slowly saying, Little brother, since you asked, I won't hide it from you. My wife has caught the gambling habit, and she has lost all the family's savings. Not only that, she also borrowed from loan sharks. Brother, I have no choice but to sell the hotel that I've been working for half my life to pay off her debts. This boss is still an infatuated person. Chen Mofan is a little surprised, but infatuated people often do not get good rewards, such as him. Then boss, I won't ask for anything else. Just name a number for this hotel. It just so happens that I'm short of a cafeteria. Cafeteria? The boss was in the wind for 2 seconds before snapping to attention and asking tentatively, Little brother, this store of mine is on the rise, and the earnings will definitely get better and better in the future. So I want to sell it for $30 million. What do you think? Ah, $30 million. Chen Mofan was surprised. Wang Mo Kai's heart tightened. Sure enough, he wanted more. He was about to say that the price was negotiable when he heard Chen Mofan say, That boss, that's a bit of a loss for you. Chen Mofan had originally prepared $50 million to take it, but he didn't expect it to be used. It's bull **** or not. A loss? Wang Morkai was confused. Buying a hotel has seen buyers cut the price. The first time to see buyers raise the price. It made him wonder if he was hallucinating. No. $30 million is high enough that I feel like I'm taking advantage of it. Okay, since the other party had said so, what else could Chen Mofan say? $30 million is $30 million. Swipe the card and prepare the closing contract. So painful. Wang Mo Kai was shocked again. How come the rich people now spend $30 million as casually as they spend $3? After all the things were taken care of, Chen Mofan hired the owner to be the store manager again, with a salary of $50,000 per month. At the same time, in line with the principle that a little loss is a little loss, and then raised the wages of all employees upward, and all kinds of employee benefits directly pull full. When he was leaving, he also made a point of explaining to Wang Mokai in a serious tone of voice, "In the future, serve us both just fine. 3 meals a day ready to send to the East University. Business? Flexibility can be a little bigger. Can do or not do. A month to lose 1 million or 800,000, this is not a thing." However, when these words were heard in the ears of Wang Mokai, they completely changed their flavor. This is obviously hammering him, making him earn $1 million or $800,000 a month to fulfill his mission. Richard Wang was under a lot of pressure at that time. After leaving the smelling pavilion, Wang Jiajiao still had a sense of unreality. Looking at Chen Mofan, who had a glance of a bland face, Wang Jiajiao's face was filled with hesitation, and only after a long time did she slowly open her mouth to ask, "Chen Mofan, did you really just spend $30 million to buy the smelling pavilion?" It was only after receiving Chen Mofan's nod of confirmation that Wang Jiajiao had to accept this fact. Mentioning the smelling pavilion, Chen Mofan didn't forget to remind, "By the way, don't forget, from now on, your 3 meals a day will be supplied by the scenting pavilion, and you can directly ask them to send over whatever you want to eat. Don't worry, it's free." "What?" Wang Jiajiao's voice directly raised an octave, and only 2 words were written on her delicate little face. Shocker! Although Chen Mofan had just said this, she thought it was just a passing remark and couldn't be taken seriously. Now that Chen Mofan had reminded again, this was obviously taken seriously. "Wang Shanga. This is Wang Shanga, ordinary meal to be thousands of dollars." Completely she did not dare to hope the expensive restaurant. But now, she was told that from now on, she could take care of her 3 meals a day here. Wang Jiajiao suddenly surged with a strong sense of happiness. She was sure that she could definitely make her sisters around her green with envy when she told them about it. This definitely included Ruyan Lu as well. Lu Ruyan really threw away the watermelon and picked up the sesame. I wonder how she would feel after seeing Chen Mofan's current trenchant behavior. Wang Jiajiao's heart was filled with great joy as she looked at Chen Mofan and assured him, "Mayor Van, don't worry, I promise I won't order expensive food, and it's only occasionally that I'll have them deliver it. Just by delivering a meal, you've gone from Chen Meifan to Meifan." Chen Mofan sneered in his heart. "It's true. Women, cure all diseases. Gold is stronger than love." However, this sound of Meifan made Chen Mofan's heart feel a little dark, which represented that the relationship between the two was one step closer. It's just that this words made him feel helpless. Where am I going to spend my money if you don't order expensive food? In fact, if he wasn't afraid of scaring Wang Jiajiao, he would have wanted to give this restaurant to her. "No, from today onwards it must be ordered at every meal. Not a single lobster or abalone should be missing," Chen Mofan ordered. This overbearing tone not only didn't make Wang Jiajiao feel the slightest bit of resentment, but instead felt warm in her heart. Looking at Chen Mofan's serious eyes, a bold idea surfaced in Wang Jiajiao's mind. "Chen Mofan doesn't like me, does he?" Chapter 5, Chen Mofan is a rich second generation? Otherwise, why did you ask Smell and Smell Court to deliver my food? A few $1,000s a day to spend. What about $100,000 a month? If you don't like it, why should I spend so much money for you? Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao's face became more flushed and stole a glance at Chen Mofan. It was only then that he realized that Chen Mofan was also slightly handsome, especially when he swiped his card, and every action interpreted what it meant to be dashing. With him, it seemed fine. With the thought in her head, Wang Jiajiao's face reddened a bit more. If Chen Mofan really liked himself and was so rich, then if I borrowed money from him for my brother's treatment, would he lend it to me? As the thought rose in her mind, Wang Jiajiao shook her head fiercely. She had only known Chen Mofan for 3 hours. Borrowing money now wasn't appropriate and would also look like she was too gold digging. Looks like I'm going to take the initiative and at least become friends with him after today. Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao said gently with a smile on her face, "Mayor Fan, where are we going next? Why don't we go to the movie theater? I think there should be one in Cheetah Mall. Should we go?" Chen Mofan was about to go to Cheetah Plaza, and now that Wang Jiajiao mentioned it, he directly pulled Wang Jiajiao towards the mall, once again being pulled by Chen Mofan's small hand. This time Wang Jiajiao no longer had the slightest bit of resistance. Instead she felt that Chen Mofan's palm was somewhat warm, especially when she saw the confident smile spreading on Chen Mofan's side face. She surprisingly felt very attractive. This caused her to blush and show a touch of shyness. "Mayor Fan, are we going to the movies?" "Inside the mall," Chen Mofan directly said. "The movie will be said later. I'm in a bad mood right now. I just want to consume." Wang Jiajiao's face was filled with surprise. "Still spending? Didn't you just spend over $30 million? $30 million? This number made Chen Meifan smile helplessly and bitterly. The small amount of money is just where it is. If he could, he would like to spend $1 billion today. He wanted to hurry up and unlock the Redemption Mall. Initially, the system gave him $1 trillion a day. It is not difficult to see the system's bravado. With such a luxurious system, can the things that can be taken out be ordinary things? Not to mention the conditions to unlock it. What's inside must be precious. He was itching to get out now. It's only $30 million. That's all chump change. Spending it or not spending it doesn't make any difference to me. Wang Jiajiao's small mouth directly opened into an O shape. $30 million? A small fortune? What did she just hear? The current her didn't doubt Chen Mofan's strength in the slightest. A man who spent $30 million without blinking an eye would not have strength? But now, Chen Mofan had actually refreshed her perception once again. $30 million is just chump change? Wang Jiajiao was confused. Chen Mofan in the end has what kind of identity? Can to 30 million without the slightest care? The general rich second generation certainly cannot do this. Could he be the son of one of those top big conglomerates in China? All that pretending to be poor before was to experience life? Wang Jiajiao instantly affirmed her guess, or else she couldn't explain Chen Mofan's ho. What about her? Dating one of the top rich kids in China? So think. Wang Jiajiao found himself actually excited, some difficult to restrain. Big eyes are flooded with some water mist. Pear blossom with rain. I see pity. Chen Mofan's brows zhushed up, looking at Wang Jiajiao's cute little face flooded with tears, not understanding how this was still crying in a good way. Stopping in his tracks, he gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Wang Jiajiao's eyes. Fingers touched on Wang Jiajiao's cheeks, and that warm and silky touch made Chen Mofan somewhat moved. He really didn't fail to see that Wang Jiajiao's skin was very good, not only white and tender like lotus root, but also elastic and smooth like tofu. This made him, who had never touched a girl's body before, inevitably have some unspeakable little excitement rise in his heart. Feeling Chen Mofan's fingers gently crossing the corners of her eyes, Wang Jiajiao's heart trembled without reason. She didn't expect Chen Mofan, the top rich second generation, to be so gentle, which made her heart feel much better about Chen Mofan. At the same time, the heart of Lu Ruyan is more and more contemptuous. Such a multi-golden and gentleman do not want, but choose a pig? Lu Ruyan is really stupid and ridiculous. Wang Jiajia thought in her heart and took the initiative to hold on to Chen Mofan's big hand. The two smiled at each other and it was all over. Sir, I just heard that you want to spend money, right? Our Jade Pavilion has just arrived with a batch of beautiful jade today. I wonder if you would like to patronize it. In the lobby of the mall, the salesman who was handing out flyers walked up and looked at Chen Mofan with a smile on his face. She had just heard Chen Mofan talking with Wang Jiajiao, and when she heard the word spend 30 million, she had realized that this was a big client and hurried over to pull it together. Chen Mofan just didn't know where to spend his money, nodded and followed the salesman to the gold and silver jewelry area on the second floor. What Chen Mofan didn't expect was that Ruyan Lu and Chu Ke were also here. Ruyan Lu had fallen for a jade necklace worth $150,000 and was begging Chu Ke to buy it for her. Chu Ke's heart was very reluctant. Although he drove $1 million luxury car, that car was used by his father to fill the company's facade, and he could only occasionally drive it out to pretend. In fact, his pocket money is only $50,000 a month. Now, Ruyan Lu actually wanted to buy a $150,000 necklace. How could he possibly take out so much money? What's more, it's for a gold-digging woman like Lu Ruyan. To Lu Ruyan, he is just playing the initiative to climb on his bed of women. He is just a figure of fresh play a few days even. He wouldn't want this kind of woman, in case she cuckolds him too someday. Chuko's face pretended to be affectionate, and he said in a retreating manner, Smokey, I can buy you this necklace, but I don't want the feelings between the two of us to be mixed with anything else. Even though the necklace isn't worth much, I still feel uncomfortable thinking that you're with me for the money. Chuko's words were deep, and he didn't forget to put on a show, saying that the necklace wasn't worth much. After these words were uttered, the salesgirl on the side looked at Chuko with a gaze full of contempt. This fat man is ugly. The other side does not want money, also want you what? Want you ugly? The point is, this fat man has no money and still pretends to be a pussy. Looking at that look of heartache, I know that he doesn't want to buy it. Ruyan Lu's gaze held a sense of reluctance as she glanced at the necklace before putting it back. She just got together with Chu Ke, although it is a figure of money, but Chu Ke said so. She is not good to force to insist, can only remember this necklace in her heart, ready to buy it later. As he was about to leave, he turned around and saw Chen Mofan, who had walked into Cui Yuxian, and next to Chen Mofan was none other than Wang Jiajiao, the two of them holding hands. This scene made Lu Ruyan's face look very ugly, and there was even a feeling of betrayal. In the past, Chen Mofan, the licking dog, had always licked her furiously, at her beck and call, and any anger she had would also come out on this licking dog. Now, this licking dog has actually stopped licking himself and has moved on to licking his BFF. It made her feel very upset, like she was being robbed of her own things. She could not like it, but it was very hard for her to have it taken away from her. Already in a bad mood, she immediately took her anger out on these two. With a hint of obvious arrogance on her face, Ruyan glanced at the two before mocking in a conspiratorial manner. People nowadays really have no self-awareness at all. A poor person even dares to come to Cui Yuxian. Don't you know about Cui Yuxian, the top jeweler? The things here are not for ordinary people to consume, Ruyan said, humph, with obvious contempt in her words. Chapter 6, Meeting Again. And yes, it's possible to come over and see the world without buying? Ruyan snorted with a teasing expression. It's just that things are expensive here, so be careful when you're looking at them, or if you touch them, you won't be able to afford to pay for them even if you're sold. Ruyan nostrils turned upwards, looking at the two out of the corner of her eye. That arrogant stance was sickening to look at. Chen Mofan had a flat face from the beginning to the end. He had already completely died to Lu Ruyan and didn't want to say anything to her anymore. Besides, does the elephant have to care about the ants humiliating him? Wang Jiajiao, who was on the side, was similarly bland, as she was well aware of Chen Mofan's strength. Now that Ruyan was mocking Chen Mofan for not having seen the world, it made her feel ridiculous. Ridiculously ridiculous. Only the salesman who led Chen Mofan in had an angry face. She strongly suspected that the human-like woman in front of her should be sick to offend her big client so much. Seeing that the two of them didn't dare to say a word, a hint of smugness appeared on her face, and she then mocked. Chen Mofan, I advise you, better hurry up and get out of here. Be a man and know yourself. There are some places that are not for you to come in. Wen Chu Ku, who was on the side, looked at the two of them. He also laughed coldly, with obvious contempt in his eyes. How dare you taunt your big client? The salesman was enraged and disliked him directly and nonchalantly. This young lady, please don't harass our Jade Crest's big customers, okay? Otherwise, I don't mind having security throw you out. The salesman was going to throw her out? The disgust on Ruyan face instantly stiffened. She wondered if she'd heard wrong. She couldn't figure out. Chen Meifan is obviously just a poor salesman. Why would the salesman rather offend her than this beggar? Chen Mofan's face was bland, not paying the slightest attention to Ruyan as he calmly walked past her. This kind of indifference and disregard was like a slap on Lu Ruyan's face, causing her face to become very ugly. But what made her face even more ugly was that Chen Mofan actually picked up the emerald jade necklace worth $150,000 that she had just placed on the counter. Just by comparing it to Wang Jiajiao's neck, he blushed flatly and said something that shocked her to the point of losing her mind. That's a nice necklace. I'll take it. Swipe my card. The sales clerk's face was ecstatic. It was indeed a big customer. She hurriedly took the black card handed over by Chen Mofan. Ding! The moment the sound of $150,000 arriving rang out, shock covered every inch of Lu Ruyan's face. Her eyes froze in disbelief as she looked at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, that famous beggar and dog god of Eastern University, even spent $150,000 without asking the price, casually, to buy her necklace that she had been longing for? When did he get so trenchant with his spending? Ruyan felt that what was happening in front of her now was exceptionally absurd, and the absurdity of the scene brought her back to her senses for a long time, frozen as a log where she stood. Chuko was also in great shock. He looked at Chen Mofan's back and rubbed his eyes fiercely before he was sure that he really didn't look at his eyes. That was the beggar Chen Mofan. But now that beggar made a move that shocked him as a rich second generation. That casual, uncaring swipe of the card echoed in his mind for a long time, washing over his perceptions over and over again. Compared with Chen Mofan, who exactly is poor? Chuka felt like his face had been slapped by Chen Meifan, and it was hot and painful. His face felt even more painful, especially when Lu Ruyan, who had returned to her senses, looked at him with a hint of questioning in her eyes. As it turns out, human grief and joy are not connected. Compared to the shock and dissatisfaction of the two, Wang Jiajiao only felt that she was penetrated by excitement throughout her body. Watching Chen Mofan tenderly put that jade necklace on her, tears filled Wang Jiajiao's eyes once again. In front of her, this man was a top-notch rich second generation, and had just given her a necklace worth $150,000. Wang Jiajiao dared not even dream of thinking so. Now everything is clearly happening in front of her eyes. She felt her heart pounding like she was chewing on Hyun Mai, and she couldn't stop. Chu Ko looked at the two of them, and after turning his head to look at Ruyan questioning eyes, he clenched his fists fiercely. Mud, never be outdone by this beggar. With that in mind, he felt for his credit card in his coat pocket. This credit card can be overdrawn by $100,000, and with his pocket money of $50,000 this month, it's just enough money for that necklace. although the next 3 months will have to be steamed bread on salted vegetables. But in front of Chen Mofen, a beggar disgrace, he felt even more intolerable. Walking back to the counter once again, he first glanced at Chen Mofen with the usual contempt in his eyes. Only then did he turn to the salesman in a haughty manner. "I'll take that necklace just now." 2. He took out his credit card and deliberately waved it in front of Chen Mofen, pretending to be calm, and then said, "It's only $150,000. It's a hairy tip on 9 cows for a rich kid like me." Unlike some people, he doesn't think that if he spends $150,000, he's some kind of big spender, does he? Although these words did not name names, everyone here understood that they were targeting Chen Mofen. Lu Ruyan's face was delighted as she took hold of Chuka's bloated arm and called out intimately, "Husband." It had just hit her hard. Looking at her once good sister wearing that jade necklace worth $150,000, even if she didn't want to admit it, she understood that she was envious and jealous. The woman who made her jealous was inferior to her in every way. Not as tall as her, not as good looking, but it turned out to be Wang Jiaojia who wore that necklace. What is even more annoying is that the person who bought her a necklace is the poor person she just abandoned, which makes her heart even more upset. But at this moment, she raised her head and proudly looked at Chen Mofen, her eyes once again carrying a touch of arrogance. But one look around and she was confused. Chen Merfan didn't even look at her, but instead looked at a pair of jade bracelets in the center of the counter with a flat face. This disregard struck a blow to her just so proud heart. "Sir, you have a good eye. This is our treasure of the store. Ice seed jadeite, worth $1.5 million. You can take a look at it. The whole bracelet does not have a trace of impurities. Crystalline and translucent. It's a fine and good product. And the bracelet is the perfect size for your girlfriend." Seeing Chen Mofen's eyes looking towards the ice jade bracelet, the salesman hurriedly opened his mouth to introduce it, at the same time, not forgetting to take out the jade bracelet and place it on the counter. The store manager said earlier that whoever could sell this town treasure would get 50,000 or 60,000 in commission alone. Chen Mofen picked up the jade bracelet and felt it for a moment, nodding. "Nice. Swipe your card." The 4 simple words caused a deathly silence to fall within the Chuyu Xian. Everyone stared blankly at Chen Mofen. The salesman was ready to make another good presentation to the distinguished guest. But now, the words that had reached his mouth were stuck in his throat and he couldn't spit them out. She didn't expect that this noble guest was also too luxurious. More than $1 million of things, but did not even look at directly swiped the card. Ding! $1.5 million arrived. Hearing the crunch, the waiter wanted to jump up and down in excitement. The salesman on the side looked at the coworker with envy. That coworker would have made $50,000 to $60,000 just from those 2 orders. On the contrary, what about her customers? She could now confirm 100% that her customer was just sick. The guy who spends $100,000 or so and swallows it all has the audacity to mock the tycoon who spends $1 million without batting an eyelid, saying that this tycoon has never seen the world. That's not sick, though the dirtbag did dress a little differently, with a big undershirt and big pants, but with the earthy aura, his whole person seemed to be shining, so that people did not dare to look directly at him. Chuko's movement to pull out his credit card froze in midair, and the smugness settled on his face. Chapter 7, A Different Jiaojia Wang. At this moment, Chuko realized that it seemed as if he didn't have any meaning whether he bought that necklace or not. It was because he had been completely stepped on by Chen Mofen. It drove him crazy with anger. But what could he do? He doesn't have the strength. He can't get over $1 million. Ruyan Lu listened to the crunching sound of the arrival of the bill, and she was utterly confused, thinking of the way Chen Mofen had just pulled out his black card and calmly handed it to the salesman. This confidence, this temperament, a strong feeling of regret suddenly welled up in her heart, as if she had lost one of her most precious things because she had made a fool of herself. This caused her to start thinking deeply and begin to look seriously at Chen Mofen for the first time. Is Chen Mofen really just an ordinary beggar? How can an ordinary beggar take out more than $1 million with his hands? She didn't know. All she knew was that she regretted so much. If she hadn't made it, would that $1 million ice jade bracelet be on her wrist right now? Now! Chen Merfan smiled and put the bracelet in his hand on Wang Jiajiao's wrist. Watching this scene, her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, and her heart pumped with regret. Wang Jiajia was already too shocked to speak, and her entire body was trembling slightly. This is a bracelet worth more than $1 million. Is Chen Mofen giving it to her? Watching Chen Mofen clumsily set the bracelet towards his hand, but how could he not get it in? Wang Jiajia was thrilled and at the same time snorted out a laugh. That's not how you wear it. Chen Mofen scratched his head awkwardly and said, Isn't that how you wear it? I thought the bracelet was small. Sir, let me put it on your girlfriend. It needs hand cream. Upon hearing this, Chen Mofen handed the bracelet to the salesman. The salesman on the other side, looking at Chuko's straight stupidity in place, couldn't help but despise him in his heart and whispered a reminder. Sir, the string of necklaces you asked for doesn't have the same model. However, we have another necklace here that's just as nice, only slightly more expensive. $160,000. Is that okay with you? 160,000. Exactly 10,000 more. Chuku's face became abnormally ugly, just short of 10,000. He was stuck on this 10,000. When Ruyan Lu heard 160,000, her face full of loss squeezed out a smile. Although she couldn't wear the $1 million jade bracelet, the $160,000 necklace was barely acceptable. A flash of expectation appeared in her eyes as she looked towards Chuku. It was fine if Lu Ruyan didn't look at it, but this look made Chuku, who was already harboring a fire, angry at that time. What are you looking at me for? Buy my ass. Go, no more. The hint of joy on Lu Ruyan's face completely disappeared as she angrily looked at Chuku, her eyes filled with disappointment. She didn't expect that she had just handed over her first time to this man, but this man took his anger out on her because he couldn't compare to Chen Mofan. This display of incompetence chilled her heart. On the contrary, the former Chen Mofan, even if there are more grievances in his heart, he always smiled at her, contrasting the two compartments. Remorse filled Lu Ruyan's heart. With remorse, Ruyan Lu turned around and left. Behind him, Chuko quickly chased after him. Ruyan Lu, he hasn't had enough fun yet? But just as she arrived at the door, Ruyan Lu heard Chen Mofan's flat words rise again inside the jade crest. Get this young lady a membership card with a $10 million recharge in it. These words made Lu Ruyan, who had left in a negative mood, almost unsteady on her feet and fell in front of the entrance of Sueyu Xian. What kind of a person am I missing out on? Tears of remorse filled her eyes as Lu Ruyan thought in her heart. On the other side, Wang Jiajiao, who was also filled with tears, was however occupied with excitement inside. She looked at the bland Chen Mofan and had the urge to jump into his arms. Chen Mofan did have a plain face, but in his heart, he was very helpless because he had only spent over $40 million in so many half days. Not even 100 million. He's worried. As for these expensive gifts for Wang Jiajiao, they were not even a hair to him. Besides, when a girl comes out on a date with you for the first time, you don't buy her a little gift and say no. Consider these a small gift. When that membership card was delivered to Wang Jiajiao didn't reach out to take it. After just glancing at the membership card, she looked at Chen Mofan and slowly prayed. Mayor Fan, this membership card, and the jade bracelet as well as the necklace, I can do without them. I only hope that you can promise me a request to lend me $1 million to cure my brother. Don't worry, I'll pay back this money. At the end of her words, Wang Jiajiao spoke with unusual firmness. Being able to spend money, Chen Merfan was naturally happy, but Wang Jiajiao's words were more of a surprise to him. Wang Jiajiao had given people the impression of a gold-digging woman in East University, but now her actions were very inconsistent with her previous impression. Plus, not to mention the rest, that bracelet and membership card alone would be more than $1 million. Resell it and there's still money to be made. This was something Wang Jiajiao wouldn't not understand, but she still uttered these words. This made Chen Mofan curious. It was just that this was not the place to say these words. Chen Merfan smiled at Wang Jiajiao and did not reply. Receiving the membership card that the salesman looked at, he pulled Wang Jiajiao and left Sueyu Xian. Only after finding another rest area with fewer people did Chen Mofan ask the question in his mind. Jiao, what I gave you should be worth more than $1 million. Resell it instead and there's still some left over. You should know that, right? Wang Jiajiao nodded and whispered. Mayor Fan, I don't want to lie to you. It's the first time I've ever received such expensive gifts. I'm so happy and excited. I don't want to sell them. If I have to sell it, then I'd rather never have it. Besides, it's what you gave me, and you'd be angry and disappointed to sell them, wouldn't you? Wang Jiajiao said, stealing a glance at Chen Mofan. She was now filled with good feelings for Chen Mofan and was willing to continue with him, which was why she said this. Looking at Wang Jiajiao, who was obviously different from her impression, Chen Mofan had the intention to tease her, wanting to see how Wang Jiajiao chose between money and affection, so he followed her words. $1 million? I can lend you, but I'm taking back all these gifts I gave you and won't give them again. Who knew that just after Chen Mofan's words fell, Wang Jiajiao actually nodded her head in agreement without the slightest hesitation. This, on the contrary, made Chen Mofan somewhat at a loss for words. He looked at Wang Jiajiao's determined little face and asked undeterred, you really give it up? Wang Jiajiao had a shy smile on her face and shook her head. To be honest, Mayor Fan, I can't afford to part with it. It's a gift of more than $10 million. There are not many girls who would part with such a large amount of money, and I'm no exception. But I care more about my brother's health. I'm not afraid to laugh at you, Mayor Fan. The reason why I said in school that I was looking for a rich kid was because I hoped that he would pay for my brother's treatment. Of course, I can't deny that I really like money. This answer made Chen Merfan not help but look at Wang Jiajiao in a highlight. For all her flaws, the girl cared about the love he cared about most. This is very different from Ruyan Lu. The big aspects are correct. The small flaws are completely negligible. Chen Mofan laughed, tenderly rubbed Wang Jiajiao's hair, and laughed with bravado. I won't borrow $1 million. Hearing this, Wang Jiajiao's eyes darkened. But then, Chen Mofan's words turned. But I can give you $2 million. Directly let your brother live in a luxury ward, and I'll pay for all the medical expenses in the future. Wang Jiajiao's cute little face was instantly taken over by joy as she looked towards Chen Mofan with obvious tears in her bright eyes. But what made her even more excited was that Chen Mofan placed that membership card in her hand again. This card is for you when I say it's for you. You can't not take it. It was still that overbearing tone, but Wang Jiajiao did not have a trace of revulsion in her heart, and what she had was only touched. But what she didn't know was that Chen Mofan wanted to thank her instead. Because of her, it gave Chen Mofan one more way to think about spending money. Chapter 8, The Enviable Wang Jiajiao. After transferring money to Wang Jiajiao, the two slipped into the dark, and watched a movie, left each other contact information, and then returned to their respective dormitories. When Wang Jiajiao returned to the dormitory, everyone looked at her a bit strangely, because they all knew that Wang Jiajiao had actually gone on a date with the famous dog god of Eastern University. They talk about it in private with a teasing face, and say things like gold digger and dog licker. Seems like a good match. These words carry a strong sense of mockery, as if they are all laughing at Wang Jiajiao's blindness, that she would look at poor Chen Mofan. Wang Jiajiao came down to the dormitory floor, and several female students of Eastern University who were downstairs were pointing at her and whispering, "Look, there's Wang Jiajiao, just coming back now, apparently dating the dog god all day." I go, one day? This Wang Jiajiao is also too not picky. If I talk to the dog god that poor cannot stay for an hour. Fierce, Wang Jiajiao is really fierce meat and vegetables, my generation model he. Teasing jeers rang out among several girls, mocking Wang Jiajiao. But as Wang Jiajiao got closer and closer, the mockery on several people's faces gradually changed to suspicion, because they realized that Wang Jiajiao seemed to be carrying a dozen shopping bags in her hands. I think it says Hermes on the bag. This caused several people to look at each other with a hint of shock in each of their eyes. When Wang Jiajiao came to the doorway under the dormitory building, several people thoroughly saw what she was carrying in her hands. LV, Hermes, Chanel, Dior, Estée Lauder. It was full of designer clothes, bags, as well as perfumes and cosmetics, a dozen or so sets. Watching this scene, the mockery on the faces of several girls completely turned into shock. Everyone froze in place until Wang Jiajiao walked into the dormitory building still did not come back to their senses. It was a long time before one of the girls let out a slow breath and whispered, "I just saw Wang Jiajiao with a jade bracelet on her wrist. Did you guys see it? It's so beautiful. Under the light, glistening with strands of luster." At these words, the other girl hurriedly said, "That jade bracelet seems to be Cui Yuxian's. I've been to Cui Yuxian before and saw it. It seems to be the treasure of the town store. Worth more than $1 million? What?" A girl couldn't help but let out a shriek of shock, followed by a long period of dead silence. A couple of the girls looked at me. I looked at you, confused. The same doubt came to their minds at the same time. Didn't Wang Jiajiao go on a date with the dog god? Why did you come back with all kinds of designer clothes, makeup and all that stuff? And $1 million bracelet on your wrist? Did Chen Mofan send these to her? Several people shook their heads at the same time. The dog god wouldn't be called the dog god if he had such wealth. Must have gone on another date with another guy, and that guy was at least a top rich kid. Thinking about it, a few girls were envious. Who wouldn't want their significant other to be powerful? Along the way, Wang Jiajiao walked up to the 5th floor from the 1st floor, and wherever she passed, every girl looked at Wang Jiajiao with strong envy in their eyes, and some were even more jealous, with jealousy and sour eyes. Wang Jiajiao, who returned to the dormitory, was immediately surrounded by several little sisters in the dormitory, enviously looked at Wang Jiajiao, and asked her to confess to leniency. From where exactly she found such a golden son-in-law? At this Wang Jiajiao smiled without saying anything. She wasn't going to say it. She was going to lewdly develop and completely take down Chen Mofan before she would tell these people about Chen Mofan's excellence. How many people might want to compete with her if she said so in advance? Lu Ruyan, who had returned to her dormitory early, looked at Wang Jiajiao, who was being courted by all the stars, and her heart was filled with bitterness. She knew exactly who the golden son-in-law the crowd was talking about was. That person was Chen Mofan, who everyone looked down on, the dog god that she abandoned early this morning. But that, she didn't say, because she wouldn't say anything so humiliating. And, she had already made up her mind to reclaim Chen Mofan. Hey, Ruyan, didn't you go out with Chuko? Didn't he buy you any gifts? In the dormitory, Wang Yu opened her mouth to inquire. Mentioning this, Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with resentment. After leaving from Cui Yuxian, she and Shu Ke were going to various designer clothing stores, but looking at the price of tens of thousands of dollars, Chuko even directly shriveled up, and said something about how none of these things were suitable for her. A day of shopping and you didn't buy anything? She nearly blew her lungs out in anger, but in the end, she could only leave Cheetah Plaza empty-handed. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan was angry in her heart while looking at Wang Jiaojiu with a strong jealousy in her gaze. She doesn't understand. On what grounds? All of them are one of the top 5 school flowers. She is ranked 4th and Wang Jiaojiu is ranked 5th. Obviously everything was inferior to her. But now, what Wang Jiaojiu got was hundreds of times more than her. Ruyan Lu was on the verge of gnashing her teeth together in jealousy. Ha! What's this? Holy! Membership card! Hermes membership card! Wang Yu was sharp-eyed and saw at a glance the membership card that was placed in a Hermes bag and contained in an exquisite gift box. It's not just this one. It seems to be in all these bags. After turning over all the membership cards, there were a dozen or so for all the major brands. Watching this scene, a few girls stared in amazement, looking at Wang Jiaojiu with a strong envy in their eyes. Membership cards for all the major brands. How many girls have dreamed of this? Now, Wang Jiaojiu has actually realized it. It was enough to drive her sisters around her crazy with envy. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was mad with jealousy, because all of this originally belonged to her, but she made it disappear. Say, Jiao, how much money is in this card? Wang Yu questioned enviously. Wang Jiaojiu did not intend to say, but when she looked around at her friend's envious eyes with curiosity, she thought for a moment and reached out with 2 fingers. What? $200,000. Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a shriek of shock, but in response, Wang Jiaojiu shook her head. That's 20,000 minions. Wang Yu's shocked heart calmed somewhat. Who knows that Wang Jiaojiu still shook her head and laughed. 2 million in each card. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the dormitory was instantly petrified, and everyone stiffened in place. Gah! Ruyan Lu completely gnashed her teeth in jealousy. Wang Jiaojiu could understand their feelings, because she was in the same mood at that time. Chen Mofan acted as if he had a grudge against money and desperately spent money on her. She didn't want it, but Chen Mofan still shoved it in her hand. However, now looking at a group of little sisters around her petrified in place, Wang Jiaojiu's small vanity was greatly satisfied. At the same time, it also strengthened the idea of having to catch Chen Mofan, the golden son-in-law. And at this moment, Chen Mofan was breaking his fingers and counting there, calculating how much money he had spent today. First bought a restaurant, spent more than 30 million, then in Cui Yuxian, buy necklaces, bracelets, do membership cards, and spent more than 11 million. Then Hermes, Dior, these boutiques, bags, membership cards, together only spent more than 30 million. One day's math, and it only cost you $70 million? Getting this figure, Chen Mofan was helpless. He was already spending money desperately. In the end, Wang Jiaojiu did not want it, but he still forced the membership card into Wang Jiaojiu's hands. But even so, it only cost more than $70 million. He's worried. The good thing, though, was that he'd found a shortcut to spending the money, and if things went well, he might be able to spend all of this trillion today. Chapter 9 Big Star goes live. Wang Jiaojiu lent money to Chen Meifan. Thoughts. If money can be borrowed, then why can't it be given? Wouldn't he just find a beggar on the side of the road and just give him $1 trillion? Or maybe $1 trillion to a friend? With a population of 1.6 billion in China, how many trillions is he going to give away? It's a little exciting to think about. Ding! Warn the host not to do so, or the system will be shut down forever. The voice that rang in his head poured a pot of cool water on the excited Chen Mofan. In reminding the host once, any normal consumption of the host, buying a famous car, watch, villa, investment, picking up girls, as long as the consumption can be carried out, but giving away money, the system will not support it. Chen Mofan was helpless. He thought he had found a way to get rich, but who knew that the system's words had nipped his hopes in the bud. But it's not right. I gave Wang Jiaojiu transferred 2 million. At that time said it is to give. Why this can be transferred to the beggar but cannot give? System, are you damned if you are discriminating? This question can be answered by the system. First of all, the money given to the girl. The system can be understood as a way of picking up the girl, also can be understood as an investment. The host gives away money while harvesting the girl's goodwill. But if the host gifts a beggar millions, the beggar will only think he has met a give and take, emotionally, monetarily, physically. All of these systems can be considered as takeaways. However, there is a limitation on gifting. The money that the host gives to women and friends should not exceed 200 million a day, and at the same time, It cannot be given continuously, unless the other party has a need for money. Chen Mofen wilted at that time, thinking that he had found a way out, but it turned out that he still had to spend it slowly by himself. It's just that not even 100 million has been spent in one day, and that's a big blow. Looks like there's still assets to buy. Companies, houses, cars, whatever. And by the way, pick up the occasional starlet on the side. I'm going, my goddess. The actress known as the first person in Auntie's circle, Yun Mao Lee, has entered Pak Scene to open a live broadcast. The boss exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new continent. Ow! This voice, resounded through the entire boys' dormitory building, was about to go upstairs to check the dormitory big sister. Scared a jolt, fell hard on the stairs. Incisors were taken out too at that time. Chen Mofen pulled out his ears. This voice almost didn't give him deafness. The boss has a horrible penetrating voice. This male duck voice. Rubbing his ears, Chen Mofen inclined his head to look over. Sure enough, the Pak Sound livestream had Yun Moli's figure appear in it. Speaking of which, Chen Mofen also had a soft spot for the actress. No other, only because Yun Mali Long too beautiful, set sexy, mature, beautiful in one, the best imperial sister, but also has 100 years in the Chinese theater, the first goddess of the name. I wonder how many men are enamored with her. In the dormitory, the oldest three also came over, looking at Yun Moli's figure in the cell phone, and lamented, I think that in the beginning, my first time was on a dark and windy night, paying homage to my goddess Yun with my hand. I'll go. Chen Mofen gazed strangely at Lao San and spat out. Third brother, you have so much information in that one sentence. Lao San hemmed and hawed, then also turned on the Pak's tone and watched Yun Moli. Goddess Yun's popularity isn't high, and she receives fewer gifts, far worse than some internet celebrities. Boss Huang Tao sat on the bed, holding his cell phone and muttering in a low voice. Hearing this, Chen Mofen, who originally had little interest in watching the live broadcast, brightened up. Lean, how could I forget that live streaming can be rewarded? Chen Meifan slapped his head and laughed. His whole body was confused and diluted after he realized there was money. So many ways to spend money. It's amazing that they're ignored. That's a hell of a thing. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen hurriedly turned on Pak Sound. The first time is to recharge. Now he is the most unafraid to spend money. Recharge naturally, no longer like before. A few pieces of rushing in, but also full of heartache. Now he's coming up with a straight single max. After wildly charging for an hour, Chen Mofen's hands were sore before he entered Yun Mali's live room. Compared to other big netizens, Yun Mali's live room was indeed a bit cold. The heat is only 100,000. However, Chen Mofen came. The small live room also give you to dry into a big live room. In the past, when he saw these stars, Chen Mofen had a sense of inferiority, and now when he was looking at it, the beauty was still so beautiful, but he no longer had the slightest inferiority complex. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofen directly spoke arrogantly in the live broadcast, single-handedly and without the slightest concealment, directly saying, I want to be your man. After opening the live broadcast, Yun Moli looked at the heat of only 100,000. Some were struck. At this time she wanted to go off the air. She was about to say sorry to her friends on the air when a statement caught her attention. A guy with the ID name called Van Xiao even openly said in the live broadcast room, I want to be your man. Such bossy and vulgar words made her frown. Over the years, she had been mixed up in the entertainment industry and had been exposed to high society. When had she ever heard such punk-like words? This caused a hint of displeasure to appear on Yun Moli's delicate face. The live stream was even more explosive. Asterisk. Where did this stupid bird come from to say that? I guess it's another poor guy from somewhere who came over to brush up his presence. This kind of cutie, I've seen it so many times. People don't need to pay attention to him. The more they do, the more excited he gets. House manager. Where's the house manager? Fork it out. Don't let this stupid bird stain everyone's eyes. Silly X year after year. This year there are especially many. How to which live room there are such silly X? That's right. I think the network should really be overhauled. It should be set so that these poor can't speak. Still Van Less. I think Dog Less is more like it. In the live broadcast room, a sentence of mocking pop-ups scrolled rapidly, as if Chen Mofen had become the public enemy of Yun Mali's live broadcast room, and everyone was mocking him. Even the boss of the dormitory, Huang Tao, also said angrily in the dormitory, asterisk. Where is this stupid thing from? Even clamoring to become Yun Mali's man, really don't know the height of heaven. Chen Mofen, who heard this, had a strange look on his face, and he really wanted to say to the boss, that stupid thing you're talking about is me. Also in Yun Moli's live broadcasting room, Liaoqing Li's chain hotel's great young man, Li Tian Kai, looked at the pop-up sent out by Chen Mofen with a disdainful sneer on his face. He was also very fond of Yun Moli. and how many times when he dreamed in the middle of the night, he had fantasized about holding Yoon Molly in his arms and having a reckless reign. Unfortunately, he hadn't had access to Yoon Molly. When he learned that Yoon Molly had opened a live broadcast, he had his men recharge $10 million at the first opportunity. With this $10 million to explore the road, he thought he could ask for the micro signal even if it was not good enough. But before he could brush it, a damas popped up on the air and brushed his presence there, which made him very unhappy. In the next second, something that made him even more upset happened, and a carnival swiped up in the live stream. Gorgeous special effects obscured the screen, reflecting the hard look on his face. Just in time, just as he was about to make a wild swipe to attract the attention of the crowd in Yoon Molly, someone swiped first. Looking at that ID, ********, it's that douchebag again. Richard Lee Tian-kai was furious at that moment. Chapter 10, a fierce clash between two tycoons. Previously, Yoon Molly's live room. Live for 3 hours, the gift is pitifully small, and large gifts are even more scarce. Only a dozen or so of her previous friends, off and on, had swiped some for her, adding up to about $100,000 or so. Just as she was about to go off the air, Chen Mofin came. Carnival disliked her madly, and the entire live room was covered by the splendid special effects of the gifts. On the public screen, it was a constant refreshing of the number of carnivals. Carnival times 1, Carnival times 2, Carnival times 13, Carnival times 51, Carnival times 136. The entire live broadcast room instantly turned into silence, and everyone stared blankly at the phone in front of them, their shocked faces reflected in the brilliant light. Yoon Molly's mature and playful cheeks similarly revealed a flash of astonishment. She was a little disbelieving that she could have such a crazy feast of gifts in her live room. Only after a long time did the people in the live room react, and the live room exploded once again. I'm going. Who is this? It's been over 300 carnivals and the special effects have been on for 25 minutes. I'm going. It seems to be that douchebag. What's his name? From earlier, called Fan Xiao. That's the ID. I said his monkey. Is this douche so rich? Still ing douchebag? This is a real big young man. So a moment 900,000 dry in. Bull. Really underestimated this douchebag. Still brushing. The carnival is still brushing. Is this a stopping rhythm? In front of his cell phone, Richard Lee looked at the screen full of special effects and hated it, especially when he saw the look of shock that appeared on Yoon Molly's face. His heart became even more hateful. Originally, it should have all belonged to him, but at the moment he was only the second even if he swiped now. Same thing, the second one which is not as stunning as the first one. But fortunately, he had prepared $10 million, which was enough to crush everyone, and more than enough to make Yoon Molly remember him. The anger on his face only dissipated a bit at the thought and he began to brush up on the carnival. 3,000 slammed into the live stream and quickly drew attention. Holy, what the hell? The other guy seems to be painting the carnival too. Really, Another ID namely Xiao has also swiped over 100. Why do I get the feeling that these two big guys seem to be drying out, competing with each other to see who swiped more carnivals? I'll set him monkeys, it seems to be really dry. Then brush carnivals? One can be $3,000. Poverty limits my imagination. Lee Tian-kai looked at the pop-up screen. The corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a brash sneer. He turned on his keyboard and arrogantly stated in the live broadcast, "Little Fan Xiao, easy to take." These words were tantamount to declaring war on Chen Mofin. Chen Mofin was worried about having nowhere to spend his money, so he directly disliked back. "Don't take your savings and challenge my pocket money. Li Xiao, well, we'll see what happens with the gift." A brief silence was followed by an even more frenzied spending spree. Carnival after carnival was like no money at all, and the special effects kept flashing on the air. Soon, the number of carnivals brushed out by the two of them in Yoon Molly's live broadcast reached a terrifying 1,000. But the two didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and the carnival continued to be swiped out one by one in both of their hands. Inside the live broadcast room, Yoon Molly's figure was no longer visible, and her live broadcast room was completely covered by special effects, and everyone in the live broadcast room was collectively petrified. The only thing they can do at this stage is count the number of carnivals. The news that the two big brothers were comparing swiping gifts in Yoon Molly's live broadcast spread quickly. After everyone heard the news, they flocked to Yoon Molly's live broadcast room. The number of people online at the same time skyrocketed, surpassing 1 million in less than a moment. After reaching 1 million, the rising momentum didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, but instead kept climbing upwards with an even more terrifying momentum. At the same time, all the platform anchors were filled with suspicion as they watched the number of people in their own live rooms continue to drop. This strange momentum has left many anchors confused as to what is going on. Some anchors even began to reflect on whether they had said something to offend their fans. It wasn't until they saw people posting pop-ups on the air that the anchors came to their senses. The two big tycoons in the live broadcast of the Cloud Molly fight each other. Van Xiao, Li Xiao, each brush carnival thousands. The latest news is that the two have swiped 300 carnivals. I've swiped 500. I'm shocked. I've already swiped 000. The live rooms of all the anchors were simultaneously refreshed with such pop-ups, and those who saw the pop-up switched to Pok's sound and entered Yun Molly's live room. The number of people in the live broadcast room rose wildly, and the number of people online at the same time reached a terrifying 5 million. At this moment, even Yun Molly, who thought she was well informed, was completely dumbfounded. She looked at her live feed full of special effects and didn't know what to do for a moment. Inside the dormitory, the oldest Huang Tao and the oldest Zhao Yu couldn't contain themselves with excitement as they watched the live broadcast. One of the bosses was even more like playing chicken blood, unable to hold back his excitement. 2,500 now. Mayor Fan, quick, come over and look. The two big tycoons in Yun Molly's live room are drying out, and have already swiped more than 2,000 carnivals. Chen Mofan was helpless for a while as he complained in his heart. Big brother, can you stop dragging me? Otherwise you could have swiped 3,000 by now. Unlike the oldest's excitement, the oldest three, after a short period of excitement, had a despondent look on his face and lamented, alas, we don't understand the world of the rich. How good would it be if I had such a dirt cheap friend by my side? Pity, a dormitory of great paupers. Soon, both of them swiped their carnivals to 3,200, and the enthusiasm of the audience in the live broadcast room reached its peak. But at this moment, Richard Li Tiankai began to wither. 3,200 carnivals worth $9,600,000. He had only prepared $10 million, and now there was only 400,000 left for him to squander. Looking at the remaining sound waves, Richard Li was so angry that he kicked the coffee table in front of him. Mud, who the hell is on the other side? Richard Li roared angrily. As the successor of Li's in Liuqing, he recognizes all the top rich kids in Liuqing, and looking at that guy's ID address, he is obviously also from Liuqing, but not any of the ones he recognizes, and he is obviously a wild boy who ran out from nowhere. In his own territory, being overpowered by a wild boy, Li Tiankai felt unusually stifled in his heart. Soon, the audience in the live broadcast room realized that Li Xiao's speed of brushing carnival had significantly slowed down. People have speculated that Li Xiao might be losing. Some people were even more directly mocking in their pop-ups. What's the matter, Mr. Li? Shriveled up. Go on. Yeah, Yun Li, I just got here and you're about to run away. I haven't had the pleasure of watching it yet. Fan Xiao is mighty, hanging Li Xiao. Looking at the message on the pop-up screen, Li Tiankai's face was gloomy and he clenched his fists fiercely. Marred, isn't it just a fight for wealth? See how I'll hang you tomorrow. Don't let me know who you are in reality, or else I'll make you disappear in Liuqing. Richard Li spoke sorrowfully while his fingers danced rapidly on his cell phone. A message followed on the pop-up. Li Xiao, dare to fight again tomorrow? Chen Mofan looked at this message on the pop-up screen and he was helpless. Why does this Li Xiao feel so middle-aged? But if he could spend money, the current Chen Mofan wasn't really afraid. Instantly, typed, I still say, don't challenge my allowance with your savings. *******. Stepping on this line again, Li Tiankai was angry and kept cursing angrily. He realized that this kid was really rampant. Pocket change? This kid was screaming don't challenge him for his allowance? Do you know how much the Li group is worth? Lesser Li, I hope you'll still be able to say that tomorrow. Chapter 11, Molesting a Big Star. Richard Li went offline after saying that, but the live stream blew up once again. Holy, this is going to be a really big battle tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Young Li is not convinced. Tomorrow is bound to be another bloody storm. I said his monkeys. Today these two big young one at least said also brushed 10 million. According to this estimation, tomorrow's big battle two people at least is also 50 million to start off. Hearing you analyze it like this, I instantly had a seizure. $50 million. This can be a small tycoon in a third-tier city. Martyr. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. Wrong. That dude upstairs. Li shouted swipe $10 million. But look, Fan Xiao is still swiping. Holy. Sure enough, the speed at which Fan Xiao swipes carnival remains unabated. It's almost dried up to 4,000. Van Young mighty. Van Young mighty. Van Young mighty. Van Young, still missing a son. Fan Young, people will bubble bath. Oh, can national fly, want to feel. Fan Xiao, they are 36D. Are you short of hand warmers? Hand warmer. These three words made Chen Mofan burst with excitement, but he knew that rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. Wang Jiajiu, a petite and cute kitten he hadn't taken yet, and now he had his eyes on Deming Xin Maoli. You can't be in a hurry, or you'll take too big a step and click. and you'll easily rip your balls off. What's more, on the internet, who knows if it's true or not? Maybe it's a gnarly man on the other side. If he really takes the bait, he will definitely experience what it means to cure constipation for free, without any distractions. Chen Mofan furiously brushed Carnival and kept doing it until he reached 5,000 before stopping, and after shaking off his somewhat sore hands, he sent out a pop-up and directly said, "Send a private message, add V." The words were simple and overbearing, not in the least bit spoiled by the other party's status as a big star. Looking at Chen Mofan's words, Yun Moli felt some pain in her heart. She was known as the first goddess of the Chinese theater for 100 years, and others had never been polite with her, and it was the first time she had heard these overbearing and simple, command-like words. This made her very uncomfortable, and in remembering earlier, this guy called Fan Xiao even directly stated, "I want to be your man." Those words added one more point of irritation to her heart, but she was also very clear that the current popularity of the live broadcast room was all due to this Fan Xiao and Li Xiao brushing it out, which was equivalent to the Gold Master. There's always some pride in being the Gold Master. Thinking of this, she gathered her thoughts and sent a private message to Chen Mofan. "Thanks, here's my YML1. After adding Yun Moli's WeChat, Chen Mofan went offline. The two tycoons offline. The live broadcast room is not the slightest bit cold. On the contrary, the audience in the live broadcast room have guessed that the two tycoons in reality, the identity of the two tycoons. And as the number of people continued to pour in, the live stream just gave way to a dry collapse. Yun Moli had no choice but to choose to go off the air at this hottest moment. The excited audience then have turned to the major short video platforms, posting, continue to speculate on the identity of the two tycoons. The heat continues to go high. Then an even stranger scene occurred. All of the short video platform postings are pretty much the same type of video over and over again. That's the reality of who the two tycoons are. This makes a lot of brush short video people quite helpless. Mother, I am over to find fun, but brush to find that you are giving me a brain teaser. I know what the identity of the two tycoons are. However, some people were instantly thrilled when they realized the cause and effect, and when they learned that there would be another big battle tomorrow. These people began to pay attention to Yun Moli in droves. Even Chen Mofan's Pox tone number has gained millions of fans overnight. Yun Mao Li, two big tycoons. These two words have become the hot words of the moment. The number of hits directly soared to tens of billions. Soon, someone picked up that one of the two tycoons, Li Xiao, was most likely the heir to the Li's restaurant group in Liuqing, worth over $1 billion. The other tycoon, Fan Xiao, but no one knows his identity, and some of the top rich kids in Liuqing have said that they don't know this person whose ID is named Fan Xiao. This, on the contrary, made the crowd even more curious, speculating non-stop about Chen Mofan's identity. The person in question, Chen Mofan, is currently nestled in the bedchamber's quilt, breaking his fingers to count how much money he spent today. But after all the math, Chen Mofan was depressed. Only spent $90 million in a ING day's effort, not even 100 million. It hit him so hard that he was beginning to wonder if he was born unable to spend money. Ding! As he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang with a crunch, and Yun Moli's WeChat went through and sent a message. "Thank you for your support today. May I ask you to?" The big star took the initiative to send a message, and Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed, directly replying, "I'm your husband." Yun Moli looked at the message sent. The expression on her face instantly stiffened, and that mature and charming face was filled with dismay. After a long time, Yun Moli returned a smiley face. "Smile. This joke is not funny." The corner of Chen Mofan's mouth hooked up, instantly transforming into a crooked-mouthed god of war. "I'm serious. I want to be your man. My mom said that you have a good body strip and it's easy to give birth to a son." The other party's replies were one more fierce than the other, making Yun Moli feel like she couldn't even hold back a bit. So he hastily changed the topic and said, "What kind of business does Fan Xiao do in reality?" "What kind of business?" Chen Mofan laughed. "I'm mainly in charge of losing money." Yun Moli really can't resist. She found herself this list of Big Brother seems to be very capable of bragging. "What do you mean by responsible for the defeat of the family?" It was the first time she had heard such wild words. Thinking of this, she also had some fire in her heart, and directly returned, "It's good to lose money. Then Fan Xiao will lose all his money to me. I wonder how much Van Xiao will swipe for me tomorrow." These words were too much to Chen Mofan's liking, and he directly said with bravado, "You said it. As long as it's what you ask for, I'll do it. Who let me be mesmerized by you?" Mad. Surprisingly still mad. Yun Moli clenched her small fist. "Okay, so what about $100 million? Yun Moli looked at the message that was sent over, and her colorful red lips hooked up into an arc. 100 million. It would be heartbreaking for a $10 billion billionaire, let alone a mortal youngster who didn't know the bottom line. She was sure that statement would strike a blow against the guy's arrogance. However, the message the other party returned made her eyes widen in surprise. Ah, it's only 100 million. I was planning to start with 300 million tomorrow? 300 million to start. Yunmoli couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise. A pair of big bright eyes looking at the information uploaded back from her cell phone. Full of unbelief. Bragging rights, this must be bragging rights, Yunmoli thought in her heart, and returned in her hand. Fan Xiao said this is a bit big. Right. 300 million not 30,000. This is questioning Chen Mofan saw this, he smiled. What if I brush up to 300 million tomorrow? You decide. Seeing Yunmoli reply you said 2 words. Chen Mofan's smile was even happier, replying, that's fine. I want you to send a voice and call your brother. I'd also like a flirty voice. Looking at the message that came in reply, Yunmoli's face flushed red for a moment. It's obviously molesting her, isn't it? It made her feel ridiculous. How has she ever been so molested? But now, this made her feel a bit angry in her heart and replied, okay, if not, you have to call me sister with a humble attitude. Chen Mofan, okay. I told you my job is to be a loser. All the money is hot. Alas, you don't understand the troubles of a brother. Yunmoli couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen a cowhide blowing so big. She really couldn't carry it. So, changing the subject once again. How old is Van Young? 20. Chapter 12, the molestation continues. Looking at these 2 numbers, Yunmoli was confused and in the wind. She was known as the number 1 person in the anti-circle, and now she's being molested half the time by a 20-year-old? Yunmoli felt angry and funny. And do you know how old I am? And be my man, little brother, and wash your hands of it. My mom said it's good for a woman to be older, to take care of people, and to be so experienced that the 2 of you won't be embarrassed. Yunmoli really couldn't stand this little guy's nonsense any longer. He really dared to say anything. Not only did he molest her, he was a bull *****************. This made her first impression of Chen Mofan not good. Kind of don't want to keep talking. Little brother, I have things to do. Bye. It just so happened that Chen Mofan didn't have the intention to continue chatting. He still had to charge money. Find a good night emoji and was about to send it when the boss came over. What are you giggling about? Boss Huang Tao kicked Chen Mofan and inquired. This kick made Chen Mofan, who was chatting with Yunmoli, slip his fingers, and instead of sending the good night emoticon, he clicked on a colorful emoticon. Successfully sent. Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. Yunmoli looked at the pictures sent by Chen Mofan and watched the intense movement of those 2 little people. Her face flushed red for a moment. She was a big star. When had she ever been treated like this? But now, a little guy was blatantly molesting her? Yunmoli immediately had the urge to delete Chen Mofan. With that, the heart also added one more point of loathing towards Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, was full of embarrassment. Do you believe me when I say that someone in the dormitory kicked me and my hand slipped? Yunmoli, what do you think? Chen Mofan, Yunmoli, you just said you live in the dormitory? What the hell are you? Seeing this message, Chen Mofan did not reply and directly sent a good night emoticon. Yunmoli looked at the message sent by the other party, but her brows were deeply furrowed. How can someone who lives in a dormitory be a tycoon? And how can someone who isn't a tycoon swipe over $10 million for her? This caused Yunmoli to fall into deep doubt. She remembered that she had read the news before that an accountant had misappropriated public funds to give gifts to female anchors. Is it hard? Did it happen to her too? Thinking of this, Yunmoli hurriedly sent a message. Little brother, what exactly is your identity in reality? Accountant? Bank teller? Or something else? But Chen Mofan wasn't paying attention to her anymore, because at this moment, Chen Mofan was gripped out of the comforter by the boss. Mayor Fan, what are you talking about? What were you giggling about? There's nothing to hide about this, Chen Mofan said truthfully, chatting with Yunmoli. Hearing these words, both the oldest and the third's faces simultaneously stiffened. Yunmoli, Fan Xiao, Chen Mofan, these 3 seemed to be really connected. Thinking so, the oldest and the third's faces instantly became brilliant. One of the bosses gave Chen Mofan a direct blow to the back of his head. Thinking of farts to eat? Still chatting with Yunmoli. The only connection between these 3 is that there is the word fan. But if you boys were Van Shaw, I'd fly upside down. The oldest also hemmed and hawed. Understand. People like to masturbate. So do I. Seeing that the 2 didn't believe it, Chen Mofan directly took out his cell phone. If you don't believe it, you guys look. But the boss snatched the phone away with one hand. Look at mine, boss said, raising his own cell phone to Chen Mofan excitedly. Lao Si, let me tell you, the internet just broke the news that one of those 2 tycoons, Li Xiao, is our Liuqing's Li Tiankai, Li De Xiao, supposedly, worth over $1 billion? What? Excited? $1 billion plus young man going to war with someone on the internet. Just thinking about it makes me so excited I can't help myself. The oldest had a cocktail head and was dancing around with excitement. Only $1 billion or so? Chen Meifan lost interest on the spot. Originally thought it would be at least $10 billion? But now $1 billion? What's the point of playing with him with that kind of money? With his current funds, fighting with Richard Li Tiankai for wealth. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Chen Meifan admitted that he was more or less floating now, but he had the capital to float, didn't he? Looking at Chen Meifan's lack of interest, the boss was a bit hateful. Old for you can't eat 4 dishes in this life. All this hoopla and you act like you're not interested. Why do I realize there's a generation gap with you? Do you still want our friendship? Chen Meifan didn't even know how to answer. As the one who started it all, he really didn't have much interest in his own hilarity. Not to mention that they wouldn't believe it if this fact was told. Come on. You kids keep lying on your back under the covers and masturbating, the oldest said. And after returning the cell phone to Chen Meifan, he turned around and chatted with the oldest with great interest. The two of them kept speculating about the true identity of Van Xiao in reality. But unbeknownst to them, the Fan Xiao they were talking about had just been lectured by them. Chen Meifan, who was lying under the covers, could finally recharge at ease, but just as he clicked on the recharge page, Yun Moli's message was sent over. What exactly is your status in reality? Tell me clearly, are you embezzling money from your company? Yun Moli just looked at Chen Meifan's circle of friends, but he found that it was completely a beggar's circle of friends. Basically all that was posted was some beggar's usual roar of discontent. It's either something like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, or something like now you're treating me with love and disdain, but later I'll make you climb high. Even if there are some occasional life photos, they are just some bland stuff. Where is the semblance of a tycoon? Yun Moli can be 100% sure that this kid is a poor man. This made her anxious. She didn't want to get herself into a public opinion storm because of Chen Meifan after he was blown out. She just wanted to live her life peacefully and uneventfully like she was doing now. And that was fine. It would be perfect if there were a little more passion in life once in a while. Chen Meifan clicked on Yun Moli's WeChat and directly and simply returned 2 words. You guess? I can't guess. So tell me quickly. With these words, Chen Meifan directly chose to ignore them. Yun Moli waited for half a day, but did not see Chen Meifan return her message. This made Yun Moli feel a little ridiculous. She was a big star. When had she ever been ignored so much? I've experienced fan fervor before, but now I'm experiencing fan apathy, right? After thinking about it, he edited 2 more messages and sent them. If you misappropriated the company's money, I'll give you a full refund on the portion that belongs to me. I just hope you don't do it again. People still need to keep their feet on the ground and accumulate slowly, believing that one day they will soar into the sky, whereas you are now taking other people's wealth and squandering it. Sooner or later you will ruin yourself. Down to earth? These 4 words almost made Chen Meifan laugh out loud. He also wants to be down to earth, but 1 trillion pads under his feet. He cannot step on the ground. After thinking about it, he gave 2 words straight back. Good night. Looking at the message that came back on her cell phone, Yun Moli laughed, exasperated. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk to her anymore, and came running off with a good night. It made her want to freak out a little. Chapter 13, The Schoolgirl's Active Show of Love. Chen Meifan frantically recharged all night. In the meantime, Yun Moli sent several messages inquiring about it, and finally simply gave him a voice call. Chen Meifan all hung up directly, not the least bit spoiled. He couldn't wait for Yun Moli to be a little more anxious. He doesn't care to explain. Does he care if the other guy thinks he's rich or poor? With $1 trillion in hand he doesn't care. This also led to Yun Moli being so angry that she didn't sleep for the whole night. And this, in turn, made Yun Moli have a deep impression of Chen Meifan in her heart. Deep gnashing of teeth. Early in the morning, Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao both waited in front of Chen Meifan's dormitory building early in the morning, one person carrying a lunchbox in his hand. Ruyan Lu regretted yesterday that she wanted to reclaim Chen Meifan, so she prepared breakfast early this morning. Seeing Chen Meifan walk out, the 2 of them greeted him at the same time. Mayor Fan, this is the loving breakfast I prepared for you. Do you want to try it? Wang Jiaojiao was the first to speak, a shy smile on her cute doll face. For Wang Jiaojiao, Chen Meifan's impression was quite good. Taking the breakfast she looked at, he also did not forget to rub her little head, feigning anger. I forgot. Where's the promised fragrance pavilion? What's the point of spending this wasted money? Wang Jiaojiao spat out her little pink tongue and playfully said, I forgot. In front of the dormitory building, many students had already walked out, and seeing this intimate scene between Chen Meifan and Wang Jiaojiao, some of their eyes went red right then and there. Holy, what did I see? Chen Meifan is so close to Wang Jiaojiao. Is this still the dog god I remember yesterday? Wasn't the dog god kicked by Lu Ruyan? He hooked up with Wang Jiajiao so quickly. Bull. Ruyan Lu seems to be right next to her, holding a lunchbox in her hand as well. Don't tell me that Ruyan Lu is also delivering breakfast to Chen Mofan? When these words were exited, the chattering crowd snapped to silence, and everyone's faces looked at Ruyan Lu with a hint of doubt. As if to corroborate their expectations, Lu Ruyan slowly stepped forward with a gentle smile on her face. Mayor Fan, getting up so early, you must not have had breakfast yet. I prepared it for you long ago. That statement nearly made the surrounding crowd drop their jaws. What's the situation? Didn't Ruyan Lu just kick Chen Mofan out yesterday? Why did she come back early this morning to bring Chen Mofan breakfast? A person said with a puzzled face. At those words, the crowd was dumbfounded, but even as they were plunged into a daze, they had obvious envy on their faces. The two beautiful schoolgirls of East University took the initiative to come over to deliver breakfast, a treatment that was enough to make people's eyes redden. I'm so damn sour. Chen Mofan, this dog, then what virtue and ability can be treated like this by two big beautiful women? Why this person is not me? Damn it, where is this a dog god? This is clearly a scum god, but I also seem to be scum. No, from today, I'm going to change my name to dog god as well, and I'm sure someday a girl will come and bring me breakfast as well. The oldest and the oldest three who were in the same dormitory beside Chen Mofan were also full of envy. They even wanted to kick Chen Mofan off and stand in Chen Mofan's place themselves. Mayor Fan, I know I was wrong before. I'm here to apologize to you. I've figured it out. I love you. On the side, Ruyan Lu added another fire to the envious mood of the crowd. She held up her breakfast and looked at Chen Meifan and spoke with deep emotion. I know that you're angry with me, Meifan, but I will use my actions to prove that I'm the one who loves you the most. Let me chase you from this day forward, Ruyan Lu said and smiled gently. The crowd snapped back a breath of cool air, dumbfounded with surprise. Holy, did I hallucinate? Lu Ruyan, one of the top 5 school beauties, is chasing after Chen Mofan, the god of dogs? I said his monkey. This world is too crazy. The schoolgirl chased the beggar backwards? Damn, this must be fake, an illusion, a proper hallucination. I must still be dreaming. Oh my god, my goddess Ruyan Lu is so humble. My worldview has collapsed. The oldest and the third were also looking at Chen Mofan with strange faces. They could hardly believe it. Was this still their good friend? This famous dog god of the University of the East is being pursued by a goddess? And not just one, but two. This is too much of a shock for them. Chen Mofan, however, had a bland face, pulling up Wang Jiajiao and walking directly past Lu Ruyan without even giving her a second glance. This scene made the crowd break their defenses again. What the hell did Chen Mofan this dog then do? Even ignoring Lu Ruyan, this dog god is ing floating? There I go, loving on a goddess. And frankly, I'm envious, and I'd love to do that someday. I'm going to find the dog god to fight one-on-one. Lu Ruyan is my goddess, but she was so humiliated by him. Why didn't the goddess choose me? Amidst a murmur, Chen Mofan had already walked away with Wang Jiajiao. In place, Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Mofan's back, her heart filled with humiliation. She felt so ashamed. So this is what it feels like to be ignored in public? In her heart, what she recalled in her mind were the images of the many times she had humiliated Chen Mofan in public. Thinking differently, she more or less understood the embarrassment that Chen Mofan had once suffered on her. This makes her heart more remorseful. If at first she did not do so desperate words, now Chen Mofan is not still willing to smile at her? Ruyan Lu clenched her fists fiercely. I will not give up so easily. After having a sweet breakfast with Wang Jiajiao, Chen Mofan came to the classroom. Before class started, there was a lot of classroom chatter about the biggest hot topic of the day, the battle of the two tycoons. Among them, Li Xiao, Li Tiankai has been blown out of the water. The $1 billion+ price tag is also what got the crowd excited. And the excited crowd, in turn, silently gathered around Cham Hong's body. All know that this guy knows a lot of rich kids and knows a lot about some of the things that go on in that circle. Brother Hong, tell the brothers, you have seen a lot of things and have a full range of doors. What do you think of this battle between the two great tycoons? Chang Hong smiled smugly. Good to say, good to say. In fact, there is nothing to say about this matter. Everyone knows that Li Xiao is a well-known young man in our Liucheng, and he is even my cousin. Chang Hong said, the smugness on his face even more obvious. As expected, a gasp of surprise rang out from the surrounding crowd, and everyone looked at Chang Hong with envy in their eyes. Chang Hong liked this feeling and went on triumphantly. And that Fan Xiao, the ID address shows that it's in our Liucheng. But I've asked my friends around me, and they all say they don't know this Fan Xiao. We all know what that circle of mine is, and they say they don't know, so obviously that Van Shaw isn't a major at all. Maybe a thug popped out of nowhere and came to have his way with a real big shot. Mentioning Chen Mofan, Chang Hong had a trace of obvious disdain on his face. Obviously, very unimpressed with the fan shao in his mouth. Thinking that the other party was just a bumpkin who didn't know the heights of heaven and dared to challenge Li Tiankai. Brother Hong, then according to you, that fan shao will definitely lose tonight. Ha! Chang Hong snorted and said in a contemptuous tone. Watch. Today that bull fan shao loses with no pants left. Chen Mofen listened to the murmurs of his classmates in the front row and hurriedly lifted his pants. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his pants on. This teasing expression on Chen Mofen's face, Chang Hong, who turned his head, happened to see it in his eyes, which caused him to frown and let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction, saying, "Humph, Chen Mofen, what? You don't agree with me?" Chapter 14, The blueprint in my heart is beginning to be realized. Since Chang Hong had asked, Chen Meifan didn't intend to spoil him and directly said, "I do think that Fan Shao will win tonight." Fan Shao? Which bumpkin came out of nowhere? Chen Mofen, are you making me laugh? Chang Hong sneered with a conspiratorial sneer. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they also jeered out. Chen Mofen, didn't you just listen to Brother Hong's analysis? There's no such person in the circle of Liao Cheng's great young men. How dare you say he'll win? You're such an amateur. The dog god deserves to be called the dog god. What he says is really surprising. Ha ha ha. The crowd around the room followed this statement with laughter. Seeing this, the man added fuel to the fire. Mayor Fan, don't be angry. I'm just kidding with you, even though it's a fact. Chang Hong, with his arrogant demeanor, followed suit and opened his mouth, mocking, Chen Mofen, you, are just too narrow-eyed, and simply don't know what it means to be rich. Chang Hong said, arrogantly reaching out to gesture across. 1 billion. Richard Lee is worth $1 billion. Do you know what $1 billion is? Even if you earn 10,000 a month, you'd have to work for 8,000 years without eating or drinking. Chang Hong said excitedly, looking at Chen Mofen with more and more disdain. He knew that the other party was a poor man, so honoring or disrespecting the other party had no meaning to him. But Chen Mofen almost laughed, especially when he looked at Chang Hong's excited gesticulations. He almost didn't strain to laugh. $1 billion, that's what he's going to spend on phase 1. He now worries every day about how to spend it. But Chang Hong was full of pride, and the key to that money was not his. Seeing that Chen Mofen didn't say anything, Chang Hong pretended to let out a sigh and then mocked. AI. Ignorance is also a blessing. Chen Mofen, I really envy you, never knowing how small you are. You'll never see $1 million in your life. Chen Mofen really couldn't hold it in, and let out a pft of laughter. Chang Hong's face immediately became ugly as he stared at Chen Mofen and said in an icy tone, Chen Mofen, are you mocking me? What? Think what I said was wrong? Chen Mofen's face was also cold. Just now the other party mocked and ridiculed him with impunity. Now he just laughed a little. The other party on the line, really think Chen Mofen has no temper? But then, Chen Mofen's face eased. There was no way. This class was the class teacher Lao Li's. Lao Li usually took much care of him. He couldn't fight with someone in Lao Li's class. After thinking about it, Chen Merfan sighed out. Think what you want. Whether Li Shao wins or Fan Shao wins, it has nothing to do with me. You are still unconvinced. Chang Hong saw Chen Mofen's face easing up, thought he was afraid, sneered and said with an inch of force, Chen Mofen, don't say I'm bullying you. How about a bet? If I win, you call me master, and if you win, demand whatever you want. I go Lu. This is really give face ah. Chen Mofen already had some fire in his heart, and now when he was looking at Chang Hong's contemptuous face, it was obvious that he was looking down on him. How can this be spoiled? Immediately, Chen Mofen nodded, good. I don't need you to call me master. It just so happens that I've saved up a month's worth of smelly socks. Just wash them for me. Chen Mofen, you're bound to lose. Wait to call me master. Chang Hong pointed at Chen Mofen and said confidently, what losing? As soon as Chang Hong's words fell, Old Li walked into the classroom wearing old black-framed glasses. A classmate heard Old Li's inquiry and laughed as he told what had happened before. Seeing that it was again this hotspot of the moment, Old Li also smiled and opened his mouth. I also know about this matter. The two big tycoons are madly spreading their money on the internet, and now it's already making a lot of noise. Old Li unexpectedly also knows. Chen Mofen is a little surprised. This thing is about to be known by everyone, not realizing that he would become a celebrity one day. Chen Mofen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then teacher, who do you think will win? Old Li laughed. It's impossible to say who will lose and who will win for the two great tycoons, and it's not for us to guess. But watching those tens of millions of dollars just turn into gifts and swipe them out like that. Teacher, my heart aches. As Lao Li's words left his mouth, the class erupted in laughter. Old Li also followed and continued to laugh. Classmates, not afraid of your jokes. Old Li, I do not have much success. Once thought I could earn a 10 million, will be able to rest assured that the old age. But after all these decades of stumbling down, I haven't even seen the shadow of $10 million. But you guys are different. You're just starting out. You still have the motivation to fight. But have you ever really thought seriously about how you should go and fight in the future? Old Lee said and looked deeply at Chen Mofan. This student was close to him, yet this student was the one he worried about the most. This student was known as the dog god in the East University and knelt down to lick Lu Ruyan. It was because of this that he was worried. Because Chen Mofan cared too much about Ruyan Lu and hadn't thought about himself in the slightest. So much so that by now, he wants grades but no grades, connections but no connections, money but no money, and by the time he graduates, this kind of student can only be relegated to the lowest level of cattle and horses. Like him, to this day, there is not even a shadow of $10 million in sight. It's time to talk to this kid, Old Lee thought in his heart, and when the bell rang for the end of class, he directly grabbed Chen Mofan and came to his office. In the office, Old Lee looked at Chen Mofan who still had that dangling look inside. The expression on his face then became serious as he said in a deep voice, Chen Mofan, how old are you this year? Chen Mofan is a little confused. Why does Old Lee have a serious face today? Scratching his head, Chen Mofan queried, sophomore year? What's wrong Old Lee? Can you not make it so serious? Old Lee knocked on the table fiercely. Don't we both be playful? Chen Mofan, you still know that sophomore year. Junior year is another year. Senior year should be internship. But what about you now? What do you have? Connections, grades, money, do you have any of the same? Chen Mofan understood. Old Lee was worried about his future, which warmed his heart. But now, he really doesn't have to worry about his future. With $1 trillion in hand, he can spend it however he wants. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan said tentatively, that Old Lee, do you think it's possible for me to get rich overnight and obtain $1 trillion or something? Old Lee immediately rolled his eyes at Chen Mofan, then reprimanded. Still 1 trillion. Even if you have 1 trillion, what can you do? Sit and eat? Chen Mofan, since you can get rich overnight, have you ever thought that you can zero in on your wealth overnight? Chen Mofan was violently silent. Wealth to zero. Chen Mofan really did not think about it. At this moment by the Old Lee mentioned, he suddenly realized that this possibility is not absent. His wealth was built without the slightest root. It was all dependent on the system. The system can suddenly appear. Then one day it could suddenly disappear. It's never wise to rely on the system. If that was the case, then why didn't he or she take advantage of the time the system existed to create a powerful business empire, refreshing $1 trillion every day? This startup capital was so much that it exploded. And with this as the basis, Chen Mofan didn't even dare to imagine what kind of scale his business empire would build. Will he then become the godfather of the next generation of business? At the same time, he can also spend money while he has the chance. So is it not a double win? The only property he has now is a single restaurant. Wangxianga. In that case, let's start with the restaurant industry. Chapter 15, The Pig-Like Self. Alright, Chen Mofan, I won't say any more superfluous words. You are an adult and should have your own thoughts. Chen Mofan nodded, and in his heart, he felt one more point of gratitude towards Old Lee. After giving Old Lee a grateful glance, Chen Mofan turned around and was about to leave. But just as he reached the door, he was called back by Old Lee. Chen Mofan, in a couple of days I'll bring you to meet someone. She's your schoolmate and is now running her own company. You can go to work for her part-time after graduation and hone your skills more. Being the same student of mine, you can be promoted faster by rushing this relationship. And of course, you have to interact with her more and maintain a good relationship. It's kind of your first network. Chen Mofan nodded before leaving the office. In the second class, Chen Mofan directly skipped class. He still had to spend money? Should enjoy. Should work hard. One size fits all. The two cannot be confused. Besides, he had only rushed 300 million inside Pak's tone, so it was more reliable to be safe or 500 million. He doesn't want to lose. The main thing was that he had been saving his stinky socks for a month and really didn't want to wash them himself. After a busy morning, Chen Mofan first went to Wangxianga, ready to have a good meal first. But to his surprise, Wang Jiaojiao happened to be here as well. She was packing Chen Mofan's lunch to deliver it to him personally. By the way, after having a simple lunch with Chen Mofan, they kept deepening the relationship between them. Even she had prepared a small gift for Chen Mofan, a remote cell phone. She saw yesterday that Chen Mofan's cell phone was already worn out. So after having breakfast with Chen Mofan early this morning, she went to Chanda Plaza and bought this cell phone. Chen Mofan had already spent over $20 million on her, and she felt she had to give him a little gift back. There is a back and forth that makes the relationship between the two last. Seeing Chen Mofan, Wang Jiaojiao's little doll face was filled with surprise. Smiling, she ran over and stood in front of Chen Mofan, looking at him with a little shyness on her face. No, Mayor Fan, here's my gift for you. See if you like it? Wang Jiaojiao said as she took out the distantly superior cell phone from behind her. A remote leader XT extraordinary masters. Chen Mofan's heart was happy. He had long wanted to change his cell phone, but before with Lu Ruyan together, his money to Lu Ruyan to buy gifts. The only money left can only poorly eat noodles, which have spare money to change the phone, and Lu Ruyan hadn't bought him any gifts. Today was the first time he received a gift from a girl, or such an expensive gift. Chen Mofan's heart was filled with excitement. At this moment he could more or less understand why Wang Jiajiu wanted to cry with excitement when she received the bracelet. Sure enough, I'm still beggarly, Chen Mofan thought in his heart, but smiled on his face. Beggar so what? This beggar can hang the rich second generation. Here, cuddle. Chen Mofan opened his hands and smiled, as if Wang Jiajiu was waiting for these words. She jumped into Chen Mofan's arms the moment his words left his mouth. Warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, feeling that delicate body as well as that fresh body fragrance. Chen Mofan's heart was excited at that time, when the two people's south bodies were close to each other, and the other person's body temperature passed through the clothes and slowly passed to his body. The warmth, let Chen Mofan who had never experienced this instantly excited plus excited. Yikes! Wang Jiajiao noticed the difference at that time, and like a little rabbit, she fled as if breaking away from his arms, but the corners of his mouth curved up in a tiny arc, and it was clear that deep inside there was a trace of elation that was hard to hide. Chen Mofan, you're so bad. How dare you bully people? Chen Mofan's cheeks instantly turned red and he scratched his head in embarrassment. A big man was even more shy than herself. Wang Jiajiao felt even more amused, glancing at Chen Mofan's stupidly moving parts. Wang Jiajiao, with shyness on her face, leaned over and whispered in Chen Mofan's ear. Chen Mofan, you're not being honest. Chen Mofan only felt a warm air current hitting his ears, making him even more itchy, with an urge to do Wang Jiajiao right here. But Wang Jiajiao, this little goblin, turned around and ran away. She knew that too much was too much, and that a man needed to be cooked low and slow. Moreover, really teasing Chen Mofan's animal blood boiling, he cannot help but want to do himself what to do. She resisted or did not resist. Okay, let's look at the phone. Wang Jiajiao smartly changed the topic and handed the cell phone box to Chen Mofan so that he could enjoy opening it. Chen Mofan was still a bit unfulfilled, especially since his evil fire had just been stirred up by Wang Jiajiao. This little goblin. But he couldn't use force, could he? And could only helplessly lament in his heart and take the phone. Inside the box is the latest masterpiece from Remote, the XT Extraordinary Master, the legendary Trifold. The claim is that the performance is way ahead of the curve and the price is way ahead of the curve. There are mixed reviews about this phone, each in their own way, but there is no doubt that this phone has become a status symbol for most, as it visually shows your financial strength. Unpacking the package and looking at the thin and light body, the excitement in Chen Meifan's heart reached its peak, when he really took the cell phone into his hands, feeling the touch coming from his fingers. Chen Mofan only felt his 5 fingers trembling a little with excitement. Along with that, the favor in his heart towards Wang Jiajiao increased by 1 more point. This woman really cared about him, and at this moment, there was more than a hint of such a thought in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, the card is changed, data is transferred, and you log into WeChat. But no sooner had WeChat logged on than the voice phone rang. Yun Moli. 3 large words were clearly displayed on the display, and Wang Jiajiao could see them clearly. Yun Moli did not sleep a night last night, and only squinted for a while early this morning, which just woke up. The first time Chen Mofan called the voice phone. Ha, Yun Moli, isn't that the star? You still recognize her? Wang Jiajiao asked with a puzzled opening. Chapter 16, The Unable Wang Motsai. Chen Merfan smiled and nodded, explaining, of course, I'm her big brother in the list one. Big brother Punji? Wang Jiajiao muttered to herself suspiciously, and then snapped to mind that the matter of the 2 great tycoons fighting each other in Yun Moli's live broadcast. One is called Li Xiao and the other is called Van Xiao. Wait, Van Xiao? The expression on Wang Jiajiao's face instantly stiffened as she looked at Chen Mofan with a shocked expression. Fan Xiao? Chen Mofan? Chen Mofan is one of the 2 tycoons? He swiped over $10 million on Yun Moli's live stream last night? Wang Jiajiao was shocked, but on second thought, $10 million doesn't seem like much to this guy. This guy spent tens of millions of dollars yesterday in front of him. It's unbelievably luxurious. But why does this guy look like a thief? Thinking of this, Wang Jiajiao inquired. Just because of this, what are you nervous about? This was obviously believing in himself. Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed and then explained. Isn't this for fear that you'll blame me for spending money indiscriminately? That he cared so much about what he thought. Wang Jiajiao's face showed a smirk, but her mouth still said, I'm not your girlfriend. Where do I care about you? Or is this you confessing to me? Confession? Chen Meifan laughed. It's impossible to confess. He'll never confess in his life. What's the saying? If you don't pay, you don't sell. Accordingly, it's not scum if you don't confess. There were no words on his lips, but Chen Mofan's right hand had already climbed onto Wang Jiajiao's waist, and his left hand then hung up the phone. Wang Jiajiao's slender waist twisted like a water snake, as if she wanted to refuse, but she only symbolically twisted twice before letting Chen Mofan place his hand on it. Her cheeks turned red with it, like a big apple, red with pink, so that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. This appearance of refusal made Chen Mofan feel like eating his fingers and wanting to swallow Wang Jiajiao in one bite. The evil fire that had just been suppressed then also rose again and became more and more intense. Chen Mofan knew very well that if he wanted to do something now, Wang Jiajiao would definitely not refuse. Thinking this way, his guts instantly grew, and at that moment, he wanted to put his arm around Wang Jiajiao and take a taxi to do his business. But there's always someone who likes to ruin your good deed. First Yun Moli's phone hung up and then dialed again, and then, Wang Motsai walked over again, came in front of them, and called out with a smile, "Boss." Once, twice, Chen Mofan's evil fire was also forced to interrupt helplessly. Looking at Wang Mot Kai, the original owner of Wang Shanga, Chen Mofan pointed to the table beside him and said, "Come on, sit down and have some together." Richard Wang nodded and sat down. He was originally worried about what topic to find, to talk to this boss, to liaise. When he heard that Yun Moli was with the first big brother of the list, he laughed. This is not a gun in the mouth. He is a deep researcher of live broadcasts and often peeps behind his daughter-in-law's back. Is the boss watching the live broadcast too? The two tycoons who swiped gifts last night were really wonderful. And I heard that the two tycoons are going to split the difference today? Wang Mo-kai took the initiative to open his mouth with a smile on his face. You watch it live too? Wang Morkai nodded and said, I often watch it, and I also rewarded the female anchor quite a lot before. Chen Mofan was a little surprised. Wang Ma-kai is 40 or 50 years old. I did not expect that this play is still quite flowery. Chen Mofan thought in his heart and smiled on his face. That's just right. You analyze and analyze. Who can actually win with the two tycoons? When it comes to this, Wang Motsai's eyebrows flew up and he immediately said, Boss, I can tell you with confidence that Li Xiao is bound to win. With these words, Wang Jiajiao, who had just taken a sip of water, instantly sprayed the water out of her mouth. She was aware of it, but Chen Mofan was that one of the two great tycoons. Fan Xiao. Now. This Wang Motsai didn't even hesitate and directly said Li Xiao will win. You're slapping your boss in the face. Thinking of this, the expression on Wang Jiajiao's face became very wonderful. Chen Mofan's face expression is a stiff, damn, how no one optimistic about me? Even his own staff can certainly come on a sentence. Li Xiao will win. After Wang Motkai's sentence that Li Xiao would surely win, he proceeded to analyze it in a decent manner. First of all, Li Xiao is a regular in the live streaming world. The account level has reached the top. And the top account has swiped $20 million less. Boss, $20 million. What kind of concept is that? But Li Xiao just swiped it out like he was playing. Wang Mo-kai said. A touch of envy appeared in his eyes, then proceeded to laugh. And, it just broke out that Yun Li is worth $1 billion. Boss, that's $1 billion. We're not even on the same level as him. Seeing that Wang Motsai was getting more and more excited as he spoke, while every sentence was hitting Chen Mofan in the face. Wang Jiajiao was a bit unable to look away and coughed lightly, whispering a reminder. Cough. Fan. But who knows that when he heard this word, Wang Motsai directly waved his hand. You said that Fan Xiao, according to me, he can't do it at all. There's no such person as him in the rich and powerful circle of Liuqing. He might be a wild card who came out from somewhere. Wang Jiajiao was surprised. She felt that she had reminded her obviously enough. But how come Wang Motsai was still going farther and farther down the road of death? In looking at Chen Mofan's face, it was as weird as it could be. Forget it. Be nice. Wang Jiajiao thought in her heart and then reminded. Ahem. That brother Wang. The word fan for Merfan is quite nice haha. When these words came out, Wang Mo-kai was confused. What's wrong with this little girl? A good nagging live. Pulling what name Besides, that word mortal is just average. Wang Motsai scratched his head, looked at Wang Jiajiao and then at Chen Mofan, and was about to then open his mouth when Chen Mofan's phone rang again. The three words, Yun Moli, appeared clearly on the monitor. Those three words were like a thunderbolt. Ka! It slashed directly at the top of Wang Morkai's head. All the cluelessness opened up in a flash. Yun Moli, Chen Merfan, and Fan Xiao, have to. Richard Wang was dumbfounded. What the is this? You're sucking up to the horse's hooves? As if it was as long as a century had passed, the stiff expression on Wang Mokai's face finally slowly changed, revealing an awkward smile. He. Two short words made Chen Mofan and Wang Jiajiao instantly explode in sweat, and their hearts felt as if they had stopped beating for a beat. And he, why do those two words feel so creepy coming out of a bad hombre's mouth? That, boss, I actually feel it. Fan Xiao is pretty good too. He should. Maybe he can win. Chen Mofan was all helpless. How little confidence this was in him. After learning that Van Shaw is himself, there's still a should maybe. Looking at Wang Motsai's awkward appearance, Chen Mofan helplessly said, "Come on, you don't hold it up either. You should still maybe." Wang Mokai sat on the stool and scratched his head awkwardly. "Boss, in fact, if Li Tiankai was alone, you could easily hold him. But as far as I know, many of Liaoqing's great young men heard about this and said that they would support Li Tiankai at night. And it's rumored that each of the 8 of them has $50 million set aside. They also threatened that Liaoqing won't allow the bumpkins to be so rampant. And they're going to let you know tonight what it's like to be punched in the face." Yo, such wild words. Chen Mofan laughed. As for how much money the other party had prepared, Chen Meifan didn't care in the slightest. It wasn't as much as he had anyway, Wang Mokai said. And after carefully glancing at Chen Mofan, he continued, "Boss, although those big young men are crazy, they do have strength. Boss, how about tonight? You recognize a mistake first." Chapter 17, Molesting Yun Moli again. Admit you're wrong? Chen Meifan smiled. Now his dictionary does not have the word wrong. Besides, 8 people, $50 million, is only $400 million. Even if you add Richard Lee, how much can it be? 500 million? 700 million? Or 1 billion? That's all the money you've got. Are you messing with him? What kind of business is Richard Lee's family in? This point Wang Mokai really know. The Lee family is to do the catering industry. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. For this reason, Wang Mokai deliberately understand Li Tiankai. "Boss, the Li family is in the restaurant industry, and there is a 5-star hotel under Richard Lee's name, as well as a dozen restaurants." Chen Mofan's eyes lit up. Just when he wanted to sleep, someone sent a pillow over. He was about to start his business empire with the restaurant industry first, and here comes someone to deliver his industry to him. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan smiled and said, "Old Wang, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Prepare an acquisition contract to acquire Lee's enterprise at market price." "Ha!" Wang Mokai exclaimed in surprise. He completely did not expect his boss to say such a sentence. So much so, that he froze for a full 2 seconds before his head turned. "Boss, are you trying to acquire Lee's business? But as far as I know, the Lee family's business is very good, and I'm afraid they aren't willing to be acquired." Chen Meifan smiled confidently. That's not up to him. He's already figured out how to dig a hole for Richard Lee tonight. Although Wang Motsai didn't know what his boss was thinking, at this moment, the demeanor Chen Mofan displayed was in his eyes. Haughty, scornful, with a disdainful and forced kingly aura emanating from all around him. At this moment, Wang Mokai suddenly felt as if he had been underestimating his boss. After a meal, Wang Mokai realized that Chen Mofan looked as usual, like he wasn't the least bit worried about the big battle to come. This made him more and more firm in his thoughts that perhaps the small boss possessed far more behind him than the capital he had shown. After the meal, Richard Wang sent Chen Mofan to the door. Seeing Chen Mofan beckoning for a cab, he was once again confused. This owner didn't drive anymore? That boss, didn't you drive today? Chen Mofan a burst of embarrassment. He has a fart of a car. Yesterday after getting $1 trillion just think of picking up Wang Jiajiao. Today there is a tycoon war. Have not come to buy a car? But you can't say that to your men, can you? How humiliating is that? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan smiled. The car crashed a few days ago and is still being maintained? Wang Mokai eyes of doubt dissipated. This is right. How can their own boss does not have a car? It seemed that he would have to choose a luxury car properly tomorrow. And today, the time was already past noon. And if he didn't hurry up and recharge his money, he was really going to lose out to those little kids who hadn't seen the world. Thinking of this, after returning to the dormitory, Chen Mofan directly locked himself inside, took out his new cell phone and frantically recharged it. At the moment, the battle between the two tycoons is getting more and more lively after a day of fermentation. Tens of thousands of posts and short videos are discussing tonight's winners and losers, with a horrifying 10 million participants. The official Pox Tone seized this huge traffic and contacted Yun Mali in advance, sending out an announcement that Yun Mali would start broadcasting at 8 p.m. sharp tonight. When this news came out, people became even more enthusiastic and paid attention to Yun Moli. Yun Moli's fan number began to soar. Just one day the number of fans has reached tens of millions of huge. And there is not the slightest momentum of decadence. This makes Yun Moli surprised and happy. Happy because of the joy of seeing her number of fans skyrocket, and surprised because of how people will look at her after that fan show is exposed. The more Yun Moli thought about it in her mind, the more scared she became, making her want to cancel this live broadcast tonight. And what was even more irritating was that she had already made more than 24 voice calls to that fan show in one day today, but the other party hadn't answered a single one of them. This made her even more angry. When had she ever been treated like this? After finding a professional makeup artist to put on her makeup, in front of the dresser, Yun Moli once again called Chen Mofan without dying. This time, the phone rang twice before finally connecting. The moment she answered the phone, Yun Moli unexpectedly felt excited, with a feeling of wanting to cry tears of joy. God have mercy, this little beggar finally picked up. But then came the aggravation, and God knows what state of mind she had gone through in the course of the day. Being a star yourself and being ignored by your own fans one after another is a face-slapping act for any star, and that little beggar actually hit her in the face more than 20 times one after another. When did a star become so humble, worried plus aggrieved? In the short moment after the phone was connected, Yun Moli actually thought of rushing at the other party to shout in anger for once properly. It's too suffocating, but who knows? Before she could open her mouth, Chen Mofan spoke first. I said, are you annoyed? A day to call more than 20 phone calls. You're fine, is not it? As a star, can you not be a little more reserved? Do you know that you're like this is very destructive to the image in my heart? Yun Moli was dumbfounded. Am I annoying? I'm not reserved? I'm ruining my image? Do you know what you're talking about? Immediately, Yun Moli was so aggravated that she almost cried. Holding his cell phone, he didn't even know what he should say for a moment. No, I said, are you up to something? What are you calling me for if you don't have anything to say? Chen Meifan's renewed questioning. Yun Moli was in tears at that time. The anger and aggravation in her heart almost brought tears to her eyes. Hey, Yun Moli, you're not missing me, are you? I want your big head. Yun Moli exploded, holding her cell phone and shouting angrily at Chen Mofan. But the outburst would only last a sentence, because Chen Mofan then said, let you say things and you do not say, and do not want me, so what are you calling me? I hung up. Yun Moli's just accumulated anger instantly shriveled up again. Wait, I have something to do. Chen Mofan on the opposite side hemmed and hawed. I don't want to hear it now. You don't want me anyway. I'm hanging up. This how again do not want to hear. Yun Moli dumbfounded. Anxious all day she hurriedly said to the phone. I want you. Okay. Chen Mofan heatedly laughed, the hooked up corners of his mouth carrying a sense of an any way he looked at it. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say it again properly. When these words came out, Yun Moli was so angry that she only felt her blood pressure rising. Letting out a slow breath, she managed to suppress the urge to crush the other woman as soon as she could. I said I missed you, so that's okay. Listening to the words that clearly carried a hint of exasperation, Chen Mofan laughed even more happily. Alright, since you want me, then I'll reluctantly stay with you. 5 minutes, just 5 minutes. Yun Moli gas hard clenched his fists. In the past it was she who was indifferent to others. Now it's good. He begged a little beggar to take care of himself. But it turned out to be only 5 minutes? Yun Moli felt unusually ridiculous. It almost made her gasp and laugh, but time is of the essence. Thinking of this, Yun Moli hurriedly spoke. Little brother, you haven't answered me yet? What exactly do you do in reality? Doing what? Chen Mofan looked at himself. He should be considered a student come rich generation. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan directly said, first of all, I'm not called little brother. My name is Chen Mofan. Secondly, I'm kind of the rich generation, I guess, in the investment business, and my biggest hobby is spending money. Rich generation? Yun Moli nearly messed up in the wind when she heard those 3 words. A rich generation that can swipe over $10 million and still lives in a dormitory? What the hell? Such a rich generation is all about apartments, hotels, or villas. What's more, he's a student. Yun Moli didn't believe it at all and directly said, is it fun for little brother to lie? Don't you think your words just now are full of loopholes? Chapter 18, Chen Mofan escaped? Yun Moli, now tell me the truth. Chen Mofan was helpless. This is the truth. Preferring the truth is the least believable. Thinking in his heart, Chen Meifan helplessly said, well, I admit, I am a poor, misappropriating the company's money and brushing gifts for you, so it can always be done. And, after today's brush, I'm going to jail, so I'll never see you again. Bye. As the words fell, Chen Mofan directly hung up the phone. Sure enough, it was just as she had guessed, and Yun Moli's heart became even more anxious. But when he called Chen Mofan again, the other party hung up directly. 10 calls in a row, all hung up. Yun Moli had no choice but to send a direct message. I miss you. Still no news. Thus, I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. A dozen or so messages were sent in a row, all of which were like a stone dropped into the sea. Until 7:50, Yun Moli was helpless and sent a message to Chen Mofan once again. The message was simple. Just 3 words. Your Honor. Chen Mofan looked at the 3 words sent, and with a hefty smile, he still ignored it and continued to recharge. 7:55. The heat of the battle between the 2 tycoons on the internet is at its peak. The number of people discussing it at the same time broke 10 million. and everyone unanimously felt that the winner of this fight between the two tycoons was 100% Lee Tian-kai. Compared to the unknown Chen Mofan, the financial strength demonstrated by Richard Lee is more favorable. Some people had even begun writing posts about Richard Lee's big win in advance, ready to send them out at the first opportunity to earn traffic. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, is still lying on his back under the blanket at this moment, frantically recharging. At 8 o'clock, Yun Moli's live room directly influx of millions of people, and the number of people is still increasing crazily. Broken 2 million is just a matter of minutes. At 8.5, Yun Jasmine officially opened the live broadcast, and the number of people online at the same time had already come to a terrifying 3 million. The moment the pop-ups were turned on, countless pop-ups poured out, on the verge of obscuring the screen. The pop-ups are uniformly all at Li Xiao and Van Xiao. Apparently they were all expecting these two great young men to fight it out quickly so they could move a small bench, get high and watch the battle. At 10 minutes past 8, Richard Lee Tian-kai entered the live broadcast room with 8 friends and sent out a pop-up screen. Hello everyone, I'm Richard Lee. The live broadcast instantly exploded, and a pop-up screen appeared scrolling like a madman. Welcome, Young Lee. Greetings, Young Lee. Young Lee is mighty. Young Lee, hurry up and rub the dirtbag. Fan Xiao, on the ground. I can't wait. A similar pop-up appeared one after another, and the corner of Lee Tian-kai's mouth, who was looking at his cell phone, hooked up with a touch of smugness. He loved the feeling of anticipation. The 8 friends around him, one of whom had his arm around a young model, looked at the message on the pop-up screen, the corners of their mouths hooked up, and a look of triumph clearly surfaced on their faces. One of the big young men, Wang Zhe, whose family is in the building materials business, is worth $900 million. With his arm around a young blonde model, he looked at his cell phone with the corners of his mouth hooked up and a hint of obvious contempt in his eyes, saying, "Brother Kai, that bumpkin hasn't come yet? It can't be that he's scared and ran away." As soon as these words came out, a burst of laughter rang out from the few people around them, and the laughter was full of teasing. Li Tian-kai laughed and said, "I wish that bumpkin hadn't been scared out of his wits so that I could properly humiliate him. Let him understand that in Liucheng, not just any cat or dog can be called a great young man." Wang Zhe burst out laughing when he heard this. 8:15. One of the two main protagonists, Fan Xiao, had yet to appear, and all types of viewers in the pop-ups were mocking and humiliating Chen Mofan. Holy, what's the situation? Fan Xiao wouldn't be too scared to come. Damn, this coward has caused me to be excited all day. Just looking forward to this big battle at night. Still mortal lesser? Running away in fear. With that kind of ability, I think calling him Dog Xiao is more like it. At Fan Xiao, son of a, come out. Ha 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 ha. Fan Xiao escaped, or I, Li Xiao, am mighty. A pop-up screen rolled, and Richard Lee Tian-kai looked at the pop-up screen. The smugness at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. On the side, Wang Zhe said in a bored manner, "If we had known that this bumpkin was such a coward, we wouldn't have had to make such a big show. Ugh, it's so damn boring. Why do we always run into such cowards?" Yun Moli was however relieved. If that Chen Mofan escaped, it would be a best outcome instead. For her, and for Chen Mofan. She didn't want to see a cowhorse hitman ruin the rest of his life by embezzling company funds from her. And at this moment, that bull and horse beater in Yun Moli's mind was being grabbed by the boss for a drink. Tonight is the two tycoons fight for wealth. As a live broadcast of the senior family, this kind of hilarious boss how can not put together, bought barbecue, bought wine, pulled Chen Mofan ready to drink a little wine and watch the fun. Boss a mouthful of dry a bottle of snowflakes. Looking at Yun Mao Li's live broadcast, a face of disdain. This what Fan Xiao, what is the situation? Really a coward escaped? I said his monkey, Moncler outlet store I just bought barbecue and wine. This money is not ing wasted. As one of the parties involved, Fan Xiao, Chen Merfan, looked at his boss with a helpless face. He wanted to get on it, but the point was that the boss grabbed him and drank and wouldn't let him touch his cell phone at all, which made it feel like a pain in the ass. When he didn't come, the boss was more anxious than he was, cursing in his bedroom in anger. The time came to 8:20 and the pop-ups completely blew up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That dog Fan Xiao in the end is still not come. Do not come, I left. I have not seen such a waste of space. Let's go. Let's go. In the future, if that Fan Xiao dares to appear in the live broadcasting world again, I'll spray his 8 generations of ancestors. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The loss of old me today missed work to rush to watch the Century War. The result is this ending. I'm ing drunk. As Richard Lee looked at the messages and the pop-ups, he gave a disdainful sneer as he danced with his 2 fingers and sent a few pop-ups. Apparently my opponent was too timid and fled. Of course, I don't blame him. After all, it's normal to be timid in the face of us. It's just that I wish some of my friends who know the dirtbag would tell him that he shouldn't go into any live room with me in it from now on. and that he should go around me when he sees me. I'll go. Li Xiaowei. It's still me, Li Xiao, who speaks in a domineering manner. Li Xiao is awesome. On the contrary, that Fan Xiao. What the hell? The pop-ups were furious, all mocking Chen Mofan. On the contrary, Li Tianzi is sought after by millions of people. Li Tianzi, alright, everyone, we don't need to get to know this kind of person. It's too degrading. Chen Mofan, who are you calling drop dead? A pop-up was sent out, and the entire broadcast room violently dissolved into stillness. Even the pop-up stopped sending out a single one. In the midst of all the anticipation, Chen Mofan finally arrived. A full 10 seconds passed in the entire broadcast before new pop-ups appeared again. I said you monkeys, you dog then finally came. Do you know that slave waiting for you heart anxious ah? I'm a bit surprised that he didn't escape. It's not in vain that I came to see this great battle. Come on, come on, come on, come on, I can't wait. Li Tianzi snorted, the disdain in his eyes becoming more and more intense. At Fan Xiao, Bumpkin you're here, I thought you escaped? Chen Mofan was lying on his back under the covers, holding his cell phone to see this message, and smiled flatly. He wouldn't have been able to come if the boss hadn't muffled a bottle of Snowflake in one gulp and gotten sick to his stomach right then and there. But now that he's here, he'll make these people realize just who the unseasoned bumpkins are. At Sean Li, whether it's a bumpkin or not will naturally be revealed later. But I still say, don't challenge my pocket money with your savings. Chapter 19, The Beginning of the Great War. Asterisk 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 there it is again. Richard Li cursed angrily at the screen. Yesterday, too, and today, too. This guy is crazy as hell. Brother Kai, this kid is quite rampant. Wang Zhe sneered. Is it bad to be rampant? I like to be rampant, because the more I feel good when I kneel before me like a dog after defeat. Another of the 8 spoke up, smiling. The words were easy and casual, clearly not putting Chen Mofan in his eyes. Yes, Kai, tell him to kneel like a dog when he loses. Richard Li, at Fan Xiao. My brother said that he dislikes your rampant appearance, and if he loses, he's going to open a live stream and kneel in front of us like a dog. The pop-ups were instantly frantic. Holy, is that so exciting? Ha 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 ha, big young man kneeling like a dog. Sure enough, it was right to come over today. Fan Xiao, promise him that we must not let Li Xiao be so arrogant. Looking at a message in the pop-up screen, the corner of Chen Murfan's mouth curled slightly. He wasn't interested in Li Tiankai kneeling like a dog, rather he was interested in his family's industry. When I was chatting with Richard Wang today, Richard Wang said that Richard Li's family was also in the restaurant business. He has a 5-star hotel as well as a dozen restaurants under his name. Chen Mofan had the idea of building a business empire. In that case, let's start with the restaurant. Chen Merfan, at Li Xiao, I don't have as much bad taste as you do. I only have 1 point. If you lose, I'll fund 1.2 billion to acquire the restaurant in your name. Holy, is this a body play? So exciting? Is it all so exciting now? Quickly Li Xiao promised him. Don't you want to see Fan Xiao kneeling in front of you like a dog? In the pop-ups, there was a constant stream of people raising a ruckus, obviously watching the fun. But there was no doubt that the pop-up stimulated Richard Li's nerves. And at this moment, Li Tiankai's face was a shade of green and red. He knew very well that once he lost, he would completely become a laughingstock in the circle of Liao Cheng's great young men. But at this moment, because of the arrogant statement he had just made, it had made it difficult for him to ride the tiger. If you don't say yes, you're instantly a laughingstock because he started it, but in the end, you can't afford to play, and he'll be laughed at. Brother Kai, promise him, just a bumpkin. How dare he be so arrogant? Yes, Brother Kai, what a thing he is. We must not let this kind of bumpkin lose our face in the end. Kai, I'm offering $10 million. I have to see him on the ground like a dog today. Me too, Kai, me too. Brother Kai, this kind of person is the kind of person that should be trampled underfoot so that he understands the price of clamoring with us. Wang Zhe arrogantly stated. These big young men were used to being arrogant on weekdays, and when they saw someone dare to shout at them like that today, they immediately became angry. Looking at the 8 friends behind him, Li Tiankai gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that this bumpkin who came out of nowhere could defeat them. At Fan Xiao, yes, then it's a deal. Li Tiankai's words had just fallen, and Chen Mofan's gifts had already begun to brush on. How could there be time to talk to Richard Li Tiankai with so much grumbling? He was still getting ready for bed? One by one, the carnival flew out and the special effects took up half the screen. Seeing this, Richard Li did not show any weakness and similarly began to furiously brush the carnival. In the pop-up, I'm going, it's starting. The carnival brushes out. I said his monkey, poverty really limits my imagination. So a while already 500 carnivals went down. Asterisk 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 when will I be as dashing as these great young men? That what's-his-name dog is more dashing than Fan Xiao. My ass. Watch. He'll definitely be stepped on by Li Xiao. That's right, a bumpkin who came out of nowhere. Also dares to call out to the real great young man, really looking for death. Gifts were flying in his own live room, but Yun Moli couldn't be happy. Chen Mofan had come after all. She didn't understand. Was a man's face really that important? Is it really worth it to prefer to spend the rest of your life in jail to save face? But even for the sake of saving face, you're bound to lose this fight for riches, aren't you? How much public money can be misappropriated by a small employee? LOL. Yun Moli sighed in his heart and began to work on organizing the gifts that Chen Mofan had swiped for him, preparing to return them as they were. The carnival soon came to 2000, and the crowd in the broadcast room began to become more and more excited. And at this moment, a kunai gift was given, completely igniting the live broadcast room. I'll go Lu. Has Fan Xiao reached level 60? Started sending Koan Pang Wanli. I set his monkeys. A Koan Pang Wanli 16. 000. 60 level Big Brother can only brush the exclusive gift, atop my 4 months of salary. I dizzy. Why do I feel as if Fan Xiao is a bit more powerful, taking the initiative to pull the battle towards the big picture? On the contrary, Li Xiao is middle of the road and has always been carnival. Upstairs, open your dog's eyes and see clearly. Li Xiao has also started brushing Koan Pang Wanli, saying that we, Li Xiao, our moderate is really narrow-eyed. I, Li Xiao, just want to save that bumpkin's dinner money. But that bumpkin even dared to take the initiative to expand. I, Li Xiao, will definitely completely press this bumpkin to death in Goddess Yun's live broadcast. I rely on. How do I feel this is going to break the rhythm of 100 million? The online prediction of 50 million feel light to break through. Turtle, watch it, surely break 100 million. As far as I know, Li Tiankai Big Young Man has 8 brothers support. Each of them prepared 50 million, which is 400 million. Damn. Fan Young, that dirtbag, take what to compare? 400 million. My worldview. The time quickly came to 9 in the evening, and the kunai had already swiped 7,000, straight through the billions. When they reached the critical point of 7,000, the crowd understood that each of the two had swiped more than $100 million, and at this moment, Richard Li Tiankai's speed of swiping gifts had significantly slowed down. I'll be damned. Broke 100 million. Broke 100 million. 100 million just brushed out. Both sides have swiped 100 million each. My worldview. It feels like it's going to shatter. I go. What's the situation? Why do I feel like the speed at which Richard Li swipes gifts is starting to slow down? Upstairs, don't talk nonsense. Li Xiao just has sore hands. It's simply impossible for that bumpkin, Fan Xiao, to defeat Li Xiao. There's no possible hammer. Take a look. It's noticeably slower. Young Li's speed seems really slow. Holding his cell phone, Richard Li Tiankai looked at a message on the pop-up screen. His face was very ugly. His face darkened especially when he saw the queries. He did not think that this bumpkin was so powerful. 100 million. This is 100 million. How many people in their whole life cannot hope for the money? But that bumpkin he despised had taken it. Looking at the speed at which the other party swiped the gift, it was obvious that the other party had a lot of spare capacity and was very well prepared with money. That made his face look even worse. Kai, this bumpkin still has some strength. It's okay, there's still us. Use our money. Wang Zhe gave a disdainful sneer and opened his mouth. Although this bumpkin's strength surprised him a bit, but don't forget, they were 8 people. What did that bumpkin compare to? It's all about connections and substance. Wang Zhe thought in his mind and laughed out coldly. Chapter 20, 600 million. Hearing Wang Zhe's words, Li Tiankai nodded with an ugly face. Though he understood that this bumpkin was destined to be no match for the 8 of them, but there was one fact that none of the 8 of them could ignore. That was, if they fought alone, they were simply no match for Chen Mofan. How could he lose to a bumpkin? This made Li Tiankai's face ugly, and his entire body was as unpleasant as if he had eaten shang. The bottom line is, that's $100 million. He was worth just over $1 billion in total, and now he just swiped out $100 million for no reason at all. It made his heart bleed. But when $100 million went out and he didn't beat that bumpkin, he was even more heartbroken. As for whether or not he would lose, Richard Li never thought of it that way. Are you kidding? They have over 400 million here? Can that bumpkin come up with that kind of money? Having utilized the new funds, Richard Li Tiankai's speed of swiping gifts once again increased. The pop-ups, consequently, began to advocate for Li Xiao again. Where's the person who said that Young Li couldn't make it earlier? Stand out and let me see. I told you guys. Young Li just has a sore hand. Brothers, why do you have to be general with those people? Those who say that Li Xiao can't do it, it looks like they haven't seen the world. So it's a shame to get involved with them. Li Xiao, I've always believed in you. waiting to see you rubbing Fan Shao on the ground. Young Li is mighty. Young Li is bullish. These people were desperately advocating for it. But when the time reached 9:30, Richard Li Tiankai's speed of swiping gifts slowed down once again. It was like a big, hard slap in their face. Once again, these people became supine. Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe's faces became ugly at the same time. $160 million was swiped in just like that. 460 million followed. 520 million. Only the last one left. Inside Richard Li's room, the faces of all 9 people began to turn icy cold, as the crowd looked at me, all of them not saying a word. But what about that bumpkin? The rate of swiping gifts remained unabated, and it was like a mad dash for money. The number of gift refreshes has exceeded them by 1,000. 1,000? That's over $10 million. Does this bumpkin have a grudge against money? The disdain on Wang Zhe's face completely disappeared and turned into a face of exasperation as he looked at the cell phone and gritted his teeth. When these words came out, none of the 8 people in the room retorted, because the way this bumpkin was acting, it really was as if he had a grudge against money. Desperately swiping gifts is like money burning a hole in your hand. Such a move left the 9 people shocked with confusion. The young models in the room were also too scared to say a word when they saw the ugly faces of the 9 people. However, every young model's face carried shock. They hadn't expected that a single person would be able to resist these 9 great young men and swipe out a whole $500 million. What a concept! Just thinking about it left them shocked and speechless. This bumpkin should have exhausted his strength as well. Add another $60 million and we're sure to win. Richard Li looked at the last person with determination in his eyes, but his clenched hands honestly betrayed him. The man nodded and also said with a fake firmness, "We will win. A bumpkin is just a bumpkin. Not enough to fear." A new round of gifts were once again brushed out, but the audience in the live broadcast room clearly calculated that this was the last wave of funds from Li Tiankai. Thinking about this, the 50 million people in the live broadcast room all looked at each other. This was because they all understood that after this wave, if Fan Shao survived, then Richard Li and the others would really lose. It made everyone's faces look strange. From being looked down upon by everyone, to gradually showing strength, and now the $500 million swiped. That Fan Shao little by little refreshed the crowd's perception. The current ones felt like their worldview had been shocked by Chen Mofan. Yun Moli, who was in the live broadcast room, was even more shocked. She no longer suspected that Chen Mofan was a little beggar. Are you kidding? That company can easily call on $500 million by its employees. 500 million brushes out. Do not even need Chen Mofan to explain anything. All the questioning will be under this 500 million, dust and ashes. Yun Moli's face instantly reddened as she remembered the questioning she had done. A real big shot who himself questioned his opponent for being a poor man and embezzling public funds? Once words made her just feel so funny, and the strength displayed by Chen Mofan had thoroughly aroused her curiosity. A bigot, living in a dorm room, and especially loves to molest her, and sends her horny pictures, and even teases her with "I miss you"? Is all this really something a bigot can do? She knew very well that as long as Chen Mofan casually took out $100 million, what kind of woman did she want? But to treat her like this, like a punk, like a stinking hooligan. Does he really like me? I'm going to be your man. Thinking of what Chen Mofan had said, Yun Moli suddenly blushed, and her heart actually felt like a deer in the headlights. Liucheng, outskirts of the city, inside an abandoned factory building. The 5 men looked at Yun Moli's live broadcast with a hint of delight on their faces. Among them, a man with a short stature and a sharp mouth and cheeks like a big monkey spoke up. "Brother Scar, this Fan Shao is a big fish. If we kidnap him, after we finish this job, we'll be able to live a lifetime without worrying about food and drink." Among the 5, a man with a stout figure and a scarred face. When he heard this, his eyes revealed greed. "Thin monkey, I understand what you're saying, but this kid, he can swipe $500 million at once. It looks like he's the son of one of those big families. People like that will have bodyguards, right? Brother Scar, we found it." A person ran in panicked, holding up the photo in his hand and said excitedly. The man came to Scar and handed Scar the picture in his hand. "Brother Scar, I followed that kid's backstage ID and hacked into his cell phone and got a lot of information. Here's the picture. This kid is a lot better tied up than we thought. Being a student at Eastern University." Scar sniffed. His face was happy. In looking at the photos in his hands, Chen Mofan's body is slightly thin and weak. At a glance, it is a master without much strength. With only a slight hesitation, Scar decided, "Then this time, we'll take this kid. Remember, when you get the ransom, just kill the kid and never expose us." Skinny Monkey heatedly sneered. "Brother Scar, before killing this kid, can you let your buddy have a good time first? I see that kid's eyebrows are clear. I'm very attracted to him. You kid, you still can't forget this bite. Ah." Scar smiled broadly and slapped the back of the Skinny Monkey's head. laughed fiercely and said, "Alright, that kid is at your disposal. I only have one request. Deal with it when it's done." At this moment, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest idea that he had been targeted. He was lying on his back under the covers, clutching his cell phone in a frenzy of scrolling. More than 30,000 kunai had already been swiped out of him. Gifts given out have reached $600 million. The people in the live room were dumbfounded. Holy, 600 million. What an orgy I'm watching. Asterisk. Shock doesn't begin to describe my feelings at this moment. Fan Xiao is still brushing. This speed of brushing gifts simply does not stop. After you reminded me, I just saw that Li Xiao doesn't seem to be brushing. I go Lu. Really? Li Leswen stopped. I did not see. The moment the figure of 600 million came out, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. There have been predictions on the internet that this battle between the two tycoons is likely to break $50 million. But now, it's more than 10 times the previous prediction. $600 million may seem like just a number, but it's a goal that many people can't accumulate in a lifetime. And at this moment, after being reminded by the people in the pop-up screen, it was only then that some people suddenly realized that Li Xiao, whom they had all favored before, was no longer swiping gifts at some point. Chapter 21, Calling the Mortal Gods. Richard Li froze in the room, and his 8 friends' faces were also more ugly than one another. Lost, utterly and completely. They were 9 great young men united together, but they still lost to a bumpkin they looked down on. This is simply unacceptable to them. Previously the most rampant Wang Zhe, at this moment, his face was hideous. After a hand slapped the young model in his arms, he growled impotently. Tramp. 600 million. 600 million. That bumpkin even swiped 600 million. Asterisk. Richard Li's face was even more ugly. He had lost, completely and utterly lost, not only on the internet, but in reality. It was even more so that even his industry would be acquired by Fan Xiao. He was sure that after today, he would definitely be the biggest joke in Liucheng. Asterisk. Richard Li roared, lifting the coffee table in front of him, like a wild beast cornered, furiously venting his anger. But what can be done about it? In terms of financial strength, he was simply no match for Chen Mofan. And, at the moment, Chen Mofan was still brushing. It's like eating Hyun Mai, you just can't stop. Obviously, Chen Mofan was telling them with his actions, brother still has power left. The remaining 7 people looked at each other and stood in place, their faces gloomy. They boldly took out $60 million to support Richard Li, but in the end, they still lost. It made them feel suffocated and heartbroken at the same time. That's $60 million, not 6,000. For them, although the $60 million taken out is not so much as to hurt their bones, it is also a big piece of meat that has been plucked out, and their hearts are dripping with pain. Winning? Really won? Richard Wang Mercia watched the live broadcast in disbelief. At the moment he looked at his cell phone screen, his mouth felt open without knowing it. It was too shocking for him. For the first time, he had an intuitive feeling about his boss, Chen Mofan. That's ho. It's so damn posh. Earlier, Chen Mervan said he bought his hotel to use as a cafeteria. At the time, he scoffed at that and thought the other party was too arrogant. But looking at it now, arrogant? Not arrogant at all. Rather too low-key. And, Wang Mokai snapped back to the fact that yesterday Chen Mofan asked him to prepare the acquisition contract. Now that he had one, according to the agreement between the two bets, the Li family would be purchased by Chen Mofan. This, Wang Mokai was shocked again. The boss has been trying to figure out how to take down the Li family since yesterday. In an instant, Wang Motsai stood in awe of Chen Mofan's farsightedness. This man is not very old, but he's a good chess player. Chang Hong was dumbfounded. Van Shaw won? Van Shaw won. Why did he win? Why? Chang Hong roared in his mind, his heart filled with unwillingness. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a bet with Chen Mofan. If he loses, he has to give Chen Mofan that beggar to wash the stinky socks he has saved for a month. Thinking about this, Chang Hong felt a wave of nausea, but after the disgust, there was resentment and anger. Yun Moli felt like she had seen a big scene, but at this moment, looking at Chen Mofan's gift was still brushing. She realized that the scene she'd seen before were a hair's breadth compared to what she was seeing now. Looking at her live broadcast, Yun Moli suddenly had a sense of unreality. You became a billionaire in just 2 days? It was all because of that little man, Chen Mofan. Thinking of Chen Mofan, Yun Moli remembered the bet the two had set before. If Chen Mofan won, she would have to call out to her brother, and it would have to be a gentler one, letting herself call a 20-something-year-old little man her brother. Yun Moli just thought about it that way and her cheeks instantly turned red. Within the pop-up screen, at this moment, all the clear colors are shouting, Fan Xiao is mighty. 4 words floated all over the pop-up screen. scrolling and refreshing as if it were endless, and the group of people who had praised Li Tianzi before had completely disappeared. Holy, Fan Xiao is still swiping. A Koan Pang Wan Li can be 16. 000. If Fan Xiao has more money he can give me a share. Ha ha ha, Fan Xiao doesn't need to be brushing. You've already won. Why do I feel as if Fan Xiao's money is hot? Desperately trying to brush it out. Ha ha ha. No one will dare to question Fan Xiao this time, right? It's funny to think about it. I have a buddy who is in the self-publishing business today. All day today. He has been desperately writing about how Li Xiao is going to be ready to send it out at the first opportunity after Li Xiao wins. Now it's straight up stupid. Ha ha ha. Like this dude said. A lot of people have written good articles praising young Li, but now it was all a waste of paper, which made them directly confused. Fan Xiao finally stopped brushing, which gave the crowd in the broadcast room a sense of relief instead. Chen Mofen did stop brushing. There was no way around it. After brushing for hours, his hands were sore from brushing. He realized today that spending money was also so tiring, which made one feel helpless. But even so, he had only spent $650 million today, and with some of yesterday's, it added up to just over 700 million. That's 7 points of defeat, and 3 points short of where we're going to get them. Helpless, Chen Mofen yawned and realized that the time had unconsciously come to 2 in the morning. It's also time to go to bed, but there are some things to make sure before you go to bed. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen sent out a pop-up. At Sean Li, someone will be at your 5-star hotel tomorrow. Wait there for my acquisition. Is Fan Xiao really planning to acquire Li Xiao's hotel? Playing a live game and losing his home base. Li Xiao is also considered the first person in Big Brother. At Fan Zhou, don't you want to say something as the winner? At Fan Xiao, say something. At Fan Xiao, Van Xiao, seeing so many people ate him, Chen Mofen, who was about to prepare to exit the live broadcasting room, thought for a moment, danced with his 2 fingers, typed out a few sentences, and posted them on the screen. Fan Xiao, from today onwards, I am the sky in the live broadcasting world. If you don't want to obey, come over and find me. I go. Fan Xiao is so crazy, but I like it. Ha ha ha. Still ing calling it Fan Xiao. From today onwards it's uniformly called Fanshan. Don't challenge my allowance with your savings. That really wasn't a statement. The mortal god is awesome. Mortal god. Lack of little brother? The kind that can be submerged. With red lips and white teeth and delicate skin underneath. How did this come out disgusting? But I'd like to say that I can too. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Chen Mofen silently exited the live broadcast room. It's too damn late. I have to sleep. Although Chen Mofen left, the words he left behind continued to fester on the internet. Starting today, in the live world, I am the sky. These words were arrogant to the extreme, and many people felt that Chen Mofen was too rampant. There has been a lot of verbal abuse of him, but some people feel that people have rampant capital. You do not like you can also brush 600 million dislike people. Some even directly idolized Chen Mofen and followed his jittery voice. Chen Mofen's number of fans was even rising with it, and countless private messages were coming in like a tidal wave. But at this moment, Chen Mofen had already gotten under the covers. Just closing his eyes, Chen Mofen suddenly felt as if something was missing. In a daze, he jolted awake. Come to think of it, the boss is still in the bathroom. It's been at least 6 hours, hasn't it? When Chen Mofen found the boss was wearing a cocktail head, biting the paper and stubbornly keeping himself in a crouching position. Standing is not an option. Without sitting on his ass, the boss was feeling strong-willed. Originally, squatting and playing with his cell phone to watch the live broadcast, but who would have thought that that goddamned mortal young man would furiously brush for 6 hours? The boss just squatted and watched for 6 hours. Read it and giggle when you think about it. Numb. Both thighs jerked and went completely numb. I was fine when I crouched down, but who thought I wouldn't be able to stand up? Luckily, Chen Mofen came. If he didn't, the boss felt like he would sit on his ass. Chapter 22, You're Just Like That. Helping the boss out of the bathroom. The boss limped along. That's all, and he's still showing off with Chen Mofen. Mayor Fan. Just now that battle of the century was so wonderful. You don't know. That dog Bay of Fan Xiao swiped 600 million. 600 million. Mayor Fan. That's 600 million. I'll set him up with monkeys. Van Shaw the doggy is too rich. Chen Mofen suddenly felt that to not let the boss squat all the time seemed to be quite good. Mayor Fan. Say how nice it would be if you were Fan Xiao. The boss was still chattering away. Hearing this, Chen Merfan was about to open his mouth and confess, I am Fan Xiao. But just as the words reached his mouth, he heard the boss continue, but with your be like, it's impossible in this life. Chen Mofen instantly had the urge to get the boss killed. Helping the oldest back to the dormitory. He had just opened the door and entered the dormitory when he saw the oldest sitting on his bunk, looking at him with a shocked expression. That expression, that demeanor, shock mixed with strong disbelief. Could it be that he was exposed? Chen Mofan had some doubts in his heart, but these didn't matter. He had long ago admitted that he was a fan Xiao. It was just that these two guys didn't believe it. Seeing Chen Mofan and the oldest come in, the oldest three stood up violently and said in shock, "Oldest four, your kid is hiding quite deeply. I really didn't see it. You're hiding it from us so much. It's not interesting enough." Chen Mofan helplessly spread his hands and said, "It seems like I haven't been hiding it all along. It's just that you guys don't believe it." The oldest three came up and hammered Chen Mofan, laughing and cursing. Chen Mofan, you still say you didn't hide it. Your kid has been hiding in his pocket. How did we find it? Chen Mofan was confused. What the hell? What to put in your pocket? Still waiting to figure out the doubts. I saw the oldest three holding up Chen Meifan's triple folding, offering treasure to the oldest road. Boss, look, Chen Meifan, this kid even used triple folding. I was shocked. This is my dream love machine. I go. It's still true. Quickly show me. The oldest grabbed the three folded in the oldest's hand and put it in his hand, with a face of shock plus envy. Even the tone of his speech had a little bit of a sour taste to it. But Chen Mofan on the side was helpless. Just this? Ha? I said his monkeys. It's really a triple fold. Old for you can got such a divine weapon without saying a word. Boss tone with a strong shock. Envy said. Hearing this, Chen Mofan, who was full of helplessness on the side, said breathlessly, I'm no longer a hallowed fan Xiao. It's normal to be paired with a triple fold, right? The moment these words came out, the oldest three and the oldest one looked violently at Chen Mofan. The oldest three of them looked Chen Mofan up and down twice before skimming his lips. I'll fly upside down if you can become fan Xiao with this be like. Chen Mofan was speechless at that moment. Well, you guys enjoy it. I'm going to bed. Reciting a sentence in his heart, Chen Mofan directly burrowed into the quilt. Go to bed. Recharge your batteries. And tomorrow you'll have to get back to spending money. And spending money is a very tiring job. But tonight, someone was losing sleep. Yumoli. After Yun Moli ended her live broadcast, she waited for Chen Mofan to send her a message. She was sure that with the virtues of that old colorful batch of a boy, he would seek her out to redeem the spoils of his victory, which was the sound of that brother. After all, the kid had dared to send her colorful pictures on just the first day of their acquaintance, so he must have been dying to do it long ago now. But she waited and never saw the kid come. It made her wonder if she wasn't charming enough, or was the kid just playing around casually the whole time, and he wasn't taking it seriously at all. Instead, it gave her a slight sense of loss and more of an affliction in her heart. But how to think about it is not right. If she does not have the charm, why did that kid swipe $600 million for him? That's $600 million. For the top rich kids in Liucheng. That's a lot of money, isn't it? But why? Having just exchanged $600 million for a brother, does that kid still not care? Yun Moli couldn't figure it out. She wanted to take the initiative to send a message to Chen Mofan, but she saw that she had sent a dozen I miss you before. Those 3 words made the little bit of courage that had risen in her heart dissipate again. Throughout the night, Yun Moli was thinking about what kind of attitude Chen Mofan had. So, again, another insomnia. Chen Mofan had consequently left a deep impression in her mind. Deep gnashing of teeth. Early the next morning, the first thing Chen Mofan did when he woke up was to put $2 billion into Wang Mo Kai's account. Then he picked up his phone and turned on Shakeology. He wanted to see how much money he had left, but it was a shock to open it, only to see his private messages directly dry up to 99 plus. There were over 5,000 private messages when I opened it. Most of them wanted to add friends, either to make a date or not, and some even sent him pictures directly. Photographs are uniform standards. Light veil covering the body, hazy, half exposed between. Very tempting but there are some, sort of, useful things. For example, a person with the ID name of Dragon Young sent him a message. Hello, Fan Shun. I heard that you are also from Liucheng. We have a rich and powerful circle in Liucheng over here. I wonder if I'm interested in adding it. On the back, the group number, the rich and powerful circle. Chen Mofan is still really interested. He is worried about spending money now. There must be a way to spend money in this circle. According to the group number, Chen Mofan added it in. Yo, there's a new guy in town. Just as I entered, someone sent a message. And who is this newcomer? Seeing these 2 messages in the group, Chen Meifan hesitated for a moment before editing a message and sending it over. Hello everyone, I'm Van Shaw. The moment these 2 words, Fan Xiao, came out, the group instantly exploded. Fan Xiao, it's actually Fan Xiao. Asterisk 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 upstairs. How do you talk? Call the mortal god. Oh, hello mortal gods. Welcome welcome welcome. I go Lou. The mortal god even entered this group. This group is awesome from now on. Surprisingly, it's a mortal god. I didn't blink, did I? It's still me. Dragon Shao. Said to go and pull the mortal god. Really pulled it off. Awesome class. Looking at the sentence of compliments, the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't think that he would one day be complimented by these tycoons. He hadn't even anticipated what kind of sensation the $600 million he swiped in one night had caused on the internet. If we say invest with $600 million, then no one thinks this is anything. But if you were to take $600 million and throw it out randomly, it would absolutely dazzle people. Even those top rich kids in Liucheng wouldn't dare to say they dared to do so, because $600 million is also a significant amount for them. And isn't what Chen Mofan did, taking $600 million and throwing it out? The funny thing is that 2 days ago, he was just a poor and was disliked by his girlfriend Lu Ruyan and kicked directly. But 2 days later, there was a group of rich people who rushed up to compliment him. This heavenly and earthly feeling is quite saddening. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries with the people in the group, Chen Mofan exited the group chat, though he was in a hurry to spend money. And these people surely held all sorts of investment doors in their hands, but it couldn't be rushed. He wouldn't rush up and ask. It would look like he was pushing it. He was sure that when those doors did open, the group would take the initiative to mention it. When the time came, he was striking, the water was flowing, and everything seemed so natural. Pretending is a skill. Chapter 23, I don't understand the world of the rich. Exiting the group chat, a few other people in WeChat sent him tweets. One of them was from Wang Jiaojiao. Mayor Fan, congratulations on the victory. Apparently, Wang Jiaojiao had watched the live broadcast last night as well, because the message was sent from him shortly after he exited the live broadcast room. 2 more were sent by Ruyan Lu. Mayor Fan, look at my new pajamas. Do they look good? Here is a picture. Just look at the first glance. The early morning Chen Mofan instantly vertical and respect. It's a ING nightgown. It's just a sheet of tulle, okay? In a haze, all that could be seen was seen. That kind of hazy beauty made the bloodthirsty Chen Mofan's animal blood boil, and his heart stirred for a long time. There was another one, from Richard Wang. Boss, I'm already on my way there. Obviously, Wang Mo Kai was referring to the acquisition of the restaurant under Li Tian Kai's name. In response to this, Chen Mofan simply replied back with a single word. Yes. In addition, there was a friend verification message that had just been sent. Chen Mofan clicked to see that it was a person in the rich group who wanted to add him as a friend. The verification message on it says, Mortal God, I have a deal here. I don't know if you're interested. Look, it's not coming. Chen Mofan's mouth smiled and nodded through. Hello, Fan Shen. My name is Zhang Chang, and my name in the group is Chang Xiao, followed by a smiley face. Seeing this, Chen Meifan simply replied with 2 words. Hello. It was just 2 simple words, and there was not the slightest hint of questioning about the business that Zhang Chang was talking about. He didn't want to appear too aggressive, and besides, he was sure that the other man would bring it up without being asked. Just 2 simple words. Hello. The other party, however, did not have the slightest feeling of being slowed down, even though he was also a big boss worth more than $1 billion. But he was nothing compared to a top tycoon like the mortal god who casually took $600 million and threw it around. The other party had the capital of arrogance. And such a simple reply was very much in keeping with the other party's status. On the contrary, if a mortal god showed too much enthusiasm, he would instead wonder if it was a mortal god or not. Van God, I'm a person who likes to be straightforward, so don't be offended. I have a good business deal. I wonder if the mortal god is interested. These words made Chen Mofan smile. He wanted nothing else right now but to spend money. What kind of business? Tell me about it and I'll see if I'm interested. Zhang Chang's heart rejoiced. He was afraid that the mortal god would reject it outright. After all, someone like the mortal god who did big business was certainly not someone that a small kalami like them could easily work with. Thinking of this, Zhang Chang hurriedly typed, It's like this. Fan Shen, my friend wants to go to Kyoto for development, but in Liucheng there is a 7-story, hotel style, 5 above and 2 below, with a garden, all of the area of about 2,000 square feet of luxury villa. He would like to make an offer. And I don't know whether or not Fanshan has any interest in it. Just about to buy a house and this was delivered. Chen Mofan's heart is ecstatic. Such a good house that definitely want a quote. It was another short 2 words, but it caused Zhang Chang's heart to rejoice wildly. He knew very well that the other party would never say the word offer if he wasn't interested. The price quoted by the other party at that time was $37 million, but he wouldn't quote that price. Instead he replied to Chen Meifan, God Fan, my friend is asking for $40 million. he added an extra 3 million. And in fact, it wasn't his friends, just one of his clients. He works as a high-end agent, different from the regular ones, and works only for those top-of-the-line tycoons. He works with everything from big restaurants and real estate to luxury car name lists. Get the resources, raise the price before selling them to the rich and powerful. That's what he does. For every deal he makes, he earns millions in commissions. Buyers and sellers both draw a profit. After the message was sent over, Zhang Chang did not receive a reply for a long time, which made his mind somewhat clueless. Is it too expensive for the other person? He had some regrets in his heart, regretting that he had raised the price too harshly. But he did not know that he added 3 million to make Chen Mofan full of dislike. Only $40 million for a 2,000 sq ft luxury villa? Is the house so cheap? Chen Mofan was helpless. He was ready to take out 100 million. He doesn't mind being an ingrate. He really doesn't mind being an ingrate. That, mortal god. If the price is unreasonable, it's negotiable. Chen Mofan was angry. What the hell do you mean? What do you mean can be negotiated? You kid even want to lower the price? Shouldn't you be describing how much better the villa is and saying you sold it at a loss? Then he will take the opportunity to say, we are all friends, cannot let friends suffer. Take the opportunity to add another 8 or 10 million or whatever. Ugh, it's so hard to spend money. Chen Mofan sighed in his heart and replied, You can't eat 4 dishes in your life. Zhang Chang is confused? What do you mean? What do you mean you can't eat 4 dishes? Could this be pointing me out? Thinking of this, Zhang Chang hesitated for 2 seconds before directly saying, Fan Shun, you're a big shot, so you must know everything about the industry, so I won't say much. My friend said he could give me $1 million commission on the sale of this house. This 1 million will be considered as me making a friend of you. The mortal god. Is 39 million okay? I am really angry with Chen Mofan. In fact, he had seen that this kid was a high-end agent. If his friend was really in a hurry to make a move, it would have been a long time ago that he wouldn't have this attitude. That there is no viewing of the house first talk about money. This is obviously a test to see if you are interested. Furthermore, if it really belonged to his friend, he would have asked his friend to talk to himself a long time ago, instead of having him in the middle. But now, since you're in the agency business, can't you be greedy? How do you get bigger and stronger without a little greed? In your life, you'll never eat 3 dishes. Zhang Chang scratched his head fiercely. What does it mean? Alright, I'll buy this villa. Just according to the $40 million you said before. The extra 1 million is considered my return gift to you as a friend. Zhang Chang looked at the message sent and his heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He didn't expect that the mortal god would be so bold that the house didn't even look at it and said he would take it. What made him feel even more ecstatic was that for this order, he earned $4 million, the $3 million of the price increase, plus the other party gave him $1 million in rebates, totaling $4 million. Asterisk. Zhang Chang roared with excitement. At this moment, he was glad that he took the initiative to go to the mortal god. Without his initiative, where would he be able to make the huge profit now? Chen Mofan was also glad that he had joined this group of rich and powerful people. And sure enough, there were tons of doorways to spend money here. Without a hint of hesitation, after asking for Zhang Chang's bank card number, the $40 million was directly punched over. Zhang Chang was completely dumbfounded. Are you so efficient now? The contract is not even signed and the funds are in the account first? Are all rich people so rich now? So soon? Why does it seem as if the mortal god is afraid he'll back out? This. Zhang Chang doesn't even know what to say. After a long time, Zhang Chang looked at the $40 million that had arrived and sighed deeply. Alas, the world of the rich. I don't understand. Vulcan, when do you think we're going to close? Chapter 24, The Arrogant Wang Morkai. Let's talk about it in a few days. I don't have time for the next 2 days. Looking at the message sent, Zhang Chang was directly skeptical. It wasn't that he didn't know that the mortal god was bold, but he didn't expect it to be this bold. A whole $40 million, just put it in his hands like that? That's being too comfortable with him, or just not caring about the money at all. That mortal god, that's $40 million. It's okay, I trust you. Zhang Chang only felt a warmth in his heart. Being trusted by such a great person like the mortal god actually gave him a strange feeling in his heart. By the way, you should have access to get a couple of nice cars. Help me out. Chen Mofan sent another message. Zhang Chang thought about it, and it seemed that he had gotten a good batch of cars in the last 2 days. Fan Shun, there are some sources of goods. However, it seems that Master Tiger already wants them. But don't worry, I'll contact them for you, and notify you the first time when they are available. Okay, thanks. Something came up. Got to go. Chen Mofan casually made a perfunctory remark and exited the chat. But when Zhang Chang saw these words, a touch of emotion surged in his heart once again. They are small shrimps for those top rich second generation, not even pay attention to it a little more, and many times, it is even a strong tone, like a command, not to mention the fact that a word of thanks would be uttered. But today, he heard the word, or the top-ranking rich kid, Van God. This caused a strong warmth to well up in his heart. It's so inexplicable how often the inferior is touched by the superior. Sometimes it's a word of support, sometimes it's a word of thanks. A small gesture can easily influence the inferior. Lying on the bed, Chen Mofen closed his eyes and contemplated, properly calculating how many billions had been spent in these 2 days. He hadn't forgotten that he still had the mall to unlock. The day before yesterday, taking Wang Jiaojiao on a tour as well as buying the Wang Shanga spent a total of more than $70 million. At night, he swiped gifts for Yun Moli and spent more than $10 million. $90 million in total. Last night, live, swiping gifts, $600 million. Total $690 million. Today, buying a house cost $40 million, and acquiring the Richard Lee Hotel is estimated to cost $12 billion. However, at this stage the acquisition has not been completed and does not count as spent. He was now just waiting for the acquisition to be completed and the mall to be unlocked. The thought of unlocking the mall filled Chen Mofen's heart with excitement. On the other hand, Tian Kai Hotel, on the top floor of the 20th floor, inside Li Tiankai's independent office, Richard Li Tiankai sat in the boss chair behind his desk, his face somber, his eyes looking at the door from time to time as if he was waiting for something. On the side, Wang Zhe also had an ugly face. Click. The lock on the door rattled. The door to the room opened, and the welcoming lady led in a man with a big belly. The man was balding, round-faced, and wore a suit that didn't really fit. This person, none other than Wang Mo Kai, came with Chen Mofen's orders to acquire the 15 restaurants under Li Tiankai's name. The moment he saw Wang Mo Kai, Li Tiankai violently stood up from his chair and questioned in a cold voice, "You're Van Shaw?" A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Mo Kai's mouth as he sat on the sofa in the office and crossed his legs to calmly look at Li Tiankai. He felt that Chen Mofen could casually swipe $600 million, and now he had taken out $1,200 million and handed it to him. Definitely not an ordinary person. Now that he was acting as Chen Mofen's spokesperson, he must give enough momentum and must not disgrace Chen Mofen. With his mind made up, Wang Mo Kai slowly spoke. "I'm just one of Fan Shao's errand boys. For such a small business of over $1 billion, do you think Fan Shao would come personally?" A plain sentence, but it caused both Richard Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe's hearts to jump at the same time. $1 billion? Small business? If these two words had come out of someone else's mouth, they would have laughed out loud. But coming from this person, the two only felt a little shudder. None other. Only because of Chen Mofen's big gesture last night, swiping $600 million. This is $600 million, topping half of their value. But also many middle-class people cannot get the wealth of a lifetime. Not to mention those who work at the bottom. But $600 million was easily swiped out by that Fan Shao. It's as painless as spending $6. How much property such a man actually holds? No one can guess. They can't guess either. Now, this small business, even more so, made the two of them feel a bit groundless. Even the anger in their hearts didn't dare to rise by half. Seeing that the two were completely subdued, Wang Mo Kai snickered in his heart. His face was joyless and bland. "Prepare the contract. I have a busy schedule, so please don't delay each other, okay?" Li Tiankai's face was a bit gloomy. He didn't want to sell his hotel. But now, it was already difficult to ride the tiger. Yesterday's events have been all over the internet for a long time now. If he doesn't sell, then his reputation stinks completely. What's more, the other party was still mortally young. A man who swiped $600 million at the drop of a hat. He couldn't afford to mess with. At this moment, Richard Lee's heart was filled with remorse, regretting that he had messed with such a great Buddha as Fan Shao. With a helpless sigh in his heart, Richard Li Tiankai took out the contract that had long been prepared. After Wang Mo Kai signed, he paid the $1.2 billion to Li Tiankai's account. According to the market price, $1,150 million. The extra $50 million is for Van Shao to pity you. Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe's faces stiffened at the same time, but they could only laugh dryly. They dare not take the slightest offense at this statement. Even after hesitating for a moment, Richard Li said, "Hello, I only want to receive $1 billion for this money. The remaining $200 million is considered my amends to Fan Shao." Wang Mo Kai sneered, looked Li Tiankai up and down, put on an arrogant posture and coldly said, "Making amends is a lie. You want to follow Fan Shao, right? But what qualifications do you have? Think about that statement. Here's my phone number. Let me know when you figure it out." With a cold face, Wang Mo Kai put down a note and left the Tiankai Hotel with a big belly. Out of the Tiankai Hotel, Wang Mo Kai's heartbeat was about to jump out of his throat, and his hands were full of cold sweat. He turned around and took a heartfelt look at the hotel behind him before he breathed a sigh of relief and laughed as if he were feeling bold. Himself, a guy worth $30 million, had actually faked it hard in front of Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe, who were worth more than $1 billion. This bull, he felt like he could brag about it for the rest of his life. It's so damn exciting. It's so damn good. Wang Mokai laughed loudly. He knew very well that he was able to pretend so smoothly, relying on the name of Fan Shao. This also made him even more convinced of the idea of going on with Chen Mofan. Taking out his cell phone, Wang Mokai called Chen Mofan and reported all the circumstances. Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe wanted to follow him? Chen Merfan was a bit surprised. If it was a day ago, he would have been happy. But now, he already has a circle of rich kids to take or leave. Since old Wang wanted to test the two of them for a bit, it also fit right in with Chen Mofan's wishes. Inside the conference room on the top floor, Richard Li and Wang Zhe, looking at the note in front of them, were in deep thought. As the old saying goes, it's good to have your back to a big tree. They, the second-class rich second generation of Liaoqing, want to climb up the ladder. They must have a big tree. You'll never make it to the next level if you don't have anyone to play with. Naturally, there is no access to the resources at the next level up. There is no doubt that Van Shaw is the big tree. Both of them wanted to follow the tree and be sheltered by it. What the two don't know is that the nice big tree they have in mind is at the moment wearing big pants and a big undershirt. And his cat's under the covers studying the newly appeared mall? Chapter 25 Opening of the shopping mall. Ding! The system has detected that the amount spent by the host has reached 1.9 billion, and he has gained 19 consumption points. Whether to consume 10 points to unlock the shopping center. The words that rang in his mind caused Chen Mofan's heart to rejoice. It's finally here. The mall he's been longing for. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan directly replied in his heart. Unlocked. Okay, I have spent 10 consumption points to unlock the mall. The mall exchange page is open to you. Chen Mofan only felt a flash before his eyes, and then a transparent panel appeared. On the panel, many little squares appeared before his eyes. Inside the lattice, there are a variety of items. Fighting mastery, firearms mastery, physical enhancement, healing mastery, painting mastery, a wide variety. Even, there is a square in there that says grow another centimeter. That's pretty much it. The system is really all-powerful. It can manage all this. Still, scrolling back further, there are a lot of little compartments. Those little compartments are gray and mongrel-colored and cannot be tapped or viewed. System, what are those little grayish monochromatic grids? Answer to the host. The subsequent items need to be unlocked by the host himself after spending $100 billion. In view of the host's slow spending speed, this system has the responsibility to urge the host to spend money properly. The first task is now given to the host. Please spend all the $10 billion within 10 days. If you can't accomplish it, the system will deprive the host of the power of being a man. As the system's words fell, Chen Mofan only felt a coolness below him, as if there was a cold wind blowing through from below. Frightened, he hastily clenched his legs. Manpower? He's been protecting his tutus for 20 years. 20 whole years. Not only have you not used it so far, but you're about to lose it? Chen Mofan almost exploded. He could live with his lack of arms and legs, but those two tails of flesh could never be allowed to just disappear. Spend money. It has to be spent. But to spend an average of $1 billion a day? That's a tough task. Even with the live bounty, he had only spent $600 million after messing around for a day. Acquiring the hotel was a $1.2 billion down the drain. But where are the hotels waiting for him to keep acquiring them? The point is he doesn't have a doorway. That's a bit add up. Never mind. There are still 10 days left anyway, so I can think about these things for a while. At this stage it's better to study the research mall. Originally, Chen Mofan wanted to spend a little consumption point to raise 1 centimeter. But now, his two tails of flesh were in danger of being lost. Even if he grew to a meter, what was the use? After thinking about it, Chen Merfan bought 2 points of fighting proficiency, 2 points of firearms proficiency, and 5 points of body enhancement. Now that you have money, it's time to think about how to protect your dog's life. In just a moment, Chen Mofan felt that there was a lot more knowledge within his head. The knowledge was about guns, about fighting, and stuffed right into his head. With that, his body resounded with a crackling and chaotic sound, and he could clearly feel that his body's strength was increasing. Ding! Reinforcement completed. The host panel opens. Name, Chen Mofan. General physical fitness, 13. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV2. Firearms mastery, LV2. The first stage of proficiency is up to LV10. Chen Mofan compared himself to the mirror and felt that after his body had been upgraded, it did seem like he was a bit stronger than before. One of the most intuitive manifestations is that his abdomen actually appeared waistline, with six-pack abs. The muscle lines on the arms and thighs were also very obvious, as sharp and angular as a knife and axe. Holy, Mare Fan, what are you doing? Ting it up in the mirror so early in the morning. The boss opened his mouth as he lay on the bed in a daze. It's a big Saturday and you're not even going to sleep in? Chen Mofan really didn't want to sleep anymore now. Now that there were so many things to do in this day, how could he have that time? Not to mention other things, he hadn't gotten Chang Hong to reimburse him for that month's smelly socks yet? Thinking of this, Chen Mofan directly moved his savings that had been saved for a month out from under the bed, took the basin, and went to find Chang Hong. Chang Hong next door's face turned green when he saw Chen Mofan. When he saw the full tub held in Chen Mofan's arms, his face went straight to black. At this moment, he was very regretful, regretting why he was idly doing nothing to bet with Chen Mofan. Well now, that's a tub full of stinky socks. At this moment, Chang Hong wanted to die. Chen Mofan didn't spoil him. This kid was arrogant on the basis that his cousin was Li Tiankai. He was arrogant on weekdays, so now it was considered to give him a little lesson. When the people in Chang Hong's dormitory saw the scene, they also hemmed and hawed and looked at Chang Hong with playful faces. Apparently this guy isn't well liked on a regular basis, and none of them are willing to speak for him right now. Putting the basin directly under Chang Hong's bed, Chen Mofan turned around and went back to his dormitory. But just as he opened the door, the scene before him took him by surprise. The oldest and the third are surprisingly up. Seeing Chen Mofan come in, the boss spoke anxiously. Mare Fan, hurry up and get dressed. Wan Yu from the women's dormitory asked us to go play. The boss said, hemming and hawing, a hint of obvious lewdness in his smile. Wan Yu? Chen Marefan frowned. He remembered that Wan Yu was in the same dormitory as Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao. How did the boss get in touch with Wan Yu? Boss, did Wan Yu say who all was going? Chen Mofan inquired. Boss lifted up his pants and casually said, that's a no-brainer. All she said was that it's Saturday and there's no point in being in the dormitory. Do you want to go out together? She initiated the date? Boss nodded excitedly. Yeah, what the heck? Brother's still got a bit of charisma, right? Speaking of which, brother just went to the cafeteria yesterday. Wang Yu saw brother a glance and was charmed by brother. Had to ask me for WeChat, the boss said, grinning triumphantly. That expression was braggadocio. Brother also has a pretty good feeling about this girl. Brother wants to develop and see. Hope to get off the hook. The boss's words carried a hint of obvious excitement and anticipation. Apparently, having been single for 20 years, both want to end this right hand for company. Today Chen Mofan had originally wanted to ask Wang Jiaojiao out. He had always had his heart set on measuring that majestic pair. Unfortunately, today Wang Jiaojiao had to go to the hospital to see her brother. Since Wang Jiaojiao couldn't make the appointment, let's accompany the boss to go out for a walk. It was just as well that he wanted to go out for a walk and see where he could spend his money. Outside the school gate, Lu Rui and Wang Yu and a girl from their dormitory were already waiting. It was said that Wang Yu asked the boss Huang Tao, but in reality, it was Lu Ruyan who asked Wang Yu to ask the boss Huang Tao. The purpose was to get the boss to call Chen Mofan out. Ruyan Lu wants to make up with Chen Mofan. Earlier, the trench that Chen Mofan had shown had really shocked her, so she had not hesitated a bit to directly kick Chu Ku. Unfortunately, yesterday, when she brought breakfast to Chen Mofan didn't pay any attention to her at all. Send a message, and Chen Mofan doesn't reply. So, came up with this idea, ready to make a front of dormitory fellowship, to trick Chen Mofan out. After coming out, face to face, she couldn't believe that Chen Mofan was still ignoring her. No matter what, she was also one of the top 5 school beauties. She didn't believe that in the face of a big beauty like her, Chen Mofan wouldn't really be moved at all. From afar, Chen Mofan saw the 3 girls, Lu Ruyan, standing at the school entrance. The first moment he saw Ruyan Lu, Chen Mofan understood. This is what dormitory fellowship. This is clearly Lu Ruyan want to use this to make up with him. He remembered that Wang Yu had a boyfriend. Why would she ask the boss out? Mare Fan, you're out. Look, am I pretty today? Ruyan Lu looked truly beautiful in a pink sports outfit with a ponytail that added a touch of youthfulness to her beauty. But Chen Mofan had completely lost his favor with her. Besides, taking a step back, he had the giant wave Loli, and the very best imperial girl, too, though they were all being chased. But chasing who is not chasing? What right do I have to be with you, Lu Ruyan? What's more, you're beautiful and featureless. Chapter 26 Common Objectives of the Parties. Chen Mofan, who came to the school entrance, didn't realize that a man with a thin body and a long, sharp-tongued face was standing on the street next to the school entrance, his eyes looking at him from time to time. Mare Fan, how about it? Am I pretty? Ruyan Lu smiled as she came to Chen Mofan and inquired. In response to this, Chen Mofan directly returned a single word. Get out. Mare Fan, are you still angry? I was wrong before. I'll apologize to you. Okay, Lu Ruyan had a gentle smile on her face and took the initiative to hold Chen Mofan's right arm. The two of them were intimate like a couple. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan directly drew back his hand and said with a leathery smile, "Stop, don't let Chuko get the wrong idea. Fan, don't be angry. I've already broken up with Chuko. I realized that the person I love is still you, so please give me another chance, okay?" Chen Mofan's heart directly sells batch. "Love me? You're afraid you love my money." Thinking in his heart, Chen Mofan laughed dryly and didn't answer, instead looking at Wang Yu, not wanting to pay attention to Lu Ruyan anymore. "You beautiful girl, where are we going to play today? Let's go. Start, otherwise it will be dark later." Wang Yu's face was a little embarrassed. It was dark. It was just dawn. This was clearly Chen Mofan not wanting to take care of Ruyan Lu, which Wang Yu naturally understood, but she was also aware that it was too much. Thinking of this, Wang Yu gave Lu Ruyan a don't rush look and then laughed. "I heard that there's a new amusement park on the east side of town. They all say it's great. Why don't we go there? I'm totally fine with it." You say so?" Boss was the first to speak up, looking at Wang Yu with a smile on his face. "This stance is clearly that of a dog licker." Chen Mofan lamented with a despondent expression. He was tempted to tell the boss that there was no future in dog licking. He still had a lot to learn from his previous experience, but looking at the boss's face of excitement, he really couldn't say this. The boss has been single for too long, and everyone understands it when he's cooing under the covers every night. They just don't talk about it. Now, finally, there was someone who was kinda pretty to lick, so that was a comfort to him. Anyway, the oldest had no problem with it, so Chen Meifan and the oldest three naturally had no problem with it either. 6 people took 2 cars, one for the 3 women and one for the 3 men, and the 2 cars headed toward the newly opened amusement park on the east side of town. The 2 vehicles had just set off when a van pulled up in front of the Skinny Monkey. Getting in, the van followed closely behind the 2 cabs. In the van, Skinny Monkey was thrilled for a moment. Before, it was only Chen Mofan's dirtbag status that attracted him, but now that he saw Chen Mofan's little brow and eyes, the Skinny Monkey was even more excited and could not contain himself. He has a dragon in Yang's love. 1. He likes young fresh meat with clear eyebrows, and the other, he likes those who are in the upper echelons of the hierarchy, and the addition of status tends to make his blood boil with desire more often than not. And Chen Mofan fits both. As long as he thought that he could heave Chen Mofan, the thin monkey's eyes began to glow. Pulling out the pistol pinned on the back of his waist, the Skinny Monkey looked at the cab in front of him, revealing a grim sneer. For this business, they are well prepared. Not only find a hidden location, but also spend a lot of money to get the firearms. This thing, no matter how good your kung fu is, one shot will solve it. In the cab, Wang Yu looked at Lu Ruyan with a puzzled expression. She just couldn't understand. Ruyan Lu had been put in some kind of mesmerizing soup by Chen Mofan. There is a rich second-generation Chuko who does not choose, but has to choose that poor Chen Mofan. Look at what Chen Mofan was wearing early this morning. Big pants, big tank top, a proper look of dirt. Smokey, I still think Chuko is more suitable for you. He's still a rich kid anyways. But look at Chen Mofan. He's a total turd. Aren't you afraid of others laughing at you for bringing out such a boyfriend? Lu Ruyan is also a little strange. Chen Mofan's trench she can see clearly. Out of the blue is 10 million. It's properly rustic. But why is the dress still on the beggar's side? As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury. But there has to be a process to make this easy, right? How can it be so easy to change a habit that has been cultivated for more than 10 years? A $40 million villa. Chen Mofan has. But for him now, what villa is not as comfortable as his doghouse. Besides, in the dormitory, you can still play games with the oldest and the youngest, who are fine with blowing off steam and playing games. Doesn't that smell good? Although Lu Ruyan was strange, but thinking of Chen Mofan's trench, she still firmly said, I think it's still Merfan that suits me a bit better. Wang Yu hated the iron and nodded Lu Ruyan's head. You can't eat 4 dishes in your life. With that on her lips, Wang Yu still gave Lu Ruyan advice. This time, although the place they went to was an amusement park, the main destination was the haunted house inside the amusement park. Speaking of haunted houses, a flash of fear flashed in Ruyan Lu's eyes. Yeah, I'm timid. Can I not go to the haunted house? Wang Yu gave her a blank look. You silly precisely because of fear, only to go to the haunted house. You are afraid. To Chen Mofan body sticking well. Stick hard, rubbing hard, your chest to meet. This time do not use, but also wait for what time. Once you stick it up, Chen Mofan that little beggar surely can't hold it. When the time comes to dry fire, isn't it just a matter of time? Here, take this. It's a tadpole blocking bag. Got 2 for you. Without waiting for Ruyan Lu to speak, the driver was surprised. Unable to hold back a gasp of disbelief, He looked at the two girls in the back row. Looking at that young look, the driver is skeptical? How come all the little girls nowadays are so fancy? This means to use out are a set of set. Compared with these two little girls, he suddenly felt that he, the old driver, is purer than one. This exclamation from the driver caused Lu Ruyan to blush, although she also played with flowers, and was able to take the initiative to climb into Chuka's bed. But Wang Yu compared to it, there is still a feeling of playing a big sword in front of Guangong. Wang Yu, on the other hand, glared with both eyes. What are you looking at? You've never played the field. The driver's face swish under the red. This little girl is too tough. He is certainly not a match. Laughing dryly, the driver awkwardly said, "You guys go on. Go on." Haunted house. Wild. Quite a scene. In the front car, the boss is also discussing with Chen Mofan what to do next and how to take down Wang Yu. The boss was so excited that the corners of his mouth were grinning behind his ears. Chen Mofan was helpless for a while. Just after a short idle chat at the school gate, he realized that Wang Yu was indifferent to the boss, completely treating him as a passerby. On the contrary, the boss guy himself was so enthusiastic that he wishfully felt that Wang Yu was his true love. As expected, the boss has been single for a long time and people are stupid. It is like a person who has fallen into the water. Even if he sees a straw, he feels that it is his way to live and grasps it to death. He really couldn't bear it. Striking the boss. Mayor Fan, do you have any money on you? Lend me some. I'm going to perform well later, the boss said with an excited face. Chen Mofan sighed in his heart. How could his previous self not be like this? Forget it. Let's just help the boss recognize himself. Chen Mofan directly transferred 20,000 to the boss. The boss looked at the transfer, at the 4 zeros, and a glint of obvious shock appeared in his eyes. Holy, Mayor Fan, your kid has fallen for a rich woman. So rich? If you don't believe it even if you say it, is there a need to say it? Chen Mofan directly stopped explaining. Boss, holy, there's a haunted house in that amusement park. I just found out. The oldest in the front row held up his cell phone with an excited look on his face and laughed at the oldest. Boss, let's just say we go to a haunted house to play. Those women are timid, and when they enter the haunted house, they won't be so scared that they'll jump on us. The oldest had a lewd look on his face and raised an eyebrow at the oldest. At that time, boss, you will take the opportunity to put your arm around Wang Yu. The two of you will be close to each other physically, and slowly won't the water fall into place? Ha ha ha. Chapter 27, The Arrogant Lei Lu. Listening to Lao San's lewd laughter, both boss and Chen Mofan were shocked. Talent. I just realized today that you're a talent, Lao San. Soon, a group of 6 came to the parking lot of the playground. Getting out of the car, the boss first ran his ass over to the car that Lu Ruyan and the others were sitting in and paid the fare, his mouth not forgetting to express, to come out to play with a beautiful woman. There's no such thing as letting a beautiful woman spend money. I'll pay for all the consumption here today. Huang Tao, didn't see it coming. You can. Wang Yu, who got out of the car, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. This excites the boss to no end. Let's go play some kind of program. The 6 gathered together again, and Lao San and Wang Yu opened their mouths at the same time, inquiring. When these words came out, both of them were a bit embarrassed, as both camps of each other had some small minds. How about a haunted house? Again, 2 people spoke at the same time, with almost identical words. This time, all 6 were embarrassed. A silence like death enveloped the 6. The 6 of them were so embarrassed for a moment that they didn't know what to say. Oh, quite a coincidence. If we both want to go to the haunted house, let's buy tickets. Wang Yu was the first to speak, breaking the silence. But just as those words left his mouth, an angry curse came from behind him. Wang Yu, didn't you say you have something to do today? Accompanied by the sound of angry curses. To the side, a BMW X7. The door opened, from which walked out of a few hair-dyed flowers in green earrings, wearing a cowboy suit of several men. The first one, with dyed yellow hair, earrings and nose studs, and heavy smoky makeup painted on his face, was as good as a ghostly picture. The leader of the yellow hair carrying a steel pipe in his hand, walked toward the people, his nostrils facing the sky, just like a posture of no one else. Wang Yu, didn't you tell me that you have something to do today? Dare you say something is with these poor out to play, is it? Yellow hair grabbed the steel pipe in his hand and pointed at Chen Mofan's trio, exiting to humiliate them. Seeing yellow hair, Wang Yu's face obviously flashed a trace of panic, and then hurriedly stepped forward, wrapped her arms around yellow hair's arm, and smiled. Hubby, they are all my friends. This time we agreed to come out to play together. Look, the 2 sisters from my dormitory are still here? Wang Yu said and pointed at Lu Ruyan and Lu Mei. Yellow hair's face did not have the slightest easing. Arrogant and accustomed to it, he disdainfully glanced at the 3 Chen Mofan and coldly said, just these 3 beggars. You play with them? Wang Yu, have I ever told you on the horse? Don't look for these beggar friends. The poor have germs on them, don't you know? Yellow Hair cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap Wang Yu's face with his mouth. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the parking lot for a long time. Wang Yu covered her face and looked incredulously at Yellow Hair, whose nostrils were turned skyward. How dare you? You hit me? What's wrong with beating you? Yellow Hair snorted disdainfully. There are two types of people I hate the most. One is poor and covered in germs, and the second is students. At the mention of students, the contempt on Yellow Hair's face became even more pronounced, as if he was sick of this category of people from the bottom of his heart. With a sneer on his face, he disdainfully glanced at the three Chen Merfans and mocked. Students, hothouse flowers, weak as pussies, can hit, good-for-nothing bookworms. Bah! Yellow Hair spat a mouthful of sticky phlegm and sneered contemptuously. On the sidelines, the boss couldn't take it anymore. Just now when he heard Wang Yu calling Yellow Hair her husband, he felt something in his heart. Then Yellow Hair's mouthful of beggars angered him even more. Now, this guy struck out to beat Wang Yu. Mocking them with that contemptuous expression made the boss feel like his character had been humiliated. The boss was a little too angry to bear at that time, and took 2 steps forward to protect Wang Yu behind him, and angrily looked at Yellow Hair and said angrily, Yellow Hair, what's wrong with you hitting a woman? What's wrong with Wang Yu coming out to play with us? This voice of questioning caused Yellow Hair to skim his mouth in disdain as he lifted the steel pipe in his hand and poked the boss's chest in an arrogant manner. Mocking, a poor crotch zipper did not zip up to reveal you. What the hell are you? Also worthy of talking to me. Behind Yellow Hair, 4 alternatively dressed punks, also with sneers on their faces, mocked. It's so damn funny. A poor person who doesn't even have a car also dares to force himself in front of us. Poor bastard. Do you know who this is? Master Tiger's son. Lei Lu. Lei Xiao. Yo, how come students dare to fight now? It's damn hard. A word of advice. Hurry up and apologize to Lei Xiao on your knees. Otherwise, he. A man laughed out coldly, and although the words that followed were not said, the threat was unmistakable. Yellow-haired Lei Lu listened to the mocking voices of his juniors behind him, his head raised high, his attitude unusually arrogant. Behind him, Wang Yu hurriedly tugged at the corner of the boss's coat, his face anxious. Huang Tao, you guys hurry up and apologize. Master Tiger is someone you can't afford to mess with. Master Tiger. This title caused Chen Mofan's brows to furrow. As a matter of fact, this was not the first time he had heard the word Master Tiger. Earlier, high-end agent Zhang Chang had mentioned Master Tiger. Zhang Chang is no longer worth $1 billion. He needs to respectfully call out Master Tiger. The weight of this person can be imagined. Boss Huang Tao had never heard of any Tiger Master, not to mention making him apologize to that Yellow Hair. How could he stand it? What the Master Tiger? I've never even heard of him. Huang Tao stalked his neck, meeting Lei Lu's gaze and said angrily, Fine. Don't recognize it, right? Then I'll let you recognize it today. A cold light flashed in Lei Lu's eyes as he raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it towards the boss's head. The iron stick broke the wind, bringing up a whimpering sound. Obviously, this stick was full of force. Lei Lu simply did not have the idea of keeping his hand. The boss obviously did not expect the other side said hands, and then want to dodge has been too late. Can only look at the iron rod in horror from the top of his head closer and closer. Behind him, Wang Yu looked at this scene, her eyes filled with fear, and she screamed in terror. Ruyan Lu covered her small mouth, her face filled with panic, not knowing what she should do. The oldest cursed angrily and rushed over with a face full of anxiety, but he also realized that by the time he got there, the boss would have already had his head cracked open. It also made him more anxious in his heart. Lei Lu watched the iron rod fall with a face of excitement. He loved to watch his prey reveal its terror in front of him. The force in his hand was increasing by 1 point, and the iron rod in Lei Lu's hand fell down hard. Right at this moment of great danger, Chen Mofan stepped in. Without the slightest hesitation, his strengthened body, he directly raised his foot and kicked Lei Lu away. The ecstasy on Lei Lu's face hadn't even dissipated when he realized with horror that his body flew, involuntarily flying backwards. The kick caused Lei Lu to hit the BMW he was driving so hard that the body was dented with a deep crater. Obviously with this kick, Chen Mofan didn't hold back. His strengthened body directly erupted with all its strength, and a kick rendered him incapacitated. Under a kick, Lei Lu slumped next to the BMW, dry heaving non-stop, his face as white as snow. When the 4 punks he brought with him saw the scene, their faces were first shocked, then the 4 of them cursed and rushed towards Chen Mofan. Cursed? What are you? How dare you touch Lei Xiao? Kid, you're dead today. Everyone get together and get him. Since he had already struck out, Chen Mofan naturally would not be soft-hearted. What's more, these guys have no one in sight and an arrogant attitude, hitting people at the drop of a hat. For this kind of person, Chen Mofan would not be spoiled in the slightest. With a flash of his body, the enhanced fighting mastery began to exert its power. All sorts of moves constantly flashed through Chen Mofan's mind. Blocking, dodging, and attacking. A punch, hard on the face of a punk. Immediately, 2 incisors flew out with blood, and the punk covered his mouth in pain and backed away. But just as he took a step back, Chen Mofan had already bullied his way up and lifted his leg to send him flying. A punch and a kick resolved one person. The remaining 3 Chen Mofan did not hesitate, like a tiger into a flock of sheep, quickly resolved them. On the side, 5 people looked at this scene, completely dumbfounded. Ruyan Lu opened her small mouth, her eyes filled with shock. She knew that Chen Mofan was trenchant, but she never knew that Chen Mofan's fighting ability was also so strong. The oldest and the third had been completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Is this the same brother who was crammed into a dorm room with them and discussed the teacher's good acting every night? When did it get so fierce? They all wondered if the guy had been taken over. Wan Yu had the same shocked face, but after the shock came worry. Master Tiger is not someone to be messed with. Chapter 28, The Boss's Amazing Performance. Treadmill trash. Go on, get him for me. Lei Lu had already slowed down and sat on the ground, looking at the little brother he had brought with him who had been knocked to the ground in 3 or 2 strokes, and was furious and cursing. But just as the curse left his mouth, he snapped. Why did his eyes go black? Looking up, Chen Mofan had already arrived in front of him and was looking down at him with an icy face. What do you want? Lei Lu stumbled over his words. He was a bit scared. This guy in front of him was too fierce. A kick could even send him flying. Was this really a student? He felt a little fear. My father. But, it's Master Tiger. Lei Lu's body shrank back, a trace of obvious panic on his face, while not forgetting to threaten Chen Mofan. You dare to touch me. My father won't let go. Before Lei Lu could finish his words, Chen Mofan directly raised a foot and kicked him in the head. Bang! With an explosive sound, the back of Lei Lu's head hit the BMW hard. The whole person's eyes rolled over. Fainted at that time. This dry and sharp kick made the remaining few punks, not daring to say any more nonsense, hurriedly set up Lei Lu and ran out of the parking lot. Not far away, in the parking lot, in a van, the skinny monkey watched the scene. The corners of his mouth curled up. He was quite thankful to those punks. Without those punks, he really couldn't find out that Chen Mofan's hands were so good, which was a surprise to him, but it was just an accident. If you're good, are you better than a gun? Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Scar. Skinny Monkey took his pistol and followed behind Chen Mofan's few people. Wan Yu looked at Lei Lu's back as he left, worried. Chen Mofan, you have to be more careful in the future. Lei Lu's father is Master Tiger, and their family all play the black. It's fine. It's a legal society now. Go, let's continue playing. Chen Mofan smiled and said. He was outwardly unconcerned, not wanting to add stress and worry to a few people but in his heart, he had already started to pay attention, ready to go back and ask Zhang Chang what kind of character this Tiger Master was, but afraid. Chen Mofan cannot talk about it. As the saying goes, money can get through the ghosts and gods. Pissed him off. He used money to can smash the Tiger Master to death. It's just that he's always believed in knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. The great man said, defy the enemy strategically and emphasize the enemy tactically. After Lei Lu left, a few people discussed it and didn't leave, but followed the original plan and entered the amusement park. Wan Yu wanted to help Lu Ruyan, and Lao San also wanted to help the boss. Under the insistence of these two, the crowd walked in with smiles, although their excitement was no longer as high as before. Both camps had a little something on their minds and went straight to the haunted house. In front of the haunted house, Wan Yu cheered Lu Ruyan, while the oldest 3 cheered the oldest. But what's interesting is that the words coming out of the 2 men are almost just about the same. Remember, always put down your cheeks. A thick cheek eats a lot, a thin one doesn't. Once inside, you must play to your strengths. You have the advantage of showing a woman's delicacy. You have the advantage of showing manliness. Remember, when she hugs you, always learn to rub it in and drive up the other person's emotions. Got it? Ruyan Lu and the boss nodded at the same time, a hint of determination showing in their eyes. The boss bought the tickets and a few people checked them and entered the haunted house. The skinny monkey who was following behind saw this scene and his face was delighted. The haunted house is a good place, where the lights are dim. Find a corner where no one is directly knocked out. Chen Mofan lied that Chen Mofan was stunned and can be taken away in full view of the public. Thinking of this, Skinny Monkey sent a message to Scar, indicating that he would do it at the haunted house. Scar didn't have any objections to this and led the 3 of them quickly to the playground. On the other hand, Lei Lu, not willing to be beaten like this, called his father, got some fighting masters, and entered the haunted house as well. In front of the haunted house, the ticket checker looked puzzled. In the past, the haunted house didn't have much business, but what's going on today? So soon? A dozen people have come? The staff member scratched his head, puzzled. Haunted house. Just entered into it. Lu Ruyan and the boss of the two began to selective stand. Lu Ruyan secretly close to Chen Mofan. The boss quietly do not know when to come to the side of Wang Yu. Both of them simultaneously expect that the horrible figures dressed by the staff will hurry up and show up so they can carry out their plan. Walked 20 meters past a corner corridor. The staff finally appeared, dressed like zombies, and suddenly appeared in the corner of the corridor, accompanied by an oozing hiss that directly elevated the atmosphere of terror instantly. The sudden appearance startled the hearts of the crowd. Lu Ruyan, who had long been prepared, directly jumped headfirst into Chen Mofan's arms. Mare Fan, that's scary. Speaking out of her mouth, Lu Ruyan hugged Chen Mofan to death. The two large white rabbits pressed close together and instantly became two large persimmons. But on the other hand, the boss had just been mentally rehearsing how the plan would be implemented, and was not at all prepared for it. The sudden shock made the boss let out a cry of Mamma Mia and jumped into Wang Yu's arms. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan and Lao San were dumbfounded. Brother, have you got it backwards? On the contrary, it was the human Wang Yu, who was the one who had seen it all, and stroked the boss's head with a calm face. It's okay, don't be afraid, it's all fake. That expression, subdued with dislike. Looking at this expression, Chen Mofan and Lao San were speechless. The oldest instantly blushed and looked at Chen Mofan and the oldest as if for help. That pitiful little look only conveyed a message. What to do next? But before the oldest could speak, the scares started coming one by one. The staff dressed up as various ghosts and ghouls to scare a few people. Lu Mei was timid, and was directly scared to the point that she screamed and ran away, running to the next fork in the road. Seeing this, Lao San quickly chased after him. Lu Ruyan has long wanted to separate. Not separate. How to continue the plan. She met eyes with Wang Yu, and the four of them separated again. Wang Yu protects the boss into another fork in the road. Finally no one was there. Ruyan Lu stuck even closer. The whole person was like a big rag bear, hanging on Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan could easily feel the warmth coming from Lu Ruyan's body, which caused a trace of restlessness to rise in his heart, especially when he felt certain softness rubbing against his body. The squeezing sensation made his blood speed up for a long time. Mare Fan, I'm so scared. You have to protect me. Lu Ruyan had tearful eyes in her big eyes, like a pool of spring water, gently looking at Chen Mofan and slowly speaking. Against such a look, Chen Mofan's heart was moved, but it was just a matter of intention. He would not move any more feelings towards Ruyan Lu. If it's just for fun, he'll smack on a tadpole blocking bag. Mare Fan, why are you ignoring me? Lu Ruyan hung onto Chen Mofan and twisted her body as if she was pampered. Instantly, the two large white rabbits became active, bouncing around his body and stimulating him. Why don't we just do it? The thought in his head had just risen when a staff member suddenly appeared, wearing horrible ghost makeup and with this oozing low growl coming out of his mouth. Looking at this scene, Ruyan Lu directly fell off of Chen Mofan in fear and sat on her butt on the ground. The ambiguity that had just risen was all gone in an instant. Yo, Van God, finally found you. The shock hadn't passed when the two men, Scar and Skinny Monkey, appeared. One of the thin monkeys had a playful, teasing face. As soon as the words Mortal God came out, Chen Meifan's brows furrowed, because so far, only Wang Jiajiao knew that he was Fan Xiao, but these two in front of him said it in one breath. Who are you guys? Chen Mofan asked. Scar sneered and raised the pistol in his hand with a disdainful face. Mortal God, you don't need to care who we are. The brothers have a favor they'd like to ask the Mortal God. What the hell? Mortal God, come with the brothers. Chapter 29, The Fierce Bandit. Chen Mofan, who had ordered a firearms proficiency, recognized with just a glance that it was a real gun. The cold texture of that metal, he could feel it clearly. Mortal God, there's no need to look. My brother has long since cut the surveillance circuits here. Otherwise, do you think we'd dare pull out our guns so blatantly? The skinny monkey smiled coldly and spoke, a hint of lechery in his eyes as he looked Chen Mofan up and down. It was like a hunter looking at his prey with excitement and confidence in his eyes. On the side, Lu Ruyan, who had fallen to the ground, had a face of fear and shock. She knew that Chen Mofan was trenchant, but she still didn't expect that Chen Mofan would be so trenchant. A mortal god? That mortal god on the internet? The mortal god who swiped $600 million in one day? Ruyan Lu froze in place, sitting dumbly on the ground. For a moment, both forgot to be afraid. Until this moment, Ruyan Lu had a clear perception of Chen Mofan's trench mansion. This is definitely a top mansion. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes changed completely when she looked at Chen Mofan, as if she was looking at a large bravery. Her eyes were about to let out light. If the occasion didn't allow it, she would have wanted to hug Chen Mofan and lick him twice. Mortal God, spread your wings and walk. It's not so bad that we brothers have to carry you. The skinny monkey sneered, his laugh full of teasing. Go your ass. As soon as the thin monkey's words fell, Lei Lu rushed up with his men. This poor bastard. He had been looking for a while and had not been able to find it. Originally he thought that the poor bastard ran away in fear. I didn't expect to find this kid here. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Lei Lu's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he swung out with an iron rod, directly on the head of the skinny monkey in front of him. This stick made the skinny monkey dizzy on the spot, with pieces of gold stars appearing in front of his eyes. Harm blocking, off. Scar on the side was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Where did this little cutie come from? She came up to fight. How does he know that Lei Lu is arrogant and accustomed to it? No one is in his eyes, and whoever dares to stop him is directly served with sticks. I'm damned if you're looking for death? Scar cursed angrily. As an outlaw, he likewise never spoiled anyone, but before he could make a move, a man rushed out from a diagonal and kicked him out while cursing. Marred, how dare you dance and chatter in front of Lei Xiao? What are you? And a ing toy gun. What? Playing the outlaw. Scar was dumbfounded. When did playing with knives become more powerful than playing with guns? It's a gun that you're holding in your own hand. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Mofen pulled up Lu Ruyan and ran. He wouldn't be stupid enough to get tough with the other side, and there was no need to use his own flesh and blood to block the other side's gun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You poor bastard. How ing dare you run? Lei Lu cursed angrily and was about to chase after him with his iron rod, but at this moment, bang, a gunshot, resounding in the surroundings. Lei Lu's forward-charging body lurched, incredulously turning his head to look back, only to see that one of the men he had brought with him had been shot and had fallen in a pool of blood. All around, everyone looked at Scar with frightened faces. Scar rubbed the large swollen bump on his face and stood up, his face grim as he looked around. Fight? Fight in the treadmill? Aren't you good? Scar roared and fired another shot, hitting one in the head. The bullet pierced the man's skull with a spiraling stream of air and exploded from the back of his head, splattering brains and blood in all directions. This horrifying scene caused Lei Lu to sit on his butt in fear, his face pale. At this moment, he realized what he had provoked. This is a real outlaw. He and the other party is not even a level. The difference in the realm. And just now, these two outlaws seem to have come for the poor bastard. And can it be any good to be associated with outlaws? Although he was arrogant, he also understood what people he could and could not mess with. Apparently, that poor bastard he looked down on was someone he couldn't mess with. At that thought, Lei Lu's heart beat wildly, and fear covered his forehead with cold sweat. What kind of person are you messing with? Calling him poor? And called him a good-for-nothing student who doesn't even know how to fight? What's the difference between that and looking for death? Lei Lu just felt like the sky was falling. At this moment, he was filled with regret, regretting why he had provoked these three people. It's just a girlfriend. It's just being kicked in the face. What's wrong with putting up with it? You have to act like a pussy. Lei Lu wanted to cry. Kid, that's you, isn't it? It was nice to hit me with that stick. The skinny monkey walked over, grabbed an iron bar that had fallen on the ground, and smashed it against Lei Lu's head. Lei Lu was filled with panic. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body didn't listen to his own commands at all. Shivering in fear, bang! A stick smashed down. Lei Lu wailed, and his mournful voice instantly resounded through the entire haunted house. After one pass, the thin monkey did not have the slightest intention to stop. The iron stick in his hand kept smashing down at Lei Lu. A little, 2 clicks, the wailing of Thunder House resounded. Outside the haunted house, the ticket checker hears these wails and smiles smugly. He knew that his haunted house would definitely bring a different and novel experience to his customers. The people around them tried to make a move to rescue them, but no matter who dared to move, Scar would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Accompanied by the continuous smashing down of the iron rod, Lei Lu's wailing gradually became weaker, while his entire body had become like a blood gourd, covered in blood and twitching non-stop. Well, there's been enough delay. Don't forget business. Scar spoke up, warning. As the words fell, the pistol pointed repeatedly, and all the people brought by Lei Lu were silenced by Scar. Lei Lu, on the other hand, has been beaten to a sieve by the skinny monkey now. A barrage of bullets, all of which stayed inside Lei Lu's body. On the other side, Chen Mofen ran wildly with Lu Ruyan while not forgetting to take out his cell phone and call the oldest three, telling them to get the hell out of the playground. Both of them were a little confused as to why they had to leave when they were fine, but hearing the anxiety in Chen Mofen's words, the two didn't dare to hesitate and immediately left the haunted house with Wang Yu and Lu Mei. Chen Mofen kept running wildly, leading Lu Ruyan to look for the exit. Just after passing by a corner, a person walked on his face. The person glanced at Chen Mofen and quickly lowered his head, then raised his head and smiled at Chen Mofen, nodding his head. But the moment the two men plunged past, the man pulled out the pistol pinned to his back waist and smashed it into the back of Chen Mofen's head. but Chen Mofan had already taken a step ahead of him. The way the man had just glanced at him and lowered his head again was clearly something in his heart. Chen Mofan saw it clearly, and although there was fear in his heart, he struck out without mercy. Before the pistol could fall, Chen Mofan had already taken a step ahead of him and slammed his fist on his throat. The punch caused the man to back up, covering his neck with pain. He wanted to raise his gun and shoot at Chen Mofan, but before he could make any movement, Chen Mofan had already bullied his way up and punched him hard on the temple. In the man's horrified gaze, he sent him flying with a punch. When the man was in the air, the man's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. Without waiting for Chen Mofan to catch his breath, 3 more people rushed towards Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan picked up the pistol on the ground. Without a trace of panic in his demeanor, his eyes were as calm as a deep pool of stagnant water. Lifting the gun, aiming, shooting, the action was done in one go, as if he was an expert with a gun for many years. 3 point-blank shots in quick succession took care of all 3 straight away. But after 3 shots, slightly trembling fingers showed his inner panic. He's just an ordinary guy, a college student, who can't be as calm as he seems after killing someone. He gets scared and panics too, but he understood more than anything else that any fear or dread at this moment would kill him. He's just holding on for dear life. On the side, Ruyan Lu had been completely stunned. Looking at the still twitching corpses on the ground, and the pairs of unwillingly staring eyes, she screamed in terror and ran madly to one side. And at this moment, the 2 of them, Scar and Skinny Monkey, walked out from that side passage. At the first sight of the 2, Chen Mofan directly raised his gun, but without waiting for the shot, Scar had already kicked Ruyan Lu to the ground, and the gun in his hand was pressed against Ruyan Lu's forehead. Chapter 30, I'll give you $1 billion. Mortal God, the brothers admire you. Taking out 4 of our brothers in one shot really surprised me, Scar said, a glint of obvious afterthought flashing in his eyes. Before, he looked down on this asshole, Fan Shao. He's just a bit rich, right? He's got a good tire. What else do you have? But after the brief contact, his heart was filled with shock. This mortal god was too fierce. Fighting skills, needless to say. His hands were clean and sharp, not the type to play tricks. But fighting aside, what shocked him was the fact that the mortal god even played with firearms with such a 6-3 point-blank shots. Shots to the head. The kind of shooting that shocked the man who had just arrived. But what is more important is the state of mind. The state of mind of this kid at that time. Calm, mind without fluctuation. Realizing that this was a shooting to kill, he was not surprised if an outlaw did it. Just an ordinary student who managed to be so calm. His mind was filled with shock. The good thing was, no matter what, the kid was now under his control and couldn't make any waves. God, such a beautiful woman. You wouldn't want her to perish under my gun. Scar suppressed the shock in his heart and sneered. Drop the gun and I'll let the woman go. At the foot of Scar, Lu Ruyan looked at the black hole of the muzzle. Her face was full of panic. Water mist filled her eyes. Her eyes pleadingly looked at Chen Mofan. Chen Meifan helplessly sighed. He did not want to save Lu Ruyan, her people's life and death with him, not to mention that this woman also betrayed himself. However, the Skinny Monkey's gun was pointed right at him, and the other 2 who had arrived also raised their guns and pointed them at their heads. He was confident that he could take out 2 of them quickly, but the 3rd would definitely shoot him in the head. In that case, it would be better to do a favor. You let her go. I'll put down my gun, Chen Mofan said. Scar nodded after only a brief moment of thought. Although this woman is beautiful, let him also heart, but he'd better understand. Now the main task is to get money. With money, what kind of women do not have? What's more, bringing 1 more person is 1 more liability. Get lost. Scar lifted his leg. Coldly, Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Mofan incredulously, her tears swirling in her eyes and dripping down again. Surely he still loves me and would sacrifice himself for me. He has a bright future, is a mortal god calling the shots on the internet, and has more money than anyone could ever hope for. But he gave it all up for me. Lu Ruyan only felt like her heart had been hit hard by a sledgehammer, causing her heart to tremble violently. She took 1 step and turned back 3 times. Looking at Chen Mofan, she understood that there was no use for her to stay here. It would be better to go out and immediately call the police. There might still be a ray of possibility to save Chen Mofan. The moment Lu Ruyan disappeared around the corner, the thin monkey raised his gun and smashed it hard on the back of Chen Mofan's head. Chen Mofan's eyes rolled over and he fainted. This big fish had finally arrived, and both Thin Monkey and Scar smiled. The Skinny Monkey picked up the fainting Chen Mofan with one hand, and the corner of his sneering mouth hooked up, revealing a touch of lechery. This internet-famous mortal god, this top luxury-rich second generation, was going to become his crotch today. Thinking about this, the Skinny Monkey felt a little animalistic. By the time Chen Mofan woke up again, the first thing he did was to ruthlessly snap his palms with his fingers, the pain reminding him to stay calm. After calming down, he took a look around. It was in a small, dim, shabby room, and he was in the shape of a taiga, handcuffed to his limbs and chained to an iron bed. In front of them stood none other than Scar and Skinny Monkey. The Skinny Monkey was all excited, looking at him as if he were looking at a pussy. Yo, the mortal god is awake. The Skinny Monkey came to the bed and reached out to touch Chen Mofan's face, sneering and flirting. Chen Mofan didn't look at him, but instead looked at Scar. With his intuition, he could sense that he was the boss of these people. Brothers figure wealth in life. If they figure wealth, report a number. Brothers can give you a solution. Will certainly solve. Scar was once again surprised. This kid was calm as could be. Scar's mouth was tinged with a smile. Mortal god. It's true that you are worthy of being a mortal god. Calm enough. Since you opened your mouth to say it, there's no need for me to hide it. To tell you the truth, mortal god, the brothers have been tight lately. They want to borrow $2 from you to spend. What do you think? Scar said, a teasing smile on his face, and his smile playfully continued. Oh, by the way, my buddy here thinks you're gorgeous, and he'd like to go deeper with you by the way. Scar pointed at the Skinny Monkey, and the word in death was purposely bitten a minute too hard. Chen Mofan laughed. He glanced at the Skinny Monkey with a face full of disgust and laughed. Money is fine. The other condition. I hope you think it over before you say it. As these words left his mouth, the Skinny Monkey directly slapped Chen Mofan's face. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the house, and along with the crunching sound, a clear five-finger print appeared on Chen Mofan's face. With a face of contempt, the Skinny Monkey looked at Chen Mofan and said angrily, Martyr, are you not clear about the situation? Do you have the right to speak on your feet? Chen Mofan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. With disdain on his face, he looked straight at the Skinny Monkey. What the hell are you laughing at? The Skinny Monkey roared angrily and raised his hand again, slapping his mouth again. The crunching sound echoed through the house for a long time, but Chen Mofan was still smiling, and the contempt in his eyes as he looked at the thin monkey became more and more obvious. The Skinny Monkey was furious, slapping out mouth after mouth, and blood soon spilled from the corners of Chen Mofan's mouth. Alright, Scar opened his mouth to stop it, and coldly said, Fan Shun, I hope you get the situation straight, right now. It's not up to you to make the decision. If you don't agree, I have ways to make you agree. Understand? Scar said, slapping Chen Mofan's cheek as if in humiliation. The threatening implication was self-evident. Fan Shun, I don't want to say more if I'm inking. The brothers are looking for you to borrow $500 million. It's not much. Scar held out 5 fingers and sneered, listening to the disgusting words in his ears. The disgust in Chen Mofan's heart increased by 1 more point. 500 million. Not much indeed. But he will not give 500 million, but 1 billion. Chen Mofan raised his head and met Scar's eyes, confidently saying, 500 million. I won't give it to you, but I will give you 1 billion. The moment the 3 words 1 billion came out, Scar and Skinny Monkey's hearts trembled at the same time, and both of their faces revealed a touch of shock as they looked incredulously at Chen Mofan, who was smiling coldly at them. Looking at the cold smile at the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth, the Skinny Monkey didn't know why, but his heart trembled violently, because this cold smile actually made him feel a hint of fear, as if something bad was happening. Sure enough, Chen Mofan spoke again. But I have one condition. Kill this disgusting guy for me. Chen Mofan said. His gaze was cold as he looked at the thin monkey. That gaze was like looking at a dead person. Thin Monkey's body trembled violently as he hurriedly looked at Scar. Brother Scar, you can't listen to him stirring up trouble. Since he has $1 billion, we can get our hands on it even under severe torture. Scar nodded and laughed. His eyes filled with pity as he looked at Chen Mofan and sneered. Mortal god, this kind of trick of stirring up trouble is a bit too low level, isn't it? What? Is this all the famous mortal god has to offer? Scar snorted, with obvious mockery on his face, and continued, just like my brother said, if you don't agree, we can get it even if you torture us. So who am I to do something that betrays my friends? I, Scar, am a man of love. Chen Mofan scoffed at these words. He was undaunted, and with confidence in his eyes, he smiled. It's true that you can torture a confession, but it takes time, and do you have that much time? Chapter 31, Mutual Betrayal. My friend will call the police, and so will the staff when someone dies in the haunted house. How much time do you guys have to stay here? A rhetorical question silenced Scar. He knew very well that since Chen Mofan dared to shoot and kill people, he was bound to be no weakling, and this kind of person would not open his mouth easily, and would need to spend time. The thing that favors them the most is time. The Skinny Monkey on the side, hearing this rhetorical question, had clearly panicked. His face began to turn pale, his eyes looking angrily at Chen Mofan. Mud, kid, stop talking. As the sentence fell, the thin monkey looked at Scar and pleaded. Brother Scar, I'm loyal to you. You can't kill me just because of this kid's words. Can you? Looking at the thin monkey who was obviously flustered, Chen Mofan once again added a fire to the fire and spat out 3 words with a smile. $1.5 billion. The skinny monkey's body trembled. His face once again turned a point pale. His face panicked as he reached out his hand, wanting to cover Chen Mofan's mouth. Treadmill. Boy, don't you say another word. But his finger had just touched the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth when Chen Mofan spoke again. $2 billion. This is my last bottom line. If you don't agree, then I won't give you a single penny. You can try to force a confession by torture? 2 billion? What a fortune this is. A fortune that is enough to knock all of one's sanity out. The skinny monkey is naturally clear. $2 billion on one side, and no pennies on the other. It's such a simple multiple choice question that any human being would do it. It was precisely because he knew it that he feared it. A murderous intent flashed in the skinny monkey's eyes. Mard, I'll kill you first. The skinny monkey roared angrily, drew the pistol pinned on his waist, and turned around to shoot at Scar. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Skinny Monkey looked at his chest in disbelief. A red blood hole appeared there, and then the blood hole spread rapidly, and blood spilled out as if it didn't need any money, dyeing his clothes red. Watching this scene, the Skinny Monkey's face was instantly covered in horror. Knife. Scar. Bang! The Skinny Monkey's body smashed to the ground, raising a large amount of dust, and his eyes looked in horror at the dust particles floating and sinking in front of him. He was resigned to the fact that a dashing life had beckoned to him, but he had fallen on his face. At this moment a strong regret suddenly welled up in his heart. If he hadn't messed with that kid, wouldn't he have to die here? He thought that the kid was already a fish on the chopping board and could be slaughtered at their whims, but as it turned out, it wasn't the kid who was being slaughtered. It was them instead. Is this the mortal god? Someone who still holds the initiative even in such a situation. The Skinny Monkey closed his eyes reluctantly with the thought in his head. Scar held the pistol, looked at Chen Mofan on the iron bed, pressed the pistol against Chen Mofan's jaw, and laughed. The god of fan is really a good tactic, easily making our brothers turn against each other. Actually, I find this guy disgusting as well, so killing him would be a way to take the heat off myself. It's only the mortal god. 2 billion? The mortal god won't fail to fulfill that promise. Chen Merfan nodded and smiled. Naturally, if you have integrity, I naturally have it as well. People like you should have prepared offshore accounts. Uncuff me and I'll transfer the money. Scar was delighted in his heart, not expecting to get far more than he had imagined. But this kid, Scar thought, a murderous intent flashing through his heart. This kid, obviously, is the top gentry. Such a person has too much energy. If he wants to live comfortably for the rest of his life, this kid should never be kept. When the money arrives, he must be slaughtered. Scar thought in his heart, took out the key to unlock the handcuffs with one hand, and held the gun dead against Chen Mofan's head with the other. He won't hesitate to shoot the kid once he makes any move. And the moment the handcuffs were unlocked was the only chance the kid had to resist. However, things went completely out of Scar's expectations. Chen Mofan was honest, and the $2 billion in cash was quickly transferred. This brought a hint of consternation to Scar's face. He thought that the kid would surely resist, that the kid was so smart that he would surely think that he would kill and kill. But Chen Mofan was very cooperative. And when the handcuffs were tied to the bed again and Chen Mofan was firmly cuffed, the dismay in Scar's eyes did not even dissipate. In looking at this kid, he actually closed his eyes? The doubts in Scar's mind deepened. How was he to know that $2 billion were spent and 20 points were gained in spending points? These 20 points were enough for Chen Mofan to do a lot of things. For example, locksmithing proficiency. Chen Mofan knew very well that Skarsgård must have reached its peak when he opened the handcuffs. This may seem like the only chance, but it's a dead end. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Scar looked at the phone, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Boy, you're not up to something, are you? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Scar's heart was racing, and to him, every second of the wait seemed like a world away. Chen Mofan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and laughed. Big brother, that's a multinational business and it's $2 billion. It takes time to transfer such a large sum of money out. You think it's 20 bucks? Don't make me think you're insensitive, okay? Scar naturally understands all of this. It's just that he doesn't want to stay in this dilapidated factory any longer. He killed someone in the haunted house. Chen Mofan's companion must have called the police as well. Now the streets are full of cameras. It's easy to find them. He can't afford to wait. With anxiety on his face, Scar looked at his cell phone and paced back and forth in the dimly lit room. Messy footsteps kept ringing out, and with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Chen Mofan said, "You panicked? Fan Shen, don't you seek death?" Scar violently rushed up, raising the gun in his hand and pointing it at Chen Mofan as he angrily said, "I'm just stating a fact. If you can't even accept the fact, just pretend I didn't say it." Chen Mofan smiled in a flat tone. Scar really wanted to shoot this kid in the head, but he couldn't spare the money until it arrived. With a cold snort, Scar lifted his leg and walked outside. He didn't want to stay in this dimly lit room anymore, and he always had a bad feeling in the face of Chen Mofan's calmness. "You too, watch him," Scar ordered to the only 2 men left in the plant. They are 8 in total. In the haunted house, Chen Mofan 3-shot point-blank killed 3 people, and knocked out a person. Back to the barn. Provoked by Chen Mofan, he killed the thin monkey. Now, it's just the 3 of them, but the good thing was, $2 billion would soon be in his hands, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be excited. Scar thought to himself and walked out of the barn. The sky, already don't know when, stained with a layer of dusky, blood-colored sunset hanging high in the west, reflecting the sky as if on fire, scarlet as blood. Looking at the sunset in the sky, Scar froze a bit. I don't know how much time had passed, but a crunching sound of a ding interrupted his thoughts. Grabbing his cell phone, he saw that $2 billion in cash had been credited to his account. The moment he saw the funds arrive, Scar was filled with ecstasy, but immediately afterward, Scar's face changed violently. Not good. He snapped back to where the $2 billion came from. He's the one who sold out Skinny Monkey for it. If he can betray Slim Monkey, why can't others betray him? That kid is out of his league. It's enough money to drive people crazy every time they take out. What brotherhood is a joke in front of that huge amount of money? Scar snapped his head around, and sure enough, the 2 men had stepped out of the dimly lit house and were looking at him with a sneer. Chapter 32, Police Flower Tang Fei. Without a moment's hesitation, Scar raised his gun and fired at the 2 men. After a few gunshots, the 2 men fell in a pool of blood, and Scar was shot in the stomach. 2. Looking at the 2 men, Scar was furious in his heart and roared at the 2 men. Lousy brought you guys to get rich, and you betrayed me. Betrayed me. One of them was pierced through the heart, but there was still a trace of breath. Lying on the ground, looking at the angry Scar with a hint of obvious mockery at the corner of his mouth. Knife. Scar, you are not still the first to betray us. Thin monkey, it is you who killed it. When these words came out, Scar violently froze in place, his eyes filled with shock. He realized that from the moment he had finished off the skinny monkey, he had fallen into the hole that Chen Mofan had dug for him. First there was his betrayal, setting the stage for the betrayal of others. Then came this current scene of brothers fighting each other. It could be said that when he killed Slim Monkey, he was doomed to be betrayed by others as well. No, perhaps even earlier, from the moment he'd taken up greed, it had been doomed. Apparently, that kid had utilized this very thing to convince his 2 men so quickly. Mortal God, you're really good at this, Scar muttered to himself and lifted his leg toward the dimly lit room. Good thing he won in the end. He'd survived, and now he just needed to work on finishing off the kid. He was sure that his 2 henchmen were greedy but not cuties. Wouldn't be stupid enough to uncuff the kid, and the fact that the kid didn't come out is the best fact of all. Eating his way to the door of the room, Scar pushed it open and laughed. Mortal God, you've miscalculated. In the end it's me who lives. The words came to an abrupt end, and Scar looked at the empty bed in front of him, the smile on his face stiffening violently, shot covering his eyes. No, not anymore? How could he be gone? How could he break free when all his limbs were handcuffed? Scar roared in his mind, frantically asking himself, but what answered him was Chen Mofan, who was hiding behind the door, calmly striking out, crisply and directly breaking his neck. With a thud, Scar planted himself on the ground. His eyes were filled with remorse, hated why he didn't kill Chen Mofan at the first time after transferring the money, also hated why he messed with Chen Mofan, and he hated even more why he was greedy. If he wasn't greedy, wasn't it true that he was now already on the loose with $500 million? Scar, I'm not you. I like to play it safe. Chen Mofan slowly opened his mouth, then dropped his butt to the ground. It's finally over. Chen Mofan wiped his forehead and looked at the cold sweat seeping out from his forehead, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Only he knew how scared he was, but the only way to survive is to be calm and think about everything calmly. Fortunately, he succeeded. The police soon arrived and quickly surrounded the place. Hands up and don't move. A female police officer, dressed in a blue police uniform, walked in quickly with her pistol raised. Chen Mofan raised his hand cooperatively and looked at the policewoman with a smile. It's not until you look at it that you realize it's still a beauty. Melon face, with short shoulder-length hair, looks heroic, and her body was tall and well endowed. Even in her police uniform, the moving curves still surfaced clearly. In terms of looks alone, she is no less than Ruyan Lu, and if she is in school, she is bound to be one of the candidates for school flower. Tang Fei frowned lightly as she looked at the kid in front of her. She couldn't figure out how this kid could still smile when surrounded by police. And, looking at this kid's clean-cut eyebrows, he's capable of murder. Don't be playful here, you're under arrest. Tempest chortled and pulled out her handcuffs. Chen Mofan was stunned. I'm under arrest? Beauty. Are you mistaken? Are you sure it's me who's under arrest? Cut the crap. Tang Fei cuffed the handcuffs on Chen Mofan's wrists and said with an icy face, you bandits are getting more and more daring now, and the amusement area dares to kill people as well. Say, where are the victims you kidnapped hidden? The corner of Chen Mofan's mouth revealed a helpless bitter smile. Beauty, do you think it's possible that I'm that victim? The icy coldness on Tang Fei's face instantly froze, her eyes shocked as she looked at Chen Mofan. You're the victim? No way. If you're the victim, where are the bandits? How could they let you stay here? Tang Fei said with questioning in her eyes, staring closely at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan smiled flatly. I finished killing. They got the ransom and wanted to kill me. I fought back and accidentally killed back. Pretty girl, that would be considered self-defense on my part. Killed them all? The look in Tang Fei's eyes was completely replaced by shock as she looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. This kid didn't even look as big as her, and he managed to kill all those gun-toting bandits. Tang Fei's entire body was in a state of shock. A full 2 seconds passed before Tang Fei violently shook his head. Impossible. Those guys are all outlaws and brigands. How could they let a kid like you kill them? You are definitely one of the bandits. Say, why pretend to be a victim? As soon as Tang Fei's words fell, a police officer suddenly spoke up. Look, there's a dead man here, and the dead man is tentatively determined to be shot. Before the officer's words could fall, another followed. Here too, there were 2 others in the houses. One shot and one had his neck broken. The 2 people who put in the house can be identified. One is the fugitive wanted criminal Chen Dapeng, nicknamed Scar, and the other is named Su Lu, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. There was no one else in the plant except these 4 victims. Listening to that report, the shock on Tang Fei's face grew deeper and deeper. Dead. Really dead. Those tough guys are actually dead. Still killed by this kid in front of me. She had some difficulty believing it, knowing that they had deployed a large number of police officers in order to catch these humongous criminals, but the guys still escaped. Now, the guy who gave them a headache was easily solved by this kid? Looking at this kid's body, he didn't suffer too much injury. Only his face was slightly red and swollen, as if he still had some fingerprints. Who the hell is this kid? Tang Fei's heart was filled with shock and doubt. Chen Mofan looked at Tang Fei's skeptical eyes and thought that she still didn't believe it, so he couldn't help but continue. My name is Chen Mofan. If my friend called the police, he should have said the victim's name. I have my ID in my pocket. You just have to check it. The caller did say that the victim who was kidnapped was named Chen Mofan. Thinking of this, Tang Fei reached out and dug into Chen Mofan's pants pocket. But just as his hand went in, a phone rang. Tang Fei didn't hesitate, and her ID card was taken out along with her cell phone. After first glancing at the ID card to make sure it was Chen Mofan's name and picture, Tang Fei's eyes looked at the cell phone. She wanted to check in. If Chen Mofan was the kidnapper, the call he was making now must be related to the kidnapping. Besides, based on the circle of people a person touches, one can also determine what kind of person he is. But one look and she froze. On the caller ID, 3 large words emerged clearly. Yun Moli, Damien Nebula Mali. Tempest knew her. The news about her has been flying all over the place in the past 2 days, making her fame skyrocket, and I don't know how many people's eyes are red with envy, because a mysterious tycoon swiped $600 million on her live stream. That's $600 million. A lot of money that many people can't touch in a lifetime, but that dirtbag just casually swiped out. This has to be shocking. Tang Fei remembered that the mysterious tycoon seemed to be called Fan Xiao, but the internet liked to call him Fan Shen, because what he did was so unlike what a rich kid could do. More like a god. Chapter 33, The Flirtatiousness of a Big Star. This kid knows a big star? It seems that this kid's identity is not simple either. Tang Fei thought to herself and picked up the phone. Chen Mofan. As soon as the phone was connected, Yun Moli's resentful voice rang out from inside. Yun Moli hadn't slept well for 2 nights already, which made her hate Chen Mofan with a passion. But she was even more angry when this kid ignored her after molesting her that time. No matter what, she was also a big star. When had she ever received such cold treatment? Her heart became even more indignant. Moreover, in the past 2 days, her popularity had skyrocketed, several times more than her peak popularity. Assets have also reached hundreds of millions of dollars in value. It can be said that Chen Mofan has pushed her to the peak of her career by herself. She understands the importance of communicating more and solidifying her feelings towards her top 1 big brother, her golden master. But what this kid had done made him angry and happy at the same time. So his feelings towards Chen Mofan had become very complicated. That's why it's spiteful to call out that name. You, young Master Chen, also have time to answer the phone. I thought you were too busy to have a bit of time for yourself? On the phone, Yun Moli's voice with resentment sounded again. Listening to the voice, Tang Fei's face was a bit strange. When could a big star also look like a complaining woman? Her voice filled with aggression and sorrow? Thinking about it, Tempest coughed lightly. Ahem. Hello, ma'am. Woman? Young Molly held the phone suspiciously and froze for a moment as she listened to Tung Fei's voice on the phone. Obviously, this woman was very close to Chen Mofan. Otherwise how could she have gotten Chen Mofan's cell phone and still dared to answer his calls? You Chen Mofan, why don't you come to me for the bet? You're too busy having a good time. Mouthin' my here with me to say, do my man, but also come up with me all kinds of molestation. Small color picture you sin thief 6. As a result, you are looking at the bowl and thinking about the pot. Flirting with me and then turning around and putting his arm around another woman. Row by row, Yun Molly thought in her heart, feeling a little aggrieved. It wasn't that she had deep feelings for Chen Mofan. It was just that something she thought originally belonged to her was now being snatched away by another woman, which made her feel very uncomfortable. You are Chen Mofan's woman, aren't you? Yun Molly spoke. Then sorry to interrupt. You guys have fun, have a good time. Tung Fei clearly heard a hint of resentment in Yun Molly's tone. She was helpless. What's this all about? So, he hurriedly explained. Hello, ma'am. You've misunderstood. I'm a police officer. Chen Mofan is the victim we just rescued. He was just kidnapped. What? Yun Molly's voice raised an obvious octave. She looked at her phone incredulously, a wave of guilt instantly rising from the bottom of her heart. Thinking of what she had just said, Yun Mo's face turned red then. So, the reason he didn't come to me was because he was kidnapped? He had been kidnapped and was in a dangerous place. He had just been rescued and hadn't even had time to be happy. But then he came over to make a snide remark himself. How was that any different from leaving a stone unturned? Yun Molly thought in her heart, a deep wave of self-blame welling up in her heart. Hello ma'am, we're investigating this kidnapping. May I ask what your relationship is to the victim? On the phone, Tempest's voice rang again. Hearing this, Yun Molly was puzzled. Her relationship with Chen Mofan? A friend? No. What kind of friend is a friend you haven't even met? Netflix? Not really. After thinking about it, Yun Molly spoke. He's my rank 1 little brother. Rank 1 junior? Tung Fei was confused for 2 seconds. What kind of relationship was this? And so on. Wormley? The first kid on the list? Chen Mo Fan? The god of mortality? In an instant, Tung Fei's mind was enlightened. Chen Mei Fan is the mortal god? My god. This kid, he's a mortal god? Tung Fei was shocked in place, looking incredulously at the handcuffed Chen Mofan beside her. The mortal god. He turned out to be the mortal god. This young kid. Tempest felt incredulous. If the mortal god was an older man in his 40s or 50s, Tung Fei felt that he was perfectly fine with it. But between a young man in his early 20s and a mortal god who swiped 600 million in one night, Tung Fei couldn't connect the two. It's too much of a sense of contrast. Besides, this kid has a big undershirt and big pants. Where does this look like a rich kid? Not to mention a rich kid who can spend $600 million at the drop of a hat. If he didn't say his identity and let Tung Fei guess, Tung Fei felt like she wouldn't be able to guess it in her entire life. With obvious doubt on her face, Tung Fei looked at Chen Mofan and inquired, "You're a mortal god?" Chen Meifan sighed deeply. Helpless. How dare you be more skeptical with that look in your eye? You're so close to writing the word skeptical on your face. Chen Mofan just don't understand. How is it that each and every one of them don't believe it? Boss, don't believe it. Lao San, doesn't believe it either. Both of them also came with a line about how you're just AB. Okay, these two don't believe he endured. But how is it that the cop you just met a day ago doesn't believe it either? He just couldn't understand how he didn't have any of the rich man's temperament? Seeing this Chen Mofan's helpless appearance, Tung Fei hid her mouth and snickered. She also felt that this suspicion of hers was a bit hurtful. Besides, Yun Molly had said that he was the mortal god. Holding the cell phone, Tung Fei could now completely confirm that Chen Mofan was not the kidnapper, but the victim. Thinking of this, Tung Fei picked up his cell phone and said to Yun Molly, "He should have swiped 600 million for you yesterday," which aroused the suspicion of the kidnappers, and it just so happens that there is a hacking expert in this group of kidnappers who tracked him down. Thus he was kidnapped. Don't worry, he's been rescued by us now. Tung Fei's words made Yun Molly unable to calm down for a long time. She didn't realize that Chen Mofan was kidnapped because he swiped 600 million for her and showed his wealth. At this moment, Yun Molly's heart was once again filled with self-blame. Come to think of it, Chen Mofan had done so much for her, not only allowing her to return to the peak of her career, but also enduring an undeserved disaster because of her. Instead, what did she do for Chen Mofan? When Chen Mofan was in a deep crisis, she even talked about sarcasm. In this instant, Yun Molly had the urge to slap herself with a big mouth and take it out on Chen Mofan. Clenching her fists fiercely, Yun Molly made up her mind. If Chen Meifan did all of this, from beginning to end to her have any request in return, then only that brother, She had wanted to play hard to get, but now, okay, ma'am, I'm going to hang up now and take Mr. Chen back to the investigation earlier. Don't worry, as long as the investigation is clear, we will release Mr. Chen at the first opportunity. On the phone, Tempest's voice rang out. Hearing this, Yun Moli hurriedly said, "Wait, that policewoman comrade, can you put your cell phone to Chen Mofen's ear?" Tang Fei nodded and placed the cell phone to Chen Mofen's ear. Chen Mofen was puzzled. What is the situation? Yun Moli, this is something to say to him? Hello, this is Chen Mofen. Chen Mofen's voice came from the cell phone, and Yun Moli blushed. When she thought about what she was going to do next, Yun Moli's face turned even redder. The fact that she had called out such a shameful name to a little boy and had to be flirtatious. Yun Moli felt so ashamed that even her body started to have some strange reactions. But she still clenched her teeth and said in a gentle, soft and flirtatious tone, "Brother." 2 words, like a ray of spring breeze drilled into Chen Mofen's ears. The gentleness and flirtatiousness in those words was like a pair of small hands gently brushing over Chen Mofen's heart, causing his heartbeat to involuntarily begin to accelerate. It's worth it. The 600 million is so worth it. Chen Mofen was tempted to be swiping 600 million right now. He wanted to hear Yun Moli call it to his face. At that time, when the 4 eyes were facing each other, and the shyness and flirtatiousness of this superb imperial sister was displayed at the same time, I wondered what kind of beautiful scenery it would be. Chapter 34, Thunder Tiger appears. After hanging up the phone, Yun Moli blushed like a ripe apple. Thinking of the madness she had just experienced, Yun Moli smiled shyly and buried her head into the pillow. How could she not have imagined that she would one day be able to experience this kind of little girl craziness again? And the object of her insanity is, surprisingly, a young boy who is a teenager younger than her. Thinking of this, Yun Moli smiled sheepishly, grabbing the pillow beside him. Show fist swung and gently hit the pillow. Chen Mofen, you bad guy, kill you. A soft whisper to herself, with a hint of shyness, gradually echoed through the house. On the other hand, Tang Fei brought Chen Mofen back to the police station and carefully inquired about what happened. Chen Mofen did not lie about this, because he knew very well that it was useless to lie. Nowadays, with the technical means, it is very easy to recover the scene at that time. Sure enough, after Chen Mofen finished speaking, Tang Fei took Chen Mofen's statement and found the police officer from the technical section, and comparing the two, he found that things were not far from what Chen Mofen had said. After a high-level study, it was unanimously determined that Chen Mofen's actions were self-defense. After all, thugs have guns in their hands, and when lives are threatened, they can be shot. It's just that this kid, Chen Mofen, is actually proficient in lock-picking, fighting, and firearms, the 3 major dangerous categories. Each of these categories is dangerous. The police department immediately included Chen Mofen in the key observation object. Chen Merfan can be released, but be more on top of it. The top brass of the police department decided so. Getting approval from above, Tang Fei unlocked Chen Mofen's handcuffs, and at this moment, outside the police station, Wang Jiajiu, Lu Ruyan, Boss, and Lao San, had all rushed over. This also includes Master Tiger, who has just lost his son. Master Tiger is a middle-aged man. Look at the appearance, is about 50 years old or so, wearing a white practice clothes, combing a big back hair, country face, hawk nose, cold eyes. The moment Master Tiger arrived at the police station, he barged right into it. He's going to the chief to ask him about his son's death and who killed him. If he dared to touch his son, he would make the other party regret coming to this world. The first time Wang Jiajiu saw Chen Mofen, she directly pounced on him. Merfan, are you okay? I heard you were kidnapped. You scared me to death. Speaking out of her mouth, Wang Jiajiu carefully surveyed Chen Mofen's body with concern in her eyes, and only after seeing that he only suffered a small injury on his face did she let go of her heart. On the side, Lu Ruyan's face was embarrassed. She also wanted to jump into Chen Mofen's arms as soon as she could, but she was afraid that Chen Mofen would kick her back. Not only did she green Chen Mofen, but she also caused Chen Mofen to be kidnapped and almost lost his life. She felt that Chen Mofen must hate her now, but she likewise felt that Chen Mofen still had feelings for her. Without love, how could he lay down his life to save her? She wanted to open her mouth to say something to Chen Mofen, but before the words reached her mouth, the boss spoke first. Yes. You've had a great life as a kid. The oldest and I are ready to buy you a wreath, and we've both thought of the eulogy. As it turns out, you boys are back. Ha ha ha. Yes. Big laughed and punched Chen Mofen, then hugged him. Nothing more to say. Good brother. To celebrate you coming back alive, I'll share one of the 2 buckets of instant noodles on that bed of mine. Chen Mofen smiled helplessly and bitterly. Originally he thought that brotherly love? The result is worth a bucket of noodles, but he also understood that the boss was joking. In fact, he was worried to death in his heart. Otherwise he would not have rushed to the police station in the first place. Chen Mofan, you can go back, but if there is a need, please cooperate more. To the side, Tong Fei laughed. Chen Mofan nodded and assured, don't worry beautiful, be at your beck and call. Come on, I'll walk you out of the station, Tempest said leading the way forward. When he came to the lobby of the police station, Chen Mofan saw many bounty announcements for wanted criminals hanging on the wall. This includes Scar and Skinny Monkey. Looking at the photos of these two, Chen Mofan couldn't help but stop. Seeing this, Tong Fei explained, many of the most wanted criminals on here have been on the run for 5 or 6 years, and although we've been pursuing them with all our might, we've had little success. For example, the Scar and Skinny Monkey that you solved. The two of them have been on the run for 2 years and have done a lot of bad things. If you hadn't solved the two of them, I don't know how many more people would have been victimized because of the two of them. Chen Mofan nodded. He understood that Scar was a ruthless person. Not only can you shoot a skinny monkey for profit, but you want to kill someone after you get the bounty. Look at this, Chen Mervan. Tempest raised her hand and pointed to a man above her. This man's name is Zhang Zhua, a truly ruthless maniac who has committed many rapes and murders, including one in which a 14-year-old girl was raped and killed by him. Chen Mofan looked up at the announcement, and on the announcement, Zhang Zhua had a long face, long hair, and shady eyes. In the photo, Zhang Zhua wore a cold smile, the corner of his mouth hooked up as if with a touch of mockery, a touch of disdain. Chen Mofan, I know you're capable. If you meet this Zhang Zhua one day, I hope you'll step in and take him down. That's kind of my plea to you. Tong Fei's face was incomparably serious as she spoke, a hint of tears faintly appearing in her eyes. You don't know Chen Mofan. After that 14-year-old girl was raped and killed by him, the girl's mother went crazy on the spot when she saw the girl's miserable death. The young girl's father, on the other hand, was madly searching for the murderer. And I don't know whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that he was brutally murdered by Zhang Zhua even though he finally found him. The girl's brother, to this day, is still searching for the murderer, as he has been for years, but with no luck. Ha! As Tang Fei was speaking, a disdainful cold snort suddenly sounded behind her. Chen Mofan turned his head to look, and Master Tiger appeared behind him, looking at him coldly with disdain on his face. That look of contempt caused Chen Mofan's eyes to go cold. You're Chen Mofan. You're the one who slaughtered the murderer of my son? Lei Hu said coldly with obvious anger in his eyes. I heard you also beat up my son in the parking lot. Kid, you're pretty wild. You dare to touch my Lei Hu's son? Chen Mofan smiled. Is this the Tiger Master that Zhang Chang mentioned? It's really domineering. Just came over to see me dancing and chattering. Do you really think he, Chen Mofan, is easy to bully? Without waiting for Chen Mofan to open his mouth, Tong Fei's face turned cold and scolded. Lei Hu, this is a police station. What do you want? Chen Mofan is your benefactor no matter what. It was he who helped avenge your son's death. The corner of Lei Hu's mouth hooked up with a hint of disdain as he contemptuously said, a benefactor? He is also worthy. I think it's more like a foe. It's this kid that made it easy for those bandits to die. This is called grace? This is called hatred. What the hell kind of thinking logic is this? Chen Mofan was speechless. He understood that Lei Hu meant to catch those murderers of his son and torture them to death in a slow manner so that they would regret killing Lei Lu. But in the end, it was Chen Mofan who helped him avenge his death, so there is no need to speak ill of him anymore. Apparently, it was Lei Hu who had been so domineering and accustomed to it that he never put anyone in his eyes, not even him, his benefactor. Besides, to Lei Hu, he might not even be a benefactor. He was an enemy. Kid, I just watched the video footage from the parking lot. Those 2 kicks you gave my son were pretty powerful. 2 feet, I want both your legs. Lei Hu's tone was cold and threatening. Lei Hu, you've had enough. This is the police station. We haven't found you yet for all that you've committed, but you jumped out first, didn't you? Tang Fei once again spoke up and chided. Lei Hu, we are collecting evidence of your crimes, so be careful. 2 rebukes in a row made Lei Hu's face look very ugly. He inclined his head to look at Tang Fei and threatened in a sinister tone. Little, you're very arrogant. You're so pretty. You have to be careful when you go out. Be careful of letting someone take a turn one day. Chapter 35, A Black and a Magnificent Opposition. Lei Hu, what did you just say? A roar from behind the crowd, and a middle-aged police officer walked in. His gaze was like an eagle, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Lei Hu. Lei Hu, if you have the ability to repeat what you just said again, blatantly insulting police officers, believe it or not I'll let you go in for a few days now? Lei Hu's aura was short, and he knew very well that with what he had just said, he would indeed be able to make him go in and reflect on his reflection. But losing is not losing. He snorted coldly and smiled coldly. Why, officer? Can't you joke with a beautiful woman? That middle-aged police officer looked straight at Lei Hu with both eyes and said in a domineering manner, I'll ask you to repeat the words you just said over and over again. Do you dare? Lei, whose face instantly became very ugly. He knew clearly that as long as he dared to repeat himself, he would definitely go in. But don't dare repeat it. He'll lose face here. After a few hesitations in his mind, he raised his leg with an ugly face and walked outside. When he came to the door, he still didn't forget to coldly glance at Chen Mofan. That look, the threatening meaning, was very thick. The middle-aged officer walked over. He also saw the look in his eyes just now, and understood in his heart that Lei Hu would never let Chen Mofan off so easily. Thinking of this, he patted Chen Mofan's shoulder. Young man, be careful of this Lei Hu in the future. Although this man is arrogant, he does have arrogant capital. Chen Mofan nodded, indicating that he knew before leaving the police station with the boss and the others. Looking at Chen Mofan's back, Tang Fei hesitated for a moment and said, Brother Zhao, you probably don't know that this Chen Mofan is the Fanshin who was making a lot of noise on the internet. What? The middle-aged officer exclaimed with shock in his eyes. The next second, he smiled. He knew that Lei Hu had run into tough trouble this time. Can a godly man who swiped $600 million in one night be an ordinary person? One plays black, one is a god. When these two come together, the sparks will definitely ignite the entire Liuqing. The five of them came to a big stall, and the boss said that he would treat Chen Mofan to a good meal to weigh him down. It was rare that the boss, the Iron Rooster, was willing to hemorrhage money, so how could Chen Mofan not agree? 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, found a table and sat down, asked for some kebabs with some beer, and drank. But eating and drinking, Chen Mofan felt wrong. How these 2 women around him seemed to deliberately pour him wine like it. That wine is a cup after cup down. This drink, that invited him to drink. This drink, another to invite him. Sit down or half an hour. In addition to just started serving 10 minutes outside, he did not rest over. The hand holding the lamb kebabs to the present has not yet bitten down a bite it. Are cold. But Chen Mofan didn't know that this scene made the oldest and the third envious enough. This is the East University 5 school flowers of which 2 are. But now, these 2 with the dogskin plaster like sticking to Chen Mofan. This life, still dare not let people envy ah. The men at the other tables looked at Chen Mofan with a hint of a murderous gaze. Extreme girl, one is enough to make people envious. But this kid has 2? The most critical thing is that this kid even seems to be a little reluctant. A pair of eyes have been glancing towards the meat skewers. You say this is infuriating? Cough. Mayor Van Ah, why don't you stop eating? I'm afraid I'll get beaten later. Lao San coughed lightly and reminded. Chen Mofan sniffed and looked around. Seeing the pair of gazes that were about to kill, the corners of his mouth smiled. Don't say. This kind of envious gazes really made people feel quite cool. After all, a few days ago, he was one of those envious people. But now, the corners of Chen Mofan's mouth hooked up, instantly transforming into a crooked-mouthed god of war. But to be honest, while he had no feelings for Lu Ruyan, he had long been itching for Wang Jiaojiao, especially whenever Wang Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around him and pampered him with a toast. That pair of proud career lines, squeezing on his arms, immediately made his blood boil. Here we go again. Here we go again. The huge white rabbit squeezed violently into a perspex. He was really itching to take a bite and taste the sweetness of this persimmon cake. Moreover, he had heard that washing his face with a white rabbit was good for his skin, and he wondered if it was true or not, and he was always curious about the unknown and wanted to try it. Buzz. A sharp roar of an engine interrupted Chen Mofan's YY, and people's gazes were all attracted by that roar as they turned their heads to look. A Porsche 718 drove by. The vehicle stopped in front of the stall, and Chuko stepped out of the car. Surprisingly, it's Chuko? Chen Mofan was a bit surprised, then glanced at Lu Ruyan by his side. Lu Ruyan was anxious in her heart and hurriedly explained. Mayor Fan, don't think too much. I've already broken up with him. I don't think the 2 of us are suitable. I still like you. When these words came out, Wang Jiaojiao on the other side had a playful expression. Although she didn't say anything, a cold snort with that playful expression was enough to say it all. She felt that this Lu Ruyan was really shameless. In the past she took the initiative to climb into Chuku's bed for the sake of money, and now that she saw that Chen Mofan was even richer than Chuku, she turned around and kicked Chuku and pursued Chen Mofan again. And lick your big pussy face and boast about love? She likes money too, but she doesn't go towards it. This cold snort caused Lu Ruyan to blush and lower her head in shame. Not to mention that Wang Jiaojiao looked down on her. She also somewhat looked down on herself. The ridiculous things that had been done had filled Lu Ruyan's heart with guilt, especially after Chen Mofan saved her. That guilt deepened. Getting out of the car, Chuko was holding a big belly, looking around at the people looking at himself. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smug smile. He loved the envy-inducing scene, especially when the girl looked over at his sports car, revealing the deep longing look in her eyes. In the beginning, he had relied on this sports car to take down Ruyan Lu, but alas, he hadn't had enough of Ruyan Lu when they kicked him out. He knew that they had dumped him and was going after Chen Mofen again. This made him feel bad for the pair of dogs, Chen Mofen and Lu Ruyan. However, the strength that Chen Mofen had displayed that day had made him very apprehensive, making him somewhat impervious. But this breath he can't swallow, not to mention that Chen Mofen is also a famous dog god in East University. A poor man. Although he didn't know how this guy had gotten rich recently, how could he swallow his breath after being stepped on by a beggar? Mud. Sooner or later I'll get you both killed. Chuko cursed angrily and walked towards the stall. But just after taking 2 steps, he saw Lu Ruyan and Chen Mofen sitting in the big stall. What is annoying is that this poor is still enjoying the happiness of all people. Even Wang Jiaojiao is also accompanied by him. This made Chuko even more upset. He had also pursued Wang Jiaojiao before he got Lu Ruyan. But Wang Jiaojiao saw his falsehood at a glance and taunted him severely. Right now, Wang Jiaojiao was talking and laughing with Chen Mofen, with Lu Ruyan sitting next to her. This scene was the very thing that made him feel unusually harsh, and he couldn't wait to rush up and dismantle Chen Mofen, sitting himself in the middle of the 2 women. What's so great about it? Isn't it just a stinky salted fish turning over? Chuko sneered disdainfully, shaking the car keys in his hand as he walked over to another table. There were 3 women and 2 men sitting at this table, all his friends, and the 2 men were considered somewhat wealthy like him. As for women, just random playthings they find. Yo, brother Chu is here. Porsche 718, worth more than $1 million. My brother Chu just has a row. One of them purposely opened his mouth loudly, in order to just attract others' attention. After saying that, the man didn't forget to glance at Chen Mofen's and their table. Obviously this was meant for them to hear. He had been paying attention to the 2 women by Chen Mofen's side for a long time, and he really wanted to take them in his arms and play with them. Chapter 36, The Barking Zheng Qian. Unfortunately, these 2 women only had Chen Mofen in their eyes, who was wearing big pants and a big undershirt. He couldn't figure out how such a beggar got such 2 extremely beautiful women. He was mad with jealousy in his heart. The man's eyes. Chuko could see clearly what he thought in his heart. Chuko also naturally knew clearly. With a cold smile, Chuko began to set the man up, saying, Zhang Qian, you don't know, right? This person is called Chen Mofen, is our East University famous poor and is called the dog god. It's just that I don't know why, but this guy has had peach blossom luck, and he's actually being looked at by 2 extremely beautiful women. So you'd say it's infuriating. Zhang Qian nodded, looking at Chen Mofen's eyes more and more disdain. Marred, now poor even play more than our brothers are spent. Really angry. These 2 are really superb. 100 times better than the ones around us. How nice it would be if they were our brothers. As soon as Zhang Qian's words came out, the girl next to him was immediately displeased. Zhang Qian, what do you mean? Tell me clearly. What do you mean? Zhang Qian's face wore obvious impatience as he shook off the hand of the woman beside him and humiliated. I said that they look better than you. Look at you. You look like a catfish and you still think you're so good looking? Alright, Zhang Qian, then you take your time to play by yourself. I won't accompany you. Go, sister. All 3 girls blushed hard and got up to leave the table. A cooked duck just flew away? Chuka looked at Zhang Qian as if he was looking at him. Yes, the 3 girls are just average looking, but you don't have to be so blunt about it, do you? Now you're sitting there with 3 old men staring at each other. Are you happy now? Chuko thought in exasperation, but turning his head let him see an even more exasperating scene. Only the oldest one hemmed and hawed and waved at the 3 girls. Hey beautiful, want to sit down and eat some together? The oldest 3 knew that Chuko had snatched Chen Mofen's girlfriend before, and now that he had a chance to avenge his brother's greening and call their women over, it was an opportunity he naturally did not let go of. Chen Mofen had a smirk on his face, knowing that Lao San was helping him out. The 3 girls thought about it and sat down. The oldest 3 had one beside him, and were happy as could be. He also didn't forget to glance provocatively at Chuku and Zhang Qian. The corners of his mouth hooked up with a hint of obvious mockery. The girl you brought with you was cut off by an enemy? This scene caused Chuku and Zhang Qian to almost turn their noses up in anger. Just now the 2 people still disliked the opposite side as a poor person, but in the twinkling of an eye, the poor left and right, and they are empty around these rich second generation? This sense of contrast made all 3 of them want to curse. Zhang Qian drank a mouthful of beer and said in a sour tone, asterisk, what world? Now women's eyes are ing blind. Chuka looked at the 2 big, dry men around him and followed with a conspiratorial voice. Who says it isn't? All the good cabbages are letting the pigs go. These 2 words made Chen Mofen feel very upset. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at the 2. If the 2 still didn't know how to restrain themselves, he didn't mind sending one of them a big mouthful. Although fighting costs money now, was Chen Mofen afraid? Throw out $1 billion first and fight until you feel good. That one look instinctively sent chills down the spines of both men. It seems to carry a murderous aura. The other person also saw Chen Mofan's eyes and was so frightened that his heart trembled, and he hurriedly changed the topic. Remember that group I recommended to you guys earlier? Fan Xin joined in, and I'm in that group. The moment the words mortal god came out, both Chu Ko and Zhang Qian's breath tightened. They all knew that this was a real big shot, swiping $600 million in one night, more than they were worth. Being in a group with such a great guy makes it possible to become friends. The big man is in a good mood and pulls you along for the ride, and it's worth a lifetime of hard work. Nowadays, if you want to move up, you can't even think about it if there's no one at the top. The two were well aware of this, so they both looked at the man with envy. Yang Kong, can you talk to the group master and let me enter that group as well? Yang Kong shook his head. In the past, it was good to enter that group, but now, after the mortal god entered the group, the status of that group has directly risen, and those who aren't really rich second generation don't even think about it. It's a one-man show, so to speak. Even some of the rich kids want to flatter the people in that group and want to follow and get to know the mortal gods. Chu Ko and Zhang Qian sniffed and nodded their heads with reluctance. The two of them somewhat regretted that they had heard Yang Kong mention that group before, but the two men at the time scoffed at this and disdained it. But I didn't realize that in just a few days, that group wasn't something they could get high on. The trio's conversation was clearly transmitted to Chen Mofan and their table. Listening to the trio's chat, the two of them, Ruoyan Lu and Jiao Wang, had very strange expressions on their faces. They were aware that the mortal god was Chen Mofan. It was ridiculous that the two desperately wanted to appease the mortal god, but in reality, the mortal god was right in front of their eyes, and they were still mocking without knowing what to do, saying something about the good cabbage letting the mortal god, a pig, go to his head. Thinking of this, Wang Jiao couldn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. This laugh made Zhang Qian's face harden. He thought that Wang Jiao was laughing at them for wanting to flatter the mortal god but not having a doorway. What are you laughing at? Zhang Qian directly cursed out in anger. Chu Ko might have seen Chen Mofan's strength, but he, Zhang Qian, had not. To him, that table is poor and fearless at all. What's the matter, little? Laughing at me for sucking up to the mortal gods? I tell you, as far as you poor people are concerned, you don't have a doorway even if you want to flatter. You are destined to work for us in this life. Bah, poor bastard. What a thing. Zhang Qian cursed angrily without a care in the world. Before he was jealous of Chen Mofan having two superb girls by his side, and then the girl he brought to Chen Mofan's table made him even more jealous. Now, seeing that a pussy still dared to mock him, Zhang Qian directly acted like a shrew and opened fire on Chen Mofan and the others. These words caused the oldest and the third to become directly enraged, and were about to stand up when they saw Chen Mofan waving his hand, pulling out his cell phone, editing a message and sending it out. Ergo the big stall, the kid with the slab of hair, take the pig with the barking dog and get the hell out of here. A message was sent out, directly to the Liaoqing rich second generation group. Yang Kong, who was at the same table as Zhang Qian, saw the message and was startled violently. Wasn't he at the ergo stall? Doesn't he just have a crew cut? And the pig and the dog. Thinking of this, Yang Kong's heart pumped hard in fear. The mortal gods themselves have spoken, and it's clear that the mortal gods are here. And his own friend's pretense of picking a fight displeased the mortal god. What happens when you piss off the mortal gods? He couldn't even think about going on. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kong hurriedly got up and pulled Chu Ku and Zhang Qian to leave. And when Zhang Qian saw that these people didn't even dare to fart after he was so powerful, he couldn't help but get even more carried away. *********. ING coward. Just now is not quite powerful? I tell you, my name is Zhang Qian, have the ability to come poor. How dare you? Once these words came out, without waiting for Chen Mofan to show something, Yang Kong quit first. The mortal god obviously didn't like it when someone interrupted his mood for dinner, but this guy just kept pretending over and over again. It's a ING death wish, or it's taking him with it. Thinking of this, he slapped his mouth at Zhang Qian. Don't bark here. Hurry up. This mouth slapped Zhang Qian's eyes. He did not understand. What is the situation of Yang Kong? Not to help themselves, but to help outsiders? Chapter 37, the rich kids are out en masse. Taking advantage of Zhang Qian's confusion, Yang Kong hurriedly pulled him and Chu Ku out of the area. When he came to the road, Zhang Qian reacted and shook off Yang Kong's hand. Yang Kong, what the hell do you mean? You don't help your brothers. You help outsiders, don't you? These words caused Yang Kong to directly snort. This laugh also made Zhang Qian even angrier, as he grabbed Yang Kong's collar and angrily said, what the hell do you mean? Laughing at me? Yang Kong didn't talk nonsense and directly clicked on the group to show him the message that the mortal god had sent in the group. Ergo big stall, the kid with the slab of hair, take that pig with the barking dog and get the hell out of here. At the first sight of this message, Zhang Qian froze violently. The meaning of this could not be more obvious. The mortal gods were there and were looking down on them. As soon as the thought came out of his mind, Zheng Qian's heart skipped a beat in fear. What kind of energy the mortal gods possessed, they weren't sure, but there was one thing that was beyond doubt. That's someone who can casually swipe $600 million, and wants to play them to death. These minions who can't even be counted as the second generation of rich people. That's a breeze. When Shuka saw this message, he also trembled in his heart with fear. They had even unintentionally offended the mortal god. How was it different from seeking death? But the next words Yang Kong said made their legs even weaker. Gentlemen, I don't know if either of you are looking closely. Don't you guys feel familiar with the avatar of the mortal god? Yang Kong said, tapping on the avatar of the mortal god. In the photo, Van God is wearing a big undershirt and pants, completely a beggar look, and that familiar face. Chuko sat on his butt in fear. Chen Mofan. The moment Zheng Qian saw that photo, he just felt like the sky was going to fall. The person in the photo was the beggar he despised? Had he himself just taunted the mortal gods? Zheng Qian's face instantly turned pale and his heart was filled with remorse. His head stiffened and he lowered his head, looking at Chuko, who was sitting paralyzed on the floor. In the next second, he shouted "Ow!", raised his foot and kicked at Chuko's face. Didn't you step on the horse and tell me that he was just poor? But what happened? This is a ing mortal god. You dare to harm me. I'll you up. Zheng Qian cursed angrily and swung both of his fists to strike wildly at Chuko's head. Watching these two dog eat dog, Yang Kong also sighed out helplessly. His heart flustered. He didn't expect that he would meet a mortal god just by having a meal, and just by pretending. He would pretend to be a mortal god. What's the difference between that and a ing death wish? The mortal god. That's a ruthless man who swiped $600 million with his hand. Wouldn't such a person be someone he could offend? But unlike these two, he understood that being offended was a fact and could not be changed. But what he can change is how he earns the forgiveness of the mortal gods. As he thought about it, his brain kept thinking, looking for the possibility of turning the situation with the mortal god into a better one. On the other hand, the Liaoqing rich second-generation group exploded. Shortly after Chen Mofan sent that message, a message frantically appeared below. Worship the great god. Worship the great god. Worship the great god. What else is there to worship? It's obvious the mortal gods are in the stalls. I'm off to meet the real thing. Holy, why didn't I think of that? Wait for me upstairs, bro. Asterisk. Who knew Ergo Daijitsu was there? I'm going to see the mortal god too. I know, but I won't tell you. I'll send you the location when I arrive. I want to be the first to see the mortal god. Where's that border from earlier? I know you're supposed to be frustrated and worried right now, but could you just send the location over for a second and be in fear later? Chen Mofan did not look at the group. At the moment he only wanted to eat the skewer of meat on his hand. Hell, it's been half an hour. The skewer is cold. And looking at the message in the group, Long Xiao frowned. He had seen the avatar of the god of mortality. The god of mortality in a big undershirt and big pants, which is obviously a low-key performance. Obviously the god of mortality does not want a publicity. Thinking of this, he hastily sent a message to the group. Warning, Long Xiao, et al., brothers, the mortal god likes to keep a low profile. It's okay to watch, but don't disturb the mortal god. Anyone who dares to disobey will be kicked straight out of the group. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. Roger that. Let's go. Brothers, to pay homage to the mortal gods. Accompanied by the group's commotion, a top-class luxury car appeared on various streets and alleys in Liaoqing, weaving through the roads and constantly speeding. Dongshang Group. The underground garage opened. A $10 million McLaren Senna drove out and ran wildly on the street, with a clear destination. Straight to the Ergo stall. South Bank Manor. A Cullinan drove out and hightailed it through the streets, attracting the attention of countless people, while his destination was a large stall that no one could have imagined. Dragon Hidden Company. Long Xiao walked down the stairs. A Windjammer, below, was already parked downstairs. This top-grade luxury car then started up with a whistling sound wave, cutting through the dark night, drawing envious gazes from countless people. Then Tianhe Investment, Aoki Import and Export, Yuexiang Heavy Industry. At the same time, all the major companies in Liaoqing, and all the rich second generation drove their luxury cars through the streets of Liaoqing. With so many luxury cars appearing at the same time, the people of Liaoqing had their jaws dropped in shock, and people coincidentally guessed what these rich kids were mad about again. A luxury car stops in front of Ergo's stall. Boss' second brother directly into a daze. He carefully recalled. He did not offend these rich second generation. This how today these rich second generation direct luxury car blocking the street. His stall surrounded that called a water. Boss, eat. A rich second generation got down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G and said with direct bravado. But just as the words left his mouth, one of the men beside him slapped him directly on the back of the head. I forgot. What did young dragon explain? The mortal god likes to keep a low profile. Don't be so arrogant in your tone. That rich young man's neck shrank at the words and he hastily nodded his head. Then, with a smile on his face, he turned to the second brother and said, "That boss, we're eating. See if there are any more tables." Ergo was even more confused and scratched his head, not understanding when these rich kids spoke so pleasantly. A steady stream of luxury cars parked in front of Ergo's stall, and soon the street was jammed. One by one, the rich kids get out of the car and come to dinner, but those few small tables have long been full, simply cannot be vacated. The second brother anxious sweating. He is really afraid that these rich second generation cannot find a place, angry to lift his store. But he was purely and simply overthinking it, and these rich kids were surprisingly more honest than one another. Can't find a table, all right? First on 2 bottles of beer and 2 meat skewers, they squat on the road to eat. Then a strange scene appeared, only to see those who usually go out must be a luxury car. Accommodation are upscale hotels of the rich second generation. Surprisingly a neat squatting on the street teeth, row by row, with the little rats like manpower a big green stick, gnawing the small meat skewers. Eat that called a smile. When did these rich kids start taking the common man's route? The onlookers were confused. The second brother was also confused, and one served carefully. But the people who ate were dumbfounded. How the hell can they eat? One by one, the second generation of rich people are squatting beside you, and a luxury car worth millions and millions of dollars is parked beside you, which can't be counted at a glance. In the past, it was good to see a luxury car and be unusually excited, but now that they were surrounded by luxury cars, everyone felt creeped out. This meal was the most heart-raising meal they'd had since they were born. The oldest and the third were also, as if they had nails stuck in their asses, and they couldn't feel comfortable how they were sitting. Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao are indifferent. Rich second generation, so what? On the hoe have this man beside her hoe? Compared to the men around him, these guys are little party favorites. Chen Mofan was also helpless, not understanding what kind of madness these rich second generation people were smoking. What were they all gathering here for if nothing else? What if something happens here? Chapter 38 The Beggar Who Searched for Zhang Zhua. How could Chen Mofan know that these rich kids were all here to see him? Everyone who saw him was as excited as a cat seeing a mouse, whispering excitedly there. I'll be damned. Young dragon, you're squatting too? Long Xiao nodded and said with an indignant face, just now I saw a seat, but Zheng Chang that pushed me away and sat there himself. That location is right next to the mortal god. I that don't expect me to be buying his stuff in the future. Let him drink the northwest wind in the future. That young dragon. As far as I know, this bastard Zheng Chang hitched a ride on that line of the mortal god. Long Xiao blushed. Then you take it as I didn't say anything. Young dragon, is that one wearing a big undershirt and big pants the Fanshan? The entire one dressed as a beggar. It doesn't feel like a magnate giant. Another person spoke up, wondering. Long Xiao slapped on the back of the man's head. What the hell do you know? It's called low profile. Besides, don't you feel that although the mortal god is dressed like a beggar, but his body is always permeated with a forceful king's gas? Young dragon, I really don't see any forceful king's chi. Your eyes narrow. Only a few $100 million worth. Know what to force the king's chi? Work hard to improve their own value. The other man sniffed and laughed, explaining to the man, brother, I won't say anything else, but can't you see that everyone else's eyes are fearful when they see us, but only the mortal god's eyes are plain? Sure enough, brother admiration. Thanks for the pointer. The other nodded smugly, then said, seeing as your brother is good, I'm telling you something. This morning, Zheng Chang made a deal with the mortal god, and the mortal god paid $40 million for one of Zheng Chang's villas. The funds went through at that time, but the closing, Van God, was delayed. Any idea why? The man shook his head. Because the mortal gods didn't care about the $40 million. What with the house and all? I'll go, the man exclaimed, his face shocked. $40 million. That's a fifth of his fortune. How many years will he have to work hard to accumulate $40 million? Yang Kong stood on the street, looking at the Ergo Grand stalls lit up with countless luxury cars parked here. This scene made him feel a little bad in his heart. If it wasn't for the pretense of his two friends, could he now be one of them? Squatting on the side of the road, eating barbecue, drinking beer, and discussing mortal gods with these great young men. He was aware of it. Today, young Dragon was here, young Bai was also here, and young Chen. All of these usually unattainable great young men appeared here. If you can climb into friendship with them, they can casually give you a hand, and you can double your fortune and take your business to the next level. But now, looking at the situation in front of him, Yang Kong wanted to cry. He could only think of ways to quell the mortal god's anger. Why is there a beggar there? Long Xiao pointed at a person walking towards the stall and opened his mouth. Chen Xiao, who was driving the Cullinan, also came to Long Xiao's side at some point and looked up when he heard this. Sure enough, a man dressed as a Cialis was walking towards the stall. He was seen to be unkempt, dressed in a tattered casual outfit, with a pair of slippers of different styles under his feet, and what appeared to be a paper slip in his hand, asking questions of everyone. Just about everyone who saw him looked disgusted, covered their noses, and hid away. But the beggar didn't give up and still asked one by one. Soon enough, it came to Chen Mofan's and their table. Hello sir, have you seen this man on the wanted list? The beggar inquired to Chen Mofan and their table, his face full of dirt with supplication, his eyes looking at Chen Mofan with longing. Chen Mofan glanced at the wanted list, and with just one glance, his heart shook, because it's not someone else on the wanted list, it's the man wanted for rape and murder. Zhang Zhua. Chen Mofan had a deep impression of this man because Teng Fei had said that this man had raped and killed a 14-year-old girl. The girl's mother went crazy because of this, and the girl's father was also killed by Zhang Zhou because he was looking for him. The girl's brother has not given up so far and is still searching. Isn't Zhang Zhua in this photo? The boss was also impressed with Zhang Zhua and opened his mouth. Hearing the two words Zhang Zhua, a ray of murderous energy violently erupted from the beggar's eyes. His eyes were like eagles, staring intently at the boss. The boss's body trembled at the look and hurriedly explained. I don't know this man, but I just saw his picture in the police station and know him. This answer made a touch of disappointment appear in the beggar's eyes. How he wished there was someone who knew where Zhang Zhua was. That way, he could take revenge. Chen Mofan looked at the beggar in front of him. The killing intent that had just erupted from this beggar's eyes made him feel a hint of heartbreak. It's a look that only someone who has truly experienced life and death would possess. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan slowly spoke. Are you trying to avenge your sister? The beggar was about to leave. When he heard these words, his footsteps jerked and his face looked at Chen Mofan with some surprise. With this expression, Chen Mofan was completely certain that this man was the girl's brother. You recognize me? The beggar asked. Chen Mofan shook his head. I don't recognize you. I guessed. The beggar pondered for 2 seconds, then said hopefully, listening to the meaning of your words, you can help me take revenge? Chen Meifan nodded this time. I don't dare to say 100%. But I have an 80% chance of helping you find this person, as long as he is still alive in the world. This affirmative tone caused the beggar's pupils to shrink violently. He knew very well that he was like looking for a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find Zhang Zhua. If the other party wanted to hide it, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to find it for the rest of his life. No, he's been looking for 3 years and he still hasn't found anything. The man in front of him even said that there was an 80% chance that he would find it, and his tone was so certain, which made his heart alarmed and at the same time had a hint of doubt. The boss at the side was filled with anxiety when he heard Chen Mofan's words. The glance that the beggar had just given him made him understand that the beggar was not an ordinary person, and was most likely an outlaw like Scar. In the face of such a person, one should avoid from afar. Chen Mofan even took the initiative to come up, and even said such a sentence. This made the boss couldn't help but worry about Chen Mofan. What's more, he knows that Chen Mofan is a poor man. What makes him able to find Zhang Zhua? Talking big now to get ahead of the game. But what about later? Will this beggar hold a grudge? We can't find him. Sorry, go ask someone else. The boss had a smile on his face and said in a pleasant manner. The beggar who heard this was filled with disappointment. He understood that Chen Mofan said he could find it, but the boss said he couldn't, which was obviously because he didn't want to cause trouble. He could understand that getting involved with a murderer wasn't a good thing. But what about her sister's revenge? The beggar's eyes looked at Chen Mofan prayerfully, and finally, Flutter, kneeled down to Chen Mofan, choking, little brother, I beg you to help me. Whether I find it or not, I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Chen Mofan was waiting for this. This person has experienced life and death, and has seen great storms. Chen Mofan already had a blueprint for his business empire in his mind, and he understood that it was definitely impossible to go on smoothly in the future. Ming and Chang, there may be many difficulties waiting for him. Normal business challenges he could figure out how to solve. But what if the enemy played dirty? That's when people like beggars are needed. However, even if the beggar does not say this, Chen Mofan will also help. Not to mention, a beast that rapes and kills women. What is the use of keeping such a person? Are we still waiting for him to find his girlfriend? I can help you, but I also have one request. Chen Mofan's flat tone rang out, but these words filled the beggar with ecstasy and he was busy nodding his head. Chapter 39, A True Acquaintance. Tell me, benefactor, whatever I can do. Do it at once. Chen Mofan smiled and didn't open his mouth. Instead, he pulled the beggar up as soon as he could and made him sit down, and put the skewer in front of him again. Eat something first. The beggar didn't reach out, but just looked at Chen Mofan with an anxious face. Chen Mofan pondered for 2 seconds and slowly spoke. I'll help you find Zhang Zhua. This is no problem at all, but I need time. After all, It's not easy to find someone in a sea of people. This I hope you understand. The beggar nodded fiercely. I understand. I've been looking for this murderer for 3 years and heard nothing. Why don't I know how difficult it is to find someone? Seeing that the other party understood, Chen Mofan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was afraid that in case he couldn't find it, the beggar would see the hopeful result and be disappointed, and stir up trouble in his excitement. Do you have a place to stay in the neighborhood? The beggar shook his head. In order to find this murderer, he put his mother in a nursing home, sold the family home, and with that money, paid for her retirement down the road. Having long since lost his source of income, he talks about a place to live. It's been 3 years of nesting in random nooks and crannies. Chen Merfan thought for a moment and decided to send him to the Tiankai Hotel first, while leaving this matter to Wang Moken. It just so happened that the final transfer contract of the Tiankai Hotel also needed his signature. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan got up to settle the bill. The boss, by the looks of it, doesn't want to stay here much longer. After all, this place is too oozy right now, surrounded by luxury cars, rich kids, and an outlaw sitting next to them. It's really scary to stay on. After saying goodbye to Chen Mofan, their group went back to East University first. Chen Mofan is also ready to leave. Called a car on the internet, ready to take the beggar first to Wangshanga, and then let Wang Matsai send him to Tiankai. But all around these rich second generation, when they saw that the people were all gone, they immediately swarmed up. Young Dragon, Young Bai, and Young Chen, these 3 great young men directly surrounded Chen Mofan. Those other great young men, on the other hand, were standing on the periphery, their faces full of smiles. The people watching from all around wanted to see who it was that could make these rich young men so enthusiastic. But even if you stand on tiptoe to see, you can only see a great number of heads, not to mention that it is now a dark day. That is, during the day cannot distinguish who is who. Hello Fan Shun, my name is Long Ao Tian. My name in the group is Long Xiao. My family is in the real estate business. Long Ao Tian smiled and extended his hand as he introduced himself. Long Ao Tian. This name made the corners of Chen Mofan's mouth twitch. Does this name dare to be a bit more domineering? You're not afraid of being beaten up when you go out? It's also true that such names have their own protagonist aura to shelter them. Don't be so polite. We are all brothers. My name is Chen Meifan. Just call me Meifan from now on. In response to this, the crowd was left with a dry smile. Just kidding. Who dares to call the mortal god Merfan? Fan Shun, let me explain to you. This is Bai Xiao. Bai Yu. His family is in the medicine business. This is Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao Cohen. His family is in the building materials business. Listening to Long Ao Tian's explanation, Chen Mofan wore a smile and shook hands with them one by one. Bai Yu acted much more excited than the two. The smile on his face never stopped, just like a little fanboy suddenly seeing his idol. Mortal God, I didn't expect to see you in person today. I'm so excited. You've given our Liuqing a good outing. These words left Chen Mofan confused. What do you mean? You're out of breath? He didn't do anything. Long Ao Tian was on the side, and hurriedly explained. Fan Shun, this white feather guy has always been particularly fond of playing live streams. It wasn't that long ago that someone on the internet tallied it up. It was found that there are top gods in every province, and the live streaming rewards are all breaking the billion mark, with the least starting at 500 million. Liao City is the only city that hasn't had a great god so far, and the one with the most rewards is this guy, Bai Yu, with $80 million. Long Ao Tian said on his lips and clenched his fists. Obviously, although he said it easily on his lips, he still cared a lot in his heart. As a result, many people have begun to mock us in Liuqing, saying that we don't have any top tycoons, that we're all a bunch of little caramels that don't make a difference. Oftentimes, when you enter the live broadcast room, as long as you dare to say that you're from Liuqing, there will be people who will taunt you with this matter, causing you to be on fire, but there's nothing you can do about it. Now that you've swiped 600 million, mortal god, we can finally raise our eyebrows in front of them. Long Ao Tian laughed at the end of his words. Chen Mofan's heart, on the other hand, was numb. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so, he would have swiped $100 or $80 billion. Right now he wants nothing more than to spend money. He hadn't forgotten that he was now spending money with a mission. 10 days, to spend all $10 billion. Granted, it's only been a day and he spent $2 billion. But didn't you happen to run into a good Samaritan? It's not like you run into this kind of good thing every day. I guess I'll have to keep brushing it up sometime. On the side, Chen Xiaokuan, who was meticulous, had been paying attention to the beggar for a long time. He couldn't understand how a pimply-faced beggar had gotten mixed up with such a powerful and gigantic young man like the mortal god. That, mortal god, this brother is, Chen Xiaokuan asked tentatively after hesitating for a moment. Chen Meifan is trying to find them to help. Do not know how to open the mouth. Heard the brothers of this family mention this topic, the heart is a joy. Immediately introduced, this is a friend I just met. As for the name. At this point in the conversation, Chen Mofan paused. The beggar understood that this made him introduce himself, so he hurriedly said, "Hello guys, my name is Chu Feng. I used to be a mercenary abroad." Chen Mofan's eyes lit up. He had long since seen that this Chu Feng was not an ordinary person. He did not expect that he had actually worked as a mercenary. A real knife-edge job. No wonder there was such a strong murderous aura on his body. That's a talent. Hearing the word mercenary, the several great young men sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all playing with their brains and had never experienced fighting and killing. 1. They looked down on them. And 2. They don't want to be exposed to such people. But now, there was one standing right next to him, and he seemed to have experienced death and had a fury about him. At this moment, several great young men felt some chills down their spines. As expected, a mortal god was a mortal god, and there were even mercenaries around. Guys, speaking of which, this brother happens to have something he'd like to ask for a favor. It's all known that you guys are very energetic and well informed. You see, the several great young men looked stunned, and then their faces immediately showed joy as they hurriedly nodded their heads. The mortal god himself had opened his mouth, so how could they not help? Not to mention, the value of being able to make a great person like the mortal god owe a favor was immeasurable. Seeing that the crowd agreed, Chen Mofan took the wanted list in Chu Feng's hand and took a picture and sent it to the group. In 3 days' time, I want to find this man, but I won't let you all help for nothing, and I owe you all a favor whether things work out or not. At these words, the crowd waited with joy in their hearts, but what surprised them even more was yet to come. And, I'll offer $2 billion for you to help me spread the news. $1 million for those who provide news of this person, $10 million for those who provide the exact whereabouts, and $100 million for those who can lead us to the capture of this person. You use your energy to spread these messages, and afterward, the rest of the $2 billion is considered my hard-earned money for you. As these words fell, the crowd all froze in place. It wasn't that they didn't know about the Fanshan How, but they didn't expect it to be such a how method. To come up with $2 billion to find one person. Most people here aren't worth $2 billion. On the side, Chu Feng was also frozen in place. He didn't expect this mortal god that others spoke of to be so generous in order to help him. $2 billion. Even if we sold him, he wouldn't be worth that much. This favor is too big. Chapter 40, The Business Empire. After chatting about business, the car that Chen Mofan had called online also happened to arrive at the intersection, but it could only go as far as the intersection, because the road was already blocked by the luxury cars of these rich kids. Chen Mofan could only walk to the intersection to get a bus. Seeing Chen Mofan to go, these rich second generation are all going to send Chen Mofan in great numbers. The crowd clustered in front and back, surrounding Chen Mofan in the center, which was treated like a big leader coming down to inspect, surrounded by a group of minions. The crowd of eaters watching from the sidelines even stretched their necks to see, all wanting to see what kind of person this is, able to make this group of high-minded and arrogant rich second generation, willingly flocked like a dog's leg. Some people even took out their cell phones and recorded the scene, preparing to make a small video and send it online. This scene made Chen Mofan a little embarrassed. Besides, with so many people, talking and laughing, when will we reach the intersection? Halfway there, Chen Mofan simply swept up 2 small yellow bicycles, one for him and Chu Feng, and stepped up to the intersection. He was afraid that if he stayed any later, the school would be closed. Long Aotian looked at Chen Mofan's back as he rode his little yellow bike and left in style, a smirk on his face. For him, today's harvest was not a small one. Not only did he meet the mortal god, but he also managed to get one of the mortal god's favors, and the value of that favor is truly immeasurable. On the side, Baiyu looked at his idol fading away, frowned and said, how can the mortal god still sweep the small yellow car? So skillful. Young dragon, do you know how to sweep this thing? This question made Long Aotian also froze for a moment. Seems like, probably, should, might, would sweep it. I seem to remember that it was on the ugly group. Why does the mortal god sweep so? 6. Chen Shaokuan, a brother of the family, followed and opened his mouth to explain. You guys don't understand. I've heard that all of the great young men of the powerful families want to experience the life of an ordinary person, and the mortal gods have definitely paid their actions. It's called from life close to life. It's called realm. We don't understand. When these words came out, Long Aotian and Baiyu stood in awe. Indeed, they wouldn't have been as sick as the mortal gods swept, because they simply wouldn't. Sure enough, it's still the luxury giant who plays with flowers. The eaters on the side were uncertain, looking at the back of the big man riding the little yellow bike, looking at the 2 little legs stomping wildly. It was messy on the spot. Why are these rich kids still so respectful to a poor guy? But many of the ones making short videos laughed. It's that sense of contrast that they want, And the greater the contrast, the easier it is for the video to blow up. The title they've all thought of. The yellow car big brother takes a bunch of rich kids. Surprise, why the owner of the small yellow car can make the rich second generation so respectful. It's just a bit of a shame that this big guy was surrounded by a group of rich kids when he swept the little yellow bike, and didn't take a picture of his front face, only a back view of him riding the little yellow bike, pedaling furiously far away in the darkness of the night. It's a shame. At this moment, Chen Meifan got into the cab, did not know that he rode the back of the small yellow bike. Will soon be in the short video fire, was called Yellow Bike Big Brother. Riding the rental all the way to Wangshanga, Wang Motsai was already waiting outside. When he saw Chen Meifan get off the bus, he greeted him with a smile on his face. Boss, you're here? I've already prepared the acquisition documents. Li Tiankai has already signed on it. After you sign, we can fully receive all the hotels under Li Tiankai's name. Chen Meifan nodded and followed Wang Morkai to his office. As for Chu Feng, he was left in the private room downstairs. This guy's stomach had long been rumbling with hunger. The meal had been prepared for him and the packet of rice, and Richard Wang had even thoughtfully prepared Mr. Tony, as well as a clean and tidy suit. In the office, Chen Meifan sat in the boss chair casually looking through the contracts on the table. Read it and sign your name to it. Wang Mokai stood aside, his face somewhat hesitant, swallowing several times and not opening his mouth. Ask anything. It was only after hearing this that Wang Mokai spoke. Boss, as far as I know, the revenue of the Tiankai Hotel is not very good, but why do you still want to buy it? Old Wang, what do you think? Chen Meifan asked a rhetorical question. After thinking carefully for a few moments, Wang Mokai slowly replied, could it be that the boss wants to create a branded hotel of his own? In Liaocheng? Chen Meifan handed the contract to Wang Motsai and smiled. Old Wang, narrow-minded. I do want to build a brand of upscale hotels, but not Liaocheng. Instead, just like Cheetah Plaza, I want to have my hotels in every city, even every county, all cities and counties. These 4 words made Wang Mokai's body tremble as he looked incredulously at the college student in front of him. Although he already knew something about Chen Meifan's the words Chen Meifan said now still made his heart tremble. This is too crazy. All counties and cities all have such a huge scale. Wang Mokai do not dare to think how many billions of dollars to be invested in it. I'm afraid that will be an astronomical figure, right? Seeing Wang Motsai's face stiffen, Chen Meifan smiled helplessly. Where is this going? He wants to build a huge business empire. Catering, medical, financial, industrial, and so on every field. He wants to insert into it, but that's not all. His business empire would encompass the globe and cover the entire world. What Bill changes? What Joe blocks? He's going to hit Wall Street and see just how good the teeth of that group of financial capital predators are to be able to bite around like a dog every day. He also had to talk to Nyask about how to use chopsticks to hold a cannonball. And by the way, he had to discuss Sichuan opera face changing with Chuan Xiaopu. And catering, just his first step. He wants to slowly encompass the world starting from Liaocheng. Old boss, if you really want to build a national restaurant brand, I'm afraid the investment will not be less than $1 trillion. Wang Mokai's tone carried a hint of obvious tremor. Obviously Chen Meifan's words had shocked him too much. As a matter of fact, Richard Wang really wondered if his boss's conjecture at the moment was just a teenage impulse. Perhaps he simply didn't have an accurate idea of this fantasy. Trillions and trillions of dollars to be invested. Can a teenager come up with that kind of money? Even if he is a huge young man from a powerful family, how much money can he afford to mobilize before he inherits the family business completely? And this crazy takeover plan will likely die halfway through if it's not backed up by a huge amount of money. If the program fails, the amount of money lost will be astronomical. Boss, trillions, this is too much money. Are you sure that you can mobilize this money? Wang Mokai was filled with skepticism and asked again. Chen Meifan laughed. Trillions? Is that a lot? He's getting $1 trillion a day coming in right now. This is money that can't be spent every day. And those that can't be spent are emptied the following day. Chen Meifan heartache. That can be his money. So gone. Besides, with such a huge sum of money, wouldn't it be a shame not to do something about it? He's either going to do it or he's going to do it to the best of his ability. Old Wang, funds are not a problem. From now on, you'll be in full charge of the acquisition program, while recruiting hotel management talents. I don't care if you're digging or looking. In short, all kinds of talent. I want all the top ones. Don't care about the money. I can offer you 30% above market value. Wang Mokai's heart was shaken. He didn't expect Chen Meifan to be so eager. Boss, are you sure? I'm pretty sure it's $10 billion up front, and I've already hit your account. Just kidding. What Chen Meifan wanted to do the most now was to spend money. If he couldn't spend his money after 10 days, he wouldn't have the power of a man anymore. Ding! There was a crunch and the funds arrived. Wang Mo Kai looked at the dizzying string of zeros on his cell phone. His heart was filled with excitement. Sure enough, following the boss can do great things. Chapter 41 Video Call with Yun Moli. Chu Feng would be handed over to Wang Motsai, and Chen Merfan would be the first to notify him if there was any news from Zhang Zhua. On the way back, Chen Mofen carefully calculated the money he spent out today. Scar kidnappers gave 2 billion. Looking for Zhang Zhua. Chen Mofen gave 2 billion to Long Ao Tian, and the rest is the acquisition plan of Wang Motsai, the upfront capital of 10 billion. But apart from the money for Scar, which is classed as actually spent, the remaining 2 are not really spent, and therefore have no spending points. As for the $2 billion given to Scar, Tang Fei said that there was a possibility of recovering this money, and they would do their best to recover it, and it would be credited back to Chen Mofen's account after recovery. When Chen Mofen heard this, he was helpless at that moment. The heart prayed that the money would not be recovered. Is it easy for him to spend $2 billion? Furthermore, when you recover it, how do you count it? There were a total of 20 consumption points, and in order to unlock the handcuffs, Chen Mofen directly ordered 5 points of locksmithing proficiency. For that matter, he had some trouble unlocking the handcuffs. After all of his limbs were cuffed. If Scar hadn't been out waiting for the funds to arrive and turned against his brother, he wouldn't have been able to unravel it. 10 points of physical enhancement were then added. Right now, his body reinforcement had reached a terrifying level. Name, Chen Mofen. General physical fitness, 23. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV2. Firearms mastery, LV2. Lockpicking mastery, LV5. Although Chen Mofen still looked thin and weak on the outside, he could feel that his current strength could knock out a cow with one punch. The remaining 5 points, Chen Mofen did not use immediately. Keep a hand in everything, and the family will not panic. Jingle bells. The phone rang, interrupting Chen Mofen's thoughts. Picking up his cell phone, it was Yun Moli calling. For this extremely good imperial sister, Chen Mofen was itching to do so. Thinking about himself was really a failure. A bobbing lowly and a superb imperial sister. He hadn't taken them down until now. It really dishonored his identity as a mortal god. With a bitter smile, he picked up the phone. Hey, Chen Mofen, how are you doing? Did the police give you a hard time? As soon as the call was connected, Yun Moli's gentle tone rang out from the phone. This big star cares quite a bit about himself. There's something in it. The corner of Chen Mofen's mouth curled up and smiled. I was acting in self-defense, and the police didn't make things difficult for me or anything. Then are you injured? Yun Moli asked next. Chen Mofen wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, he complained. Yes, the injury can be serious. My face is hurt, but it hurts. If only there was someone who could rub it for me. Yun Moli was a little worried when she heard that the injuries were quite serious, but after listening, and hearing the back, she understood that this brat was obviously being a hooligan again. Humph, your face hurts. Your face deserves it. Yun Moli grunted coldly into her cell phone and laughed. Hearing this, Chen Mofen directly hung up the voice call and tapped on the video call to send it over. Looking at the incoming video call, Yun Moli's face was obviously a little hesitant. She didn't like playing video with less familiar ones. Not to mention, it was dark and she had long since changed into her pajamas. This nightgown of hers, another light pink halter silk nightgown, revealed a large expanse of snowy whiteness on her chest as well as that one deep gully. This nightgown she had never worn in front of a man before, and Chen Mofen was naturally no exception. So, without thinking, she hung up the video call. The other party has hung up. Seeing these 5 words appear on the chat panel, Chen Mofen was not the least bit discouraged. If he were the beggar of old, he might have hesitated whether to dial over or not, and what to do if he dialed over and made the goddess angry. But now he was in a completely different frame of mind. Getting mad is mad. It's none of my business. Even if you blackball me, I have plenty of channels to find you again. Don't you play live? Then I'll be the list 1 big brother. Don't you make movies? Then I'll be the golden father. There's plenty of ways to cure you, and I'm still afraid you'll get angry? Just kidding. And the more confident a man is, the more presentable he is and the more attractive he is to women. Without even thinking about it, Chen Mofen directly broadcast it. On the hook, on the air, on the hook, on the air. Cloud Molly our angry laugh. This person's so persistent, it's been hung up a dozen times, and it's still playing. Hanging up once more. Yun Moli sent a voice to Chen Mofen without any good humor. I'm going to sleep. If you hit me again I'll get mad. Chen Mofen listened once and returned an okay gesture. Okay, but turn your head and send the video again. Yun Moli is speechless. You obviously promised well. Okay, are sent over. But turn around and you send me a video. You're admitting your mistakes, but you're not changing them, are you? In his heart, he understood that if he didn't take this video today, Chen Mofen would definitely not be finished. With a helpless sigh, Yun Moli picked up the video. Chen Mofan, are you sick? If I don't answer this video, are you not done? As soon as the video was connected, Chen Mofan's eyes went straight, aiming tightly somewhere. Vacuums. The pajamas also have two little 3D cherries printed on them. Yun Moli did not wait for a long time to return the words, raised his eyes. Chen Meifan, that straight eyes are looking straight. Chen Mofan, if you dare to look around with those eyes again, believe it or not, I'll gouge them out for you. Chen Mofan scratched his head awkwardly. This pulling, not pulling. Looking straight. Chen Mofan, you really aren't afraid of my anger, are you? To this question, Chen Meifan nodded honestly. Yun Moli got angry then. Fine. Chen Mofan, don't you dare to nod your head before I take a look. Chen Mofan immediately put on a pained expression, his eyes looking at Yun Moli, and said with deep emotion, I do want to see you angry, because I've seen too much of your beauty. It is these beauties that mesmerize me and make me sink. That's why I'm desperate to get to know you, to see another side of you, but I'm sure that even when you're angry, you'll still be the most beautiful sight in this world, enough to mesmerize me again. Yun Moli's cheeks reddened violently. He knew the kid was a good flirt, but she didn't know that the kid was surprisingly good at saying little lovey-dovey things. It made her heart skip a beat. Yun Moli shyly glanced at Chen Mofan and quickly lowered her head again, then raised her head again with a blush on her face as she questioned, Chen Mofan, why are you so bad? Say, how many people have you fooled with those words? Chen Mofan smiled and covered his heart, putting on a pitiful expression and said, Molly, it seems like someone just stabbed me in the heart. It hurts so much. Help me see if there are any wounds. Yun Moli naturally understood what this meant, meaning that her words were like knives, and that she could even suspect that Chen Mofan had said this to someone else. Bah! I'm not going to look at it. Oily mouth. Chen Mofan, you're so bad. Yun Moli's face carried a blush of shame as she laughed back. It didn't feel in the slightest whether such an intimate title as Molly was a bit inappropriate coming from Chen Mofan's mouth. That face of yours, does it still hurt? After teasing, Yun Moli looked at Chen Mofan's cheeks that were still slightly red and inquired with concern. Chen Mofan nodded. It still hurts a little. It's crispy and it's not in the way. That won't work either. You need to put medicine on it and ice it or it will tend to swell up tomorrow. Chen Mofan shook his head. I don't think it's necessary, because medicine is not as good as a goddess's kiss. If a certain goddess can kiss me, I feel sure that I'll be fine tomorrow, and maybe my skin will even be more slippery. Yun Moli's cheeks became even more flushed, but this time, she didn't playfully snog. Instead, she shyly looked at Chen Mofan. Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Chen Mofan's heart stirred. There's drama. Chapter 42, Chen Mofan. This stupid bird doesn't look like. Chen Mofan's heart rejoiced. Just by hearing these words, he knew that there was a chance. Maybe it's really possible to get Yun Moli to look through the screen and kiss herself. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan hurriedly said, Really, Molly, according to science, human saliva is rich in a substance that can reduce swelling, and the more beautiful the woman, the richer the substance. So, you see, a great beauty like you, just give me a kiss across the room, and that's helping me heal. Yun Moli hid her mouth and snickered. Net nonsense. How do I not know? You just want to cheat kiss. Ha ha ha. Chen Meifan heatedly laughed. Silly. After Yun Moli smiled back, she thought for a moment and said with reddened cheeks, It's fine to let me kiss you. Say a couple of nice words and call out Goddess Yun to hear it first. Chen Mofan's eyes lit up and hurriedly spoke. Goddess Yun. Goddess Yun. Goddess Yun. Goddess Yun. Molly, I've called Goddess Cloud 10 times. Shouldn't you kiss me 10 times? Ah, I don't want it. Who wants to kiss you 10 times? Shameless. Yun Moli shook her head with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Then I don't care. You'll have to kiss me 10 times if I scream anyway. Goddesses. You can't keep your word. Chen Mofan smiled and teased. Yun Moli patted her reddened cheeks. That's fine, brat. But first things first, a kiss first, the rest later depending on my mood. Chen Mofan sniffed and hurriedly nodded his head. Yun Moli took a deep breath before gathering her courage and kissed the camera. Watching the luscious red lips slowly approach the camera, the tantalizing red zoomed in and out of the phone. Chen Mofan's heartbeat followed suit and accelerated wildly, thumping non-stop, the blood rushing wildly through his body with his heartbeat, causing him to involuntarily feel more than a hint of excitement. If he could, he really wished that this mature and charming big sister was right beside him. At that time, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on it. The driver who was driving in front, listening to Chen Mofan chatting, secretly admired in his heart. This is learned. This little brother is too good at flirting. Later, after sending this little brother, he will get his wife to try it too. Along the way, Chen Mofan and Yun Moli talked nonstop. Even if they had already arrived at the East University, Chen Mofan did not immediately go back to the dormitory, but took his cell phone and talked with Yun Moli while walking on the playground. The driver's elder brother hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his wife after Chen Mofan got off. Hey, honey, you know why I'm always pissing you off? I know you don't pull the job properly. What are you pulling with the two of us? With one word, the driver's brother shriveled up at that moment. This idea is wonderful, but the reality is too boneheaded. I'm telling you, you're not pulling any work. Fine, now go home and come pay me my rations. The driver's older brother shriveled up even more at that moment and hung up the phone in a hurry. Pulling a job. It's still important to earn money. Pulling something that doesn't work. Talk to Yun Moli until midnight. Before the phone hung up, Chen Mofan invited Yun Moli to come to Liuqing. Yun Moli did not immediately agree. Said she look. After the phone hung up, Chen Mofan spent $200 to bribe the dormitory elder sister to be able to enter the dormitory. After a brief wash, he dove into his kennel for a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Mofan was still asleep when the boss kicked him awake. Mayor Fan, I'm going. Out of the blue. We're out of the blue. In a daze, the boss's cockney voice echoed in his ears. Chen Meifan very reluctantly opened his eyes, helplessly said, Boss. Well big Sunday you do not want to sleep a lazy The boss angrily kicked Chen Mofan again and said excitedly, Still sleeping, get up and see. We're on TV. Honoring our ancestors. I'm going. Boss said excitedly, holding up the cell phone in his hand, just about dancing around. Cell phone. A video was playing. In the video, you can clearly see the words like Ergodejang, and under the stall you can blurrily see the figures of the boss and Chen Mofan flashing by in the video. Instead, the focus of the video is on the street side. One by one, the rich kids squatting on the side of the road, drinking beer and jerking kebabs. Chen Mofan took a look at it and was speechless. What's the point? Why are you so excited about recording them? Mayor Fan, do you know? It's rumored that the god of fans patronized Ergo's big stall last night. So what? Are you excited? Thrilled? Can you understand the gold content? When the boss saw Chen Mofan's expression of lack of interest, he pulled him up and howled with excitement. The mortal god. That's the mortal god. It's possible that he's sitting right next to me at the table, and I can't help but be excited at the thought that I was once so close to the mortal god. The boss was dancing around, so excited that he could hardly speak. Alas! Chen Mofan let out a deep sigh, looked at his boss with a look of an idiot, and explained once again, Boss, I'll say it again. I'm the Fan Shen, and that group of rich kids came to see me yesterday. The boss froze violently, and in the next second laughed loudly. Lao San, listen, Mayor Fan blew awesome again. Ha ha ha. Holy, Chen Mofan clenched his fists at that moment. Boss, don't pay attention to Mayor Fan. Look, the latest explosion on the internet. The back of Fan Shen furiously stomping on a small yellow bike. This little yellow bike pedaled. More than a dashing can be described. What was playing inside the cell phone Lao San was holding up was the very image of Chen Mofan furiously pedaling a small yellow bike. This dress, the boss said lustfully, looking at the dress in deep thought. Then he looked violently at Chen Mofan, and then at the clothes placed on his bed. Chen Mofan almost cried. Can I finally prove myself? Will the clothes I wore yesterday finally prove I'm me? But the next second, the boss slapped his thigh. Dog s. Who shot this? How to take Chen Meifan this stupid bird as a mortal god? This is not an insult to my idol? I damn. Chen Mofan clenched his fists fiercely and crunched them. The oldest hesitated and said, Boss, a lot of people have posted videos saying that riding a small yellow bike is a mortal god. Could it be that the mortal god is really this stupid bird? Mayor Fan? Chen Meifan helpless. Is not let's say. Can you not add the word stupid bird? The oldest squinted at the third and asked, without answering, what do you think? Lao San bowed his head and contemplated for a minute, and in the next second he slapped his thigh. That's definitely not Chen Mofan this be like if so, I'll fly upside down. The oldest gave a thumbs up to the third with a cheap grin on his face. Heroes in the same place. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I can't stay in this dorm. Chen Meifan was so angry that he went to sleep with a big blanket. But Chen Mofan wanted to sleep, but someone wouldn't let him. Just as he closed his eyes, Zhang Chang's phone called. Hey, Fan Shen, do you recognize Chuku and Zhang Qian? Choco? Zhang Qian? Chen Mofan thought for a moment. He knows Choco, Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, but who is Zhang Qian? After thinking about it, Chen Mofan didn't answer, but asked in return, what happened to the two of them? Fan Shen, I heard that the two of them offended you last night, and the two of them were so afraid of your retaliation that they were so scared that they sold their family's properties overnight and prepared to leave Liuqing. It's also rumored that Choco got his leg crushed by a car because he was in too much of a hurry to walk and didn't look at the road. Hearing Zhang Chang say this, Chen Mofan reacted. This Zhang Qian, it should be the man who clamored with himself last night at the ergo stall. Remembering that this guy also arrogantly shouted that he was Zhang Qian, But these two, Chen Mofan has long forgotten the back of his head, not to mention what revenge is not revenge. Besides, is he that scary? Selling the family business just because you're scared? Are his parents so supportive of him? How could Chen Mofan know that his fame had long spread in Liaochang by now? And, the more business people you are, the more savvy you are and the more you think. To them, the energy contained behind a person who could casually swipe 600 million must be extremely terrifying. That's what scares them. Chapter 43, Zhang Zhua, Li Yu, Zhang Chang, you purposely gave me a call. I don't think you're looking for me to talk about this. What's up? Say it. Zhang Chang's heart tightened and he hurriedly laughed dryly. Nothing can be hidden from the mortal god. Something did come up. I was approached by one of the three yesterday. He wanted to make amends to you and wanted me to pull some strings. Chen Mofan was surprised. This Zhang Chang can Zhang Chang, you can you have a wide enough business. This business is also there. Tomorrow why do not you pull the strings to protect the matchmaker? Zhang Chang had a moment of embarrassment on his face and accompanied with a smile. Don't make fun of me, Fan Shun. It's just that this kid's family also works as an intermediary, and we're considered peers, so that's why we're giving this kid a message. Mortal God, don't worry, this kid has said that he will absolutely satisfy you. I wonder if the mortal god is interested in coming over for a visit. Chen Merfan didn't even put those three people in his mind. He was now thinking about Master Tiger and how to spend $10 billion. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chen Mofan thought for a moment and said, let's do it tonight. I'll see if I have time. Hearing this, Zhang Chang was all excited and hurriedly smiled. Alright, Fan Shun, then we'll book the restaurant at 8 o'clock, and we'll be waiting for your grand entrance at that time. Chen Mofan promised and hung up the phone. Zhang Chang looked at the hung-up cell phone, and the smirk on his face reverted to flatness. On the side, Yang Kong carefully accompanied a smile. Strong, brother strong, what did the mortal god say? Zhang Chang coughed dryly and said with a smug face, what else can I say? The mortal god has agreed. We are all related to the mortal god. Yo, it's still you, brother Chang, with all the relationships with the mortal gods. Yang Kong accompanied a smile, his face full of currying favor. I have to ask brother Chang to take care of me more in the future. Please brother Chang, Yang Kong said, handing up a bank card. Zhang Chang looked at the bank card and lit up. No matter what, this Yang Kong was still quite good at his job. After receiving the bank card, Zhang Chang smiled and nodded. Chen Mofan completely lost the mood to sleep on, got up, washed up, and prepared to work on the remaining mess of the past 2 days. The first thing Chen Mofan did was to call Long Ao Tian and ask about the matter regarding the search for Zhang Zhua. Regarding this matter, Long Ao Tian was very attached to it and had already spread the news last night. The $2 billion bounty has completely set the internet on fire. The news about Zhang Zhua also came thickly like rain, but most of it is irrelevant news. There are only a couple of them, and they are still useful. One is the finding of a lover that Zhang Zhua used to keep, and the other is the news of Zhang Zhua's old hometown and the fact that Zhang Zhua had shown up there. One of the items, interestingly enough, is that Zhang Zhua has even been to the stick country. These messages, Long Ao Tian sifted through them and decided that they were useful information, so he put a bounty on the other party. Starting out as millions, the people who provided the information were ecstatic when they actually got the bounty. Some even post videos online to show off. This one completely set the internet on fire. The news of the mysterious tycoon offering a reward of $2 billion to find the most wanted man instantly appeared on all major online platforms. Even Penguin Video, Station C, had people posting pop-ups asking if anyone knew Zhang Zhua. Zhang Zhua's wanted posters began to be reprinted by tens of millions of netizens. Because, the guy who was bragging about it on the internet did so by reprinting Zhang Zhua's wanted poster. It just so happened that one person knew Zhang Zhua and saw that Zhang Zhua had appeared in the stick country, so he contacted the reproducer. The transporter contacted the tycoon with the message, and when the tycoon learned of the situation, he sent $1 million to each of the two men. $1 million. Ordinary people can't save that much in a lifetime. Now, all it takes is a reprint or a tip to get it, maybe even millions or billions. It's safe to say that the opportunity to get rich overnight is right around the corner. People became more active. Hundreds of millions of people participated, and Long Ao Tian's phone was almost busted. Mortal God, I'm sorry, there's so much news. I haven't organized it yet. I thought I'd organize it and send it to you first, but I didn't think that you'd call first. Chen Merfan heard a trace of obvious exhaustion in Long Ao Tian's tone. Obviously Long Ao Tian was very attached to his matter, which to his heart was a bit too much, but he also understood that in this world, there was no such thing as love without a cause, much less hate without a cause. If he wasn't a mortal god, the other party would still be so concerned. Brother, please. Hearing this, Long Ao Tian's mouth revealed a smile. He realized that the knight's efforts had not been in vain. The mortal god is joking. even though it's a bit of a tall order for me to say this. I truly take you as a friend. Mortal god. Good. Young dragon. You're a friend. I, Chen Mofan, have made a friend. I'll buy you a drink after this is over. Long Ao Tian's face was ecstatic as he hurriedly assured Fan Shun, don't worry. 3 days, within 3 days, I will definitely turn this Zhang Zhua out for you. At this moment, at the gate of East University, Zhang Zhua looked at his bounty order on the Pox Sound platform. His face was gloomy. He couldn't understand who he had offended. Obviously no one is paying attention to him anymore. So why is he now wanted on every major platform again? Even his name became a hot search. The wind is even more overshadowed. The rich second-generation collective eat kebabs this hotspot. Zhang Zhua cursed angrily in his heart, and his narrow eyes flashed with killing intent. Don't let him find out who is targeting him. Otherwise, no matter who it is, no matter what kind of power the other party has, he will get the other party killed. However, it wasn't easy to find him, as he was now long gone from the man he had been back then. He took a trip to the land of the stick, got plastic surgery and a fake set of identities. His name is Li Yu now, and he works under Master Tiger, one of the 4 great Vidra under Master Tiger. In Liucheng, no matter how rich a tycoon is, when they see him, they all have to respectfully call out Brother Yu. Now he is living a prosperous life, wanting money, wanting people, wanting to be famous, has long since not been the year that the wretched fugitive Zhang Zhua. Brother Yao, I've found out about the kid that Master Tiger mentioned. He's in this school. His name is Chen Mofan. What's up, Brother Yu? Should we storm the school now and take this kid out? Hearing the report from his men, Zhang Zhua slapped his mouth at the man and reprimanded. You've forgotten that Master Tiger said that Tang Face has set her sights on us. So tighten up a bit in these days and don't be so arrogant as you were before, arresting people at the drop of a hat. The man covered his face and nodded hastily. Zhang Zhua pondered for 2 seconds and spoke. Go, call that kid out to me. I'll meet him first. Let's see what this kid is capable of. To be able to take care of Scar. Chen Mofan had just hung up the phone when the dormitory elder sister shouted downstairs that someone was looking for him. Someone looking for himself? Chen Mofan is a little strange. He is a famous poor person in East University. Others can't even avoid him when they see him. Who will look for him? Wearing slippers, Chen Mofan went downstairs. Just as he arrived at the entrance to the first floor hallway, he saw outside the dormitory a punk with dyed yellow hair, picking his neck and looking toward him. At the first sight of Chen Mofan, the punk's eyes clearly lit up. Little punks looking for themselves? Chen Mofan understood after just a little bit of thinking. Obviously, behind the punks represented the Tiger Master. Asterisk. You're damn well Chen Mofan. As soon as they met, the little punk spewed out an expletive, then sized up Chen Mofan with a disdainful face and skimmed his mouth. Chen Mofan laughed, not spoiling it in the slightest, and kicked it out. Bang! The kick sent yellow hair directly into the flower bed in front of the dormitory building. The flower beds are filled with moonflowers, which in August are in full growth, with thin, sharp spines. Yellow hair was kicked into this with predictable results. Ow, a miserable scream. Yellow hair even rolled and crawled out of it. This short moment the body was full of spikes. The pain of the yellow hair sucked in a cold breath. Asterisk. You step on the horse looking for death. Yellow hair once again cursed angrily, both fists clenched, about to rush up. Chapter 44, First Meeting with Zhang Zhua. But the punk had just taken a step, and Chen Mofan once again sent him back with a kick. Yellow hair only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by a pain in his chest. A strong force then came from his chest. His body couldn't help but soar up and fly into the garden again. Ow! The wolf howls again. And this time, yellow hair rolled out of the flower bed as if fleeing for his life. But before he could stand still, there was another blossom before his eyes, and he flew back into the flower bed once again. The third time, yellow hair learned a lesson, did not wait to climb out of the flower bed. Mouth first cried, Brother, we have something to discuss. Do not kick. The flower bed of the moon are no thorns. All on me. When these words came out, yellow hair almost cried. Now he was like a hedgehog on him. If there was one thing that was different, it was that his thorns were covered in blood and were swooshing out of his body, all with ing sound effects. Chen Mofan stopped the leg that wanted to kick out again, and said flatly, This person doesn't like to listen to other people with my father or mother. In hearing a sentence, I let you can't get out of this flower bed today. Do you believe it? Yellow hair nodded his head hastily. He was truly afraid. He was in so much pain all over his body right now that he really felt like he didn't need to live if he was allowed to stay here for a day. That, brother, the Tiger Master under the 4 great Vajras, you brother, Li Yu, looking for you. Yellow hair pointed at the school entrance and said carefully, and the 4 diamonds, that's quite a name to make. Chen Mofan thought in his heart and lifted his leg towards the school entrance. He would like to meet this what's-her-name brother Yu. He would like to see if this brother Yu is also a benefactor like Lei Hu. Thinking of Lei Hu's arrogant appearance at the police station, Chen Mofan's eyes turned cold. He avenged Lei Lu's murder. But Lei Hu not only didn't have the slightest gratitude, but instead felt that he was meddling in his own business, and was even more envious of him, arrogantly threatening him. Apparently, it was Lei Hu who was used to being bossy on a regular basis and didn't put anyone in his eyes. Getting closer, Chen Mofan gradually saw clearly. That yellow hair mouth, the so-called four-grade Vajra Liu. It was a guy with a slab of hair and all tendons. In response, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He was very confident in his own power. Not to mention this what's-her-name Yu. Even if it was a cow, he could knock it out with one punch right now. Zhang Zuo also saw Chen Mofan walking towards him, and seeing that Chen Mofan's body was on the thin side, he snorted, a hint of obvious disdain on his face. Someone like that could have killed Scar? Its finger in the eye of the beholder. As a fellow wanted criminal, he knew Scar quite well, and knew that Scar was a good fighter, and that 2 or 3 people couldn't get close to him on a normal day. But now, Scar had his neck snapped. What kind of strength it takes to break a grown man's neck? Such a skinny kid in front of me has such power? Zhang Zuo didn't believe it. He thought the police must have made a mistake. You're Chen Mofan? Zhang Zuo inquired in a cold voice with a hint of obvious contempt in his tone. Chen Merfan frowned. He disliked the arrogant tone of the other party. But before he could open his mouth, Zhang Zuo savagely continued. Kid, let's go. Follow me to make amends to Master Tiger. This arrogant stance, which was just like that of a yellow hair, made Chen Mofan almost laugh in anger. He didn't understand where the other party got the arrogance to talk to him like that. Seeing Chen Mofan standing still, Zhang Zuo's face flashed a trace of obvious impatience, and he said even more arrogantly, Hey, scared silly, talking to you, what deafness do you pretend to be? Chen Mofan laughed. Are all the ones playing black so arrogant now? Lei Lu is like that. So is Lei Hu. And there's also yellow hair and this what's-his-name brother Yu. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Mofan took a drag and looked at Zhang Zuo and laughed. Lei Hu asked me to make amends to him, but as far as I know, it was me who helped him avenge the killing of his son, right? This practice of enmity and revenge is a little bit wrong, right? Ha, is not right? Zhang Zuo laughed coldly and sneered. Kid, whether it is right or not, it is also something you can say. This is Liao City. When Master Tiger says it is right, it is right. Where do you have the right to speak? It turns out to be so overbearing. Chen Mofan's face gradually turned cold. He had seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time he had seen one so arrogant that he didn't even have the power to speak. But without waiting for Chen Mofan to open his mouth, Zhang's was even more domineering words came over. Kid, now take the initiative to kowtow to Master Tiger to make amends. In leaving a leg behind, today's matter will be settled. Otherwise, I want you to not be able to see tomorrow's sun. Do you believe me? Zhang's was threatening words had just fallen when yellow hair limped over. You. The yellow hair was covered with small red spots all over his body, looked at Zhang Zuo with an aggrieved face, and hesitantly said, Yao brother, I was beaten by someone. Zhang's was brow snapped up, a glint of obvious coldness flashed in his eyes, and he said with a cold smile, Well, nowadays students are really arrogant. Even Master Tiger's people dare to move. Who has the guts to be so big? Who? Zhang's eyes were icy cold, the curved corners of his mouth carrying a hint of obvious contempt as he scanned the campus. For many years, no one dared to move as long as the word Master Tiger was mentioned, regardless of whether it was the representative of the second generation of the rich, Long Ao Tian, or the pharmaceutical tycoon by family, which one of them didn't smile and call out brother when they saw them. For many years, they were the ones who bullied others and beat them up. But today, someone actually dared to make a move against them. What a death wish, brother Yu, it's this kid. Yellow hair pointed at Chen Mofan and scowled. Zhang Zuo looked violently at Chen Mofan, a cold smile spreading across his cheeks. Kid, you dare to touch Master Tiger's people? A poor student. I've never really seen one as unaware of death as you. Zhang Zuo's words fell, rolled up his sleeves, and sneered as he walked towards Chen Mofan. Chen Merfan smiled back and lifted his leg towards Zhang Zuo. Do you really think that he, Chen Mofan, doesn't have a temper? But just at the moment when both sides were about to strike, a soft cry rang out. Li Yu, what are you doing here? Looking around, he saw a police car parked at the entrance of the school, and Tang Fei, wearing a police uniform, walked down from the car with quick steps. Seeing Tang Fei, Li Yu gave a dark cry of bad luck. With that in mind, he looked at Chen Mofan with an icy face and reached out to point. Kid, count yourself lucky today. Don't talk nonsense later or I'll break your legs. How could Chen Mofan be spoiled to him? directly responding to Zhang Zuo's threat with action. Tempest, someone here is terrorizing me. Chen Merfan smiled and pointed at Zhang Zuo as he opened his mouth. Zhang Zuo's face darkened then. Boy. UING. Before Zhang Zuo could finish his words, Tang Fei had already walked over and directly said, "What the? Come on Li Yu. Walk with me back to the police station." Zhang Zuo clenched his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He coldly looked at Chen Mofan as he was escorted by Tang Fei towards the police car. That look, the threat was strong. Chen Mofan is really not afraid of their retaliation. Now his strength, not to mention this tiger-backed Zhang Zuo. Even if it is a cow he can knock out with one punch. If Zhang Zuo really wanted to rely on his legs and feet to defeat him, he would make Zhang Zuo understand what was meant by the gap in strength. Merfan, it seems like Lei Hu was starting to target you. You should be careful in the future. Tempest returned again, cautioning. Chen Merfan inquired, Tang Fei, what exactly is this Lei Hu? Mentioning Lei Hu, Tang Fei's face turned cold and said indignantly, this guy has a bunch of ponies under his command and owns a number of gray industry chains, and the most prestigious Red Lust casino in our Liaoqing is his property. Over the years, this guy has killed, terrorized, kidnapped, everything, even the tycoons. He often blackmails them, and any tycoon worth hundreds of millions of dollars has been blackmailed by him. But unfortunately, although this guy is rampant, he can do things without a drop of water. Even those rich and powerful people don't want to get involved with these playing with their lives, and they have chosen to spend money to put the matter to rest. As a result, this has caused Lei Hu and the others to become more and more rampant. Chapter 45, Chen Mofan's nosebleed. Tang Fei said, took out his cell phone and tapped on his Weibo. For your safety, let's add a Weibo. If there's any situation, you call me directly, I will be the first to arrive. Chen Mofan nodded his head. Even if Tang Fei didn't say anything, he would still offer to add Tang Fei's WeChat. One, because, like Tempest said, there's something to WeChat about in the future. Secondly, it is because of Tang Fei, this Ing Chi full of big beautiful girl, giant wave loli he has, extreme imperial sister he has, valiant police flower he has not yet. Thinking of the giant wave loli, Chen Merfan realized that he hadn't had a good chat with Wang Jiajiu in the past 2 days. It just so happens that it's Sunday, so why don't you ask her out for a spin and see in spending a wave? Returning to his dorm room, Chen Mofan pulled out his cell phone and sat on his bed, calling Wang Jiajiu. Chen Mofan actually asked himself out. Wang Jiajiu nodded her head hurriedly in excitement. The two agreed to meet in front of the school in an hour. In the dormitory, the boss heard that this guy Chen Mofan was going on another date with the schoolgirl, envious chick in hair purple. He did not understand. The same are a dormitory people. Why you kid left and right? He and the old three can only be comforted by hand. Last night, he contacted Wang Yu, and as a result, Wang Yu directly ignored him and said that he should look at the mirror in the dormitory. The boss is a bit confused. What mirror? Merfan, talk to Wang Jiajiu. When will you go out to play Go and call Wang Yu up as well? Looking at his boss's expectant face, Chen Mofan understood that his boss was truly attached to Wang Yu. It seems that there is time to have a good meeting with Wang Yu that, since their own boss no matter what you have to ask for, lousy give you smashing bent. After thinking about it, Chen Mofan nodded. The boss immediately looked excited and hugged Chen Mofan and booped him. Merfan, that's a deal. I gave you my first kiss. You can't be irresponsible to me. I'll you up. Chen Mofan's face was full of disdain, and when he reached out and wiped his hand, it was still stained with saliva, instantly becoming even more disdainful. After following the oldest and the youngest for a while, seeing that it was almost time, Chen Mofan came to the school gate, but after waiting for more than an hour in a row, there was still no sign of Wang Jiajiu. Called her and ended up telling you she was putting on makeup. 10 minutes later, call again, still in makeup. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that this girl's makeup time is always a mystery. 10 minutes is it? An hour is still it. Half an hour later, Wang Jiajiu arrived late. Merfan, how about it? Am I pretty? Wang Jiajiu was wearing a low-cut white fluffy short dress with white stockings underneath and another pair of white high heels. This set of dress up, youthful and sexy at the same time, with a full sense of pure desire, like a seductive elf, making Chen Mofan's eyes snap to attention. But what made Chen Merfan care more was the low-cut dress on top, which perfectly showed off Wang Jiajiu's advantages. That a spreading gully, really like a torrent of water. Let your mood involuntarily surging. Just eyeballing it, it would fit a cell phone. This is so shocking. It doesn't make sense. It's too unreasonable. Did you grow up eating papaya for dinner? Yeah. Merfan, looking eyes falling down. Wang Jiajiu noticed Chen Mofan's eyes. Her face fiercely reddened and she let out a pout. It was only then that Chen Meifan noticed that he had lost his temper. There was no way around it. It was as deep as an abyss. as if it could pull your gaze down constantly, and one look at it could leave you overwhelmed and mesmerized. Chen Mofan awkwardly coughed dryly. Cough. That Jiao. Ask you something is your side of the family quite prolific in producing papaya? What with what Wang Jiao puzzled for a moment. Her family is in the north. Where is the papaya? Being puzzled, he reacted violently, and his little face turned red with a brush, red like a small apple, as if it was about to drip out of water. But in her heart, Wang Jiao couldn't help but be delighted. This at least showed that she was attractive to Chen Mofan. Just looking straight in the eyes was enough to prove everything, and she had a good feeling about Chen Mofan, a man who was not only somewhat handsome and multi-golden. The main thing was that this man was really nice to her. All kinds of gifts piled up in her dorm room, not to mention saving her brother's life. Without the money Chen Mofan had called her with, she didn't know how she was going to pay for her brother's next treatment. This made Wang Jiao's heart filled with gratitude towards Chen Mofan, and at the same time, she was also very fond of him. Now, after looking at Chen Mofan's silly appearance, his heart was even happier, because this proves that Chen Mofan is still very pure. If he was a veteran, he would never show that demented look just now. He looks like a man. What woman wouldn't want her man to be a pure and innocent mouse who is only interested in her, not to mention a golden mouse? Thinking of this, Wang Jiao smiled happily and stretched out her small hand, fiercely pinching Chen Mofan's waist. Silly, you're still looking. Chen Mofan hastily retracted his eyes and scratched his head, awkwardly not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Wang Jiao stood on her tiptoes and leaned over Chen Mofan's ear, her voice charmingly saying, "Do you like it?" Chen Mofan subconsciously nodded. "Then you block me for a bit." Wang Jiao blushed to the point of dripping water and whispered. Chen Mofan froze. What was in the way? In the next second, Wang Jiao reached out violently and pulled her clothes downward. Instantly, most of the light fell into Chen Mofan's eyes. The beautiful scene let Chen Mofan only feel head buzz a burst. Although it was only a short moment, Chen Mofan felt as if he had seen the snowy mountains and the mountaintops that were exposed beyond the white snow. Yikes! Fan, you're bleeding. Just as Chen Mofan was completely in shock, Wang Jiao let out a cry of alarm and pointed at Chen Mofan's nose in shock. He said, opening the satchel at his waist and taking out a wet wipe. Chen Mofan wiped his nose and looked at the bright red blood on his hands, instantly speechless. This is a big shame. The legendary mortal god got a straight nosebleed from watching exciting images? If this gets out, it's going to kill people with laughter. Wang Jiao took a silk scarf and carefully wiped the blood from Chen Mofan's nose, wiping it while smiling. Originally making that bold move, she was so shy she wanted to find a crack in the ground. But now, seeing Chen Mofan's foolishness, she realized that this man was even more pure and shy than she had imagined. This time, there was no need for her to be shy. That's pretty good. Chen Mofan looked at Wang Jiao in front of him. The two of them were close to each other, and his excited heart made Chen Mofan hug Wang Jiao. Jiao, let's get a room. When these words came out, Wang Jiao blushed almost to the root of her ears. How could she not understand what that meant? But she wasn't Ruyan Lu. She was a gold digger but not a casual woman. She had only known Chen Mofan for 3 days, and although she had a good feeling about him, it was not a reason for her to just hand over a blood. She could engage in a little flirtation every now and then, but in front of a big right and wrong like first blood, she felt she should have some principles. She felt that she should spend some time with Chen Mofan before deepening her feelings. Then, pick the right time, the right occasion, and hand over everything she has. Besides, women who are too easy to get, men tend not to cherish too much. Fan, it's my first time and I don't want to be that hasty. As the words were spoken, Wang Jiao raised her head and stared closely at Chen Mofan. She wanted to take a closer look at the expression on this man's face. For the first time, these 3 words caused a glint of obvious surprise and amazement to flash through Chen Mofan's eyes. He didn't expect that Wang Jiao, the famous gold-digging woman of Eastern University, would be so clean. Come to think of it, if it wasn't her first time, his brother's treatment would have been paid for a long time ago. Since it was his first time, he did get a little hasty. Chapter 46, Jealous Feng Fei. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan apologized. I'm sorry, it's because I was a bit hasty and didn't consider your feelings. The legendary mortal god apologized to himself, and Wang Jiao's heart was filled with joy. But the next second, only to see Chen Mofan's red face continued. Actually, this is my first time as well. Wang Jiao's eyes lit up. Chen Mofan, a huge young man from a wealthy family. Even, Wang Jiao covered her mouth and snickered, her face full of contempt. Chen Mofan scratched his head awkwardly. What is this? Is he being despised? Despised by a division? Come on, let's go play. Wang Jiao wrapped her arm around Chen Mofan's arm, and a certain spot inevitably rubbed against it. No more looking around. Oh, it's a little perk for you, Wang Jiao said shyly, her face turning even redder. Chen Mofan was looking at it with a big appetite. Where are we going? Chen Mofan inquired, forcing back the evil thoughts in his heart. Wang Jiajia thought about it. The corner of her mouth showed a bad smile. Let's go ride the little yellow bike. I can see. Oh, yesterday you rode the back of the little yellow bike so dashing, Wang Jiajio said, playfully winking at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan was embarrassed for a while. In the end, he still didn't have a decent car. Or even a car. Zhang Chang did say that there is a batch of cars he helped to contact, and it seems that the car is still Lei Hu want. If it's someone else's, he has no idea, but if it's Lei Hu's, then I'm sorry, he'll take this car. It seems that in the evening, it's time to talk to Zhang Chang. This batch of cars, he must get his hands on them. Since Lei Hu dared to send people to find him trouble first, then he dared to rob Lei Hu's things to return the favor. We'll all see who's better at it if you do the first and I do the second, Chen Mofan thought, taking out his cell phone and scanning up the small yellow car in front of the school. Wang Jiajio had already swept up and sat on the little yellow car, and was waiting for Chen Mofan. After Chen Mofan swept it up, he looked at Wang Jiajio, and with just one glance, his nosebleed flowed out again. Wearing a short skirt to ride a small yellow bike, this is simply not too hooked, especially when stopped in place. Legs apart, short skirt up, certain parts began to be hidden. Isn't this a crime to hook someone? It's okay to hook him, but this is welfare for the public. Can this be tolerated? Chen Mofan hurriedly got out of the car and walked over quickly. Wang Jiajio was still a little unsure. What happened to Merfan? Go. Cough. Chen Mofan coughed dryly, blocking in front of Wang Jiajio, lying on her ear and whispering, I've seen it all. Pink, with a little bear on top. Very kawaii. One sentence. Wang Jiajio instantly reacted, her face turning a moment red. Chen Mofan, you're really a stinking rascal. Where are you looking? Wang Jiajio said shyly, stretching out her small hand to ruthlessly pinch Chen Mofan's back waist. What am I supposed to do? Won't I not be able to ride the little yellow bike this way? Chen Mofan bared his teeth in pain and laughed. It's fine. Wait for me. I'll go get my clothes. Chen Meifan ran back to the dormitory and took a piece of clothing and tied it around Wang Jiajiao's waist, which blocked the spring light somewhere. Merfan, you've got a nosebleed again. He. After doing some, Wang Jiajia covered her mouth and snickered, as if feeling amused. Wang Jiajio then teased, did it just look good? The upper body is also with a little barrow. Wang Jiajiao's words exited. Chen Merfan just faintly thought about it, his mind filled with strange fantasies, and his animal blood boiled even more. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't say anything, Wang Jiajiu once again said, did you just count? How many bears are there? Chen Mofan snapped. That hasty glance just now seemed to show that there were 3 of them. Three of them, I think. He. Wang Jiajiu laughed, hugging Chen Mofan who was blocking her body, then teased. This one is Tool. What else do you see besides the little bear? It was fine if Wang Jiajiu didn't remind him, but with this reminder, Chen Mofan suddenly realized that he had just glanced hastily, and it seemed like he did see other scenery besides the bear. Those unique landscapes just slightly recalled made one's blood spurting, and Chen Mofan even shivered with excitement. But just when the ambiguous atmosphere was about to reach its peak, someone else was trying to ruin it. A Mercedes GLS, a $1 million limousine, stopped at the entrance of the school. A guy with glasses and an expensive Armani suit came down from the car. After the man with glasses glanced at the two, he walked straight towards them, not forgetting the sarcasm in his mouth. Wang Jiajiu, I didn't believe it when I heard that you've sought out the famous dog god of our Eastern University, but now that I take a look at it, it turns out to be the truth. Wang Jiajiu, you really aren't picky about what you eat. Ha. As the glasses man's words fell, the corners of his mouth hooked up and a sneering cold laugh rang out. He had pursued Wang Jiajiu in the beginning, and it was fine at first, but then this woman ignored him, which made him feel embarrassed. He is also considered a man of the moment in East University. His family assets of hundreds of millions of dollars, driving a million luxury cars. Wherever he goes, the girls are not rushing to pounce on Wang Jiajiu to ignore him. Not just did not give his brother 100,000 medical bills, this even dared to give him a face, then cut off contact with him. What is even more irritating is that now this woman is kissing a poor person like the dog god, which makes him feel that he is humiliated. Dog god, East University's famous beggar. He Feng Fei actually cannot compare to a beggar? He's mad with jealousy. Chen Mofan's eyebrows zo up. He found out how today is so bad. How to get there are people to find fault. Who is this stupid bird again? Wang Jiajiu also saw the glasses man, lying in Chen Meifan's ear explained, Meifan, ignore him, this is the junior finance department, named Feng Fei. His family opened a financial company, once chased me, but I did not agree to him. The two didn't want to pay attention, but Feng Fei was unforgiving. He had a clear contempt on his face as he mocked. Wang Jiajiu, a beggar like the dog god, do you get off on it? Or are you all so horny now that the dog god alone can satisfy you? Do you want me to call in a few brothers to help out? Ha ha ha. Chen Mofan's eyes went cold and he was about to go forward when Wang Jiajiu pulled him back. Merfan, don't bother with him. Yo, what's up? Is this the dog god trying to bite? Feng Fei looked at Chen Mofan with a teasing face and contempt. Toodaloo. Come, dog god. Here's a meaty bone to eat or not. Feng Fei's face was arrogant as if he was teasing a dog, humiliating Chen Mofan. He just wants to tease the dog god. He is not convinced that this poor what? Why can he chase Wang Jiajiu? On the basis that he's covered in groundlings? Or because he's a poor? He was actually stepped on by a poor man, and he couldn't accept it and couldn't stand it. Merfan, forget it, let's go. Wang Jiajiu once again pulled Chen Mofan back. Her face was concerned as she gently persuaded him. Chen Merfan nodded, mounted the small yellow bike, and took Wang Jiajiu to leave East University. But some people are like this. You endure for a while, and will not exchange the other side of the wind and waves. There are only intensified. I had just ridden forward 10 minutes when a sharp horn blared incessantly behind me, a harsh and irritating sound, and it didn't stop when it did. Chen Mofan turned his head to look at the voice and saw Feng Fei driving a Mercedes behind him at a glance. Sitting in the car, Feng Fei's mouth curled up with obvious smugness on his face, placing his hands on the steering wheel and furiously pressing the horn. The ear-piercing sound of the horn resounded all around for a while, noisily distracting Chen Mofan and Wang Jiajiu. But Feng Fei felt that this was still not too much. A foot of gas. Mercedes accelerated and crashed hard towards Chen Mofan. Again, the brakes were slammed on the moment they were about to hit. Back and forth, constantly teasing Chen Mofan. Even the guy stuck his head out of the car window and taunted at Chen Mofan. Dog god, how is my Mercedes speeding up? Not talking? Couldn't have peed your pants in fear. Ha ha ha. Chapter 47, Feng Fei's fear to the point of crying. The ear-piercing laughter echoed in his ears, and Chen Mofan only felt a surge of anger rise up in his heart. Wang Jiajiu's face was also very ugly as she stopped the car and looked angrily at Feng Fei. Feng Fei, you've had enough. Is it fun to scare us? This is the first time I realized that you are so childish. Childish? Mud. How dare you call me childish? Feng Fei's face flashed with a touch of sinister, and the Mercedes accelerated violently, overtaking the two men before hanging in front of them. Car exhaust spewed out and sprayed directly in the faces of both men. Inevitably, the two men inhaled the exhaust, and the smell choked them into coughing fits. This time, Chen Mofan was truly enraged. He didn't want to pay attention to Feng Fei, but the other party had humiliated him again and again. Did he really think that he, Chen Mofan, didn't have a temper? But Feng Fei looked at Chen Mofan's bad face and stepped on the gas, instantly pulling away, poking out the car window. Feng Fei looked at the two, with disdain on his face, mocking, stinking, eat-tail gas to go. This time know the gap between rich and poor. Right, the dog god you also like, really ing blind. Feng Fei laughed out loud as he saw Chen Mofan's face getting uglier and uglier, his face covered in smugness. Dog god, are you angry? Come on, come and bite me if you can. I'll stop here and wait for you. Okay, he said, stopping with a kick of the brakes. He was confident that as long as Chen Mofan dared to come after him, he would be able to instantly distance the two of them with a kick of the gas. By then, the exhaust from the cars can spray this beggar all over. But just as these words fell, the smugness on Feng Fei's face instantly solidified, only to see Chen Mofan's body moving like a cunning rabbit. His speed was so fast that it was actually like shooting a crossbow arrow. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and before he could react in time, Chen Mofan had actually arrived in front of him. By the time he reacted and tried to step on the gas, Chen Mofan had already grabbed him by the hair and gripped him hard out of the car window. Chen Mofan's current physical quality was 23, and a normal person's was 10. Physical fitness, on the other hand, encompasses strength, agility, speed, flexibility, and endurance. 5 points. In other words, his current speed was twice that of a normal average person. Feng Fei wailed in agony as he felt as if his scalp had been ripped off. He didn't understand where Chen Mofan, a skinny chicken, got such great strength, carrying him as if he were a chicken cub. But the more he did so, the angrier he felt. A poor bastard with empty brute strength even dared to make a move against him. He is Feng Fei whose family has hundreds of millions of assets. This poor bastard dares to touch him, really looking for death. Chen Mofan, what kind of thing are you? How dare you touch me? On what grounds? You a poor on what grounds? Chen Mofan, you're finished. Feng Fei's face grimaced and roared. Chen Mofan smiled. Since he was all done, he didn't take the opportunity to kick a few more feet. Not spoiling Feng Fei in the slightest, Chen Mofan went up and swung his big mouth left and right. It wasn't that he hadn't given Feng Jikai a chance, but this guy had bullied him over and over again, relying on his family history, mocking him for so long. Chen Mofan had to treat him to a big earful. The sound of popping resonated across the road. Feng Fei's roar of rage also grew weaker and weaker with the sound of a slap. Chen Mofan, you're a dead man. I know Liao Cheng's Bai Xiao, Bai Yu, and he'll pinch you to death just like he pinches an ant. Feng Fei's nose and swollen cheeks carried a cold smile, still not forgetting to threaten Chen Mofan at this moment. As soon as these words fell, Feng Fei's eyes saw several people on the road who were also riding small yellow bicycles. The moment he saw the leading man, his face was ecstatic and he hurriedly shouted, Bai Xiao, Bai Xiao. Whitefeather is riding a small yellow bike on the road with a group of brothers. Yesterday, he saw the Vanguard's small yellow car riding so sick, and on a whim he also wanted to play. I had been riding all morning and was about to stop for a break when I heard someone call out to me. Raising his eyes, Whitefeather frowned. Who was that snotty, swollen pig head? He didn't want to get involved and was about to turn his head when out of the corner of his eye he saw Chen Mofan, who was furiously slapping his big ears. Holy, mortal gods! Whitefeather exclaimed in shock and hurried over on his little yellow bike. Feng Fei thought that Bai Yu had ridden over here to save him? His face was instantly pleased, and his fingerprint-covered face was instantly filled with triumph. As he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he threatened Chen Mofan. Poor bastard. You're dead. Don't cry and beg me later. Of course, if you kneel down for me now, I wouldn't mind thinking about it and sparing you. Feng Fei had a contemptuous, disdainful snort on his face, and his attitude was the same as before as he arrogantly looked at Chen Mofan. But when Bai Yu and the others arrived on their bikes, his face changed again, and with a pleasing, smiling face, he said, Bai Xiao, Bai Xiao. Whitefeather frowned. Why is this pig head so unintelligent? Can't you see that he's going to chat with the mortal god? What's the point of blocking him? With a hint of impatience on his face, Whitefeather asked, Who are you? Feng Fei, the one whose family owns a financial company. Xiao Feng, Xiao Feng. Feng Fei pointed at himself with a pleasing face, then his eyes looked at Chen Mofan with contempt, then said, Bai Xiao, this kid even dared to make a move on me. You have to help me. Feng Fei reached out and pointed at Chen Mofan. Seeing that Chen Mofan did not have the slightest bit of fear, but instead was full of smiles, he became angry. Chen Mofan, you still dare to be arrogant in front of Bai Xiao. Whitefeather was doubting his own ears. This little Feng was cursing the mortal god and bringing him along with him? For a moment, Whitefeather had the urge to get this guy killed. On the contrary, Feng Fei still didn't know how to die and had a smug look on his face. Bai Yu directly raised his hand and slapped his mouth at Feng Fei. Pop! The crunching sound carried across the road. Feng Fei covered his face, confused. Bai Xiao, what are you doing, hitting me? Beating you? I damn well want to kill you. Whitefeather said, backhanding and slapping his mouth again. Do you know that this is a ing mortal god? And one that people like you can mess with. And ing bring me along. In one sentence, Feng Fei was completely dumbfounded. Chen Mo Fan? The mortal god? Feng Fei only felt his head buzzing. Blood rushed straight to the brain, making his scalp feel numb. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Bai Yu's words in the slightest, because the other party was originally a famous young man in Liaoqing, and there was no need to lie to a little karami like him. But if it was true, Feng Fei immediately felt his legs go weak. He couldn't believe what he'd just done. Calling a mortal god poor, scaring a mortal god, inviting a mortal god to eat tail gas? He's so arrogant. At this moment, Feng Fei directly knelt down, crying and begging, Mortal god, I'm wrong, I didn't know, I really didn't know. You're generous, just take me as a fart and let me go. Feng Fei's nose and eyes came out, and his heart was filled with fear. At this moment, he was without any semblance of arrogance from before, and his entire face was white with fear, because he knew that their East University's Chu Ku. It seemed that because of offending the mortal god, he sold his family's assets cheaply overnight, and he himself was crushed by a car and broke his legs. Now everyone is guessing that the car could have been arranged by the mortal gods. He was afraid of ending up like Chuko. Mortal god, I have eyes to see, please spare me. Chen Merfan had a disgusted look on his face as this guy hugged his leg and cried like a pussy. The point is that if you're crying, you can't keep your big snotty nose in check. It's rubbing off on my leg. Chen Mofan was filled with disgust and directly kicked the guy away. Vanguard, you don't need to do anything about this little karami. I'll take care of it for you tonight. Seeing Chen Mofan's disgusted face, Bai Yu hurriedly stated. With that, he raised his foot and kicked Feng Fei unconscious. Feng Fei, this kind of bullying people, Chen Mofan really do not have much good feelings. If it is someone else, perhaps it is also even. But this kind of person must be taught a lesson. Nodding, Chen Mofan said, Alright, I'll leave it to you then. Chapter 48, A Dog's Eye View of a Man. Bai Yu's face was happy when he heard this. He knew that Long Aotian had now become friends with Fanshan because he had helped him with Zhang Zuo's business. A friend of the mortal god. Then in the future, he would definitely be taken care of by the mortal god, and the benefits would naturally be few and far between. Besides, to become friends with a mortal god, how honorable is this to say? Calling a junior, Whitefeather asked the junior to drive the car, pulling the fainting Feng Fei back to his villa first, and would deal with him later. After the business was finished, Bai Yu noticed Wang Jiaojiao standing beside Chen Mofan. Van God, this beautiful woman is. Chen Merfan smiled faintly. Even if Bai Yu didn't ask, he would have introduced them. Bai Yu and the others were the real rich second generation of Liaoqing. Getting acquainted with them would only benefit Wang Jiaojiao and do no harm. With this in mind, Chen Merfan smiled and took Wang Jiaojiao's hand and introduced him. This is my classmate, named Wang Jiaojiao. What classmate? Sister-in-law, I guess. Whitefeather laughed and coaxed. Afterwards, looking towards Wang Jiaojiao, he continued. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Bai Yu. You can call me Yuzi. If there is anything in Liaocheng in the future, sister-in-law, feel free to command. Bai Yu Du opened his mouth, and the group of friends behind him hurriedly opened their mouths with smiles on their faces. Hello sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is beautiful. Sister-in-law, is there any more beauties? Introduce me to one. A cry of sister-in-law made Wang Jiaojiao blush. She naturally knew of Bai Yu and knew that the other party was a famous rich second generation in Liaocheng. In the past, the two of them, she and Whitefeather, were worlds apart. But now, Bai Yu was standing in front of her respectfully, calling her sister-in-law. This huge sense of contrast made her heart unusually excited while feeling unreal. At the same time, it was a great satisfaction to her vanity. She didn't need to guess to know that if she let her group of little sisters see the scene today, they might envy her. But she also understood that all of this was brought to her by Chen Mofan. It was because of this man that she had what she had now. This made the love for Chen Mofan in her heart grow one more point. Mortal God, where are you taking your sister-in-law? There's nothing for us to do, so we'll sneak along with you, Bai Yu asked with a smile. He was now going to communicate more with Chen Mofan about his feelings and try to become friends with his idol as well. Chen Mofan originally hadn't thought about where to go, but after Feng Fei made such a mess, he thought about it. Buy a car. Must buy a car. It was just as well. He needed a car to practice on properly. He didn't have a license yet. Before, as a poor, did not even consider what car I'll watch. Now rich, naturally all can be arranged. Got Whitefeather to ask about what 4S stores are nearby. One of Whitefeather's minions happened to be familiar with these operations. Led by that little brother, the group rode towards the 4S store on their little yellow bikes with great vigor. Along the way, it doesn't matter what kind of luxury car, whether you're worth millions or tens of millions. When they saw the army of little yellow bikes, they all dutifully yielded. And, the more luxurious the car, the more courteous it is. Others, those limousine drivers might not recognize them. But Bai Yu, Bai Dishao, can they not recognize them? Moreover, looking at the posture of Bai Dishao, this is obviously the head of the front to lead the way. Even young Bai had to lead the way at the front, so it was easy to imagine what the status of the people behind him was. All the way straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. A row of small yellow cars parked in front of the store. The supervisor of the 4S store, who was explaining to the customer, looked up and saw this scene, and his face instantly turned cold. They are a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, the biggest 4S store in Liaocheng, and now there are rows and rows of little yellow cars parked. Is this ING like that? If you want to park, you have to park those million-dollar luxury cars. This is the only way to show how good they are at Mercedes 4S stores. But now, asterisk. Another ING group of poor people to come here to open the eyes to come, cannot afford to see ING what to see. Cursing under his breath, the supervisor walked out angrily. Opening the door, he pointed at Chen Mofan and the others without a care in the world and angrily cursed. Roll. The most damned hate you bunch of poor bastards. Don't look at what place this is. A bunch of poor. The words came to an abrupt end, and Chen Mofan and the others who were using their cell phones to turn off the lock looked up. At a glance, the supervisor saw Whitefeather standing in the crowd. In an instant, the supervisor's neck jerked back like a quail's. In the next second, the anger on his face instantly turned into fawning, holding his stomach and trotting to Bai Yu's side. Welcome, Bai Shao, that you can come. Our 4S store is really a humble place. You please. The supervisor bowed his body. Humble as a lackey. A far cry from the arrogant and domineering person he was just now. But Whitefeather didn't intend to let him go in the slightest and directly slapped his mouth over. If you don't want to open this store, say so earlier. I can have him replace it with a BMW. With an Audi. The supervisor blanched and assured him that he wouldn't dare next time. Whitefeather's face eased up a bit at that. Chen Meifan understands that there are these bully villains everywhere. How to clean up cannot clean up. Get too involved with such people and you'll end up angry with yourself. With this in mind, Chen Mofen pulled Wang Jiajiao and lifted his leg towards the store, but just took a step. The supervisor's face was grim as he pulled him back, and his mouth cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who let you walk in front? Can't you see that Bai Xiao hasn't left yet? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let your guest, Bai Xiao, go first. Young Bai, please. Chen Mofen looked at the supervisor who pulled himself up and smiled. Smiling with a hint of playfulness, he looked towards White Feather. The smile made Bai Yu shiver with excitement. Before looking at the supervisor's fawning face, White Feather was completely enraged. You make the mortal gods wait and let me in? What kind of guest is that? Are you slapping me in the face? Or is this a slap in the face of the mortal gods? You step on the horse, don't come tomorrow. Bai Yu said. Furious, he swung out another slap and slapped the supervisor on the face. The supervisor was only confused for a second before responding. Obviously, he had just dragged Chen Mofen to be the honored guest, or else Bai Yu wouldn't be so angry. Suddenly reacting, he was about to apologize when he heard Bai Yu awkwardly say, Mortal God, don't be general with them. The supervisor's face turned pale then as soon as the words mortal god came out. Now who in the entire Liao City didn't know that Fan Shen had come out of nowhere, swiping $600 million in one night, and had become one of the newest top young men in Liao City? He had actually offended him, and the supervisor could only feel his legs and stomach trembling so much that he couldn't even stand. The store manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, who also noticed the commotion at the door, hurriedly ran all the way over. At a glance, he saw White Feather in the crowd and was about to open his mouth when he saw White Feather open his mouth. Cough. Store manager, let me introduce you to this. This is the honored guest, Chen Merfan, the mortal god. Bai Yu was really afraid that this store manager was also as unenlightened as the supervisor, and hurriedly introduced him first. Upon hearing this, the store manager instantly understood and hastily revealed a smiling face. Fan Shen, how are you? I'm the store manager of this store. I didn't expect you to come here in a big way. The small store is really flourishing. Come on, please, please, the store manager said and made a pleased gesture. Only then did Chen Mofen walk into the Mercedes-Benz store with Wang Jiajiao. As White Feather passed by the store manager, he glanced at the supervisor and said meaningfully, Store manager, your family's supervisor is very powerful. No other words were needed. The store manager understood, and with a cold face, he pointed at the supervisor and said, You don't have to come in tomorrow. You're fired. Hearing this, the supervisor's face was filled with bitterness. At this moment, he was very regretful, regretting why he was dog-eared. This is good. After offending Bai Yu and Fan Shen one after another, these two great gods, I'm afraid that I won't be able to get along in Liucheng. Wang Jiajiao, who was walking forward, heard the words of the store manager clearly. In fact, this 4S store she came to a long time ago, when she wanted to come over to open her eyes. But it was for riding a little yellow bike that she was stopped by that supervisor and humiliated her in a good way. But now, the corner of Wang Jiajiao's mouth curled up, and her grip on Chen Mofen's hand unconsciously pushed a point harder. Chapter 49, Taking Down the Supercar. Yellow Hair had been following closely behind, watching Chen Mofen as they entered the 4S store, and took out his cell phone to send Zheng Zhua the location. Zheng Zhua has now paid his fine and is being lovingly taught by his uncles. The sound of a cell phone rang. Zheng Zhua took out his cell phone and glanced at it, seeing that it was the location sent by his little brother. Yellow Hair, the corner of his mouth curled up, daring to offend him and Master Tiger. That kid must be made to pay today. What's even more irritating is that he was played by a student today? He couldn't swallow this. After receiving education, Zhang Zhua called a few more minions and drove straight to the location that Yellow Hair sent. Today, he was going to solve Chen Mofen. Chen Mofen looked at the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him. The price is okay. It is a pretty good car to use for practice. I just don't know if it's crash resistant? Thinking of this, Chen Mofen raised his leg and went for Big G's front face with a kick. Bang! A popping sound echoed through the 4S store for a long time. The people on the side, looking at this move of Chen Mofen, were completely dumbfounded. Inside the 4S store, everyone's face is filled with heartache and shock. It's the Big G, $1 million luxury car. But you just kick it down, and a new car becomes an old car in an instant. You lost tens of thousands of dollars with that kick. The store manager, confused, stood in place. Do not know what this master means. A good new car, why to give a kick? He wasn't worried that Chen Mofen couldn't afford it. Just kidding. The people Bai Yu brought in, could they not afford a Big G? White Feather also had a head full of questions. What's wrong with you, mortal god? Why is there something you're not satisfied with? Chen Mofen nodded as he looked at the dented part of the front face and the obvious large footprint. Overall it's okay, not one of those things that breaks when you touch it. I'll just try it to see if it resists bumps. And I'm quite happy with it. The store manager was completely petrified. It's $1 million luxury car. Although he knew that the person who could be with Bayou was either rich or noble, he didn't expect that this rich was so rich. The store manager was messed up in the wind on the spot. When the group of juniors around White Feather heard this, each of them had envy and shock on their faces. They couldn't compare to Bayou, or they wouldn't have been Bayou's little brother. For them, the Big G is their dream car. But now, the Big G is just a tool for mortal gods to experiment with crash resistance? Instantly, they were unbalanced in their hearts. People were more angry than people. White Feather Faces also flashed a trace of shock. Although he is but so dry, he more or less still have so a trace of heartache. After all, this is worth millions of luxury car. But what about the mortal god? That kick was really without the slightest hesitation, dashing and calm, not taking the Big G in front of him seriously at all. This kind of mentality, Bayou, was ashamed of himself. The mortal gods are really mortal gods. Okay, I'll take this one Big G. Is there any other better cars out there? Don't fool me with these $1 million low-end cars. The store manager furiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The $1 million Big G was a low-end car? It was the first time he had ever heard such a thing. But the other side of the face of that bland expression, and let the store manager understand, this master is really unfathomable. Bought $1 million luxury car face, not red heart. Even being able to have a flat face while kicking ass at the Big G, followed by a smile and a nod. Just how ho-hum is this master? The store manager couldn't even imagine it. Guess we'll just have to bring out their townie. The jewel of the town is a multi-million dollar supercar in their store. Mercedes-AMG. It's worth $18 million. This is a true luxury car and the top of the AMG range. The car had been reserved. Only the owner was late in picking it up when it arrived. Now, Bai Xiao and this master came. The other party, since they did not pick up the car as promised, delivery of the final payment. Then this car, their 4S store has the right to redispose. That mortal god, Bai Xiao, we do have a top-of-the-line supercar here. It's just a bit expensive in value. $18 million. I wonder, is it to the liking of the mortal gods? 18 million? Chen Mofan's eyes lit up. A little is a little when you can spend it now. Go, show me. Straight through the 4S store, the group made their way to a small warehouse in the back. After opening the lock of the warehouse pulled open and a pure black supercar appeared in front of Chen Mofan's eyes. The whole of this supercar is pure black, giving people a unique sense of mystery, but under the illumination of the light, its whole body, and flashing dazzling luster, so that people cannot bear to look at. The whole car is made of carbon fiber. The shape is exaggerated and shocking. The streamline curve is like a woman's perfect body. With just one glance, Chen Mofan, who was a man, fell in love. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a ING driver's license. Van God, what about this car? The store manager asked cautiously. Chen Merfan didn't answer, but looked at Wang Jiajiao and asked with a smile, how does it feel? Wang Jiajiao was shocked. It's so cool. Just him. Swipe the card. Chen Mofan pulled out his black card and laughed. That's swiping the card? The store manager was a little unresponsive for a moment. Shouldn't you be up there trying it out? Feeling it? But this one just bought it? It wasn't that he didn't know about the Vanguard Ho, but he didn't expect it to be such a ho method. Millions of cars, said kicking, 10 million car feel not even feel. Just a flat face and pull out the card. Are all rich people's lives so plain as water? Honestly, he was ING envious. The store manager swiped his card? Chen Mofan saw the store manager freeze and reminded him with a smile. The store manager then responded, ah, oh, good. With his mouth full, the store manager hurriedly took out the card machine. 2 cars, costing a total of $19 million. There was still a sense of unreality in the store manager the moment the sound of the funds arriving rang out. That's a buy? By the way, store manager, let's register this supercar in this beauty's name. Chen Merfan held Wang Jiajiao's hand and smiled as he raised his hand to the store manager. Wang Jiajiao, who heard these words, froze in place, her eyes snapping wide in disbelief as she looked at Chen Mofan. You gave it to her? It's an $18 million luxury car, and you just gave it to her? Wang Jiajiao's heart was filled with surprise. She fell in love with the supercar the first time she saw it, but she realized that with her finances, she wouldn't be able to afford it in 100 years of hard work. But now that the luxury car was so much hers, she was so excited she wanted to cry. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Jiajiao stood on her tiptoes and gave Chen Mofan a kiss on the cheek, then covered her mouth and cried. She was so excited, so happy, and felt so blessed. She used to dream of riding in a limousine. But now, not only was she riding in a limousine, but the limousine was truly hers. She felt her heart popping out of her throat with excitement. Looking at Wang Jiajiao's agitated appearance as she covered her mouth and cried, Chen Merfan smiled and reached out to rub her head. How's that? Do you like it? Hearing this inquiry, Wang Jiajiao jumped into Chen Mofan's arms as she kept nodding her head. Love it. She loves it so much. Merfan, I feel like I'm so thrilled, so happy, so excited. I feel like I can barely speak. Wang Jiajiao choked. Then why don't you hurry in and feel it? Chen Mofan laughed. The store manager on the side heard this and hurriedly handed over the car keys in his hand. Watching Wang Jiajiao sit in the car, the store manager's eyes were filled with envy. This is a top-of-the-line supercar worth $18 million, and Van God just gave it to this girl? For a moment, the store manager's heart was nothing but shock. The minions that White Feather had brought with him were also filled with shock, and they once again clearly recognized the how of the mortal god. The wealth that seemed to be so deep that it made their chickens purple with envy. So many people's hearts were wondering if their own siblings could be introduced to the mortal gods. Maybe the mortal gods, once they were happy, rewarded them with a supercar to play with as well. Baiyu also shocked on the spot. He thinks he is very rich, but send girls gifts will not send supercar off. First $2 billion to find Zhang Zhua, and now the supercar is said to be given away. How terrifying is the financial power of the mortal gods? Baiyu thought in his heart and looked at Chen Mofan with even more admiration. Chapter 50. Baiyu is willing to give $100 million. The Mercedes-Benz Big G was kicked twice by Chen Mofan and sent directly to repair. The store manager assured me that he could restore the dented front face to its original shape and would ship it to Eastern University when it was fixed. Chen Mofan happened to be in no hurry and nodded in agreement. And that Mercedes-Benz supercar, Wang Jiajiao is in love with it. She said anything to drive back to the East University by herself, so that her small group of sisters to envy. After the store manager ran a temporary license plate, Wang Jiajiao carefully drove from the warehouse to the front of the store. A few meters of speed, walking a step and stopping a step, slower than a turtle lying on the ground. The dignity of this supercar can be said to be Wang Jiajiao pressed on the ground and ruthlessly rubbed a little. But for this, not a single person dared to joke. Jokingly, this is the woman of the mortal god. It's too late to flatter, but still jokes? It's no different than looking for death. Merfan, this sports car has too much horsepower. That airwave sound is so shocking. Chen Mofan rolled his eyes. And the sound of airwaves? You're crawling 3 times slower than a turtle. Not as fast as I can walk. Look, both vans have passed you. The 2 vans jerked to a halt, stopping impartially in front of the 4S store. The door opened and Zhang Zhuo walked out of the van carrying an iron bar, arrogantly pointing an iron rod at Chen Mofan. He said angrily, little than a brat. I didn't expect it. Master can still find you. The moment Zhang Zhuo sure appeared, the surrounding crowd was simultaneously startled. They all know that this is one of the 4 great Vajra under Master Tiger, and has never walked sideways in Liuqing. For years, no one dared to mess with it, because anyone who has ever messed with them is either dead or crippled. Therefore, in Liaochang, there were many people who hated them, but none who dared to show it. There are even some rich people who are not in good terms with them, and with the help of their lechery, they have amassed a lot of money. But today, one of the 4 diamonds, Li Yu, unexpectedly faced the mysterious landlord, the god of mortality. This time, Liaochang is going to have an earthquake. The hearts of the crowd trembled in unison, and most of them quietly pulled away from Chen Mofan. Kid, aren't you quite wild? Speak up, dumbass. Zhang Zhuo sneered, arrogantly pointing at Chen Mofan with his iron rod. Behind them, more than a dozen minions rushed out of the van in great numbers, and they stood behind Zhang Zhuo and looked at Chen Mofan with a sneer. Chen Mofan had a calm face, not showing the slightest bit of timidity because of the number of people on the other side. On the side, White Feather had a smile on his face. Brother you, what's the situation? Bring so many brothers. In Baiyu's heart, he actually looked down on Zhang Zhuo's type of people. It felt like the other side was doing something so unorthodox that it was almost savage. The key thing is that the other side does not care about the old and the weak, and in some cases even the elderly. He'd seen it once, at an open-air reception, when an elderly man had gone in early to collect trash just because. As a result, he had his legs broken and his house burned down by Li Yu. That winter, White Feather saw the old man again, froze to death on the street one night because he didn't have a house to live in. He, Baiyu, never considered himself a good person, and although he was also rampant, he would always leave a way out for the other party, and would not take things to the extreme. But Li Yu and the others, it's as if they love to do this kind of thing and are proud of it. As Baiyu's words fell, the corner of Zhang Zhuo's mouth hooked up in a cold smile. It's you, Bai Shao. There's no business for you here. Get out of the way. I'm looking for this kid today. Zhang Zhuo nudged at Chen Mofan and sneered. Chen Mofan still didn't open his mouth. He wasn't afraid, but he wanted to see what all these people around him would choose. Normally, these guys called the mortal god with every mouthful, calling him their idol and calling him their brother. Now, when it really comes down to it, He wants to see how many people want to distance themselves from him. Not that he expected these people to help him with anything, but a word or two. It wasn't too much to ask, was it? On the side, Bayu's face changed several times. Can't see Liu to look at, but these business is not willing to mess with Liu. These play life. You can't even shake it off if you want to. But Chen Mofen was his idol. He couldn't do that kind of thing of running away from the battle. With his heart crossed, Bayu slowly spoke. Brother Yu, I don't know what kind of grudge you have with the mortal gods. Before Bayu finished speaking, he heard Zhang Zuo exclaim, he's the mortal god? Looking at the disbelief on Zhang Zuo's face, Bayu nodded. To be honest, the mortal god was too low profile, and if someone had introduced him, he wouldn't have believed that the college student-looking guy in front of him, all in an undershirt and pants, would be the mortal god. Oh, it's still a big fish. Zhang Zuo snorted coldly and smiled grimly. As he spoke, there was a clear greed in his eyes as he looked at Chen Mofen. He knew that the mortal god had swiped 600 million in one night, and in that case, it would be better to spend money to avoid disaster. He wouldn't be called Zhang Zuo until he took a big, hard bite out of the mortal god, thinking of the fat meat that was about to arrive in his mouth. Zhang Zuo laughed, smiling very proudly. So it's the mortal god. Ah, this is not a coincidence. Brother is not the kind of unreasonable person. This matter you offended me first. What to do? You say it. Chen Merfan still didn't open his mouth and smiled at Zhang Zuo, watching him get carried away there. On the side, Bayu hesitated and said again, Brother Yu, it's all a misunderstanding. Why don't I take 100 million for you on this matter? Even if it's the brother's hard-earned money. What do you think? Chen Mofen looked at Bayu with some surprise. He didn't expect Bayu to be willing to take out 100 million for him. These big young men seemed to be in the limelight, but before they inherited their family's assets, the funds in their hands weren't that strong, and 100 million was a large sum of money for them as well. To people's surprise, White Feather words fell. Zhang Zuo disdainful snorted, Ha! White less. I take you as a friend. You do not take me as a beggar line? $100 million. What are you beating up the beggars for? Zhang Zuo's gaze was cold as he looked at Bayu, and then he even stretched out his hand and humiliatingly slapped Bayu's cheeks, snapping, Young Bai, let me advise you, don't be so damn nosy. This is between me and the mortal god. It's not good to involve you in this. For this today, mortal god, without $1 billion, you don't want to walk out of this store standing up. Zhang Zuo's grim words fell, and the iron rod in his hand swung demonstratively, smashing the glass in front of the store. There was a crunch and the glass shattered. I don't care what kind of mortal god you are, or what kind of dog god you are. When you come to Liucheng, you're a fart in front of us. I just blackmailed you. What can you do? How dare you step on it? A sentence of arrogant words were uttered as Zhang Zuo sneered and reached out his hand about to humiliate Chen Mofen like he had humiliated Bayu. But at this moment, Chen Meifan smiled. There are always some people in this world who like to play the hook of finding death, and since the other person wants to die, then why not fulfill him? Chen Mofen moved, and his physical qualities that surpassed those of ordinary people by a factor of 2 allowed him to strike with thunder. A punch, before Zhang Zuo could react, struck him in the face. Bang! A muffled sound resounded all around. This punch caused Zhang Zuo's nostrils to spurt blood and the bridge of his nose to shatter, and his entire body was directly sent flying 3 meters, falling onto the driveway. Shocker! Petrochemicals! The crowd looked at this scene all froze in place, each person's face carrying a strong sense of surprise. Even White Feather unconsciously opened her mouth so wide that she could fit an egg in her mouth. Zhang Zuo was actually beaten? This is what no one expected. All along, it had never been Zhang Zuo who had bullied others, but they had never heard of anyone who dared to insult them. Now, the mortal god had actually sent Zhang Zuo flying 3 meters away with one punch? This is crazy. Chapter 51 Arrogant Zhang Zuo? Beat up? The mortal god actually beat up Li Yu? The crowd's heads went blank. This is Li Yu, one of the 4 great Vajra under Master Tiger. In Liaocheng has always been the existence of horizontal. Now he was surprised to be punched by the mortal god and fell to the road with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. It's completely immortal. Thoughts like this popped into the minds of the crowd. But Chen Mofen is an ordinary person. What right does he have to fight with Master Tiger? That is a group of guys who kill without blinking an eye. Thinking of this, all of them tacitly distanced themselves from Chen Mofen, fearful of being implicated. Even the store manager moved aside silently. Obviously, between Master Tiger and the mortal god, the crowd did not favor Chen Merfan. Only 2 people, Bai Yu and Wang Jiaojiao, were still standing by Chen Mofen's side. It was only at this moment that the minions brought by Zhang Zuo reacted furiously. Asterisk. You damn dare to touch you, little brat. You're dead. Scrap him. A furious curse came out, and those juniors brandished their iron bars and rushed up. Chen Mofan's face was flat, and without waiting for the iron bars in the hands of those juniors to fall, he was the first to kick out, directly kicking one of the juniors out. He then snatched up a steel pipe and slammed it hard against one of the men who had rushed up. Bang! With a muffled sound, the junior brother wailed and covered his head as he backed up. Blood continued to overflow along the cracks of his 5 fingers, and in the blink of an eye, his entire face was stained red. Chen Mofan rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and wherever he passed, the muffled sounds of iron rods hitting the human body were continuous. Wailing accompanied by muffled sounds resounded in succession in front of the forest store. But as Chen Mofan went deeper into the crowd and was surrounded by these punks, it was hard to beat them with 2 fists. Chen Mofan's back took an inevitable hit. A fiery pain spread all over his body along his back. Chen Mofan knew that this was because his fighting experience was still insufficient, hence the injury. With a thought, Chen Mofan spent 3 of his remaining 5 spending points on fighting mastery. Fighting mastery comes to level 5. Name, Chen Mofan. General physical fitness, 23. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV5. Firearms mastery, LV2. Lockpicking mastery, LV5. Instantly, countless fighting techniques and experiences flooded into Chen Mofan's mind. Chen Mofan's body resounded with a crackling sound as well, and the individual bone joints began to stretch out. At this moment, while looking at the group of dancing and zigzagging punks in front of him, the corner of Chen Mofan's mouth hooked up, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Without the need for these punks to take the initiative, Chen Mofan's iron rod flew in his hand. With a muffled thumping sound, one by one, the punks fell to the ground, each one's head dripping with blood as they held their heads and wailed. At this moment, Zhang Zhua had also slowed down. The punch that Chen Mofan had just thrown made him feel nothing but dizziness, and the entire world was spinning around. But by the time he slowed down, the situation had completely changed again. All of the minions he brought with him fell to the ground, each one there holding his head and wailing. What the is happening? Zhang Zhua was filled with surprise, with a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chen Mofan, who was holding an iron rod in front of him. In this moment, he believed it, convinced that it was the kid in front of him that twisted Scar's head off. But it's too late. Chen Merfan laughed icily, waving the iron rod in his hand and smashing it on his head. Bang! Zhang Zhua only felt a buzzing sound in his head as his body went limp and fell to the ground. And in the next second, intense pain swept through his entire mind, causing him to burst his head and wail. But before a word could be shouted out, Chen Mofan stomped on his skull, the cold soles of his shoes sticking to his face and continuously exerting force. In his entire life, when had he, Zhang Zhua, ever been treated like this, which filled his heart with resentment? He swore that as long as he had the chance, he would definitely get Chen Mofan killed. Chen Mofan, how dare you humiliate me like that? I'm Master Tiger's man, Zhang Zhua angrily threatened. But these words made Chen Mofan smile. I know, you don't have to be repeating that. I also know that you want 1 billion, right? Don't worry, I'll burn it to you when you die. These words caused Zhang Zhua to shiver smartly, but he knew that the mortal god had destroyed Scar and the others. In other words, mortal gods really did kill people. This is in public now. Does he dare? Thinking of this, Zhang Zhua's heart gained some more strength. Chen Mofan, do you dare? Kill me here. Do you dare? Zhang Zhua arrogantly questioned. But his questioning did not wait for Chen Mofan's answer. All that was waiting was Chen Mofan's ever-firing right leg. As the force increased a little, Zhang Zhua's face was viciously imprinted on the asphalt. He also had a headache like a squeezed watermelon. Time passed by, the power kept increasing, and the arrogance on Zhang Zhua's face began to be replaced by pain. Over time, the pain evolves into distortion. Chen Mofan, did he really stomp my head off? This thought flashed through Zhang Zhua's mind, and in the next second, fear spread like weeds madly in his heart. He's scared. Fearing that his head would explode like a watermelon. He couldn't help but feel his heart flutter at the mere thought of that scene. This kid has really killed people. He's not one of those hothouse flowers. He's really down with it. Zhang Zhua's body trembled in fear. Fan Shen, how about you let me go, and your business with Master Tiger and mine will be written off? As Zhang Zhua's words left his mouth, he was ready to climb up. In his opinion, being able to reconcile with Master Tiger was something Chen Mofan couldn't wait to do. After all, going against Master Tiger in Liaochang, it must be hard to move an inch. However, what he didn't expect was that after his words were uttered, the force of Chen Mofan's feet unexpectedly increased violently. In that instant, Zhang Zhua all felt as if his head was going to explode. His face, from being viciously imprinted on the tarmac, had been worn out, and blood had trickled a good deal on the ground. Zhang Zhua panicked. Fan Shen, what exactly do you want? Say it. It wasn't until this moment that Chen Mofan spoke. Li Yu, a lot of things, are you not mistaken? First, I never afraid of what Lei Hu. so do not talk to me about a write-off. Lei Hu, as long as he dares to mess with me, I can write him off. Secondly, Li Yu, do you really think that I, Chen Mofen, am some kind of weakling? A light word and you want me to let you go? What kind of thing are you? Thirdly, I'm sorry, but my killing heart is coming up, so you might as well die. Maniac, it's ing crazy. The surrounding crowd, looking at Chen Mofen, who was stepping on Zhang Zuo's head, the word mad emerged in everyone's heart. Not only did he not give Master Tiger the slightest bit of face, he even stomped on the four great Vajra under him, and, not the least bit receptive to reconciliation. Is this because Chen Mofen is too crazy, or does he have this backbone? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but ponder this question in their minds. Many people even began to have some regrets in their hearts, regretting that they had distanced themselves from the mortal god and kept it early. The mortal god was clearly just as well off. How could someone who casually swiped 600 million not have a bit of substance? Thinking this way, many people's faces turned ugly. If they hadn't just kept their distance, but instead stood steadfastly beside the mortal god, just with this wave of support, they can definitely take off, too. But now, with that in mind, many people sighed hard in their hearts. Instead, Whitefeather smiled, knowing that he had made the right bet this time. From now on, he and the mortal god would definitely be brothers. Chen Mofen's words, echoing in his ears, Zhang Zuo understood that if he couldn't satisfy Chen Mofen, he would absolutely die here today. Chapter 52. Zhang Zuo bows his head. At the thought of death, Zhang Zuo's body trembled. At this moment, he was very regretful, regretting why he had messed with Chen Mofen. Had he known that Chen Mofen was so fierce, he would never have been so arrogant. He's afraid of death, as evidenced by the fact that he used to only dare rape and kill women. And now, Chen Mofen's right foot was stepping on his skull, continuously exerting force, making it clear that he was going to slowly stomp him to death. Mortal God, I was wrong, I apologize to you. Zhang Zuo roared angrily, saying this in front of so many people. He understood that he had lost his face, but what's a face compared to a life? It wasn't until he heard Zhang Zuo say he was apologizing that Chen Merfan withdrew the force of his foot. Chen Mofen wasn't stupid, and the show of toughness was only to deter Zhang Zuo. Killing someone in public, what's the difference between that and seeking death? The head that had been squeezed and deformed had not been relieved until this moment, and Zhang Zuo let out a fierce sigh of relief. But when he thought about what he was going to do next, he blushed very hard. With reluctance, Zhang Zuo opened his mouth. Where? The mortal god, to apologize. Hearing this reluctant tone, Chen Mofen did not hesitate in the slightest and directly slapped his mouth over. Pop! A mouth that slapped Zhang Zuo back and forth. But before he could stand still, Chen Merfan reached out and clasped his neck. Li Yu, if you want to die here, tell me straight, am I willing to listen to this reluctant tone of yours? Apologize like you have to apologize. I'll only give you 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, if your attitude doesn't satisfy me, the consequences will be your own. Chen Mofen's tone was forceful, a far cry from his previous blandness. Such a strong attitude also caused the surrounding crowd to stare in disbelief. Li Yu would actually apologize? This was something they couldn't even imagine. But now, not only did Li Yu apologize, but the mortal god even felt that he had a bad attitude. Re-apologize. This toughness, this arrogance, left the crowd dumbfounded in place. The store manager straight away wondered if his ears were hallucinating. Li Yu actually apologized? Li Wu, who's been running roughshod over the world for years, apologized? It made the store manager unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Those punks looked at Zhang Zuo with complicated faces. They had often heard people say that Li Yu had killed people and was not afraid of death at all. But now, looking at Li Yu, who bowed his head and apologized with a sincere attitude, they felt that their worldview collapsed. Bai Yu was equally shocked. Was this still the Li Yu he knew? Was this still the four great Vajra who often bullied them? He can't believe it. Thinking of his own obsequiousness when he was dealing with Li Yu and the others, while watching the strong attitude of the mortal gods when they faced them, this strong sense of contrast made Whitefeather feel very funny. He laughed at his own weakness. After just a second of hesitation, Zhang Zuo corrected his attitude. He wanted to live. He fought until now is not easy. He has everything. Money, women, status, all these he has got. How can he give up? He cannot give up. Mortal God, it's my fault. It's me who offended you with my eyes. Be generous and spare me, please. As the last 3 words fell, Zhang Zuo bowed deeply to Chen Mofen. The Zhang Zuo at this moment was in stark contrast to his previous arrogance. This scene, once again, shook everyone present. Those punks that Zhang Zuo had brought with him looked at this scene, and everyone's face was very ugly. They knew that this time they had lost a lot of face. Not only them, but Li Yu, and even Master Tiger. Their faces were already glowing, but there was no doubt that daring to disgrace Master Tiger, then this was just the beginning, not the end. Get out. As Chen Mofen dropped a single word, Zhang Zuo was relieved. Without the slightest hesitation, he took his minions and drove away quickly in the van. The van faded away. Free from the threat of death, Zhang Zuo, his face was gloomy and scary. This matter, he will never stop. Mortal God, if you can defeat a dozen, then I'll bring 100, 1,000. I'd like to see, if you can withstand it, your family, friends, can they withstand it? Zhang Zuo said viciously. His face was sinister. Watching the van go away, Baiyu retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Mofen with an excited face. I'm going, mortal God. I didn't think you'd be this fierce, but Fan Shen, you have to be careful. Lei Hu's group of people are very underhanded, and it's likely that your family and friends will suffer because of this. This was something that Chen Mofen naturally understood, so he was going to meet Chu Feng. When the surrounding crowd saw Chen Mofen leaving, they gathered around and complimented Chen Mofen with a pleasing face. Among them, the store manager was even full of smiles and kept praising. For these people, Chen Mofen had disdain in his heart. They stand far away when something is wrong, fearing to be implicated in their involvement, but when it's okay, and then cheekily stood over to you compliments to curry favor. Such a person is the most disgusting. White Feather is even more direct. Chen Mofen heart disdain, White Feather direct face disdain. Pointing at the store manager's nose, he said directly, move out tomorrow, or you know the consequences. Said, pointing at everyone behind him, in the group, take the initiative to go to me to withdraw from the group. From today onwards, we do not know each other. 2 words fell, and a wave of bitterness washed over the faces of the crowd. They knew that the move of keeping their distance just now had completely offended these 2 great young men. Letting Baiyu send Wang Jiajiao back to school, Chen Mofen took a taxi and went to the Tiankai Hotel. Looking at the departing backs of the 3, the bitterness on the store manager's face instantly disappeared into resentment. He spat a mouthful of thick spit at the trio's backs and said disdainfully, asterisk, what are you pretending? Saying that, the store manager looked at the crowd and said confidently, don't worry everyone, these 2 are finished. They dared to humiliate Li Yu. This is slapping Master Tiger's face. Just watch, Master Tiger will never let them off so easily. The crowd nodded along with these words. Lei Hu, that was the big man of Liaoqing. No one dared to mess with him for so many years. They had never heard of anyone who messed with Lei Hu and still came out unscathed. What White Shao? What mortal God? With them they also want to fight with Master Tiger. The faces of all the people showed smiles and laughed. Yeah, no one in Liaoqing has dared to punch Master Tiger in the face yet. Just watch. Tonight, they will be subjected to Master Tiger's retaliation. And not only them, but even their family and friends will follow. Yes, let this what a mortal God act like a pussy again. And he doesn't give a damn about us. He really thinks that we're willing to hold his stinking feet. A pretender harms the whole family. Interesting, I can't wait to see their regretful expressions. Going against Master Tiger. That's ing looking for death. Listening to the crowd's mocking voice in his ear, the store manager laughed coldly. Moving a hammer home. After tomorrow, you White Feather can still be alive is still a matter of opinion. Let me move. A man who offended Master Tiger deserves it. Something. The store manager spat a mouthful of sticky spit and returned to the store with a sneer. In front of the Tiankai Hotel, Wang Imokai had already waited here early. After Chen Mofen called, he put off all his work and waited in front of the hotel. Also traveling with him was Chu Feng. Today's Chu Feng. A suit, hair also turned into a clean and short hair, and before the beggar looked like 2 people. Seeing Chen Meifan get off the car, Chu Feng had respect and gratitude on his face as he bowed deeply to Chen Meifan and respectfully called out, Boss. Wang Mokai also smiled as he went forward and opened the car door for Chen Mofen with a smile on his face. Chen Mofen smiled and got out of the car, surprised and glanced at Chu Feng. Surprised? I really didn't think that Chu was still a handsome man. Not bad, this outfit matches you. It just so happens that Chu I'm looking for you for something. Come with me to the office. Old Wang, lead the way at the head. Chapter 53, Chu Feng's friend. The boss even affectionately called himself Brother Chu. Chu Feng's heart warmed and he scratched his head in embarrassment. For this boss of his, Chu Feng was 120 times grateful in his heart. This boss was willing to put up $2 billion for him. What a great favor. This favor, he could not repay in a million deaths. Now, the boss said that there is something. Then this matter is his Chu Feng's matter. On the mountain of knives, under the sea of fire, if he Chu Feng frowns, he is not called Chu Feng. In the office on the top floor, before Chen Mofen could open his mouth, Chu Feng first said respectfully, Boss, if there is anything you ask for, I will definitely help you accomplish it. This attitude of Chu Feng, Chen Mofen was very satisfied. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, Brother Chu, there's no hurry. It's just that he met a hooligan who seems to be quite horizontal. Hearing the word rogue, Chu Feng did not hesitate for a second and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, boss, he won't live through tonight. Brother Wang, get me a knife. I'll cut his head off tonight." These words full of killing aura caused Wang Mo Kai's heart to tremble fiercely. He did not doubt Chu Feng's words in the slightest. The guy had been a mercenary and had seen a lot of dead people, and he wasn't really joking when he said he was going to get one killed. "Chu, take it easy." Chen Merfan then appreciated this ruthless mentality of Chu Feng, and he understood that if he really wanted to create a globalized business empire, there are bound to be all sorts of difficulties and obstacles, bright and dark, sinister and sinister, of all sorts. He had to have someone like Chu Feng to help protect him, but one of him wasn't enough. He needed more, and this would require Chu Feng's connections, his comrades and friends from when he was a mercenary. Such a group of people combined together, taking down a group of lazy punks was not a breeze. What Tiger Master? In front of Chu Feng and their group of blood-licking mercenaries, Lei, who is not equivalent to an honest man, can be bullied at will. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen didn't open his mouth immediately, but took out his cell phone and found Long Ao Tian's phone number and dialed it before he said, "Chu, there's no rush. My friend has been busy with your sister. Let's hear what he has to say first. After that I'll talk to you about a big thing." Chu Feng nodded. He was indeed very anxious and wondered if he had found Zhang Zhua. On the side, when Wang Mo Kai heard that he was going to talk about a big event, he hesitated and inquired, "Boss, since we're going to talk about a big event, am I going to recuse myself?" Chen Merfan shook his head. "No need. You can participate in any major events in the future. Wang Morkai can be said to be his first batch of people, a true patriarch, and will definitely be entrusted with important responsibilities in the future." He didn't care if Richard Wan was capable or not. Even if he was a pig and he smashed in $1 trillion every day, he could make this pig step on the shoulders of countless people to stand on the top. For Chen Mofen, choice and loyalty outweigh everything. He doesn't want ability. He has money. He can completely use money to smash out ability. Wang Mo Kai's heart was happy. He understood very well that he didn't have to evade, which meant that he had entered the core circle of his boss, which made his heart beat wildly with excitement. He was glad that he met Chen Mofen, and even more glad that he went on to work for Chen Mofen. Otherwise, how could he have the opportunity to manage these dozen of hotels, which even included 5-star ones? Choice really does outweigh effort. The phone rang twice before connecting. "Hey, mortal god." Chen Mofen picked up his cell phone and tapped the speakerphone button, then signaled Chu Feng to come over and listen together before saying, "Young dragon, I would like to inquire about how the search for Zhang Zui is going." "Mortal god, there's been a lot of progress, but there's also been a lot of money spent. $1 billion has been spent." "Fan Shen, you don't know. Some people nowadays are too treacherous. He tends to split a piece of information into 2, 3 or even several parts in order to maximize his benefits. Before selling it to you, he reveals it to you little by little for the purpose of getting more money." This was a bit of a surprise to Chen Mofen, but he wasn't afraid to spend money. It would be good if he could spend in $10 billion. Chances are the other guy will make a profit, but he definitely doesn't lose. And that's cool, young dragon. It doesn't matter how much it costs. I don't care about spending money. I just want to find Zhang Zui quickly. Understand, Vanguard? The news we're getting now is that Zhang Zui went to the stick country to get plastic surgery, and after changing his face, he's back in the country again. It's just that re-entering the country with a lesser-known identity is harder to find, but I'll step up my efforts and try to turn him out tonight. Tomorrow at the latest. Fine. I won't ask. $2 billion to spend however you want. I'm relieved to have you say that. Wait for the good news. Mortal god. Hanging up the phone, Chen Mofen looked at Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng's face was filled with excitement. He didn't expect to find out so much information in just one short day. Even found out that Zhang Zui went for plastic surgery and got a makeover. If he were asked to look into this information, he would be afraid that he would look into it until the end of the monkey's life. "Boss, thanks." Chu Feng once again bowed deeply, his face trembling with excitement. "Brother Chu, there's no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, I also have a favor to ask of you, and would like to ask you for a big favor. Just do as you please, boss." Chen Mofen pondered for 2 seconds before saying, "Brother Chu, how many people like you do you know?" "I'm referring to true men like you who lick blood from the edge of their swords. I'd like to hire them for $1 million a month a person. What do you think? $1 million? Chu Feng visibly froze for a moment, his face carrying a shock that was hard to hide. He'd sold his life abroad before and didn't even have $1 million a month, and that was still as a last resort to cure his mother. But now, this young boss had directly offered a sky-high price of $1 million. He believed that once this price was offered, those brothers would definitely be too excited to sleep. Speaking of which, those brothers of his were all from poor families, Who would be willing to take their heads out and sell their lives if they didn't have to? He was sure that at that price those brothers would be more than willing to work for the boss. After all, China is not like foreign countries, and the number of times one is subjected to a life crisis is few and far between. After thinking carefully, Chu Feng said, "Boss, the number of people might be a bit much. I'm not sure how many people you want to use." Chen Mofan said boldly, "I'll take as much as you have. I can't believe they all have to be. That's an astronomical expense." Thinking of this, Chu Feng hurriedly said, "Boss, there are 30 to 40 people, 1 million per person. I'm afraid this will cost tens of millions of dollars. You don't need to care about these things, you just need to contact immediately. I want them to come to Tiankai Hotel today, and the round-trip fare will be fully reimbursed. Old Wang, if necessary, by your arrangement, charter a plane. It doesn't matter how much money is spent. All I ask is one thing, immediately." Richard Wang nodded. "Don't worry boss, I'll contact and arrange immediately if necessary." Chu Feng nodded along with it. "Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely get this done." Hearing Chu Feng's assurance, Chen Meifan's heart burst with joy. It was true that money could make the devil turn the wheels. $2 billion to buy a person's absolute loyalty. Chen Mofan thought it was too worth it. He has more money than he can spend every day. Isn't that a loyalty for nothing? And not just one. It's going to be one soon. With these people, against Lei Hu, Chen Mofan was confident. Joking aside, what kind of people were Chu Feng and the others? They were mercenaries who had undergone systematic training, had seen blood and fire, and had survived countless lives and deaths. These guys against Master Tiger's little hooligans. Wouldn't that be like an adult beating up a child? Feel free to play. How is this different from bullying an honest man? It wasn't even late in the evening yet. The friends that Chu Feng had found had already arrived at the Tiankai Grand Hotel. Richard Wang arranged rooms for these people to rest and recuperate. The first batch of 19 people arrived, and at 6 o'clock in the evening exactly, these 19 people gathered in the largest box in Tiankai, the Ink Pavilion. For the first time in such a luxurious box. Look out. These people are very excited. Touch that. Look at this. There was a young kid with a slate-inch hair, only 2 years old, not far from Chen Mofan, who even became curious about the turntable on the table and spun it around non-stop. He'd seen carousels before, but he'd never really seen one this big. That's a lot of lifting down if you're changing tablecloths. The only one in the room who was still somewhat composed was a man in his mid-30s. The man had slightly long curly hair, a long face, and a somewhat pitted countenance, giving him a menacing look. After this person came to the box, he didn't get curious about everything like the others, but instead, he walked over to Chu Feng's side. "Little Feng, what exactly is the situation? Calling everyone here and in such a hurry?" When Chu Feng called them, he only said that he had an incident, a big incident, and that he needed everyone to do him a favor, and did not disclose anything about the bodyguard in the slightest. So they came here all confused. Chapter 54 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. When those words were asked, many people stopped the movements in their hands and looked at Chu Feng, curiosity on every face. Many of the people here are not from Liuqing, and some of them, after receiving the call, hurriedly put down their work, bought airplane tickets, and flew here. Among them, the young man with the plate-inch head, Xin Ku, directly called a taxi and sat all the way from Jiqing to Liaochang, spending more than $2,000. "Yeah, Brother Feng, what's going on? Why have you brought us to such an expensive place? A meal here costs a lot of money, right?" Looking at these former life and death comrades, Chu Feng was indescribably moved in his heart. They all rushed here because of his words. Others can't make it until after nightfall because they are so far away. It warmed his heart. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Chu Feng laughed. "Brothers, there are indeed some matters, but it's a good thing. Someone wants to hire us as bodyguards." When Chu Feng reached this point in his words, he paused and looked at the crowd. "Brother Feng, how much money can a bodyguard give? I'm now playing screws in the factory, although it's longer, more tiring, and sometimes overnight, but a month down, there are more than 10,000. Xin Ku extended a finger and proudly said. The curly-haired man with a vicious face followed suit at this moment. "Yes, Xiao Feng, how much can I pay? I'm currently giving a lookout, even though I'm doing a playful job. It's 30,000 a month. Brother Feng, let me say a bad word. If you have something to do, I'll help you if you play with your life. But if it's a job, I really can't do it if the pay is less." Brother Feng. "Yeah, Feng, how much to pay?" Brother Feng. "Give everyone the truth and don't leave their hearts hanging." The crowd opened their mouths to inquire. Hearing those words, Chu Feng smiled confidently and stretched out a finger. Looking at only one finger extended, the crowd frowned. "Is this 10,000? While $10,000 isn't bad, it's kind of add up to be a bodyguard for someone who more or less definitely has to get their hands dirty." Among them, The vicious man, Wu Battle, was even frowning. His wife is seriously ill and needs a lot of money for treatment. 10,000 a month. What's that enough for? He doesn't even have enough for 30,000 a month now, and he's pulling famine every month, and the famine is over $300,000. That's over $300,000, and he doesn't even know how long he'll have to pay it back. After hesitating for a while, Wu Zhen said, "Little Feng, don't blame brother me, I really have a hard time. You also know that your sister-in-law's hospitalization money is spent, only 10,000 a month, this is really not enough." "Yes, brother Feng, we all go out of the country because we have difficulties, 10,000 a month is simply not enough." Hearing his brother's words, Xu Feng smiled. "Brothers, haven't you misunderstood a little bit? Who told you that stretching out a finger means 10,000? The crowd's faces snapped to attention. "Not 10,000. Then 100,000. My God, $100,000 a month." The shock on the faces of the people was replaced by ecstasy. They used to take their heads abroad to make money only how much, but now after returning to China, instead, they could get 100,000 a month. "Brother Feng, $100,000 a month. I'll do it." Qin Ke was the first to open his mouth. "Brother Feng, I also do. A month of 100,000. I go Lu." "Brother Feng, you are too powerful. Where to find such a high-paying job? My God, 100,000. I don't even dare to think about it. There's no way to say it. I'll do it too." "Brother Feng." Wu Zhan also nodded. "Little Feng, I'll do it too." Hearing that everyone agreed, Xu Feng smiled. "Then congratulations on being reunited again. However, there is one thing you are mistaken about." "What's wrong?" "What mistake?" "The crowd is in a daze? Not 100,000. 1,000,000. 1 month. 1 person. $1 million. 1 million. The crowd stiffened in place. Everyone was shocked as if struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and they all laughed and giggled, the surprise simply smashing them over the edge. Before they could react, the door to the box opened again and Chen Mofen walked in with Wang Motsai. Smiling, he surveyed the crowd, and seeing that although these people were plainly dressed, their eyes all had a fury in them, Chen Mofen was very satisfied. "Everyone, this is our boss, Chen Meifan, an internet celebrity, the fan god." The word mortal god didn't cause any stir here at all. They are running around every day. How can they have time to play with their cell phones and watch live? However, looking at such a young boss, everyone's face carried surprise and doubt. They were skeptical. This boss looked like a half-boy. Could he really afford to hire so many of them? And $1 million a month? Are you really the boss? You look about the same age as me. Are you really going to give us $1 million a month? Qin Ke was the first to speak, with a hint of obvious skepticism in his tone. Chen Mofen smiled and didn't answer. Behind him, Wang Morkai saw this and clapped his hands. Snap! As the 2 slaps fell, outside the box, 2 rows of waiters came in, each carrying a box in their hands. When the crowd saw this, they looked skeptical and wondered what this was all about. 2 rows of waiters stood at attention in the box, picked up the case, and then opened it. Inside the box, there were only stacks of $100 bills neatly stacked. The money seemed to glow under the light. In just a moment, the crowd's eyes were all drawn to it. They had never seen so much money in their lives, and now it was right in front of them. This made them frozen on the spot in shock, and their eyes were even staring at the banknotes inside the box, not willing to move away for a moment. "Everyone, in each box here is $1.5 million, your first month's salary, and the extra $500,000 is my gift to everyone." Chu said that you all have a hard time, and this is a hard time I'm willing to help. Chen Mofen's words fell and waved his hand, getting a gesture from the boss. The waiter, with a smile on his face, looked at the money box in his hand to each person in the box. There was really $1 million, and it was still $1.5 million, and the people looked at the money in their hands with surprise and excitement on their faces. After receiving the money, Wu Zhan looked at the reddish banknotes inside the box, his eyes moist with excitement, and his hands were trembling. He knew that his wife was saved and that there was renewed hope for his life. Wiping a handful of tears from the corner of his eyes, Wu Zhan was the first to take a stand. "Boss, my name is Wu Zhan. From today onwards, this life of mine is yours. If there's anything, feel free to command." The others saw this and took a stand. "Boss, my name is Qin Ke. Don't look at my age, but I'm never shy when it comes to striking." "Boss, my name is Moneywax. No offense. You'll see how I perform later." After everyone had made their statements, Chen Mofen smiled and said, "With these words from all of you, I am relieved, and I will leave the safety of my family and friends to all of you. I've ordered a big meal for all of you. Enjoy yourselves later. I've got some things to do. I can't stay with you. We'll have a drink together sometime." The 4 words "drink together" were very much to the crowd's liking, and smiles appeared on their faces, after which they bowed and said in unison, "Take care, boss." Chen Merfan nodded with a smile. He and Richard Wang had already discussed the protection list, and all that was needed for the next step was for old Wang to hand over to Chu Feng. Instead, he's going to go to Zhang Chang's invitation and, by the way, impound all of Lei Hu's cars again. Since Lei Hu dared to stretch his claws on him, he would let the other party know that he, the mortal god, was not one to be messed with. On the other hand, Zhang Zuo returned to Red Desire Casino. This is Lei Hu's base camp, which has a variety of entertainment programs, KTV, bars, mahjong, halls, and everything. And on the top floor is Lei Hu's office. Before Zhang Zuo could rush back, Lei Hu already knew everything. Some people are more than willing to tip off Lei Hu. Chapter 55, The Second School Flower. Shui Euro. Li Yu was actually apologized by Chen Mofen? Lei Hu felt like his nose was going to be crooked. For so many years only they had bullied others. When had others dared to bully them? But now, Li Wu set the precedent by apologizing to someone else? Mud. This loser. Lei Hu roared and shattered the cell phone in his hand. Behind him stood Zhou Zhong, one of the four great Vajra. He was figuratively called a sex fiend. This guy, he's an animal that only thinks with his lower body. You can't walk away from seeing a beautiful woman. For so many years, in order to play with women, he didn't know how many people he had victimized. But because of his ruthlessness, no one dares to mess with him. They all dare to be angry. At this moment, Zhou Zhong listened to Lei Hu's angry curses. He also knew what had happened. He smiled and said, "Master Tiger, it's fine. So what if the mortal god, he's powerful, his family and friends, are they powerful as well? Tonight, I'll bring someone to tie them up. And afterwards, Master Tiger, you can just sit back and wait to count your money." Only then did a smile appear on Lei Hu's face as he barked, "Little Zhong, don't be careless either. The other party is still a mortal god no matter what." When Zhou Zhong heard this, he skimmed his mouth in contempt. "Master Tiger, it's not that I look down on this kid. What's a college student? He may know some boxing, but what about his friends? Bull asterisk 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 mortal gods. They're not even ing money givers in our eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk." These words satisfied Lei Hu. After so many years, he was used to being arrogant in Liao Chang. But many years of arrogance he was even the mortal god slapped a big mouth. Li Yu that bastard even afraid. This is the face of his disgrace, which is slapping him in the mouth. Now, hearing Zhou Zhong being able to say such domineering words was very much to his liking. They just want to run rushot over Liao Chang, no matter who it is. When they come, they have to kneel down for them and pay an honest amount of protection money, regardless of whether you are a mortal god or a dog god. If you don't listen and dare to rebel, then let you understand what it means to regret. Alright, Xiao Zhong, I'll leave this to you. I don't care how many people you bring. I only ask for one thing. Tomorrow I want to see that bull asterisk 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 mortal god kneeling in front of me. Zhou Zhong shook his head and smiled contemptuously. "Master Tiger, I'm not the kind of waste like Li Yu. I'll only pick 10 people, and I guarantee to catch all of Chen Mofen's relatives and friends." Lei Hu nodded his head in satisfaction, while not forgetting to remind, "Xiao Zhong, don't forget the gift for Bureau Lu. Send it to Bureau Lu early tomorrow morning. We've been safe and sound for so many years with a share of this corrupt official's credit." Zhou Zhong said okay and left the room. The reason he had volunteered so much was because he had heard from the person who had reported the news earlier that the mortal god had a woman with him. The woman of a mortal god. How beautiful would that be? Taking a step back, even if it wasn't beautiful, it was still the woman of a mortal god. Having this layer of halo added was enough to make him excited. Zhou Zhong's body trembled as a lecherous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Mofen arrived at the Castle Peak International Hotel alone. On the 8th floor, Yang Kong booked a private room. Inside, Zhang Chang, Yang Kong, and a woman were already waiting. If Chen Mofen was there, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this woman was actually one of the top 5 school flowers of their Eastern University. The goddess of tenderness, water whisperer, Shui Euro, ranked second among the 5 school flowers of Dongda University, was called the goddess of softness by Dongda University students. She is, as her name suggests, not only is she good-looking, but her personality, temperament, and knitted brows and smile all fully illustrate the saying, "Women are made of water." Her whole person is gentle like water, and a casual movement can make you feel the tenderness of a woman. Even when speaking to people, there was a hint of softness in her tone that was unique to women. Her temperament is like a spring willow, swinging with the wind, soft and graceful at the same time. But at this moment, Shui Euro sat on the chair, a little fidgety. If possible, she wanted to leave here immediately. But alas, with this thought in her heart, Shui Yuro looked at Yang Kong with a hint of awe on her face. The man promised him to help her with her family's debts if he could accompany one of the next guests. She knew very well what the word good company meant. The door of the box opened and Chen Mofan walked in under the guidance of the waiter. At a glance, he saw Shui Yuro inside the box. The big girl of their school is here? Chen Mofan was a bit surprised. Shui Yuro, who had gotten up to welcome her, also caught a glimpse of Chen Merfan, who had entered the door, which caused her to instantly freeze in place. She didn't expect that the guest she had to accompany was the dog god Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan was very famous in East University, and Shui Yuro had heard some of it, so she recognized Chen Mofan. She really didn't expect that the beggar that everyone in the East Lord had rumored was an honored guest. Surprised, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Classmate Chen." The shock of the words still carried a hint of watery gentleness. Even Zhang Chang couldn't help but look sideways at Shui Yuro. He knew that this woman was beautiful, but he didn't think that her voice was so gentle and warm, as if it could soothe the agitation within people. Of course, this tenderness is again the most attractive poison to men when it is dark. Oh, know each other? That would be a good relationship. Zhang Chang reacted and greeted him with a smile. Fan Shun, come, sit. Zhang Chang pulled out the chair, then proceeded to laugh. I really didn't expect that the Fan Shun was actually classmates with this beautiful woman. I was prepared to give you a good introduction. Fan Shun. Speaking of which, this beautiful woman is a great admirer of you, Van God, and just now said that she wants to have a good chat with Van God in the evening? Have a good chat. These two words, Zhang Chang deliberately bit a point heavier. The meaning inside was understood by all, but Chen Mofan, in response, just smiled with a flat face. He didn't like trading, much less forcing. Otherwise, $1 trillion a day. What kind of woman would he want without? He likes that natural, watery feeling. Such a bland expression made both Zhang Chang and Yang Kong a bit puzzled. They remembered that before, at the Ergo stall, the Van God was sitting next to two beautiful women, and they all thought that the Van God was good at this. Both of them were a little uncertain for a moment. After staying frozen for 2 seconds, Zhang Chang once again had a smile on his face. Pretty girl, go over and accompany the mortal god. Haven't you always worshipped the mortal god? As Zhang Chang said that, he smiled and pointed at Yang Kong beside him, then said, Fan God, this brother is called Yang Kong, and he has gone through a lot of trouble to find this beautiful woman who worships you. Fan God. Chen Mofan smiled as he sniffed and looked at Shui Yuro, who was sitting beside him with a hint of reluctance on her face. Zhang Chang, you're trying to PR me. You just said in the morning that you're going to pull strings to secure a match, and you're really doing it in the evening? Hearing this, Zhang Chang's old face turned red and he hurriedly said, Isn't this thinking that the mortal god will be magnanimous and spare this brother of mine? Zhang Chang said, winking at Yang Kong. Seeing this, Yang Kong hurriedly stood up, picked up the wine on the table, and said with a sincere attitude, Mortal god, it was all my fault before. I hope you'll be generous and forgive me this time. I'll drink to that. It's my way of making amends to you, Yang Kong said, picking up his cup and about to drink, but he was stopped by Chen Merfan waving his hand. Looking at Zhang Chang, Chen Mofan slowly said, I'll be honest, who is this brother of yours, and has he offended me or not? I've long forgotten about it and didn't put it on my mind. Yang Kong's heart rejoiced when he heard this, but then Chen Mofan turned his words around. But now that you've reminded me of something, let's have a brotherly natter. When Zhang Chang heard this, his heart was bitter. On the side, Yang Kong had a strange look on his face. No, I wonder what the mortal god is going to nag me about. Chen Merfan smiled faintly and said flatly, I remember what you said last time. A batch of cars arrived. I'll take this batch. This is non-negotiable. Chapter 56, Strong Attitude. Brother, didn't you just say that you were nagging? It's all over in a minute. Zhang Chang was bitter in his heart. Van God, can I ask one more question? There's a rumor out there now that you're up against Master Tiger. Is that true or not? Zhang Chang slowly asked, his words carrying a hint of surprise that was hard to hide. In response to this question, Chen Merfan nodded painfully. This time, Zhang Chang's heart became even more bitter. He felt like he was the mortal who suffered when the gods fought and the mortals suffered. Coincidentally, there was a group of cars that arrived at this very juncture. Master Tiger booked it, and the mortal gods grabbed it, putting him in the middle and not knowing what to do. Offend the mortal gods to Master Tiger, and the mortal gods to Master Tiger. Zhang Chang wanted to cry. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Chang slowly tried. Fan Shun. I'm just a small person. In the circle of rich second generation in Liaoqing. I'm just a second rate. You see? When Zhang Chang's words fell, Chen Mofan did not open his mouth. Inside the box, the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive for a while. Yang Kong lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. On the side, Shui Yuro was even more afraid to open her mouth. To her, All the people sitting in this box were big shots, and she, a small woman, didn't have any say in the matter. All she wanted was to end the socializing as soon as possible so she could have the money to pay off her family's debts. Inside the box, the atmosphere became quieter and quieter, and you could hear a pin drop. After a full 2 minutes, Zheng Chang smiled bitterly in his heart when he saw that Chen Mofan still had no intention of opening his mouth. He realized that he had to make a decision today. It's either the mortal gods or Master Tiger. Alas! Mortal god! Mortal god! Are you not giving me a hard time? Zheng Chang sighed and complained with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Chen Meifan smiled. You Zheng Chang high-end intermediary doing a good job. Who does not know in the circle? You eight-sided. Smooth things. This matter is not difficult to defeat you. Zheng Chang's heart is even more bitter. He is in the 8 sides. Now not also forced by your mortal god to choose? Mortal god. I want to know what gives you the right to call Master Tiger's bluff. These words remained unanswered by Chen Mofan. Zheng Chang picked up a glass of wine in front of him and took a sip, directly saying, Chen Mofan, Chen student, even if you let me choose, you have to show me the bottom card. Chen Mofan still didn't open his mouth. Zheng Chang was helpless. Fan Shen, Master Tiger can be said to be the oldest force in Liuqing. Over the years, no one has been able to shake it, so why should I trust you? Besides, you don't even disclose a bit of your bottom card. Choosing Master Tiger would be the wiser choice for me. This time Chen Mofan spoke up. He looked up at Zheng Chang and smiled. Are you sure? Zheng Chang shook his head. Fan Shen, will you stop playing around? I just want to see the bottom card. Is it that hard? Chen Mofan remained silent in response, only with a smile on his face as he looked at Zheng Chang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zheng Chang angrily slammed the table. He was really convinced. Wasn't the mortal god forcing him? The atmosphere once again became heavy. After Zheng Chang slapped the table, neither of them opened their mouths. Time all seemed to freeze at this moment. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Gulp. For a long time, Yan Kong swallowed a mouthful of water, and the sound of swallowing was clearly transmitted in the box. Yan Kong hurriedly covered his mouth and carefully glanced at Chen Mofan and Zheng Chang. To him, these two were immortals. He, a mortal, didn't want to make these two immortals hold a grudge because of some small actions. Luckily, the two gods didn't even notice him. They just looked at each other. However, it could be seen that Zheng Chang was obviously a bit anxious and weak, and there was a hint of avoidance in his eyes as he looked at Chen Mofan. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 knocks on the door, the waiter walked in. Boss, can you serve the food please? Serve the damn dishes. Zheng Chang cursed angrily and grabbed the tableware on the table and smashed it fiercely. Pop. With a crunch, the cutlery split in half, the crunching sound then echoing long afterward in the box. The waiter, his neck craning in fear, carefully closed the door to the room and backed out. Being disturbed one after another, Zheng Chang helplessly closed his eyes and sighed fiercely. Mortal god, I'm not compared to you. I don't know how much effort I've spent on mixing up to this level now, and how many good words I've said, and how many fawning smiles I've shown. I don't want to come to the end of the day, and half of my life's efforts end up being just an empty game. I can't afford to gamble on it. Chen Mofan opened his mouth, his words flat. I never asked you to gamble. Want to see the undercard? No. But I can give you my word that if you choose me this time, then the rewards will be beyond your imagination. But without a bottom card, how do you expect me to choose? Zheng Chang roared, his eyes staring at Chen Mofan as he continued. Payback, payback. Those are all afterthoughts. Mortal gods, if we lose, Master Tiger won't let you and I off the hook. Our lives are gone. What's the point of talking about payback? Chen Meifan smiled, meeting Zheng Chang's angry gaze and laughed. But to me this is X word. Zheng Chang froze violently, his eyes carrying disbelief as he stared tightly into Chen Mofan's eyes. Afterward, beforeward, which seems to be a difference of one word, represents a completely different meaning. The latter word represents uncertainty, while the former word represents certainty. Chen Mofan used interest as a preamble. Wasn't this telling him clearly and unambiguously that he would definitely win? But on what grounds? What makes a rich kid compete with a bunch of ruthless outlaws and think he's going to win? Zheng Chang couldn't guess or figure it out. Fan Shen, don't tell me that your bottom card is still using money to buy evidence of Lei Hu's crimes against them. I'm telling you it won't work. They all have umbrellas above them and no one dares to offer them. And as good as the money is, there's no place to spend even the best of it if your life is gone. At these words, Chen Mofan remained silent in response. Seeing this, Zheng Chang shook his head with a bitter smile. Vulcan, with you like this, I feel like we don't need to talk today. That's good. Chen Mofan's 2 words exited and directly got up, without a hint of hesitation, pulling up Shui Euro beside him and heading out. He could sense that this big schoolgirl was reluctant to stay in this box. No matter what, we're classmates, so let's help if we can. Mortal god, This isn't good. You won't show me the bottom card, and you're going to take away the people? Zhang Chang sat in his chair and looked at the scene, his brows furrowed as he questioned. Chen Merfan stopped and looked back at him, smiling. You can stop and try? Zhang Chang sniffed, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Chen Mofen. But Chen Mofen's eyes, from the beginning to the end, is a calm like a deep pool of stagnant water, without a single ripple. Van God, are you that confident? Confident or not? Just try it. As the words fell, Chen Mofen pulled Shui Euro outside. This confidence and calmness made Zhang Chang hesitate again. Van God, you're a hard man to get a hold of. Sit down and chatter, Zhang Chang said in a low tone. At those words, Shui Yueliang stopped in her tracks, but Chen Mofen didn't stop, pulling her toward the door of the room. The footsteps did not pause, which made Zhang Chang a bit flustered as he stood up and hurriedly said, Fan Shen, I want to nag in. Chen Mofen paused in his footsteps and stood in front of the entrance of the box, turning his head to look at Zhang Chang. The smile was gone from his face and a touch of coldness surfaced. Zhang Chang, are you mistaken about one thing? Asking you to choose me isn't something I begged you for. Instead, it's something I'm willing to give you a chance, but you give your face away. Do you really think that I, Chen Mofen, don't have a temper? Zhang Chang's body trembled violently. He knew very well that behind Chen Mofen's such a strong attitude, it was inevitably confidence that supported him. Those who have confidence have a strong attitude, those who don't will just be wishy-washy. His heart was clear, but the source of his confidence, which he did not know, left him without a clue. But after the words left his mouth, Chen Mofen turned around and walked away, having pulled open the door of the box. Zhang Chang understood that the moment Chen Mofen completely walked out of this box, it was meaningless for him to make any choice. Now has been his only chance. Chapter 57, Wang Jiaoju is in a scandal. Zhang Chang looked at Chen Mofen's back and his face changed several times, eventually a vicious clench of the teeth. Van God, the car is all yours. As the words left his mouth, Zhang Chang was like a deflated ball, paralyzed in his chair with a bitter smile on his face. Receiving a satisfactory reply, Chen Meifan smiled. Seeing this, Yang Kong hurriedly got up and walked over with a smile. Van God, come, please sit, waiter serve. Shouting to the outside, Yang Kong then smiled and pulled out his chair. Only after Chen Mofen sat down did Yang Kong return to his seat. Alas, mortal God, you have left me at a loss for words. Zhang Chang smiled bitterly and lifted his wine glass once again. This time, Chen Mofen also smiled and picked up his wine, laughing. I don't know how to say it's alright. Later you will understand how right this decision you made today is. Hopefully. 2 words exited, and Zhang Chang drank it all in one go. Chen Mofen smiled and also drank down the wine in his cup. This meal, the 4 people ate until 10 o'clock. At the dinner table, Zhang Chang tried Chen Mofen's bottom card many times, but Chen Mofen smiled and did not say anything about it, which made Zhang Chang very helpless. After 10 o'clock, in the Liaoqing second generation group, a mass withdrawal began to occur. They all understood that the time had come to take sides. Staying in the group and keeping in touch with Chen Mofen was to be an enemy of Master Tiger. Choices, in this moment, become especially important. Watching dozens of people leave the group at once, Zhang Chang's bitter smile deepened at the corner of his mouth. In the end, even Chen Xiaokuan exited the group chat, and this scene even made Zhang Chang's heart twitch fiercely. Chen Merfan was a bit surprised that Long Aotian didn't leave or kick him out. Zhang Chang explained that Long Aotian was very hateful to Master Tiger, because this guy had been kidnapped by Master Tiger, and the Long family had even been ruthlessly extorted by Master Tiger for $1 billion. This was something Chen Mofen hadn't expected. At 10 o'clock sharp, Chen Mofen left the box. Just after he left, Long Aotian called him. Zhang Zhua found out that after returning to China, Zhang Zua's new identity is called Liu, which is one of Master Tiger's 4 kings. The person who betrayed Zhang Zhua was none other than his good friend, and this good friend extorted all the remaining billions from Long Aotian's hands. When he called Long Aotian, he made his price clear and said bluntly that he would never say anything without $1 billion, and with $1 billion, he'll tell all about Zhang Zhua. Long Aotian had no choice but to spend all the remaining billion, spending $2 billion to find someone. Long Aotian felt that this deal was a big loss, but Chen Mofen smiled. He was not afraid of spending money. Now he spent more than $4 billion in 2 days. With 8 days left, there's still $6 billion to spend. But anyway, that's a good start. Chen Mofen's phone had just hung up when Teng Fei's call came back in and told Chen Mofen a good news. $2 billion overseas is recovered. This news was tantamount to a bolt from the blue, directly hitting Chen Mofen's head, drying his head with a buzz. That's pretty good news, so good it makes him want to cry. Teng Fei's phone hung up, and the sound of $2 billion of cash arriving rang out, directly into his black card. With that, The system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Detected, the host violates the operation. 2 billion cash spent in playing back. This system guesses that the host has the behavior of brushing money. Now the host is sanctioned. Within 2 days, the accumulated cash spent by the host will be zeroed out. And within 8 days, the host needs to spend $10 billion. Otherwise the system will deprive the host of the power of being a male. Penalty 2. Fine the host 100 consumption points. Detecting that the host has only 2 consumption points left, the host owes the system 98 consumption points. Penalty 3. All the host's proficiencies will be reduced to 1 level, and the physical quality will return to the standard of a normal person. Name, Chen Mofan. General physical fitness, 10. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV1. Firearms mastery, LV1. Lockpicking mastery, LV1. In his mind, the system's voice rang out, and Chen Merfan only felt as if he had forgotten a lot of things, and his body became uncomfortable and heavy with it. Penalties completed. Please pay attention to it next time, or the punishment will be heavier again next time. After the punishment, Chen Mofan almost cried. After working so hard for so many days, it was not easy to see hope. As a result, Tempest ate him back to hell with a stick. 8 days, re-spending $10 billion, Chen Mofan only felt a darkness before his eyes. On the side, Shui Yuro keenly sensed Chen Mofan's mood ups and downs, and gently inquired, "Student Chen, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel that you're not in a very good mood?" This time it was Chen Mofan who laughed bitterly. It would be strange for him to be in a good mood. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't open his mouth, Shui Yuro hesitated and said, "Classmate Chen, I really didn't expect that you were a mortal god. You're too low-key. Mr. Chen, I'm so curious. How did you manage to be so ordinary and drippy before? It's a wonder the water shows. I used to be a poor bastard." With that in mind, Chen Mofan sighed and didn't answer, instead changing the topic. "That can I call you Yuro? I feel as if it's weird to call you water student." Shui Yuro tenderly nodded. "That's fine. Then I'll call you Merfan as well." "So Merfan, are we going to get a room now?" Shui Yuelian's gentle words sounded again. Her voice was soft and glutinous, seducing people into committing crimes. After the words left his mouth, a touch of blush appeared on that delicate goose-egg face, but these words made Chen Mofan laugh. Looking at the Shui Yuro in front of him with long hair hanging down her waist and a pair of big eyes flickering, Chen Mofan smiled and shook his head. "I'm not really a good person, but I still have more or less a conscience. I can see your reluctance. Let's forget about the room. How about you kiss me?" Chen Mofan said, smiling and pointing to his cheeks. With an obvious blush on her face, Shui Yuro hesitated for a moment before gently opening her red lips and pointing at the right side of Chen Mofan's face. Boo! With a soft sound, Chen Mofan clearly felt a soft and delicate thing gently touching his face, and that thing carried a distinct warmth that made his blood speed up in a split second. "Merfan, you're a good man. I appreciate it. I'll buy you dinner sometime." The sound of Shui Yuro's warm and soft words rang in his ears, and he smiled and nodded. After adding Shui Yuro's WeChat, Chen Mofan took Shui Yuro to take a taxi and returned to East University. And at this moment, Dongda University was already as if it had exploded. No other way, the gold-digging girl Wang Jiaojiao finally got her fix and found a rich second generation. Bai Yu. Surprisingly it was Bai Yu, the second youngest member of the Bai family. Bai Yu, who appeared at the school entrance with Wang Jiaojiao in a supercar, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wang Yu happened to be at the entrance of the school, looking at Wang Jiaojiao and Bai Yu who came down from the supercar. Her eyes were blue with envy. Without the slightest hesitation, she walked over quickly. "Jiaojiao, my good sister." With her mouth full, she was about to greet Bai Yu, wanting to take the opportunity to get acquainted, when she saw Bai Yu say a few words to Wang Jiaojiao before turning around and leaving. What's going on? You don't even want the car?" Wang Yu was a bit confused at that time. Wang Jiaojiao also saw her dormitory sister Wang Yu who was walking and greeted her with a smile. Yeah. Look, what's cool?" Wang Jiaojiao pointed at the supercar beside her, her little head slightly raised in triumph. Wang Yu's eyes were instantly attracted to the supercar. She walked forward with envious eyes and carefully inquired, "Can I touch it?" "Of course, it's my car. Not only do you get to touch it, you get to sit in it. I'll take you for a ride later." "Your car?" These 3 words caused Wang Yu to freeze in place, with a strong shock in her eyes as she looked at Wang Jiaojiao. Chapter 58, Wang Jiaojiao's car skills. Jiao. You say this is your car?" Wang Yu's speech was a bit unsteady, stuttering as she inquired. Wang Jiaojiao nodded with a haughty face. "Of course, under my name. What is it?" "Awesome." Wang Yu's face instantly went numb and her neck stiffened as she nodded. "Did Xiao Bai buy this for you? I'm so envious of you." "Jiaojiao. White less." Wang Jiaojiao was confused. What did this have to do with Bai Yu? "Jiaojiao, Tell your sisters if there are any more high-quality tycoons like Baiyu. Introduce one to your sisters as well. Wang Yu, this is to see that Baiyu sent me back misunderstood it. She was about to explain when she heard those watching at the entrance of the school, each with envy on their faces, murmuring, I go. This gold-digging woman can even found a tycoon like Baiyu. Honestly, I'm damn envious. Still calling her a gold-digging woman. From now on you'll have to call her sister-in-law. This is Baiyu's woman. Watch your mouth. God is not fair. Baiyu that is the second youngest by family. But even by Wang Jiaojiao first step to chase the hand. Last time I was too Baiyu to ask for WeChat. He did not pay attention to me. I'm so jealous. Isn't Wang Jiaojiao with the dog god? Does that mean the dog god got dumped again? At these words, a chorus of jeers rang out around them. Ha 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 ha. Why do I want to laugh so much? The two big school flowers have dumped the dog god. The dog god is also too miserable. Miserable a bird. Is not he Chen Mofan whimsical? Also do not look at their own identity. Even go after the school flower. Bah. Really ing do not know the height of the sky. Right. Chen Mofan such a high-minded poor should be dumped. Sympathize with him what really a bunch of holy mother. As each sentence was uttered, Wang Jiajiao's face became unusually brilliant. She really wanted to tell them the truth. To tell them that Baiyu was a junior before Chen Mofan. But she knew that no one would believe her if she said it. Besides, isn't it good to be obscene? Wouldn't it be better to wait for her and Chen Mofan to consummate their marriage and announce it later? They'll be envious then. Let them gabble here now, not realizing that they've missed out on the most powerful presents. Developing indecently and staying down. Go Dao is the way to go. Wang Jiaojiao reaffirmed the idea in her mind, smiling faintly, without the slightest explanation. He instead turned his head to Wang Yu and said, You get on the car, sisters will take you for a ride. Hearing this, Wang Yu excitedly got into the car. She expected to experience speed and passion, but not turtle crawl and embarrassment. It's been 5 minutes and we're not even out of the school gates yet? The ones walking alongside were faster than they were. For that matter, Wang Jiajiao was still prepared to go outside after driving around the campus. Never mind. It's a ride in a supercar anyway, right? Wang Yu thought in her heart and sighed, comforting herself. 7 o'clock. The school gate. Rushed Chu Feng dumbfounded. Looked around the road race. In the front of the turtle-crawling supercar? Hopeless. He brought 5 brothers with him and was ordered to protect Wang Jiaojiao. Richard Wang had purposely gotten them a road race just because he had learned that their boss had bought Wang Jiaojiao a sports car today. Fear that Wang Jiaojiao because of a moment of excitement. Racing, they lost. But now, how are they going to keep up with these few mics? Pushing the competition? On the other side, the colored demon Zhou Zhong was also helpless. You want to do it in front of the school? But so many people? But if we don't do it, how long will it take for this girl to get out of the University of the East? In the car, Wang Yu's eyes glazed over with envy. Looking at Wang Jiaojiao and then looking at herself, Wang Yu had a bitter look on her face and complained to Wang Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, what do you think I should do? After contacting that Huang Tao last time, I realized that he just seems to be haunting me. Huang Tao? That Huang Tao? Wang Jiaojiao asked casually as she drove the car seriously. It's the one in Chen Mofan's dorm room. It seems like Chen Mofan calls him boss. You do not know Jiaojiao. He is so annoying. Every day to send me a message. Just said to buy me a gift. But you know what to buy? A keychain. I go Lu. I really convinced. Wang Yu complained with a face of contempt. She really looked down on this Huang Tao. Even if he was average looking, he was still poor. Sure enough, things come in small packages. It's pretty much a dog god with a dog god. Hearing Wang Yu say this, Wang Jiaojiao remembered. She had a good relationship with Wang Yu. Wang Yu had given her money to cure her brother. And for this favor, she felt that she should help Wang Yu a little. Thinking of this, Wang Jiaojiao laughed. Yeah, believe me, find this Huang Tao as your boyfriend. Wang Jiaojiao understands that since she is Chen Mofan's friend, will Chen Mofan treat Huang Tao badly in the future? Definitely not. Maybe, in the future, among the famous tycoons in Liucheng, there will be a seat for Huang Tao. But Wang Yu didn't understand this. Her face was instantly filled with dismay. She looked at Wang Jiaojiao incredulously, not understanding why this sister would say such a sentence. Wasn't this pushing her into the fire pit? Jiaojiao, are you kidding? Wang Jiaojiao shook her head seriously. Yeah, I'm serious. Take advantage of the fact that Huang Tao is infatuated with you right now and hurry to take him down. Take it? Wang Yu snorted disdainfully. Let her be with Huang Tao. It would be better to let her be with that 80-year-old man who was chasing her. At least the old man is still worth hundreds of millions. Jiao, this joke is not funny. Stop the car. I want to get off. Wang Yu said negatively. Understanding that her good sister was angry, Wang Jiaojiao hesitated for a moment and said, Alright, yeah, I'll tell you the truth. but you have to promise that you can't disclose what I say next to anyone. Actually, Chen Meifan is the mortal god, and since Huang Tao is a good friend of the mortal god, do you think he'll mix poorly in the future? And this car of mine, it wasn't given to me by you, it was given to me by Chen Meifan. But when these words were exited, Wang Yu had a look of disdain, and even a bit of anger. Wang Jiajiu, is it interesting for you to say that? I saw with my own eyes that Bai Xiao drove you to the school entrance in this car. Now you're telling me it's from Chen Meifan? With that turd, he's worthy of buying such a luxury car? Wang Jiajiu, don't worry, I won't snatch Bai Xiao from you. But are you being worthy of our sisterhood by saying such things? I really misjudged you. Wang Yu's words fell, opened the car door and got out of the car, leaving in a negative manner. Looking at Wang Yu's back, Wang Jiajiu was helpless. This Chen Meifan is also too useless. How come he doesn't have a rich face? Not to mention that Wang Yu didn't believe it. She was sometimes in a trance. Ugh. With a deep sigh, Wang Jiajiu started her serious racing again. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Meifan was having a friendly conversation with Zheng Chang when Wang Jiajiu finally drove her car out of Dongda University and onto a road. Zhou Zhong, who was following behind, cried then, "Tramp, God have mercy. Finally we've come to a place that's still secluded. 9 hours. 9 hours. God knows how he got through those 9 hours. First of all, the sun is dumbfounded. One by one with the same as Africa fled over. The whole body except the teeth is white. There is no place is white. It's a good thing it's not nighttime. I've been kissed by mosquitoes all over my body, and I'm so passionate that I've ed you in the crotch, and now I'm still itching. Asterisk. Finally get to step on it." Zhou Zhong cursed angrily, picked up his iron rod and walked up with 10 brothers behind him. Chu Feng had long noticed Zhou Zhong and the others, and when he saw them make a move, he let out a cold smile and followed his brothers out, stopping in front of Zhou Zhong and the others. The 6 people who suddenly appeared made Zhou Zhong frown. He was already in a bad mood after waiting for 3 hours, and now when he saw that someone still dared to stop them, he was furious. Chapter 59, just like that. You've conquered me. Anyone else dare to stop them? It's a death wish. Zhou Zhong looked at Chu Feng who was blocking the front, snorted disdainfully, and arrogantly insulted. "Tramp, don't you know who I am? I am one of the 4 great Vajra under Master Tiger. Zhou Zhong. I'm working for Master Tiger. Get the hell out of here." As the word roll fell, Zhou Zhong sneered as he raised the iron rod in his hand and pointed it at Chu Feng's nose, looking arrogant and cocky. But in response to that, Chu Feng did not have the slightest intention of opening his mouth, and only looked at Zhou Zhong as he walked towards them in slow steps. Zhou Zhong sneered, the corner of his mouth hooked up, contemptuous smile, more arrogant, but also a group of deaf. What do you mean? Don't tell me that this group of deaf still want to practice with the master? When Zhou Zhong's words fell, the minions behind him resounded with a burst of mocking voices, taunting at Chu Feng and the others. It's just these 6 guys. It takes 2 of us to share one. It's so unfulfilling to play. I fight all the time, let alone 2 people. I can pick them both by myself. What are they? Do they know how to fight? I've seen a lot of people looking for death, but I haven't seen people looking for death like this, stopping us in our tracks. How dare they? As the jeers rang out with a loud bang, Chu Feng and the others arrived close by. Zhou Zhong sneered. His face arrogantly grasped the iron rod and directly smashed it against Chu Feng's head. But before the iron rod fell, Zhou Zhong only felt a flash before his eyes as Chu Feng kicked out at him. That kick sent him straight up. It flew 3 meters away. Surprise! One by one, the juniors brought by Zhou Zhong were instantly petrified, incredulously looking at Zhou Zhong who was kicked away. Just now, they hadn't even seen how Chu Feng had struck. Come on, it's too fast. They only felt a flash before their eyes. How could they know that they could indeed fight? But Chu Feng and the others had come down from the battlefield, people who had experienced countless lives and deaths. Various fighting skills as well as physical qualities were unknown how much more powerful than them, and beating them was just like an adult beating a child. They froze, but Chu Feng and the others did not. Striking like electricity, the 6 rushed into the crowd, and struck, fast, accurate, and ruthless, their moves specializing in attacking their vitals. At this moment, the arrogance on these people's faces was no longer visible, and each of them was filled with panic. They realized with fear that against Chu Feng's 6 people, even though they were outnumbered, they simply had no power to fight. The guy who had arrogantly said that he could fight 2 with 1 before hadn't even made a single move under Chu Feng and was directly kicked away by Chu Feng, lying on the ground, grunting in pain. He couldn't even get up on his stomach. Zhou Zhong was dumbfounded. Is this still his own hand-picked elite? How is it that in the hands of these people, they are just like little children, and the other side can disable them with 3 punches and 2 kicks? No, one dude even got hit and cried? Zhou Zhong was completely dumbfounded. In just a short moment, the dozen or so people brought by Zhou Zhong all lay on the ground, holding their bodies and crying out in pain. Zhou Zhong tried to get up, but Chu Feng stomped on his chest. It was only at this moment that Chu Feng spoke. Go back and tell Lei Hu. Who the hell is he to mess with our boss? It's just a little lesson that if you won't do it with your tail between your legs, then don't do it at all. Get out. One word roll fell, and the scared Zhou Zhong scrambled to get up, nodded repeatedly, and just wanted to leave with his minions. His face revealed a touch of hesitation, and asked, That brother? No, brother, may I ask, is your boss? Chu Feng almost laughed in anger. Don't you know who you are enemies with? But looking at Zhou Zhong's confused expression, he still opened his mouth. Chen Meifan, the mortal god. Zhou Zhong's body trembled. It was actually a mortal god. Is the mortal god so powerful that he has such a powerful character under his command? Zhou Zhong was dumbfounded. He remembered that he had thought of playing with the mortal god's woman before. What if it did? Zhou Zhong couldn't even imagine what would happen to him. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong shivered with excitement and broke out in a cold sweat. Sing me back to conquest. Zhou Zhong was just about to leave when Chu Feng's words came again. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Zhong took a vote of brothers and sang as he walked. Just be conquered by you and drink the poison you have hidden, and so to be conquered by you. The gentle song echoed through the streets, spreading all the way from East University to Red Desire Casino. Zhou Zhong and the others didn't want to sing all the way, but back and forth just stopped and someone came out of the shadows. Nothing is said, just a simple neck-wiping motion with the hand. Back and forth this action could make Zhou Zhong's heart flinch. He knew that there had been someone following them all along, and if they didn't, he was afraid that they would really be slaughtered. So sing all the way to base camp. Along the way, Zhou Zhong also gained 2 fans. It can be said that how crazy you are when you come, how miserable you are when you come back. Upstairs, Master Tiger's heart instantly rejoiced as he listened to Zhou Zhong's dozen or so people singing. So happy, and singing along, which clearly gets things done. But when Zhou Zhong went upstairs, he looked at Zhou Zhong's nose and face, as if he had lost his life, and understood. It's ing that's getting things done. It's ing being ate over by someone else. Looking at Zhou Zhong in front of him, Lei Hu was directly enraged. Don't ing sing, Chao Chung. Didn't you tell me you'd take it for sure? A college student. A bull asterisk mortal god. Ed you guys over? The skin on Lei Hu's face shook with anger. Zhou Zhong, with an aggrieved face, truthfully said, Master Tiger, Chen Mofen has fierce men under his command. 6 of them, hitting us is like pinching a chicken cub. Fierce as a batch. Lei Hu became even angrier. He did not forget that just a short time ago, Zhou Zhong was arrogant and cocky to the point of no return. But now that he went out for a trip, how did he become like Li Yu? Knowing that I don't want to hear this and still ing blowing opponents here. Lei Hu was so angry that he slammed the table fiercely and said angrily, 6 people. What can 6 people do? Aren't his 6 people great? They can beat a dozen of you. Then I'll send dozens, hundreds, and press me to crush him. Go, bring me people immediately. Tomorrow I want to see Chen Mofen kneeling in front of me. Go, get out. Zhou Zhong had a reluctant look on his face, but he left anyway. An hour later, more than 20 vans drove out of Red Desire in great numbers, running to various parts of Liuqing, and at this moment, at the Tiankai Hotel, the second group of people had also arrived. The 2 groups together amounted to 50 or 60 men, who were dispatched to various places. Only half of these people were Chu Feng's friends, and the remaining half were friends that Chu Feng's friends had found. Chu Feng didn't say anything at all when he contacted them, and they all thought that Chu Feng had offended someone. Thus, they hurriedly called up their friends and came over in great numbers. For these people, Chen Mofen accepted them as they were. $1 million each. He wanted to form a strong force, a force that could help him deal with all the trouble he had already planned. These people, he would find special people to remilitarize the training, sharpen them into a sharp and incomparable knife, a knife that was in his hands. Of course, accordingly all kinds of cutting-edge weapons he had to match these people, so that they would have the strongest combat power, strong enough to sweep away all enemies before him. By the way, all sorts of cutting-edge weaponry and spending his money, so that would be cool. This night was destined to be an uneventful one for Liuqing. All kinds of vehicles roared through the dark night of Liuqing, and the sounds of fighting resounded from time to time in various places. It was not until early morning that the sound faded, and at this moment, it was just dawn. The square under the Red Lust Casino, the place had been completely covered by the wounded. Lei Hu looked at the crowds of injured people who were about to fill the square, dumbfounded. Overnight, his men were beaten up like this? He understands that he is running into a hard case, or he broke out of the reputation will be in today's ruin. He knows very well that he can be so dashing in Liuqing. All rely on the fierce reputation support. Everyone is afraid of him. Do not dare to provoke him. he can be so smooth. Once everyone isn't afraid of him anymore, he's done for. Thinking of this, his face panicked as he immediately sent people to blockade the place. No one could take pictures, and the news must not leak out. Chapter 60, A Dream of Spring Without a Trace. Lei Hu was dumbfounded. Their own people even all become this be-like. Either bruises, swollen, or broken bones. Hundreds of people, even a good one? Lei Hu froze in place. It wasn't until this moment that he had some understanding. Mortal God, what a weight those two words represent. On the other hand, all night long, the news of shortcuts spread frequently, and Wang Yamokai looked at the news that kept coming back and smiled. Originally, against Master Tiger, he was terrified that he would one day be rounded up and put in a small dark room. After all, that's Master Tiger, and after so many years in Liucheng, who wouldn't be afraid? Only, he also understood that riches and wealth were in the air, and as long as he stood up to the right people now, then the future rewards would be beyond his imagination. Now he could be absolutely sure he was on the right side. What tiger master? A sick tiger is just a tiger. Wang Yamokai laughed out loud. No more fear in his heart. Packing and organizing all the messages, Wang Yamokai uniformly sent them to Chen Mofen. And at this moment, Chen Mofen was still huffing and puffing under the covers. He was dreaming about working with Wang Jiaojiu and Yun Moli, at home, on the king-sized bed he had just bought. It's a nice bed, 2 meters long and 20 meters wide, with assistants. To the side, there seemed to be Shui Euro, looking at him tenderly and making him tea. Dreaming, the king-size bed is really soft and, mainly to assist the ability to good, strong elasticity. Do the action with the help of elasticity twice the effort. That would be cool. It was at a critical moment when the boss smothered him with a kick. I'll go. Old 4, look at the internet. It's exploded. It seems like the mortal god has gone up against Master Tiger. I'll be damned. This kid is too powerful. Chen Mofen woke up in a daze, looking at his boss's excited expression, his stomach full of resentment. Haven't seen it in reality, just wanted to feel it in my dream, but I ended up letting you wake me up with a kick in the ass? Disturbing one's spring dreams is like killing one's parents. How can I not avenge this hatred? Huang Tao. Chen Mofen roared angrily and directly pounced on him. But what goes up fast, comes back even faster. Junior, it looks like it's been a long time since you've experienced fermented durian. The boss bellowed in excitement, threw off his right foot, took off his slippers, and stuck his foot out. Instantly, a sour durian odor that seemed to have fermented for billions of years rushed straight to Chen Mofen's brain. Boss, you didn't wash your feet again last night. Chen Mofen cowered in the corner of the bed, shivering. There's no way around it. The boss's feet are so horrible. They're a biochemical weapon. Who would have thought that the vanguard, who reigned supreme in the outside world, was in the dormitory room of the Eastern University, and at this moment, like a chicken cub, he was being bullied by his buddies in the same dormitory. Shivering. I'm afraid if this gets out, it'll be another hot topic. Stop it, you two. Don't forget, it's Monday. The oldest three on the side opened his mouth with a lewd face, and as he said that, he didn't forget to raise an eyebrow at the two of them. Monday? Chen Mofen was filled with confusion. Seeing this, the boss came at the back of Chen Mofen's head. Lao Si, you forgot that Shui Euro will come to Mr. Su's class on Monday. It was only after the boss reminded him that Chen Mofen suddenly remembered. It seems like there is such a thing. I'll go. Shui Euro, that's my tender goddess. I think back then, on a dark and windy night, it was with my first time that I paid homage to the water goddess. Chen Mofen looked at Lao San with a stunned expression. He remembers, didn't he pay tribute to Yun Mo Li for his first time? Chen Mofen's eyes, the oldest one understood in seconds, and hemmed and hawed. Don't worry about the details, young man, and bull *******. Quick, wash the blossoms, go see the water goddess. I have to get a really wow haircut today. Boss, don't you like Wang Yu? What do you know? Wang Yu is the reality and the water goddess is the dream. They don't conflict. Chen Mofen was actually speechless for a moment. However, the water whisperer. Chen Mofen remembered that just now in his dream, Shui Euro was squatting beside the bed and was tenderly making tea for him. Her body was draped only in a light veil, and beyond that, in nothing else. Moreover, she was flushed, with a hint of satisfaction on her face, and her breathing was slightly rapid, as if she had just finished exercising. Thinking of that scene, Chen Mofen's body trembled and he winced. So cool, get up, and he's going to check on the water whisperer, too. Just before looking at it, he sent a message to White Feather. He hadn't forgotten that yesterday, Lan Ao Tian had sent him a message telling him that Li Yu was Zhang Zhua. That being the case, he was going to make a final confirmation today. He remembered that in the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Liu's face was scratched because he stepped on it so hard. Blood, skin tissue as well as hair. There should be residue at the entrance of the 4S store, and surely there would be a little bit stuck in the cracks of the tarmac. He asked Bai Yu to go to the laboratory. If Liu and Zhang's were both matched, then this good news could be told to Chu Feng. At the same time, he asked Richard Wang to book the largest private room at Red Desire, and he was going to sing karaoke at night. By the way, put an end to Master Tiger's business. After washing up, the three of them ran to the classroom with gusto. At this moment the classroom people have already come to most of them. 99% of them are men, obviously all running to the water Yuru to come. The three of them, Chen Mofen, scanned the circle, found a row of empty seats and then sat down, quietly waiting for Shui Yuro. The classroom was in disarray before class even started. Everyone is talking about the Mortal God and the Tiger Master. Ever since yesterday afternoon, when the Mortal God and Tiger Master burst into conflict, it directly ignited the conversation. Now, the word Mortal God is a self-explanatory flow. First, he swiped $600 million wildly. Then there was a collective pilgrimage of rich second-generation people, and now he is suspected to be in a barrage with a big shot called Master Tiger. In the past few days, there has been a lot of talk about the Mortal Kombat God, and the heat has been growing with it. In the class, there was a lot of talk, and among them, Chang Hong was the most active. They all know he has access and first-hand knowledge, so they flock around him to hear his insights. Chang Hong loved this feeling of being in the limelight, although last time, he had been wrong in his prediction and had washed Chen Mofen's smelly socks that had been accumulating for a month. However, it didn't affect his prestige and there were still people willing to listen to his insights. Brother Hong, what kind of person is Master Tiger in the end? I've only heard of Young Dragon and Young Bai. I've heard less about this Master Tiger. Chang Hong smiled smugly. Let me tell you, the Bai Shao and Long Shao that you talk about have to obediently lie down when they see Master Tiger. Master Tiger is not known for his wealth because he plays the game of black. As the saying goes, the soft are afraid of the hard, and these tycoons are afraid of people like Master Tiger. Hearing this, the surrounding students were surprised. Asterisk. Then the Mortal God is not dead. Just heard that he has a lot of money. Did not hear that the Mortal God has any power. The Mortal God is my idol, and to be honest I can't quite take the look of him getting blasted and hammered on the ground. Ha! Chang Hong sneered. It was because of the Mortal God that he washed his smelly socks last time. He had a deep grudge against the Mortal God. At this moment, when he heard this man say this, he immediately sneered. I'm telling you, the Mortal God is dead this time, and Jesus can't save him even if he comes. I'm telling you. Chen Mofen was originally sitting properly when he heard this and smiled. Chang Hong's stinky socks for a month have not yet been washed, and he dares to be so arrogant again. It seems necessary to let him know what the cruelty of reality is before. When he saw the boss beside him, Chen Mofen's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten about this biochemical weapon? Chang Hong, want to bet again? Chang Hong looked around at the sound and saw Chen Mofen's face turn green at that moment. Damn, this is the guy that makes him want to throw up when he sees socks now. And this guy still has that same smirk. Can't stand it. Absolutely can't stand it. Chen Mofen, you're still betting on Fanshin to win? Chen Mofen nodded. Chang Hong immediately laughed happily, his hands shaking with excitement as he realized that the opportunity for revenge had come. Chapter 61. Why is the goddess a bit active? Chang Hong couldn't wait to laugh out loud in excitement, but he understood that he still couldn't get carried away when the bet wasn't completely settled. Thinking of this, Chang Hong said triumphantly, well then, Chen Mofen, I'll bet on Master Tiger to win. If you lose, you'll wash my stinky socks for a month, and if I lose, I'll wash the stinky socks of all of you in the dormitory for a month. Chen Meifan was surprised. Oh ho, what's this? More volume, no more price? Since the other party has taken the initiative to seek death, why are you stopping him? Chen Meifan immediately nodded in agreement. Chang Hong laughed grimly and mocked. Chen Mofen, you really haven't seen the world and your vision is too narrow. The Mortal God is rich, but who is he to fight Master Tiger? Do you know how many thugs Master Tiger has under his command? Hundreds. I'm telling you, Van God is dead. Wait till you wash my socks. Ha ha ha. Chang Hong arrogantly laughed, his laughter filled with smugness. But when he turned his head, Chen Mofen didn't even have the slightest intention of arguing. His face was calm. This caused Chang Hong to make a bit of a fool of himself, having the feeling of swinging a punch with all his might but hitting cotton. What's the point of pretending? Look, the water goddess is here. I don't know who whispered around him. Chang Hong looked up, and at a glance, he saw Shui Yuro who walked into the classroom. The water goddess was his dream girl. Every time he saw Shui Yuro he had the urge to hold her in his arms, but he knew that the gap between him and Shui Yuro was so vastly different that he couldn't even think about it in his life. But the good thing was, He couldn't get it and no one else in the class could get it either, especially that dirtbag Chen Mofan. If there was still a hint of possibility for him, then there was absolutely no possibility for Chen Mofan. Who doesn't know the Eastern Great Dog God? He is the beggar of beggars. It gave him a twisted sense of superiority in his heart instead. Compared to Chen Mofan, he was still superior. Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Mofan with a smug look on his face, but that poor bastard Chen Mofan actually stood up and waved his hand at Shui Yuro. Yuro, come here. Yuzuru? Chang Hong's eyes snapped wide open. That poor bastard even intimately called his goddess Yuro? Chang Hong even felt like he was hallucinating? Not only him, everyone in the class. All of them stared at Chen Mofan with wide eyes and surprised faces. In the next second, the murmurs came pouring in. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what did I just hear? The dog god actually called Yuro? Such an intimate name being called out by the dog god. This is simply an insult to my goddess. Marred. The dog god is too self-absorbed. First he was dumped by Lu Ruyan, followed by Wang Jiaojiao, and now the dog god is going after Shui Yuro? This is simply blasphemy against the water goddess. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I don't even dare to call it that. But the dog god dares? The dog god is also too shameless. Really, people are shameless. The world is invincible. This is more than shameless. This is simply shameless. Not even the most basic self-knowledge. Chang Hong is even directly mocked. Dog god. You also want to have some pussy face not? You also do not look at your identity. Poor one. But also want to let the water goddess to do your side. You are in a funny These words were unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Even the big boss and the third boss felt that it was Chen Mofan who was crazy. How could the water goddess sit next to them? But as soon as Chang Hong's words fell, everyone saw that Shui Yuro unexpectedly nodded tenderly and called out intimately, Mayor Fan. The pupils in the eyes of the crowd tightened, as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. Agreed? How is that possible? This isn't real. I must be dreaming. Ha ha ha. Aren't all goddesses noble? But why is Shui Yuro with a beggar? My worldview so damn broken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can a person really be invincible without a face? I'm so damn jealous of the dog god. Chang Hong clenched his hands with a cackle. He could not wait to pull the dog god down and sit in that position himself. That's his goddess, and she's sitting with the dog god. The little sense of superiority he had just felt in his heart was instantly gone. The boss's eyes were as white as copper bells as he looked at Shui Yuro beside him. His mouth open enough to stuff an egg. It's a water goddess. This is a water goddess. At this moment, the goddess is less than 1 meter away from me. And this happiness came too suddenly. The boss looked at Shui Yuro, his mouth dripping with excitement. The oldest three, on the other hand, looked at Shui Yuro and then at Chen Mofan with a suspicious face. He realized that this old four had a bit of peach blossom luck lately, asking one out and agreeing to one. Wang Jiaojiao was like this, and so was Shui Yuro. When will this good thing come to me? Classmate Merfan, let me treat you to dinner in the evening. With a gentle smile on her face, Shui Yuro slowly spoke. A wail rang out from the neighborhood at those words. They couldn't believe that the goddess had taken the initiative to ask someone out, and the one she asked out was even the dog god. They couldn't accept it, but it just happened before their eyes. Yuzuru, that won't work today. I have business tonight. Rejected? The boss looked at the plain-faced Chen Mofan and ruthlessly gave himself a mouthful, because he suspected he was dreaming, and only in a dream could something so outrageous happen. The Lao San on the side wanted to strangle Chen Mofan. The goddess took the initiative to ask you out, and you even refused. It's really heavenly. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Shui Yuro inquired curiously. She heard from Zhang Chang yesterday that Chen Mofan had confronted Master Tiger, and the relationship between the two seemed to be very frosty, and that Master Tiger seemed to be very powerful. Seeing Chen Mofan nod his head, Shui Yuro tenderly said, then be careful. Chen Mofan hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but Lao San nodded his head, something he strongly agreed with. Chen Mofan, this kid really should be more careful. Can't you see that the whole class has a murderous look in their eyes? He was worried if the kid would be mobbed en masse later. Throughout the class, Chen Mofan was busy biting his ear with Shui Yuro, and the two of them kept whispering. The crowd watching this scene was both envious and jealous, itching to replace Chen Mofan. Accordingly, the murderous aura in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at Chen Mofan became more and more obvious. Among them, the killing intent in Chang Hong's eyes was the most intense, and at this moment, he was so angry that he had gritted his 2 teeth. He just couldn't understand how Shui Yuro was so special to Chen Mofan. It wasn't that no one had called Shui Yuro before, hoping to sit together, but every time, Shui Yuro just smiled and refused. Instead, the dog god is on a date? Damn, are dog lickers so now? Or I will also be a licking dog. So think about it. Chang Hong realized that his heart is still a little bit of ing expectation. What a? The bell rang for the end of the class. Shui Euro left her seat first, and Chen Mofan was about to get up when a tall man walked over and brutally pushed Chen Mofan back to his seat. Dog God, you're so jumpy. Come on, let's talk about it. The students who were about to leave saw the scene and exclaimed, I'll go. That's Yu Guang from the Taekwondo club. I heard that he can shatter a brick with one palm. How much should it hurt to hit someone with that kind of power? Is Yu Guang targeting the dog god? This is going to be a good show. Ha ha ha. A poor also dared to jump up and down, but also about the goddess. In let you have a good time. This is good. This is called retribution. People should have self-knowledge. Know what kind of things they can do. Do things beyond your ability. This is not retribution. Good. Ha ha ha. The crowd watched this scene with teasing faces, ready to watch the show. But Chen Mofan's face was excessively calm, and he couldn't even see the slightest bit of fear. The crowd had a look of disappointment. They were still ready to see Chen Mofan holding his head in fear and begging for mercy. On the side, the boss violently stood up and looked at Yu Guang and said angrily, Yu Guang, what the hell do you mean? Chen Mofan didn't mess with you. Chapter 62, Women and Brothers. With anxiety on her face, Shui Euro hurriedly went to help Chen Merfan and said with concern, Merfan, are you alright? The oldest three also opened their mouths at this moment, questioning, Yu Guang, you're sick. What gives you the right to hit people? With a cold smile on his face, Yu Guang looked at the several people contemptuously and snorted arrogantly, not bothering to answer at all. This arrogant look made Chen Mofan's gaze turn cold. The other party was picking a fight for no reason. Did they really think he was easy to bully? But in the classroom hands, he felt a little bad. In the case of MS, Su is Lao Li's wife. More or less to give some face. After all, Lao Li so care of him. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan suppressed the fire in his heart and shook his head as he smiled at Shui Euro. I'm fine. Let's go. Let's not get generalized with psychos. A hush fell around the room at those words. Those who had long been jealous of Chen Mofan were even mocking. Yo, the dog god has wilted. Talks a good game. But it turns out you're still afraid. That's a nice picture of the dog god confessing. Knew it. The dog god is just a dog. Where's a bit of manliness? Regarding the voices around him, Chen Mofan ignored them and took Shui Euro with him as he got up and was about to head out. But Chen Mofan wanted to put things to rest. But Yu Guang wanted to get an inch. Only to see his tall body stop in front of Chen Mofan's body. Full of cold smiles. Looking very arrogant. Yu Guang, what are you doing? We're all classmates. Can't we just say what's wrong and solve it? Shui Euro spoke in a cold voice. To Shui Euro, Yu Guang obviously changed his attitude and smiled. Sister-in-law, this guy even wants to pick you up. He doesn't take a piss and look in the mirror. What the hell? Sister-in-law? Chen Mofan was puzzled for a moment and looked at Shui Euro. Shui Euro's cheeks reddened and she hurriedly explained. Yu Guang, what are you talking nonsense about? I don't have any relationship with Feng Fei. Don't shout nonsense. Chen Mofan was helpless at that time. Feng Fei, the one who drove a BMW yesterday? Wasn't he taken away by White Feather? I don't know what happened to him afterward. It seemed that Feng Fei was now chasing after Shui Euro, and this Yu Guang should be Feng Fei's little brother. Sister-in-law, I'm not going to argue with you. Anyway, you're Feng Fei's person. Whoever wants to pick you up, I'll kill him. Ooh, Chen Mofan laughed. So brutal? Shui Euro does not like. Still forcefully identified. talked to Shui Euro 2 words. I have to be killed? Chen Mofan saw, for the first time, what it meant to be domineering. Come to think of it, wasn't Feng Fei this virtuous yesterday? And even if Chen Mofan smiled, it became a reason to look for trouble in Yu Guang's eyes. He gazed contemptuously and disdainfully glared at Chen Mofan, humiliatingly saying, what the hell are you laughing at? What the hell? Who stepped on the horse and made you laugh? Speaking out of his mouth, he reached out to grab at Chen Mofan's neck, obviously intending to properly humiliate Chen Mofan. The boss was the first to hold back and let out a furious curse, directly lunging at Yu Guang. You guys are bullies. The boss had just made a move, and Yu Guang slapped him directly in the mouth. He had practiced taekwondo for many years, and the speed of his strikes was so fast that it wasn't something an otaku like the boss could fight against. Pop! A crunch echoed through the classroom for a long time. With the sound, the right side of the boss's face swelled high. Dare to hit someone. The oldest three's face was cold, and he was about to step forward as well. But just as he moved, he was kicked off by Yu Guang, and his body heavily hit the table behind him with a muffled thud. This one caused the oldest to suck in a cold breath in pain. Watching this scene, Chen Mofan's eyes went completely cold. He wanted to make a move, but Shui Euro was right in front of him, separated from him, so he couldn't make a move at all. Dog God, this brother of yours is no good. He's as useless as you are. Defeating both of them in 2 moves, Yu Guang's face wore a smug, unbridled mockery. Chen Murphin's face was icy cold as he pulled away from Shui Yuro in front of him and raised his head to look at Yu Guang. Seeing that Chen Mofin was angry, Yu Guang's face became even more smug. Yo, dog god, angry, but what if you're angry? Your two brothers Yu Guang beat, how about it? Do you have a solution? Today I'll let you poor bastard understand that there are some people you can't afford to mess with. As Yu Guang's words fell, he raised his hand and slapped his mouth at Chen Mofin. But at this moment Chen Mofin stepped in. Yu Guang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Chen Mofin's palm had already landed on his face. Pop! The forceful slap directly slapped Yu Guang's feet unsteadily, staggering 2 steps to the right and nearly falling to the ground. Yu Guang was confused. Although he was only an ordinary member of the Taekwondo club, he still struck out a little faster than ordinary people. How is it that he struck first? But instead, Chen Mofin's slap landed on his face first. How could he know that Chen Mofin's fighting proficiency, even if it was only level 1 now? It was a true fighting proficiency, not something that someone like him who had practiced a little bit of flowery fisticuffs could fight against. The slap made Yu Guang's eyes red. It had always been him who had bullied people. How had he ever been slapped in the face? What's more, the other party was still the dog god that all the people of East Lord looked down on. It struck him as humiliating. Asterisk. Yu Guang cursed angrily, but before he could make any moves, Chen Mofin had already raised his hand again and slapped him hard on the face. Pop! This time, Yu Guang still didn't see how Chen Mofin struck. He didn't react until the slap landed on his face, which caused more than a little doubt in his mind. Is this still the dog god? When did the dog god become so powerful? But it was too late for him to think, because Chen Mofin did not intend to let him off so easily. Mouth slap after mouth slap on his face. Snap, snap, snap. Each slap made Yu Guang keep backing up and soon slapped him into a corner. At this moment, Yu Guang had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and his face was swollen like a steamed bun. This scene dumbfounded the crowd in the classroom, who were staring blankly at this scene with incredulous expressions on their faces. The person who had mocked Chen Mofin earlier was even more frightened and his heart was beating wildly. Is this, damn it, still the dog god? When did the dog god become so powerful? One of the students asked with a shaky voice, but no one could answer him, because everyone felt that what was in front of them had simply overturned their perceptions. In their perceptions, the dog god was nothing but a poor man with a soft and weak body, giving off a bullying look. But now, Chen Mofin's face was calm as he slapped Yu Guang's mouth furiously, slap after slap, with a calm demeanor and sharp movements. How it looked was not a good bullying look, and some people even felt that Chen Mofin was so strong, because they all knew that Yu Guang was from the Taekwondo club. Even if he was just an ordinary member, that was not something that ordinary people could beat. But to be suppressed so easily by Chen Mofin? Even if they were stupid in the head, they understood that Chen Mofin's fighting skills were, well, strong. Chang Hong, who was on the side, was so frightened that his body trembled, his heart filled with fear. At this moment, he was glad that he only had a verbal argument with Chen Mofin that didn't rise to the physical. If he did so, would he himself be just like Yu Guang, letting Chen Mofin teach him a crazy lesson like he was beating a child? As soon as this thought came out, Chang Hong realized that he was so scared that his liver trembled. Yu Guang only felt as if he couldn't feel his face anymore. Even his head was groggy, and there was only the sound of slaps in his ears. But he couldn't feel the slaps falling on his face anymore. Mare Fan, that's enough. Water Euro in the end is a woman. See Yu Guang a pig-headed look. Heart cannot bear. Come up to persuade. But Chen Mofin didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. The oldest 3 were beaten. If these two didn't open their mouths, he, Chen Mofin, wouldn't stop. One's brother should never be bullied just like that. Women are nice, but sorry, he's taking it out on his brother now. Brothers don't talk. Women stand aside for me. Chapter 63 Ambiguity with Wang Jiaojia. Lao San saw what Chen Mofin was thinking and pulled Chen Mofin's arm. Old 4, forget it, this kid can't even recognize his father after you beat him up. Chen Mofin sniffed and looked at Lao San. What's the matter? Being kicked in the face, does it still hurt? The oldest laughed and shook his head. It stopped hurting a long time ago. The oldest came over at this time. Forget it, oldest, I feel like this guy is on the verge of a concussion. Chen Mofin nodded, and only then did he stop. Seeing Chen Mofin finally stop, Shui Yuro on the side had a smile on her face. Not only did she not feel the slightest bit of displeasure in her heart, instead, she had more curiosity about Chen Mofin. She liked this point that Chen Mofin was sentimental, unlike other boys, who couldn't walk when they saw a woman, and took what a woman said as holy orders. She feels that only men who are affectionate can love women better. Because he is sentimental, he cares about feelings, and because he cares about feelings, he shoulders the responsibility. Duty to the home. Duty to the woman. Such a man is more attractive and secure to her. She decided that she needed to get in touch with Chen more often. because he was simply the perfect choice for a spouse. Rich, affectionate, and seemingly sassy. At least, he didn't take the opportunity to take himself to a room yesterday. Chen Mofan didn't know what Shui Euro was thinking, and I'm afraid that even if he did, he would only give a bitter smile. He does have heavy feelings, but he's also a being who is motivated to be the king of the sea. Finally not having to be beaten anymore. Yu Guang actually felt a sense of relief in his heart. At the moment, his feet were weak and he sat on his butt, looking at the strange gazes of the surrounding crowd. Yu Guang felt like his heart was on fire. It was so humiliating. He hadn't been this humiliated since he was a kid. What's more, the person who made him lose face was still the famous waste of Eastern University, Chen Mofan. That made him even angrier in his heart. A poor bastard. By what right? He's Yu Guang, who's also a minor celebrity in the school. He couldn't stand the fact that he had been beaten by a loser. Chen Mofan. Yu Guang roared with anger in his eyes. Don't be arrogant. I'm Yu Guang. My big brother is Feng Fei. You poor bastard. You wait for me. How dare you? Chen Mofan's eyes were cold. Without the slightest bit of retention, he grabbed Yu Guang's hair and directly fired an electric cannon. Bang! The back of Yu Guang's head hit the wall hard. His eyes rolled over and he fainted. Should we get him to the medical room? Aqua inquired. In response to this question, Chen Mofan directly turned around and walked away. That's the answer. Send him a big one. It's called magnanimity when such a man isn't taught a worse lesson. He's not beautiful. You're sending him to the infirmary? Chen Mofan left, and the oldest and the third followed. Shui Euro's rosy little mouth opened and closed slightly as she sighed out a breath and walked away as well. She felt that Yu Guang was completely asking for it, arrogant and domineering. If he didn't cause trouble, how could he be beaten into a pig's head by Chen Mofan? For the second period, the oldest and the third went to the infirmary to get their wounds taken care of. Chen Mofan skipped class straight away. He's going back to get his strength up, and he's going to meet Thunder Tiger at night. He was looking forward to the look on Lei Hu's face when he saw him again. But just as he lay down, a word rang out. Mayor Fan, as soon as I guessed you went back to the dorm. Wang Jiaojiao opened the dormitory door and poked out a small head. Smiling, why are you even in the boys' dormitory? When Auntie lets you in? Chen Mofan's eyes lit up and he hurriedly greeted them. Wang Jiaojiao whispered a silent gesture, and then smiled and said, Hush, I bought my big sister off, gave her a LV bag. My big sister can be happy. Said that in the future I come, she just pretends that she didn't see it. Wang Jiaojiao said, a touch of smugness appearing on her small face. Chen Mofan naturally didn't begrudge the compliment and smiled at her, sticking out his thumb. Brilliant. Wang Jiaojiao's small face became even more complacent and she directly laid down on Chen Mofan's bed. But just as he lay down, both eyebrows furrowed. Chen Mofan, it stinks. You haven't washed your sheets in months? These words confused Chen Mofan. Thinking back carefully, a month, 2 months, or 10 months, it seemed like the sheets hadn't been washed since they were changed. Just by looking at Chen Mofan's expression, Wang Jiaojiao guessed it. Yeah, Chen Mofan, you're dirty. Speaking out of her mouth, Wang Jiaojiao disgustedly reached out and rubbed her hand against Chen Mofan's body, as if she felt that it was not enough. She stretched out her small hand and pinched Chen Mofan's waist fiercely, and only then did she smile contentedly. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, took the opportunity to hug Wang Jiaojiao and lay down on the bed again. Feeling Wang Jiaojiao's slender body fall into his arms, the faint warmth was clearly transmitted through the clothes. Chen Mofan couldn't help but feel some blood acceleration. Wang Jiaojiao, on the other hand, blushed and gave up resisting after a pair of small hands dishonestly pounded against Chen Mofan's shoulders twice. Jiaojiao, you're beautiful. Chen Merfan spoke fondly, reaching out and gently touching Wang Jiaojiao's flushed cheeks. Wang Jiaojiao's face turned even redder. Looking at Chen Mofan's face close at hand, she shyly let out a "hm" through her nose. This delicate voice made Chen Mofan couldn't stand it anymore, and he couldn't help but kiss Wang Jiaojiao's red lips. The moment when lips touched and each other's softness was clearly communicated to the other. Chen Mofan only felt his head explode with a bang. His hands couldn't help but move upward, and upward, until they reached the foot of the mountains. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan held the mountains with his hands. Feeling the touch conveyed by the mountains, Chen Mofan only felt his heart beating wildly, like a beating drum. Standing at the foot of the mountain, I do not know the majesty of the mountains, in which, with both hands to measure, to know what is majestic. It's just a pity that Wang Jiaojiao is wearing a mask. He could clearly touch some of the patterns on the mask. It seems to be a small flower. Aha! Wang Jiaojiao softly gasped, opened her misty eyes, looked at Chen Mofan's fiery eyes. She couldn't help but stretch out her hands, wrapped her arms around Chen Mofan's neck. Her Jew lips lightly opened. Mofan, I want to, bang. With a pop, the door to the room was opened, and the oldest and third came in, fighting as they did so. but enter the door and be dumbfounded. 4 people, 8 eyes facing each other. A deathly silence instantly enveloped the entire dormitory. Embarrassment spreading from the bottom of everyone's heart, instantly covering the entire body. The boss, who was usually the most cheeky, scratched his head at the moment and said awkwardly, "It's Jiao. I thought it was Shui Euro?" Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. "Brother, I know the atmosphere is a bit awkward, but you can't be so speechless." Wang Jiajiao keenly grasped the point of the words. "Water whisperer?" 3 words exited. Wang Jiajiao's small hand quietly reached behind Chen Mofan's waist. "Mayor Fan, you still know Shui Euro?" The boss noticed that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained. "That Jiajiao, you misunderstood. What's wrong?" "It's just that in class today, Chen Mervan pulled Shui Euro to sit together." Yu Guan looked at the two and said that Shui Euro was his sister-in-law and told Mervan not to hit on Shui Euro. Then Mervan fought with Yu Guan. Chen Mofan was completely dumbfounded in place. "Granted, the thing is this thing, the situation is this situation, but why does it come out of your mouth in a completely different flavor?" "Well, the boss explains it short and easy to understand, and the truth is clear." Wang Jiajiao, who had learned the truth, turned her face into a playful one as she looked at Chen Mofan. "Mayor Fan, you're awesome. You're not happy to hear others call Shui Euro's sister-in-law, are you?" the mouth said. The hand movements also do not stop. The small hand ruthlessly pinched Chen Mofan's waist, directly pinched purple. Chen Mofan sucked in several mouthfuls of cool air in pain, and looked at his boss with eyes that were as sorrowful as a deep palace complainer. Chapter 64. Fortune is not as good as fame. The oldest was also helpless, and for the first time, he knew that the oldest still had a talent for stirring up trouble. Seems kinda strong because he can harden a fact into 2 outcomes. The boss watched Wang Jiajiao's small hands keep drumming on Chen Mofan's back and realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing again. He scratched his head fiercely and smiled an awkward, yet nonchalant smile. "I'm explaining." Stop. As soon as the boss's words fell, Chen Meifan hastily stopped them. He was afraid that if the boss said anything else, he might not know what would happen. Now it's all hands on the choke. 2 more sentences and he's going to need his back. On the side, the oldest 3 followed suit and spoke, pointing at the oldest's face. "That Jiao. Don't misunderstand. The reason why Chen Mofan took action with Yu Guan was because he hit the 2 of us, and that's why Chen Mofan moved." The oldest nodded along and was about to open his mouth when he was rebuked back by the oldest 3 and Chen Mofan. "Shut up." Wang Jiajiao heard Lao San's explanation. Her face eased quite a bit, glared fiercely at Chen Mofan, stretched out her small foot and kicked again. Exasperated. "Get up and go. I'll wash the sheets." "Ha?" Chen Mofan froze for a moment, then hastily lifted his butt. He understood that this matter of Shui Yueliang was considered to be in the past. In the future, even if he did have something with Shui Euro, Wang Jiajiao's acceptance would be much stronger than it is now. The oldest and the oldest 3 are full of envy. The girlfriend came to the dormitory to wash the bed sheets. This is how many single dogs dream of appearing in the plot. But now, it's just happening in front of their eyes. The key is that this Wang Jiajiao has just finished getting angry with Chen Mofan. How do they know that being angry is being angry? But essentially, Wang Jiajiao cares about Chen Mofan, because everything Chen Mofan did for her fulfilled all the fantasies she had had for years. Not round is it the medical bills of his brother, or the dream of a once luxurious car, and the demands of his better half. Chen Merfan has met them all. It's like when you meet a beautiful woman who doesn't need you to ask, who offers to show you love, and who has money and is willing to spend it on you, and on the swinging bed, down the kitchen, and do not want the bride price. The key is also gentle and considerate. Everything to your standards of strict requirements. Such a woman just asked you care about do not care. You can say because of a little anger, turn around and do not care about her? Or, you have 2 women around you, one beautiful and one ugly. On face value alone, you will always have more tolerance for that beauty. Taking the wash basin and holding the laundry detergent, Wang Jiajiao took the sheets to the boys' sink. Now it is the time for classes. Not many people are absentee. Chen Mofan saw no one in the 4 corners of the room, smiled and wrapped his arms around Wang Jiajiao from behind. Wang Jiajiao struggled twice, saw that she couldn't break away, and was so angry that she gently stepped on Chen Mofan's foot. Seeing this, Chen Merfan understood that the anger in Wang Jiajiao's heart should be about the same. Jiajiao. Grunting with a smile, Chen Mofan hugged Wang Jiajiao tighter. Wang Jiajiao's face reddened and she shyly said, "Stop it, I'm washing the sheets?" Her mouth said, but Wang Jiajiao had already shaken off the water droplets on her hands and gently leaned into Chen Mofan's arms. "Why don't you go out with me tonight?" Wang Jiajiao's face flushed and she said shyly, "Didn't I say that yesterday?" "Mayor Fan, I know you're having a hard time. Hold it in, okay." As the words fell, Wang Jiajiao turned her head and gently kissed Chen Mofan. "Boo!" Chen Mofan laughed, lying on Wang Jiajiao's shoulder. His tone teasingly whispered, "Where do you want to go? Tonight I will take you to see someone. There are good things to give you." "Who said to take you to a room? Little horny girl." Wang Jiajiao's small doll face brushed red, reaching out her small hand to fiercely pinch Chen Mofan's waist before nodding. "So where are we going?" "Red Desire Casino." "Ah!" Wang Jiajiao gave a surprised cry. This morning she also knew that Chen Mofan had gone up against Master Tiger. And yesterday, Chen Mofan had also made a move to teach one of Master Tiger's men a lesson. It seems to be called something like Li Yu. She learned from White Feather that Red Desire was Master Tiger's home base. But now, Chen Mofan was actually going to break into Master Tiger's base camp. And while she was surprised, she was worried in her heart. "Mare Fan, can't you not go at night?" "I'm worried." Chen Mofan shook his head with a calm face. There are things that have to be worked out. Even if he was willing to take a step back, what about Lei Hu? It would definitely gain an inch. Since this is the case, then the matter of gaining an inch, do not need Lei Hu to do. He Chen Mofan to do. Today he will tell everyone in Liucheng one thing. He, Chen Mofan, has a temper. And if you offend him, you better think of the price. Tonight, not only was he going to meet Master Tiger, but he was also going to slap him hard, and in front of everyone in Liaocheng, a slap that he simply couldn't cover up. Chen Meifan considered. In fact, this is good. First put their own fame out. After the establishment of their own business empire will definitely be twice the effort. At this moment, the outside world had long been in an uproar, and the news of the mortal god's fight with the Tiger Master was spreading. In Liucheng, some people from the forces had gotten the news. In response, most of them felt that this time, the mortal god had kicked the bucket, and had dared to go up against Master Tiger, which was not looking for death. And early this morning, the news of Master Tiger's men appearing nose to nose in front of the Red Desire Gate had been completely blocked by Master Tiger. So they didn't know the truth, and just wishfully thought that the mortal god was dead this time. One of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store managers, Feng Fei, as well as Chen Xiaokuan, are all of this idea. Some have even opened up a handicap and set the odds against this. Master Tiger wins, 1 to 0.3. Chen Mofan wins, 1 to 10. 1 to 10. This kind of astronomical odds can be opened out. Obviously has already concluded that Chen Mofan will definitely lose. Learning about this kind of thing, Chen Mofan directly let Wu Zhan buy 1 billion to win himself. He would like to see if the other party can pay out 10 billion. Tiankai Grand Restaurant. Wang Morkai had already arranged for 15 Mercedes-Benz businesses. At this moment, in the top floor office, Long Outyen, Bai Yu, Zhang Cheng, Chu Feng, they had all arrived. Even Yang Kong, Wang Zhe, and Li Tiankai, these three people also came. All three of them understood that it was time for the last stand, and that if they wanted to be able to play together in the future, then they had to make good choices now, and showing up is definitely the best way to stand up for yourself. Inside the top floor office, Zhang Cheng smoked cigarettes one after another. He was very apprehensive and wondered if the news he had gotten in the morning was true or false. He'd heard early this morning that the Tiger's men had suffered heavy losses last night, but no one knew what had happened. Not even a single photo. Not even a video. I heard that someone took a video, but didn't wait to leave before Master Tiger's men found out, snatched the phone and broke both hands. Therefore, what came out were just words, and no one knew if it was true or not. With a cigar in his mouth, Lan Aotian sat on the wide sofa in his office and gulped down the clouds. Everyone knew that he had been kidnapped by Master Tiger, but no one knew how much humiliation he had suffered from that kidnapping. It was as if those people were willing to humiliate him, a great young man, so as to satisfy their perverted pleasure. After that time, he swore that he would never die with Master Tiger in this life. Now that someone had finally stepped forward, there was only excitement in his heart, not fear. White Feather sat on the edge of the couch, looking at a report in her hand. This is a DNA test report that shows Li Yu and Zhang Zhua can be identified as the same person. He knew this report was desperately desired by the man standing in the doorway. However, this report should not be given to Chu Feng by him. Chu Feng stood at the doorway, wearing a straight suit, like a dummy, motionless and guarding the doorway. However, his eyes were firmly fixed on the pages in Bayu's hands. His sixth sense told him that there was something on that paper that he needed most. He could easily grab it if he wanted to, but he wouldn't. He was sure that the boss would give it to him personally. At the thought, he moved, holding down the Bluetooth headset on his ear, and spoke slowly. All personnel stand by. A word out. Downstairs, a room door opens. The room, full of well-built men in suits, emerged from it. Without any words, they stood quietly in 2 rows, with their feet straddling each other and their hands behind their backs. The whole process was quiet and quick without any unnecessary cacophony of sound. The atmosphere, however, gradually became oppressive with this rapidity. Kada! The door to another room opened, and Wu Zhan walked out from it. and after he scanned the room, he icily said, "I don't need to say more than that. Anyone who disgraces themselves tonight, get yourself out of here." As Wu Zhan's words fell, 63 people opened their mouths in unison, their voices echoing in the corridor, deafening. Understood. 2 words that penetrated the walls and reached the top floor clearly. Wang Mocai, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the night view, smiled slightly when he heard these 2 words. The name of wealth is better than the name of prestige. He believed that after tonight, Liaocheng would usher in a new pattern. Chapter 65, Red Desire Casino. Red Desire. Lei Hu looked at the thick stack of hospital bills in front of him, and his head exploded at that time. As a matter of fact, from early this morning, he had felt his scalp tingle as he watched his subordinate's junior brother lying in the square with a swollen nose. In Liaocheng he was invincible, and for years no one dared to say a word in front of him, but since the sudden appearance of the mortal gods, all that has changed. His proud fighters had been beaten to the bone by the mortal gods' men in one night. He couldn't believe that the depths he had accumulated over the years were so unbearable in front of the mortal god. Fan Shen, Chen Merfan. These 5 words, 2 words, he investigated all day today. Kyoto, Magic City, Guangzhou and Shenzhen. All major cities he called the relationship to find. There was only one thing that he got, and that was that Chen Mofan was just a child of an ordinary family. This result filled Lei Hu's heart with doubt. Boss, the total cost of this medical treatment was $2,370,000. Behind him, Zhang Zhua said carefully. I know, Lei Hu replied absent-mindedly. Zhang Zhua hesitated for a moment and then said, then boss, what should we do with Chen Mofan? Should we bow down and apologize to each other? Admit fault? These 2 words made Lei Hu raise his eyebrows. The bossiness he had developed over the years made him unwilling to bow down easily. Even if he knew that the other party was most likely someone he couldn't afford to mess with, he wasn't willing to bow down, and he wanted to make one last push. And the results of the survey have somewhat given Lei Hu some confidence. He still has the undercard, and for years he's kept a large number of fighters from the black boxing tournament. This was his last card, and he didn't want to use it easily. But now, tell Lu Bing of the 4 heavenly kings to bring someone to Red Lust. All of them. Tonight, I'm going to make Chen Mofan cry. Lei Hu roared and growled at Zhang Zhua behind him. Chen Mofan brought Wang Jiajiao to the top floor of the Tiankai Hotel. Kada. The door to the room opened, and everyone in the room stood up in unison, looking towards Chen Mofan in unison. Boss, mortal god. Then he looked at Wang Jiajiao and smiled. Hello sister-in-law. Wang Jiajiao's grip on Chen Mofan's hand instantly became tense. Bai Yu, Long Ao Tian. These 2 top young men, one day will even smile to her called sister-in-law good. Orly Tiankai, Wang Zai and these people. This is she previously did not even dare to think of. Vulcan, here's the information you asked for. Bai Yu walked over and smiled as he handed Chen Mofan the appraisal report in his hand. After Chen Mofan looked at the appraisal results on the report, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan handed the report to Chu Feng, who was standing behind him. Fortunately, you can avenge your family. Chu Feng's body trembled, and a slight mist of water filled his eyes. He bowed deeply to Chen Mofan. Although there were no words, the trembling hands and the gratitude in his eyes were enough to say everything. Boss, it's all ready. Wang Morkai also came and smiled. Then let's go and take a look at Red Desire. Chen Mofan didn't make the slightest progress and casually laughed. The others laughed along. The group, out of the office, headed downstairs. Downstairs, 15 Mercedes-Benz businesses were already parked. The business car was followed by a van. This car was prepared for Chu Feng, and it had all kinds of tools inside. Knives, axes, chainsaws, potions, everything. Chen Mofan had explained to him that he could take out his anger however he wanted, but he couldn't kill anyone. Zhang Zuo's final destination can only be prison. This was the rule that Chen Mofan had set for all of his men. One could be wild, but there had to be a bottom line. Without words on the way, arriving at Red Desire, Chen Mofan and the others got off the car in unison and looked at the lavishly decorated Red Desire casino in front of them. The entire Red Desire has about 13 floors and covers an extremely extensive area, the size of 4 soccer fields. Outside Red Lust, the entire floor was covered in pitch-black tempered glass, and there were various projectors on the floor that projected color onto the entire building. It looks like the whole building is flashing lights and is very cool and luxurious. Inside the building, the decoration is even more sophisticated. Crystal chandeliers spread all over the roof, reflecting the building as bright as day. Walls, floors, colorful golden tiles. Light shines on the tiles after refraction, making the whole space flooded with points of golden light, as gold to build the building. At the entrance, there stood 2 rows of beautiful women in OL outfits, and when they saw Chen Mofan and the others get off, they bowed in unison. Hello boss, welcome, that's a big row to make. Chen Mofan smiled and took the lead in walking into Red Desire. On the first floor hall, a dress flow, combed back hair, sprayed with perfume foreman, looked at Chen Mofan. Their crowd group of people, very much like a riot, frowned, quick step to welcome up. Before he got close, the foreman spoke first. How many of you are here to play? There was a clear question in the words. He had thought that the service attitude would be good, but now that he heard the questioning voice, Chen Meifan smiled. What? We don't look like we came over to play? The foreman smiled and said, I don't know if a few of you came over to play, but it doesn't matter. This is Master Tiger's venue, so I'll remind a few of you. That's clearly a warning. However, Chen Mofan did not move to anger, but smiled and nodded. He wanted to see what kind of entertainment place Red Desire was, and having never felt it, he naturally wanted to feel it first, and then do his business later. We've booked the biggest private room. It seems to be called something like the Imperial Hall. Please guide the way. Leads are fine, but we do tip here, and a few of you look unfamiliar, so I'll let you know first. The foreman looked Chen Mofan up and down, still in that tone, asking for money with a straight face. We look strange? Chen Mofan was surprised for a moment, then pointed at Bai Yu and Long Aotian, then said, You don't recognize these two? The foreman bristled with outright disdain. Do I need to know? This rhetorical question left Chen Mofan speechless. Red Lust is really good and as arrogant as the boss. This biggest enemy of his own didn't recognize him, and neither did the two Liao City great young men, Bai Yu and Long Aotian. What a load of Red Desire this is. As a matter of fact, Whitefeather and Long Aotian still rarely came here. After all, they didn't deal with Lei Hu. But as a top entertainment venue, one should more or less keep an eye out for the big names in Liucheng. But apparently, Red Lust hasn't done any training on this. For the people of Red Lust, their own boss no one dared to mess with in Liucheng, and they, the waiters, naturally followed with a high heart. The leadership of Red Lust doesn't care about this kind of impropriety either, and it slowly feeds into the notion that waiters don't care about the average guest. Even some of the faceless ones, they didn't want to pay attention to them for a moment, as if speaking a few more words with these people was an act of dropping the price. Long Aotian and Baiyu also laughed when they heard the rhetorical question. The laugh was commonplace, but the foreman raised an eyebrow and questioned in a cold voice. Is it funny? I'm reminding a few of you. This is Red Lust, Master Tiger's venue. Don't make trouble. The foreman deliberately said the three words don't make trouble with a heavy warning. This time, it brought Baiyu and Long Ao Wei to their senses, and they immediately wanted to teach this foreman a lesson. But Chen Meifan stopped it. He was curious to see just how bad Red Desire could be as the top entertainment venue in Liucheng. You lead the way. Tip 1,000. Only after hearing this did the foreman reluctantly lead the way forward, but he still muttered. Looked like a bumpkin, didn't realize it was an ingrate. This sound of muttering let Chen Mofan face strange, because this foreman did not have a back at all. The sound of words did not lower. A few people listened to that as a clear, but Chen Mofan didn't know that there were even more surprising things waiting for him behind him, because the Imperial Hall is occupied. Chapter 66 Red Desire's Hospitality. In the Imperial Hall, there were already more than 20 people, who were having a good time inside. They were famous tycoons from outside the country, and this time they came to talk business with Lei Hu. Therefore, it was arranged by Lei Hu in the Imperial Hall, robbing the box booked by Chen Mofan, all the way up the elevator to the front of the Imperial Hall. Awkward. The foreman looked inside the Imperial Hall and then at Chen Mofan and his group, and was instantly dissatisfied. Sir, you think it's funny, don't you? The Imperial Hall is clearly occupied, so why did you guys lie to me and say you booked the Imperial Hall? Chen Meifan was speechless and kindly reminded. Do you think it's possible that the talent in the box is lying to you guys? This rhetorical question, so that the foreman violently froze, and then reacted, but he did not have the slightest embarrassment, but instead complained. It is you guys or you guys. What is the point of pulling off? Show you smart? Ha! Chen Meifan bitterly laughed and shook his head. This really kept refreshing his perception. It was an eye-opener. This is a ING talent. This should pay out a lot of money every month if you recruit into his restaurant. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Chen Mofan directly pushed the door and walked in. Sir, you don't break in hard. The foreman tried to block, but Chu Feng pushed him away. The foreman was unsteady on his feet and took several steps backward, nearly falling on his butt. This made him blush, thinking that he had lost face, and cursed angrily, just in time to say something. Wu Zhan walked over and with one look, scared the foreman into trembling. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed back. Who are you? In the box, a middle-aged man with a blonde, Mediterranean hairstyle stood up and looked at Chen Mofan and the others who had barged into the box, inquiring with dissatisfaction. Chen Mofan didn't answer and sat on his butt on the sofa. Behind him, Wang Mozai replied, Sir, did you guys go to the wrong box? This is the Imperial Hall we booked. Ah, oh, yours. The middle-aged man responded and laughed. Then with a push of his glasses on the bridge of his nose, he said forcefully, but sorry, it's ours now. At this moment, a supervisor serving in the box stood up. He was dressed in a straight suit with a ponytail. He first scanned the crowd, then said with a bland face, I changed your box. You guys go to the box next to it, and I'll give you a 20% discount. The supervisor's words were contemptuous, like dismissing a beggar. Casual. The foreman on the side also quickly squeezed up. He first called out respectfully to the supervisor as a brother before whispering to Chen Mofan, I advise you not to make trouble here and listen to our arrangements. Besides, didn't we give you a discount of 88%? Enough to give you face, and you just got yourself dismissed? Chen Mofan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was now really curious as to when these people would recognize themselves and Long Aotian and Baiyu. Without even needing Chen Mofan to open his mouth, Wang Mo Kai coldly shook his head. I'm sorry, our boss is not in the habit of changing boxes. Besides, this is the place we reserved. Ha! The supervisor laughed coldly, and not only was there not the slightest trace of apology on his face, but he had a contemptuous sneer on his face. Brothers are trying to make trouble, right? Let me tell you, the few people in this box are Master Tiger's guests, and Master Tiger said to arrange for them to be in the Imperial Hall. I don't need to say anything more about Master Tiger's weight, the supervisor said, skimming his lips at Chen Mofan, revealing an obvious touch of disdain. Hurry up and follow me. When the foreman saw the supervisor, his bottom line was obviously much stronger, and with an impatient face, he was about to grab Chen Mofan's arm. Chen Mofan didn't even look at him, while Chu Feng beside him didn't spoil him in the slightest, lifting a foot to directly kick him out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the foreman was kicked 5 meters away, his torso slamming heavily against the door with a pop. The foreman's body slid off the door and onto the floor, his face a ghastly white. This kick subdued all the people in the room, and everyone looked at Chu Feng as if they were looking at a monster. Normal people who can kick someone out a meter are considered to have strength, but this man kicked someone out 5 meters? They understood, even if they were stupid, that this was running into a practicing family. Seeing that the crowd was subdued, Wang Morkai spoke again, his tone strong. I repeat, our boss is not in the habit of changing boxes. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. The supervisor's body trembled when he heard this. He was shocked but not intimidated. Master Tiger, entrenched in Liao City for many years, the prestige and reputation has long been deep in the hearts of many people. It wasn't as if there hadn't been people who had challenged it at one time, but then, all of those people had disappeared without a trace. This time, that bull ***** mortal god, and these dirtbags who don't know the heights of heaven, also dared to come looking for trouble. The superintendent believes that the results will remain the same, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to fight these hard. With a cold smile, the supervisor said in a conspiratorial manner, alright, since you all like this box, I'll let you have it. I hope you'll have fun next. The conspiratorial tone paired with the playful sneer on his face clearly told the crowd that it was a threat. Chu Feng immediately raised his leg and was about to teach the supervisor a lesson, but was stopped by Chen Meifan waving his hand. He looked up at the supervisor and smiled a nice smile. Don't worry, we're here to have fun today, Chen Mofan said, looked at the middle-aged Mediterranean, then said, sorry, it seems that this box does not belong to you. The Mediterranean face went cold. He can do business with Lei Hu, so naturally he's not a good person. In other cities, he was also an existence that walked horizontally. He was never the only one who bullied people. How had he ever been bullied and humiliated? His face turned cold as he met Chen Mofan's gaze and said forcefully, what if I don't leave? Then carry it out. Chen Meifan simply had no intention of dilly-dallying with him. A light sentence fell, and without any other superfluous commands, Chu Feng naturally understood what should be done. His face was icy cold as he took 2 steps forward and headed straight for the Mediterranean Sea. What are you going to do? I'm the Tiger Master. Mediterranean Sea had fear on his face. He understood that Chu Feng was a bit of a ruthless man. He wanted to threaten Master Tiger, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Feng directly kicked Mediterranean Sea in the stomach. With this kick, the fat on the Mediterranean stomach churned, and he rolled out 3 meters away like a big meatball. Ow! Pig-killing screams rang out from the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea, resounding throughout the Imperial Hall. Seeing this, the people brought by Mediterranean Sea hurriedly got up, but before they could make any moves, Wu Zhan led people to directly surround them. Wu Zhan's menacing face carried a touch of obvious grimness as he warned, I advise a few of you to stay put, or else I don't mind letting you all go out lying down as well. A few people's faces stiffened at the words, and they were too fearful to look into Wu Zhan's eyes. The supervisor looked at the scene with a very ugly face. These can be Master Tiger's guests, specially explained to take care of them. But now, the Mediterranean at the head is crawling on the ground, and that's taking care of it too well. He didn't even dare to imagine what a scene it would be like if Master Tiger blamed it. At this moment, he had some regrets. If he hadn't been so arrogant just now, wouldn't this situation be avoided now? Or, if he had pulled the Mediterranean earlier, would he not have to crawl on the ground now? Bang! Chu Feng kicked again, once again sending the Mediterranean Sea flying. The boss ordered him to go out lying down, not crawling. The Mediterranean Sea was screaming in pain. He no longer had a trace of arrogance, not to mention threatening words. He didn't even dare to scream loudly now. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! I'm out! I'm out! Mediterranean covered his stomach and pleaded. But Chu Feng didn't have the slightest bit of softness in his heart, and said in an icy tone, "Sorry, it's late. Our boss said to let you lie out." The words were followed by another kick. Ow. Chapter 67, Seeing Master Tiger. Within a few feet, the Mediterranean Sea completely fainted and was carried by the people he brought with him, leaving the Imperial Hall and going to the top floor to look for Lei Hu. The supervisor wiped his cold sweat and followed quickly. On the top floor, the man Mediterranean brought in, added to what had just happened. Master Tiger was instantly furious. Chen Mofen hadn't even been settled yet, and now there was a group of guys who didn't know how to die and also dared to come to Red Desire to cause trouble. He immediately decided to make an example of these guys. Lu Bing, take your men to the Imperial Hall and break the legs of everyone there first. Lei Hu said angrily. Never mind, I'll go as well. I'd like to see that thing that doesn't know how to die dare to come to Red Desire and cause trouble. With more than 30 fighters, Lei Hu walked majestically towards the Imperial Hall. At this moment in the Imperial Hall, this guy Whitefeather took the microphone and started to sing without a second thought. Wang Jiaojiao had wanted to sing, but after the scene just now, she had some fear in her heart, and the hand holding Chen Mofen could clearly feel some trembling. Zhang Chang's cigarette didn't stop. He felt that they were just too unbridled, coming to Master Tiger's base camp and still daring to be so arrogant. Wang Zhe, Yang Kong and the others even simply cowered in the corner of the sofa. Chu Feng and Wang Mokai, they had a bashful face, because they were originally Chen Mofen's people, and no matter what they did at this moment, they couldn't change that fact. Besides, they were confident that they could easily take care of Master Tiger. After all, they had already done so last night. Lei Hu came to the front of the Imperial Hall and directly kicked it open. Before even entering the door, he arrogantly stated, "Who is it? So arrogant, dare to come to my Red Desire to cause trouble? Don't know that this is my Lei Hu's field?" Chen Merfan looked at Lei Hu who walked in, a smirk on his face. Lei Hu was still as arrogant as before, his head raised high, just like a sand sculpture swan. Lei Hu, it's been a long time, who the dares to call me names? Lei Hu cursed angrily, just halfway through his words, saw Chen Mofen in the room, and swallowed back the words that came to his mouth, turning surprised. Chen Mofen, this man is Chen Meifan, the mortal god? Lu Bing, who was following behind, narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Mofen with a touch of contempt in his eyes. He really couldn't connect the mortal god with the youngster in front of him. In his conjecture, the mortal god should be a middle-aged man, exquisitely dressed, with a cold face, giving off a sense of unruffled authority. But now, in front of this little young man, big pants and big undershirt, with a bland smile on his face, properly a beggar look. He believed him when he said he was a servant of a mortal god, but he didn't believe him 100 times when he said he was a mortal god. The supervisor who walked into the box at the end, when he heard this, he directly softened his legs and nearly sat on the ground. This man is Chen Mofen, Master Tiger's #1 enemy. The supervisor just felt his brain buzzing for a moment. He didn't even know what he had just done. This man didn't even put Master Tiger in his eyes, but he dared to be arrogant with this man. He was afraid that his life was too long. Looking at Chen Mofen's face full of smiles, Lei Hu's face was instantly cold. Chen Mofen, you're so majestic, coming to my venue and beating up my people. Are you going to beat me up next? Chen Mofen nodded with a smile on his face. It's an idea. We'll see how it goes. He, young people are really arrogant. Master Tiger sat on his butt next to Chen Mofen and said coldly, it's just that young people, it's better to be restrained. Otherwise you won't wake up that day. The corners of Chen Mofen's mouth curled up as he looked straight at Lei Hu with his eyes, without the slightest bit of fear, and smiled. Yeah, so now I'm thinking about whether or not to let Master Tiger wake you up first. I really want to open my eyes and see if your funeral, Master Tiger, will be a little more extravagant. What are you talking about? Before Lei Hu could open his mouth, Lu Bing, who was on the side, violently said angrily, no one has dared to talk to them like that in all these years. Chen Mofen, what the hell are you? Before Lu Bing's words fell, Chu Feng blatantly struck out. The other party's little brother also dared to humiliate his boss, which was looking for death. Lu Bing snorted coldly. You deserve to fight me? He had been fighting black fighters for years. His hands were far above average, and he did not put Chu Feng in his eyes in the slightest. Chu Feng, on the other hand, did not have the slightest bit of nonsense. His right fist accumulated the power of 1,000 pounds and blasted out. Lu Bing raised his hand to block. Bang! A muffled sound resounded within the box, and Lu Bing couldn't help but take a step back. His heart was instantly filled with astonishment. He thought that his chi was not weak, but now that he was facing Chu Feng, he actually felt that his arms were aching, which filled his heart with shock. Just as he was about to shake off his sore arm, Chu Feng had already taken a step forward and attacked him once again. Both fists were like a torrential downpour, landing on his body in a frantic manner. Lu Bing barely managed to block, but he only resisted 3 or 5 punches before he was defeated and was punched in the temple by Chu Feng. Pop! Lu Bing let out a muffled grunt as his body involuntarily retreated 3 steps to the left side one after another before falling headfirst to the ground. Enough! Lei Hu snapped. However, Chu Feng ignored him and stepped forward, about to kick Lu Bing in the head. Lu Bing watched as Chu Feng's right foot kept enlarging in his eyes, so frightened that his heart trembled, and like a caterpillar, his wriggling body tried to retreat backward. It was only at this moment that Chen Mofen smiled and waved his hand. Receiving Chen Mofen's hand signal, Chu Feng instantly stopped, and Lu Bing had long been sweating with fear and blushing. He had thought that he could easily resolve Chu Feng, but in fact, he was easily resolved by Chu Feng. When he thought of his arrogance earlier, he felt his cheeks burning. As Lei Hu watched this scene, his teeth clenched. He had lost a lot of face today. At the same time, he also understood that the 30 or so fighters he had brought with him were no match for Chen Mofen's men. Even his most capable fighter, Lu Bing, was taught a lesson by Chen Mofen's men in a couple of moves, let alone the others. And that, in turn, made his face even more ugly. It was only after a long time that Lei Hu slowly spoke. There really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons under the mortal god. The obvious change in attitude from Chen Mofen to the mortal god made Chen Mofen smile. Is this a sign of weakness? Chen Mofen looked at Master Tiger with a clear hint of inquiry in his eyes. Mortal god, I'm not going to reconcile. You should understand that if 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. Lei Hu took out a cigar and lit it before taking a puff and speaking leisurely. Chen Mofen didn't open his mouth. Fan Shen, I'll give you face. I hope you'll give me face as well. Lei Hu, didn't spend so many years in Liaoqing for nothing. Lei Hu spoke again, his tone noticeably heavier. Chen Meifan snorted out a laugh. Lei Hu, are you mistaken? What are you? You can fight if you want and stop if you want. I'm your father, taking care of you like this. Lei Hu's face reddened violently, and a trace of obvious anger flashed across his cheeks. Lei Hu, I was the one who avenged your son's death in the first place. Not a word of gratitude. I don't blame you, but you turn around and want to lecture me? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Lei Hu's face snapped from flushed red to embarrassed, thinking about how arrogant and domineering he had just met Chen Mofen, and then now being chided by him like a grandson. This huge contrast before and after made him so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. His face hesitated several times before Lei Hu slowly said, Van God, I can apologize to you, but this is my last line. Pop. As soon as Lei Hu's words fell, Chen Mofen slapped his mouth. Who are you to talk to me about the bottom line? The sound of slaps accompanied by these arrogant words echoed in the box for a long time, and everyone was shocked in place. None of them expected that Master Tiger, who had dominated Liaoqing for many years, would say something like apologizing. What they didn't expect even more was that the mortal god was so strong that not only did he not have the slightest intention of taking it in stride in the face of Master Tiger's apology, but he also directly gave a mouthful. This mouth, in the eyes of the crowd, was tantamount to a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking them dumbfounded in place, looking at the mortal god in disbelief. Chapter 68, from top to bottom, smash it up. Treadmill's bet is right. Zheng Chang roared in his heart as ecstasy instantly filled his entire heart. From the moment Master Tiger said that he had apologized, he understood that from today onwards, his Zheng Chang's value would rise with him. But then Chen Mofen slapped Master Tiger's mouth, which made his heart jump. He thought that if it were him, he would absolutely see it through. But the mortal god chose to be tough to the end. Is this what separates me from the big boys? Too much trepidation, Zheng Chang thought in his heart, a touch of shame on his face. Whitefeather's heart jerked hard. He knew that the mortal god was tough, but he didn't expect it to be this tough. Even in the face of the Tiger Master did not have the slightest intention to give in. This boldness, this courage, convinced him. He felt as if he worshipped the mortal god even more in his heart. With that mouth hit, Lan Yao Tian only felt that the years of suffocation squeezed in his heart was swept away. He was glad that he had met the mortal gods, and even more glad that he had chosen them. Looking at Chen Merfan, Long Ao Tian's face revealed a touch of obvious gratitude. Wang Mo Kaizobi's face carried an overwhelming smile. It wasn't that he didn't know that this boss of his was powerful, but he didn't realize that this boss of his was so powerful. In the face of Master Tiger, that mouth said slap without a single moment's hesitation. This boldness made him worship. That's what real men do. That's what men should do. Wang Jiajiao's rosy little mouth grew into an O shape, her eyes looking at Chen Mofan with disbelief. All along, the Tiger Master to her, that are unattainable big people, so big that she looked up on a glance as a kind of luxury. But now, Master Tiger was just sitting not far away from her, and he had been slapped hard by his own boyfriend. Dreams suddenly shone into reality, and this sudden sense of shock made her heart keep pounding. When she looked at Chen Mofan, it was as if little stars appeared in her eyes. The horizontal flesh on Lei Hu's face twitched viciously as he reached out to touch the right side of his face, which was still tingling. The next second violently raged. A hand pulled out a pistol from the back of his waist, pointing at Chen Mofan, storming out. Chen Mofan, you're looking for death. But in the face of the black hole of the gun, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest fear. Just kidding, so many people here saw it with their own eyes. Lei Hu can't run away after shooting. Besides, if he, Lei Hu, really had the courage to lose both, he wouldn't have said the words of peace talks just now. Sure enough, 1 second, 2 seconds, time just passed. Lei Hu just raised his gun and pointed it at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan laughed and slapped Lei Hu's face once again. Don't dare to shoot. What the hell are you lifting? Lei Hu clenched his teeth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Chen Mofan, I wouldn't dare. But don't force me. I still say, reconciliation. That's my last line. Chen Mofan didn't answer immediately and pulled out a photo from his coat pocket, dumping it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. The person in the photo was none other than Zhang Zhua, who is now Li Yu. It was then that Chen Mofan slowly spoke. Want to reconcile? Fine. Find this man and let me take him away so we can talk. Li Yu? Lei Hu's brows furrowed together violently as he looked at Li Yu on the photo and then at Chen Mofan. Although Li Yu was dispensable to him, it was a matter of his face and how his men treated him. Li Yu was one of the 4 great Vajra no matter what. If he handed it over for the sake of reconciliation, what would his men think of him? I'm afraid he'll think he's betrayed his brother for himself. People like that can't stand up. Lei Hu shook his head. Chen Mofan, I can consider other conditions, but not this one. Chen Mofan's face was bland as he laughed. Then I'm sorry. Reconciliation is exempt. Lei Hu's voice went cold. Chen Mofan, you're making this difficult for me. Chen Mofan smiled. It's hard to do, so don't do it. As the words fell, a hand lifted off the coffee table in front of him, then angrily said, smash this place from top to bottom. All of it. Finally you and take him away. Yes, the 63 men shouted in unison in anger, and each of them took out the throwing sticks pinned from their belts. At one time, starting from the Imperial Hall, the sound of banging spread to the entire Red Desire. Chen Merfan had no intention of reconciling with Lei Hu. This kind of assholes, he couldn't wait to stomp on them and let him get the punishment he deserved. However, he also understood that now was not the time. Over the years, Thunder Tiger has become deeply entrenched and highly prestigious, and all he had to do now was slowly stomp on his prestige a little bit. Lei Hu looked at his home base. Little by little it became tattered before his eyes. He looked at Chen Mofan with his eyes glazed over and a hint of blood in his eyes, but when Chen Merfan met his eyes, he just smiled flatly, took Wang Jiajiao's hand, got up and walked out. Wu Zhan and Chu Feng, protecting his side, no one dared to approach Chen Mofan. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Hall, Thunder Tiger's angry growls sounded behind him. Chen Mofan turned to look at him and said forcefully, Lei Hu, I still say the same thing. What the hell are you? Wanting to make peace and thinking of having the best of both worlds. The good things in the world are for you. Okay, Lei Hu, I'm telling you once again, I'm not your father on the horse. There's no need to let you have everything. The words fell out of his mouth and he turned to leave. The popping inside red lust soon began to spread over a large area. The guests who were playing around inside were scared to death and ran out of there screaming. Some of the guests originally wanted to rebuke them based on their status, but Chu Feng and those of them were not the least bit spoiled. If you dare to say one more word, it's a direct swipe down. The woman's screams were accompanied by banging noises that resounded throughout Red Desire for a moment. The sound carried on, and the merchants and residents around the area ran out to check it out. At a glance, it was Red Desire that was smashed. Everyone looked at this scene with a flash of shock in their eyes. They know whose property Red Desire is. It's Master Tiger's, and for so many years, only Master Tiger has bullied and humiliated others. Who dares to make Master Tiger lose face? But today, Master Tiger's Red Desire was smashed? This is tantamount to the loudest slap on the face of Master Tiger. And this slap is loud enough to make Liao City shake 3 times. Lei Hu, escorted by Lu Bing and Zhou Zhong, also walked out, and at a glance, he saw Chen Mofan sitting in the business Mercedes. Chen Mofan, Lei Hu roared and walked over quickly. He understands very well that his base camp has been smashed, and after today, his prestige will be in tatters. This made him hate Chen Mofen, hate his teeth so much that he wanted to bite Chen Mofen alive if he could. Chen Mofen looked at the angry Lei Hu in front of him, but smiled. Lei Hu, there's no need to put on this cannibalistic look. Everyone, you do the first day, I do the 15th. You let me see your arrogant and bossy side in the police station. In turn, I'm in your home base, letting you see my arrogant and bossy side. Isn't it fair? You, Lei Hu pointed at Chen Mofen and was speechless. At the moment he looked at the smashed red desire. A strong wave of remorse welled up in his heart. He regretted it, regretted why he had been so arrogant and bossy at the police station. Just like what Chen Meifan said, Chen Meifan could no longer be considered his benefactor, helping him to avenge the murder of his son. But what about him? And will revenge. Not only do not have half gratitude to this benefactor, but also want to let the other party kneel down to apologize, but also threaten to break Chen Meifan's legs. The arrogance of that time had turned into a heavy remorse that surged through him at the moment. But what could he do if he regretted and hated in his heart? His men were no match for Chen Mofen, and he didn't have the courage to die. Now he has tens of billions of dollars, all that silver. Is he willing to leave it behind? He doesn't give up. There are some things that experiencing them, and not experiencing them, are two completely different concepts, because after the experience, you can't let go. Drink and sex, that's a knife that kills, a knife that has long since cut him to pieces. Chapter 69. Zhang Zuo's despair. Zhang Zuo was pressed and brought out. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. Looking at Chen Mofen, he asked in a panic, Fan God, what's the situation? Haven't I apologized already? Why? Mortal God, if you don't feel satisfied, I can re-apologize. Chen Mofen laughed, shook his head, and the two words that came out of his mouth made Zhang Zuo's body stiffen violently. Zhang Zuo, we meet again. No, mortal God, this is a misunderstanding. My name is Li Yu, not some Zhang Zuo. Zhang Zuo's face was instantly filled with panic. His eyes fluttered and he didn't dare to look into Chen Mofen's eyes, desperately struggling in sophistry. Fan Shun, listen to me, I'm really not Zhang Zuo. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Chen Mofen directly placed the appraisal report in front of Zhang Zuo's eyes. The clear identification result on it caused Zhang Zuo's body to tremble fiercely. In the next second, he was like a wild beast surrounded in a corner, desperately struggling and roaring. Chen Mofen, why are you messing with me? I have no grievances with you. Why? The roar echoed in Chen Mofen's ears, shocking Wang Jiaojiao in the car to involuntarily cover her ears. Chen Mofen pulled out his ears and said flatly, it's too noisy. 3 words, Wu Zhan understood in seconds, grabbed the throwing stick behind his waist, and ruthlessly smashed Zhang Zuo's mouth. Bang! The roars came to an abrupt end as Zhang Zuo kept wailing in pain. Bang! 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 One sound after another, until Zhang Zuo could no longer make any sound. In this regard, Chen Mofen did not have the slightest pity. How many young girls had this guy raped and killed in the past, and how much wailing had he heard from those young girls? Now, the sins he has suffered are simply not enough to pay for the transgressions he once committed. Ha. Chen Mofen, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhang Zuo's face was covered in blood as he sneered. Chen Meifan sniffed and clasped Zhang Zuo's chin. And you want to be a ghost? Why are you thinking so beautifully? See that car? Chen Meifan said. His right arm exerted force and twisted Zhang Zuo's head fiercely, causing his gaze to look at a van behind the Mercedes-Benz business. Seeing this, Qin Cook quickly opened the van, which was densely packed with various tools. These tools are for Zhang Zuo. Looking at those tools, Zhang Zuo's body trembled violently, fear in his eyes. He questioned uneasily, Chen Mofen, what are you doing? Chen Meifan broke Zhang Zuo's head to make him look at himself again and smiled. The tool's in there. I hope you still have the courage to be a ghost after you experience it, the courage to fight me to the death. But don't worry, I can tell you with confidence and boldness that you won't die. You'll be brought to justice, and that's an account for all the dead. As the words fell, Chen Mofen fiercely exerted himself. With a crunch, Zhang Zuo's jaw was dislocated, and he could no longer utter a word. Chu Feng, he's all yours next. I don't care what you do, but my bottom line is that he must be judged by the law. Chu Feng's eyes had long overflowed with tears and he nodded fiercely. After so many years, he had been waiting for this moment to come, and now that it had finally come, his body was trembling with excitement. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly twisted off Zhang Zuo's limbs, like dragging a dead dog, dragging the fearful Zhang Zuo towards the van. Lei Hu looked at this scene and opened his mouth several times, but in the end, not a single word was uttered. At this moment, his heart was filled with frustration. As the saying goes, A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake on the ground. But right now, this pitiful little snake, was being pressed to death by the mortal god, this heavenly dragon. From top to bottom, the entire red lust was smashed clean. The past luxury is now all in disrepair. Each floor, each household, as a hurricane swept through. As far as the eye can see, all is a mess. That night, Lei who sealed the red desire. He no longer wanted to be redecorating. He was wondering if it was time to retire from the world. 15 Mercedes-Benz businesses traveled in a voluminous manner, and the group went straight to Tiankai Hotel. It was still the conference room on the top floor, with Long Outyan, Bai Yu, Zhang Cheng, Wang Morkai, plus Chen Mofan and Wang Jiaozhou, a total of 6 people. Inside the conference room, Chen Mofan introduced Wang Jiaozhou one by one. Bai Yu and Wang Mokai, these 2 people Wang Jiaozhou sort of knew. As for Long Ao Tian, Wang Jiaozhou had heard of him a long time ago. As for the last Zhang Chang, Wang Jiaozhou really didn't know. His name is Zhang Chang. He is a high-end intermediary. He has a lot of resources in his hands. He knows 90% of the rich and powerful circle in Liuqing. So if you want to buy anything in the future, you can contact him. Inside the conference room, Zhang Chang was all smiles as he stood up and extended his hand with a smile. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Zhang Chang. Please take care of me in the future. Wang Jiaozhou blushed and hastily reached out to shake hands. Hello, my name is Wang Jiaozhou. Right, Zhang Chang, that $40 million villa from before. When you have time to transfer it with Jiao Jiao, just transfer it to her name. Zhang Chang's face was shocked. That was a luxury villa worth $40 million. Just give it away? After looking at Chen Mofan's bland face, Zhang Chang was impressed. A mortal god was indeed a mortal god. Spending out $40 million was just like spending out $4. Wang Jiaozhou, on the other hand, froze on the spot as she realized that Chen Mofan really seemed to have a grudge against money, desperately spending money out of her pocket and giving her gifts. Today Chen Mofan was saying that he had something good to give her, but she didn't expect it to be a villa worth $40 million. $40 million. That's a whole $40 million. Chen Mofan just gave it to her? Wang Jiaozhou only felt like she was dreaming. I should say that these few days of life were like a dream. First it was jewelry, then major brand name memberships, then supercars, and now villas. She has just become a little rich woman, holding assets that will soon reach hundreds of millions of dollars. Her heart was thrilled and filled with shock at the same time. Similarly, she felt that she was becoming more and more unable to accept other boys besides Chen Mofan, because Chen Mofan was so luxurious. The gifts he gave her were all in millions. It has opened her eyes to the fact that gifts of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars can't surprise him now. Alas, Chen Mervan is thoroughly raising my eyes, Wang Jiaozhou thought in her heart, not knowing whether she should cry or laugh. Okay, guys, now it's time for us to get down to business. Chen Mofan looked around before slowly opening his mouth. As soon as these words came out, everyone's bodies trembled and they hurriedly sat up straight and looked at Chen Mofan. Mortal god, I don't know what business you're referring to? Zhang Chang hesitated and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Mofan smiled, took out a cigarette and lit it before inhaling and slowly exhaling. As white smoke rose up in the room, Chen Mofan's words rang out once again. Phew, I want to start a secret business force, like the Masons, the Illuminati, these secret organizations. Are a few of you interested in joining? As these words fell, the expressions on the faces of the crowd stiffened, and everyone looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. It is important to know that the Freemasons and the Illuminati, these mysterious Western organizations, are extremely powerful, and their tentacles have reached into all walks of life, like a huge net enveloping the West. Some even say they are the real masters. Such a huge power was something they could not even imagine. Compared to such a power, they, the great young men, were undoubtedly a small caramels. And now, Chen Mofan was actually talking about setting up an organization like this. How could they not be shocked? It wasn't that they didn't know that Chen Mofan had ambitions, but they hadn't thought at all that Chen Mofan's ambitions would be so great. It's something they can't even dream of. Van God, you are joking, Whitefeather asked with a hint of a noticeable tremor in his tone, opening his mouth. Chapter 70, The Beginning of the Night. As a famous young man in Liuqing, Bai Yu rarely lost his temper like this. It was really the words that Chen Mofan uttered that made him feel too shocked. At the same time, he felt that this was a pie in the sky, a dream that simply could not be realized. Chen Mofan sucked on his cigarette and didn't answer, but asked in return, what? You, Bai Dao Xiao, are willing to harbor in Liuqing for the rest of your life? Whitefeather shook her head. I naturally don't want to, but what you said, Fan Shun, is too much of a stretch. If you say set up a business organization to help and benefit each other, this I believe in and would be willing to join. But benchmarking against organizations like the Illuminati and Skull and Bones just doesn't feel realistic to me. Chen Merfan smiled slightly after hearing this and looked at Long Outyan, Zhang Chang, and Wang Morkai, inquiring, "What about you guys?" Richard Wang was the first to reply. "I haven't considered what the boss said, but I'll do whatever you say you want me to do, boss." Zhang Chang hesitated for a moment, then said, "That, mortal god, I think it's better to be realistic. The pie is drawn too big. It's easy to hold on to it." These words caused Long Aotian to poof out a laugh. Wasn't this clearly saying that the mortal god was daydreaming? But that much he agreed with. Chen Merfan also smiled. "That's good. Let's not talk about anything else first. Just like what Baiyu said, mutual help and mutual benefit. Do you have any opinions on this point? Are you willing to join?" The crowd nodded in unison at the words, indicating that they all had no opinion. "Then what name shall we give?" Long Aotian inquired. White Feather spoke up. "Be louder. It's more imposing to call it out that way. How about Under Heaven? Is it imposing enough?" Zhang Chang laughed. But for this name, Chen Meifan shook his head. He looked up at the window. Outside the window, the night shrouded the world like a huge black curtain. Although people lit up their lamps to fight against the night, those little lights were so insignificant compared to the endless darkness. Looking at this scene, Chen Merfan slowly spoke. "Our organization is called Night Curtain. The world will be dominated by us under the shroud of night." The crowd was shocked at the words. So cocky, with a hint of darkness in the cockiness. Had the mortal gods really decided that they were going to take on the Illuminati with Nightshade? Do you have a problem with that? The crowd shook their heads again. They wanted to have one but didn't dare. After all, they didn't create it. Well then, as of today, the Night Curtain is officially established. And the only members of the Night Curtain in the early stages are the 6 of us. Anyone joining after that will have to go through me. At this point, the 5 nodded in unison, indicating that they had no problem with it. "Mortal God, I wonder how you are going to help each other," Zhang Chang said. Mentioning this issue, Chen Mervan had long thought about it. "Zhang Chang, as a high-end intermediary, you will acquire Liao Cheng's properties for me from now on. I don't care what kind of property it is, as long as the other party is willing to sell it, you can buy it, and I'll even allow you to go 30% above the market price." 30%? This figure made Zhang Chang's heart twitch fiercely. He knew exactly what this meant. It meant that the mortal gods were giving him a big handout. Things like industry are basically measured in tens of millions, and it's even more common to see them in billions. Imagine a restaurant building with a market price of $300 million, but he can add 30%, which is almost $400 million. The extra 100 million is completely at his disposal. And how many industries in Liaocheng? He's going to make a fortune this time. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and in an instant, Zhang Chang only felt as if he had been struck by an electric current, trembling running through his entire body, excitement filling every cell within. Sure enough, it's true. It's true that hanging out with mortal gods is the most promising. Just by standing in line, the mortal god had rewarded him with such a large fortune, and there was no telling what kind of benefits awaited him in the aftermath. Most of all, he had touched the core of the mortal gods, Nightshade. It was clear that this organization would be led by the mortal gods in the future, and it was also the most central circle of the mortal gods, and to be in it was to be one of their own. "Vanguard, I wonder how much money you have prepared for the acquisition." Zhang Chang's words left his mouth as he looked at Chen Mofan with a curious expression. He really wanted to know how terrifying it would be for the mortal god who had casually swiped $600 million to acquire industries. Will it come up with billions to do this? Billions? He was in an excited mood just thinking about it. However, Chen Mofan's words directly petrified him in place. He thought he'd thought enough, but it turned out to be not even a fraction. Only to hear, Chen Mofan said lightly, "Always acquire. Unlimited amount." A sentence that left everyone present dumbfounded in place. Everyone looked at Chen Mofan with dull eyes. Among them, Long Aotian froze and didn't even know that the cigar in his hand fell on his clothes, and the pure white half-sleeve burned and smoked before he reacted. Baiyu is even more direct. Just drank a mouthful of tea, directly choked and sprayed the old king's face. Old Wang wiped a handful of tea from his face and also stared in shock. They knew that Chen Mofan was ho. But now, wasn't it a bit too ho? Acquire all the time, in any amount. It is important to realize that the meaning behind this statement is not something as simple as a few hundred million or a billion or so. The money it involves will be an astronomical amount so huge that it is hard to imagine. To be honest, if Chen Mofan hadn't swiped $600 million, they would have taken Chen Mofan for a psychopath. At the moment they were thinking about the same question in unison. That's how much the mortal gods are worth. Exactly? Only after a long time did Zhang Chang's wide-open mouth slowly close, stuttering, Vanguard. This involves potentially hundreds of billions of trillions of dollars. Are you sure? Receiving Chen Mofan's nod of confirmation, Zhang Chang gave himself a hard slap in the mouth. This happiness, It came so damn suddenly. On the side, Long Ao Tian and Baiyu also looked at him with envious faces. They were sure that Zhang Chang's worth would reach tens or hundreds of billions after this was done. From a billionaire to a 10-billionaire. This is how many people who have worked hard all their lives cannot do. But what about Zhang Chang? This kid only spent one night? No, I should say half a night. Envy. This is so enviable. Long Ao Tian and Baiyu, the two of them, realized that they were a little sour with envy. As if there was also a little bit of jealousy. Chen Mofan naturally saw the expressions of the two and laughed. Don't be anxious you two. I'll plan it out first. And when I think of it I'll definitely give you two a surprise. The two had smiles on their faces. They knew that if Chen Mofan dared to say it in front of everyone, then this surprise would surely blow their minds. Alright, that's enough for today. I still have to rush back to my dorm room. Chen Mofan casually crushed out his cigarette and smiled. Living in a dormitory room. The words came out but no one dared to laugh at them. A person who even gives away a $40 million villa will not be able to afford a house? People are low-key. Baiyu's head turned. He wanted to follow in the footsteps of his idol, the small yellow car he had experienced. He now thought about whether that day and revert back to being a college student, also experience the dormitory culture. He went to school back in the day, but he didn't live in a dorm room. The group sent Chen Mofan downstairs, and Wang Motsai drove a Mercedes-Benz business and personally chauffeured Chen Mofan, carefully driving the car. Wang Mot Kai inquired, "Boss, tonight's matter will definitely trigger shockwaves in Liaoqing tomorrow. Should I look for a team to give you some public relations in advance? After all, you are a little too, overbearing today." Chen Mofan shook his head. This was the impression he was showing to everyone as a way to tell them how strong he was. He just wanted to let everyone know that the mortal god was not only going to be the god of the live broadcast world, but also the god of reality. Chapter 71, The Big Star is Coming. On the side, Wang Jiajia thought about it and said, I remember that I shouldn't have photographed Murfan's face. Wang Morkai nodded. No one dared to film in the Imperial Hall. After leaving the Imperial Hall we directly got into the car. Shin Ku and the others guarded the door of the car. There was a deliberate attempt to block the line of sight. It didn't matter if anyone recognized it or not. Chen Merfan didn't care. He just needed to get the name of the mortal god out there. After a night of fermentation, the name of the mortal god was more than just a hit. It was simply like a hurricane, blowing wildly through Liaocheng. And everywhere it passed, there was a mess. No one had expected that the mortal god, Master Tiger, this fight between the two would come to an end so quickly. Among them, Master Tiger's defeat was something that no one had expected. According to those who got the news, Master Tiger is even thinking of retiring. This is a complete admission of weakness. When this news came out, it was undoubtedly an earthquake that shook those in the know to their core. At this moment, many people began to fear, because they had not hesitated to choose to side with Master Tiger at the beginning of the fight between the two. Now that Master Tiger had fallen so quickly, they began to fear of being liquidated by the mortal gods. Among them, the store manager of the 4S store, Feng Fei, and Shen Xiaokuan were even more frightened. The moment they learned the news, they only felt as if a thunderbolt had blasted over their heads, directly blindsiding them. Those who exited the group chat were also filled with regret at this moment. They wanted to add it back in. Even if they said all the good words, it was useless. Long Ao Tian would not be paying attention to them. One of the most regrettable is the boss who opened the handicap. Chen Mofan win 1 to 10. He has to lose out more than 10 billion, but even if he sells his pants, he doesn't have so much money. The owner ran straight away. But the boss didn't know that there was someone who regretted it more than him, and that was Chang Hong. Chang Hong dumbfounded. Damn, Chen Mofan's socks have not finished washing it. This damn can be good. And then come a Huang Tao? Chang Hong directly cried out in the dormitory, furiously slapping his own big mouth. He regretted it too much, regretted what he owed his mouth, and had to bet with Chen Mofan. But in fact, they really thought too much. For them, Chen Mofan really didn't put it in his heart. There was no need for the true dragon to care about the attitude of the mole crickets, much less their clamoring. The outside world is in an uproar. But Chen Mofan, who is the originator, is lying under the covers and video chatting with Yun Molly. Molly, did you drop something at your feet? Yun Molly was wearing a halter silk nightgown and was a bit puzzled when she heard this. No, there's nothing under my feet. You can't look that way. Bend over and you'll see. Puzzled, Yun Molly bent down, and the fluffy nightgown neckline opened wide with her. Chen Mofan's eyes looked straight then. I'm going, I really didn't see it. Yun Molly is very material. Chen Mofan looked at the display in the video, and then at the palm of his five-fingered imaginary hand. Can't hold it with one hand. Chen Mofan couldn't help but murmur in surprise. The size is so amazing that it's a surprise. It also had a small red mole on it, a little red in the midst of pure white. which made it tempting. What can't be held in one hand? Yun Moli asked suspiciously. After these words were uttered, looking at Chen Mofan's straight eyes, and after remembering her own actions earlier, Yun Moli's face flushed red in a flash. Good you Chen Mofan, you big pervert, you're really looking for death, Yun Moli said, waving her small fist with a strong threatening tone. Chen Mofan was lying on his back under the covers while he was hemming and hawing, but when he recalled the image he had just seen, he couldn't help his heart trembling with excitement. This was a big star, who had gotten naked in front of him and was still talking and laughing with him. Just thinking about it made one's blood speed up. Still laughing. Believe it or not, I'll go over and bite you, Yun Moli said with a red face. Chen Mofan shook his head. You still don't believe me when I tell you that my bite can hurt? Then it's a deal. When you come over, I'll let you bite. Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed, his smile carrying a touch of an S any way he looked at it. Yun Moli keenly realized that something was wrong. Chen Mofan. No, you must be holding something back again. Quick, give an honest explanation. Chen Mofan smiled even more cheaply and whispered, you take apart the word bite and read it. Take it apart and read it? Yun Moli frowned in confusion. Mouth. In the next second, Yun Moli's face was completely red and full of shyness. Good, Chen Mofan, you really are a big pervert. Why are you so bad? I'm so disgusted. I instantly don't want to talk to you. Chen Mofan's face was not flustered as he smiled and said, then what if I want to care about you? Poof. Yun Moli hummed arrogantly. Then how should I know? I don't want to care about you anyway. Chen Mofan was not moved in the slightest and said with a smile, alright then, so you're ignoring me, then I'll go find someone else? You dare? Yun Moli directly elevated 3 degrees. Only after saying it did she react. Her cheeks reddened again, and she hurriedly said, you can find whoever you want. I don't give a damn, said the man, skimming at the camera and deliberately making a show of being full of himself. That's fine. Then I'll go and ask 2 girls out today, and I'll make you a video then. What's the point of making me a video? I'm not going to watch it. Let's get you to keep an eye on me. When Yun Moli heard this, she grinded her teeth in anger and picked up her pillow and smashed it furiously at the phone. Nasty. Chen Mofan, you're so nasty. I never want to talk to you again. Seeing that the fire was almost ready, Chen Mofan smiled and said, but I want to talk to you. The kind that you can't talk enough for a lifetime. Do you realize that even when you're angry, you're still so beautiful that I can't help but want to take you into my arms. Yun Moli instantly laughed and looked at Chen Mofan with a smile. Laughing? Then how beautiful are you telling me? Chen Mofan raised an eyebrow. Guess? Yun Moli shook her head. No guessing, I'll let you talk. After Chen Mofan laughed a bit, a look of deep love appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yun Moli and said, that's fine. Come over to Liucheng. I'll hug you and talk to you. Who knows that with these words, Yun Moli actually really thought seriously for 2 seconds. Then wait for me. I'll go to Liucheng after I'm done with this week. Yun Moli actually really wanted to come. Chen Mofan froze for 2 seconds, then hurriedly nodded his head. Big stars in reality he has not seen. This is about to really neat. Chen Mofan's heart cannot help but some excitement. In the past, when he was a beggar, he did fantasize about how and what he would do after meeting with Yun Moli, but he also understands that for him at that time, Yun Moli is the fairy on the 9 heavens. The gap between the two is like mud, and there is no such possibility in his life. But now that the fantasy had shown into reality, he found that his heart was indescribably excited. Just the thought of actually meeting up with Yun Moli made Chen Mofan feel his heart trembling. Not to mention, perhaps, the possibility of a closer development with Yun Moli. Pulling this big star's small hand, hugging this big star's waist, the picture in his mind just came out. Chen Mofan felt his blood speeding up. I'll pick you up then and hug you and talk to you. Yun Moli nodded with a red face. Chen Mofan was ecstatic in his heart. Then I'll hang up and get busy first, Yun Moli said. It was only after hanging up the phone that Chen Mofan poked his head out from under the covers. On the side, the oldest 3 laughed. Oldest 4, who is it again? I just heard it wasn't Wang Jiaojiao's voice. Isn't your boy's peach blossom luck a bit strong lately? Chen Mofan said truthfully. Told you guys? Yun Moli. Asterisk. It's ing involved again. The boss muttered a sentence under his breath, then went up to have a kick with Chen Mofan. Lao San hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Then with seriousness on his face, he opened his mouth and said, Lao Si, in fact, I wanted to tell you yesterday. I think it's better for you and Wang Jiaojia to keep a bit of distance. You don't know Lao Si. It's now rumored in Dongdu that Wang Jiaojiao is with Liao Cheng's great young man Baiyu, and the day before yesterday Baiyu even sent him a sports car? The point is that Wang Jiaojiao accepted it, and a lot of people saw it. The oldest also spoke up at this time. Yes, oldest, Bai Shao, that is a truly great man. It's simply not something that these little caramels of ours can fight against. I also think you should break it off with Wang Jiajiao earlier, lest you draw fire. The oldest three also nodded and said, oldest four, drawing fire is small. The main thing is that you can't guess Wang Jiajiao's mind. He's ambiguous with you while accepting Baiyu's gift. I'm worried that she'll be the next Lu Ruyan. Chapter 72 Lickspittle Boss. Looking at these two brothers, Chen Mofan almost laughed. However, the worry of these two brothers made Chen Mofan's heart a little warm. He had lived with the oldest and the third since freshman year, and the two of them really took Chen Mofan as a brother. Let's not talk about anything else, just the previous Yu Kuang. Seeing Yu Guang bullying Chen Mofan, knowing that they are not opponents, these two will also rush up. This is the Real buddy. For these two brothers in the dormitory, Chen Meifan has made up his mind that he will raise these two brothers for life. Good brothers, naturally, share the same blessings, but then again, the brothers were good at everything, except not trusting him. It's pretty much a no-brainer. Sighing, Chen Mofan explained once again, that sports car was a gift from me. I asked Baiyu to send Zhao Jiao back. When the oldest and the third heard this, their eyes snapped open. In the next second, the boss directly went up and gave Chen Mofan a kick, laughing and saying, Lao San, you listen. Chen Mofan, this dog day's blowing more and more powerful. You, why don't you say that White Feather is your little brother? Damn, are you pissing yourself laughing at me? Oldest three also shook his head with a bitter smile and said, oldest four, as a brother, I should believe in you unswervingly, even though the words you said made the boss pee himself with laughter. But I'm your brother, I believe in you. Speaking of which, I happen to know a good psychiatrist who is said to be exceptionally good at treating delusions. Should I recommend him to you? Ha ha ha. Listening to the loud laughter of these two goods, Chen Mofan was filled with helplessness. Straight away the big quilt was overshadowed and no more bull **** for these two. He also had to think hard about where to take Yun Moli when she arrived. Straight to the motel? Seems like a good idea. Chen Meifan heatedly smiled. It just so happened that Zhang Chang had said before that the batch of cars would arrive in the next few days, so when the time came, he would choose a better supercar and give it to Yun Moli as a gift. Old four, if you don't want to break it off with Wang Jiajiao, then it's just right. While you have connections now, let Wang Jiajiao bring Wang Yu out at night. Wang Yu is ignoring me again. Chen Mofan kicked the quilt off his body and sat up to look at his boss helplessly. Boss, what's wrong? Being charmed by Wang Yu. That girl, I'll be honest, it's really not suitable for you, Chen Mofan advised in a serious tone. Boss he smiled and scratched his head, looked at Chen Mofan and said in a serious manner, old four, you don't understand. Wang Yu is the first person who took the initiative to add me. She has a different status in my heart, and last night I dreamed of marrying her? Not your grandpa. Chen Mofan was angry. Boss, I won't say anything else. There are so many girls in this world. I'll choose them as you like. What kind of international young models? Internet stars, as long as it's the one you're looking at. Open your mouth and I'll make her appear in front of you tomorrow. Even if you're looking at CA. Die. I'll talk to Trump today. I'm going to talk to Trump today. Okay, so let's switch. The boss shook his head. The oldest three also sighed helplessly and said, oldest four, don't try to persuade him. You don't know. The oldest has been talking in his sleep for the past few nights, and all he's talked about is what little yeah. The oldest old face reddened, went up and gave the oldest three a kick. Asterisk. You listen to me talking in my sleep again. Boss, this is obviously serious. Chen Mofan rubbed his temples with a headache. Okay, since the boss has taken a liking to it, what else can we say? Let's do it. But before the whole thing, ask the boss. Boss, how is your developing relationship with Wang Yu now? Didn't ask Wang Yu what kind she likes. Boss blushed bitterly. She doesn't talk to me. The two of us have a very flat relationship. Last night I sent her $100 in red envelopes before she was willing to talk to me for a few moments. I was helpless at that time. Chen Meifan, this is really with Lu Ruyan all the way. When he wanted to chat with Lu Ruyan, also to send red packets. So what did she talk to you about? The boss thought for a moment and said, she said that in the future she wants to find a man with a lot of gold. It doesn't matter if the man is handsome or not. The most important thing is that he is a lot of gold. More gold means charisma, and charismatic men are her favorite. She said she didn't want to spend the rest of her life in those Oh yeah, she said she wants to marry an 80-year-old man with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, and Wang Yu said it fits her well. Hearing this, the oldest three directly did not hold back. On the spot, to laugh. Chen Mofan also shook his head with a bitter smile. Women wanted a strong significant other and a good life later on. He understood that. Like Wang Jiajiao, who loves money and cares more about love. This is good and understandable. But like Lu Ruyan and Wang Yu, who would do anything for money, he really couldn't accept it. Lu Ruyan took the initiative to climb into Chu Ke's bed for the sake of money. And this Wang Yu is even better. directly looking for an 80-year-old northern nose. I'll be damned if that makes anyone feel sick. So like this, you still like it? Chen Meifan asked. The boss didn't answer, just lit a cigarette and took one puff after another. It's pretty obvious. Chen Meifan cover-faced bitter smile. This is clearly a big licking dog. Himself and the boss then. That really does not count for anything. The dog got this name compared to him more suitable for the boss. It was all like this. What else could Chen Meifan say? Okay, boss, you dress up tonight and I'll talk to Jiao Jiao now, Chen Meifan said, picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Wang Jiaojiao. Without the slightest inkling of words, he said directly, Jiao Jiao, my buddy Huang Tao has his eyes on Wang Yu. You tell Wang Yu to come out to play tonight. I'm not going to ink. As long as she comes out tonight, I'll directly give her a supercar. Wang Jiaojiao looked at the message and smiled. She knew that Chen Meifan cared a lot about his friends, and the two buddies in their dorm room would definitely not be bad in the future. With her small hand moving in succession, Wang Jiaojiao edited a message and sent it over. Wang Yu, she went out. I'll talk to you when I come back. Chen Meifan returned an okay expression. On the other hand, to people's surprise, Wang Yu went out and visited Yu Guang. Yesterday, Yu Guang woke up early this morning after being knocked out by Chen Meifan's kick. The first thing he did when he woke up, Yu Guang kicked over the nightstand in front of his hospital bed. Being knocked out by the dog god was a strange shame for Light. If it had been someone else who had made a move against him, he wouldn't have been so angry. But the dog god, the joke of the East University, he himself was violently beaten by him. This is a strange shame. He cannot endure. Absolutely cannot endure. Wang Yu opened the door of the room and walked in. Looking at Yu Guang on the hospital bed, she asked with concern, Yu Guang, are you alright? Your godfather knows that you've been beaten and asked me to take a look at you. Hearing this, Yu Guang had a constipated expression on his face, but he forced out a smile and showed a smiling constipated expression. And Yu Guang, his godfather, is the 80-year-old man in Wang Yu's mouth? Unfortunately, it was Yu Guang, his godfather, not his grandfather. Otherwise he wouldn't have to be Feng Fei's little brother. He knew that this godfather of his liked his classmate Wang Yu very much. This classmate who would most likely turn out to be his god-grandmother. Yu Guang was still willing to please. What if they make it? They'll be rich women worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Grandma. Wang Yu smiled faintly. Don't shout blindly. His mouth was saying this, but he couldn't suppress the hooked-up corners of his mouth, and it was obvious that deep down he was still happy. Yu Guang, I heard that you were beaten up by Chen Meifan, right? At the mention of this, Yu Guang had a look of anger on his face. God-grandmother, just watch. That dog Chen Meifan. Today I'm going to make him kneel on the ground and call me master. By the way, God-grandmother, are you acquainted with those poor people in Chen Meifan and their dormitory? Help me to make an appointment. I want to educate them a good meal. Chapter 73. Feng Fei is dumbfounded. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yu actually nodded directly. I know the Huang Tao of their dormitory. That poor I annoyed him for a long time. The same as that Chen Meifan. A little self-awareness is not there. Every day to send me a message, but also do not look at what his virtue. I really can't figure it out. Lu Ruyan and Wang Jiaojiao in our dormitory. They are both really sick. Are they blind? Surprisingly, they would like that stupid ex, Chen Meifan. Wang Yu finished with a look of contempt. Okay, God-grandmother, you contact them for me. I'll go and report back to my boss first and let him know that I got hurt for him. Yu Guang smiled wickedly twice. He had to show his loyalty and let Feng Fei know how much he had suffered for him. In this way, Feng Fei will also pull him in the future on account of him being so loyal, and it would be even better if he were to give some benefits. The phone rang twice, and Feng Fei answered it. Feng Fei has been very bad lately. His mood is like a roller coaster, a moment of joy and a moment of sorrow. Before, he was so happy when he teased Chen Meifan in his BMW, but when he learned that Chen Meifan was the mortal god, his bitter guts almost didn't break. That night he was severely cleaned up by White Feather, and was bitten off a very large piece of flesh that hurt so much that his heart was now dripping blood. But the next day, he heard the news that the mortal god had gotten into a fight with the Tiger Master, and it was rumored that White Feather was involved. He laughed at that moment, and immediately decided that the promise to White Feather would no longer be honored. But we haven't waited long to be happy about it yet. Early this morning, the streets were filled with the news that Master Tiger was finished. He was dumbfounded, his liver was trembling, and his heart was wowed. At the same time, he also realized that the mortal god is too damn much. Even the Tiger Master who has been entrenched for many years is not an opponent. This kind of person should never be messed with. Hey, Fei, busy? It's okay, what is it you say? Feng Fei impatiently said. For Yu Guang, this kind of lapdog. Feng Fei did not give him any good face. Just have gas. Rushing to him to spread the gas is not quite good. That Fei. Yesterday there was a poor pussy who didn't know how to die, but dared to make a move on Shui Euro. All know that Fei, you are picking up Shui Euro. He even dared to stretch his claws. I was not happy at that time. I went up and had to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Feng Fei had an impatient look on his face. He still had to call him to talk to him about this. Didn't he know that he was in a bad mood? He also came over to annoy him. This dogleg is also too blind. With this in mind, Feng Fei impatiently said, "Is there anything else? Are you sick? Nothing to bother me with this kind of thing." Feng Fei's disgruntled voice on the cell phone filled Yu Guang with doubt. Not understanding what was wrong with this Fei brother of his? Why was his mood so bad? Could it be that relatives happened to be here in the last few days? Is there anything else? No, I'm hanging up. Yu Guang hurriedly said. Something, brother Fei. This time, Yu Guang didn't dare to rub it in, and hurriedly picked up the key points. That Fei. I went up to beat up that poor bastard, but I didn't end up beating him, and he slapped me so furiously that he put me in a coma. Yu Guang opened his mouth in aggravation, expecting to be comforted by Feng Fei, saying something about being the most loyal brother. Whatever. After all, the injury was for him. But Feng Fei was dumbfounded after hearing that. What the hell is wrong with this guy? It's okay if you really teach someone a lesson, but the point is to get beat up? How dare you call me? Feng Fei didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh, but in the end, it's still your own dog to comfort and console. It's okay, brother, tell me who made a move on you, and I'll clean him up when I get a chance. Finally hearing this sound of brother, Yu Guang's heart rejoiced and hurriedly said, Brother Fei, you don't need to do it. I can handle that poor bastard Chen Mofen. Feng Fei was instantly petrified. His eyes were dull, and his movements were stiff as he looked at the cell phone in his hand. I think he just heard a name on his cell phone. That, brother, I think you just mentioned a person's name. Who are you talking about? Brother Fei, that poor bastard Chen Mofen. I damn well told him that Shui Euro is your woman. Brother Fei, and he still dares to have ideas. Feng Fei almost cried. The one he was most afraid of right now was Chen Mofen. But what about his own little brother? Surprisingly, he even went to provoke him to seek death. The point is that you can't just mess with him, but you brought him along, and you're talking about my woman. So you're looking at me as if I'm not going to die fast enough, right? Feng Fei immediately exploded, holding his cell phone and directly cursing. Yu Guang, you stepped on a horse. You big stupid %. Yu Guang froze. What is the situation? Just a brother? This is how to turn on the greeting on the parents. He did not invite him. That fly guy. Don't call me Brother Fei. I'm not your brother. You're my brother. I'm telling you, Yu Guang. From today onwards we're done with each other. We'll never contact each other again. Feng Fei directly hung up the phone. Yu Guang was dumbfounded, looking at the hung up phone, wondering if this was happening. How did this big brother of his suddenly get mad? After thinking about it, Feng Fei felt that it must be that this big brother felt that he was not doing a good job, and that he hadn't even fought the dog god, and that he had disgraced him. ******** Chen Mofen. I must get you killed today. Yu Guang cursed angrily and took his cell phone to make a few calls again, calling his brothers from the Taekwondo club, ready to bring more friends to get revenge on Chen Mofen. At this exact moment, Wan Yu also put down her cell phone and said with a contemptuous face, Yu Guang, I've already made an appointment for you. It's on the rooftop of the boys' dormitory, and that dishabag Huang Tao thought I was going to find him for a date, and was so excited about it. Wang Yu said, raising the cell phone in his hand and smiled triumphantly. Not long after, several people from the Taekwondo club came to the infirmary, and hearing Yu Guang say that he was going to teach the dog god Chen Mofen a lesson, a touch of contempt appeared on several people's faces. One of the brawny muscular men, even more arrogantly said, the dog god that thing even dared to make a move on our Taekwondo club people. I think he is really looking for death. Another person with gold glasses and wearing a practice uniform also followed and mocked. That's right, in East University, no one has dared to go against us. What the hell is he? The dog god. Who dares to start this? He deserves it. Yu Guang laughed when he heard these words and followed suit. Today, we must make him kneel down for us, so that we can relieve the hatred in my heart. The muscular man sneered. Kneeling is mandatory. Let's go and teach that poor bastard dog god a lesson. A group of people laughed and arrogantly walked out of the infirmary towards the rooftop of the men's dormitory. On the other side, Chen Mofen put on his big undershirt and pants with a reluctant face and looked at his boss inquiringly. Boss, do you mean to say that one you just asked you for a date, went to the rooftop of the men's dormitory, and named me and Lao San? The boss nodded with an excited face, his face full of anti-smiles, happily saying, yeah, I also didn't expect that one you would take the initiative to ask me out. I'm too damn happy. It seems that brother also has some charm, the oldest said, raising an eyebrow at Chen Mofen and the oldest, with a teasing face. Chen Mofan and Lao San looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Both of them were clear that Wang Yu would be damned if she was looking for a date with her boss. Besides, take a step back. You've seen that little couple on a date with two big old men next to them. Although I don't know what Wang Yu this is because of, but it just so happens to be looking for her, and it saves the trouble. Lao San, where's that hair gel of yours? Rub it on me. On a date with Wang Yu, Laozi has to show his most handsome side. Looking at his boss's excited appearance, Chen Mofan sighed helplessly in his heart. He only hoped that Wang Yu wouldn't fail this deep love of the boss. Otherwise, he could guarantee that Wang Yu would regret coming to this world. Chapter 74, Remember Your Words. On the way, Teng Fei called to thank Chen Mofan for catching Zhang Zua. In response, Chen Meifan smiled and stated, "Serve the people." Teng Fei's phone had just hung up when Xu Feng also sent a message stating that Zhang Zua had been sent to the police station, and at the same time sent a photo. Chen Mofan clicked to take a look. Good guy. The Zhang Zui in it was a bloody mess, and the only eyes that could still move were filled with fear. But in this regard, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest pity. Zhang's was self-inflicted. Who can blame? Crunch. The old rooftop door was opened with a scuffling sound that made your eyes sore. The boss was full of excitement, a smile at the corner of his mouth that he couldn't even suppress as he walked quickly towards the rooftop. But when he came to the rooftop, he looked around and was confused. There's no one on the rooftop. Didn't Wan Yu say she was waiting for him on the rooftop? Wait, I guess I'll be there in a while, Chen Mofan said. The oldest nodded, then excitedly said, Oldest 4, what do you think Yaya will tell me today? Where are we going to play later? Right. Whoever of you has money in your hands, hurry up and transfer some to me. Later on I'm going to take Yaya to Wangshanga first, boss said excitedly. The hooked up corners of his mouth were simply hard to suppress. Without saying a word, the oldest transferred 2,000 to the boss. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, directly transferred 10,000 to the boss. The boss was even more excited then, slapping the back of Chen Mofan's head and laughing. You kid is good. You're getting better and better now. Your shots are in tens of thousands. Say, where did you get this money? The boss excitedly strangled Chen Mofan's neck and laughed. In the midst of the two men's jostling, there was another creak and Wang Yu pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Wang Yu, the boss immediately let go of Chen Mofan and jogged all the way over. That, you're here. Yeah? This title caused Wang Yu's brows to instantly tighten as she looked at her boss, a glint of obvious disgust flashing through her eyes. Please can you not call me that? It's disgusting you know? The tone, which carried a hint of obvious distaste, brought a wave of embarrassment to the boss's face. He scratched his head and said with a smile, That, my friends are there? Give me some face. Giving you face? What the hell are you? In the corridor, Yu Guang sneered and humiliated, accompanied by the sound of words. Yu Guang, the man with glasses, and the muscular man, the three of them took the lead and led the two of them up to the rooftop. Looking at the scene in front of him, the boss was obviously still a bit baffled, pointing at Yu Guang and the others and wondering, You, what's this? Situation? What's the situation? Beat your situation. Yu Guang arrogantly sneered, raised his leg and kicked the boss to the ground, then stepped on the boss's chest, smugly said, Poor bastard. You won't think that Wang Yu really want to date you. You step on the horse also don't take a bubble of urine to look at yourself. Look at your poor look. Wang Yu will step on the horse to like you. I'm not afraid to tell you. Wang Yu is my god-grandfather's person in the future. Let's step on the horse to hit the idea. With those words, he kicked the boss in the cheek. The kick caused the boss to spill blood from the corner of his mouth and lie on the ground for half a day without getting up. Watching this scene, Chen Meifan quickly rushed over, his gaze icy cold as he looked at Yu Guang. Seeing Chen Mofan angry, Yu Guang was very happy. He snorted proudly and laughed. Yo, what? The dog god is angry. He won't still think of biting. But you step on a horse and look. I have 5 people here. Yu Guang pointed behind him, his face overflowing with smugness. However, Chen Meifan just glanced at Yu Guang before pulling his boss up with one hand, and then his gaze was icy cold as he looked at Wang Yu. Wang Yu, you didn't ask Lao York out to date him just to help Yu Guang teach us a lesson, did you? Wang Yu impatiently skimmed his mouth, raised his hand to point at the boss, and said disdainfully, A date? Don't kid yourself. I can date him. Are you being funny? By the way Chen Mofan, I'm troubling you to help me control this licking dog in your house. Do you know that he's really annoying? The boss's face instantly turned red when he heard such blunt and humiliating words. Anger and frustration crawled over his cheeks, causing him to lower his head in shame. Chen Mofan knew how happy and excited the boss was at the beginning, following the two brothers of them to borrow money, hoping to take Wang Yu to Wangshanga for dinner. Even if they knew that Wangshanga was not something they could afford, they were still willing to take on debt just so they could take Wang Yu to experience the best and not disgrace her. But what about Wan Yu? Mocking, ridiculing, and even humiliating? This woman was really just like Lu Ruyan. With this in mind, Chen Mofan patted his boss's shoulder, giving him silent comfort. Then, raising his head expansively, his eyes looked straight at Wang Yu and said icily, "Remember what you said today." Wang Yu didn't take it to heart in the slightest and skimmed his mouth disdainfully. "Ha, dog god will still threaten people now? It's really an eye-opener for me. Next isn't it going to say, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river ah." Yu Guang sneered and mocked. The muscular man was also full of sneers and taunted. Should have added another mojo for him. Ha ha ha, that's the B. If I can turn over later, I'll fly upside down. Sentences of taunts resounded on the rooftop, and listening to these taunts, the oldest and the third clenched their fists in death, their faces filled with unwillingness and anger. Yu Guang sneered a few times and after scanning the three Chen Mofan, he impatiently said, "Alright, you two poor bastards can get lost. The only one I want to teach a lesson to is Chen Mofan," Yu Guang said, pointing at the oldest and the third. Asterisk 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 off. The oldest three cursed angrily and stood behind Chen Mofan with firm eyes, staring angrily at Yu Guang with a stalked neck. "Yu Guang, I'm telling you, the three of us brothers won't have any deserters." Although the boss didn't say anything, he stood behind Chen Mofan with a red face. Chen Mofan's heart warmed when he saw this scene. He knew that these two brothers were really treating him as a friend. "Ha," Yu Guang sneered and nodded with a playful face. "Alright, since you want to look for a fight, then I'll fulfill you. Today, all three of you, you have to kneel down and call me master." "Give it to me," Yu Guang said and took the lead. Chen Murfan's heart had long been filled with rage. Immediately both fists clenched, power quickly condensed in his arms, fighting mastery was unleashed, countless fighting techniques flashed through his mind at a rapid pace, and he had long since rushed out. Before Yu Guang could throw a punch, Chen Merfan had already punched him in the abdomen. The smugness on Yu Guang's face completely solidified at this moment, as he looked incredulously at Chen Mofan, who was close at hand in front of him, with shock in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Chen Mofan was so strong. He had just received Chen Mofan's slap yesterday, and he remembered that Chen Mofan wasn't that fast. But now, the speed was clearly another point faster. Yu Guang where to know. At this moment Chen Mofan is as angry as possible, out in no slightest retention. The speed is naturally faster than before a point. Moreover, Chen Mervan was a true fighting proficient, not something that they, who had practiced taekwondo for 2 days with their flowery fists, could contend with. Yu Guang was like a boiled prawn, instantly hunching over and covering his stomach as he took 2 steps back. 2 steps later, before he could stand still, Chen Mofan made a flying electric cannon, and his knee viciously smashed onto Yu Guang's chin. This directly let Yu Guang's teeth flew out too. The pain cried father and mother. The expression on the face is twisted together, in the absence of before the original complacency. The muscular man and the spectacled man looked at this scene and trembled in fear. When they first came here, the two of them despised Chen Mofan from the bottom of their hearts, thinking that Chen Mofan should have practiced flowery fists for 2 days, and that they could go up there and easily knock Chen Mofan to the ground. But at this moment, looking at Chen Mofan's dry hands, it made the two of them tremble straight in their hearts. Together, the muscular man roared and charged. Chapter 75, The Boss is the Dog God. The man with the glasses gritted his teeth and followed suit. The other two fixed their minds and rushed towards the oldest and the third respectively. But what surprised the man with the glasses was that Chen Mofan didn't follow the normal routine at all. Without the slightest intention to tangle with them, he desperately avoided his fists, and when he couldn't avoid them, he used his body to catch them hard, and Chen Mofan's double fists were like a rainstorm, frantically attacking the muscular man. Chen Mofan was very clear that his fighting proficiency was only at level 1, one-on-one. He wasn't afraid of these guys who had only practiced a few days of flowery fists. He could just crush them, but 1-on-2, he wouldn't be able to solve it easily, and he might even be slowed down by the muscular man with the glasses. If he delayed until the other two had finished off the oldest and the third, then he would be a pair of 4, and at that point he would definitely lose. Therefore, the best thing to do was to take care of one person quickly first, not caring even if he suffered some injuries as a result. And Muscle Man and Glasses Man, the two obviously the former power is greater, suffered his fist is bound to be bad, can only prioritize the solution of Muscle Man. Under Chen Mofan's stormy attack, the muscular man retreated back and forth. His torso had already been punched 4 or 5 times by Chen Mofan, and he kept sucking in cold air from the pain. Suffering from the pain in his body also caused his strikes to become a bit slow. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Mofan struck even faster. He could only passively block while continuously retreating, but another step back, his feet stumbled, and in his haste, his legs actually tripped together, and his unsteady body fell to the ground at once. At this moment, he was so frightened that his heart trembled, and was about to get up in a panic, when Chen Mofan had already arrived, and without the slightest hesitation, he kicked his head viciously. The muscular man watched as Chen Mofan's right foot continued to enlarge in his eyes, his pupils clenching violently in fear. Put! With a muffled sound, Chen Mofan's kick landed hard on the muscular man's head. The muscular man's eyes rolled up on the spot, and he had fainted. Watching the scene, the man with the glasses was so frightened that his body trembled. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran. Just after running 2 steps, Chen Mofan had already caught up. The right hand pressed against the back of his head and jerked forward. The man with the glasses couldn't collect his strength and his body flopped forward, falling on its face. This time, he kept howling in pain, and blood spilled out and ran all over his cheeks. Just screaming twice, Chen Mofan kicked up hard. The howling then came to an abrupt end. The other two, a guy with a slab of hair, had already taken care of the boss and was stomping on his chest in a show of force. He spat a mouthful of spit in the boss's face and taunted. "Bah, poor bastard. Weren't you just awesome? You and powerful one, let me see. Also do not look at what you are. Dare to pretend with us in front of the Taekwondo club. I see you really are looking for death." As soon as these words fell, the man suddenly realized that something was wrong, and that there seemed to be something standing behind him. He turned his head violently and saw Chen Mofan's icy eyes at a glance. The eyes made him go OMG and his scalp tingled. And at this moment, Chen Mofan also struck out. Without the slightest fancy stance, a direct kick, viciously kicked the man in the joints. Only heard a crunching sound, and the man's foot on the boss's chest was immediately twisted and deformed. Ah! A pig-killing scream followed from the man's mouth. He clutched his leg and fell to the ground, rolling and wailing on the floor. The other man was so scared that his liver and guts trembled, and without the slightest hesitation he turned around and ran. How could Chen Mofan let him go? Since he had struck out, not to go back without some injuries, it would be too sorry for this person's previous arrogance. Chen Mofan directly grabbed the person who was wailing on the ground. His body powered up, and after flinging it in a circle, he ruthlessly smashed it against the last person who escaped. Bang! The two collided and both fell to the ground. Without waiting for the two to climb up, Chen Mofan directly went up and kicked them twice, causing them to pass out. Wang Yu looked at this scene and froze on the spot in fear. His body trembled unceasingly, and his eyes were filled with fear. It was hard for her to believe that Chen Mofan had struck simply too hard. How was this a fight between students? Moreover, Chen Mofan was too strong. One person had actually solved 5 people. Is this the same Taekwondo club that struts its stuff at Eastern University? How is it that in front of Chen Mofan, it was like an unweaned child, and he easily solved it in 3 or 2 strokes? Yu Guang had just stood up, but when he looked at this scene, he was so scared that his feet went limp and he fell down again. Looking at Yu Guang, who had collapsed on the ground and was trembling in fear, Chen Mofan raised his leg and walked over. Chen Mofan, what are you doing? I'm in the Taekwondo club. Our president, black belt. Before Yu Guang could finish his sentence, Chen Mofan kicked up. Yu Guang screamed in pain. Chen Mervan, our society. Bang! Another kick. Chun. Bang! Another kick. Chun. Bang! 5 kicks in a row and you opts to behave. Brother, no. Master, I kowtow to you and apologize. Yu Guang said, quickly climbed up, without the slightest hesitation. Bang bang bang, directly knocked 3. Chen Mofan looked at such Yu Guang and was helpless. Why does this Yu Quan love to recognize his godfather so much? Before, he had said that Wang Yu had been taken by his godfather, and now he had recognized him, but he really doesn't need grandchildren. The thought was followed by another kick. Yu Guang cried, wincing in pain. Brother, how in the world can you let me go? Tell me. Chen Mofan didn't talk nonsense and directly pointed at the oldest and the third. Apologize to my 2 friends. Yu Guang sniffed and didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, kowtowing directly to the 2 of them and admitting his mistake. With this minion-like appearance, Chen Mofan was surprised. He only needed Yu Guang to admit his mistake. But how come he was so willing to kneel down as if his bones were soft? Wang Yu was scared out of her wits, her body shaking like a chicken, trembling non-stop. She was afraid that Chen Mofan would do the same to her and hurriedly moved towards the door in small steps. Wang Yu. Chen Mofan opened his mouth, just 2 short words, directly scared Wang Yu Maya, but paralyzed on the ground. In order not to get beaten, Wang Yu directly took the pot all on Yu Guang. Chen Mofan really didn't have the intention of hitting her, and directly walked past her, still with the same words. Remember what you said today. The words fell, assisting the oldest and the third toward the bottom of the rooftop, but the boss passed by Wang Yu and stopped. He only saw a flash of coldness in his eyes, and then slapped Wang Yu's face fiercely. Pop! 5 clear fingerprints appeared on Wang Yu's cheeks immediately, and the right side of her face was swollen high up, green with purple. Wang Yu, this is what I fought for my brother. Mouth agape. The boss grabbed her arm and pulled her to her feet as he did so. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan was helpless. Well, this horse still can't let go. The dog got this name to me. Really ing is spoiled. Back in the dormitory, the boss went straight to hugging the covers and crying silently. Looking at that body's jerking appearance, Chen Mofan was also speechless. This boss really didn't see it coming. Or a love interest, and even more of a big ing grievance. Chen Mofan thought helplessly in his heart, took out his cell phone and directly called Baiyu and Long Aotian separately. There were no other words on the phone, and he directly said, "Find me. No matter if it's an international young model or a star or an internet celebrity, or a company executive. In any case, within an hour, raise me 100 beauties with more than 9 points. He really hoped that the boss can give up Wang Yu. He believed that after being hurt by Wang Yu, and then a beautiful woman to take the initiative to throw herself in the arms, the boss can change love. Directly dumped Wang Yu, no matter how much it costs. As long as it can make the boss forget about Wang Yu, Chen Mofan thinks it is worth it. Other than that, this friendship on the rooftop, not leaving him behind even though he knew he was going to get beaten, was worth it. Chapter 76, The Oldest Three's Happy Life. An hour later, the oldest was still whimpering and sobbing as she clutched the covers. Chen Mofan viciously gritted his teeth and directly grabbed the boss and left. Outside the school gate, Richard Wan was already waiting, driving the same Mercedes-Benz business. Seeing Chen Murphan's arrival, Wang Motsai jogged out of the car and respectfully called out boss. Then, opened the car door. The oldest three on the side looked at this scene and was completely stunned as he looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Until he got into the car, the shock in Lao San's eyes hadn't diminished in the slightest. The boss, on the other hand, didn't care about any of this at all and kept wiping his eyes there, all the way to the Tiankai Hotel, straight up to the 3rd floor. Here, there was a huge conference room, which was full of beautiful women at the moment. Opening the door to the room, Lao San looked at the beautiful women and his eyes straightened then. The boss, on the other hand, looked away and then proceeded to cry. Long Aotian and Baiyu watched Chen Murphan arrive and walked over quickly, greeting him with a smile. God Fan. 2 short words, and Lao San's heart pumped hard. Where God? Lao San's eyes snapped wide as he looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Because of the shock, his mouth was so open that he was about to stuff an egg. Old for, they just called. Called you what? The oldest three stuttered and opened his mouth, pointing at Baiyu and Long Aotian, his face filled with shock as he inquired. Chen Meifan smiled helplessly. He had explained to Lao San a long time ago that he was the mortal god, but they didn't believe him at all. Now that the facts were right in front of him, looking at his shocked appearance, Chen Mofan actually had a feeling of dark pleasure in his heart. Nodding his head, Chen Murphan smiled and said, "They call me Fanshin, the same Fanshin that you have in mind, and you also have a rich brother, and it's the super rich kind." The oldest was outright petrified, standing frozen in place. It took a full minute before he reacted. In an instant, his face was replaced by ecstasy as he danced around in excitement and roared in incoherent rage. ********. Ah, awesome. I'm treading on awesome. The mortal god is actually my brother. Unlike the oldest's excited ecstasy, the oldest, though also with a smile on his face, had obviously not yet gotten over the grief of his lost love. Seeing this, Chen Mofan patted his boss's shoulder and advised, "Boss, just like I said, whether it's an international young model or a celebrity netizen, as long as you open your mouth, I'll be able to find it for you, even if you're looking for Dai. Sean, I'm all flying to Rice right now to talk to Trump, Pooh to talk." But the boss shook his head with a calm face. Chen Mofan immediately clenched his teeth. "What, boss? This dam is on the bar. Just have to warn you that woman can't chant. So what? Not in the Wang Yu this crooked neck tree hanging deaf. You still don't live chant." The boss didn't say anything. Silence was his best answer. Chen Mofan was speechless and opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say a word. In the end, looking at his boss's fossilized appearance with tears streaming down his face, Chen Mofan directly laughed in anger. Chen Mofan smiled helplessly and bitterly, nodded his head and said, Okay, since you like it, I'll arrange it. Okay, 3 days, just 3 days. I guarantee that I'll make Wang Yu smile at you. Okay? Really? The boss looked at Chen Mofan with an excited face. *******. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan directly opened his mouth with a single word, but he himself laughed first. That's okay, at least it proves that there is still true love on earth, albeit lickety-split. It would be a nice thing to start with a clean slate. With this in mind, Chen Mofan wrapped his arm around the oldest's shoulders and smiled cheaply. "Third brother, if the oldest doesn't want it, then I'll have to trouble you to help my brother out." Lao San pushed Chen Mofan away with a hand and said disgruntledly, "Isn't this nonsense? Being a brother should definitely help you out, Lao San said and raised his eyebrows at Chen Mofan with a cheap and rancid look on his face. Then why don't you hurry up and go and choose? Chen Mofan said with a smiling look on his face. Choose? What the hell? Only kids make choices. I want them all. The oldest smiled broadly and walked inside the conference room. When the beautiful women in the conference room saw this, they smiled and walked up, all with a touch of obvious coquetry on their faces. They were told before they came that it was the mortal god who wanted to see them. For this great Buddha, no one in Liaocheng dared to disrespect him. After all, Master Tiger had been forced into retirement by the mortal god. The energy of the mortal gods is just as predictable. Therefore, they are quite willing to sell their smiles just to please the mortal gods, even if some of them are also little known. But this bit of fame was like the light of a glowing fire compared to the mortal gods. Looking at Lao San, these beauties bowed in unison. Hello boss. The sound of warbling resounded through the conference room for a while. Hearing this sound, either crisp, soft, or delicate, the corners of Lao San's mouth instantly grinned to the roots of his ears. At the moment, he felt that his eyes were a bit busy. Look at this one. It's so beautiful. Look at that one. Well, it's not bad. Looking at the next one. Oh, these packs. The family grows papayas, right? Lao San was completely dazzled. Swallow thin ring fat, really have their own style. And these beautiful women, who in the past he wouldn't have dared to dream of, were now just standing in front of him, smiling at him. It's all because he's got a good brother. Vulcan. Vulcan is his brother. Just thinking about it, Lao San felt like he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Excited heart, trembling hands, the old three head into the pile of beauty, laughing and talking to these beautiful women about the ideals of life to go. But on this, he also did not forget to turn his head to Chen Mofan and said, Lao Si, wait for your kid to return to the dormitory. Do not forget to give me the charger unplugged. Tonight the old man does not go back. Ha ha ha. Cool. Long Ao Tian and Baiyu, with dull eyes, looked at Lao San. How dare this guy talk to a mortal god like that? But what about the mortal god? Not only did he not get the slightest bit angry, instead he smiled cheaply. Holy, that's a relationship that's clearly ironic. Long Ao Tian and Baiyu looked at each other, and understood in their hearts that in the future, these two buddies would definitely be the top tycoons in Liaocheng, and this was someone who could be their equal. The two brothers set their minds right in a flash. Chen Mofan looked at the oldest three and smiled. He was afraid that these two brothers would change after he completely confessed to them, become flattered to him, no longer like before, laughing and fighting. Now look, this ing completely unchanged still this hanging, mortal god, what about this brother? Long Ao Tian smiled and glanced at his boss and laughed. Chen Mofan let out a bitter smile. What else can we do? Just fix it. It is not just Wang Yu. He put up with it. Ao Tian, Baiyu, I've troubled you too this time. Let's thank you together when we have the chance. Long Ao Tian and Baiyu were not polite and smiled. That's fine. Fan Shun, I look forward to the surprise you've prepared for us. The two knew very well that a nodding head would only be treated like a licking dog. Relationships only last as long as you talk and laugh and don't make so many fake pleasantries. Oh yeah, Fan Shun, that Mercedes-Benz Big G from before. It's been repaired. I'll send it to you today. As for that store manager, I told him to get lost along with that 4S store. Chen Merfan nodded. He really didn't put much thought into these trivial matters. On the other hand, Wang Yu covered her face and returned to her dorm room. As for Yu Guang and the others on the rooftop, she didn't bother. Letting them wail on the rooftop, dead or alive, had nothing to do with her. She felt that it was all their fault for being useless. Wouldn't it have been better if they had knocked Chen Mofan down? Instead, it was Chen Mofan who knocked them down. It also caused him to be slapped in the mouth by that poor bastard Huang Tao. If it wasn't for Yu Guang and their waste, could he be slapped in this mouth? How can she still go to see her old north nose at night? Chapter 77, Wang Yu's old northern nose. Watching Wang Yu cover her face and return to the dormitory, Wang Jiaojiao saw the abnormality on Wang Yu's face at a glance and opened her mouth to inquire. Yeah, what happened to your face? Did you let someone hit you? Humph. Wang Yu snorted coldly and didn't reply. Wang Jiaojiao looked at Wang Yu suspiciously and laughed. Yeah, I didn't mess with you. Right. Why are you giving me a face as soon as you come in? Wang Yu didn't answer, but sat down in front of the dresser and fiddled with her high swollen cheeks. Seeing Wang Yu's oblivious attitude, Wang Jiaojiao frowned, but still patiently and calmly said, Wang Yu, Merfan said that if you're willing to accompany Huang Tao to go out for a walk tonight, he's willing to give you a supercar. When Wang Yu heard this, she sneered disdainfully. Ha, on him? That poor bastard even bought me a supercar. Wang Jiaojiao, can you stop making me laugh? Wang Yu said contemptuously. The expression on his face carried obvious disdain, obviously looking down on Chen Mofan in his heart. Wang Jiaojiao, I treat you as a sister, but you lie to me with words every day. Do you find it interesting? I was really blind to take money to cure your brother in the first place. Wang Jiajiu was speechless. She didn't know how she had deceived Wang Yu, and had always done him good. Before in the supercar, she had told Wang Yu that Chen Meifan was the mortal god, and that Huang Tao wouldn't mix too badly in the future. But Wang Yu wouldn't listen and thought he was doing him harm. They say they're sisters, but they don't believe me at all. Wang Jiajiu does not want to explain again. Let Wang Yu just regret not to come to her in the future. In her heart, she thought so, but on her lips, Wang Jiajiu still reminded for the last time. Wang Yu, if you don't choose Huang Tao, you will definitely regret it in the future. I regret. Wang Yu laughed coldly and pointed at herself, her tone contemptuously mocking. I'd only regret it if I chose that poor bastard. Alright, Wang Jiajiu, you don't have to lie to me here. I'll pretend that I don't have you as a sister from now on. Humph, you can't see your sisters as good as you when you're rich yourself. You don't want sisters like you, Wang Yu said, skimming her mouth at Wang Jiajiu with a disdainful look. Wang Jiajiu laughed in anger and decided not to spoil Wang Yu anymore. She immediately took out her cell phone and called Zhang Chang with a smile. Hey, Kung, I happen to be free today, so I can go to the closing of the villa, Wang Jiajiu said, purposely glancing at Wang Yu in triumph. Her tone aggravated and emphasized. Yes, it's that $40 million villa that was transferred to my name. 40 million. As soon as this number came out, Wang Yu was on the verge of going crazy with jealousy, and she couldn't help but clench her teeth clacking. She was too envious of her eyes. How she wished she could also live in a $40 million villa, drive a $10 million luxury car, have membership cards for major brand name clothing, all of which she wanted. But alas, the ones who had all of this were her sisters. It was precisely because it was her sister that she became even more jealous instead. It's true that I'm afraid of my sister's suffering, and I'm afraid of my sister's driving a Land Rover. Jingling, the phone rang. Wang Yu picked up her cell phone to see that it was her old Beinu calling. Although her old nose is not as generous as the white feather, but no matter how to say is also worth hundreds of millions of dollars, which makes her more or less back to some self-confidence. She glanced provocatively at Wang Jiajiu and picked up the cell phone with a smile. Hey, honey, this dear full of pampering tone almost made Wang Jiajiu hear vomit. She grabbed her car keys and fled the dorm room. Wang Yu, on the other hand, didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with this cry of dear. Spilling his guts and chatting with his old northern nose, old Beinu bought her an LV bag today and wanted her to come out tonight. Firstly to meet his old brothers, and secondly to try to take Wang Yu. Typical of an old man's heart. I just don't know who's in charge of this current body of his. Take a step back and say, more than 80 years old. Just this old body, serious osteoporosis, even if Wang Yu lord, but accidentally sit hard, will not be the big crotch dry fracture. LOL, you're so old and you're still having fun? Wang Yu only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In the evening, Wang Yu will be well dressed, as promised to the Taozi Mahjong Hall. Her old North Nose was inside playing mahjong with 3 of his friends, pushing open the door of one of the innermost compartments of the Mahjong Hall. Wang Yu walked in. This box is like a presidential suite. Not only is there a mahjong machine right in the center, but there are also sofas, bedrooms, tea sets, and refrigerators all around. Just like a small house. They say this box costs 10,000 a day. Wang Yu was in a good mood while surveying the box. She felt that she should be in and out of this kind of high-class place. This was her life. If he followed Huang Tao, he didn't know how long it would take for him to save up 10,000 before he could come to a place like this and spend it once. Wang Yu walked into the box, and inside the box, the 4 old men raised their heads at the same time, eyeing her colorfully. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. And like him, 3 of Old North Nose's friends have found a beautiful young girl. At the moment, three girls, aged only 21 or 22, were smoking cigarettes, each lying in the arms of 3 old men. Only Wang Yu's Old Northern Nose was alone. The Old North Nose this year 87. Full of white head, face skin wrinkled with the bark of the same, full of teeth lost a large portion of the mouth, a talker leaking out of the wind. Just like that, there was still a touch of excitement in his cloudy eyes at the sight of Wang Yu, who was wearing a JK. When the gaze went down and looked at Wang Yu's long snow-white legs and the white stockings on her legs, her eyes were even more filled with lust. Old North Nose looked excited and waved at Wang Yu. Wang Yu walked over and sat down next to Old North Nose. Lao Bei nosed and smiled as he wrapped one hand around Wang Yu's waist and placed one hand on Wang Yu's snow-white thighs, gently caressing them. The other 3 saw this scene and hemmed and hawed, a sickening lecherous smile on their pale faces. Baby, come on, I'll introduce you, Old North Nose said, pointing to the old man beside him in a well-pressed suit. This is old Zhang. His family owns a pharmacy and is worth $50 million. This is old Li, the chartered house owner. with a building in his name, worth $70 million. An old man with black-framed glasses smiled a lewd smile at Wang Yu. The last old man was a big bald guy named Lao Wang, worth $90 million. All of them were worth millions of dollars. Wang Yu was excited in her heart and felt that she only had face when she was with such people. On the contrary, Chen Mofen and Huang Tao, after graduation, when a lifetime of cattle and horses cannot earn $1 million, their own with him is simply suffering. Only the little cutie. Only then would you choose Huang Tao. Wang Yu once again strengthened the idea in his heart. Little baby, in this Tao Zi Mahjong Hall, we are the VIP of VIPs. The boss Tao Zi see us that all nodded their heads and bowed. Old North Nose spoke with a haughty face, showing off his strength. I can tell you, little baby, this Tao Zi is Master Tiger's little brother. Even he is nodding to us. We don't need to say much about our strength. When Wang Yu, who was already in a good mood, heard this, her eyes lit up even more. Isn't Chen Mofen a good fighter? But what's the point of being able to fight? Can you beat this Tao Zi? But Tao Zi had to grovel to his old northern nose, so naturally he would have to grovel to me in the future. Just thinking so, Wang Yu felt so excited. She couldn't wait to bring Tao Zi to appear in front of Chen Mofen again. She was eager to see what Chen Mofen would look like when he nodded his head. The old northern nose was still showing off his strength, and said smugly, little baby, not to mention anything else, in this surrounding area, I speak that absolutely well, and you can walk horizontally in this nearby area in the future. Chapter 78 The Arrogant Old North Nose. Of course, don't go out on the street. After all, Liuqing is so big, so some ruthless person might appear. I've heard that there's a new mortal god in Liuqing, but he's even ed Master Tiger into submission. We can't touch those big gods, but if an ordinary person dares to bully you, you can totally call out my name, and it'll scare the crap out of him. Old North Nose snorted in triumph and put on a haughty air. Hearing this, Wang Yu hesitated and took off her mask. That mouth, she hated in her heart until now, hated Huang Tao more than Chen Mofen, hated her teeth. Huang Tao had dared to slap her face. She definitely couldn't let this licking dog off lightly. What happened to your face, little baby? Old Beinu saw the finger marks on Wang Yu's face at a glance. His brows furrowed as he inquired in dissatisfaction. Wang Yu told the events of today's daytime. Hearing that someone actually dared to slap his little baby, Old Northern Nose slammed the table in anger. When he heard that it was two poor bastards, Old North Nose laughed even more contemptuously. Marred, two poor bastards dared to lay hands on Laozi's woman. I must let them know what the consequences of offending someone they can't afford to mess with will be? Wang Yu's face smiled flowers. This is what should be her man, rich and powerful. Say out words are so domineering. Let's go then. I can't wait to teach those two poor bastards a lesson. Wang Yu laughed, but the Old North Nose shook his head. Contemptuous said, small baby, don't be anxious. Tomorrow I bring someone to teach him a good lesson. As for today, brother first good favor you. A brother, coming from an 80-year-old man, is pretty sickening. Old Beinu's words exited as he pulled Wang Yu into his arms. By the time Chen Mofen returned to the dormitory with his boss, it was already dark. At the Tiankai Hotel, he had a careful chat with Richard Wang. He was going to set up a company, and by the way, he was going to change the names of these hotels and restaurants. He has already thought of the name of the company. It is called Dragon. The dragon represents Huaxia, symbolizing the soaring of Huaxia. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Merfan called Wang Jiaojiao at the first opportunity, asking how things were going with Wang Yu and if she had answered to come out. Originally, Chen Mofen didn't even intend to take care of Wang Yu, but looking at his boss like that, he could only hold back his nausea towards Wang Yu and help his boss with his work. When Chen Mofen called, Wang Jiaojiao remembered that she forgot to tell Chen Mofen. After telling Chen Mofen about Wang Yu's attitude, Chen Mofen frowned as he listened. In his heart, even in his displeasure, Chen Mofen decided to finish this matter. Besides, he had the certainty that Wang Yu would be honest when she saw him in the future. Ask Wang Jiaojiao where Wang Yu is now. Wang Jiaojiao was confused. She also did not know where Wang Yu was now. She called Wang Yu. Wang Yu did not answer at all. However, Wang Jiaojiao guessed that Wang Yu should have gone out with her Old Northern Nose. But where's the Old North Nose? Chen Mofen sighed and could only call Lu Ruyan, asking her to contact Wang Yu and ask her where she was now. Receiving Chen Mofen's call, Lu Ruyan was ecstatic and immediately said that it was wrapped up in her. Sure enough, not more than 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan's phone called again, telling Chen Mofen that Wang Yu was at Taozi Mahjong Hall. At the same time, Lu Ruyan didn't forget to apologize to Chen Mofen, saying how confused she was at first and how regretful she was now. It took a full 10 minutes of talking before Chen Mofen found a chance to hang up the phone. Looking at the way the boss was now crying gibberish, Chen Mofen didn't take the boss with him and, alone, took a car and went to that Taozi Mahjong Hall. Half an hour later, Chen Mofen got out of the car and arrived in front of Taozi Mahjong Hall. The entire Mahjong Hall has 3 floors, which belongs to the upper middle class in Liaocheng, and is considered a slightly classy place, right? Hello sir, how many please? A beautiful waitress walked over and smiled as she inquired. I'm looking for someone. Chen Mofen smiled back before heading straight to the 3rd floor. Ruyan Lu said that Wang Yu and old Bebe Nose were in the biggest box on the 3rd floor, the Tong Winning Hall. So Chen Mofen's goal was clear. Reaching the 2nd floor was very smooth. But when he came to the stairway on the 3rd floor, there were 2 security guards at the door, stopping Chen Mofen. Hello sir, the 3rd floor is the VIP area. Who are you looking for? A security guard looked Chen Mofen up and down and inquired. Looking at the unkindness in those eyes, it was obvious that they doubted whether Chen Mofen was really here to spend money. Chen Mofen stopped his steps, pointed to the Tongwen Hall deep in the corridor, and patiently explained, I'm going to the Tongwen Hall. A friend of mine is there. A girl, called Wang Yu. Win-Win Hall? The 2 security guards glanced at each other, and one of them coldly said, sorry, the people from the Tongwen Hall told us that their people have arrived, and not to disturb without anything. Listening to the cold words, Chen Mofen sighed and patiently said, buddy, I'll say it again. Wang Yu inside is my friend. I'm looking for her for something. Please go over there and say something. It's not difficult, right? When Chen Mofen's words fell, the security guard didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly bristled. What does it have to do with me if you have something to do? Chen Mofen was dumbfounded. He just asked him to go over and say something. It wasn't too much, but wasn't this dude a bit too impulsive? Sir, please hurry up and leave. Don't be unreasonable here or don't blame us for blowing you out. Ooh, Chen Meifan gasped and laughed. After so long, he became unreasonable. Brother, if you don't help, don't help. It's too much to bully, right? But the big brother of the security guard did not converge in the slightest. Seeing that Chen Mofen did not have the intention to go, he directly said angrily, kid, I repeat, hurry up and get out of my way, or else don't blame us brothers for being impolite. Get out. Chen Mofen completely angry, with stepping horse who to it, directly go up as a kick. This kick, directly that security guard kicked Ricketts. Another person wants to move. Chen Mofen directly punch, knocked out on the ground. Glancing at the 2 men, Chen Mofen raised his steps and headed inside. He was helpless, wondering if he'd been a bit of a bump in the road lately. He just wanted to spend some money quietly. But how come someone was always forcing his hand? Inside the Tong Winning Hall, Wang Yu had now sat on old Bei Nua's lap, and she was playing mahjong instead, while old Bei Nua's 2 arms, which were like dry wood, roamed up and down on Wang Yu's body. Chen Mofen opened the winning hall and at a glance, he saw the old Bei Nu sitting on the main seat as well as Wang Yu in his arms. Looking at old Bei Nu's hand on Wang Yu, a flash of obvious anger flashed in Chen Mofen's eyes. Boss is his brother. Wang Yu is his sister-in-law no matter what. But now, his sister-in-law is being touched? Anger rose in Chen Mofen's heart. Kid, who the hell are you? Blind eyes walking here. Old Zhang, whose family owned a pharmacy and was worth $50 million, stood up and pointed at Chen Mofen and humiliated him. You're quite old, but you've got a temper. Chen Mofen had a smile on his face as he walked towards old Zhang. He thought of himself as never being a man to honor the old and the young, with the exception of the amoral. With a direct kick, Chen Mofen kicked that old Zhang flying, his body smashing down on the sofa behind him, resounding with a muffled sound, as well as a crisp bone crack. Bang! Gah! Old Zhang collapsed on the sofa and wailed nonstop. And watching this scene, the 3 old men in the room were all trembling in fear. But Wang Yu frowned and said angrily, Chen Mofen, you've gone too far. Do you know what kind of people these are? How dare you make a move on them? Chen Mofen directly ignored Wang Yu's words. He lifted his steps and walked to that old Zhang. Looking at his constant wailing, he directly clasped a hand on his neck, and said in an icy tone, if you dare to howl, I'll let you fracture the bones of your entire body, from top to bottom, all over again. Old Zhang trembled in fear, and at the sight of Chen Mofen's icy cold eyes, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to howl out. Chapter 79, The Old North Nose Cries. Old Bei Nu, on the other hand, took this time to ask Wang Yu in her arms about Chen Mofen's situation. After learning that Chen Mofen was the poor bastard who had bullied her, the fear on old Bei Nu's face instantly turned into contempt. He thought it was such a powerful big shot, and came up to make a move, but he dared to be a poor man. Looking at the approaching Chen Mofen, he snorted coldly through his nose in disdain and shook his head contemptuously, assuming an arrogant stance. You seem proud of yourself. Chen Mofen looked at Old North Nose and smiled. Old North Nose also laughed, skimming his mouth at Chen Mofen with a look of disdain for not talking to him. Seeing this, another old man loudly snorted coldly and said arrogantly, Young man, I will introduce you. I am worth 70 million. That old Wang is worth 90 million. This, Old Li said, pointing to Old North Nose, then said proudly, "Worth 100 million. Tell me, do you have a price? Why can't we be proud in the face of a poor bastard like you?" As the words fell, a sneer of mockery appeared on the faces of Old Bainu and Old Bald King as they looked at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't even know that having 100 million was such a proud thing, but he really didn't feel it. With a handful of Old Lee's hair, Chen Mofan slammed into the mahjong table with force. Bang! Accompanied by the popping sound, Old Lee's head was broken and bleeding, and the pain caused a stream of tears and snot to trickle down his face, mixing with the blood and flowing all over his face. The little girl beside him was so scared that she almost fell off her chair with her, but Old North Nose was even more unsightly, and his old face, which was like the bark of a tree, was full of gloom. He didn't expect this poor bastard to be so rampant and dare to make a move when he learned that they were all worth tens of millions of dollars or more. The bald old king's body jumped in fear and backed up, but when he thought that he would be scared by a poor man, the old man's face flushed. Then, annoyed, he pulled out his cell phone and called his boss, Tao Zi. The boss, Tao Zi, happened to have also gotten a report from his men that there was a disturbance on the third floor that injured the security guard. Tao Zi was furious at that moment and led a few people straight to the third floor. He had to make that troublemaker pay today, and at this moment, in the box, the bald old king finished his phone call, and Wang Yu followed and opened his mouth. Chen Mofan, you still dare to hit people? Don't you know that these people are all rich people worth millions of dollars? To take a shot at them, I think you're looking for death. A sentence exit. Perhaps also feel not too much. Wang Yu even walked over, face to face to Chen Mofan, taunted, Chen Mofan, you're dead today. They are not you, Guan. Make a move on them. I guarantee that you don't even know how to die. Listening to Wang Yu's noisy words, Chen Mofan did not have the slightest bit of politeness and directly slapped his mouth over. The first time on the rooftop, he didn't make a move. It was considered to leave a point of face for the boss as well as Wang Yu, and now he still dared to make a noise in front of him. This is not to teach a lesson. Are sorry for this mouth of Wang Yu. With a mouth, he directly slapped Wang Yu back to Old Bainu. Wang Yu's cheeks, which were already green and purple, this time, black and red. His own woman was even beaten. The old northern nose was full of anger. He slammed the table and said angrily, young man, don't be so arrogant. There are a lot of people in this world you can't afford to offend. Don't know the sky and the earth. Today even if Jesus came, he can't protect you. This is what I'm saying. Such arrogant words. Chen Mofan had really rarely heard them, and now that he heard them again, it only made him feel funny. But Chen Meifan burst out laughing. Laugh? Also, have a good laugh now, or you won't even be able to cry later. Old Northern Nose spoke in a conspiratorial manner, his words sounding with obvious mockery. Wang Yu also covered her face, although she was slapped in the mouth again, but she wasn't afraid. She was very clear about the strength of her Old North Nose. This strength also gave her a backbone and confidence. She covered her face and mocked at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan, you dirtbag, I'm not afraid to tell you that the owner of this mahjong parlor, Tao Zi, is my lover's friend. You are afraid that you do not know the strength of Tao Zi. He is the Tiger Master's people. Deal with to poor people like you. He can whisk you to death with one finger. Chen Mofan, I advise you to be a good boy and apologize to us on your knees now. Otherwise when Tao Zi comes, it will be too late for you to apologize. Wang Yu looked at Chen Mofan with cold eyes, a hint of obvious arrogance in his tone, like a superior reprimanding an inferior, with a sense of superiority, and speaking words of mockery that made people burn with anger. Who the hell has the guts to make trouble in my place? Outside the door Tao Zi brought a dozen or so security guards. Surrounded by those security guards, walked in arrogantly. Seeing Tao Zi, the old northern nose was delighted in his heart, and with a smug cold snort, he laughed. Young man, Tao Zi is here. It looks like you won't even have a chance to apologize. Get ready to cry. When the bald old king saw Tao Zi, the fear on his face disappeared in an instant. Pointing at Chen Mofan arrogantly and angrily said, Tao Zi, it's him, it's this kid. How dare he make a move on us? Break his legs, I'll pay for the medical bills. Tao Zi followed Lao Wan's finger and saw Chen Mofan sitting on the mahjong table at a glance. The moment he saw Chen Mofan, Tao Zi only felt 5 thunderbolts, making his scalp numb. Where is the mortal god? Why is this great god in his place? He was on the spot for yesterday's red lust incident, when he watched with his own eyes how arrogant this great god was, slapping 2 big mouths directly at Master Tiger. That was Master Tiger. The mortal god dared to slap him. Not only did he slap him, but Master Tiger didn't dare to fish out of water in the end. If Master Tiger doesn't dare, does he? He's just a little karami. The 2 beaten security guards on the 3rd floor also came to life when they saw Chen Mofan on Lao Wang's finger. One of them looked at Chen Mofan with a cold smile. Although he didn't open his mouth to say anything, the cold smile at the corner of his mouth, the threatening meaning was very thick. The other person similarly pointed at Chen Mofen and laughed arrogantly, humiliatingly saying, "Kid, it was great beating us, right? This time, I'm going to beat you to the point where you're crawling on your knees. Even dare to mess with us? Don't even look at what you are." With that, the man fawned at Tao Zi and said, "Boss, after subduing this kid later, I'm going to break his legs, so that he understands properly that there is a price to pay for causing trouble in our Tao Zi Mahjong Hall. I bring your mom. Tao Zi is going to cry. Let this great god pay the price. How fat is his guts?" Looking at the henchman who still wanted to make a mocking remark, Tao Zi didn't have the slightest hesitation and went up to the henchman with a mouthful. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the box, and those who heard it were confused. "I don't understand what's going on here. How did Tao Zi hit his own people?" The security guard was even more confused, covering his face, and said in an aggravated manner, "Boss, why are you hitting me? It's this kid. He's the one who's causing trouble in our place. How dare you point?" Tao Zi slapped out another mouthful. Pop! Two big mouths. Smoke. That security guard's mouth corners overflowed with blood, covered his face. No longer dared to say a word more, only a face of confusion. Do not know what kind of madness their boss is today, no matter to the enemy, but even smoked to them. Tao Zi didn't care what he thought. At this moment, he hurriedly jogged to the front of Chen Meifan and respectfully called out Fanshan, two words that shook the box like an earthquake. Everyone who heard these two words were all shocked in place, their faces stiffening as they looked at Chen Mofen. A mortal god? This man is actually a mortal god? The crowd was all in a daze, with only this one thought remaining in their minds. Those two security guards were directly dumbfounded when they heard those two words. After remembering that he had just said quite a few arrogant words to the mortal god, his scared heart was beating even more furiously, and he had the feeling that his heart was about to pop out of his throat in fear. The previously arrogant bald old king, the moment he learned that the kid in front of him was a mortal god, he directly softened his legs and sat on the ground in fear, ting and pissing. Old North Nose would have been on his ass just like his buddy if he wasn't sitting in a chair. Chapter 80, Let's Play Mahjong. However, at this moment, the Old North Nose is also shaking, just like Parkinson's, put on the table, fingers shaking, rubbing the table, his sound. At this moment, he was a far cry from his previous arrogance. Not only had the contempt on his face disappeared, but his eyes didn't dare to look at Chen Mofen. Wang Yu, who was beside him, directly covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief, her eyes full of shock, staring at Chen Mofen dead on. She did not expect Chen Mofen to be a mortal god no matter what. This fact was like a magnitude 10 earthquake to her, shaking her dumbfounded on the spot. At this moment she suddenly understood. She understood why Wang Jiajiu had been painstakingly trying to persuade her to be with Huang Tao. She was also told that if she didn't stay together, she would regret it in the future. At that time, she scoffed at this, and even felt that Wang Jiajiu was uneasy with her, and she desperately mocked at Wang Jiajiu. But now look. That is not good intentions. This is to take her seriously, sister. It's a shame she made herself and lost it all. Instead, he himself was arrogant enough to think that this old man was 10,000 times better than Huang Tao. How ridiculous it looks now. At this moment, Wang Yu looked at the Old North Nose beside him, and only felt that this old man was even that disgusting. God Fan, why are you free to come to my place? Tao Zi bowed and stood in front of Chen Meifan, his attitude unusually humble and respectful. The boss actually recognized himself. Chen Mofen was a little surprised, so it was good. Save more words. Looking at Tao Zi, who had a winking smile on his face as well as the shocked crowd in the box, Chen Mofen smiled flatly and returned, "Nothing. Someone snatched my brother's girlfriend. I came over to take a look, but someone seems to think I'm easy to bully, and threatened to get me killed." Words resounded in the box. The Old Northern Nose can no longer sit down. Flop slipped from the chair on the ground, a butt on the ground. He was aware that even Master Tiger had retired from the world in front of this one, and they were not even a ball in the eyes of the mortal gods. He panicked and pushed away the chair in front of him, rolled and crawled to the side of Chen Meifan, crying and wailing, Fan God, I was wrong. You let me go. I beg you. I apologize to you. The original is also a spineless. Chen Meifan also thought that he was so arrogant before, more or less will be a little backbone, but now, if it was just Chen Mofen himself he could leave him alone, but what about his brother? Just now when this Old Northern Nose was hugging Wang Yu up and down, it was full of lewd smiles and arrogant awe. He'd be too sorry for his brother if he didn't give something for this. Watching this scene, Tao Zi understood. Without saying anything, directly waved his big hand, fight, beat me to death. When the four old men heard this, they were frightened and let out a Mamma Mia. But Chen Meifan waved his hand to stop it. Don't be so violent. In times of peace, use peace to solve things. When Tao Zi heard this, he laughed bitterly in his heart. It was ironic to hear peace and no violence from this one. I do not know who. In the red desire did not give the tiger master to leave a little face. The attitude of the strong direct slap too big mouth. And finally even more will be red desire to smash. Chen Merfan smiled and opened his mouth, while reaching out to pull up the old northern nose kneeling in front of him. Then said, I heard that you're quite rich, $100 million. Not bad, quite the arrogant capital haha. The old northern nose face instantly is a red. He has money, that also depends on with whom to compare. The mortal god in front of him casually swiped out 600 million. His 100 million is nothing in front of this one. Old northern nose had a bitter look on his face as he curried. Mortal god, compared to you I'm just a little karami. I was wrong before. I apologize. If it was someone else, Chen Mofan might really see that he was old enough to let him off the hook, but not this one. First of all, for the an old man of more than 80 years old, and still full of flowery thoughts, using money, specializing in wreaking havoc on little girls. Look at the girls in this box, all of them are 21 or 22. Now how many single brothers in Huaxia, those buddies waiting for the eyes to see, but the result is first by these for the old man for the scourge of the guy, and as an old man, there is no trace of kindness in his heart, not to mention his arrogant and domineering attitude, without the slightest restraint. The most important point, Chen Mofan did not forget, this old boy touched all over Huang Yu's body, which is equal to clearly give Huang Tao a cuckold Huang Tao to him, that cannot be said. He naturally also have to help Huang Tao out of this breath. Picking up the mahjong on the table, Chen Mofan glanced at Old North Nose and said in a flat tone, I won't make it difficult for you. You love to play mahjong, don't you? I'm not really familiar with this stuff, but we can play. As for some of the rules of mahjong, let's forget about a handful of 10,000 winners and losers. The old northern nose was delighted to hear this. Accompanying the mortal god to play mahjong, this can be win or lose 10,000 he can afford to lose. With this in mind, Old North Nose hastily nodded. Okay, if the mortal god is interested, I will naturally accompany. The corners of Chen Mofan's mouth hooked up, a playful smile on his face. The mahjong is set up and the two men grab each other's tiles. The old man let off and hit a deuce. Chen Mervan doesn't want it and chooses to grab it, but Chen Mofan's grabbing cards directly chose to grab 10 cards, leaving the useful ones behind, and playing 10 cards and the useless ones. Old North Nose is dumbfounded. Can it still be played like this? The surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This is such a fight, who can beat it? Tao Zi didn't gawk, but smiled and reminded Chen Mofan. Fan Shen, you're confused. Oh yeah? I hadn't seen that. Tao Zi smiled and nodded, grabbing back one of the played cards and placing it in Chen Meifan's deck. Doesn't that make it mushy? Chen Mofan laughed. This kid played even more flowery than him. Push poker. Chen Mofan won $10,000. Keep fighting. Within a few moments, Chen Mofan won millions of dollars according to his own playing style. But this money, Chen Mofan will not take. He will distribute these people to the children of these 4 old men, and those without children will be donated to major poverty alleviation foundations. Chen Mofan is to win all of their industries, so that they no longer have any money in their hands, and these people are a scourge with their money. Old North Nose was dumbfounded. He could already see that the mortal god was trying to win him to the bottom. It made his hand start to tremble a little as he touched the cards. The other 3 old men, seeing this scene, simultaneously observed a minute of silence in their hearts for Old North Nose. At the same time, all 3 were a little thankful that they could still keep their homes. The 3 had decided that after this was over, they would have to let off some steam and a little girl. The trio's thoughts had just started, when they heard Chen Mofan say, don't let us 2 play there are still 3 Old North Noses there. Tao Zi, find 3 people to play with them, and no one get off the poker table until all the assets have been lost. Tao Zi smiled and nodded. When the 3 old men heard this, their faces turned deathly gray, and among them, the bald old king even rolled his eyes and directly fainted. The old northern nose was even more like a sieve, his face full of fear and reluctance. As he watched $10,000 transfer out of his cell phone, Old North Nose's face began to turn white. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he wasn't so arrogant and bossy, if he didn't love playing with little girls, wouldn't there be none of these things? It was because he had so many nasty thoughts that he had offended the mortal gods and was now being punished. The old northern nose wanted to smack himself a few big mouths with regret in his heart. Chen Mofan has no pity for these people. He did not keep a single penny of the money he won, and gave it all to their children, which is also considered to help these old people share the family property in advance. Without the money, these guys can be honest. After playing 2 games, Chen Mofan felt that it was no longer interesting and handed the table over to one of Tao Zi's juniors. When Tao Zi saw Chen Mofan get off the table, he hurriedly said, God fan, we have a box here. Do you want to take a break in the box? Chapter 81. Wan Yu weeps with joy. Hikikomori. This chapter is very toxic, so you can just choose to skip this chapter. Here's what I wrote incorrectly, and now here's an apology to you all. I know I wrote the book, Toxic Point. The author is also working hard to improve in the future, will write more and more better. Also please believe me. Bow and apologize. Chen Mofan nodded. Today busy day also did not rest for a while. Just go to Tao Zi's box to sit. Tao Zi's face was ecstatic. He knew that the mortal god was a great Buddha. If this was a good relationship with the mortal god, in the future, if the mortal god casually gave out a little, it would make him rich for the rest of his life. Tao Zi hurriedly made a pleased gesture, then quickly stepped in front to lead the way. Chen Mofan didn't leave right away, but pointed at Wang Yu. For this woman, Chen Mofan really doesn't want to care about her. But there's no way. The boss is rare. What else could he do then but hold his nose and admit it? Who let the boss do him favors? You, come with me. Hearing Chen Mofan's words, Wang Yu's body trembled. The four old men in the room got their comeuppance. And now it's her turn? She knew very well that she had made a fool of herself once on the rooftop and again here. And she had also made a face at Chen Mofan's brother and taunted him for being poor. With all these things added together, Chen Mofan would definitely not let her go. Just thinking about it, her heart was filled with fear. Both of her long legs were trembling non-stop there, and the short red plaid striped skirt on her body was even shaking slightly with the trembling. Hurry up, let me wait for you, Chen Meifan urged. When Wang Yu heard this urging, she was so scared that she nearly fell on her butt and her face was filled with misery. But looking at Chen Mofan's impatient expression, he could only lift his leg and move his feet to follow Chen Mofan. In the box, Chen Mofan was sitting on the sofa. Wang Yu was standing in front of him, her face pale and her body shaking, while Tao Zi was brewing tea on a tea set. Bringing over a cup of the brewed tea, Tao Zi smiled and inquired, Fan Shun, how will those four old men be handled later? Do you need me? Tao Zi said and made a neck-wiping gesture. Chen Meifan some surprise. This Tao Zi did not see out. This heart is quite ruthless worthy of being a former tiger master's horse, but there is so a force of ruthlessness. But with those old men, a hard lesson is all that's needed. Chen Meifan shook his head. Forget it, after their money is won over, just give it to their children. You do this. Tao Zi nodded hastily, but was a little surprised. It was said that the mortal gods were ruthless, but now it seemed that the ruthlessness was not false, but it had its own bottom line. This is completely different from Master Tiger. In the past, Master Tiger did things without any bottom line, and these henchmen followed and did a lot of things that hurt the world. One day they are also afraid of being exposed, also afraid of retribution. Everyday life is not to say fear, but more or less a little panic. After Tao Zi nodded his head, he glanced at Wang Yu, and then carefully said, the mortal god should still have something to discuss with this beautiful woman. So I'll leave first. If there's something mortal god you'll call me, Tawny said and walked out. He knew very well that the mortal god had deliberately brought the girl over, so he must have some personal matters to settle with the girl. Otherwise, he would have finished settling them long ago in the previous box. Since it was a private matter, staying here by himself would only be an eyesore for the mortal god. Chen Meifan is very satisfied. This kid is very insightful. After Tao Zi left, the tears on Wang Yu's face fell straight down. It was clear to her that there was no one left, and the mortal god was about to settle his own affairs. Thinking of this, she flung herself onto her knees for Chen Mofan. Chen Meifan. No, Fan God. I know that I was wrong before. You forgive me this time. Instead of discussing this issue, Chen Mofan opened his mouth and asked, have you broken your body? Wang Yu froze for a moment. She didn't understand how to mention this issue properly, but on second thought, she realized that the mortal god wanted her to compensate with her body. She blushed and shook her head, then stood up and prepared to undress. Chen Mofan was surprised. What the hell is the situation? How is this undressing at the drop of a hat? Stop. Just answer. What clothes are you taking off? Chen Mofan's face was anxious with panic, and he hurriedly stopped. This is his sister-in-law. If this spreads out, his face still want to do not want to. The boss will look at him, how the old three will look at him. Said that the pure brotherhood of the base love still want to do not want to. Looking at the panic on Chen Mofan's face, Wang Yu understood that she had misunderstood. Blushing furiously, she hurriedly put her clothes back on. Chen Mofan wiped a cold sweat on his forehead. Good guy. He did not panic in the face of the robbers, and he did not panic in the face of Master Tiger. But I didn't expect that he panicked in the face of a little pussy. Scared out of his wits. It's bull **** or not you say. Van God. I'm not broken yet because I know men care about the first time, so I want to sell myself for a good price. Chen Mofan's face eased quite a bit, not to mention the others, at least Wang Yu. This girl completely belonged to the boss, so that he would willingly call his sister-in-law. Okay, I won't say any other. I know you like money and the boss likes you. Let's do it this way. This sister-in-law, I admit it. The money thing is also good to say. In 2 days there are a batch of cars too. I will first give you a supercar, and then buy you a villa. The money will first give you $200 million to hit you. You first spend. No more say. Do you see the line? Can you accept my boss? Won-Yu simply wondered if her ears were hallucinating. This instant she became a top rich woman? Isn't Chen Mofan here to settle the score with her? Why has he become a matchmaker for his boss? Moreover, this red thread was also the brother of the mortal god, which simply made her heart about to break with excitement. Won-Yu directly froze in place in shock, her eyes looking at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Agree or disagree? Answer back? It was only when she heard Chen Mofan's urging that Won-Yu reacted furiously. Agree, I agree. As the words left her mouth, Won-Yu cried tears of joy, knowing that she could also live a life that people would envy from now on. The luxury car, the villa, and the $200 million of pocket money. She had never dared to dream about it so much before. But now, the mortal god himself had promised her. She had thought she was finished, offended the mortal gods. She was dead. This life she was going to say goodbye before she could live the life she wanted. But who would have thought that the darkness of a village? Her mood is directly like riding a roller coaster, up and down. She knew very well that the reason why Chen Mofan had given her all this was all because of that man, Huang Tao. This person was a lickspill in her eyes. She knew that Huang Tao liked her a lot, but she couldn't see it. But now, the one she despised the most was giving her everything, and it was causing her a lot of mixed emotions. At the same time, she decided that she would take good care of this man for the rest of her life, because this man fulfilled what she had always wanted. Okay, why don't you call my boss? I guess he's still crying? These words made Won-Yu's heart tremble fiercely. Huang Tao was actually still crying? This was something Won-Yu hadn't expected no matter what. It also understood that Huang Tao really cared about her and loved her. And on the contrary, what about her? A wave of shame welled up in Won-Yu's heart. The funny thing was that this buildup of shame came after learning that Huang Tao was not poor. Picking up his cell phone, Won-Yu hurriedly dialed Huang Tao. The phone rang twice and was answered. Hey, Huang Tao. Won-Yu? On the phone, the boss's voice came through, a hint of obvious excitement and disbelief in his voice. Won-Yu apologized after taking a look at Chen Mofan with her phone. Huang Tao, I was wrong before. I did a lot of wrong things and hurt you and your brother. I'm here to apologize to you. Can you forgive me? There was a silence on the phone from the boss. His heart was thrilled, simply too thrilled. Won-Yu would actually apologize to him. He felt like this was a dream. Hurting him? He'd stopped being angry a long time ago. However, Won-Yu had hurt not only him, but also his brother, which made him wonder if he should forgive. Chapter 82, The Boss's Happy Life. Huang Tao, don't worry. I will also apologize to your brothers one by one and will definitely obtain their forgiveness. The boss, who was originally catatonic under the covers, heard this and kicked off the covers with a face full of ecstasy. Yeah. Are you telling the truth? Won-Yu nodded, looked at the boss with the chicken nest head and said with deep emotion. Huang Tao, I like you. Are you willing to accept me? Willing. I'm 120 ing willing. Ha ha ha. The boss's entire body was as manic as a mental patient, dancing on the bed with his hands and feet, and his excited laughter then echoed in the dormitory building. Poor dormitory sister. Just set a good tooth. Ready to go upstairs to check the bed. Heard the sound of ghostly laughter. Scared mama a sound. I was unsteady on my feet and knocked on the steps and lost all my newly set teeth. Big sister was full of tears. Yeah. I feel so happy. I'm so excited. Looking at such Huang Tao, Won-Yu smiled gently. She felt blessed to have a man who loved her like that. And on top of that the man had a very rich best buddy. Then I'll meet you in your dorm room later. Won-Yu smiled shyly. She was ready to take the initiative to take Huang Tao. Hanging up the phone, Won-Yu apologized to Chen Meifan. Fan God, I was bad before. I apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Mofan impatiently waved his hand. Alright, sister-in-law. You also don't pull these unneeded rushing the boss. I can't be angry. But, there's one way to put it. If, in the future, you dare to do anything to apologize to the boss, I'll definitely make you understand what it means to be afraid. Won-Yu hurriedly nodded her head. She didn't have the slightest doubt about this. The mortal god. These two words had completely stabilized themselves in Liaoqing, and they all knew that going against the mortal god was no different from looking for death. Master Tiger is powerful, isn't he? But isn't he still honestly shrinking his tiger's head and not daring to say a word more? You and the boss will be fine from now on. You don't have to worry about the boss from now on. He won't be bad from now on. Won-Yu was full of joy. She understood very well that with the words of the fan god, then she and Huang Tao would definitely not be worse off in the future, and would most likely become the top tycoons of Liuqing. This is Zhang Chang's WeChat. I'll push it over to you. Tomorrow you'll look for him. You'll say you're Chen Mofan's sister-in-law. Come over to pick up a car and a suite. Also, give me your card number. Chen Mofan calmly said. But Wang Yu looked at the calmness on Chen Mofan's face and was completely nonplussed. The car, the house, just like that? Shouldn't it be after marriage? Or the relationship has a foundation, but to just give it away now? Wang Yu's heart was occupied by excitement, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She wondered if she was dreaming. It was so unreal. But what made her even more disbelieving were Chen Mofan's next words. 200 million is transferred to you. Ding, $200 million in funds. Wang Yu picked up the cell phone and looked at the countless zeros. Her heartbeat was more than accelerated. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat with excitement. Just give her 200 million? You know that's $200 million. Her Old North nose is only worth 100 million. But look at the expression on Chen Mofan's face. Turning out 200 million is just like spending $2. His face is calm and unperturbed. Just how much wealth did Chen Mofan have? She could hardly believe it. Now she could understand Wang Jiajiao's remark more and more. Holding Huang Tao firmly. It's definitely not going to be bad in the future. In the past, she scoffed at this, thinking that Wang Jiajiao was just framing her and lying to him. Now, she felt that Wang Jiajiao was a god. Her speech was too accurate. Hold Huang Tao, and she'll be a rich woman all of a sudden. At the moment, she wanted to fall on her knees and kowtow a few to the Moon Lord. Thank him for giving her a man who loved him so much to have everything. If Huang Tao didn't care about her so much, I'm afraid that the first time he was hurt by her, he would have already left, and there wouldn't be the excitement she was feeling right now, and she will surely slap herself furiously with regret when she learns the truth. After settling everything, Chen Mofan called Tao Zi in. After explaining a few things to him, he told him to find Wang Mo Kai tomorrow. Tao Zi's face was filled with excitement as he sniffed, knowing exactly what the words meant, meaning that from this day forward, he is a man of the mortal gods. He can also make a name for himself in this Liuqing. Thanking Chen Mofan repeatedly, Tao Zi behaved even more respectfully. His little horse's ass patting flew, and there wasn't a single word repeated in those words. Chen Mofan wasn't interested in listening to this horse and directly asked Tao Zi to arrange a car to send him and Wang Yu back to East University. At the moment, the boss hung up the phone and hurriedly dressed himself. In the past, he didn't care about the image and wore a cocktail head, but now that Wang Yu is coming, he said he has to dress up a little bit, doesn't he? Even the feet, the boss washed them. It's not easy. As for the socks, the boss gave them directly to Chang Hong. Chang Hong was now his and Chen Mofan's professional little nanny, specializing in washing socks. Holding the boss's socks, Chang Hong's face darkened. It stinks too. It's a biobomb. How could he know that the boss's socks were never worn out on the front side and worn on the back side, and that they would never come off until they burst into flames and solidified? Thinking that he would have to wash these socks, Chang Hong directly fainted. By the time Chen Mofan and Wang Yu arrived at the dormitory, the boss had already dressed up and slipped. Even the quilt, he moved his second's quilt over and spread it on his bed. The second one had gone home and hadn't been back for a long time, so his quilt was considered the cleanest. The rest were Chen Mofan's, then the oldest three, and finally the oldest. Seeing Wang Yu, the boss was a bit at a loss for words. His face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he stood in the doorway rubbing his hands, not knowing what he should do. Instead, it was Wang Yu who took the boss's hand and came to the boss's bed, and the two kept whispering. Finally being able to relax, Chen Mofan went straight to the bed. It was time for him to think about himself. So many days busy and there is no stop. He is either busy with the Tiger Master, or busy with the boss. Now that it was all settled, it was time for him to think about his little brother. After all, that was the power of being a man, and he didn't want to go from convex to concave. And 2 days had passed, and he had 6 more to go. In the past 2 days, he didn't spend any money, except for the 200 million he gave to Wang Yu. What was left was the $10 billion of acquisition funds that were originally placed in old Wang's hands, and 800 million was spent today. It should be that Zhang Chang has started to acquire. Just don't know what kind of industry he bought. The 2 days together cost no less than $1 billion. Seeing this, Chen Merfan opened the systems panel to check the consumption points. Sure enough, what had been -98 became -88. There are 6 days left and $9 billion unspent. Chen Mofan is worried. With him spending little by little, I don't know how long it will take to spend the $9 billion. He could only hope that Zhang Chang would spend more and settle this $9 billion for him. Well, you hate it. Don't touch that spot. A delicate voice came, interrupting Chen Mofan's thoughts. I don't know when, but the boss and Wang Yu, the two of them, had already gotten under the covers. Once the big covers were over, the cooling started under the covers. That gasp just now was from Wang Yu. Chen Meifan helpless. This damn want to clear a little quiet. How is this difficult? Sure enough, with the first sound, there was a second sound. The boss was like a hungry wolf, having saved up for more than 20 years, and now that he had the chance to release it, he naturally couldn't wait. Coincidentally, Wang Yu also couldn't wait. She couldn't wait to take the boss now. Better to be pregnant with one. Of course two is better. This, Chen Meifan pretended that he couldn't hear it, but the voice was desperately drilling into his ears. Chapter 83, The Justified Boss. Bah! ING adulterers. Chen Meifan glanced at the two with a face full of contempt, but only heaven knew how envious he was in his heart, as he had also been saving for more than 20 years. Cough. Chen Meifan couldn't bear it anymore, coughed lightly and whispered, "Why don't you two go out and open one?" Hearing this, the boss kicked his foot straight over. Lao Si, you ah. Life cannot eat 4 dishes, so no I cite it. Know that we are on business. You do not know to go out? Chen Meifan froze and pointed at himself. Why should I be the one to go out? Shouldn't you guys go out and find a hotel for your errands? The boss heard this and said with a straight face, "Nonsense. You're ing rich. It doesn't hurt to get a room." Chen Meifan was speechless, feeling that he was rich or his own fault. Under the covers, Wang Yu pinched the boss. Chen Meifan is now a mortal god. How can Huang Tao talk to him? Afraid that her husband would continue to make Chen Meifan unhappy, Wang Yu hurriedly said, "Husband, let's go out and get a room." Wang Yu opened his mouth, 10 times better than Chen Meifan, and the boss nodded directly. Getting out of the quilt, he went up and gave Chen Meifan a kick. "Call me some more money." "Not by what right?" Chen Meifan looked at the justified boss with a helpless face. The boss, on the other hand, righteously said, "What do you think is the reason? The two of us tossed in the middle of the night is not to not make noise to you. For your own good you still do not appreciate it." When Chen Meifan heard this, he was both angry and amused. Which he was looking for a friend. This was looking for a father. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. This was a mortal god. When had he ever been treated like this? Isn't your own husband a little too tigerish? Thinking of this, Wang Yu hurriedly pulled Huang Tao with one hand. "I have it here. I'll pay." "With you out of what?" "This kid pays out. He's a mortal god. He's rich. I'll help him spend some." "Come on, Snappy." Huang Tao kicked Chen Meifan once again and Chen Meifan gas laugh. This boss really did not change at all. Looking for him to ask for money, you're so righteous. Nodding his head, Chen Meifan said, "Okay, how much do you want?" "I calculate open room, night snacks, tomorrow and take my daughter-in-law to skate to go, buy some things for her, miscellaneous counting down. First to me first hit 20, 000, I still have 10, 000, 30, 000 was about the same." Chen Meifan sighed. 30,000 enough for what? Get. Directly hit $1 million. The boss first spend. With that in mind, $1 million was transferred directly. Ding. The arrival sound rang out and the boss looked at his cell phone. Asterisk. Lao Si told you to play 20,000. Who told you to play $1 million? $1 million? I can't pay it back in my ing lifetime. No. You pull back. Chen Meifan directly gave the boss a blank stare. Use you to return your grandfather. You first take and spend. Stay in the university for 2 years. After 2 years to go to work in my company. Internship salary I will give you a month 100 million. The boss skimmed his mouth and said in a domineering manner. And go to work in your company. I'm a man. How can I possibly condescend to others? Don't say 100 million. I won't even go for 1 billion. Chen Meifan smiled and nodded. Okay, no go. Then you return that 1 million to me. The boss then changed his face. Also your grandfather. Did not say earlier? I have collected. Into the old man's pocket. Cannot pull out. This is obviously a trick. Chen Meifan bitterly smiled and shook his head. Then you will go to my company. Boss, on the other hand, was all. Then you begged me. I'm going to you. Love to you. Wang Yu looked at the jostling two and was completely dumbfounded in place. She was pretty sure that if she took a picture of this current image and posted it online, it would cause a major earthquake. No one would believe that a mortal god would even have a day when he was defeated and would have such a beggarly side. She couldn't understand how these two people could be so good together when one was a high and mighty god and the other was a total poor man. This just doesn't make sense. The boss went out with Wang Yu to get a room, so Chen Meifan was able to clear his head for a while. It's time to think about yourself. 3 days passed in a flash of time, and the 6 days were shortened once again to just 3 days left. In these 3 days, Zhang Cheng had spent out $2 billion, purchasing some small companies as well as real estate. As for the spending points that Chen Meifan owed the system, there were still 68 points left. and there were still $7 billion left that needed to be spent. Spending $7 billion in 3 days, Chen Moufen's head hurt right then and there, and in those 3 days, the oldest and the third, both of them didn't come back. It's obvious that it's playing crazy. Chen Meifan had a headache of envy. Early in the morning of the 4th day, the oldest and the third came back holding up the wall. Both of their faces were a bit waxy, with deep eye sockets, puffy bags, and even obvious dark circles under their eyes. Looking at this scene, it directly startled Chen Moufen. He thought he'd seen a ghost in the middle of the day? What's the situation with you two? Chen Moufen couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The oldest and the third looked at each other, and a smile of bitterness and sweetness appeared at the corners of their mouths. Plowing the land is so tiring. The oldest three were the first to speak, sighing. Then the boss nodded deeply and followed with a sigh. Opening the land is more tiring. Chen Meifan bit her lip then, aggrieved. It's so bullying. Jingle bells. The phone rang, and the aggrieved Chen Moufen picked up the phone to see that it was Shui Euro calling. Shui Euro wanted to invite Chen Moufen for dinner as a way of thanking Chen Moufen for not taking advantage of the situation and pulling her into a room that time. The big schoolgirl took the initiative to invite him, so Chen Moufen naturally wouldn't refuse, though he only has 3 days left and should be thinking about how to spend his money. But isn't it still 3 days away? 3 days is no different than 2 days. Picking up the clothes, Chen Moufen didn't forget to throw the car keys of that Mercedes-Benz Big G to the two of them before running out. Shui Euro had already waited at the entrance of the school. She was wearing a white casual dress. Her feet were the same white breathable traveling shoes, all in snow white, like a fairy in the ice and snow, ethereal and gentle. White, by nature, is not something that can be handled by an unusual person, as it will look like you have dark skin against this color. But Water Euro's skin is better than snow. With this white color, not only does not look dark skin, but instead, under the white color, it looks more like Water Euro's skin is like curdled fat, better than ice and snow. Looking at Chen Moufen's arrival, Shui Euro's delicate goose egg face revealed a shy smile. For so many years, she had never come out alone with a boy, and coming out alone with Chen Moufen was still the first time in her life that she was honestly a bit put out. So, Mare Fan, where are we going? Shui Euro's words carried a hint of obvious softness and glutinousness, and when paired with the slight redness on her cheeks, people who looked at her wanted to commit a crime. Suppressing some stray thoughts in his mind, Chen Moufen scratched. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to treat me to dinner? Shui Euro blushed, spat out her little pink tongue, and embarrassedly said, I was just a little confused. Speaking out of her mouth, Shui Euro in her heart hated that she pinched herself fiercely. Shui Euro, what are you thinking? It's just a simple meal. Look at how shy you are. You've forgotten the purpose of your visit, and you have to be reminded of it. Pull yourself together. Shui Euro cheered herself up and looked at Chen Meifan and smiled. Meifan, then let's go eat near my house. It's cheap and delicious there. Shui Euro's home is in the old town, where there are mostly bungalows. The environment is not very good, and the average consumption level is not high. Shui Euro's family didn't have much money and simply couldn't afford to invite Chen Moufen to those high-end hotels. Chen Moufen was not picky and nodded as the two of them walked towards the old city center. Chapter 84, Misunderstanding No. The two took a cab and headed straight for the old town. The old town, mostly made up of bungalows and old neighborhoods, looks like a township, and the environment inside isn't really good, and the roads are mostly potholes. Mare Fan, I'm sorry, my living expenses are only enough to support you coming to a place like this, Shui Euro said slowly with an apology on her face. She knows that Chen Moufen is very rich. In-N-Out must be all upscale hotels. This kind of small place he must not be accustomed to. Chen Meifan smiled. He is poor one. His old home is also living in the countryside, and he comes to this kind of place but has a kind of affection. What's there to be embarrassed about? I think it's nice here. I kind of like this kind of place. Shui Euro's heart warmed. She felt that Chen Moufen must have said this on purpose, in order to take care of her emotions. Now the internet is all over the place, saying that the mortal god must be a top magnate who grew up with a privileged life. But the other party, in order to take care of her emotions and fear that she would develop an inferiority complex, still said that it was quite nice here. I really didn't think that a magnate would be so gentle, Shui Euro thought, and in her heart, she felt a little more favorable towards Chen Moufen. Thank you Meifan, I didn't realize you were so considerate and gentle. Chen Moufen scratched his head. Where was he gentle and considerate? Did this misunderstand something? Hey, Xiao Rou is back. At the stall next to the street, a middle-aged woman smiled at Shui Euro and opened her mouth. Hearing this, Shui Euro smiled and nodded her head as she greeted. Well, there's no class today. Auntie Sue, you came out to set up a stall so early. Aunt Sue, a middle-aged woman, smiled and said, I'm still early. Your mom came out early in the morning, Aunt Sue said, glancing at Chen Mofan, smiling and teasing. Xiaoro ah, who is this little guy? Is he your little boyfriend? Without waiting for Shui Yuro to open her mouth, Chen Mofan greeted with a smile. Hello Aunt Sue, my name is Chen Mofan. Well, Xiaoro ah, this little boyfriend of yours is really good at talking. Shui Yuro blushed. Chen Mofan, that was her boyfriend. The other party was a mortal god. How could he possibly look at her? But now in explaining it would be a bit of a red herring. Seeing the water language soft blush, Aunt Sue, more sure of their own guess, laughed. You this little niece still blush. This what can blush? This is not a very normal thing. I see this guy is good. Good benefits Auntie look good for you. Shui Yuro's face turned even redder. Red like a big apple hanging high on a branch in late fall. Very tempting. Taking Chen Mofan with her, Shui Yuro fled as if she had left the place. Walking away, only then did Shui Yuro shyly whisper, that, Mare Fan, don't mind the old city center is like this. The parents are short. The older aunts just like to guess something. Chen Mofan laughed. I didn't mind, and I'm quite happy, no matter what. Just now I have a big school girl as my girlfriend? Shui Yuro's face turned even redder, walked with her head down, pinched the corner of her coat, and whispered, don't tease me, how can you possibly look at me? Yo, I didn't see that this big schoolgirl has an inferiority complex. Chen Mofan smiled with a hint of playfulness. He is not the kind of person who is a pawn and a stand-up guy, obviously wanting it in his heart, but saying no on his lips. He was all about being a sea king, but he wasn't interested in getting any ponds to raise fish. That would be too low. What he was interested in was how to get an ocean to raise fish. Of course, keeping a fish is keeping a fish, but he still has no desire to eat a fish without feelings. With a playful smile on his face, Chen Mofan said, so what if I say I like you? Shui Yuro's body instantly froze. She looked at Chen Mofan incredulously. The redness on her face reached the roots of her ears. Even her earlobes carried a hint of redness. A hint of redness was revealed in the pure white crystals. You don't tease me, Shui Yuro said shyly and hurried forward, but because she was in too much of a hurry, her shoes happened to step on a pothole. Unsteady on his feet, he immediately fell forward. Chen Mofan was quick on his feet and wrapped his arms around Shui Yuro's slender waist. Into the hands of the waist is slender and soft, like a willow thin branch. I really didn't see that Shui Yuro's waist was so slender, as if she couldn't hold it. It was really shocking. It is said that a woman's waist is a murderous knife. Water language soft small waist is not only a murderous knife this is blue fire gatling Shui Yuro looked at Chen Mofan, who held herself in her arms, feeling the other party's breath clearly transferring to her body. Her face turned even redder, and even her snow-white neck was tinted with a little bit of redness. It's fine, Chen Mofan asked with a smile. Shui Yuro hurriedly shook her head and broke away from Chen Mofan's embrace, shyly saying, no, it's fine, thank you, Mare Fan, come on, let me pull you, you're so careless, you'll fall again later. Chen Mofan smiled and reached out to pull towards Shui Yuro's small hand, but Shui Yuro hurriedly fled away like a frightened little rabbit. Mare Fan, I'm fine, let's hurry and go. Shui Yuro's face was so red that it was about to drip water, and she hurriedly said. Chen Mofan smiled and nodded. He knows very well that this matter is not in a hurry. Can pull on the little hand naturally happy, but cannot pull on the hand also do not need to be discouraged. You can't rush it. Take your time. Shui Yuro walked ahead with her head lowered. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights. Her little heart thumping. She had a good feeling about Chen Mofan, and her heart had grown towards him since the other party didn't take advantage of the situation. That night, for her, Chen Mofan undoubtedly descended from the sky like a hero, rescuing her from the hands of Zhang Chang and Yang Kong. And most of all, Chen Mofan surprisingly didn't take advantage of the situation by pulling her to a room. In fact, in order to pay off her family's debts, she sold her right to her first night to Yang Kong for $100,000. If Chen Mofan hadn't taken her away that night, she believed that no matter if it was Yang Kong or Zhang Chang, one of those two would definitely want her first night. Even if she was very repulsed and afraid of this, the reality was in front of her, and she didn't have a bit of power to choose. Chen Meifan's appearance had saved her by stomping all the options to pieces. A hero saves a girl. And this kind of story, though cliched, is most likely to impress a girl. The two of them walked, and before they knew it, they came to a snack bar. Auntie Fatty's snack bar. The store is not big, about 50 square feet. Inside scattered with a few tables, the environment looks quite neat. Just open years should be a long time. The walls and floor tiles are a little yellowed. Even the original large red wooden tables and chairs had lost some of their paint, revealing the original black and yellow wood. Shui Yuro entered the store and tenderly shouted out Auntie Fatty at a middle-aged woman who was busy inside. Auntie Fatty was busy in the back kitchen when she heard the shout and walked out quickly. While wiping her hands with her apron, she greeted with a smile, "Xiaoro is here. Come on in. This is your little boyfriend, isn't it? The young man is nice and quite handsome." Shui Yuro, who had just calmed down a bit, turned red again. "You little ninny. What's so embarrassing about having a boyfriend? Your auntie Xiong in the group has spread the word that you've come back with a little boyfriend. She's teasing your mom in the group right now?" Auntie Fatty said with a smile. Seeing this, Chen Mofen was naturally happy to climb up the ladder, and introduced himself with a smile. "Good day, Auntie Fatty. My name is Chen Mofen. Well, look at this young man. Nice, generous and not squirming. Come in." The fat aunt greeted with a smile. Shui Yuro was completely unable to explain. The group had spread the word. How else could she explain? Originally, she only wanted to bring Chen Mofen to have a meal, and figure a cheap. This is good. Cheap figure too. Incidentally, also figure a boyfriend. Chapter 85, Shui Yuro's family. Shui Yuro could not cry. She had no choice but to walk into the Auntie Fatty's snack shop with a red face. Sitting in her seat, Shui Yuro was embarrassed to look at Chen Merfan. Chen Mofen, however, smiled, took the menu handed over by the fat aunt, and ordered generously. On the side, the fat aunt smiled while memorizing the menu. "Young man, Xiaoro is a good girl. You treat people well. If I know you bully Xiaoro, you see me not to clean you up." Chen Mofen smiled and nodded his head when he heard this. Alas, it's a pity that Xiaoro's family is not good, and she didn't get a good father, so you have to take care of that. Auntie Fatty sighed. When it came to this topic, Shui Yuro's face visibly darkened, and a pair of bright big eyes were filled with watery mist, carrying aggression. "Merfan, you order first, I'm going to the restroom." After Shui Yuro whispered, she got up and walked towards the bathroom in the back. "There's obviously something going on here, isn't there?" Taking advantage of this time, Chen Mofen inquired. "Auntie Fatty, what's the situation at Yuru's house? You can tell me. You also know that Yuru is strong and won't tell me about this." "Alas, this child is too strong." Auntie Fatty sighed and then said, "Xiaoro's family is poor. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's poor. When she was in junior high school, Xiaoro was still wearing clothes with patches. Can you believe this? All blame Xiaoro's father. His father high eyes, just think about earning big money. Do not care about any part-time job. When Xiaoro was in elementary school, his dad borrowed a huge sum of money from somewhere and said he wanted to go into business. But that is the material of business. This is not lost all. The debtors every day blocked in front of his house to ask for money. This is not how many years. This money until now also cannot pay. Xiaoro's mom, worked her ass off, setting up stalls during the day and doing manual labor at night. But even so, she couldn't even pay back the interest every month. And let's not even talk about his father, who doesn't want to work and thinks every day about how to get rich without working." Hearing this, Chen Mofen could imagine how Shui Yuro had come through all these years. Said to be the second school flower of East University, known as the goddess of tenderness, the appearance of scenery, but secretly who knows how much she has suffered. With this in mind, Chen Mofen stated, "Don't worry, Auntie Fatty, I will definitely not let Yuro suffer and be wronged." Well, you're a good lad." As the two were talking, Shui Yuro walked out from the bathroom. Her eyes could clearly be seen slightly red. Obviously she had just cried. Seeing this, the two of them, Chen Mofen and Auntie Fatty, also ended their conversation. "That's fine. Auntie Fatty will go inside and get busy first." Auntie Fatty said and went into the kitchen to get busy. "I'm sorry, Merfan, for letting you see the joke." Shui Yuro lowered her head and whispered. The conversation between the two just now was clearly heard by Shui Yuro, who was hiding behind the door. Although these were facts, Shui Yuro still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She grew up strong and didn't want people to do something in her favor because they pitied her. She believed that with her own hard work and with her own hands she would be able to bring her family out of the quagmire. Therefore, she had tried since she was a child. But no matter how hard she ran on this dark path, she could not touch the bright exit ahead of her. That exit seemed infinitely far away from her, so far that she could hardly reach it in her lifetime. Chen Mofen didn't say anything, but only reached out and gently wiped away the drop of tear that was still in the corner of Shui Yuro's eye. Shui Yuro's body trembled, and was about to open her mouth to say something, but she saw Chen Mofen's face full of smiles, handing over the menu, and laughed. "Look, I ordered the ground 3 fresh food, braised fish, and slipped meat segments, which can be all what I love to eat, without minding you. Do you want to order 2 more? Chen Mofen said, deliberately picking at Shui Yuro with a teasing expression. When Shui Yuro looked at Chen Mofen's appearance, she burst out laughing, and hurriedly waved her hand. "Enough is enough. Auntie Fatty's family has a large amount of food, and if there's more, I won't have the money to treat you," Shui Yuro said on her lips, but in her heart, She felt a trace of gratitude towards Chen Mofan. She knew very well that Chen Mofan was deliberately changing the topic and teasing her, and she was touched in her heart. She didn't think that one day she would be treated like this by the top juniors. Everyone hopes that Cinderella will meet the prince one day, but everyone understands that it's just a dream. Now the dream shines into reality. Chen Mofan, the mortal god, the top rich second generation, the real Buddha of Liucheng. Even rich people like Yang Kong and Zhang Chang, who needed her to look up to them, were like mice meeting cats in front of Chen Mofan. Isn't such a man a real-life prince? And her? A proper Cinderella. Now, the prince that countless people look up to is comforting the wounded Cinderella in his own unique and gentle way. At this moment, an unspeakable emotion surged in Shu Weiyiro's heart. But there are some people who like to vandalize. An Audi S6 parked in front of Auntie Fatty's snack bar. A man emerged from the car, dressed in a casual Audi outfit with large sunglasses, and took a step into the store. The moment he entered the store, the man exaggeratedly took off his sunglasses, inclined his head, bent his waist, and his face teasingly sized up Shu Weiyiro, and his mouth made a teasing dog sound that was humiliating. TSK, 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 who's this? Isn't this our Water University schoolgirl? This also brings a kaiju play quite flower big schoolgirl. The man's teasing voice sounded uncomfortable, and Chen Mofan's brows furrowed with it. Glancing at Shu Weiyiro on the opposite side of the table, he found that she was also frowning tightly, and the hint of gentleness that was always on her cheeks had disappeared, and a hint of distaste slowly crept up on that delicate googly-eyed face. Chen Mofan glanced at the man and asked, "Do you have something to do?" "Nothing, please don't disturb our meal, okay? But who knows?" The man even forcefully pickpocketed the back of Chen Mofan's head, arrogantly said, "What the hell do you blind in this insert Nima's mouth Chen Mofan froze for a moment and smiled in the next second. A trace of ice coldness then flashed in his eyes, and he was about to get up when Shu Weiyiro pulled his wrist with a prayer in her eyes and shook her head at him. Looking at the supplication in Shu Weiyiro's eyes, the anger in Chen Mofan's heart slowly suppressed. Shu Weiyiro looked up at the man and spoke, "Zhou Bin, I will return the money owed to your family. Can you not humiliate people here?" The man named Zhou Bin leaned on the table, shaking the car keys of the Audi S6 in his hand, the corners of his mouth quirking up. "Return money? Who told you that I want money? To tell you the truth, I see you. To serve me comfortably, your interest I can give you free," Zhou Bin said, with a hint of lustful light in his eyes, looking up and down at Shu Weiyiro. And when his eyes looked at Shu Weiyiro's slender waist, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips with a lustful face. Shu Weiyiro's face turned red with anger when she heard this. She raised her hand and pointed at Zhou Bin with trembling fingers, obviously infuriated. This Zhou Bin is her classmate. From a young age do not study well, in junior high school and early love, but also had written her love letters, but also brought people at night to block her. Therefore, she didn't have a good impression of Zhou Bin, and even more so, she didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards him. And Zhou Bin on the basis of their own family had borrowed Water Euro family money. As long as the site of Water Euro will look for Water Euro in and Yang debt collection, the purpose is to want to get on the Water Euro. Not long ago, Zhou Bin even directly found Shu Weiyiro's home, forcing her parents to pay the debt. Shu Weiyiro had no choice but to sell her first night to Yang Kong in exchange for $100,000. And that $100,000 is just interest, but it's the interest that could drag their family down. Chapter 86, Chen Mofan in trouble? Watching Shu Weiyiro's face turn red with anger, Zhou Bin whistled in triumph and smiled triumphantly. "Shu Weiyiro, I'm not afraid to tell you. Your father has already agreed to our marriage. We'll get married next month, and from now on you'll be a member of my Zhou family," Zhou Bin said, looking at Chen Mofan with an unkind gaze, then contemptuously said, "In the future, people like this miscreant will have less contact with Tama. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking your legs." These words were close to pointing at Chen Mofan's nose and saying that he was a miscreant. On the side of Shu Weiyiro's body trembled with anger. Chen Mofan also helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He realized that this how to eat a meal also does not stop, but it was this laugh that also made Zhou Bin look bad. His eyes went cold and he said savagely, "What are you laughing at? I'm asking you, what are you laughing at?" Zhou Bin pointed at Chen Mofan. His words were one sentence colder than the next, and his tone was one sentence more arrogant than the next. Being so aggressive also caused Chen Mofan's eyes to gradually turn cold. Seeing this, Shu Weiyiro stood up and angrily pointed at the door. "That's enough from you, Zhou Bin. I'm not going to marry you. Get lost." Zhou Bin snorted, pointing at Chen Mofan. "Continue to arrogantly die, Water Euro. You stinky. For this kaiju you even dare to let me roll. I am really open eyes. Line. I do not ink. Let me go can. Now return the money." It was this sentence again, after so many years. This sentence Zhou Bin had said to her countless times. Each time, she was threatened with repayment of the money to force her hand. And indeed, each time she had to step back, again and again, commiserating over and over again, because her family really couldn't come up with that huge amount of money. Shui Yuro's eyes carried tears as she stubbornly bit her lip and looked at Jobin, saying as calmly as possible, "Jobin, I'll return the money to you as soon as possible. Go ahead and leave. Don't make my friend angry again. You can't afford to offend." "Ha!" Jobin sneered disdainfully, his eyes contemptuously sizing up Chen Mofan twice, looking at Chen Mofan's look of a big undershirt and pants. The disdain in his eyes was about to overflow his cheeks. "Just him? I can't afford it? Shui Yuro, you're fooling the little cutie. What about it? Just this poor you let him try to touch me?" What else could Shui Yuro say but to let out a helpless sigh? Chen Mofan looked at Shui Yuro's helpless look, smiled and reached out to rub her head, laughing. "Alright, Yuro, you've helped him enough. It's not your fault if he doesn't appreciate it." You, still ing pretending. "Kid, what the hell are you, ing saying I'm ungrateful?" Jobin contemptuously said. Speaking out of his mouth, he took the car keys in his hand and proudly waved them in front of Chen Mofan, showing off. "Kid, see, Audi A6, our family's least expensive car. Hundreds of thousands of dollars? Can you afford to drive it? See my clothes? Tens of thousands of dollars. Can you afford to wear it? I'm not afraid to tell you, my brother's family has assets of $200 million, and in the trunk of the Audi, my brother keeps millions." Jobin bragged, with a rampant, aggressive face. "Millions in cash. A poor bastard like you can't earn that in a lifetime, right? Who are you to call me ungrateful?" Jobin arrogantly cursed, reaching out to slap Chen Mofan's cheek, wanting to further humiliate him, but just as his hand reached out, he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he looked at his hand, all 5 of his outstretched fingers were broken, and a sharp pain then rushed down his fingers to his brain. Jobin clutched his arm, his face twisting in pain as he kept wailing. "Ah!" The sound carried through the streets and soon drew the fat aunt who was busy in the back kitchen. Auntie Fatty looked at the scene and covered her mouth in fear. Neighbors around the neighborhood were also attracted by the sound. Have put down the work in hand, standing in front of the fat aunt's snack store, pointing at the inside of the discussion. "What's going on here? Hey, you don't know yet that Jobin Zhou de Xiao was beaten up. I heard that the assailant was Xiao Rou's boyfriend." "Ah, Jobin was beaten? That Xiao Rou's boyfriend is not dead. Jobin's family is very rich. Our old town stores, most of them are their family, right? Who says it isn't? Who would dare to mess with such a person? But on the other hand, Xiao Rou's boyfriend didn't know how high and mighty he was and even took a shot at Jobin. Mom, that Xiao Rou her family is not finished? Her family owes Jobin's family $5 million. Jobin's family shall not look for their family to pay back the money. And I wonder if Zoe's boyfriend will help their family pay back the money? Still return what money? You see that kid? A big undershirt, big pants. At a glance is a poor one. Return a fart. Alas, young people nowadays are really impulsive. The key is that they are impulsive but also have no skills. They even cause trouble for others. Alas, who says it's not? This kind of person the most people hate. No ability but also the sky does not obey the ground. And with Xiao Rou his father a model. Bah! What a thing! The murmurs came over clearly. Chen Mofan was helpless. How is it that he is so unlike a rich man? Auntie Fatty's face turned a minute whiter as she listened to the murmurings. She grew up taking water Euro as a daughter. And now after seeing 2 people break out of such a big trouble, hurriedly pulled water Euro full of anxiety. Xiao Rou, hurry up and run away with your boyfriend. The Zhou family won't let you go. Auntie Fatty said, glanced at Chen Mofan. Tone complained, you are also. How to come to Shiro's home to break out such a big trouble? Their own incapable of temper cannot be restrained a little? Thanks to me. I thought you were a nice young man before, but now I see. Nice my ass. Just like Xiao Rou's father. Low-eyed. Chen Mofan knew that the fat ant was caring about Shui Euro, so he didn't get angry, but smiled bitterly. Auntie Fatty, don't worry, there's no need to run away. I'll pay back Xiao Rou's family's money for her, and you return it for her? The fat ant squinted at Chen Mofan, with obvious skepticism and disdain in her eyes. You don't look at your poor appearance. How much money can you come up with? Do you know how much money Shiro's family owes Jobin? The fat ant said, looking at Chen Mofan with contemptuous eyes, stretching out 5 fingers and continued. $5 million. That's $5 million. Can you get it with a poor boy like you? No ability and still bragging about being great here. Yuck. Xiao Rou, listen to Auntie Fatty in hurry. Auntie Fatty said, pushing Shui Yueliang. Go your moms be, you pair of dogs. I won't be surnamed Zhou if I don't get you killed. Jobin covered his finger and stood up, his face grimacing as he looked at Chen Mofan and insulted. Their Zhou family is a famous landlord in the old city, and 80% of the stores in the old city are owned by their family. Ever since he was a child, he had always walked sideways in the old town. Who dared to make him disobedient? But today, a poor bastard dared to break his fingers. He wouldn't have to stay in the old town if he didn't give this poor bastard a hard time today. Poor bastard. You're dead. Dare to do it to me. Dare to do it to me, Joe Bin. Today I don't let you crawl out of the old city center. I Joe Bin with your surname. Joe Bin took a bite out of his parents and rampantly screamed. Outside Auntie Fatty's snack bar, Shueiro's mom also heard the news and left the snack stall and rushed over at a fast pace. Standing outside the door, looking at Joe Bin's twisted right hand, and looking at the store his own woman with Chen Mofan, Shueiro's mom only felt as if her head had been hit by a thunderbolt, causing her head to nearly fall to the ground in a fit of dizziness. Without the slightest hesitation she rushed into the snack bar and directly knelt in front of Joe Bin, pleading, Zhou Xiao, it's all our fault. I'll kowtow to you. Just forgive Xiaoro this time. Shueiro's mom said and kowtowed 3 times hard to the floor. Chapter 87, all confused. Joe Bin looked at Shueiro's mother kneeling in front of him like a dog and laughed in triumph. When the surrounding neighborhood saw this scene, the murmurs became louder. Alas, look, that brat didn't know the heights of heaven and made a move on Zhou Xiao, which won't let Xiaoro and her family suffer. If you ask me, we should let that kid kneel in front of Zhou Xiao. The trouble he made himself, letting others carry it for him, really not a man. Bah, what a thing. Still letting that kid kneel? You didn't see that kid. He still has a cocky expression on his face even now, not realizing in the slightest how serious the trouble he's caused is. Alas, young people nowadays really don't know any better, and there are some people he can afford to mess with. Just watch. Because of this brat's arrogance, the Xiaoro family is definitely going to hemorrhage money. So is Ro. Why did you find such a loser? The murmurs came over, and Joe Bin's face became even more smug as he laughed. He kicked away Shueiro's mother who was kneeling on the ground and arrogantly said, Mard, I'm telling you, whoever comes today won't be able to save Shueiro with this poor bastard, and the money your family owes. You must pay it today. If you don't, I'll demolish your house. When Shueiro's mom heard this, she had a look of despair on her face, like a deflated ball. She collapsed to the ground at once. How dare Joe Bin kick the old man? Chen Mofan looked at this scene and became even angrier. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly slapped his mouth over. Joe Bin's arrogant words had just finished when he saw Chen Mofan, whose eyes were ice cold, walking towards him once again. He was so scared that his whole body trembled and threatened. What do you want to do? Poor bastard. I'm Joe Bin. Joe Bin. Even your girlfriend's mom has to kneel in front of me. It was better not to mention this sentence, but when it was mentioned, the icy cold in Chen Mofan's eyes became even colder, and the force in his hand increased by 1 point. Pop! A crunching sound directly spun Joe Bin around, and before he could stand still, Chen Mofan slapped his mouth again. Pop! Chen Mofan even dared to make a move. The fat ant was full of shock and hurriedly pulled Chen Mofan back and said angrily, You're crazy. You still dare to make a move on him. Don't you think the trouble you've caused isn't big enough? Why are you so ungrateful? You've practically killed Shueiro. Shueiro's mother also hurriedly pulled Chen Mofan back, crying and pleading, Stop it, kid. We can't afford to mess with Zhou Xiao. You can't kill yourself like this. The watching neighbors outside the door were also filled with disappointment when they saw the scene, and they shook their heads and sighed. Ugh, originally thought that this kid was just a bit impulsive, but now I see that this is simply brainless. It's a person can also see. Joe Bin Zhou Xiao can't afford to mess with, but he still hardened his head. This kind of person is still far away from him. Be careful to be implicated by him. You see, that poor boy is still 7 unconvinced and 8 indignant, and he doesn't look at his ground-up appearance. It's really funny. Which is a boyfriend. This is clearly a calamity. Xiaoro's family has had bad luck to run into this calamity. Just watch. This time Zhou Xiao definitely won't let them off lightly. Seeing that Chen Mofan still wanted to strike, Shueiro's mother hurriedly pulled him back and begged. Young man, stop. Zhou Xiao we can't afford to mess with. Count on me to beg you. Enough. The fat ant also roared out in anger at this moment, pointing at Chen Mofan and said angrily, You haven't gone crazy enough, have you? Look at all this trouble you've caused for Xiaoro. I was really blind to let you into my store. Now get lost. Shueiro looked at the messy snack bar, froze in place for a while before she came to her senses, hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded, Auntie Fatty, Mom, Merfan he is not a person without a purpose. Since he dares to do it he will definitely handle it. He has the ability to do so. She handled it well? Auntie Fatty looked disdainful, shook her head and sighed. Xiaoro, what can Auntie Fatty say about you? You're quite a pretty girl. How can you say such nonsense? This kid is covered in stall goods. What does he have the right to do? Joe Bin's face was full of resentment. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at Chen Mofan and sneered. Deal with it. He deserves it too. All of you wait for me. Wait for me to get you killed one by one. looking at the arrogant Jobin, and looking at the fat ant who was looking at him with an anxious, angry face. Chen Mofan sighed out helplessly. He had wanted to solve his itchy hands first, but he had never thought that so many people would stop him. In that case, gag everyone first. Chen Mofan's eyes were icy cold. Looking at Jobin, without the slightest inkling of words, directly said, "Do not want to be beaten, give me your card number?" The 2 slaps made Jobin's face still hurt now, and when he heard this, he reported the card number in the principle of the good man but not the bad, then asked, "What do you want my card number for?" The person outside the door also looked puzzled, not understanding why Chen Mofan wanted the card number. This poor boy can't be trying to pay Zhou Xiao to settle this matter, but look at his poor look how much money he can come up with. I guess 300 or 500 at the most. Bah! Smug poor. Don't kid yourself. 300 to 500? Is Zhou Xiao someone who is short of those 300 to 500? This kid wouldn't be so whimsical as to think that 300 to 500 would be enough to settle this matter. This kid's head must have been kicked by a donkey. How can he think so childish and beautiful? 350. I'm just LOL. Ugh. Pretending to be a pussy when you don't have money is harmful. The surrounding neighbors were talking non-stop. Their words were full of contempt and disdain for Chen Mofan. Some even looked at Chen Mofan spitting on the ground with a disgusted face. Even Auntie Fatty's gaze towards Chen Mofan carried a hint of obvious disgust. Shui Yuro's mom's gaze was also filled with strong disappointment. She didn't expect her daughter to have found such an unreliable boy. Chen Mofan didn't care what they thought. Took out his cell phone and entered his card number, directly transferring $10 million. Well, what are you pretending for? Turning a 300 or 500 and still being so abrasive. Whoever was outside the door shouted, the words thick with contempt. Everyone nodded deeply at this statement, but the next second, Jobin's cell phone rang with an arrival sound. Ding! $10 million arrived from CCB. The crunch was like a bomb that exploded in the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded in place, their eyes involuntarily widening as they looked at Chen Mofan with shock. $10 million? That kid hit $10 million? Everyone's mind came up with these words at the same time. Messed up in the wind. Outside the door, many people froze for a full 3 or 4 seconds before they came to their senses, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air, full of surprise. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Chen Mofan were full of disbelief without a trace of contempt. The fat ant smacked herself hard before she was sure it wasn't all a hallucination. Rose's boyfriend actually came up with $10 million. $10 million. That's $10 million. Her small store's annual turnover was only 100,000 or so. How many years would she have to work to earn that $10 million? But now, this kid just took it out so easily, looking at that flat look, like it was as easy as taking out $1. The fat ant was dumbfounded. In the next second, her face turned violently red, remembering what she had just said. She was so ashamed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground. Shui Yuro's mother was also stagnant. Her pupils tightened into a point. Hard to believe that her daughter's boyfriend actually took out 10 million. Jobin was dumbfounded, looking at the arrival information on his cell phone. His mouth kept mumbling, "No way. This is impossible. How can this poor bastard possibly take $10 million? Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone coincidentally looked at Chen Mofan with obvious shock in their eyes. But Chen Merfan just smiled flatly at this and blandly said, $10 million, $5 million to repay the loan, and the remaining $5 million for your medical expenses. Chapter 88 Shui Yuro's Little Test. $10 million, $5 million for repayment, and the remaining $5 million for your medical bills. Chen Mofan's flat words rang out, and Jobin let out a frightened mama's cry. $5 million in medical bills? That's not going to cripple him. But Jobin was just about to run when Chen Mofan kicked him out of the store. Jobin ruthlessly fell a dog. Incisors were knocked out too. The pain, he cried out, wailing. He was about to stand up when Chen Mofan came up from behind and stomped on his back. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan swung the king of concealed weapons in his hand, the folding stool. It slammed down hard against Jobin. Bang! 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 Once, twice, 3 times. Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest bit of softness, beating wildly one after the other. This guy, who threatens people over and over again, bullies girls and beats up old people on the basis that they owe her money. This kind of person, Chen Mofan will be lucky if he doesn't give him a beating that makes him unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life. Jobin screamed miserably without stopping, and his wails resounded all around. Hearing the wailing, Shui Yuro's body trembled and hurriedly walked forward. Merfan, forget it, I feel like he's going to die if we keep fighting. Only then did Chen Mofan put down the folding stool and kick Jobin in the waist. Get thee out of here. Watching this scene, the crowd actually felt relieved. This Chen Mifan too fierce. Hit people is not mercy. That big folding stool clang is a swing. Finally the Zhoudayao hit can only lie on the ground, keep grunting. You don't look like a college student. And the $10 million? The kid took it just like that. It's so out of character with his image. The faces of the surrounding neighborhoods were very embarrassed at the thought, because just now they madly belittled Chen Mofan. Some even opened their mouths to curse on poor people, beggars, and such words. This made many people blush and feel embarrassed. The fat ant was also red in the face, walked over, embarrassed. That young man, just now I'm sorry the fat ant said a lot of excessive words. Don't you mind? Today this meal the fat ant please, is to make amends to you. After the fat ant opened her mouth, many of the kaifons outside the door also expressed, yes, young man, I'm sorry, we misjudged you, just take it as if we just barked. Don't take it personally. Young man, I was wrong just now. One day when you are coming over, old man, I will buy you a drink to make amends. Listening to that cry of apology, Chen Mofan smiled indifferently. He really didn't take it to heart. He knew that these people were all there because they cared about Shui Euro and were afraid that their overzealous behavior would further bring disaster to Shui Euro's family. Shui Euro's mother also looked at Chen Mofan with a touch of apology on her face. Just now, she felt that this young man was also too unreliable. Not only was he impulsive, but he also did things recklessly, and such a boy could not take care of his own daughter. Now in looking at it, well, it's good, it's strong, it's not proud, it's humble, it's a good one to rely on. Most of all, there's money. A good son-in-law like that can't be found with $10 million at his fingertips. After so many years of laboring, she was well aware that money was the emotional foundation of a marriage between two people. If you don't have money, you have to be like her, getting up earlier than a chicken and going to bed later than a dog every day. Even then, working her ass off, she didn't see a penny in sight, and all the money went into the bottomless pit of debt repayment. She'd had enough of such a day with no future for a long time. Even, she had moved to commit suicide. If she hadn't been unable to let go of this daughter of hers, she would not have had to live this hard life a long time ago. Years of suffering have also made her progressively more realistic and timid. Too timid to start a fight with anyone, backing away again and again, retreating to the present, completely without dignity and without hope. The matter ended. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Chen Mofan was not in the mood to eat. But Auntie Fatty said it was weirdly embarrassing and that she had to stay for a bite today. Her treat. Unable to resist the fat ant's enthusiasm, Chen Mofan nodded his head in agreement. At the dinner table, Shui Euro, with shyness on her face, introduced her own mother after helping her to her seat. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, named Chen Meifan. Hearing this, Chen Mofan smiled and extended his hand. Hello Auntie. Well, nice young man. How long have you been with our whisperer? Shui Euro's mom hurriedly stretched out her hand and asked with a smile after shaking Chen Mofan's hand. These words caused Shui Euro to make a big red face and explained. Mom, Meifan and I are just ordinary friends. We're not dating. Ha? Watery's mom's voice snapped up 2 points. Not dating? She practically doubted her ears. How can there be no objected? This Chen Meifan is clearly a golden son-in-law. This if let go of the cry cannot come. And so on. Shui Euro's mom froze. No object. Chen Mofan gave her daughter to shell out 10 million. This is how much hoa. That's $10 million. And this kid just pulled it out. You know that she works day and night and only earns 15,000 or 16,000 a month. If she wants to earn $10 million, she will have to work for 50 or 60 years. Oh, my god. Shui Yuelian's mom was dumbfounded. No, this kid must like my daughter. Otherwise why would he come up with such a huge sum of money? Thinking of this, Shui Euro's mother smiled and looked at Chen Mofan, laughing. Mofan, you see how our Euro, I tell you, this daughter of our family can be good, people gentle, and can do housework. In the school is still what flower. The main thing is that the daughter of our family has not had a date. Oh, Auntie, see if you're single too. Why don't you try it with my daughter? This is clearly to introduce themselves to Chen Mofan. Shui Euro then reddened her face, all the way to the roots of her ears. She shook her own mother's hand, embarrassed. Mom, what are you talking about? Chen Mofan heard this but smiled, and was about to open his mouth when the fat ant spoke first. Here's the food. Several dishes. The fat ants served together. The dishes were huge. Several large plates filled the table. Seeing this, Shui Euro hurriedly changed the topic. Eat, everyone, let's eat first. Mom, you join us for a bite. Shui Euro's mom was a little embarrassed. She was wearing work clothes. The clothes that were black and shiny. There was a big plastic apron over the clothes. The apron still had obvious oil stains on it, and her hair was simply tied up, and now it was all a little loose. However, it could be seen that Shui Euro's mom must have been a great beauty when she was young. Just like Shui Euro, she had a goose egg face, a standard beauty face type. I won't eat it, I still have to work to go. Besides, look at me, I'm covered in grease. It affects both of your appetites. I'll pass. You guys eat, haha. As Shui Yuro's mom was about to leave, Shui Yuro grabbed her mom's arm and turned her head to look at Chen Merfan tenderly, saying, Merfan, you won't mind, right? Saying that, Shui Yuro's eyes stared tightly at Chen Mofan. She had a good feeling about Chen Mofan and was willing to continue with him, but if Chen Mofan disliked her mom, then she would not contact Chen Mofan again even if she had more good feelings. As for the $10 million, she would work to return it to Chen Mofan and would not owe him a single penny. Chen Mofan smiled faintly, without the slightest bit of dislike in his eyes, and smiled. That's for sure. Since Auntie is here, she definitely needs to have a hot meal. Here, Auntie, I'll get your dishes. Chen Mofan grew up in the countryside. His parents used to work in the field to get dirty than this. How could he possibly dislike it? If he disliked Shui Yuro's mom now, then would he have to dislike his parents in the future? Besides, the late generation disliked their elders. Chen Mofan felt that he couldn't do such a thing. Chapter 89, Scared My Mother-in-Law. Looking at Chen Mofan, he didn't have the slightest bit of disdain, but instead, he even thoughtfully handed his mom the dishes. Shui Yuro's eyes snapped open. She knew exactly what her family was like, and it was normal to be disliked. Not to mention the fact that they are mortal gods who have been raised in the best of times, so naturally they are more particular about what they want to do. But now, Chen Mofan's actions not only did not have the slightest dislike, but instead, he thoughtfully unpacked the bowls and chopsticks and carefully placed them in front of his mom. At this moment, Shui Yuro only felt as if a sledgehammer had hit her heart hard. Shui Yuro's mom, Huang Lijuan, however, received the dishes with trembling hands, and her eyes were also colorful. The girl herself should have picked up the treasure. Such a good golden son-in-law absolutely cannot let go. Thinking of this, Huang Lijuan was ready to bring up the topic just now again. She had to finalize the relationship between these two today. But before she could open her mouth, Shui Yuro smiled and popularized Chen Mofan to Huang Lijuan. Mom, don't you know that this classmate of mine is not only a rich kid, but also a celebrity? Celebrity? Huang Lijuan's face was full of doubts. She thought carefully. There was no such person among the celebrities she knew. Seeing her mother's doubts, Shui Yuro smiled and said, him, he's the mortal god you guys were nagging about earlier. The one who swiped 600 million for the female anchor. Huang Lijuan was petrified on the spot. They set up stalls on the street corners, and in their spare time they would chatter about their parents, and the hot gossip of the moment. That would undoubtedly be the word mortal god. First, he swiped $600 million, and then he stomped on Master Tiger. Such a character. Each of them mentioned it with a strong envy in their eyes. Especially her. Her eyes reddened with envy when she heard that the mortal god had swiped 600 million. How she wished she had $600 million. Then she could pay off all the debts she owed and could really start living her life. She remembered that she had scolded the mortal god for being a loser at the time, and that $600 million had been casually spent like that. That's a fortune she couldn't earn in several lifetimes. But she understood that while her mouth was scolding, her heart was envious to the point of jealousy. Now that defeated mortal god is in front of him? Fan god. Huang Lijuan murmured in shock, directly sliding off her chair and sitting on her butt, looking at Chen Merfan with a stupefied face. Shui Yuro and Chen Mofan were startled at the same time and hurriedly reached out to assist them. Mom, what's wrong with you? Shui Yuro inquired with concern, but the words came out, and it was understood that his own mother was clearly frightened. Not to mention her own mother. Wasn't she shocked when she first realized that Chen Mofan was a mortal god? Thinking of this, Shui Yuro first snorted out a laugh, and then looked at Chen Mofan complainingly. Look at you. You're scaring my mom. Chen Mofan scratched his head in embarrassment. It wasn't his fault. Huang Lijuan's heart jumped even more as she watched the scene. How dare one's woman complain about the mortal gods? With that in mind, she hastily waved her hands. No blame on the mortal gods. No blame on the mortal gods. It's me who was careless. That auntie. Don't call me that. It's weird. Just call me Merfan. It seems kind. Huang Lijuan, faced with a trace of obvious trepidation, swallowed and said, No, it's not good. It's fine. Mom, just call him Merfan. There's no need to be so complimentary to him. Isn't it, Chan Merfan? Shui Yuro said with a smile, and after finishing, she didn't forget to give Chen Mofan a provocative look. Looking at Shui Yuro's gesture, which clearly carried some pampering, Chen Mofan smiled and nodded his head hastily, but as soon as this side was settled, the fat ant on the other side, who was listening to the family chatting, also collapsed. With a thud, Chen Mofan clearly felt the snack bar tremble. That's tons. The two had no choice but to help Auntie Fatty again after helping Huang Lijuan. This meal was the most fearful meal Huang Lijuan had ever eaten. Originally, she still wanted to set up Chen Mofan and her daughter, but after hearing that Chen Mofan was a mortal god, those thoughts were completely gone. There was no way around it. The The difference between the two was just too great. She couldn't even think about the thought that one day the mortal god would be her son-in-law. A thought she didn't even dare to have. At the end of the meal, Chen Mofan scanned the QR code and directly transferred 100,000 to the fat ant. Auntie Fatty was full of shock, and said again and again that she couldn't. This meal was her treat as promised. Chen Mofan also didn't politely talk to the fat ant and directly said, Auntie Fatty, this $100,000 is not meal money. I just looked. Euro's mom has a thin body. She should be chronically malnourished. I guess she doesn't want to spend money on groceries. You can make some meals for their family when you have time in the future. Just follow the normal cost of meals. I'll call you when I don't have enough money. This is my cell phone number. Alas, the fat ant sighed out a breath and spoke quietly. Where? Mare, lad, you really have a heart. Fat ant said a word too much. Euro, this child is really good. Treat people well. Chen Merfan nodded. Outside the kitchen, Shui Euro, who was about to pour water for her mom, heard the conversation between the two clearly. When she learned that Chen Mofan had spent $100,000 to have Auntie Fatty deliver food to their home and improve her mother's health, Shui Euro's eyes could hardly suppress a layer of watery mist that filled her eyes. What was even more rare was that all of this Chen Mofan was doing in secret, rather than showing it to her face. This silent devotion touched her even more. After finishing their meal, Chen Mofan and Shui Euro left the snack bar first. Huang Lijuan was still sitting in her seat. She could hardly believe that she had just had a meal with a mortal god. It was too dreamy for her. Auntie Fatty walked over, patted Huang Lijuan's shoulder, and joked, Big sister still dumbfounded? Huang Lijuan's body trembled violently and slowed down. Looking at the fat ant in front of her, who was close at hand, her face hesitated several times before she finally made up her mind and asked, Sister Fatty, did my daughter really become good friends with the mortal god? Auntie Fatty laughed. She understood that Huang Lijuan was having a hard time believing this, not to mention her. Even she, an outsider, felt incredulous. Slowly exhaling a breath, the fat ant smiled and said, Big sister, it's true, and I can see that Merfan is interested in your family Shiro, so you'll just wait to enjoy your blessings. Big sister, no. Huang Lijuan hurriedly shook her hand. We can't really climb up to this kind of luxurious family, and it's simply impossible for Chen Mofan to look at Xiaoro, right? Still can't see Shui Euro? Big sister, I can tell you that the other Fanshan just paid me how much money when she checked out? Huang Lijuan shook her head. $100,000, gave me $100,000. Do you know what that $100,000 is for? Huang Lijuan shook her head again. People have said that you are not well, so I should bring you food every day to replenish your body? Auntie Fatty said with an envious look on her face. Huang Lijuan, on the other hand, was filled with stupefaction. She didn't think that the legendary mortal god would be so attentive. From this, it wasn't hard to see that Chen Mofan really cared about their family, or rather about Xiaoro. Otherwise why would he do this? Big sister, just wait and enjoy the blessings. Huang Lijuan sniffed, and an embarrassed smile appeared on her weathered face. She had once fantasized about a better life, but after so many years of reality hitting her, she didn't dare to have a single fantasy anymore. But now what? Can she really do the same? Huang Lijuan realized that her mind was filled with excitement just thinking about it. Her dry, yellowed fingers were shaking slightly with excitement. Jobin almost crawled and fled out of the snack bar. Not daring to make the slightest stop along the way, he just wanted to quickly get away from that madman. He's so afraid that maniac is going to beat him to death in the snack bar that he doesn't even want his Audi A6 and the millions in that trunk. I don't know how long he had fled before the exhausted Jobin stopped. He glanced backward with palpitation and was relieved to see nothing behind him but potholed concrete pavement. But just as this breath was loosened, a voice rang out beside him. Yo, isn't this Zhou Shao? Who gave you this B-side to? Chapter 90, Young Master Soho. Jobin trembled in fear and hurriedly turned his head to look. Only a man in a well-pressed suit with short, chopped hair and gold-rimmed glasses was seen approaching. The man was very handsome and dressed to impress, except that the man's lips were very thin, giving the impression that he was being careful and mean. Behind the man, there were 5 big men with strong bodies. Each big man's body was covered in tattoos, and looking at them made people not dare to mess with them. Seeing the man, Jobin's body visibly trembled. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes and he hurriedly said, Su Shao, Su Hao, not from Liucheng, is a famous young man from abroad who came to Liucheng after Master Tiger lost his power. In fact, he had long coveted Liaocheng for a long time. Liucheng, with its huge population, has always been one of the cities with the lowest economic output in China. After all these years of economic development, it has been lukewarm and the market is depressed. But the fact is that the spending power of Liaocheng is not that low, plus the population is huge. It's only because the various tycoons are constantly fighting that the economy of Liaocheng has never developed. From there, It also further led to the fact that although Liuqing was full of great young men, there had never been a top great young man in the true sense of the word. Even the live streaming bounty, if it wasn't for the fanshin coming out of nowhere, these great young men of Liuqing had always been the guys that other people laughed at. The top youngsters from several other major cities also had a hint of contempt and great disdain in their mentality when they got along with these rich second-generation people from Liuqing. Liuqing, the population of this huge cake, has long been coveted by the rich and powerful of other major cities, but everyone does not want to do that clam crane, so no one has been inserted into it. Now taking advantage of Master Tiger's loss of power, Su Hao couldn't wait to enter Liaochang, ready to first take a stab at this big piece of cake in Liaochang. It was the old city center that Su Hao had his eye on, and he was going to overthrow and remodel the old city center into a large-scale commercial area and make it the landmark building area of Liaochang. In the old city, Zhou Bin's family holds 40% of the stores, and can be said to be the old city's well-deserved landlord. Su Shao, what brings you here? Facing Su Hao, Zhou Bin's aura was significantly shorter by 1 point, and there was a hint of flattery in his words. Su Hao naturally heard this hint of fawning tone. The heart is very disdainful, in how to say, for the rich and powerful circle of Liaochang, he is also an outsider, but in the face of him as an outsider, Zhou Bin does not say to give their own family to compete in the light, but as if it is anxious for the other side to look down on them, come up to with a fawning tone. This kind of people's bones are not only soft, but also very cheap, despicable in his heart. Su Hao's face was full of smiles as he intimately reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhou Bin's shoulders. Zhou Shao, brother, I am specially rushing over to see you. Since the last time we drank at the bar, brother felt very much in tune with you. This is not rushing over to see you. Zhou Bin's face was happy, and then a flash of excitement surged out. Su Hao's worth was $10 billion, and was originally a top-rich second generation that he couldn't afford to reach. But now, Su Shao even said that he was in love with him. This was simply looking up to him too much. Thinking in his heart, Zhou Bin's face was full of smiles, and he hurriedly took out his cigarettes. A little person like me can even labor Su Shao to remember. This is really my honor. Come. Su Shao smoke. Su Hao took the cigarette, smiled and waited for Zhou Bin to light it for him, before he smiled and said, Zhou Shao, brother, see what's wrong with your body. How did you let others bully you? Say it out, brother, help you out. At the mention of this, Zhou Bin's face revealed a touch of sinister. He didn't need Su Hao. He could make that poor bastard pay for it himself. $10 million was nothing to him. He was going to show that kid the horror of being hundreds of millions of dollars richer. And Shui Yueliang, that. Thinking of Shui Euro, Zhou Bin's eyes lit up and he had an idea in his heart. Zhou Shao, what good thing are you thinking of? Smiling so lewdly, Su Hao asked with a smile, but the contempt for Zhou Bin in his heart deepened by another point. This guy was able to go off on a tangent while the two of them were talking. What a ing talent. Zhou Bin simply do not know Su Hao's heart thoughts. At this moment he smiled smugly. Complacent. Su Young, brother introduced you to a good pussy at night, is a virgin, or a beautiful schoolgirl. Ha, Zhou Bin said, smiling broadly and raising an eyebrow at Su Hao with a lecherous look on his face. Su Hao was completely speechless, chatting properly about the wound. But this guy is good. A ing pole to the woman. Isn't that just plain sick? If he hadn't had to use the guy, he would have slapped him in the mouth. Strongly holding back the anger in his heart, Su Hao smiled and nodded, and once again inquired, Zhou Shao, this injury on your body. Only then did Zhou Bin recount what had just happened. Su Hao's eyes lit up. This is not a coincidence. Just wanting to sleep. Someone gave a pillow to send. He was thinking about how to make good relations with Zhou Bin, so that this guy owes him a favor, so that he can take the opportunity to propose the acquisition of land and buildings in the old city. This matter. This guy's been an old landowner in the old town for years, and he's sure to get twice as much done with half the effort. That guy even dared to make a move on Zhou Shao you? Don't say Zhou Shao you can't bear it. As a brother I also can't bear it. No words. Bullying Zhou Shao you is bullying me, Su Hao. Today this breath, brother, definitely help you out. Su Hao opened his mouth with bravado. His chest beat to the heavens, and those who didn't know thought how righteous he was. Zhou Bin touched a lot. People at tens of billions of dollars of young people, even willing to go out for him. Zhou Bin all feel that they have met a confidant. Immediately, Zhou Bin spoke of the plan he had already thought of. Tonight, he would bring someone to tie up Shui Euro and force Chen Mofan to come to the rescue. As long as Chen Mofan dared to come, he would find someone to properly clean up Chen Mofan. He was going to take Shui Euro's blood in front of Chen Mofan today, and take the opportunity to properly humiliate and shame Chen Mofan. Hearing Zhou Bin finish, Su Hao was shocked. Is this playing so violently? How dare you ing play kidnapping in China? Big brother, you have a few brains. Liao Cheng de Xiao looks not so good. This play is quite flowery. Listen to this meaning. This water language soft or his fiancé, even willing to let him also come to insert a foot. Moreover, do not mind in front of Chen Mifan show a fine light? Bull. He was nothing but impressed. But just in case, Su Hao was still confirming it. Young Zhou, that's your fiancé? Zhou Bin does not care, but show off the road, Su less. Seriously not. Women. Which has what? The so-called wife is not placed in the home to see well. The appearance of bright and shiny on the good. Who cares about her inside dirty Besides, if you don't like it, just find another one? It's just for fun. Don't take it seriously. I'm shocked. Su Hao exclaimed in his heart. He is also fun. And women do not know how many they have had. But the wife. This is about face. Who dares to say take his wife to have fun? Su Hao thinks he can't stand it. But look at this guy. Zhou Bin. With a face that doesn't care. That's awesome. Playing with your wife? Kidnapping? He's a real talent. Compared to him, I'm not in the same realm. Su Hao actually had the urge to draw a line with him at this moment. He was really afraid of being implicated by this guy. No, one must be prepared with a means of precaution. On the other hand, Chen Mofan and Shui Yuro both skipped around the old city until the afternoon. Looking at the dilapidated old city, Chen Mofan moved to remodel. He now has more money than he has room to spend. Moreover, when he formed the night curtain before, he had promised Long Aotian that he would give him a surprise. Long Aotian's family happened to be in the real estate business and had a ready-made construction company in their hands. It's not just a way to spend money. Chen Murfan's eyes lit up. Chapter 91, You're not a man of honor. With an idea in mind, Chen Mofan was prepared to talk to Long Aotian later. The two of them had been skulking around the old city center until the afternoon. When Chen Mofan brought Shui Yuro to Zhang Chang and Long Aotian again, counting today he has 3 days left. This Zhang Chang also cannot there are still 7 billion left to spend it. He is not point to urge point. Can you still do it? It's so hard to spend some money. This has to be taught a lesson. Chen Mofan fought and brought Shui Yuro to the top floor of the Tiankai Hotel. I just called and Zhang Chang is here making plans for the acquisition, while Long Aotian is coming later. Opening the door and entering the room, Zhang Chang saw Chen Merfan jerk up and smiled. God of Fan. Afterward, his expression froze when his gaze looked at Shui Yuro. Just a short while ago, he could easily look down on this woman. But now, looking at the slightly intimate appearance of the two, the relationship was more than obvious. Suppressing the strange emotions in his heart, Zhang Chang smiled and said, Sister-in-law. Shui Yuro blushed and whispered, Don't call me blind. I'm not. But the voice was so small. Not to mention Zhang Chang couldn't hear it. Even she herself didn't know if she had said it or not. Mortal God. Here's the acquisition plan I made. Take a look. Zhang Chang said, handing up a paper. Inside the document is a detailed list of the next companies to be acquired, and the amount of money that will be used to acquire them, and why this company is worth so much. Chen Mofan didn't want to look at this. His eyes directly aimed to the bottom, where there was the total amount of funds. Within a week, Zhang Chang expected to utilize $5 billion. Looking at this number, Chen Mofan laughed, exasperated. He just threw the acquisition plan donut in the trash. Zhang Chang, 1 week, $5 billion? Zhang Chang's expression trembled as he hurriedly explained. Fan Shen, calling up $5 billion of funds in a week, this is indeed a bit much, but all of these companies are highly promising, and were carefully selected by me to stay. There is still a ing potential? Chen Mofan gasped and laughed even more. There are 3 days left and he is going to lose the power of a man, but now 5 billion Zhang Chang are going to spend a week. This is not bull *********. I asked you to spend money generously, and you spend it like this for me? $5 billion for a week? You're telling me you call it spending money generously? Ha! Zhang Chang was dumbfounded. The feeling that the mortal god didn't mind that he spent too much, he minded that he spent too little? This makes it a bit unexpected. Ah, your sister. 3 days? 3 days you must spend all $7 billion for me. I don't care if those companies have potential or not. Can they make money or not? You will always acquire them for me. Chen Mofan was enraged and pointed at Zhang Chang's nose angrily. You say you? I don't even want to say you. You can't even spend money. How wasteful you are you? If I were you, just find a piece of tofu and crash to death. Zhang Chang's face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at Chen Mofan in disbelief. Brother, do you have a grudge against money? I think spending $5 billion a week is more than enough, but you want me to spend $7 billion in 3 days. Is money burning your hands? Or what? Zhang Chang only felt as if his worldview had shattered a bit. What is the mortal god so angry about? I heard it from outside the door. Long Aotian opened the door and walked in, smiling. Hearing this, Chen Mofan sighed helplessly and pointed at Zhang Chang. It's not because of him. 1 week. One week he said he wanted to spend $5 billion. Long Ao froze, then smiled bitterly. Indeed, 5 billion is a bit much. More? Chen Mofan was helpless, glanced at Long Ao, more than a hair off. 5 billion is enough for what? Can your eyesight not be so narrow? Ah, this is good. Long Ao also confused. It's ing. It's just so unexpected. Is this the rhythm of trying to up the worldview? What's going on here? Why do the two of them look confused? Old Wang walked in, pointing at the two and asking in confusion. Before she could open her mouth, the kind-hearted Shui Euro opened her mouth first. She was afraid that this uncle in front of her would also be scolded by Chen Mofan. They were shocked when Merfan said he'd let them spend $7 billion in 3 days. Shui Yueliang said slowly, her tone as gentle as ever, but her heart was also filled with shock. How much money does Chen Mofan have? $7 billion? To be spent like this? But who knows? In response to these words, Old King acted very flat. There's no way that brother, who has been following the mortal god for the earliest time, would understand his hoe. After all, the mortal god was a person who had taken out $30 million to buy a cafeteria. The clueless Long Ao was even more clueless. Old King isn't surprised? What is the situation? This ing compared to the Old King, how as if they have never seen the world. Old Wang, 3 days, $7 billion, you're not surprised? Old Wang nodded plaintively, isn't that normal? Let go of your eyes a bit. Long Ao was even more helpless. A $30 million worth guy told him, a $10 billion young man, to let go of his eyes a little. This is just plain ballsy. And Old Wang, you are also, let you acquire hotels. How are you doing for me? This is a few days past. A hotel did not look. I can tell you, I started out to do as the catering empire. The Old King's face was also bitter when he heard this. He would like to buy it, but there has to be someone who wants to sell it. Can open up a large restaurant. Which family does not have some capital? Not to the end of the mountain. A few want to sell assets for money. After listening for such a while, Shui Euro sort of understood that Chen Mofan wanted to make a big purchase of assets to gain a foothold in Liuqing. They all knew that the Fanshen had suddenly appeared and had a frightening amount of money, but they had never heard of the fact that the Fanshen was the youngest member of that group, or what assets or groups he owned. There was always speculation on the internet that Chen Mofan was a young man sent out by a certain powerful family to train, and had come to Liuqing to create his own team and own his own assets. Now Chen Mofan, is this going to start? It is just that with this hammer in the east and a stick in the west, even if there are more assets, they are still scattered and cannot operate effectively at all, not to mention earning money. Should I warn Merfan? Shui Euro was torn with thoughts in her mind. On the one hand, she and Chen Mofan were just friends, and things involving money were inherently sensitive. And on the other hand, those present were the top people of Liuqing. So who was she? A college student, qualified to interrupt? But if we don't say anything, are we going to watch Chen Mofan end up spending all his funds to buy a plate of loose ends? How could she know that Chen Mofan just wanted to spend money? As for scattering sand or not, he hadn't really thought about it. Are you kidding? What's the point of thinking about loose sand when you're going to lose your 0.2 of a pound? Isn't that what men live for in their lives? What's the point of having more money if this thing is gone? The tangled look on Shui Euro's face clearly fell into Chen Mofan's eyes, and he curiously inquired, Euro, what's wrong with you? Uncomfortable? Hearing this inquiry, Shui Yueliang made up her mind. Merfan, I don't think it's right for you to buy assets like this. I am studying finance, so I understand that the accumulation of capital as well as the earning of income can't be realized by having more industries. The fact is that you have too many industries, but instead, they will be like a scattered sand, under the power of each, as if they were headless flies. The power cannot be cohesive together, and each of them will be consumed, thus generating a large number of losses. Because human energy is limited, you can't take care of so many industries, and when you can't supervise them, it's easy for all sorts of problems to grow within the industry, which leads to a decline in the quality of the work, and the top elites taking advantage of the opportunity to enrich themselves. The rise of a business empire is never the result of one person maneuvering multiple industries in tandem, but rather a core pillar industry that grows large and strong and then radiates another. Chapter 92, finally a clear goal. The office was already silent when Shui Yueliang's words fell. Long Ao, Zheng Chang and the others had always thought that Shui Euro was just a vase, nothing more than a good-looking woman, and being able to respectfully call out a sister-in-law was nothing more than giving face to Chen Mofan. But now, after Shui Euro's words came down, they suddenly realized that this female was not simple. Not only the appearance of the long beautiful, more importantly, this beauty is not empty head, is a vase, inside contains real material. Chen Mofan, however, smiled. Shui Euro's words were very much to his face. Not bad, whisperer, go on. Shui Euro smiled gently. with some shyness on her face, and then said, "Since we are going to do it, we need to find our core pillar industry. In the Chinese market now, the major industries are already in a state of saturation, and the popularity of several old brands has long been played out. So what you have to do is to be innovative, to be gimmicky, to be able to give your customers something to look at, and only then will they be willing to go for your product." Chen Murphan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had never known what should be done in the old city before, but now that he heard these words from Shui Euro, he knew how to remodel the old city. Liaocheng has always been a tourist destination, and being a coastal city with well-developed transportation, coupled with the many scenic monuments within the city, it is simply blessed. However, the number of people traveling to Liaocheng every year is not much compared to other cities, and the reason for this is that there has been no core attraction that can be taken advantage of. If there isn't one, then why not build one artificially? Chen Mofan is rich, very rich. He can pile up an earthly paradise with all his money. Having figured this out, Chen Mofan finally had a clear idea of how to spend his money. In the past, Chen Mofan can be said to be very shallow experience. Have money, do not know how to spend. Spend out of some of the zero, but so also to make themselves exhausted. Now after Shui Euro's words, Chen Mofan had a feeling of enlightenment. He still uses catering as his core industry, but this catering is no longer simply catering. He wanted to combine tourism and dining to create the world's finest hotel. This hotel is so big that it encompasses the entire old town. Inside there will be an endless number of excursions as well as a true paradise on earth. Also, there is arable land next to the old town. Arable land can also be contracted on a large scale, farmed and cultivated. Both are also part of the appealing gimmick, grown entirely in pure green. Nowadays, people's quality of life has improved and everyone wants to eat really healthy and safe food. And pure green. These three words are undoubtedly the food that the major tycoons really crave. Farming, they can contract down 10,000 acres of fields to plant all kinds of trees and raise all kinds of animals. These animals allow tourists to get in and go hunting, allowing those rich and famous to experience the joy of hunting. The most beautiful place on earth, coupled with top-notch service, and reassuringly pure green food, and a hunting ground to unleash your nature. With all of these added together, he couldn't believe that the rich and powerful wouldn't still flock to him. With this in mind, Chen Mofan looked towards Long Ao Tian. Ao Tian, I told you before that I would give you a surprise. And now, the surprise is here. Long Ao Tian's eyes lit up. He was envious of Zheng Chang these days. This guy is stingy with his money, but that's just it. This kid is making a fortune these days. He had long been red-eyed for a long time, thinking all day about the surprise Chen Mofan had promised him. Now, has the surprise finally arrived? Mortal God, go ahead. I couldn't wait long ago. Long Ao Tian smiled. Chen Mofan pointed to Shui Euro by his side and smiled. The surprise to be given to you is the remodeling of her home. Yuzua's family lives in the old town, and I want to take down the entire old town and remodel and build it. The whole old town? Long Ao Tian was dumbfounded. Wasn't this surprise a little too big? You know, that's one district. How much money will be used to take them all? Tens of billions? Or 100 billion? However, if the building is constructed so that it can be pre-sold, the pre-sale will allow the money to be returned. But even then, it's going to be an astronomical amount of money to take out. Long Ao Tian's face carries the surprise that still hasn't dissipated. Slowly said, Fan God, I don't know how much money you are prepared to use. Our family's money may not be so generous. Chen Meifan also does not hide, directly stretched out 5 fingers, smiled and said, the first period I am ready to invest 50 billion. Follow up in accordance with the situation. I will continue to add the amount of investment. $50 billion. Long Ao Tian's eyes widened then. Their family's assets were only a few tens of billions, but now Chen Mofan was going to invest $50 billion up front. This, Long Ao Tian was a bit dumbfounded. As one of Liaocheng's famous young men, it was reasonable to say that he shouldn't show such a surprise gesture in the area of money. It would make him look low, but he didn't want to. He knew that Van God was ho, but he didn't expect it to be this ho. $50 billion. Up front. Oh, my God. How else can this play with the mortal gods? This is not in a class at all. Long Ao Tian thought. His face reddened, and he said with some embarrassment, Van God, I can only take out 5 billion at most. When Long Ao Tian's words fell, he had the urge to find a crack in the ground, but then Chen Mofan actually smiled and nodded. Okay, Ao Tian, like this project is anyone's guess. Do you think this is okay? $5 billion you prepare first, but your family's engineering team has to move first to demolish the old city center. Follow up. You think this project is okay? $5 billion input in. When the time comes, I'll count you in for 10%. Long Ao Tian's face was ecstatic when he heard this. he was really asked to take $5 billion to invest. This is $5 billion, not $50. Once lost of blood money, then the Long family is finished. When the financial chain breaks, he cannot even cry. But now it was good. The mortal god had asked him to examine the project first, and subsequently if he felt that the project was okay, he would invest in it. This was simply giving him a huge advantage. You can make money and reinvest it. It's the same as just giving it away for nothing. Go in for the money. And if he can't make money, he doesn't invest, he doesn't have to pay anything. The mortal god that was pulling him into business. The mortal god was actively giving him money. Long Aotian immediately felt a surge of emotion in his heart, and for the first time, he felt that he hadn't made a mistake in recognizing the mortal god as his boss. Fan god, let me interject. Jiang Chang spoke up. I wonder what the fan god is planning to make of the old city center. A high-grade residential area? Or an ordinary residential area? Chen Merfan shook his head. The old city is very large. In advance I am going to split the old city into 3 pieces. One of which, occupying 1/10 of the land. This piece of land will build the world's most top-notch upscale villa area. The other piece covers 2/10 of an acre. And that part of the area is an upscale neighborhood. With 0.7% left, I'm going to build a world-class hotel that surpasses all the hotels in the world. With the widest footprint and the most luxury. This hotel will include dining, casino, wilderness hunting, field farms, large amusement rides, retreats, man-made landscapes, and other factors. I'm going to bring together food, drink, entertainment, housing, transportation and medicine to create a rich man's paradise. Everyone in the office was dumbfounded, uniformly dumbfounded as they looked at Chen Mofan. This is crazy, world class, and by that standard, it's not an investment, it's a burn, and there's going to be a lot of money thrown into this bottomless pit. Maybe even that won't fill the pothole. But what shocked them even more were Chen Mofan's next words. Those words straight away made them skeptical. Chapter 93, so generous? Only Chen Merfan slowly spoke. This is only the first step in the advance. After that I will use the old city center as the core and cover the entire Liuqing. My goal is to make Liuqing a super first-tier big city. Up north, 10 years from now. I'm going to add the word Liao to the end of those 4 words. As the words fell, the conference room was instantly plunged into a dead silence, and everyone looked at Chen Mofan with dull gazes. While looking at Chen Mofan's calm face, they felt as if their scalps were about to explode. This was no longer madness. Chen Mofan's words made them feel as if they were dreaming. Transforming a city by yourself? This was simply heavenly. But Chen Mofan's expression was so calm. And what is represented underneath that calmness is confidence in yourself. Chen Mofan was actually confident that he could do it? The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Van God. Let me interrupt. Long Aotian stammered and spoke, his tone carrying a trace of shock that was hard to hide as he inquired. Van God, do you know how much money this will cost? Can you disclose to us how much money you have prepared? Funds? These 2 words made Chen Meifan smile. He is simply flush with money in ways that no one could have imagined. How much money does the richest man in the world have? 1 trillion? Or 10 trillion? Comparing the richest man in the world to him would be him bullying honest people. 1 trillion a day. To be cocky, state taxes are a brother to him. How much does it cost to build a city? 1 trillion isn't enough. That's 10 trillion. 1,000,000 billion. 10 trillion. He could pile up a prosperous world with all his money. But no one would believe this when it was said. And the crowd present would not believe it even more. And this kind of words involving the bottom card would not be spoken by Chen Mofan. I have the money in mind. You just need to do as you're told. The crowd nodded at the words, but they couldn't help but feel a little panicked. The current mortal god was arrogant enough to make them feel a bit scared. How about a psychiatrist for the mortal god? A few people looked at each other and saw what was going on in each other's minds. Long Aotian and Zhang Chang poked Old Wang together. Old Wang sighed. How come you two have such a unified view on this kind of offending matter? Coughing lightly, Old Wang laughed. Boss, even though I think your ideals are too ambitious, I still raise my hands in favor of them. But speaking of which, I happen to know a relatively good psychiatrist. Should I call him over and let's talk about it together? I'll talk about your grandpa. Chen Mofan was so angry that he picked up the cushion on the sofa aside and smashed it. Isn't that a clear indication that he's mentally ill? Chen Mofan did not dawdle, and directly $50 billion was given to Long Aotian. The arrival voice rang out and the crowd all froze in place. Is the god of Mortal Kombat for real? The first $50 billion are really coming? That's $50 billion, and it just came over so easily? This shows that the funds behind the mortal god are exceptionally sufficient. Otherwise it is impossible for $50 billion to be taken out just by saying so. Do the mortal gods really have this power? Just thinking about it that way excited the crowd. They understand very well that if such a huge project is really landed and operated, then the subsequent profit received will be astronomical. The hearts of everyone present were filled with excitement. Just the thought that this huge project would be developed by them made them feel that goosebumps would stand up all over their bodies. Looking at the crowd full of shock, Chen Mofan satisfied with a smile. 50 billion to subdue them. They are afraid not to know that brothers' hands, but there are trillions of it, and it's every day. If they knew about this news, they must not explode in place with excitement. The other side, Jobin had just simulated a kidnapping, and Suhao had beautifully rehearsed the drill first. After simulating the kidnapping, Soho talked to him about the renovation of the old town. Jobin's eyes snapped to life when he heard about the demolition. It's a big piece of cake, and when it's run well, it's possible to take a hard bite out of it. Thinking of this, Jobin smiled and said, Su Shao, I don't know how much money you invested in the early stage but don't worry, no matter how much, we two buddies are brothers. I will absolutely help you. Jobin smiled and rubbed his hands together at the end of his words. Ha! Suhao almost laughed. This was obviously asking him for favors. How is it that just he, Jobin, also wants to take a bite out of the cake? It's really funny. Originally, all the world is for profit. There's nothing wrong with that, but isn't it a little hard to eat when you come up here and discuss this with me? Besides, who are you, Jobin? Suhao's heart once again belittled a point, but on his face, he smiled brightly and laughed. Don't worry, Zhou Shao, your share of the brother remembered in his heart? As for the funds, it's very abundant. I've prepared $10 billion, Suhao said smilingly, but in his heart he added another sentence. Subtract a zero from the back. He had long thought that, initially, he would take 1/10 of the land in the old town and build high-rise neighborhoods. After the foundation is built, open the pre-sale and collect the money. With the money from the pre-sale, keep building. In this way, he only invested a small amount of money to get a huge profit. As for Jobin's benefits, sorry, a person in jail. What qualifications are there to talk about benefits? In his cell phone right now, he had a complete video of how Jobin kidnapped him. It's a kidnapping. It's a 10-year start. Jobin was still unaware of Suhao's thoughts. At the moment he was full of excitement, thinking all about the benefits Suhao had just said. This is 10 billion so much money smashed down. How he must not make 100 million from it He excitedly slapped his thigh and said excitedly, Su Shao, no words, tonight, that Shui Yueliang, brother let you take a blood. This gave Suhao a whole lot of trouble. Dude, you're so generous. That's your fiancé? Night, Tian Kai Hotel. In the conference room on the top floor, nightfall for all came. Chen Mofan, Long Ao Tian, Bai Yu, Zhang Cheng, Wang Mo Kai, and Shui Euro, even, Richard Li Tian Kai, Wang Zhe, Yang Kong, Tao Zi, these next-level rich second generation, also broke the rules and appeared here today. Among them, Tao Zi showed the most positive behavior, full of smiles, giving out cigarettes and lighting cigarettes to all the bigwigs present with a smile. Boss, Chu Feng is back. The meeting hadn't even begun when old Wang spoke softly. 2 days ago, after arresting Zhang Zhua, Chu Feng sent Zhang Zhua to the police station after giving him a good treatment in the van. After coming out, he went to pay his respects to his sister and father, and only made it back today. Chen Merfan didn't hesitate and directly said, have him come over as well. Elder Wang nodded and called Chu Feng over as well. At this moment, Chu Feng's eye sockets, his eyes were streaked with blood, and his face was as pale as blood. The entire person looked very haggard. Obviously, Chu Feng hadn't rested well in the past few days, and with the great revenge being avenged and the years of repression being released in an instant, no one could face it with ease, not even this mercenary who has seen life and death. Boss, Chu Feng called out in a low voice. Chen Merfan nodded and patted his shoulder. Chen Mofan knew very well that any more comforting words would be meaningless now, and that he needed to come out on his own. Okay, guys. Chen Mofan looked around the room and opened his mouth. The people all straightened up when they heard this and realized that the meeting had officially begun. Before they started, they already knew what the meeting was going to be about. Old Town. This was a huge project involving tens or hundreds of billions of dollars, and it was also the first project that the mortal god had truly invested in since it became famous. It can be said that it is not too proud to offer tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 94 Night Meeting, Plan for the Capital of Heaven. Seeing that the crowd was all seated, Chen Mofan slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, this is the first meeting since the establishment of the Nightshade. You are all the first to join it, and I am here to assure you that, barring any surprises, you will be the patriarchs of the Nightshade. Night Curtain. Although the name is not obvious now, later you will understand what these two words stand for. As the first meeting of the Nightshade, I expect all of you to be solemn. When the words came to this point, Chen Mofan paused for a moment and gazed at the crowd. The crowd saw this and nodded in unison. I'm sure, as you've all just heard, it's Old Town that needs to be discussed at this meeting. I'm going to make an initial investment of $50 billion to make the old city center the highest-end commercial district in the world. $50 billion is only my investment. You guys can make additional investments if you're interested. Of course, contributing money, people, and labor, all three of them can get a certain amount of shares. Night Curtain will pay everyone accordingly at the end of the year when the dividends are distributed, relying on the number of shares. When it comes to the word remuneration, the eyes of the crowd are well aware of it. A big project with an upfront amount of $50 billion, as long as it is profitable at a later stage, then the return gained will be astronomical. Just how much one dares to take out and inject into this bottomless pit is a matter of each person's vigor. At the thought of this, each person's face wore a strange look, and they were all sizing each other up, expecting to be able to see what was going on in their minds from each other's faces. Bayu was the first to speak. I'm willing to invest $2 billion in upfront funding, but I need time to discuss it with my father. Long Aotian then spoke. I will also invest $2 billion in the upfront capital. Long Aotian's statement made Chen Merfan a little surprised. He had already given Long Aotian the privilege of allowing him to be able to wait and see and make sure that he made a profit before investing. With the two of them opening their mouths, Zheng Chang followed suit, willing to take out $800 million. What was surprising was Richard Li, who opened his mouth and did not immediately say how much money he wanted to inject. Instead, he asked Chen Merfan, Fan Shen, if the project loses money this time and I don't have any more funds left, will I still be qualified to stay in the nightshade? Chen Merfan nodded. Naturally, one can still remain in the nightshade, and whether or not one is qualified to remain in the nightshade isn't going to be judged by the amount of financial resources. Like I said, you are the first members of the nightshade and, if nothing else, will be the patriarchs of the nightshade. I'm not going to do anything like that unloading. Don't worry about that. Hearing this, Richard Li clenched his fists fiercely and exhaled a breath before saying, in that case, mortal god, I'll put in all of my $1.2 billion worth. The crowd froze at the same time, looking at Richard Li Tiankai with obvious shock in their eyes. No one had expected him to be so crazy. Even Chen Mofen felt a bit surprised. And the reason why Li Tiankai was so crazy was because he always remembered what the other party had said when he first met with Wang Mokai. Who are the mortal gods to take you along for the ride? If you can't show sincerity, who wants to look at you more than a surrendered captive? Since he wouldn't leave the night even if he lost his fortune, Richard Li Tiankai, why didn't he gamble once? If you win, you get the credit, and if you lose, you still have room to turn around. On the side, Wang Zhe also stood up violently. My worth of $1 billion, I also invested all of it. Chen Meifan smiled and assured, don't worry, both of you, you will realize how right today's decision is for you. In the end, the pre-startup capital reached a horrifying $57 billion, and among them, Yang Kong, Wang Mokai, Tao Zi, and Chu Feng. These four people either didn't have any money or were prepared to contribute. Mortal God, will you be the main person in charge of this investment program? Yang Kong opened his mouth to inquire. Chen Merfan directly shook his head and said, this beauty beside me, Shui Euro, will be the main person in charge of the transformation of the old city center. She has full authority to represent me. Everyone's faces were shocked when Chen Mofen's words came out. Several tens of billions of dollars of projects, and the Mortal Kombat god just handed them over to this girl? Shui Euro was also filled with stupefaction. She had not expected at all that Chen Mofen would hand over such a large project to himself. She froze for several seconds before she reacted. With anxiety on her face, Shui Euro spoke. Merfan, I can't do such a huge project. Before she could finish her words, Chen Mofen waved his hand and refused. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in using people without doubt, suspecting people without using. Please rest assured that the utilization of the initial funds will give priority to the use of my 50 billion. And after the completion of the use of all 50 billion, if it is proved that Shui Euro is not a suitable candidate, then I will also listen to the advice in choosing the virtuous and capable. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Shui Euro, but with hundreds of millions of their own money invested in it, they were also truly afraid of blowing it all away. But now, this assurance from the mortal god had undoubtedly given them a peace of mind. They completely let go of their hearts, and they all sighed in their hearts. The mortal god is really too preoccupied with doing business. Following the mortal god, it's really right. Chen Merfan swept his gaze around and said in a flat tone, do you all still have opinions? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and shook their heads in unison and uniformity. Seeing this, Chen Mofen then spoke, his tone solemn. Then, the matter is decided. The amount of this upfront investment is $57 billion, and this time, the project is under the full responsibility of Shui Euro. This investment program, I will name it the Sky Capital Program. Allegory. To make Liuqing into a heavenly palace. The manpower, material resources, and resources held in the hands of all members of the Night Curtain must all be tilted toward the Heaven's Capital Program, making sure to ensure that the Heaven's Capital Program is implemented smoothly. Yes, the crowd spoke in unison, their voices echoing long and loud in the conference room. The meeting was dissolved and Chen Mofan called a car for Shui Euro and sent her to the entrance of the hotel. Instead, he was busy looking for Zhang Chang. Although the Heaven's Capital Program burned money, this fire could not be burned for a while. He had to take advantage of these 2 days to let Zhang Chang spend another $7 billion for him and continue to buy assets. These scattered assets, he was going to give them to Wang Jiajiu so that she could use them to practice. Sitting in the car, Shui Euro's face was still a bit dull. She could hardly believe that Chen Mofan had just handed over such a big project to her, because she said that before. Shui Euro felt incredible, but along with the incredulity came the ecstasy of the heart. When he sent her to the car, Chen Mofan said that from today onwards, her annual salary of $2 billion, $12 billion, Shui Euro felt like she could wake up laughing in her dreams. All she had to do was work for a year, not to mention the famine in her family, and she could even buy a house and a car and live a truly happy life with her mom, dad, and brother. Just thinking about it, she couldn't help the corners of her mouth from quirking up with joy. Years of cold and suffering, 1 day of wealth and prosperity. It made her heart beat wildly and she couldn't wait to share the good news with her family. And every second in the car made her heart race. But the moment she got home, the moment she couldn't wait to rush into the house, she was dumbfounded. The cramped house was in disrepair and there were signs of vandalism everywhere. On the black and yellow ground, his mom, dad, and brother, all three of them, fell in a pool of blood. And in front of them, Jobin with a group of people was looking at her with an arrogant sardonic smile. In an instant, Shui Euro only felt like 5 thunderbolts had struck her, her excitement instantly turning into panic. Heaven and hell shifted instantly, causing her to stifle her screams. Call your mom, eh? Jobin cursed angrily and slapped his mouth. Take it away. Jobin roared arrogantly and took a 4-square step, walking outward with a face full of triumph. Suhao looked at this scene and smiled. He hadn't been much interested in the woman in Jobin's mouth. How pretty could a woman out of the old city be? But when he just saw Shui Euro's face, he got excited all of a sudden. His heart was itching to go on. Chapter 95, fearful to the point of peeing. Jingle bells. Chen Mofan was about to leave the Tiankai Hotel. I had just arrived in the lobby when my cell phone rang. Pick it up and see that it's Shui Euro calling? Logically, the current Shui Euro should be sharing her joy with her family. She shouldn't be calling him, right? Looking at the caller ID, Chen Mofan frowned as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Jobin's arrogant words came from inside. Poor bastard. Remember me? Chen Mofan's face was cold. It's called something like Zhou Xiao. Right. How come Euro's cell phone is here with you? Yo, still ing know me ah. This voice Euro called Stepping Horse quite close ah. Just do not know you dare to come over to save her. She was tied up by me, capable of coming over. I'm waiting for you, Jobin said, hung up and sent over a location. Looking at that position, Chen Mofan smiled, but a layer of ice had gradually crept into his eyes. That's great. That's great. The Sky Capital program is just getting started. And the main man in charge is kidnapped? Chen Mofan was so angry that he wanted to laugh. Old Wang, who was on the side, obviously felt the change in Chen Mofan's mood and asked cautiously, Boss, what's wrong? What? Chen Mofan repeated the 3 words, then said in an icy tone, Do you dare to believe that our main person in charge has been kidnapped? Call Wood War. Call Wood War to me immediately. Chen Mofan roared. He was truly angry. The Heaven's Capital plan was Night Curtain's first plan. And the blow to everyone's self-confidence could be imagined if the first plan couldn't even be successfully implemented. Furthermore, if something really happened to Shui Euro and she couldn't continue working, then the Heaven's Capital program would become a complete joke. The main person in charge was forced to go offline for 1 day at work, and if this news was spread, it could make those rich kids in Liuqing laugh their asses off. Wang Mokai didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call Wu Zhan, at the same time taking advantage of the short time that he didn't answer. He carefully asked, Boss, where's Chu Feng? Do we still need to call him for a moment? Chen Mofan shook his head after thinking for 2 seconds. Chu Feng's state is obviously not good, so don't disturb him. Right, tell Wu Zhan, don't make a big deal out of it. Our people will secretly gather downstairs. After you notify the Wookiee warriors, you go find a car. Wang Morkai nodded and contacted the vehicle all over again while talking to Wu Zhan. On the other hand, outside the old town, inside a dilapidated factory, Shui Euro was tied up with her hands and hung up. At this moment she was already awake, looking at Jobin who was full of lewd smiles in front of her with an angry face. Jobin, The money owed to you, Chen Mofan has already paid it back. Why are you still doing this to me? Why are you still hurting my family? Shui Yuro's heart was filled with anger as she remembered the scene of her loved ones falling in a pool of blood. Her eyes were cold as she looked at Zhou Bin and questioned. Zhou Bin clasped Shui Yuro's chin with a rampant sneer on his face and said in an arrogant tone, asterisk 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 asterisk. Stinking. How do I do still step horse use you to teach You step horse what kind of thing Fine. I thought you asked why I was targeting you. Zhou Bin's face was filled with resentment as he pointed at the injuries on his body and growled with a grimace. Here. Look at this. Look at this. Here, and here, all hit by your poor kaiju. Since I was a kid my dad never hit me. How dare that poor hit me? I'm ing Zhou Bin. What is he? He dares to hit me? He dares to hit me. When Shui Yuro heard this, her face became even angrier. Zhou Bin was the one who picked a fight first and humiliated Merfan at every turn before he made a move on you. Right. You deserved it. Deserved? I'll go to hell with deserved. Zhou Bin's face was livid as he cursed angrily and slapped his face. A clear 5-finger mark then appeared on Shui Yuro's snow-white goose egg face. Green and purple. Stinking. What can I do if I provoke? Lousy is worth $200 million. What is he? In my eyes dog-like things. Lousy teasing the dog is not okay? Zhou Bin's face scornfully skimmed his mouth. A hint of obvious disdain in his tone. For Lousy to provoke him, that's giving him face. But instead, he still doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he hit me? How dare he hit me? Zhou Bin? I think he's just looking for death. Hearing such arrogant words, Shui Yuro was also speechless. For the first time, she knew that being provoked by Zhou Bin was Zhou Bin giving face to others. To be able to say this, Zhou Bin was arrogant to a fault. Bitch, who the hell are you putting on that speechless face for? It's okay, it's good to be breathless, and I do look forward to when you go from breathless pleasure to screaming later. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've just sent your kaiju the location. I'm going to bang you in front of him. I want to see how wonderful the look on that kaiju's face will be when he sees this image. Ha ha ha. Zhou Bin laughed triumphantly, his face full of arrogance as he pointed at the dozen or so minions behind him and said excitedly, see these brothers of mine? They've been salivating over you for a long time. So when I'm done playing, I'll let these brothers of mine get nice and cozy too. Ha ha ha. Looking at Zhou Bin, who was laughing triumphantly, Shui Yuro also laughed. Zhou Bin, do you know who the kaiju you're talking about is? Are you sure you want to be immortal with him? Zhou Bin faced disdain, asterisk 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 asterisk. I care who he is. A poor man just, lousy today is to step on him. Let him understand. Zhou Bin is not he can offend. Listening to Zhou Bin's arrogant tone, the anger in Shui Yuro's heart reached its peak as she slowly spoke. His name is Chen Mofan. As soon as these 3 words came out, Zhou Bin disdainfully bristled. Chen Mofan? What a bull asterisk 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 name. He had never even heard of it. Su Hao, who was on the side, also snorted disdainfully, thinking that he could hear the name of some big shot, and as a result, it's just such a mundane name? Ha! He really laughed. Shui Yuro looked at the disdain on their faces and laughed as well, then said, the internet likes to call him a mortal god. Boom! A single word was like a nuclear bomb detonating in the crowd. In an instant, Zhou Bin only felt as if his head had exploded. Shui Yuro's second sentence made him feel his scalp tingle and his cold hair stand on end. Where God? Zhou Bin murmured in his mind, instantly filled with fear. Those 2 words represented too much importance. Importance he simply couldn't afford. Master Tiger had been dominating Liaoqing for many years, but what happened? After offending the mortal god, he directly slapped him with 2 big mouths in front of everyone. Does Master Tiger dare to say a word of nonsense? But what about him? Mocking the mortal god for being a pauper and kidnapping his woman? Is he or she looking for death? Or are you looking for death? With just a slight thought, his whole body went limp and he sat on his butt, his body trembling like a sieve and his face was pale. The corner of Su Hao's mouth on the side also twitched fiercely. He also did not expect at all that the first thing he did when he came to Liaoqing was to offend such a big Buddha. Su Hao's mouth was full of bitter smiles, and his heart was speechless to the extreme. To the mortal gods, he was scornful, but couldn't say he was afraid, just like he never put Master Tiger in his sights. Looking at Zhou Bin, who had collapsed on the ground and was paralyzed into a ball, Su Hao shook his head helplessly. It's still a piece of slime that can't hold up the wall. The word mortal god is scary to you Liaoqing people, but as a man you don't have to be scared like this. And also tread pissed. Su Hao was filled with disgust, went up and directly came at Zhou Bin, angrily said, I'm here. What are you afraid of? What can a mortal god do? It's just a person. He's not really a god. Get thee up. Chapter 96, The Man in the Moonlight. Zhou Bin was kicked by Su Hao before he snapped out of it. He was stupefied and stiffly turned his head, glancing at Su Hao. In the next second, he hugged Su Hao's thigh and cried, Su Shao, you have to save me. Save me, the mortal god. That kid is the mortal god. I'm dead. At this moment, Jobin was a completely different person compared to his previous arrogance. How arrogant he was before, how fearful he is now. Looking at a snotty Jobin, Su Hao was full of dislike. If not for the other party's family has 40% of the stores in the old city, and the kidnapping video in his hand is just enough to threaten this goods, so that he can sell it to himself at a low price. Otherwise, he would have kicked this goods away. As a man, can't you have some backbone? Shui Yuro's face was also filled with disgust as she looked at Jobin, who was crying and howling at her feet. You want to marry her? Although she had a gentle character, she also hoped that her future man would be like a man at the top, instead of being like Jobin right now. Just hearing a name made him cry out in fear. This kind of bullying man was the most disgraceful to her. Alright, Su Hao roared. Stand up for me. The other party just said a name. You know if it's true or not. What if he's framing you? Jobin froze violently for a moment, with a touch of dullness on his face as he looked at Shui Yuro and then at Su Hao. Su Shao, you mean this lied to me? That poor bastard isn't a mortal god at all? Asterisk Nima. Stinking. You dare to lie to me. I can't slap you to death. Jobin cursed loudly and angrily, his face still with tears covered in a scowl, waving his hand and about to slap Shui Yuro. Su Hao was helpless. Why did this stupid lack always listen to the wind? Kicking Jobin to the ground, Su Hao pointed at his nose and scolded. Next time you go out you bring your brain with you. I'm just saying that there is this possibility. The word possibility is not clear. Jobin nodded with a bewildered expression, reaching out and wincing as he pointed at Shui Yuro. Then Su Shao. Are we still going to her? Su Hao even had the urge to strangle him. He really wanted to break open Jobin's brain to see what he was usually thinking about. Sighing out helplessly, Su Hao said, as you wish. With that, he then assured Jobin, don't worry, whether he is a mortal god or not, I will protect you. It's just that this favor, Zhou Shao, don't forget. Jobin hurriedly nodded his head and smiled wintry. Don't worry, Su Shao. I will never forget this favor. My brother will definitely not forget it, and will definitely prepare a big gift for you. Su Hao nodded. With Su Hao's assurance, Jobin's bottom line became sufficient, and his waistplate was also straightened up. He knew very well that Su Hao was truly powerful. Others might be afraid of the mortal gods, but he wasn't. By relying on this big shot, he, Jobin, could also walk sideways. As for what mortal gods count for nothing. He looked at Shui Yuro with that rampant cold smile on his face once again. Little, what can a mortal god do? I'm going to you today, so wait until you're ready to pant, Jobin said, taking out a bottle of grey pills, breaking open Shui Yuro's mouth and feeding it. Shui Yuro desperately struggled and twisted her body, but she was helpless with her hands tied, so even if she tried her best, she could not put up an effective resistance. Ha ha ha, little baby, the more you resist, the more excited I get. Come on, have 2 more slices. Jobin smiled broadly and grabbed a handful of medicine and stuffed it into Shui Yuro's mouth. Looking at Shui Yuro's struggling appearance, Jobin's still tear-stained face was written all over with rampant madness, once again revealing his bullying side. Completely a complete villain. On the other hand, Chen Mofan sat in the Mercedes-Benz business and quickly rushed towards the plant. A dozen Mercedes-Benz commercials were like a long dragon, cutting through the darkness of the night, and speeding toward the tattered factory building. In the car, Old Wan was sitting dangerously upright and carefully said, Boss, don't worry, Miss Shui will definitely be fine. Chen Merfan nodded, while instructing, split a team of people to go to the old city center. Look for Auntie Fatty's snack shop. The boss inside, Auntie Fatty, knows where Shui Yuro's home is, so see if there are any accidents at her home. Wang Morkai hurriedly nodded his head and sent a message to Wu Zhan, who was in the front car. Tell Wu War-in to hurry up. Don't worry about the car breaking down. I'm going to get there as fast as I can. Yes, boss. On the other side, the smugness on Jobin's face was about to overflow the corners of his mouth. Little, this is a rice-imported drug. When you take it, even a stone girl can turn into a lustful girl, chasing after you and demanding. I'm waiting for you to call out to your brother. I want the soft side of the soft goddess. I really want to see it. Jobin smiled lewdly, stuck out his tongue, and winced. It was great. Hurry up and set up the camera for me. Where are the lights? Hit me with it. Today I'm going to shoot a blockbuster movie and save it for later enjoyment. Ha ha ha. Jobin commanded his men and laughed triumphantly. Don't be in a hurry, everyone. After I finish playing I'll let you all have a good time too. This is the woman of a mortal god. Aren't you moved? Ha ha ha. The dozen or so henchmen that Jobin had brought with him all smiled lewdly when they heard this. As the saying goes, things come in groups, and Jobin's men are just like him. Each and every one of them is a lecher. Now that they heard that they could play with the women of the mortal gods, the first thing that came to their minds was not fear, but excitement. Some guys even whistled repeatedly at Shuei with a frivolous face. Su Hao on the side watched this scene with a calm expression. The 5 strong men who came with him also had a lecherous smile on their faces, and were clearly not good people either. No, I can't bear it a bit in my horse. Jobin looked at Shuei's delicate goose-egg face that had revealed a blush, and excitedly took off his clothes as soon as he could and threw them on the ground. Is the camera set up yet? I need to do something now. Speaking out of his mouth, Jobin had already been unable to resist reaching out his hand and caressing Shuei's face. Shuei shook her head back and forth in fear, her large, originally bright eyes covered in tears. Not bad, not bad. I love to see women cry. Play music. Hurry up and play me music to cheer me up. Ha ha ha. Jobin's rampant laughter echoed in the dilapidated factory building. His laughter filled with arrogance. Young Zhou is quite interested, accompanied by Jobin's loud laughter. A sentence resounded within the dilapidated barn. Although the voice of the words was calm, no matter who it was, they could hear the anger hidden underneath that calmness. These words caused Jobin, who was about to undo Shuei's underwear, to freeze. He remembered that the voice of the words was the poor bastards. No, now it should be called mortal gods. Shuei naturally also heard these words, and her eyes filled with tears were originally filled with aggression and despair. But the moment those words rang out, the despair in her eyes receded, and the light of hope surfaced in her eyes once again. There had never been a moment when she was so eager for Chen Meifan, expecting her to appear to free herself from Jobin. Now the man really showed up. Shuei only felt as if the entire world was filled with hope in this instant. Her heart, which had been in despair, was once again illuminated by light in this moment. Tears came out of her eyes, but this time no longer from fear, but from emotion. Everyone in the plant followed the sound of the words and looked out of the plant. Only the moonlight, like water, spilled down outside the dimly lit plant. A man with a slightly slim figure, bathed in moonlight, was looking into the plant with cold eyes. His eyes were like falcons, narrow and sharp, and everyone who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads to avoid his gaze. His face was bland, but underneath that blandness, everyone could feel the monstrous anger in his heart. Step by step, he stepped into the moonlight as he made his way inside the darkened plant. With each step, everyone in the plant took a step back in unison. Among them, Jobin was even unsteady on his feet and fell on his butt while retreating. He looked at the man with fear and stammered, "Where? Mortal gods." Chapter 97, The Furious Chen Meifan. Jobin's face turned pale and he sat on his butt in fear, unable to stop his mouth from murmuring, "Where? Mortal gods." Only after the 2 words were exited did he react violently. Now that he had Su Shao to cover him, there was no need for him to be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Jobin's face flushed red, and then he became annoyed and cursed. "Fan Shen, you're quite ballsy, daring to come here alone. Fine. Since a person has come, then if I don't beat you to the point of crawling out today, it will be counted as me apologizing for your pretentious stance." The surrounding words echoed in the plant, and Chen Meifan didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to them, just looking at Shuei with both eyes. He lifted his leg and walked forward step by step. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mortal god, am I talking to you? The stepping horse is deaf. Jobin cracked his mouth, an arrogant look on his face, but the words fell and still received no response, being ignored one after another. Jobin's face was a bit untenable as he looked at Chen Meifan, who was getting closer and closer, his face teasingly flirting. "I didn't realize that the famous Van God was deaf. Van God, are you still a mute? Ha ha ha." The piercing laughter echoed, but Chen Meifan still didn't answer. Su Hao on the side watched this scene, his eyes narrowed, and a cold aura kept flashing in his eyes. Chen Meifan came to Shuei's side. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, he directly made a move to untie the rope on Shuei's wrists, and gently put him down. Jobin looked at this scene, his face turning blue. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Fan Shen, you're also a bit too unselfish, right? Without saying a word, come up and want to save people. Who stepped on the horse to give you the courage? Go, today I'm going to make him kneel before me like a dog." Jobin waved his hand and said angrily, but after these words were uttered, "Those juniors he brought with him each looked at me and I looked at you." No one dared to go forward. Even Jobin himself couldn't help but take a step backward after saying this. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree, the word mortal god had long resounded throughout Liao City. Even Master Tiger was no match for the mortal god, so how could they, the little caramels, dare to charge up so boldly? No one dared to come forward after giving the order himself? Jobin's face became even more unsightly as he lifted his foot and kicked one of the juniors beside him in anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you guys to get on it. All of you want to fart eat it here? I tell you, if any of you don't get on, I'll skin him today. Hearing this, the dozen or so junior brothers then gritted their teeth and raised their legs to approach towards Chen Mofan. Shu Yuro's hands had already been untied, and she couldn't help but hug Chen Mofan, lying on his shoulder and sobbing non-stop, venting out the aggression and fear in her heart. Chen Merfan gently patted Shu Yuro's back, but his icy cold eyes swept towards the surrounding small punks who had gathered up. Looking at Chen Mofan's sharp eyes, the courage that had just risen in the hearts of these punks instantly evaporated and they stood in place in fear. One look is enough to scare everyone away. Watching this scene, Su Hao's eyes narrowed. He had thought that there were no characters in Liuqing, and that this so-called mortal god was nothing more than a waste of a bit of money. After all, the whole of China recognized that Liao City rich second generation compared to other cities. The difference is not a little bit half a point. Said that the waste is also not excessive. But now it seems that this guy is a bit of a character. But unfortunately, you met me, so ho. Thinking in his heart, Su Hao hooked up, revealing a confident smile. Jobin was completely furious. His own little brother was scared back by the other party with a single look, which made him feel humiliated and disgraced. Infuriated, he immediately picked up an iron rod on the side and ruthlessly smashed it on the back of the head of a sidekick. This stick directly smashed the little brother to the ground, his head covered in blood. I'm going to tell you one more time. Give it to me. He's only one person. You guys are scared of a chicken. Whoever treads on the horse is afraid to go on again. Treads on the horse and he is the same end. Jobin pointed the bloodstained iron rod at his fallen junior. His face twisted as he roared in anger. At this moment, the surrounding minions no longer dared to retreat, and they roared angrily and rushed up. One of them wielded an iron rod and smashed it directly towards Chen Mofan's head. And Chen Mofan didn't dodge or avoid it, as if he didn't see it. Watching the scene, Jobin's face was delighted, guessing whether this fellow Chen Mofan was scared silly. But no matter what, this stick would definitely make Chen Mofan lie here. But just then, a flying knife flung out of the doorway of the dilapidated factory building. The cool blade cut through the night sky like a dancing silver butterfly, piercing through the junior's arm. Put! In the darkness of the night, a splash of blood bloomed. The little brother held his arm in pain and wailed loudly, and the iron rod that was originally brandished also fell to the ground along with the little brother's wailing. Clunk! A crunching sound echoed through the dilapidated factory building along with a wail. And at this moment, around the plant, the people brought by Wu Zhan had already surrounded the plant in a group. Looking at this sudden appearance of dozens of people, Jobin's body trembled in fear, and his face, which was still stained with some tear stains, was instantly filled with fear. Su Hao's eyebrows also jumped, and one of the 5 burly men behind him stood out and inquired, "Boss, do we need to make a move?" Su Hao shook his head and laughed. "This is the Liaocheng people's own business. What's wrong with us getting involved? Besides, this dog-eat-dog drama, isn't it good?" Ha ha ha. Su Hao laughed out coldly. Originally, he still had the idea of helping Jobin, but now that he was looking at these dozens of people from Wu Zhan's war, the little thought in his mind instantly dissipated. At this time, naturally, protecting yourself is the main thing. The dozen or so juniors that Jobin had brought with him were settled in just a short moment by Wu Zhan and his men. Looking at this scene, the arrogance on Jobin's face completely disappeared, and at this moment, he only felt his feet soften and thought of kneeling on the ground. Seeing Su Hao on the side, Jobin seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, rolling and crawling as he quickly rushed over. Su Shao, save me, didn't you say you would bail me out?" Jobin looked at Su Hao with a pleading face, the tears in his eyes overflowing once again, cutting across his face that was filled with fear. Su Hao smiled and shook his head. His tone was flat. "Zhou Shao, this is your Liaoqing's own business. It's better for you to solve it by yourselves. What's going on if I intervene?" Hearing this, Jobin instantly turned ashen. Although he was stupid, he understood that the gap between him and the mortal god was like mud. Facing a mortal god alone, he would surely die. Thinking of this, Jobin trembled with fear and hugged Su Hao's leg, pleading, Young Su, you must save me. Didn't you just promise me?" Saying that the mortal god is nothing in front of you. As soon as these words came out, Su Hao's face instantly changed as he kicked Jobin away, then looked at Chen Merfan with a smile. "Are you the fan god? Nice to meet you. My name is Su Hao, one of the top youngsters in the 3 provinces. Oh yeah, he just tried to plant me. I think you can see that." Just a short moment, Su Hao confirmed that Chen Mofan has a powerful force, really gave up the idea of being an enemy with him, and even thought about whether or not he could ally with him to develop this big cake in the old city together. However, Chen Merfan still had no intention of paying attention to Su Hao's words. After he handed Shu Yuro over to Old Wang, he picked up a steel pipe and walked towards Jobin. This was the guy who had the audacity to kidnap the head of his Heaven's Capital program, almost forcing a change of command in his own Tennessee program, which had just begun for one night. Because of him, this could be laughed out of town if it got out. Chapter 98. Chen Mofen was enraged and picked up the iron rod and walked towards Jobin. Su Hao, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows, and a flash of obvious anger appeared on his face. The guy didn't even look at him after what he just said. He was no longer one of the top young men in the 3 provinces, and he had never been ignored like this before. And at this moment, Zhou Bin, scared to wet his diaper, he collapsed on the ground, looking at Chen Mofen who was walking towards him with an iron bar, scared less, his face crying and wailing non-stop. It wasn't until this moment that Chen Mofen spoke. I originally thought that the $5 million of medical expenses do not go on, but I did not expect. Zhou Xiao has been mindful of it. It is to cannot wait to get their hands on it. In that case, I for one like to help people. That $5 million in medical bills is yours, Zhou Xiao. As the words fell from his mouth, Chen Mofen showed no mercy and directly slammed down a stick. Jobin rolled and crawled in pain, crying and howling. Van God, let me go, let me go. I'm not the one who said I wanted to do this. I regretted it after I realized you were a mortal god. It was him, it was him, it was that Soho. He said he could fix you. He kept egging me on. Bang. It really wasn't me. Van God, it was Soho. Hearing these words, an awkward smile appeared on Su Hao's face. Van God, do you believe this? Chen Merfan still didn't answer, but only turned around and made a silent gesture to Su Hao. Su Hao's face became even more ugly. What did the other party mean? Not saying a word. Was this not putting him in his eyes? In all these years, no one had ever dared to treat him like this in this territory of the 3 provinces. Liao Chang was only one of the 3 provinces. This Chen Mofen dared to ignore him one after another. Was the other party looking for death? Or was he looking for death? Su Hao thought in his heart, feeling more and more irritated with Chen Mofen. He originally thought that we are all top young men. Haha, laugh with each other. Some misunderstandings can be passed. It is not so bad as to turn each other's face for a woman. Not to mention that this is not your woman. But looking at this attitude of Chen Mofen now, Su Hao's heart was a bit bottomless. However, he believed that the other party, who was also one of the top great young men, would never make a move against him for such a small matter. Only after beating Jobin into a blood gourd did Chen Mofen drop the iron rod in his hand, and at this moment, he raised his eyes to look at Su Hao and smiled. Your name is Soho? You finally remembered me, didn't you? Su Hao's face was a bit grim, a perfunctory smile on his face. The mortal god, finally willing to say a word to me. I thought the mortal god didn't care to talk to me, but what Su Hao didn't expect was that Chen Mofen actually nodded his head. Kind of. You, Chen Mofen, don't be too arrogant as a human being. Su Hao fiercely gritted his teeth. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Many people, even if they looked at him unfavorably, but at least they wouldn't show it. Being the same top young man, it was enough to pass the face. But Chen Mofen's approach was actually not giving him any face at all. This made him blush very hard. The fan god is still a really big bully. It's just that Chen Mofen, the 3 provinces are huge, and Liaoqing is only one of the 3 provinces, so don't think that being a bit famous and being able to call the shots in a small city puts your tail up in the air. But to this, Chen Mofen didn't answer, but asked, kidnapping Shui Euro, there's a share for you, right? Su Hao also didn't answer, and similarly asked back, we are all the same top young man. If I say that this is a misunderstanding, the mortal god should believe me. It's not so bad that they would turn on each other for the sake of a woman, right? Chen Merfan didn't reply, only his eyes became 1 point colder. When Su Hao saw that Chen Merfan had no intention of answering, his face became even more ugly. His eyes were icy cold as he threatened, the fan god wouldn't be thinking of making a move against me. Su Hao, I advise you not to do so as such a thought would be too stupid. The 5 strong men behind Su Hao, when they heard this, took a step forward in unison and protected Su Hao behind them. Fan Shun, to introduce to you, these 5 are all top foreign mercenaries. It's not a problem for them to fight 1 against 10. If the mortal gods want to move, those little yakuza under you, but Chen Merfan, who heard this, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Su Hao heard a hint of obvious contempt in the laughter and said angrily, what's so damn funny? Su Hao still didn't hear a reply to this inquiry, as Chen Mofen had already answered him with his actions. Chen Merfen's face was bland as he lifted his leg and walked towards Su Hao. Seeing this, Wu Zhan flicked his wrist and a dagger appeared in his hand, following Chen Mofen forward. Asterisk. Su Hao furiously clenched his fist violently. He realized that Chen Mofen was just stepping on a crazy person. For the sake of a woman he would even turn his face against a top young man like him. It seemed to him to be a losing proposition. he was somewhat undeterred and spoke again. Chen Mofen, are you really prepared to seek death? There was still no response. All there was Chen Mofen walking towards him with a bland face. Su Hao was completely furious. Chen Mofen. In my Su Hao's eyes. What the hell are you? Give me on. When the 5 strong men heard this, they quickly rushed out. But before they could come to Chen Mofen, Wu Zhan, Qin Ku and the others had already taken the lead in welcoming them. 5 on 5. Fighting on both sides of each other. As for Chen Mofen, his face was calm as he calmly stepped through the 10 people who were fighting and arrived in front of Su Hao. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped his mouth. Pop! Crunching sounds echoed through the dilapidated factory building along with the sounds of fighting. Su Hao was dumbfounded. You got slapped in the mouth yourself? Ever since he was a child, no one had ever dared to treat him like that. Su Hao's face became hideous in a flash as he looked at Chen Mofen. But before he could say a word, Chen Mofen backhanded him and slapped him in the face with another mouth. Pop! This mouth slapped back hard Su Hao's growl that had reached the edge of his mouth, and he bared his teeth in pain. Pop! Before he could go and rub his face, Chen Mofen slapped his mouth down again. Pop! 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 One mouth followed by a succession of mouths. Chen Mofen didn't pause and directly slapped Su Hao with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. And Chen Mofen didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. At this moment, Su Hao was completely furious as he growled at his men. You 5 losers, why don't you take care of these little yakuza as soon as possible? A roar was shouted out, and Su Hao looked up, dumbfounded. 5 of his own hand-picked henchmen had been blocked by the 5 men sent out by Chen Mofen? When were his own men such losers? No, it wasn't that his own men were trash, but that Chen Mofen's men were also strong, and he owns dozens of them. This thought rose in Su Hao's mind, instantly filling his heart with bitterness. If he had known that, then why would he have been so proud of it? Zhou Bin, who was covered in blood, saw this scene and completely despaired. He wanted to cry in despair. Even Su Hao wasn't a match for the mortal god. Yet he, this little Karami, was jumping around in front of the mortal god. What difference was there between looking for death? Zhou Bin completely cried at this moment. He regretted it, really regretted it. Regretted why he was pretending in the snack bar. Regretted why he kidnapped Shui Euro. Even more so, he regretted why he had to fight against a stone with an egg after learning that the other party was a mortal god. Isn't he just actively begging for abuse? Until the siren sounded, Chen Mofen's mouth never stopped, smacking Su Hao mouth after mouth. This guy was also involved in the kidnapping, and Chen Mofen was considered sorry if he didn't send him a hospitalization package. Chapter 99, Killing with a Knife. Tempest led a quick encirclement of the plant. The first moment she entered the factory building, she saw Chen Mofen furiously slapping Su Hao's big mouth. She hurriedly walked over and pulled Chen Mofen's arm. Chen Mofen, that's enough. He should be concussed if you keep slapping him. Look, your face is swollen like a bun. It's not even human. Only then did Chen Merfan stop and slowly said, he and Zhou Bin, these two carried out a kidnapping. Kidnapping the person in charge of one of my projects, which is this Miss Shui Euro. Tempest nodded. The incident had been mentioned in the previous report. Tang Fei took out her handcuffs and walked towards Su Hao and Zhou Bin. Both of you, get up and come with us. Su Hao sucked in cool air from the pain. He now felt as if he had no feeling in his face. However, when he heard this, he still shook his head at first and pulled out his cell phone, handing it to Tang Fei and signaling her to watch. On his cell phone was a video of Zhou Bin rehearsing his kidnapping earlier. With this video testimony, it's completely clear that he was one of the victims. Chen Mofen was a bit surprised. This Su Hao had grown a brain, and knew to find a scapegoat in advance. It was just so easy for him to want to get it over with. At the very least, he, Chen Mofen, would not simply slap him a few times and let him off like that. Zhou Bin was completely dumbfounded. Before Su Hao said to take him for a rehearsal, he was still very grateful to Su Hao at that time. But now look, which is to help him this is to take him as a scapegoat. Asterisk proposed? Of Soho. Zhou Bin roared, red-eyed, and directly rushed towards Su Hao, and after pressing him to the ground, he went crazy and swung his fist towards Su Hao. Tang Fei wanted to block it. Chen Mofen smiled. Look at this opportunity not to come. As he pulled Tang Fei, he smiled and said, that pretty girl, I want to ask, how long should I be sentenced for repeated kidnapping, raping, assaulting others, and organizing large-scale criminal activities, when the crimes are combined with penalties? Tang Fei understood with just a slight thought, which was Chen Mofen's inquiry. This was clearly stimulating Zhou Bin. She glared at Chen Mofen and tried to break away from his hand, but Chen Mofen was full of smiles. That look was almost like a good old boy, a far cry from his previous ruthlessness. Combined punishment for several crimes. I guess how it has to be 20 years to start. The probability of life imprisonment or death penalty is a bit more. Chen Mofan smiled and continued. When Zhou heard this, he was as angry as a mad cow, and his fists fell on Su Hao's head like a torrential rain. While wailing in pain, Su Hao growled angrily at Chen Meifan. Chen Mofan, you don't stimulate him anymore, killing people with a borrowed knife. You are too damn sinister. Tong Fei looked at Chen Mofan, who was pulling himself up, with a strange look on his face, and helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is this really a mortal god? One moment fierce as a hungry wolf, the next cunning as a fox, looking at Su Hao, who had fallen to the ground and was being painfully beaten. A trace of pity flashed in Tong Fei's eyes. She didn't understand why that guy on the ground was messing with Chen Mofan. You see, there's no running away from this concussion. Ugh. It was only after 5 minutes of beating that an uncle broke through the enthusiastic counseling of Wu Jia and the others and ran over, pulling the two apart. In 5 minutes, Zhou overplayed his hand and directly beat Su Hao to death. But after wearing handcuffs, Zhou cried, as a deflated ball collapsed in place. He knew that he was finished. His whole life was finished. Remorse, like a flood, instantly overwhelmed him. Both Soho and Zhou were taken away. Chen Mofan was originally supposed to be brought in for questioning as well, but given his good behavior, has arrested a number of criminals for the police department, specially opened a back door for him, accompanied by police officers, making statements, and this person is not Tang Fei, but this big beautiful girl, was also supported by Chen Mofan to wherever Wang Motsai was with a single stroke. Now Wang Motsai is getting more and more like an old greaseball, flirting with people that are all set for Tang Fei, a big police girl just out of the campus. Not to say that it was a handful, it was also easy to handle. And at this moment, Shui Euro's medication had begun to gradually kick in, and Chen Mofan helped her walk into the Mercedes-Benz business. Just as he was about to close the car door, Wu War approached. His face was hesitant, and he opened his mouth several times before speaking. That boss, I want to take a few days off. Chen Mofan thought it was something? Dare I say it's about taking a vacation? Do you have to open your mouth for a long time and not be able to say a word about this? What is it? Something at home? Chen Mofan inquired. Wu Zhan nodded. It's a bit of a troublesome matter. Don't worry boss, I'll come back at the first opportunity after I've solved it. Okay, if something happens, you go ahead and fix it. And don't say anything about taking a vacation. The salary will be paid as it is. And if you have any difficulties, contact me. Contribute people, energy, and money, all of it. Chen Mofan still valued Wu Zhan, not to mention other things, just boxing and kicking. Wu Zhan was even stronger than Xu Feng, the 5 big men brought by Su Hao. The strongest one among them, couldn't even walk under Wu Zhan for 10 moves before Wu Zhan kicked and broke his right leg joint. However, when it came to marksmanship, Wu Zhan was a shade weaker than Xu Feng, but he was still of first-class caliber. When Wu Zhan heard this, he bowed deeply to Chen Mofan. Boss, don't worry, I promise to come back? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Chen Mofan was a bit confused and was about to open his mouth to ask, when Wu Zhan had already turned around and walked away. Coincidentally, at this time, Shui Euro's medication kicked in and reached out her hands to hug Chen Mofan from behind him. Mayor Fan, what happened to my family? Don't worry, the news just came in that they are all fine and have awakened in the hospital. Hearing these words, Shui Euro completely let go of her heart. The sobriety she insisted on also dissipated at this moment, completely controlled by lust. Thank you, Mayor Fan. Shui Euro exhaled her breath like orchids, and gently opened her mouth in Chen Mofan's ear, her warm words sounding like a stream of hot air, gently fluttering in Chen Mofan's ear, making him itchy and impatient. Mayor Fan, do I look beautiful to you? Shui Euro's pretty face, which was full of redness, carried a touch of tenderness and shyness unique to women, and like a beautiful snake, she wrapped herself around him from behind. A pair of small snow-white hands, even more so, couldn't help but caress his chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell's gonna take this? Chen Mofan murmured a sentence, forcing calmness, but Shui Euro was worthy of being the goddess of tenderness. Her beauty and softness, at this moment, played to the extreme. Her jade-like 5 fingers gently traced circles on his chest, between the half-touch and the half-touch. It was even more ticklish. Then, all the way down, over the belly, vaguely, it was like a little cat's paw, clawing at the tip of his heart, scratching and scratching and scratching. Chen Mofan only felt his blood speeding up and rushing towards his heavenly cap, causing his gasping breath to involuntarily thicken by 1 point. Mayor Fan, why don't you say something? With a gasp, Shui Euro's rosy lips opened and closed, gently biting Chen Mofan's earlobe. Chen Mofan only felt his entire body tremble, and the cold hairs on his body stood up, being teased one after another. Chen Mofan felt that his sanity was being tossed around by this kitten, but this kitten doesn't know enough and goes further and further down the road of death. Grabbing Chen Mofan's hand, Shui Euro placed it on her chest as soon as she could. Mare fan, have you ever kneaded dough? Can I teach you how to knead dough? Chen Mofan face instantly red. Really did not see out. This water Euro play more bold than him, but also knead dough? Mare fan, I still have the bear in here? Do you want to look for it? Shui Euro gently bit Chen Mofan's earlobe. Her voice was crispy and glutinous, carrying temptation as she softly opened her mouth in Chen Mofan's ear. Without waiting for Chen Mofan to reply, Shui Euro pulled open her top and pressed Chen Mofan's head down. The touch of skin to skin caused Chen Mofan's body to tremble. This is a leprechaun. Chen Mofan only felt that the moment his skin touched, all of his sanity instantly disappeared. Hold back. Hold back. Chapter 100. Shooting a movie is more important than human life. The old man won't stand for it. Chen Mofan roared in his heart. Kada. Just when he was about to pounce on Shui Euro for a Mercedes-Benz car shock, a sound of a door opening rang out, and Chin Ku, who was driving in front of him, had a sarcastic smile on his face. That boss? I'm getting off. I'm getting off. I didn't see anything. This sardonic laugh pulled Chen Mofan's sanity back. Boss, I'll be back in half an hour. I'll clear you now. Seeing Chen Mofan's impatient face, Chin Ku hurriedly spoke. Back to your sister. You drive me to the hospital now. Chen Mofan roared in anger and knocked Shui Euro in his arms out with a slap. He didn't think he was any kind of decent person, and he was quite fond of Shui Euro in the past 2 days of contact with her. But he didn't have an exposure fetish either, didn't he? Chin Ku opened the door to remind him. This damn can be in the scene. So many people watching. If the Mercedes car up and down shaking up, who all know this inside what to do. The car is in the way, but it's damn near as good as being live. He doesn't have that kind of exposure fetish. Chin Ku nodded hurriedly and stepped on the gas. Arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Chen Mofan held the unconscious Shui Euro and hurriedly ran in. At this moment, Shui Euro's entire body was red, and the lust in her body had reached its peak. If you don't release it again, you can easily burn your body out. The nurses at the hospital also noticed Shui Euro's condition and pushed in a stretcher and got a doctor. Dr. Lee, this young lady has been fed oxycodone. Please take a quick look. Dr. Lee hurriedly came up and after turning over Shui Euro's eyes and looking at them carefully, his eyes glanced at Chen Mofan in disgust and said angrily, what was fed to your girlfriend should be a strong aphrodisiac, right? This is obviously an overdose. And now that the drug has kicked in, if it's not expelled from the body as soon as possible, the girl will burn her body in the lightest case, and in the heaviest case, she might suffocate and die. Chen Mofan scratched his head. He wanted to say that he didn't feed this medicine, but now was not the time to explain. There was no time to lose. Quickly, prepare the resuscitation room as soon as possible. Dr. Lee anxiously said. Hearing this, the little nurse made a mistake and said in a difficult manner. Dr. Lee, it's strange to say that today. The resuscitation rooms on the other floors are all full. And there's only one. Then get ready. Quickly, the girl can't afford to be delayed. The little nurse pinched the corner of her coat and whispered. Dr. Lee, this resuscitation room is also occupied? Have you forgotten that the dean's friend said he wants to make a documentary about the hospital and is filming the resuscitation room? The dean gave special instructions not to disturb them. Nonsense. Dr. Lee angrily rebuked, saying, immediately tell them to vacate the infirmary. The patients don't have much time left. Hurry up. The little nurse heard this and rushed over, but he just went in not even more than 2 minutes before he was pushed out. A dry and thin man with a ponytail and black-rimmed glasses with an impatient face pushed the little nurse out, cursing under his breath. Not you guys, what's going on? Still want to do it? Do not know that I am your dean's friend? Still dare to come to disturb? You want to die, is it? Roll on, roll on. A touch of aggravation flashed across the little nurse's face as she patiently explained. Sir, we do have someone here who needs first aid. Can you please be accommodating? But the ponytailed man's face is brutal, and even directly said, you first aid has nothing to do with me, and it is not I want a first aid. Love to die or not. What has to do with me? These merciless words made a touch of anger appear on the face of the little nurse, holding back her anger, patiently explaining, sir, human lives are at stake. When we finish the first aid, immediately vacate the resuscitation room for you. Do you think it's okay? Can a fart? Ponytail man attitude arrogant pointing to the small nurse. Attitude brutal humiliation. You deaf. Told you. Lousie's documentary are shot to half. You ing with me to say Tang resuscitation room. You are not a brain problem. Do you realize how valuable our tape is? How much the whole crew spends in a day? I can scare you to death by saying it. And human life is a matter of life and death is nothing in front of the cost of our crew. The ponytailed man looked at the little nurse with disdain and said arrogantly, and finally waved his hand impatiently, as if driving away livestock, and humiliated him. Roll on, roll on. What a thing. An uninformed thing. Bah! The little nurse's face was angry, but there was nothing she could do. The other guy was friends with their dean and it would be easy to fire her. She could only endure in the face of these humiliations. Watching this scene, Chen Mofan's gaze turned cold, and at this moment, Shui Euro on the stretcher was already red in the face, just like a fire. She unconsciously tugged at her clothes and murmured in a small voice, "It's hot. I'm so hot. I'm so uncomfortable. I feel like I can't breathe." Dr. Li, who was beside him, heard this and anxiously said, "The patient cannot be delayed. There is not much time left. He must be sent to the resuscitation room as soon as possible. I'll go and talk to them." Dr. Li said, walking quickly. "This gentleman, I am a doctor in this hospital. We do have a patient here in critical condition." Before Dr. Li could finish, the ponytailed man snorted and interrupted. "Ha, not this hospital of yours? How come there are so many deaf people? Told you guys, when we're done filming and she's in critical condition, you let her die. It's just as well. There's a funeral supply store right next to the hospital. I'll buy her a wreath later. That'll always work. It's so damned interesting. We just want to make a good documentary. How come these come over to bother us all day long? They are all sick." This kind of upside-down black and white words can be said. In their eyes, a human life, but not as important as they shoot, really make people angry. As soon as the ponytailed man's arrogant words fell, Chen Mofan directly kicked over. Bang! With a pop, the ponytailed man crashed through the door of the resuscitation room directly behind him and fell into it. This sudden move caused Dr. Li and the little nurse to be startled, and both of them looked at Chen Mofan with shocked faces. They froze, but Chen Mervan did not. Dr. Li, I'll trouble you next, Chen Meifan reminded in a low voice. Hearing this, Dr. Li reacted hastily. Quickly, push the patient into the resuscitation room. What are you guys doing? We're in the middle of a shoot? You guys are sick. Pushing patients inside. In the resuscitation room, the two men stood up, first glancing at the ponytailed man who fell on the ground holding his stomach and wailing, then cursed with an angry face, cursing as he pushed the stretcher outward as hard as he could. Because of too much force, the two little nurses were pushed back and forth. Shui Euro on the stretcher even almost fell off the stretcher and hit the ground. Who stepped on the horse to push the patient in. I want a mirror in the end. A mirror in the end. But also stepped on the horse to say how many times. Just shot the section of the whole ing ruined. In the emergency room, a middle-aged fat man with a big belly stood up, pointing at Shui Euro on the stretcher and said angrily, "Don't you know that my shooting is 100 times more important than resuscitation? Throw this patient out immediately, and I'll take the blame for anything that happens." The middle-aged fat man was the director. His chest beat loudly and arrogantly. This kind of person even delayed the treatment of patients to save people. Can say so arrogant and domineering? Chen Mofan is really angry. Without saying a word, he walked straight in, grabbed the middle-aged director by the hair, and forcefully dragged him outward. At the same time, he angrily said to Qin Ku, "There's one here that counts. Except for the doctors and nurses, all of them will be thrown out for me. Anyone who doesn't want to get out, or ink a word, just throw them out of the resuscitation room." Yes. As Chen Mofan's words fell, Qin Ku took the lead and directly rushed in. At the two men who had been pushing the stretcher earlier, he took it in stride. Chapter 101. Shui Euro was moved to tears. Those two people still wanted to resist, but Qin Ku directly punched one of them on the temple. The man's eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted on the spot. The other person, scared to death, turned around and wanted to run. Qin Ku grabbed him by the hair and directed an electric cannon at his waist. The last person squatted on the ground in pain, holding his stomach and wailing non-stop, but just as he howled twice, someone who came in from behind covered his mouth and grabbed him and threw him out of the resuscitation room. The middle-aged director was grabbed by Chen Mofan's hair. His mouth resounded with pig-killing screams. A big fat face, red with pain. Do you know who I am? I'm a well-known director. Yu Jiu. Kid, do you not want to live? I can make you disappear from the face of the earth just by lifting a finger. Do you believe me? Listening to these threatening words, the force on Chen Mofan's hand then increased. Yu Jiu's screams then resounded throughout the hospital. Ow. Kid, don't tug. Old man's hair. Kid, you're dead on your feet. If Yu Jiu, don't get you killed, I'll take your last name. Chen Mofan threw Yu Jiu in the corner of the hospital, and then raised his foot and kicked Yu Jiu's head, directly kicking him to cry and screaming, and the pig-killing screams were resounding in all corners of the hospital. Ow. Boy, stop kicking. I allow you to reconcile. Ow. Boy, I can know the white family behind this hospital. White Feather, the two of us are good brothers. do you really want to be immortal with me? Hearing this, Chen Mofan stopped and looked at Yu Zhu. How could White Feather know such a person? Chen Mofan thought of himself as never being a good person, but he couldn't do something as disgusting as Yu Zhu. For Chen Mofan, this kind of person, whose heart is black, is a disgusting thing to know, but now, White Feather even recognized it, and was still a good brother? Chen Mofan suddenly felt a bit disgusted with Baiyu. At this moment, White Feather was at home straddling a young model to make adult games, and was in the heat of the moment, when he suddenly felt his nose itch and sneezed out. Strange, who has nothing to read about me at night? Seeing Chen Mofan finally stop, Yu Zhu thought that he was afraid, and a smug sneer then appeared on his face. The kid. The two words had just been uttered when Yu Zhu realized with horror that Chen Mofan had lifted his foot up again. Bang! Ow! A pig-killing wail resounded through the hospital. Dr. Li and the nurses, who were busy, were so scared that their whole body trembled when they heard this wail. In fact, the shock in their hearts hadn't dissipated at all, and they were still thinking back to the bloody image they had just seen. That was really thrown out one by one, and whoever dared to disobey, went up and got a big electric shock, knocked the person out and threw them right out of the hospital. The speed, it was a whirlwind. One person after another was thrown out, and in a matter of moments, the resuscitation room was emptied with frightening efficiency. Steadying himself, Dr. Li got busy. Fortunately, it was delivered in time, and the resuscitation went very smoothly, and the oxycodone in Shui Yuro's body was quickly expelled from her body. After the resuscitation was completed, Shui Yuro remained unconscious and was placed in a ward. Chen Meifan was also ready to come back to the East University. So look, this is still back to what directly Chaperone got. That night, Chen Mofan accompanied Shui Yuro. The next day, early in the morning, Shui Yuro woke up leisurely, and the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Chen Mofan, who was lying on the side of the bed asleep. Looking at Chen Mofan's sleeping face, Shui Yuro's heart warmed. Had he been by his side last night? A scene about last night surfaced in her mind. Remembering the image of herself being controlled by the aphrodisiac and frantically looking for Chen Mofan to make love to her, Shui Yuro's face flushed violently, all over with petulance. But under his own so crazy attack, this man in front of him still didn't take advantage of the situation, but desperately tried to save himself and let himself leave his innocence. Thinking of this, Shui Yuro only felt as if her heart had been struck by a sledgehammer, and a stream of warmth then surged through her entire body. She knew very well that no man would say no in that situation last night. She could understand that, but there would still be a little pang in her heart. But now, Chen Mofan used his perseverance to keep for himself the first time that a woman cared about the most. This kindness, this care, filled Shui Yuro's heart with emotion. Twice, 2 times in a row he could have gotten me easily, but he didn't. Again, he saved me twice, Shui Yuro thought in her heart. Looking at Chen Mofan's sleeping face, she couldn't help but lower her head and gently kissed Chen Mofan on the side of his face. Boo! A soft sound echoed in the silent ward, and Shui Yuro's face blushed at that moment when she heard this soft sound. Thinking back to the crazy actions she had just made, Shui Yuro complained to herself in her mind. Shui Yuro, why are you still a little horny girl? How dare you take the initiative to kiss a man? You, so shameless, Shui Yuro thought with a reddened face, but she looked at Chen Meifan and smiled with a red face again. This man is really attractive, isn't he? Handsome, rich in gold, more importantly, very elegant, manly, will not take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of you, but instead, 3 times out of 3 times, in the most desperate time you fell from the sky, to save you. Such a man is worthy of her love. Chen Mofan opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the water Yuro who was staring stupidly at her red face, and wondered, you're awake. How come the aphrodisiacs haven't been completely discharged out of the body yet? How is your face so red? Yikes! Chen Mofan, why are you awake? Shui Yuro's face instantly turned even redder, covering her face, not daring to look at Chen Meifan. It was only after a while that she separated her 5 fingers to reveal a small slit, looking shyly at Chen Mofan through the gap. Meeting Chen Mofan's eyes, Shui Yuro hurriedly put her 5 fingers together again to avoid Chen Mofan's line of sight. Looking at such a cute side of Shui Yuro, Chen Mofan smiled and reached out to rub Shui Yuro's head. Stop rubbing it. If you rub it your hair will get messed up. Then I'm recombing it for you. Okay, good. Shui Yuelian lowered her hand and smiled. Chen Mofan gentled a bit and took the initiative to grab Shui Yuro's small hand. In the hand delicate, like a top-quality sheep fat beautiful jade, but there is no trace of jade hard texture. There is just like cotton like pronounced soft, as if boneless. Shui Yuro's face flushed, and she didn't struggle, but let Chen Meifan hold it. The atmosphere became ambiguous in a split second. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you, both blushing slightly. Only after a long time did Shui Yuro open her mouth in a gentle tone and inquired, Merfan, yesterday was such a good opportunity. Why didn't you? Well, want me? Chen Mofan really wanted to say that he couldn't help it yesterday and wanted to take Shui Euro, but so many people were watching, he wasn't interested in playing live. But that's the kind of big truth he's not going to tell, only to see Chen Mofan gently smile. A girl's first time is all very precious, although I also want it very much, but I can't let you lose your first time in an unconscious state, it would be too unfair for you. So even if I'm suffocating and about to explode, I can't do this kind of thing while I'm in trouble. These words moved Shui Euro's eyes to mist up. Sure enough, just as she thought, Chen Mofan is not the kind of villain who takes advantage of people's danger. He is a gentleman with poise and even more warmth. At this instant, the touching in Shui Euro's heart reached its peak. She couldn't stand it any longer and hugged Chen Mofan, her rosy lips kissing up at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan's body stiffened. Old man was forced by a woman. No, as a man, old man must get back with a vengeance. With that in mind, Chen Mofan wrapped his arms around Shui Euro's water snake-like waist, keeping her body close to his own. Chapter 102, Kneading Dough Together. Boinging, Shui Euro's pretty face flushed. She shyly reached out her hand and slowly hugged Chen Mofan as well. The two fell onto the bed together and kissed obliviously. The two didn't want to part until they couldn't get their breath. Looking at each other's faces close to each other, both of their eyes were a bit mesmerized. Chen Merfan tenderly helped Shui Euro smooth the messy hair around her ears, looked at the panting Shui Euro, and slowly opened his mouth. Remember last night when you said you would teach me to knead the dough? Shui Euro's face flushed red, her head lowered, and she shyly bit down on Chen Merfan's shoulder. Only then did he blush and nod softly. After doing this one simple action, she shyly buried her head in Chen Mofan's arms. Looking at Shui Euro's petulance, Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed and said with an inch of his life, "Then what if I want to learn now?" Shui Euro didn't reply, but only used her hand to gently pound Chen Merfan's shoulder. What does that mean? Is that a yes or a no? Chen Mofan was a bit confused, but just when he was confused, Shui Euro's small, soft and boneless hand held his hand, and her other hand even pulled over the quilt on the hospital bed and covered the two of them in it. Afterward, Chen Mofan felt his big hand being guided by Shui Euro's small hand. Step by step, he entered a certain mysterious area. There was Chen Mofan's long-desired kitchen, where Shui Euro was going to teach him how to knead dough. The moment the reel and face, the two bodies at the same time trembled. Shui Euro was even more charming, wooing a sound. This cry, soft and glutinous, etched people's minds, causing Chen Mofan's eyes to redden at that moment. Immediately, both hands came together and played the art of right and left hand fighting. Shui Euro shyly hugged Chen Mofan's neck tightly right away. Her face was so red that it was about to drip out of the water, and she wooed incessantly. That is, the occasion is not appropriate. Otherwise, the animal blood-boiling Chen Mofan not this initiative to seduce his big school flower to do, are considered to be sorry for the water Euro's education grace. It took a full hour of tossing and turning before the two reluctantly parted. At this moment, Shui Euro's blush was almost to the root of her ears, and with her eyes closed, she didn't dare to look at Chen Mofan at all. This posture made Chen Mofan's animal blood boil the more he looked at it, and at the moment, he felt like he couldn't hold it any longer. Well, that's when there was a knock on the door. Clang! 3 clicks later, 2 minutes passed before the door to the room opened. Outside the door, Wang Richard carried a lunchbox in his hand and looked at Chen Merfan, who was already seated. Both of their faces still had an unbroken redness on them, and with just one glance, Wang Mokai knew what had happened. However, his face was as usual, and he laughed. "Boss, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought you breakfast from our Wang Xiang pavilion," Wang Mokai said, raising the huge food box in his hand. The moment these words came out, Shui Euro's stomach grumbled on the spot. Yuzo should be starving. Just in time. Bring it over. Wang Motsai hurriedly smiled and placed the lunchbox on the bedside table in front of the hospital bed, and then put down the small tabletop for eating on the hospital bed. Place the packaged buns, donuts, soy milk, and a range of other eats on a small table board. So much? It smells so good. Brother Wang, thank you so much. Shui Euro looked at the food in front of her and brightened up, then smiled and said to Wang Mokai, "You're welcome, ma'am. Let's see if it's to your liking. If I don't find it satisfactory, I'll go change it again." The word madam caused Shui Euro's face to turn red as she whispered in defense. "I'm not." The mouth was saying this, but the hooked corners of the mouth clearly revealed a hint of joy. The two were eating when Dr. Li walked in. "Oh, quite a breakfast for you little couple." Chen Merfan smiled and nodded, then said, "Dr. Li, thank you so much for last night. Did you have breakfast? Do you want to eat something together?" Dr. Li smiled and shook his head. "No, I've already eaten in the morning. I'm coming over now just to come over and check to see if the drug effect in your girlfriend's body has completely dissipated." After these words were uttered, Dr. Lee, with reproach in his eyes, glanced at Chen Mofan and admonished in a serious tone. I know that you youngsters all like to play some tricks nowadays, but you should pay attention to the dosage of medication while playing tricks. Just look at you. How dangerous it was yesterday. How can you give your girlfriend so many aphrodisiacs? Chen Meifan's face was embarrassed. On the side, Shui Euro let out a pft and laughed out loud as she explained. Dr. Lee, you've blamed him wrongly. Yesterday, it was someone who was plotting against me, forcing me to eat a lot of aphrodisiacs. It wasn't him. On the contrary, it was him who saved me. When this came out, Dr. Lee was filled with embarrassment. Remembering that last night, he had also looked at Chen Mofan with disgust in his eyes, which made him feel very embarrassed. That, young man, I am sorry, misunderstood you. Here I apologize to you. You do not have a general understanding with me. Chen Mofan smiled and shook his head. He had a very good feeling about this Dr. Lee, daring and courageous, and putting saving lives in the first place. It could be said that he was a real white angel. This is the kind of person who must be promoted when he has the chance. As he was thinking, the door to sickbay's room was opened again. Yu Jiu, with his head covered in bandages, commanded a group of people and walked into the hospital room. That we will shoot in this ward today, tell the patient. Don't disturb us when we shoot. Lie honestly in the hospital bed. Got it? But don't run into that group like yesterday. It's really delaying the progress of my shooting. That is, I don't know where that group of went. Otherwise, I have to give them a good clean up. Chen Mofan looked at Yu Zhu, who directly barged into the ward, looked at the head full of bandages on this guy, carefully recognized for a while, before seeing that this guy was not the guy who was kicked violently by himself last night. It seems like the bastard hasn't learned his lesson at all. Still with this arrogant and bossy demeanor, barging into the hospital room without anyone's consent. Besides, a hospital is a place to save lives and heal the sick. How can you go and play with art when you don't treat a good patient? Chen Mofan was also drunk. Those patients, now lie down properly. Say you, the one who eats. Hurry up and lie down for me. Don't delay our shooting, no? Delayed. You compensate not. Yu Zhu was condescendingly saying commanding words, but halfway through his words, he saw Chen Mofan beside the hospital bed, froze violently, and then came the sentence. After he was kicked unconscious last night, he woke up in the morning wanting revenge. For this reason, he had hired 2 black boxers, who seemed to say they were fierce fighters under Master Tiger. But the fighters came and he was confused. Where'd that kid go? I haven't seen him all night. Has the kid left the hospital? Or has he gone into the ward to stay with the nurses? It's such a big hospital. How long will it take to find each ward? Yu Zhu had no choice but to choose to reshoot, not realizing that he had just entered a hospital room and saw this kid at a glance. It was clearly God's way of helping him to get his revenge. Yu Zhu laughed then, but when he did, he pulled the wound on his face and ate his teeth in pain. Tramp brat. Finally let me find you. Do you know that I've been looking for you this morning? Chen Mofan frowned. What is wrong with this person? Looking for him to find him. How does this say so ghostly? It's just as if he had abandoned him. My brother can start a mess, but he will never end it. Stop. Just talk. Why are you talking as if I've been with you? Chen Mofan said with a look of disgust. Yu Zhu froze for 2 seconds, blinking halfway through the 2 small eyes that were exposed outside the gauze. Kid, you damn dare to play smart with me. Today I damn not beat you to kneel down and shout master. I'll follow your surname. Chapter 103, A Family. Chen Merfan smiled faintly. Sorry about that. I'm not in the habit of accepting sons, so you don't have to take my last name. Kid, you're looking for death. Yu Zhu's face grimaced as he roared, waved his hand, and said, go on, beat me up. I'll pay for the medical expenses. Hearing Yu Zhu's words, 2 fighters stepped forward, but just as he took a step, he violently froze in place. The 2 of them glanced at Chen Mofan and froze, rubbing their eyes fiercely to confirm that they had not seen any blurred vision. 2 words coincidentally surfaced in their minds. Isn't this a ing mortal god? That time they broke into the Imperial Hall with Master Tiger in a rage. But how great it was going in, how lousy it was coming out. Even Master Tiger was slapped twice by the mortal god. Now, these 2 little shrimps of their own. How dare they come to trouble the mortal god? Is this too long for you? With just a thought in their minds, the 2 felt as if their legs and stomachs were shaking. Yu Zhu didn't even know what the 2 fighters were thinking. At the moment his face was smug and he glanced at Chen Mofan with contempt. Kid, know who these 2 are? They're fighters, and they'll beat you like a child. I advise you to be sensible and hurry up to crawl over to me and kneel down well. If you behave well, when I'm happy, I might even be able to spare you this time. Yu Zhu said, grinning triumphantly, his green and purple face churning with fat. Chen Mofan on this, helpless. He doubted that the doctor is not the gauze wrapped around the eyes of this goods. Can't the bastard see that these two are afraid to move? Yuju smiled and laughed, but also realized that something was wrong. How come the two fighters he paid well for aren't moving? Come on you two, don't worry about breaking it. I told you, I'll pay for the medical bills. Fight me hard, tough. The two fighters were on the verge of tears as they cursed angrily in their minds. This is a mortal god in front of me. They still dare to open their teeth and claws in the face of a mortal god. What's the matter? Are you fat? Without the slightest hesitation, the two fighters turned around and walked away. As they brushed past Yujimbo, the two fighters didn't forget to warn, if you want to die, do it yourself and leave us out of it, okay? Said the man, looking at Yuju like he was looking at you. Yuju scratched his head in confusion. What the hell does that mean? But if those two left, wouldn't he still have to get beat up again? Thinking of this, Yuju's fearful heart trembled, somewhat regretting that he had just said so many pretentious words. His face stiffened as he turned his head and looked at Chen Mofan, revealing a smile that was worse than crying. That, big brother just kidding with you. What? Funny or not? Ha. Juju smiled with embarrassment on his face, the only two small eyes that weren't bandaged, blinking and full of fear, looked at Chen Mofan. Looking at this hilarious scene, Shui Euro let out a pft and laughed out loud. Seeing this, Yuju immediately climbed up the pole. You see, big brother, that younger sibling smiled, should be quite happy. That, you guys continue in the ward, continue to should eat, should drink, don't need to send me Yuju said, immediately turning around and fleeing outward, closing the door to his room. The awkward smile on Yujimbo's face did its best to turn somber. Mud, how dare laugh at me, and that brat, a little yakuza, if I don't get you guys killed, I'll take your name. Yushu cursed madly in the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to let Chen Mofan kneel in front of him right now, so he could also take the opportunity to kick Chen Mofan wildly to get out of his anger. Look at this ing kid beat me up. He's a ing beaker demon. Not to mention his head was bandaged and his face was damn near dry and green. No, biker is even biker, with his entire head showing nothing but his eyes. In mummies. Yuju was thinking about it when a person walked by in front of him. The dude was just like him. His head was wrapped up tightly except for his eyes. The point is that there is no injury at all on his lower body, and he is wearing a suit and tie, exactly like him. Like me? What the is this? Yuju was furious and went up for a kick. Suha was helpless, and after giving his statement last night, he was released early this morning. Even though he was released, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head, and later, he was also mounted by Jobin for a crazy output. But you say you ing hit you just hit. Special picking the wounded place round, just to the head. It gave him a ing concussion. No, I just came to the hospital and my head is wrapped up like a dumpling. Damn, proper beaker demon now. Was about to leave the hospital and go out to find a place to let off some steam. Just walking through the corridor, he saw a buddy, who was actually in the same ing line as him, which was ing beaten, like a ing grandson, just leaving two little eyes on the outside, and he almost laughed then, forced himself to walk by the dude, but just as he brushed past, the dude kicked up, directly dry him on the waist, the already bruised face directly knocked on the ground, giving him pain, almost la pi. Suha was furious at that moment. This Liuqing people are also too rampant. Mortal gods, slapping my mouth even if, this how I do not know where to come out of a stupid lack can also meet on the first kick my waist. If he doesn't get this revenge back, he doesn't need to be in the business anymore. Asterisk. You stepped on a horse looking for death. With a furious roar, Suha instantly swung both fists left and right. How ing dare you resist? Yushu cursed angrily and swung his own small fists to madly hit Suha's face. Suha wailed in pain. Screams resounded through the hospital corridors. People in the hospital corridor are confused. How there are two big head baby in the hospital beat each other up? Look at you two heirs. This is clearly a family. We are born from the same root. Why are we still in such a hurry to fry each other? Two people's aggression in this moment are vented. Each other are smart people. Pick each other's pain hit that is wailing. The bandages on his head were taken out, fluttering around the hospital corridors like a silk scarf. Don't tell me. It's quite a sight. The people brought by Yuju were dumbfounded, and the 5 strong men around Suha who had just arrived were also dumbfounded. This pulls not pull see two people fight quite happy like? The crowd was confused. The bandage on his head was all but finished off, and Yujimbo, who was riding on top of Soho, ready to proceed with punching his face, froze. Suha was stunned. What's the situation? This idiot who was fighting with him knew him. He raised his eyes and was confused as well. You guide? The people watching around laughed. This is really a ING family. It's true. It's not a family. It's not only the same injury and the same bandage. It's even the same way of fighting. That's picking on the other side where it hurts. Look, the face is swollen again, and the head is as fat as a blind bear. Yu Zhu and Su Hao both looked at each other, embarrassed. It's a big rip-off. The water's gone to the Dragon King's temple, coming to a secluded ward. Su Hao looked at Yu Zhu with a puzzled face. His face was slapped in the mouth by Chen Mofen, and later on, he was output by Job and writing on his face. It was only after being ravaged by two people in quick succession that she became like this. And what's going on here with Director Yo? Su Hao asked the question in his heart. Mentioning this, Yu Zhu's face grimaced and told Su Hao everything that had happened. Hearing that a little Yakuza dared to wildly kick Director Yu, Su Hao immediately said disdainfully, Director Yu, you're a well-known big director in Kyoto. How dare someone make a move on you? You really don't know how to live. Talk to your brother. Today this revenge brother must give you revenge. Yu Zhu was from Kyoto and was very famous in Kyoto, knowing many of the Kyoto princelings, which was the reason why Su Hao was willing to befriend him. Chapter 104, The High and Mighty Dean. Director Yu, don't worry. A little Yakuza is just a little Yakuza. Look at these 5 strong men behind me. All of them are mercenaries. One fights 10. No matter what. Yu Zhu's face rejoiced as he said viciously, Marred, that little Yakuza. I'll see if he doesn't die this time. Su Shao, don't say anything. As long as you can help me avenge my death this time, I'll definitely treat you well when you come to Jingdu in the future. And I'll definitely introduce you to a few powerful big shots. Su Hao waited for these words, but on his mouth, he smiled and said, Director Yu, brother isn't doing this for your introduction. It's purely because he thinks that you're a good person and worthy of deep friendship. Ha ha ha, Su Shao, you read people. I can only say that it's accurate. My brother has no other skills as the importance of love. Jingle bells. The phone rings and Yu Zhu picks it up to see that it's the director of this hospital calling. After picking up the phone, Dean's enthusiastic voice came from inside. Hey, Director Yu, how was the shoot? It must have gone very well. Director Yu, I'm not bragging to you. When a brother says a word in the hospital, it's absolutely good. Yu Zhu smiled when she heard that. Smooth, really smooth, smooth my head to be ed open. Listening to the dean at the other end of the phone is still eloquent. Blowing his own awesome. Yu Zhu violently cursed, shun your mom's head ah, you come over to see. Old man's head is almost cut farting. Which ing gave me a fight. Almost pulling the piss. Ah, Director Yu, you can't. I've greeted the hospital, and specially met to tell those doctors and nurses that none of them can disturb you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing Yu Zhu's angry voice inside, the dean hurriedly said, Director Yu, don't worry, I'll go over there right away, and if anyone dares to trouble you, I'll expel and drive him away right now. Dean said, rushing over from the underground garage after parking his car. This Yu Zhu is a valuable person in his future life. He must be good. He has always had the idea of going to Kyoto to develop, and Yu Zhu has deep connections and resources in Kyoto. As long as he flatters Yu Zhu, this guy can transfer him to Kyoto to be the dean. At that time, his status followed. The director of a hospital in Kyoto. It's not more dignified to say so. But now, this honorable man of his was beaten up in the hospital under his jurisdiction? Does that sound like a fart in the head? With a tremor in his heart, the Dean Sama hurriedly rushed towards the ward that Yu Zhu had just mentioned. In his heart, he had already made up his mind that no matter who had struck out at Yu Zhu, he would make the other party pay. Dare to delay my future. Really ing looking for death. Cursing angrily, Dean walked quickly to the front of the ward. When he opened the door of the room, what he saw in his eyes was Yu Zhu's already fat, pig-like head, which was now completely pig-headed. This scene made the Dean's heart tremble fiercely. If this is not dealt with properly, Yu Zhu will definitely hold a grudge against himself. Then his future will not go down the drain. How can this work? Without a hint of hesitation, Dean immediately said, Director Yu, no ink, dare to move you. You just see how the brother next to do on the line. Not to drive him out. Give him a good lesson. Let him kneel down to apologize to you. Brother, I will never rest. No need. Yu Zhu was disgruntled. This young Su has already decided to help me. Don't. Director Yu, give me a chance. Let this Su rest for a while first. I'll do it. I promise to do it clearly for you. Okay. Director Yu, just give me a chance to see what my brother does next. Looking at the pleading Dean with a pleasing face, the pleading look was close to kneeling on the ground. Regardless, the pug's kneeling look pleased him. After thinking about it, Yu Zhu nodded. That's fine. You do this, but there's one thing. You must give that kid a hard lesson. Otherwise it's hard to get rid of the anger in my heart. or else you won't have to think about going to Kyoto. The dean's heart trembled as he hurriedly assured Director Yu, don't worry, no matter who inside this hospital has messed with you, I'll make him regret making such a move. I'm going to make not only him, but his family regret what they did today, Dean said, a cruel sneer flashing across his face. How dare he hinder his own future? The other party is looking for death. He does not let the other party crawling out of the hospital, then this dean will be in vain. Director Yu, please, let's go clean up that unknowing thing now. Yu Zhu nodded, striding towards the ward where Chen Mofan and the others were. He couldn't wait to rub Chen Mofan on the ground. He was a well-known director in Kyoto, wherever he went, who was not full of favor and flattery to him, but now he was so bad in Liuchun, and his head was farted, his face was lost here. If he didn't let the other party pay a painful price, how could he still be in the business? Kicking. Once again, the ward open. Yojimbo toed in with a big, swollen pig head. Kid, I'm coming over to get you again. Yuju's face was filled with a cold smile, and there was ferocity in his gaze as he looked at Chen Mofan. This kid, this very kid, dared to take a shot at himself. I just didn't let his girlfriend have the surgery, and this guy hit him? He's so wild, he doesn't even know who he is. Dare to offend him. Looking for death. Chen Mofan had just finished the last mouthful of soy milk and looked at Yuju, who was holding a big belly and strutting around in front of him, with some icy eyes. This guy is not finished 3 times. He is trying to talk to the water Euro cultivate a little affectionate? This guy is good. One trip after another. Playing? And the one in the white coat next to this guy. Why was he looking at himself so badly? The dean's eyes were cold as he gazed at Chen Mofan, a trace of obvious contempt on his face. That's the guy who beat up Director Yu? He thought it was some big shot? As a result, this is a big undershirt and big pants. Which garbage pile this was picked up in? This kind of person deserves to be in his hospital? Are those security guards blind? What's the point of keeping such a poor bastard if you don't kick him out? Almost ruined his career. Damn it. However, this guy's girlfriend was great to scare and get into his bed, and if the little behaved well, it would be nice to take in as a lover later. You're the only one who beat up Director Yo? The dean spoke in an arrogant tone, glancing at Chen Mofan before opening his mouth in contempt. That demeanor was like an ancient nobleman treating his slaves with disdain and contempt. This kind of tone made Chen Mofan feel very uncomfortable. Suppressing the fire in his heart, Chen Mofan asked back, why don't you ask me why I hit him? Ha! The dean snorted in a contemptuous tone and arrogantly said, what kind of thing are you? And the ing reason? I'll tell you, little Yakuza. I don't care what the reason is. Since you dare to beat up Director Yu, you have to pay the price. Chen Mofan almost laughed. How come hospitals are so overbearing now? This white feather didn't even dare to speak so domineeringly in front of him, and his men dared? It's really an eye-opener for him? Mayor Fan, don't be impulsive, be reasonable. Shui Euro pulled Chen Mofan's hand and whispered before looking at the dean and then said, this you director in your mouth is hijacking the resuscitation room. When my life was in danger and I was in urgent need of resuscitation. Before Shui Euro could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by the dean. There's a place for a man to talk and for a pussy like you to interrupt? Chapter 105, White Feather arrives. Pussies can't even eat at the table in my house, so often stay away. The dean spoke savagely, pointing at Chen Mofan, arrogantly saying, little punk, just because of a resuscitation room, you dare to hit Director Yu. Can't you let your girlfriend wait? Won't you wait for Director Yu to finish filming before you go in for resuscitation? Chen Mofan almost laughed in anger, and he wondered if his ears had misheard him. Does this person not understand what resuscitation means and what it means to be in a life-threatening situation? As a doctor, it's almost amusing that you can say something like that. May I ask if you are a doctor? Chen Mofan asked. The dean shook his head and said with a haughty face, ha, doctor? That's nothing, I'm the president of this hospital. Looking at the dean's face full of arrogance, Chen Mofan was genuinely angry and laughing. As the director of a hospital, even do not know what is called to save lives and help the wounded. Even do not take the treatment of the sick to save lives as their own responsibility, holding the power, but do not put the benevolence of the doctors in the first place, and turn to even the rescue room, such an important place, arbitrarily lent to other people to shoot documentaries? Such a hospital, such a director, such utilitarianism, it really opened his eyes. Little Yakuza, I'm not going to dilly-dally. If you want to settle today's matter, you can. Now kneel in front of Director Yu and apologize. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. The dean pointed at Chen Mofan in a condescending manner. The tone was like giving orders to his subordinates, domineering with a toughness. Chen Mofan also did not ink with him, directly found Bai Yu's phone and dialed over. This kind of person hands to beat him. Chen Mofan all feel as dirty their hands. Yo, what's the matter, kid? Still want to find someone? I'm not afraid to tell you. This hospital I have the final say. And the back of the hospital is the Bai family. Liao City's famous rich second generation Bai, you know? This hospital is his, Dean said arrogantly, his tone full of teasing. The other party was even trying to find someone? This was a big joke in his opinion. Hey, Vulcan, what's up? Listening to the voice ringing from his cell phone, Chen Mofan didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense. I'll send you an address. Get here as soon as you can. With that, he hung up and sent the address. The Dean's face teased and mocked. Yo, the little Yakuza's tone is quite cross. Only I advise you not to be so dying. Kneel down for us. It's really not a disgrace. Come on, kneel like a dog. If you can wag your tail, our director you might even be willing to promote you a little? Isn't that right, Director Yo? Yu Zhu nodded with a cold smile on his face and laughed smugly. Then we'll see if he'll wag his tail or not. I've got a lot of dogs. Not just any cat or dog is worthy of kneeling at my feet. The two of them spoke to each other, triumphantly mocking at Chen Mofan, as if Chen Mofan was already kneeling in front of them and could be humiliated by them at will. Chen Mofan already completely didn't want to pay any attention to these two people. He felt sick to his stomach to even speak one more word with them. On the side, Wang Mokai looked at the two men's complacent faces and sneered disdainfully in his heart. These two were really looking for death. Who would dare to mock the mortal god so recklessly in Liucheng? Even those top rich kids wouldn't dare. The previous Chen Xiaokuan, one of the top rich second generation, was the one who had stood on the wrong side, and was now calling Chen Mofan every day, hoping to rejoin that group with a very humble attitude. This is true of the top rich kids, but the people under these rich kids don't know any better. This kind of person is the most detestable. The dog is based on the power of others, so he dares to eat teeth in front of other people, and even more people will not be treated as human beings. When they meet those who are worse than them, they bully them to death, and they are completely villainous and disgusting. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't say anything anymore, these two became more and more complacent. Among them, the dean even took out his cell phone and laughed. Don't worry, Director Yu. I'll call the security guards to come up right now. I don't care who's coming. If this kid doesn't kneel down and apologize to you today to make you happy, I'm going to beat the crap out of him and make him crawl out of the hospital. That made Yu Jimbo smile. Sure enough, this dean was still good. As a dog, not only did he know how to please him, but he was also somewhat capable. Yu Zhu nodded with satisfaction, a pair of small eyes glancing from time to time at Shui Euro on the hospital bed. Dean naturally understands what this means, and with a heated smile said, You guide phased in. Don't worry, look at my arrangements. I guarantee to let this little take the initiative to climb into your bed. You guide, Director Yu, this little is still good. Look at her waist, it's really like a water snake. If this is in your arms, he. Dean grinned lewdly. Ha. Not bad. Yuju patted Dean's shoulder in satisfaction and nodded with a smile, the smugness on his face spreading across his entire piggy face. The words of the two men were not at all behind their backs, and they carried clearly through the ward. Hearing this, Shui Euro's face was filled with anger. She couldn't imagine how people could be so shameless, judging her completely as a commodity. The cold light in Chen Mofan's eyes became even more intense. He had planned to teach the two a lesson and forget about it. But now, if he didn't give the two a deep lesson, he would be sorry for the two's complacent appearance. The security guards quickly rushed up. A dozen of them stood in the ward, all looking at Chen Mofan with bad eyes. With the security guard present, Dean and Yujimbo were even more energized. Among them, the dean even pointed at Chen Mofan and said arrogantly, Little Yakuza, one should be self-aware and know who can be messed with and who can't be messed with. Whereas people like you who have no eyesight and don't know how to observe words and colors, I'll let you learn a long lesson today. Who's going to make anyone remember? Outside the ward, Whitefeather's voice rang out as he walked into the ward with last night's tender model on his face. When he first came to the ward, his heart thumped when he saw so many people blocking the ward, and after watching his own dean pointing his nose and humiliating Chen Mofan, he only felt his scalp tingle. Not daring to delay any longer, he hurried into the ward. Seeing Bai Yu, the dean's face was delighted, and with this big backer in place, he was even more energized. Still confused about the situation, he pointed at Chen Mofan, full of winks and smiles to Bai Yu. Bai Xiao, you came just in time. This kid is too rampant. In our hospital even dared to hit people? The dean was wicked and said with a smug look at Chen Mofan as he continued to arrogantly say, Little punk, now that Bai Xiao is here, don't you hurry up and kneel down for us. As soon as the dean's words fell, he realized with horror that Whitefeather raised his hand and slapped him directly in the face with his mouth. Pop! A crunching sound echoed through the hospital room for a long time. The scene confused everyone in the ward. The dean covered his face and looked at Whitefeather with a confused expression. Bai Xiao, what are you hitting me for? It's that little Yakuza. Before the words were finished, Whitefeather slapped his mouth again. Pop! A bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart as Yuju looked at the grim-faced Baiyu. The dean was slapped 2 mouths in a row, and his heart also reacted a bit. Did this kid know Bai Xiao? Sure enough, in the next second, he saw Whitefeather smiling. Mortal God, I'm sorry for making you laugh. Mortal God, these 2 words fell, and in the ward, everyone's heart trembled. The security guards who had gazed at him earlier, their legs and stomachs trembled, and they almost sat down on the ground. Yuju's already reddened face instantly turned white, frigid white. Although he had some fame in Kyoto, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could overpower the mortal god in Liuqing. As the saying goes, it's hard for a strong dragon to suppress a snake. What's more, the mortal god is also a dragon himself. That he had messed with a mortal god. Yuju had the urge to cry. The dean was directly stunned. The little yakuza he looked down on was actually a mortal god? The person he was condescendingly humiliating here was a mortal god? Chapter 106, 2 Men Who Have Made Themselves Useful. Puff! There was a muffled thud and Dean sat on his ass, crying. A big old man, crying. Bai Xiao, Bai Xiao, Fan Shun, Fan Shun. I didn't mean it, I didn't mean it. If Yuju was scornful of Chen Mofan, then the dean was actual fear. His roots were in Liuqing, his connections were in Liuqing, and the person he couldn't afford to mess with in Liuqing was the mortal god. Now that he had invited it, not only did he humiliate the mortal god, but he also made him kneel down, and he even tried to get the mortal god's woman into bed. He felt like he had just gone absolutely crazy to make so many death-seeking moves. In an instant, Dean sat paralyzed with death. Mortal god, you and Dean this? Whitefeather wondered. He really wanted to know what the dean had done to be so scared. There was no need for Chen Mofan to explain anything. Old Wang directly took over for him and said, Bai Xiao, Miss Euro was poured some oxycodone last night. Her situation is very critical and she needs to be rescued urgently. But this dean lent the resuscitation room to someone else for a documentary, and dead set against saving lives first. I'm curious, when did a hospital put saving lives in second place? Or is it that you want to switch to making movies, young Bai? As soon as old Wang explained, the fire in Baiyu's heart came up. Hospital? This is a hospital. There are patients in urgent need of rescue, but not to seize the rescue. Instead of filming a documentary on what the hell? Anger instantly rose in Baiyu's heart as he walked over to the dean with a dark face and said in a cold voice, Did you arrange this? Dean nodded and shook his head with a look of fear. I didn't know she was the Vanguard's girlfriend. Whitefeather laughed under her breath and kicked Dean in the face. No one's girlfriend can do that. The very foundation of a hospital is to heal and save people. You're shaking my foundation now. Whitefeather was truly enraged this time, and while roaring angrily, he raised his leg and kicked at the dean. Although my Bai family is not a family that accumulates good deeds, since I opened this hospital, I won't do anything to see death. Our white family doesn't dare to do it, but you do? Asterisk. Bang, bang, bang. Whitefeather cursed angrily as he kicked furiously at Dean. Dean fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Okay, Shiredo. Richard Wang walked over and pulled Baiyu. He was really afraid that if Baiyu kicked down, this Dean would have to die. The anger in Baiyu's heart didn't subside in the slightest. He pointed at the Dean and said angrily, I'm not going to rub it in. From today onwards, pack up your things and get the hell out of here. The Dean nodded as he sat paralyzed like a limp ball of leather. He knew that he was completely finished, being swept away by the Bai family. He can't make it in Liuqing, and there won't be any more hospitals that dare to accept him. On the side, Yuju's face was ugly. He didn't expect that he had kicked the iron plate and messed with the most unmissable person in Liuqing, the mortal god. In his heart, he was still very wary of the mortal gods. This person not only out to brush 600 million, but also a thunderbolt. Only one night time, will be entrenched in the Liao City Tiger Master to fan want to retire from the world. Such a person obviously held powerful resources behind him, which was something that made him scornful. Director Yu. Whitefeather's eyes looked over at Yujimbo. Director Yu, you're from Kyoto. Bai Yu, can't control you, but from today onwards, you should not come into our Bai family's hospital. You're not welcome in our Bai family. Yuju nodded with a hard face. Today, his face is lost, completely lost in this small hospital. This filled his heart with rage, hating this hospital so much that he could not tear it down. But alas, this hospital is now inhabited by a great Buddha, Chen Meifan, the mortal god. He knows very well that this is the real Buddha, and whether or not this matter can be ended today all depends on the meaning of this person. With this in mind, Yuju's eyes looked at Chen Mofan with scorn. A big director from Kyoto. What a great honor. A cold smile appeared on Chen Mofan's face as he walked towards Yuju. It seemed like this guy had just thought of letting Shui Euro climb into his bed on her own accord. Mortal gods, since we are all people with status, let us not shout and fight like punks. Yuju said with some trepidation. He was truly afraid of Chen Mofan. That wild kick earlier had left his face still swollen and unfeeling. If we do it again, it's going to be a real bruise and a wrap. By then, he couldn't even imagine how swollen his face would be. Where? The mortal god. I don't say ink words. Today this thing is what I did wrong. I can make amends and apologize to you. Yuju opened his mouth to beg for mercy and his aura softened, not daring to look into Chen Mofan's eyes. Chen Mofan, however, didn't open his mouth to say a word, and directly just grabbed his hair and dragged Yuju to a secluded corner once again. Yuju wailed in pain, his face white with fear, and kept saying, "Don't hit the face. Mortal god, don't hit the face." Su Hao, who walked to the door of the ward, saw the scene and was so scared that his neck shrank, and without saying a word, he took the strong man behind him and left. He waited in the other ward for a long time, but he never saw Yuju and the others return. I thought I'd come over to check it out, but I just came to see the scene. It scared him so much that his heart almost stopped. Chen Meifan, the mortal god, the person Yuju offended was actually a mortal god? This bastard is very ruthless. His own face is thanks to him, and now still trampled on the pain of a twitch, even with the brain is buzzing. Letting himself go and teach him a lesson? Su Hao felt that this was no different from seeking death. Thankfully, that Dean was up front. Originally, he still had some anger in his heart towards the Dean, a villain who was so eager to perform. But now look, this is not a villain. This is not a benefactor. Sacrificing oneself to save others fully illustrates what it means to say, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? You're a benefactor. We'll have to carve a tablet for you. 3 kowtows in the morning and twilight, and an incense burner in the morning and evening are not too much. Just once, Chen Mofan had left a big piece of shadow in Su Hao's heart, but this also made Su Hao hate Chen Mofan even more. Hate his teeth. It was just that he wouldn't act rashly before the people from their Su family's support had arrived, but this revenge, he would absolutely avenge. Ow! Yuju's pig-like wail resounded through the hospital, and along with the wail came the sound of a wild kick. When Chen Mofan came out, his body was clean and dry, except for a pair of shoes that were stained with blood. Yuju, on the other hand, collapsed directly onto the stairway, his obese body still twitching. After both of them were settled, Chen Mofan took Shui Yuro out of the hospital. Shui Yuro was in a hurry to go see her parents and brother, so Chen Mofan had old Wine drive him there. He, on the other hand, took a cab and went to the Tiankai Hotel. The batch of cars that Zhang Chang said earlier has finally arrived. There was a bit of a delay, so the cars were not delivered on time. Just now, Zhang Chang called in to see the car. Arriving at the entrance of the Tiankai Hotel, Zhang Chang was already waiting. Seeing Zhang Chang, the first thing Chen Mofan asked was how the money was spent. Counting today, that's 2 days left. By now he could feel that he was beginning to ache somewhere. But there's still $7 billion unspent? That's $7 billion, not $70. If he's allowed to spend it himself, he doesn't know how long he'll have to spend it. No, I must go to reward again at night. And I don't know if Yun Moli still has a live broadcast. Let's spend what we can first. There's also the Tennessee Capital Program, which must be launched soon to accelerate the burn. At the mention of the acquisition, Zhang Chang's face darkened. Seeing this scene, Chen Mofan's heart thumped as a bad premonition surged to the bottom of his heart. In that instant, he felt little Merfan hurt even more. Chapter 107, Acquisition Failed? Seeing Zhang Chang reveal this expression, Chen Mofan's heart trembled as a bad premonition surged to his heart. Sure enough, Zhang Chang stammered. Van God, there is a little problem with the acquisition. Chen Xiaokuan has enlisted a group of rich second-generation people. They got the news and started a large number of acquisitions even after knowing that you started acquiring industries. And they openly said that if the mortal god has a need, they can go to them face to face to talk about it. And they also put out the news of your acquisition of the company. And now Liuqing knows that you're in desperate need of acquiring the company. And many companies are sitting on their hands, and even simply don't want to be in the process of being acquired, waiting for you to take the initiative of pulling the price to a higher level. Chen Mofan smiled. These guys are quite good at playing. Chen Xiaokuan, what idea he played in his heart is clear. Just want to get some more chips in the peace talks with him. But unfortunately, this guy made a bad move and completely pushed the relationship between the two into an undying situation. Because Chen Xiaokuan is trying to make his old Chen family extinguish its seed. As the saying goes, the hatred of killing the son is not shared. Chen Xiaokuan is trying to destroy his hundreds of millions or even billions of children and grandchildren. How the hell can you stand it? How many companies have Chen Xiaokuan and the others acquired already? Zhang Chang pondered for 2 seconds and said uncertainly, it seems like there are already more than a dozen companies, but all of them are ineffective, belonging to the type that suffers from perennial losses. They didn't even investigate carefully when they acquired it. They just thought about acquiring it in large quantities as a way to negotiate with you. so the chips are good or bad and they don't care, because they understand very well that all of those chips are going to end up in your hands. Mortal God, should we make peace? Otherwise, we won't be able to spend $7 billion at all in these 2 days. Chen Mofan was also thinking about this issue, but peace talks were definitely not possible. And acquisitions. Now those companies don't even want to be in the process of being acquired. They are waiting for him to make a higher offer. If he bowed his head now, then everyone in Liuqing would understand one thing: even mortal gods bow down. Once they had determined this fact, there would be endless trouble in the future. Everyone, when working with him, thinks about how to use means to make the mortal gods bow down again. So this head, it should never be opened. Fan Shen, many people in Liuqing are speculating that you acquired the company to do something big. Although they don't know what is the great thing you are going to do, many of them feel that you will certainly compromise for it. So my guess is that they won't be selling the company in the near future. Chen Merfan nodded. Okay, aren't they all waiting for me to raise the price voluntarily? Then they'll wait. Come on, let's go look at the car first and not think about all the bad stuff. Chen Mofan said so with his mouth, but in his mind, he was already constantly thinking about what he should do. The cars that arrived this time were 5 in total, all clear of supercars. Among them are 2 Koenigsegg CCXRs worth $45 million each. A Lamborghini Poison is worth $80 million. $50 million for a Ferrari Laffa. A Bugatti Red Dragon for $80 million. 5 cars add up to $300 million. How about it, Fanshan? Are these cars still satisfactory? Zheng Chang asked with a smile. Chen Mofan nodded. Should have said no. The dazzling appearance of the supercar was indeed shocking. Seeing Chen Mofan nod his head, Zheng Chang's heart was delighted. According to the price of these cars, the total is $300 million. He's asking for $320 million. And just for this trip, he'll make a couple million. But he estimated that the mortal god should give him an extra $1 or $2 if he was satisfied. Plus, the seller gives him a commission. That would make him $3 or $4 million for the trip. $3 to $4 million. Just thinking about it, Zheng Chang felt unusually excited in his heart. There was a sense of resisting the urge to roar. Okay, I'll take these cars. Name your price. Forget it, you don't say. Chen Mofan didn't dawdle and directly transferred $400 million to Zheng Chang. It made Zheng Chang earn more than $100 million on this trip. Looking at the arrival in his cell phone, Zheng Chang only felt as if his heart had stopped beating at this moment. 400 million. The mortal god actually called him 400 million? Zheng Chang's face became ecstatic, and he kept wiping the cell phone screen, just afraid that the screen was blurred and he had misread it. When rubbing around, the string of zeros never disappeared. Zheng Chang was so excited that he couldn't even speak, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Really, this is surprisingly true. On this trip, the mortal gods had actually made him $100 million. At this moment, Zheng Chang had the urge to hug Chen Mofan and kiss him furiously. If not for the fact that he was a male, he would have wanted to go warm the blanket for Chen Mofan. It really surprised him. Where God? Zheng Chang couldn't even speak well, stuttering there for half a day. Finally, with all his strength, he said, Van God, I love you. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say. Chen Meifan is full of black lines. This is not bull ********. Buy a car, but also buy a love? Buy one get one free? Van God, do I deliver this car to you, or do you drive it back yourself? To be honest, Chen Mofan really wanted to feel what it was like to drive a supercar, but there's nothing to be done. He can't drive right now. It would have been nice to have a spending point and just click on driving proficient. But now, he's pulling a buttload of famine? This is really making people feel eggheads. After thinking about it, Chen Merfan decided to send the 2 cars given to Wang Jiajiu and Wang Yu to East University. These 2 cars, a Chiron and a Koenigsegg. The rest of the Lotha stayed here with the other Koenigsegg, and the last one, Poison, was sent to the hospital by Zheng Chang. This Poison, Chen Mofan was going to give it to Shui Euro. They taught him how to knead dough all morning for nothing? For nothing? You don't have to pay a tuition fee or something? A Poison. Just right. Plus, the Poison model is cool and dominant. Shui Euro, on the other hand, belonged to the kind of woman who was gentle and soft. The contrasting beauty of a soft-hearted goddess, paired with this domineering Poison, makes it all the more appealing. Called Jiajiao Wang and told her that 2 new cars had arrived at East University. It was for her and Wang Yu, so that the 2 of them could choose for themselves. Wang Jiajiu was surprised for half a day. She had a car. How come Chen Mofan gave her another one? Chen Mofan did not want to explain this, but after some thought, he said, the other car is a gift for our brother. I heard that our brother's condition has improved, hasn't it? He found a suitable bone marrow. Wang Jiajiao cried then. She didn't realize that Chen Mofan had been thinking about her family. Such a great gift at a time when his brother's condition was improving. Her brother will jump for joy when he finds out. She originally thought that Chen Mofan had not taken the initiative to contact her in the past 2 days. Was he annoying her? She didn't realize that he was holding back a big move. Mare Fan. Thank you. Really. Thank you. I love you. I will always love you. Wang Jiaojiao choked. Chen Meifan, on the other hand, laughed. Okay, not bad. 1 arrow, 2 birds with 1 stone. Originally he was thinking of spending some money to pay back the famine. I did not expect that this instead of harvesting Wang Jiaojiao's good feelings. 2 birds with 1 stone. So that's cool. After chatting with Wang Jiaojiao for a while longer, Chen Mofan hung up the phone. He was going to think about how he was going to spend the remaining 7 billion after he first gave the poison to Shui Euro. There is no doubt that live streaming bounties are a gateway. But it's just a small gateway. How many billions can you bounty out in a day? The last time he fought with Richard Li Tiankai for wealth, his hands were sore from pointing, and he only spent how many billions? When the live bounty presses out $7 billion, then the cucumbers will be cold. Alas, in the end, it's the poverty of the past that limits my imagination, Chen Mofan thought in his heart inside. On the other hand, Shui Euro rushed to the hospital where her parents were staying. At this moment, this family of 3 had all woken up, and although all 3 of them were carrying injuries on their bodies, there was nothing serious. Seeing that the 3 were chatting in the hospital room, Shui Euro's nose turned sour and she almost cried out. Huang Lijuan saw Shui Euro standing outside the door through the small glass on the ward door and quickly walked over. Chapter 108, The Lowly-Eyed Waterbenders. Huang Lijuan's face carried a reproach. Anxiously said, You child, where did you go last night? We are worried to death about you know? Shui Yuelian's younger brother, Shui Yubing, also walked over quickly. Sis, are you alright? Did that Jobin give you a hard time? Yesterday, Jobin broke into their house, named Shui Euro, and ended up beating them up. Not seeing Shui Euro this night, they all thought that Shui Euro had been kidnapped by Jobin. Kidnapping did kidnap, only in the end Jobin lost himself. Looking at her brother who was full of concern, Shui Euro smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. Jobin did try to kidnap me, but I was saved by Merfan again. Humph, Merfan. It's this Merfan again, but I know that it's because he offended Zhou Xiao that our family was targeted by Zhou Xiao. Lying on the hospital bed, Shui Euro's father, Shui Jun, gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction and opened his mouth. Girl, it's not that I, as a father, am talking about you. You said how good it would be for you to marry Zhou Xiao. If you'd married him, this would still be happening in our family, and it's all your fault. Shui Jun was lying on the hospital bed in his old age, complaining about Shui Euro. Hearing this, Shui Euro's face darkened. Zhou Bin, that is a scum. Eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, anything he dares to do, even kidnapping him. Can she have a good life following someone like that? Alright. Huang Lijuan glared at Shui Jun and reprimanded. You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for you, could Euro have suffered all this? Could our family have suffered all this? The water army gasses short, but still stalking the neck defiantly said, What's wrong with me? I'm not still in order to let our family live a good life. Business is wrong? It is not just a loss. Is it wrong? Hearing those 3 words, Huang Lijuan was almost angry and laughed. If it was normal to do business and lose money, she, Huang Lijuan, would never say a word more. But where are the sailors? Where did he go for business? Yes, I did not go to do business, but went to Jian City to gamble on stones. But isn't gambling on stones the same as doing business? Either you lose or you earn. And if you earn from gambling on stones, the earnings are dozens of times that of doing business. It takes a business to make a few bucks, the sailor said with a disdainful look on his face, skimming his lips. Looking at this contemptuous stance of the water army, Huang Lijuan couldn't wait to chop him up with a knife. It's amazing that he can confuse doing business with gambling on stones. Business is based on brains and hard work. And gambling on stones? That's by luck. At the end of the day, a sailor is just someone who doesn't want to put in any effort but fantasizes about getting ahead in one step. Unfortunately, before this day could be ascended, it was kicked down by reality and ended up in the present situation. The family owes a but famine, not to mention that his wife and children have to suffer with him, but also to the point of selling their daughters. But what about him? Still fantasizing and even now looking down on the slow buildup of doing business. Girl, I'm telling you, you have to marry Zhou Xiao. I've made a deal with Zhou Xiao, and he even said he's going to take me to a nice place the day after tomorrow. Oh, don't forget. Hurry up and apologize to Zhou Xiao today. Huang Lijuan was filled with disappointment when she heard this. His own family was beaten, but this husband even thought of apologizing to the perpetrator? Why don't you have any backbone? She knew what the sailor was talking about when he said good place, something the sailor had recited to him several times. Liao City is hosting a large-scale auction tomorrow night, which is said to contain a large amount of jade shipped in from Dian City, with bidding taking place on site. and has already attracted many tycoons to the event. How could this man even think about gambling with stones? Huang Lijuan's heart was filled with disappointment while full of bitterness. When Shui Yuro, who was on the side, heard this, she laughed. She shook her head and said, "Dad, I won't go to apologize, and I'm afraid Jobin doesn't need me to apologize either." "What? Not going?" Shui Jun's eyes glared, looking at Shui Yuro with a face full of anger, and said angrily, "Lousy raised you so big, letting you do this little bit of work and you don't even go. I see that you're really fat with guts. Lousy won't trample to death you," the sailor said, making a move to get out of bed. But it was only when he lifted the covers that he remembered that his leg had been broken by Jobin. But even so, his mind is to go to Jobin to apologize, and his own family, blowing his beard and eyes, typical of the rat carrying a knife in the nest. Shui Yuro shook her head in disappointment and continued, "Dad, you don't need to think about Jobin. He's already gone in, and it's impossible for him to come out in this lifetime," Shui Yuro said, looking towards Huang Lijuan and Shui Yubing as she continued. "And Jobin's family's money Mervan has already helped us pay back, and it was he who helped us take revenge by sending Jobin in." Huang Lijuan's face was delighted. Yesterday morning she had contacted this Chen Mofan, knowing that this was a pretty good young man, and his status was frighteningly high. Surprisingly, he was the most powerful figure in Liuqing, the mortal god. She was also shocked when she first found out and stood dumbfounded not knowing what she should do. Although Shui Yubing didn't know who this Merfan was, he could hear that his own sister was very fond of this Merfan. Your own future brother-in-law? Shui Yubing thought. His heart became more curious about Chen Mifan. He really wanted to meet him immediately. To his sister, he cared a lot in his heart. If it was just an average person, then sorry, you don't deserve my sister. Merfan, this Merfan again. Can't you guys say something to cheer me up? The sailor's face was full of displeasure and impatience. Is this Chen Mofan sick? Nothing to do with Zhou Xiao, what right? This is good. I want to visit the gambling stone, cannot go. Directly fizzled out. I tell you what, girl, if that ingrate is willing to pay us back, then let him do so, and we won't pay a penny of this money. He's willing to be an ingrate, so let him stay that way. The sailor waved his hand in a big, brutal way. Shui Yuro was also filled with disappointment towards this father of hers. You're a family of your own, starving on your ass, and instead of thinking about how to pay off your debts, you're thinking about having fun and gambling on rocks? That's no way to be a father. Suppressing the emotions in her heart, Shui Yuro opened her mouth with firm eyes and said, I will pay back this money, whether it is returned to Merfan or to the debtor. I will pay it back. I don't want to owe Merfan anymore. Also, the water army sneered, don't daydream. You know how much money our family owes. Tens of millions of famine. What do you take to pay back? Can live for one day is one day have to. The water army completely swing. Let others how to say. He only care about their own comfort on the good. What wife and children? The responsibility to bear. Go to his grandfather. Who told you I'm not on it yet? Shui Yuro looked straight into her own father's eyes and said seriously, Merfan just arranged a job for me yesterday, with an annual salary of $1.2 billion. At the mention of this figure, Shui Yuro's slender chin lifted slightly, with a hint of obvious pride on it. It's only $1.2 billion. Shui Jun was just about to retort. The words only uttered 4 words, sat up violently, incredulously looking at his daughter, a pair of eyes staring like bronze bells. Shui Yubing was also shocked. $1.2 billion. Although he had not yet left the campus and walked into society, he also knew that $1.2 billion, that was an astronomical amount. More than that, it was a fortune that was completely out of reach for their family. But now, her own sister can have this fortune with just 1 year of work? He felt incredibly filled with shock at the same time. Huang Lijuan's expression, on the other hand, was completely frozen. $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion a year. The words echoed in her mind for a long time, like thunder, shaking her brain. She was not Shui Yubing. She had stepped into the society for many years. She knew very well what kind of huge sum of money $1.2 billion was. The money is so huge that it could fill a room. Chapter 109, The Shock Shui Family. 12 billion. What a huge number. Huang Lijuan understands very well that she works hard every day to earn money. But even if you're exhausted, you'll only make 500 a day at most. If she wanted to earn $1,200 million, even if she didn't eat, drink or spend it, it would take her 2,400,000 days, which translates into 6,575 years. Even if she lived to be 100 in every lifetime, it would take her 65 lifetimes to earn it. How desperate that number is. And now, your own big girl. 1 year, just 1 year, then she could earn back the wealth that it would take her 65 lifetimes to earn back. Just thinking about it like that made her a little too emotional, and she almost peed herself with excitement. And it's all because his own girl is with the right people, easily getting everything that other people can only dream of. With such a comparison, Huang Lijuan felt so heartbroken. Aunt, girl, how much did you just say? Father didn't hear it? The expression on the sailor's face changed completely, and with a pleasing smile, he inquired, 1,200,000,000. That's 1,200,000,000. You can't spend it all in one lifetime. Aunt, girl, that ingrate really gave you so much money? The sailors gave themselves a big mouthful as soon as the words left their mouths. Bah, you see father won't talk. That fan always really give you $1,200,000,000 a year ah? Looking at her own father in this pleasing manner, Shui Yuro was speechless. This was her own father. Otherwise she would have wanted to throw him out. The speed of this change of face is also too fast. 1 second was still in that high and mighty called the wrongdoer. The next second was coy and full of pleasing face called the fan total. Ugh, Shui Yueliang sighed in her heart and nodded. Merfan, he said that he's going to transform the old town into a modern commercial hotel with an upfront investment of tens of billions? Tens of billions. The three were completely dumbfounded when they heard this number. They have several $100, but if they add 8 zeros to these several $100, they can't get it even if they sell it. All of these funds are under me. They've already been called in, and I'm the overall head of this program, Shui Yuro said, a touch of pride on her face. She hadn't even graduated from college yet, and she had already become the general manager of a $10 billion project, which was enough to make her proud of herself. Tens of billions of surprisingly, such as their own daughter deployment. Such a big stroke, such a big boldness. The water army is really curious. This Chen Mofan is what kind of person ah? Aunt, girl, what kind of person is this Mr. Fan? How did he dare to give you such a huge sum of money? This didn't need to be answered by Shui Yuro, but Huang Lijuan knew. She glared at the sailor and explained, Chen Meifan is the mortal god, that big shot in our Liuqing that's making a lot of noise. Where? Mortal gods. The sailors were completely dumbfounded. How could your own eldest daughter know such a character? The Navy only felt as if a piece of heavenly cake had fallen from the sky, directly knocking him out. Shui Yubing was similarly dumbfounded. His age is the age of hot-blooded impulsiveness. Naturally hoped that his brother-in-law is a powerful character, rich and powerful. The mortal god, on the other hand, almost perfectly fit the person he had in mind. It could be politely said that the mortal god was made for his brother-in-law. Jingle bells. The phone is ringing. Shui Yuro picked up her cell phone and saw that it was Chen Mofan who had called. I was just talking about him, and then he just called. Thinking of this morning's absurdity with Chen Mofan, Shui Yuro was suddenly a little embarrassed in front of her family. Huang Lijuan had sharp eyes and saw the caller ID on her daughter's cell phone at a glance. Poking Shui Yuro, she complained, Merfan is calling, hurry up and answer it. Only then did Shui Yuro pick up the phone with a reddened face. Hey, Merfan, downstairs in the hospital. Chen Mofan saw the phone connect and asked with a smile, are you visiting your aunt and uncle in Sunshine Hospital? Shui Yueliang nodded and said softly, well, what are you busy with? Confirming that Shui Yuro was upstairs, Chen Mofan smiled and said, Yuro, look down. I've prepared a gift for you. Quickly look down. Being given a gift by a boy in front of her own parents, Shui Yuro was even more embarrassed. Her little face reddened as she walked to the window and looked down. With just one glance, he saw Chen Mofan, and the Lamborghini Poison that was parked beside Chen Mofan, in the center of the hospital plaza. Is this a gift to yourself? At the first sight she saw, Shui Yuro's pupils clenched violently, and she covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Excitement and joy, like a sharp sword, ran through her chest in an instant, causing her body to tremble slightly with excitement. He gave me a supercar as a gift? Still one of the coolest supercars in the world, the Lamborghini Poison. In this world, that young girl is not pregnant. Who does not want their other half has the strength to understand romance. And now, Chen Mofan was under the hospital, in front of everyone, presenting her with a gift. The preciousness as well as the romance of this gift made her heart beat wildly. Mom, Chen Mofan gave me a supercar. Look, it's the black sports car downstairs. Shui Yuro's eyes were misted with water, and she tightly grasped her mother Huang Lijuan's hand, excitedly saying. Hearing this, Huang Lijuan and Shui Yubing looked downstairs together. Downstairs, Poison's dazzling bodywork refracted dazzlingly in the sunlight, daring people to look at it, for it was clear to all that these rays represented real money. Downstairs, the patients coming and going from the hospital stopped, each looking at the flashy Poison in unison. Everyone's eyes showed envy that was hard to hide. Holy, Lamborghini Poison, this car is worth $80 million? Shui Yubing couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Her eyes couldn't take her eyes off the Poison. How many times had he dreamed in the middle of the night of fantasizing about driving a sports car one day, but never dared to fantasize that he would one day drive a Poison, because he knew very well that the car was just too expensive. A car that was so expensive that he simply couldn't afford it even if he worked hard all his life. And now, his own sister had told him that someone had given her a Lamborghini poison. Shui Yubing felt too dreamy, so dreamy that he couldn't believe it was all true. No, I should say it was all more dreamy than a dream to him. He had a death grip on his sister's hand, and his body was trembling slightly. Huang Lijuan, on the other hand, was so excited that she almost bit her tongue. The sports car she knew that it must be very expensive, but she also did not expect at all that it would be worth $80 million. Their family has no family, but now, her own daughter tells her that her family has a sports car worth $80 million. It made her feel incredulous and extraordinarily ridiculous at the same time. Yesterday, their family was a poor family that couldn't even get a decent piece of furniture. But today, their family has a supercar that countless people can only dream of? Could the contrast be any stronger? The Navy directly rolled to the window, looking downstairs at the supercar. This moment, he felt as if his broken leg did not hurt. $80 million. $80 million right in front of him. How many times could he have gambled on the rock if this car had been sold? That must have made a fortune. Chen Mofen also saw Shui Yuro and her family smiling and waving at them. A mortal god that young? The Water Army and Shui Yubing were both a bit surprised. They had thought that the so-called mortal god would be a middle-aged man over 40 years old at any rate. I didn't realize it was a college student. Apart from the sailors who couldn't walk normally, Shui Yuro's mother and brother all quickly walked down the stairs and rushed to see this dazzling supercar. Shui Yuro blushed slightly as she looked at Chen Mofen and complained. Why did you give me such an expensive gift? And didn't discuss it with me beforehand? He said so on his lips, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. This is clearly a classic case of saying no with your mouth but being honest with your body. Chapter 110, Chen Mofen's Shamelessness. Chen Meifan naturally understand. Girls, thin skin, the heart like very much, but the mouth said not. In fact, is to let the other side to find an excuse to let her peace of mind. After all, people are also to point face? This face, Chen Meifan was naturally willing to give. In fact, Shui Yuro was the girl he had seen that satisfied him the most. To my family, to myself, I dare to love and hate, and I am more courageous. I have suffered so much for so many years, but I have never complained about my family in front of outsiders. Truly, this is a very rare and good girl. Chen Meifan smiled faintly, pointed to Zhang Chang on the side, and said, it's all because of this guy. So many cars came at once. There are too many cars. I can only give them away. If you don't want them, I can only smash them for him. So for the sake of this car not getting smashed, you'll take it reluctantly. Water Euro very understand. Chen Mofen is frame her it. 80 million things who want to smash This is not still disguised as an excuse to let her accept the car. Chen Mofen's thoughtfulness touched her heart. Shui Yueliang nodded with a red face. On the side, Shui Yubing looked at Chen Mofen with a rushed face. He didn't know what to say or how to open his mouth to say hello to this future brother-in-law. His face was suffocatingly red before he finally called out two words hesitantly. Sister. Brother-in-law. Oh ho. Chen Mofen was shocked. This child is a talent so insightful? Not bad. This look is the person who do great things What other positions are missing in your own place? This has to be arranged one way or the other. Zhang Chang, quick, come here, come here. Chen Mofen pointed to Zhang Chang, directly said, nothing to say. He, remember him, wait we'll go to him to choose a car. Choose a house. Brother send you. No way. I like children. Shui Yuro gave him a blank look. Do you dare to be more obvious with this smile? This brother-in-law calls you beautiful. No talent. Thinking in her heart, Shui Yuro stretched out her small hand and pinched hard at Chen Mofen's back waist. But in her heart, she was happy. Chen Mofen is even happier. This is flirting This is a further relationship Without saying anything, Chen Meifan immediately said, Zhang Chang, come in 5 cars still left in that car? There should be 2 more. Oh yes, Lafayette. That Lafayette to the Little Ice. By the way, in the search for a better villa, registered in the name of the Little Ice. This, Shui Yubing was dumbfounded. This one brother-in-law in exchange for so many things? The mortal god deserved to be a mortal god. This bravado, it was almost exactly like the brother-in-law he had in mind. I don't know if the mortal god has gotten his sister's first blood, or should I help? We have to get him together. What if such a good brother-in-law runs away? Shui Yuro didn't even realize that at this moment her brother was thinking about how to sell her. The sailor on the 3rd floor listened to the conversation downstairs and was so moved that he wanted to come down and call his brother-in-law. But Shui Yuro keenly found other information in Chen Murfan's words. 5 cars, 2 left. Where are the other 2 except for her one? Where did they go? Immediately, Shui Yuro pinched Chen Mofan and whispered, there are 5 cars coming Chen Mofan was still a bit uncertain and nodded. Two left, huh? Hearing this, Chen Mofan had a bad feeling rising in his heart. What about the two left? Where did they go? Chen Mofan's heart thumped. This is not a slip of the tongue. Just ing happy, joyful and sad. Immediately, Chen Mofan's brain was spinning like crazy, searching for a credible excuse. That revving, it's almost as good as a supercar's engine. And the head almost dried up and smoked. Chen Mofan, you can say, is not sent which little girl? Before our East University's Wang Jiaojiao suddenly had a supercar and made a big mess. Was that supercar sent by you? At the mention of Wang Jiaojiao, Chen Merfan's eyes lit up. Look at this, is not here. Last time, he sent Wang Jiaojiao a supercar. And in the end, it was by you who drove Wang Jiaojiao back in the supercar. And Wang Jiaojiao had a scandal because of it. Thinking of this, Chen Merfan coughed lightly. His face is not arrogant. Slowly laughed. Don't talk nonsense. People, Wang Jiaojiao is by you's girlfriend. This has been confirmed by how many people in our school. Have you forgotten? Shui Yuro thought about it. It seemed like there was such a thing. At that time there was a girl in their dormitory who even envied coming. She envied Wang Jiaojiao for being able to find a rich and handsome boyfriend like Baiyu. Seeing that Shui Yuro believed, Chen Mofan was relieved in his heart. But just as this breath was loosened, he saw Shui Yuro frowning once again. No, Baiyu came to the hospital today, followed by a tall girl. Wang Jiaojiao is not his girlfriend. Forgot about that. Chen Mofan was dumbfounded, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to stink up Baiyu for tens of thousands of times. You can come to the hospital if you want. What girl are you bringing? You see, this is great. I don't even know how to lie anymore. That actually, that Jiao Wang with that girl. You know ha. Chen Mofan said and gave Shui Yuro a you-know-what look. But in fact, he didn't even know what Chen Mofan himself had said. Shui Yuro covered her mouth in surprise. You mean, the three of them? Right. Chen Mofan smiled then and nodded his head hastily. They say women are brainiacs. It's true. How can this Baiyu be like this? Looking quite a civilized person, but is eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Chen Meifan hurriedly opened his mouth and stepped forward to make up for it. Who says it isn't? I'm also seeing things. If I had known he was like this I would have said nothing about taking him to play. Isn't that right, Chan Kung? Zheng Chang was confused. Did he answer yes or no? Van God, don't you dare to be more shameless. Why are you involving me at this time? One was a mortal god and the other was Bai Shao. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Isn't this a fight between gods and mortals? How am I supposed to answer that? Zheng Chang looked at Chen Mofan with grudging eyes that seemed to say, if I had known you were such a man, I wouldn't have let you have me. But if you do not say, or people, Zheng Chang can do high-end intermediariate. Emotional intelligence is high. Immediately, Zheng Chang replied with an answer that wasn't really an answer. Bah! Scum! It was not clear whether this sound of scum was talking about Baiyu or Chen Mofan, but no matter who was talking about it, the conversation has successfully moved on. Euro, do you want to sit in and feel it? Chen Mofan smiled and opened the car door, making a gesture of invitation. I don't have a driver's license, but I'd like to go in for a ride, Water Whisperer said, excitedly sitting in. The excitement of actually sitting in it is simply indescribable. Supercars, Lamborghini Poison, two words that she had never even dared to luxuriate in before, and now she was literally sitting in them, especially when gripping the steering wheel. The realism she felt made her heart beat so hard it was about to jump out of her throat. Is this your own car? Truly your first car? Shui Yuro looked at the luxurious decorations within the Poison and couldn't help but reach out her hand to touch this and that. After sitting inside for a full hour, Shui Yuro reluctantly stepped out of the car. Subsequently, Shui Yubing and Huang Lijuan, one after the other, got into the car and felt it before the group walked towards the ward. Mayor Fan, Auntie doesn't have anything here to entertain you. Don't mind, come and sit. In the ward, Huang Lijuan greeted with a smile on her face. Saying that, he took out the only remaining $100 in his pocket and handed it over to Shui Yubing, and instructed with a smile, Yubing, go, it's about to be noon, go outside and buy 2 dishes. As if we were treating Merfan to a meal at noon. Merfan, make sure you stay for a bite. You've helped our family so much. Auntie must thank you properly. It's just a rough meal. Don't mind if you do. Chapter 111. Shui Yuro is a brain monster. The words had been said to this point. What else could Chen Mofan say? A small table was set up in the ward, and the 5 of them ate and chatted about family matters. And most of the conversation was about things that had happened at school. During the meal, the sailor opened his mouth a few times. But looking at the hot conversation between a few people, the words on the edge of his mouth were swallowed back. He wanted to ask Chen Mofan if he knew about the auction tomorrow night. If Zhou Bin could get in, then wouldn't the mortal god be able to get in even more? He wanted Chen Mofen to take him in, and if Chen Mofen was willing to pay for a few stones while he was at it, that would be even better. In that case, it wouldn't be impossible for his own daughter to marry this kid. Until the meal was finished and Chen Mofen was about to leave, the water army finally couldn't hold back and opened his mouth. That Mofen, do you know about that jade auction tomorrow? An auction? Chen Mofen froze for a moment. What auction? No one had told him about it. However, if there was an auction, that would be a great place to spend your money. He was worried about how to spend his money, and it just so happens that tomorrow is the last day he can spend it. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen came to be interested, and Huang Lijuan saw that her husband still dared to mention gambling on stones. Immediately, her face turned cold and reprimanded. Shui Jun, you can't live a good life, can you? Still want to go gambling on stones? If you gamble again, I'll immediately take my child and divorce you. At the mention of the word divorce, the sailor's body trembled and a hint of awe appeared in his eyes. Though he is a low achiever, he also knows that this family relies on Huang Lijuan to support him, and what he eats and wears without Huang Lijuan. The sailor smiled twice. No, I'm just asking. I'm not going. I'm not asking. Don't worry. Chen Mofen, however, smiled and shook his head. He was still counting on this to spend money. Actually, Uncle Shui, I think, should be able to talk about it. Shui Yuro's family all looked at Chen Mofen with strange faces. The mortal gods are also interested in this pitiful thing? Against everyone's strange gazes, Chen Mofen laughed. I think it's okay to play with this thing. Pop. The sailor directly slapped his thigh and gave Chen Mofen a thumbs up. You see, I told you. Merfan, this childline is a good boy. This is not better than Job and much better. Such a good boy hit the lantern are hard to find. Yuro, you can have to work harder, Gotta. For a moment there, the waterboy's tone changed completely. So it's better to throw in the towel if you want to hold your old man. Afterwards, the water army hurriedly spoke about the auction tomorrow night, but he didn't know much about it, and had only heard some of it from Zhou Bin's mouth. It is said to be held at the Workers' Stadium, the largest in Liuqing. The entire stadium covers an area of 20.4 hectares and you can't even see the end of it at a glance. In the middle of the stadium, there is an enclosed building that allows for a variety of indoor sports, but this time it was temporarily transformed to serve as the auction venue for this auction. And starting from the closed building, all the way to the outside of the stadium, there were all kinds of stalls. Many jade merchants from Dianqing caught wind of the situation, and all transported raw stones. Jade, here, ready to set up their stalls starting from tomorrow. People who love this way in major cities have also flocked to Liuqing, ready to see this jade feast tomorrow. This is such a big deal? Chen Mofen was a bit surprised that he didn't know anything about such a big commotion in Liuqing. How was he to know that when the organizers came to Liuqing, Chen Mofen had not yet made his debut? When Chen Mofen came out on top, the first thing the organizers wanted to do was to follow up by sending out invitations. But wait for the hair to be silly. Where do the mortal gods live? What do they look like? Who knows? Therefore, in the past 2 days, the organizer was contacting the rich kids who played better with Chen Mofen, hoping to get news about the mortal god from their mouths so that they could send out these invitations. And the workers' stadium is on the outskirts of Liuqing, a full 3 hours away from Dongda. It can be said that one is in the south and the other is in the north, and the two are separated by a Liao city. Merfan, if you go, you must bring Uncle Gambling Stone, that is a good hand, and his own hard learning for so many years, has long been the gambling stone this road feel through. Take your uncle with you, and he'll make you a big kill. Looking at the face of the excited water army, Huang Lijuan splashed cold water and said, yes, may kill it, kill their own dump. The sailors were speechless. Coming out of the hospital room, Shui Yuro escorted Chen Mofen to the downstairs. Along the way, Chen Mofen clearly felt that Shui Yuro was a bit unhappy. I thought it was because I was actually going to gamble on the stones as well. And just after the chat, Chen Mofen knew that the water army had lost their fortune because of gambling on the stones. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui Yuro spoke. Merfan, can you not go to that auction? Our family lost everything because of my dad's stone gambling. Shui Yuro raised her head and looked at Chen Merfan with anticipation in her eyes. She really hoped Chen Merfan would nod his head. Joking. This thing Chen Merfan can nod? Do not go. Do not go to him where to spend money to go. Even if he does not think for himself, is not it also have to think for little Merfan? The boy was young and hadn't seen the world yet. It had always wanted to talk about looking into the abyss and liking the feeling of the abyss swallowing itself up. This is the only thing people think about. You must help people realize it. Anymore, it's been with you for 20 years. 20 years of hard work and nurturing, and this is coming to use. No more. Who can stand this? He doesn't want to be the last eunuch in China. Chen Mofen did not comfort, nor did he answer positively. but asked a rhetorical question. Whisperer, do you think I'm that kind of person? Shui Euro froze for a moment, looking at Chen Merfan, and after a moment, her eyes snapped open. I know Merfan. You must be pleasing my dad, right? Trying to throw your weight around and get in good with my dad. You're so bad. Chen Mofan, Shui Euro said with a shy face and fiercely pinched Chen Mofan's waist. Chen Mofan laughed. Look, did I say anything? Women are all brainiacs. So there are times when you talk to women without having to tell them all. They prefer to believe what they brainstorm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Mofan wrapped his arm around Shui Euro's waist and said smoothly, Euro, I didn't expect to be seen by you. Don't worry, I'm willing to do anything for you. What's the fear of losing money? What's the waste of money? Tomorrow I'll be happy even if I spend out $10 billion. Because you are more precious than $10 billion. Shui Euro's eyes reddened at that time. Her heart was a deer in the headlights, and her delicate goose-egg face carried a touch of tenderness as she looked at Chen Mofan with deep affection. This man is too good for her, even willing to accompany his father to gamble with stones, all just to throw in the towel, to please his father. Such a gentle and considerate man. Shui Euro suddenly felt that he was her Prince Charming. Without a hint of hesitation, Shui Euro stretched out her slender arm and hugged Chen Mofan. Her red lips lightly opened and kissed Chen Mofan's lips. Chen Mofan couldn't help but steal a smile in his heart. Look at it. It's another 2 birds with 1 stone. This is very cool. At this moment, Chen Mofan wanted to knead the dough again. He hadn't learned it last time and wanted Mr. Shui to teach him again. And at this moment, Teacher Shui's heart was only touched. She had an impulse to completely show her tenderness to this man in front of her. This man is just perfect. Knows how to be romantic, gentle and considerate. If a man like that was let go, she felt she would regret it for the rest of her life. Ahem. Now this young man, play indeed flower in the hospital, TSK. An 80-year-old man in a motorized wheelchair walked past the 2 men. The cloudy eyes looked at the 2 with envy. In the past, he played also spend. This is not blocked by other people's husbands. Play the legs no longer. But nowadays, the youngsters play with more flowers than he does. And he's never tasted being in a hospital when he's at his craziest. Watch your legs, young man. Chapter 112, Preparing the Big Trailer. Hearing the words of the grandfather, Shui Euro's face turned red. Thin-skinned her, immediately let go of Chen Mofan, lowered his head, full of shyness, waiting for the grandpa to walk away. Shui Euro reached out and viciously pinched Chen Mofan's waist. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Chen Mofan, you big pig's hoof. Chen Mofan was helpless. From start to finish, it seemed like he just said one sentence, and then he was forcibly kissed. It would be better if I could force myself on them, and while I do like to girls, I'm not averse to being ed by them either am I. Leaving the hospital, Chen Mofan had a meal at Wang Shinga before returning to his kennel. Boss old 3-2 people and play crazy. Do not know where to go. Even with the Mercedes-Benz Big G is not there. Should be driven out to play. This is good. Chen Mofan can clear his mind and count how much money he still has left to spend. Originally, there were still 7 billion left unspent. But today, when he gave Zhang Chang 400 million, there were still 66 billion left, and 64 consumption points owed to the system were still left. System. Hello host, what's your question? Chen Mofan thought about it and said in his heart, what time tomorrow at the latest must we spend the remaining $6 billion? Tomorrow at the latest before 12 o'clock in the morning. Otherwise more than 12 o'clock. The funds are still not spent. This system will deprive the host of the power of being a man. I go Lu. Every time I hear this sentence, Chen Meifan feels like he is tight somewhere. This ING system is so ruthless that it grabbed the man's lifeblood as soon as it came up. Let's not play so big. After 2 seconds of silence, Chen Mofan asked again. System, is it okay for me to hire someone to spend money for me? For example, live streaming reward. Unexpectedly, when this was asked, the system directly came with a rhetorical question. I would like to ask the host, do you have the courage to hire another man to help you give birth to a child? Chen Mofan was dumbfounded. This system will also cite a few more. You've grown. Chen Mofan was helpless, and had to spend it slowly by himself. Jingle bells. The phone rang, interrupting Chen Mofan's thoughts, picking it up to see that it was old Wang calling. Hey, Wang, what's up, boss? An auction house just sent you an invitation about a jade auction. The time is tomorrow. Oh, here it comes. Chen Merfan smiled and asked, what about their specifications for this jade auction? Old Wang nodded his head and said, the scale is huge, not just the auction. There will be thousands of stalls around the auction. These stalls will last for 3 days, but only during the daytime will these stallholders come out and set up their stalls, which will last until 9 p.m. at the latest, because the dim light at night is not conducive to jade appraisal. These stalls are closed by 9 p.m. but there's no doubt that the scale of this one is still very huge, and a lot of well-known jewelers from Diancheng will be here. It is said that the total value of the jade shipped to Liuqing by all the merchants this time is no less than tens of billions. Tens of billions? Chen Mofen's eyes lit up. What else is there to say? If he doesn't go, he'll apologize to his brother. Boss, are you going to this auction? Chen Mofen smiled. Go, why not go Old Wang, you find me a few semi-trailer. Semi-trailer? Old King scratched his head. Semi-trailer he knows, trailer well, front 4 rear 8, large semi-trailer. But what he didn't understand was what was the point of having it. That boss, are you trying to wreck the auction? Wouldn't that be a better use of a bulldozer? Old Wang didn't doubt for a second that Chen Mofen really dared to do this. After all, this organizer was a bit too blinkered, and the invitation dared to arrive so late. Chen Mofen was speechless for a while. What auction am I ruining? I used it for jade. Old Wang's high-octave voice rang out in the cell phone. His words filled with shock. This voice stabbed Chen Mofen's ears raw. Use a semi-trailer for jade? Do you hear this as a human being? The old king couldn't believe that was what he had just heard. Is that thing for jade? That's jade, the world's finest luxury. But now, Chen Mofen even said he wanted to use a half-hanging to mount the jade? One is a top luxury jade. The other is a semi-trailer for hauling cargo. These two can be combined together? The old king was messed up in the wind. Old boss, do you think it's possible that I've misheard you and you're looking for a high-end cargo truck? Not a semi? What's the waste of words? It's just a semi. Come a dozen or so. And don't forget to get me a couple of bulldozers while you're at it. I've got a load to do. Bulldozer? Wang Motsai listened to the voice on his cell phone. A sweaty face. Can that thing be loaded with a bulldozer? Who's going to pay for it if you accidentally break two of them? Why did he feel like his boss was playing bigger and bigger? So big that his heart couldn't take it anymore. Guess I'll have to keep some speedballs handy someday. What the hell is a job where you can have a heart attack at any time? Time rushed by and it was soon early the next morning. Yesterday night, Chen Mofen did nothing but charge money and brush gifts, finally brushing away that extra 600 million zeros. Unfortunately, Yun Moli wasn't online, so Chen Mofen could only pick 6 anchors at random, and one person brushed over 100 million. 600 million brushes out, once again stirred the network, and finally even more evolved into Chen Mofen to go to that live room. That live room will be a big fire, for all know that the mortal gods do not come in vain. In his words, he has come to send some small gifts that should be. Thus, when Chen Mofen went to a live room again, the anchor directly rose and bowed in welcome, and this spread quickly on the internet, and eventually it evolved into the standard etiquette of the live broadcasting world, exclusive to the mortal gods. During that time in the future, as long as Chen Mofen went to that live room, the anchor, without saying a word, immediately got up and bowed to welcome him, and every time, just by making this move, the anchor reaps the rewards and goes straight to wealth freedom. This action came to be known as the mortal bow. Some female anchors even purposely wear low-cut dresses just for a little hookup when they bow, just in case the big fish, the mortal god, takes the bait. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mofen put on his clothes, got up and walked outside. Richard Wang had already waited early and drove 2 cars over because he wanted to bring Shui Yuro's family with him. The other car was driven by Qin Ku. Seeing Qin Ku, Chen Mofen stopped his steps and asked, "How is Wu Zhan's family doing? Do you need help? If you need money, just ask." Qin Ku's heart warmed up and he hurriedly said, "Boss, I just called Brother Battle this morning. He said that there are more things going on at home and that he would be a few days late. As for what kind of difficulties there are, he didn't say." Chen Merfan nodded and turned his head to Wang Morkai by his side and instructed, "See what is missing on Wu War's side, or if there's anything you need help with, get it for Wu War immediately." Richard Wang nodded his head in understanding. 2 Mercedes-Benz businesses. After receiving Shui Yuro and her family quickly drove towards the workers' stadium. In the car, Shui Jun was unusually excited. Chen Mofen had promised him that he would purchase some raw stones for him, and no matter what was opened, the final proceeds would go to him. The Water Army had already made up his mind. This time he must make a name for himself. Let everyone see that the skills he had learned over the years were not useless, and that it was possible to get rich gambling on stones. Departing at 8 o'clock, the group arrived at the workers' stadium at 11 o'clock. A hotel was first found nearby, and after the crowd had finished their meal, the big trailer and bulldozer were in place. Only then did Chen Mofen lead the crowd towards the workers' stadium, and this time, the jade auction extravaganza attracted many people to come. Su Hao, Yu Zhu, Chen Shaokuan, Lei Hu, and Long Ao Tian, all of whom were famous in Liao City, were invited to attend this jade auction. Chapter 113, A Mossy Stone. Bigwigs from all parties had already arrived at the stadium before the auction even started. There are thousands of stalls here, and all kinds of jade and raw stones have been placed in front of the stalls, just waiting for the person who has the destiny to buy them. In front of some stalls, there are antiques, paintings in China of celebrities. Such a large scale naturally attracted a lot of people to come. A glance at the large workers' stadium is full of black heads, people crowded, people to people, and the hottest of them all is undoubtedly the raw stone. Once both parties have settled on a purchase, the stone can be opened on the spot. One slice of poor, one slice of rich. This extreme challenge is most stimulating and appealing. Once someone cuts out a jade rough of good quality, someone will offer 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy it on the spot. Dozens of times the profit is simply eye-popping, and that made the gambling area even hotter, with people coming and going, buying and selling, following the flow of people towards the inside. Chen Mofen gave a roughly hasty sweep of the jade on the stalls. He really wasn't very interested in this stuff, but the two of them, Shui Yuro and Huang Lijuan, were very interested in these jade jewelry, stopping often to look at this and that. Obviously it's the mother-in-law who's interested, so what else is there to say? When his mother-in-law picked up a pair of jade bracelets again, Chen Mofen spoke directly. Boss, how much? Swipe your card. Huang Lijuan picked up the hand stiffened in midair. This she had not yet looked at it. Chen Mofen directly swiped the card, but she liked the look of the lad in pain. The boss also froze for a moment. He was trying to sell. He just didn't expect to sell so painfully. It's not going to fix him in one fell swoop. You're telling me it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. After strolling through a dozen stalls in a row, Chen Meifan only had one sentence. Boss, swipe your card. The four simple words made the surrounding customers unusually envious, and the eyes of some female customers looking at Huang Lijuan began to show some jealousy. This kind of gaze made Huang Lijuan feel good. In the past, people looked at her with mockery and pity. It was the first time she enjoyed the jealous gaze of others. And the water army has long been itching like a cat's paw scratching. He now other than want to show what he has learned. Chen Mofen didn't talk nonsense and led them to a stall. He was prepared to wait for his old husband, his old mother-in-law to have a good time, and then directly pack away all here, directly letting this jade feast end early. Came to the workers' stadium's largest stall. The gambling here is exceptionally hot. The stalls have been surrounded by water. 7 of them squeezed a good half a day before they can be considered to be successfully squeezed in. In front of the stall, there was a beautiful woman in black silk picking out raw stones, listening to the gossip of the people watching around him. Chen Mofen learned that this beauty had already spent more than $1 million on the stone. But unfortunately, the stones that came out were all useless and not green at all. This makes the beauty very angry, threatening that today must open a piece of emerald. A stone the size of a man's brain was selected from the pile of stones, which were originally brown in color, but were mostly covered in moss. As a result, the whole stone looks very ugly and unsellable. The black silk beauty just took one look at it and tossed it aside, turning her head to look at the other raw stones. Seeing this scene, Shui Jun put on a master's appearance and nodded his head. Well, not bad. This beauty has a good eye. This stone has no jade at first glance, not to mention the rough and unpleasant appearance. There is also moss on top of it. It's definitely a piece of waste stone. At her own father's words, Shui Yuro directly rolled her eyes. She didn't believe what her own father said. If these jades could be seen, then her own father would have been rich long ago, and their family would still be as poor as it is now? Looking at the lively scene around him, Chen Mofen was somewhat moved. He also wanted to buy a piece to try, and it just so happened that no one wanted that moss stone, so he would take it. It's going to be a wrap anyway, so let's start with one. Pointing at the stone, Chen Mofen smiled. Boss, how much is this piece? The black silk beauty was a bit surprised and glanced at Chen Mofen, then hurriedly said, I valued this stone first, said the man, using all his strength to move the mossy stone to his feet. What is this? A change of heart? But Shui Jun laughed and hurriedly said, Mayor Fan, let her buy it. We don't want this piece. Uncle, I just looked at it. This piece of stone is 100% waste stone. I can guarantee it. The sailor chestily said, confident in his vision. The crowd watching from all around followed suit. Look at this stone, there's nothing to sell. Can this produce jade? This beauty looks quite pretty. Just her brain is a bit not too bright to choose this piece of waste stone. Hey, someone's willing to be a sucker. So let's see who's stupid and rich. The murmurs around the room made the black silk beauty hesitate again. She looked at the mossy stone in her hand and then looked up at Chen Mofen, seeing that he was not much different from his own age. He should not know about jade, and he chose this stone probably because he wanted to take his chances. When she thought about it, she felt amused that she had gone and grabbed what everyone thought was a waste rock. Pushing the stone in her hand outward, the black silk beauty said icily, I don't want this stone. I'll give it to you. Good luck opening a good jade. The black silk beauty snorted at the words. Obviously that latter comment was clearly a taunt. Chen Mofan laughed, his eyes a little cold as he looked at the black silk beauty and said, "Are you sure you don't want this stone?" Chen Mofan's icy tone made the beauty unhappy, frowning and muttering, "What's wrong with you? What's so fierce about you? I've been told I don't want this stone." Deafness. It's breathless. The black silk beauty's words fell, and she rolled her eyes at Chen Mofan. Her eyes were full of mockery, and it was very infuriating to watch. Chen Mofan gasped and laughed. If he hadn't brought Shui Yuro's family out today, he would have had to give this woman a mouthful, letting her know that men are wild. Isn't there something purely wrong with this man? Boss, how much? Chen Mofan took the moss stone and asked again. The boss held out 2 fingers. Young man, this stone is $20,000. Okay, swipe your card. Chen Mofan didn't ink either, but just after handing the card over, Shui Jun pulled Chen Mofan's arm and anxiously said, "Mofan listen to uncle, this stone he is a waste stone. For Chen Mofan, waste stone or jadeite, these are indifferent. His main purpose is to play. It's okay uncle, I'll just buy one for fun. I think this stone is just fine. You this not become a wrongdoer who gives money to people?" The water army has a complaining face, looking at Chen Mofan with a speechless face. The eyes are looking at A. Chen Mofan is also helpless. Big brother, do you dare to be more obvious with this look? You are close to hanging the word on your face. If it weren't for the fact that the sailor was an elder, he would have smacked him across the mouth. Alas for you, you don't listen to the old man. Shui Jun spoke in an old-fashioned manner, and after finishing, he picked up a white raw stone beside him, and then said confidently, "Mayor Fan, this piece of raw stone chosen by uncle, there is definitely emerald inside." Chen Mofan laughed. This was to compare himself to himself. Nodding his head, Chen Mofan smiled. "Alright, boss, 2 pieces together. Let's open the stone on the spot and see who chooses a better stone." Put. As soon as Chen Mofan's words left his mouth, a clear scoff rang out from the people watching from behind. "Oh, this world is really a lot of wrongdoers. Have told him that piece is a waste stone. This kid is still so headstrong. It is really amusing. Hey, I've seen what it means to be an ingrate with stupid money today." Behind them, sentences of mockery rang out. These bigwigs who thought they had seen a lot in the field of stone gambling taunted, and their words were full of mockery towards Chen Mofan. Chapter 114, Black Silk Beauty Rebels. The Black Silk Beauty was also looking towards Chen Mofan, and the mockery on her face was not even the slightest bit concealed. In her opinion, this kid's head was in the clouds. To pick a piece of waste rock that didn't have the slightest bit of selling power, it also caused her to take that extra look at the ruined stone, and even got a mocking lick. Among the mocking crowd, an old man of about 70 years of age stepped out. His hair was white, and he looked at Chen Mofan with a shaking head and sigh, like an elder looking at a disappointing junior. "Young man, old man, my name is Shi Shang. I have the intention to mention you a couple of words. If you want to listen to the words of the old man, then return this stone first." The old man can assert that this stone has no jade. As the old man's words fell, a loud murmur rang out from the surrounding crowd. "Did I hear you right? This person is actually Master Shi Shang. It's actually that Shi Shang who is known as the Stone King. Master Shi Shang has said that this stone has no jade, so this stone must be a waste stone without a doubt. I've already said that this is a waste stone, but how come that kid doesn't seem to want to let go of it?" Chen Mofan is indeed a little reluctant to let go. Waste stone or jade, this is the first piece of stone he chose. There must be a beginning and an end. Besides, he does not care about the money. Besides, experts and gurus seem to be the least valuable these days, right? Chen Mofan directly shook his head and refused. "Sorry, I think this stone is good." Chen Mofan unexpectedly refused, and the surrounding crowd resounded with a burst of snickers at the sight of this scene. "Ha! Have seen stupid, but I've never seen this stupid. It really opened my eyes. Master has said that this stone is a waste stone. This stupid kid even insisted on buying it. This is really a person who is stupid and has a lot of money. Oh, I'm waiting to see this little cutie. The look of regret later. That's going to be fun." The Black Silk Beauty was even looking at her like a little cutie, like looking at Chen Mofan. She thought that this person must be sick in the head. To not believe Master Ishio's words was not a cutie. What is it? Shui Jun looked at Chen Mofan was also helpless. This son-in-law really answered his words. Is a person stupid money wrongdoer? Master Shi Shang's face was filled with disappointment as he looked at Chen Mofan and shook his head and sighed. "As much as I mean to mention you, I'm not going to mention a cutie. Laddie, you're on your own." The crowd let out a sneer, but Chen Mofan remained unmoved and directly asked the boss to open the stone. The stone chosen by the sailors was opened first, a raw stone of excellent quality, priced at $100,000. But when you cut it open, it's still a stone, except for the stone, and you can't see a bit of green in it at all. The sailor was full of doubts and thoroughly skeptical. Next up is Chen Mervin's mossy stone. That piece of excellent quality of the original stone did not open jade. This piece of moss stone crowd is even less optimistic. Half taunted. But as the stone was put into the stone cutting machine and sliced through a piece of the exterior, a flash of shock suddenly appeared on the face of the owner, who had been carefully operating it, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Green. See, green. This cry of surprise was like a bomb detonating in the crowd, and everyone looked at the boss in disbelief. Seeing green? How can it see green? Isn't it a piece of waste rock? The question surfaced in everyone's mind. As the corner of the original stone was completely cut, a deep green appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The deep green was crystal clear. There was not a single impurity inside, not even half a crack, and there was only a thin layer of stone skin wrapped around the exterior. Watching the scene, everyone present unanimously sucked in a breath of cool air. Everyone's face wore shock as they looked at the stone in disbelief. Imperial green. Excellent emerald. I don't know who shouted, but everyone around the room went into a complete daze. A waste stone that was not favored by the crowd was opened with a superb imperial green. That deep green color was like the world's loudest slap slapped hard on the faces of the crowd, and everyone felt their faces burning and reddening. Just a moment ago, they had desperately mocked, saying that this raw stone was a waste stone, and had urged Chen Mofan to give it up, and some even mocked Chen Mofan for being a cutie. But now what? Just who was the cutie? It's not obvious. The sailor was in deep disbelief. He couldn't believe that a piece of waste rock he had identified had opened a superb imperial green. This doesn't match what you've learned, does it? What the hell have I learned in all these years? The sailors were caught up in god-awful self-doubt. Master Shishang even rubbed his eyes fiercely. It must be his own eyesight. This should not be. How can this still open out the emerald? Shishang looked at the translucent deep green color and only felt his old face burning and reddening, as if there was a little pain, as if he had been slapped hard in the mouth. He was actually slapped in the face by a youngster, which made him not have the face to stay here any longer, and he turned around and left. The black silk beauty clenched her teeth fiercely, biting and cackling as she looked at Chen Mofan with eyes full of jealousy, no longer half of the previous mockery and arrogance, thinking about how she had just looked at her like a little cutie, like looking at Chen Mofan. Now that the stone was open, she had instead become a real and true cutie. This sense of contrast made her blush while being very angry, thinking of their own open no less than a dozen original stone, but each is a waste of stone. On the contrary, this kid just open got a superb emperor green. What's even more irritating is that she was the one who originally saw the stone, which was supposed to belong to her. That made her even more angry. Little brother, without further ado, I'll offer $3 million to take this piece of imperial green. A man in the crowd opened his mouth and shouted, What? It's only $3 million. You're fooling the little cutie. What about? I'll offer $5 million. Little brother, $5.5 million. A shout rang out as people scrambled to acquire it, and the price came to $6,020,000. In the blink of an eye, becomes $6 million, turned a whole 300 times. Chen Mofan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He could finally understand why the water army was so obsessed with gambling stones. It's really easy to get obsessed with this feeling of being violently rich, and the black silk beauty was even more jealous to the point of exploding in her heart after hearing $6 million. She stood up and walked to Chen Mofan, pointing at the emerald. This stone is mine. I saw it first. Hurry up and give it back to me, the black silk beauty said, coming up and making a move to grab it. Chen Mofan almost laughed in anger. He found this as really interesting. First picked up and lost, then lost and picked up, and finally in the loss. And now look at this stone out of the emerald, but also simply on the hand to grab. Chen Mofan was also not polite, grabbed her hand and said icily, Beauty, it seems like I paid for this stone. What does it have to do with you? The black silk beauty sniffed for a moment. She opened her mouth several times, but could not produce a single word. And finally, it is simply unreasonable. I can pay you back the 20,000 you offered. I'll give you 100,000. But I saw the stone first. You have to give it to me, the black silk beauty said, began to splash and roll, and made a move to grab the emerald beside Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan used his last patience and opened his mouth. Beauty, you don't want this stone. I bought it. At that time I also deliberately inquired about it. But do you remember what you said at that time? The black silk beauty's face flushed red and she said savagely, I don't care. This stone must be mine. I can tell you that my man is Master Tiger. Mess with me and you're on your own. The black silk beauty was even full of cold smiles at the end. Exporting threats. Chapter 115, a direct mouthful. The crowd originally on the black silk beauty practice is very shameful. Obviously you do not want, but look open the jade immediately reversed. This backtracking behavior made them not on, and they all stood in solidarity with Chen Mofan. Of course, there were also people who were jealous of Chen Mofan in their hearts. Although their faces didn't show anything, but in their hearts, They couldn't wait for this kid to offend some big shot and get properly cleaned up. Now, hearing that it was Master Tiger's woman, the faces of those who were jealous in their hearts began to become playful, looking at Chen Mofan with a playful expression. In Liucheng, Master Tiger's reputation is very loud, though he was slapped in the face a few times by the mortal gods and was hit hard. But even though the tiger has fallen, it still has power. Master Tiger was simply not something they could mess with, much less a youngster like Chen Mofan. Most of the people watching had expressions of awe on their faces, shutting up and standing honestly where they were. Looking at the crowd's appearance, the black silk beauty smiled smugly. She tilted her head, coldly looked at the non-speaking Chen Mofan, and condescendingly said, "Wasn't it quite talkative just now? You are talking give you face you don't want to face? What kind of thing? Bah!" Chen Mofan looked at the spit at his feet and became angry. He realized that these people who were hanging out with Lei Hu were really not that different. They were all so arrogant and domineering. First it was Lei Lu, then Zhang Zhua, then Lei Hu, and now this black silk. What a lineage! Black silk beauty, and not to relieve the hatred, show more rampant. She stretched out her hand to point Chen Mofan's chest. Arrogant, I told you. This is what I saw first, but you have to reason with me. Come. You are giving me a sentence of reasoning, I listen to come. Speak your mom. Chen Mofan was not spoiled in the slightest and directly slapped his mouth out. Pop! This mouth directly slapped the black silk beauty out, leaving her lying on the ground on the spot, blood spilling from the corners of her mouth and her head full of gold stars. This mouth slapped the black silk directly into confusion. She looked at Chen Mofan incredulously, and a full 10 seconds passed before she wailed out, "How dare you hit me? I'm Master Tiger's woman, and you're worthy of hitting me?" Black Silk said, took out her cell phone and called Lei Hu, then looked at Chen Mofan with a resentful face. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, those who were jealous in their hearts opened their mouths and mocked. Alas, young people nowadays really don't know how to die. This is Master Tiger. What's the difference between messing with him and looking for death? This young man can't be taking himself as a mortal god, right? Just because mortal gods dare to mess with us doesn't mean we dare to mess with us. My guess is that this kid will absolutely fall to his knees in fear and beg for mercy. But too late? Originally also think he is a lucky child. Can open the Emperor Green? But now, in the lucky so what? I am a can not help. This kind of person is not only stupid himself, but also involves his family, so you can stay away from him. I'm afraid of being implicated by him. Hey, wait for the show. Poor pussies these days are so breathless it's funny. Accompanied by the murmurs of the crowd, Master Tiger brought 3 of his men and slowly walked towards the area. After Lei Lu's death, Lei Hu had plans to have another one, so he found a little beauty and counted on her to carry on his family's legacy. Therefore, for this little beauty, Lei Hu was very loving. Not only did he bring her to the auction, but he also gave her $3 million in one big hand and let her just go and play. But I had never thought that there were still ungrateful guys here who dared to touch his woman. What was this if not looking for death? As soon as he pushed away the one person who was in his way, Lei Hu cursed and opened his mouth. Tramp, who is so ignorant of death. Even my people dare to move. Do not know how to write the word death, is it? As the arrogant words exited, the stream of people blocking in front of Lei Hu coincidentally began to separate to the left and right, making way for a path. Lei Hu really came. The surrounding crowd looked at Chen Mofan's eyes, full of all the banter. All understand that this time this kid is dead. When Black Silk saw Lei Hu coming, her face was delighted, and after giving Chen Mofan a contemptuous look, she sneered, "Today I'll let you understand the price of offending me." Black Silk sneered and walked towards Lei Hu with a face full of aggression. "Honey, look at what he did to my face. Look at it." Black Silk cried out in aggravation, putting on a pitiful appearance, covering her face and pointing at Chen Mofan. Lei Hu's gaze followed Black Silk's finger, and with just one glance, he almost sat on his butt. Mortal gods? The cold sweat on Lei Hu's face instantly flowed all over his cheeks like a waterfall, and his originally rosy face was as pale as snow after seeing Chen Mofan. "Honey, what are you waiting for? Help me teach him a lesson." Black Silk wrapped her arms around Lei Hu and pouted, but she didn't expect that after her words fell, Lei Hu's face turned livid in a split second as he raised his hand and slapped Black Silk's face. Pop! That mouth slapped Black Silk right silly. The people watching around were also confused. They were waiting to see Master Tiger clean up this lucky kid. How did they turn around and beat up Black Silk instead? In the next second, Lei Hu told them the answer with his actions, only to see Lei Hu with a smile on his face, full of currying favor. He came to Chen Mofan and laughed. "Fan God, you're here?" One sentence was like an earthquake that shook everyone's head. A mortal god? This guy is a mortal god? The crowd all looked at Chen Mofan with fearful faces. Those who had previously exited to ridicule and taunt were even more frightened at the moment. Their heads lowered and they didn't dare to say a word. Where? The mortal gods. Misunderstanding? These are all misunderstandings. This girl does not know how to do things. I will bring back later to give a good lesson. Hearing this, Black Silk nodded her head repeatedly. She had long since been scared to the point where her legs were weak. How could she not expect that the brat she looked down on would be a mortal god? This master, however, even slapped his man, let alone a woman like her, a fox and a tiger. Black Silk trembled in fear. She glanced at Chen Mofan in awe and whispered, Fan god, I was wrong, I apologize to you. Chen Mofan's gaze, however, didn't even look at him, but rather at Lei Hu. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, he directly slapped his mouth. There was a crunching sound, and when the crowd heard it, their bodies trembled. Everyone looked at Chen Mofan with shocked faces. They didn't expect that the mortal god would be so strong that the Tiger Master would slap him when he said so, not giving the Tiger Master any face at all. This hegemony made their hearts shocked, and at the same time, they were also very eager. Lei Hu covered his face. His face was unusually ugly. He didn't expect Chen Mofan to not give himself the slightest bit of face, and would actually slap him in the mouth in front of everyone. In fact, Chen Mofan had already given him a lot of face, just from Lei Hu's arrogant and overbearing strength. Chen Mofan had the heart to kill him, not to mention the nasty things this guy had done before. Chen Mofan only slapping him in the mouth was already considered cheap. A mortal god is a mortal god. His attitude is always tough and enviable. A voice of words rang out from behind the two, with a hint of obvious playfulness in its tone. Chapter 116. A mortal god is a mortal god. Always tough. Ah, enviable. A word rang through the crowd, a hint of obvious teasing in its tone. Looking around, he saw Chen Xiaokuan walking from the crowd with a group of rich kids. The leader, Chen Xiaokuan, looked at Chen Mofan with a playful smile on his face. Mortal god. Hello again? Chen Xiaokuan laughed. Chen Mofan also smiled. Over the past few days, Chen Xiaokuan had been begging him, putting in a good word with him, wanting to get into that group again. But today, this guy's attitude had obviously changed, and that hint of a playful smile was a bit of a gloat anyhow. I just don't know how long the mortal god's arrogance can last. Chen Xiaokuan spoke quietly, then lit a cigarette, took a breath, then teased. Fan god, sorry, heard that you want to acquire the company. Brother, I happen to have this idea, just coincidentally, a step ahead of the fan god. Acquired the company has 7. I don't know if I've spoiled the plans of the mortal gods, but if I have, my brother is here to say sorry in advance. Chen Xiaokuan said with a playful face, a hint of obvious smugness in his smile. Chen Mofan smiled back, not knowing when. People in Liaoqing had begun to believe that his acquisition of the company was for a big plan. Otherwise there's no way to explain why he started his acquisition spree. And what Chen Xiaokuan did was to join in on the fun as well, acquiring the company and disrupting Chen Mofan's already non-existent plans. He wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to make peace with Chen Mofan. Hopefully, Chen Mofan wouldn't hold a grudge against him because he had been on the wrong side. Looking at the complacent Chen Xiaokuan, Chen Merfan could barely hold back his laughter. He acquires companies only to spend money, and if there is any plan, it is only the Tennessee Capital Program, which is carried out all over the old city, and has nothing to do with where those acquired companies are. The only relationship to spend money on, and Chen Mofan had already found a place for it, was this auction, and he was ready to take all the jade here. This Chen Xiaokuan is simply lifting a stone to stone their own feet. Complacent acquisition of the company. The funds are trapped, not to mention, but also no use. The key is that those companies are still losing money. Shaking his head, Chen Merfan smiled and patted Chen Xiaokuan's shoulder, laughing. It's alright, acquiring a company. The highest bidder gets it. Keep up the good work. I'm sure half of Liao Cheng's company will be in your Chen family's pocket. Chen Xiaokuan looked at Chen Mofan, whose face was relaxed and casual. His eyebrows zhooshed up. In his guess, Chen Mofan should not give him a good face when he heard that he had already acquired the company. But now, Chen Merfan was relaxed and casual, as if he didn't care. Doesn't he want his big plan anymore? Chen Xiaokuan frowned. Fan Shen, we all know each other. It's not necessary for you to pretend to be calm like this. I, Chen Xiaokuan, am also not the type of person to give an inch. I don't want to, nor dare to make an enemy of you. The mortal god, I only hope that you can let me rejoin the group, and we can all continue to be friends, and I can sell these companies to you cheaply. Chen Xiaokuan was a little apprehensive in his heart and took the lead in softening. Chen Merfan sighed out a breath in his heart and looked at Chen Xiaokuan's eyes, his face bland as he said, Chen Xiao, you're really overthinking it if you're an enemy. Perhaps you've long forgotten that I once said I owed you all a favor when I offered Zhang Zuo a reward. With this favor in mind, even if you guys are on the wrong side, there's no harm in it. If we can't be friends, we can still be business partners. It's just that that's something you've forgotten, and you've narrowed the path. Chen Xiaokuan's body trembled. Indeed, Chen Mofan did say this during the bounty on Zhang Zuo, but he thought that it was just Chen Mofan's casual remark. because the one who contributed in the end was Long Ao Tian, not him, Chen Xiaokuan. But now it seems that Chen Mofan has always remembered, and he has narrowed the path. After standing on the wrong team, the fear of reprisals desperately blocked Chen Mofan, but also early acquisition of the company, wanting to destroy Chen Mofan's plans, tripping up one after another. The favors have long since been used up. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaokuan's eyes surfaced with a strong sense of remorse, just like what Chen Meifan said. Friends can't be friends, but they can still be partners in business. But he ruined it all. Thinking of the stupid things he had done these days, Chen Xiaokuan had a feeling of wanting to be hysterical. He couldn't wait to roar in anger and give himself a few big mouths. At this moment, he realized that he was really so stupid. So stupid. But the good thing is that everything is still salvageable and he still has those chips. As long as he had these chips in place, he could make a fair deal with the mortal gods. Fan Shen, I was wrong in the past, and in order to apologize, I can sell you the company I acquired in my hands at a 50% discount. Chen Xiaokuan said through gritted teeth. The acquisition of these companies, he spent billions, the family's liquidity all used not to mention, but also loaned more than $1 billion. Now that it was sold at 50% discount, his heart was dripping blood. This time, their Chen family was a little bit of a yuan chi, but to Chen Xiaokuan's surprise, Chen Mofan showed no interest whatsoever. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply shook his head no. In this scene, not to mention Chen Xiaokuan was surprised. It was the surrounding crowd, their faces also showed surprise. They all believed that Van God had acquired the companies for a big plan. But now, these companies Van God didn't even want? What? Is this abandoning his plan? Or did he not need these companies for his program in the first place? Thinking so, many shocked people had sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces filled with shock. They understood. They guessed that the plan of the gods was not to do this, but to remove the hidden danger. The three great young men of Liao City, Long Ao Tian, Bai Yu and Chen Xiaokuan. These three represented the top three big families behind them, the Long family, the Bai family, and the Chen family. Apart from the Chen family, the Bai family and the Long family were both closely related to the mortal god. And with this acquisition plan, he was digging a big hole, waiting for the Chen family's people to go into it, waiting for the people in Liuqing who were his enemies to go into it. In this way, they are pulled into it to hedge their funds. That way, he could open the real plan with confidence and boldness. Now it seems obvious that Chen Xiaokuan took the bait. The funds were trapped inside. The family's liquidity is not a penny not to mention, but also owed the bank loan. Wanting to sabotage Chen Mofan's next plan was already more than enough. Following behind Chen Xiaokuan, those next level of great young men have also more or less acquired companies with the same amount of money being trapped. With only one move, all the hidden dangers of Liuqing were solved. Hi! Not only brilliant, but way too ruthless. One slip-up by these trapped families could lead to a break in the financial chain, which in turn could lead to bankruptcy. Just thinking about it, a cold sweat just broke out on these people's foreheads. They didn't expect Chen Mofan's methods to be so smart and vicious. If their thoughts were known by Chen Mofan, I'm afraid they would laugh helplessly. Tall hammers, tough bastards. He just wants to spend money. But the smarter you are, the more you tend to want to complicate simple things. Because the name of the mortal god is there. They don't believe that the mortal god was originally just a poor man who just wanted to spend money. Chapter 117, The Brainstorming Crowd. A move to solve the hidden dangers within Liuqing. At this moment, the crowd looked at Chen Mofan, and everyone felt that Chen Mofan was starting to become mysterious. It's horrible. This man is horrible. This thought bubbled up in everyone's mind, and their eyes became more fearful as they looked at Chen Mofan. Lei Hu's gaze was also more fearful, and after the explanation of the people around him, he understood. He originally thought that Chen Mofan was just like him, also a guy who only knew how to use force. But now it seemed that the mortal god, which was a simple-minded person, this was clearly an intellect like a demon. Lei Hu was completely terrified. At this moment, he was really scared. It was because he could clearly sense that the mortal god was looking down on him. He was afraid that Chen Mofan would also use his demon-like intelligence against himself. And would a simple-minded guy like him who only knew how to do things be a match for the mortal god? I'm afraid he's been sold by the mortal gods, and he's still foolishly counting the money for the mortal gods himself. No, I can never sit around like this, Lei Hu thought in his mind and looked around. Wang Mokai looked completely dumbfounded, and in his heart there was nothing but shock. He had also originally thought that the mortal gods were just Ho and trenchant. But now look, Chen Mofan is not only Ho, but also has an IQ like a demon. Some of his seemingly unintentional actions had his own calculations in mind. For example, the bounty at the beginning, taking down the Tiankai Hotel in Tiankai, Li Tiankai. Now, it may look like an acquisition of the company, but it turns out to be a big hole dug for all the enemies, waiting for them to jump into it. Horrible. This is just horrible. Wang Mokai thought in his heart and looked at Chen Mofen with more than a hint of fear in his admiration. At the same time, he also understood better that by following such a boss, he would definitely be able to soar in the future. Chen Xiaokuan also thought to understand. Thinking about it, he was like a deflated ball on the spot, almost paralyzed on the ground. He was afraid, scared, regretful, and all sorts of emotions came to the forefront of his mind. At this moment, he realized how stupid he was. No wonder the mortal god had that look of disinterest when he had just met him. He had originally thought that this was just the mortal god being deliberately hardened, but now it seems, this is not a hard sell. The other side is really do not care, because he's just waiting for himself to jump in? It was ridiculous to think that one thought that this was one's bargaining chip, one's courage to negotiate with the mortal gods. Thinking about this, Chen Xiaokuan only felt so ridiculous, and his heart was even more filled with remorse. He knew that his Chen family was finished. One slip up in bankruptcy is trivial. His Chen family's funds have been completely trapped. There is no liquidity turnover. In the short term may not be a big deal, but once this situation continues, he does not even dare to imagine. Their Chen family will be what kind of result? Horrible. This man is horrible. Where the gods? Chen Xiaokuan only stammered a few words before he couldn't say anymore. He wanted to say that he would admit defeat, but realized that he would not even be qualified to do so. The bottom card was all out, but it didn't hurt the mortal god one bit, and his proud Chen family was now dragged into the mud pit by him. Whether he could climb out or not was still another matter. So what qualification did he have to admit defeat? Outside, Su Hao watched this scene, his head lowered, thinking deeply for a long time. He had thought that mortal gods were not to be feared, merely well capitalized but not too impressive in themselves. But looking at it now, it's not that it's not colorful, it's just too colorful, slightly out of hand. They had already reached the limit of these great young men of theirs. He thought to himself that he was not so highly intelligent, so shrewd, as the mortal gods. By himself, he was afraid that if he continued to fight hard with the mortal god, he would be eaten by the mortal god without even a crumb left. He had to find allies and gather the crowd. Yu Zhu was a good choice. And now, Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu, all these people are good candidates. Both of them had a pivotal position in Liaoqing and were great allies. At the same time, developing the old town, these two can make a big difference. With the development of the old city center, a large amount of money, accumulation of capital, so that he has the confidence to deal with Chen Mofen. He was clear that Chen Mofen had strong capital and could easily take out billions, but he believed that he would also have such capital after the old city was in his hands. However, Chen Meifan once again refreshed his perception, making him clearly understand the arrogant words of the mortal god. Don't challenge my allowance with your savings, only to see Chen Mofen tired of playing, without saying anything, directly trailer into the field. Watch the dozen or so trailers roll into the workers' stadium, followed by 4 or 5 bulldozers. This scene directly dumbfounded everyone in the stadium, speculating what the mortal god was trying to do. What's going on? Is the mortal god pushing the auction? This is too much. Do you think it's possible that the mortal god is trying to transport jade in a trailer? Can't be. The jade here is worth billions? Another man spoke up, but he couldn't get halfway through his sentence, because all of a sudden he thought that mortal gods might actually be capable of such things. After all, it didn't seem impossible that someone who had casually swiped $600 million was spending billions on jade. But just thinking about it, everyone's hearts were instantly filled with excitement. Is this where the mortal god is going to proceed to show off his greatness? And they can witness it? Everyone's gazes brushed together in unison as they looked toward Chen Mofen, each with a blaze of fervor and anticipation in their eyes. Chen Mofen would naturally not fail them, only to see him walk to the stall where he had just gambled the stones with a flat face. Looking at the owner, he calmly said, "I'll take everything in your stall. I'll give you 30% over the market price." When these words came out, the surrounding crowd stared in disbelief, while the boss sucked in a breath of cool air. Are they all so posh now? Originally, he was worried that with only 3 days, he wouldn't be able to sell all these jades. But now, just half a day later, it's been wrapped up? I don't have a mental plan for this either. Dumbfounded for 2 seconds, the boss nodded busily. 30% over market value. He's making a fortune. Chen Murfan's face was calm as he handed over the black card. Now, take your money and leave my stall. Seeing this, Wang Mokai calmly smiled and waved his hand. Load the car. As the bulldozer pulled up, the crowd was completely confused. *******. The mortal god is really planning to use a trailer for jade? I'm shocked. I set his monkey on fire, and for the first time I knew jade could be associated with a trailer. There's not only raw stone in here, there's also carved jade. That being said, is the mortal god really not afraid of a bulldozer going down with a shovel and there being damage to these things? outrageous outrageous. This is jade it's an eye-opener. I've had a eye-opener today. Chapter 118, it's over before it starts. Walking from store to store, the process was simple and brutal. Negotiating a price, swiping a card, leaving my booth, the bulldozer pulling up, loading the truck. Everyone was shocked, and for the first time they knew that the original jade could be bought in this way. Suha directly sat on his butt as he had a whole new perception of the funds that Chen Mofan held in his hands. He thought to himself that even if he took Old Town, he wouldn't dare splurge like that. That's a lot of money. At this moment, he really wanted to ask, Big brother, your money is burning hands. You are spending too trenchant. How many billions of dollars have been spent in this moment? Chen Xiaokuan regretted his intestines. If he didn't stand on the wrong team, backed by such a strong capital as the mortal god, their Chen family could completely develop by leaps and bounds, and their strength could go up to another level, which was completely no problem at all. But now, he could only watch as the Long and White families, with the support of the mortal god, developed rapidly. Their Chen family, on the other hand, was facing a crisis on the verge of bankruptcy. Comparing the two, remorse filled Chen Xiaokuan's heart. The Tiger Master came directly, and he realized today, what is called rich? That's what the mortal gods call really rich. This is a big deal. Not to say that no one has ever done it before, but I'm afraid that there will be no one after. Not to mention, he felt like he could kill himself with so much money down the drain. Shui Yuro's family was also completely stupefied. Their knowledge of Chen Mofan all came from hearsay, knowing that this big god is trenchant, but no one told them it was such a trenchant method. Watching, as that one stall was emptied, they realized that their worldview was actually shattered. Is this the difference between the rich and the poor? Previously, it was a problem for them to have 3 meals to feed themselves, but now they had even begun to follow Chen Mofan as he swept through the jade stalls. Chen Mofan had already said that these jades, the ones that their family had their eyes on, would be directly embraced. Doesn't Uncle Sailor like to open stones? Okay, I'll pull a big truckload of rocks over to your house later. Drive slowly. The sailors who heard this were simply delighted. Without saying a word, he went straight up to help, directing the loading of the big trailer. Shui Yuro originally didn't want to take those jade jewelry. She felt that their family owed Chen Mofan too much, and if they continued to owe so much, she wouldn't know how to repay them. She felt that if she didn't give her one blood to Chen Mofan as soon as possible, it would all be considered that she didn't know what it meant to know and repay. It was too much. She does not take. But Chen Mofan said, those jade jewelry carved, fragile, bulldozer a shovel down, then do not know how much to destroy. Either pick the good one and you take it, or just ruin it. Take your pick anyway. Shui Yuro had no choice but to pull her own mother and little brother, and went to pick out the jade. Wang Mot Kai is even more thoughtful to drive a Mercedes-Benz business. Those jade necklaces, bracelets, directly filled a business car. The people watching around were even more completely dumbfounded. Flop, flop, the sound of paralyzed on the ground kept ringing out. Watching those jade stones being loaded into the big trailer one shovel at a time, they only felt that their worldview was completely destroyed today, and their chatter hasn't stopped since the trailer came in. I went to load these jades just like this? I guess all these jades have to cry. Who has treated them so roughly for thousands of years? I said his monkey. I saw what? A pair of jade bracelets worth more than 100,000 yuan. A shovel down, directly broken into 8 pieces. Cannot afford to put together the kind. So broken? The mortal god is right next to it. Even a little bit does not hurt? But I'm heartbroken. You, that counts for what? I saw a piece of raw stone. A shovel down. The stone skin broken, revealing the inside of the purple jade. That is purple jade. To say the least is also worth 1 million. But so broken? My worldview. What the hell is this? A good auction and it's over before it even starts? This is one of the fastest moving events I've ever seen. Half a day. The goods are gone. Why do I want to laugh so much? My friend said he's coming over at night to enjoy the view. Now look, enjoy the view. When he comes, there's not a hair left. Asterisk. The mortal god today is completely bowled me over. His hope conquered my heart. I would like to ask him. He still lacks a son. Not. I have a kind of want to kneel down to filial piety to him. Not to mention you. I want to give him my old age. An 80-year-old grandfather spoke leisurely. The people around them were even more shocked when they heard this. Grandpa, you're playing with more flowers than we are. It turns out that human grief and joy are not connected. Unlike their shock, the plow driver was terrified. This shovel down is several millions. Sometimes not shoveling well. Shoveling broken a piece of purple jade. That is millions gone. This is a job that is too wary to do. It's the first time they've done such a big job in years. More than 1,000 stalls ended. And the money that needed to be spent, Chen Mofan spent all of it, and also exceeded 100 million. Now Chen Mofan could finally relax. His little brother preserved. Not only was his little brother saved, but he had 3 of his spending points left. However, these 3 spending points Chen Mofan did not use them, but kept them for backup. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending all $10 billion in 10 days. This system is very pleased with this. But given that the host has spent all $10 billion because of coincidence, there is a tricky behavior. This system now releases a new task for the host. Spend $20 billion in 10 days. If the host can't finish it, the system will give the host a big green hat. The voice of the system in his head sounded. And Chen Mofan directly, I got it. It's not even a sigh of relief. Only to turn around and you're making up cuckolds for me. As a man, the last thing you can tolerate is a cuckold. Lu Ruyan had worn it for him once. So now Lu Ruyan was willing to take the initiative to climb into Chen Mofan's bed even though she had tried to tempt him in every way possible. Even showing that Chen Mofan would be willing to take the initiative to climb into Chen Mofan's bed as long as he hooked his finger. But in response, Chen Mofan directly ignored it. Once a cuckold, always a roller. Now that the system was even going to give him something to wear, he went straight to the mama sellers. Spend money, also spend money And this time the amount has gone up. Spending $20 billion in 10 days. The system is constantly raising the difficulty for him, isn't it? Boss, where are so many jades being sent to? Wang Mo Kai inquired. These, Chen Mofan had thought about long ago. Let's find a warehouse to put it in first. Hasn't our Heaven's Capital program started? I've also thought about the decoration of the hotel. So I'll take these jades and carve them into all kinds of ornaments and put them in the hotel. As for those broken jades, directly grind them into powder and make them into flooring and lay them on the ground. Since it's an upscale hotel, it must be as upscale as it can be. The top floor boxes, all of which use jade as tableware. Wang Mo Kai was directly dumbfounded. Isn't this a bit too much? These are billions of dollars worth of jade, and you're telling me they're used for decoration or made into tableware? Chapter 119, a slap in the face. There's no upscale hotel that's more upscale than them. Ordinary people have a piece of jade of good character that had to be carefully provided for fear of bumping. But now, those superb jades are just restaurant ornaments for people to play with? Wang Mo Kai was speechless, shocked and speechless. Old Wang, find workers to make it now. I want the best jade masters. Price is not a problem. Let them rest assured that they can do it boldly. It doesn't matter if it's broken. So much jade has a 1/3 yield rate on the line, but it must be exquisite for every piece. With a 1/3 yield rate, Old Wang once again sweated a little. A trailer was loaded and all the stalls were swept away. The stadium, which was still full of goods, was empty in the blink of an eye. A sense of contrast that left everyone frozen in place, with a feeling of being a world away. The organizers were faced with this situation and were left in tears. They're naturally happy when all the jade is sold out. But what about publicity? Isn't this campaign just for publicity? Now it's good. All the publicity is gone. Hell, it's over before it even started. They had a feeling they wanted to cry. Chen Mofan didn't know what was in their minds. At this moment he had already taken Shui Yuro's family to dinner. There was still an auction at night? That is the main event. Now, on the other hand, you need to get your energy up for the big night. The people are gone. There's nothing left to see, nothing left to play for, and the stadium crowd is slowly dispersing. And those who are new to the area are confused. They're in the right place. Why is it empty? Su Hao looked at Chen Mofan's back as he left, his face filled with resentment. Right now his face still hurt and his head was still buzzing at times, all thanks to Chen Mofan. But the bottomless capital behind Chen Mofan was also scaring him, especially today when Hao Hong struck out. It scared him all to death. However, it's good that this guy is desperately trying to deplete his capital so that he doesn't have the money to remodel the old city. And naturally, no one will steal the project from him. I'm going to make you bleed a little more at the auction tonight. Su Hao's grim words exited, his face filled with a cold smile. Now, he was going to look for allies. Lei Hu, Chen Shaokuan. He believed that these people were very willing to ally with him. The time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mofan brought Shui Yuro, Old Wang, and Qin Ku, and the three of them returned to the stadium once again, walking towards the center of the stadium. Su Hao walked with Chen Shaokuan and Lei Hu's group of people. There were quite a few acquaintances here, not only the Yu Zhu who he had violently beaten up before, but also the few people who had been in the Red Lust Casino before, robbing the Imperial Hall with him, and had been violently beaten up by him, and finally carried out. The two sides met in front of the gymnasium, and these people saw Chen Mofan's angry face and looked at him with unkind eyes. Seeing such a gaze, Chen Mofan didn't dawdle and directly pointed at the nose of the leader. Take one more look, and believe it or not I'll gouge those two glass balls out of you so you won't have to look at them ever again. The man's face darkened when he heard this, and he didn't doubt the truthfulness of Chen Mofan's words in the slightest. This guy even slapped Lei Hu when he said he would, and now he's saying he's going to buckle his eyeballs. But no matter what, he is also a big man on one side. Just like this, he was intimidated by a few words. How can he still mix in the future? With an ugly face, the man dared not look at it, but opened his mouth and was about to say a few words on the scene. But before the words could be said, Chen Mofan directly threw over a big mouth. Says your sister, give you face and you don't want it, then don't want it. Pop, 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 pop. A big mouth followed by a big mouth slapped over, and the man's original swollen place swelled up again. As for Su Hao and the others, in the face of this situation, they directly chose to ignore it. Joking, who doesn't know the temper of the mortal god? That says slap you. Absolutely a big mouth to serve. No mercy at all. Who dares to stop them? In the face of a mortal god? If you want to blame them, you can't blame them for seeing death. You can only blame you for being a. You say you have nothing to provoke him why? And want to say a few words of scene. You do not know that this kid really killed the humongous bandits? If he says he'll kill you, he'll kill you. Scar is good enough, isn't he? Zheng Zui is good enough. You don't know these two. Fine, but don't you have a ready-made Lei Hu with you? Can't you see him cowering honestly like a quail when he sees Chen Mofan? He wouldn't even dare to say a word. How dare you? If you don't get beaten, who will? Another big mouth slapped out. The man directly fainted. He only felt his eyes filled with little stars. On the side of the organizer is at the entrance of the stadium. Saw this scene, full of sweat. This pull or not pull They had all heard that the mortal gods had bad tempers. Before they had come into contact with the mortal gods, they didn't know that a bad temper was such a bad law. Say clear and slap people. It's embarrassing for them. Stiffly, the head of the organizer walked over with a smile on his face. That, mortal god, does your hand hurt? Why don't we take a break? The person in charge really didn't dare to say something hard. And could only carefully persuade. He knew very well that the mortal god was a non-vegetarian. No matter who you were, if you messed with him, it would be light to serve him with a big mouth. Didn't he see the next Su Hao? Yu Zhu, Lei Hu. There, that face is not swollen. That green in the purple. Finally there is still a Chen Shaokuan. His face is not hurt, but the most tragic. The Chen family may lose money. The man-fan god had just dug a hole, and he couldn't wait to jump into it. That's really sexual. And the main focus is a companion. Chen Mofan shook it off and said flatly, don't say, it really hurts a bit. The person in charge was in a cold sweat. Brother, you feel pain in your hand. That person's face is predictable. But this is something that the person in charge only dares to think about in his heart. Saying that it is impossible to say anymore. It is impossible to possibly say in this life. He was afraid that if he didn't say that right, he would offend the mortal god, and he would be slapped in the face by the mortal god with that big mouth. Then, Vulcan, let's take a break. Come on, inside, Vulcan. Chen Mofan nodded and followed the person in charge toward the inside. Just entering inside, what you see is a spacious and bright hall. At the innermost part of the hall, there was a stage with a red carpet covering it, looking joyful. In front of the stage, there are rows of red seats, from low to high, that allow everyone to see the items on display. At this moment, the invited guests have come to the majority. A huge head of people. Where do I do it? Chen Mofan inquired. Second floor. Mortal god, you are naturally on the second floor. The person in charge hurriedly pointed to the second floor. The second floor was separated by partitions into several private rooms, and from above, one could just overlook the first floor, and the items exhibited on the stage were naturally visible. At this moment, there were already some people sitting in the second floor box. Bai Yu, Long Ao Tian and the others were already here, only they came with the elders of their families. Seeing Chen Mofan, the two of them smiled and greeted each other. What surprised Chen Mofan was that the beautiful policewoman, Tong Fei, was also on the second floor. Chapter 120 New Skill Perspective. Tong Fei on the second floor also saw Chen Mofan and greeted him with a smile. Chen Merfan smiled and waved his hand, but his eyes looked at a middle-aged man beside Tong Fei. The man wore a black framed glasses, kept a sharp plait-inch hair, and was dressed very casually as Chen Mofan, just simply wearing a set of casual clothes. Looking at Chen Mofan's gaze to and fro, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded his head in greeting. Seeing this, Chen Mofan also smiled and nodded, but in his heart, he set off a shocking wave. Liao Cheng's hand. Fuji Kong. I go Lu. Fuji Kong. Tong Fei. This has insider awe. Following the person in charge to the third box on the second floor, Chen Mofan sat in his seat and quietly waited for the opening. But the box to Chen Mofan's right was obviously not as quiet as he was waiting, and a whisper rang out from time to time. Since there was only a partition, the murmurs carried clearly. Uncle Wang, is that super raw stone confirmed to be displayed in this auction? A female voice rang out, crisp and clear. As soon as the female voice spoke, another pale voice rang out. Don't worry, miss. It can be 100% certain that the finale auction item of this session is exactly that piece of raw stone. That's good. I was worried that I didn't know what to give my father for his 60th birthday. With this piece of raw stone as a congratulatory gift, I believe he will be very happy. Miss, as far as I know, this auction has come with a lot of Liao City bigwigs, and the newest redneck, Chen Meifan, has also come to the auction house. I just don't know if they are interested in that piece of raw stone or not. When Chen Mofan heard this, his interest increased even more. This even mentioned himself. Interesting. It's fine. That Chen Mofan has already spent a lot of funds on the stalls. He shouldn't be a threat to me anymore. Before the woman could finish her words, she was interrupted by a light cough from the old man. Ahem. Miss, more words than you can say. Beware of ears through the wall. Obviously, the old man was afraid that in the boundaries of Liuqing, his own young lady would say something that would offend the mortal god and attract the displeasure of this great Buddha. After these words, no more sound came out of the next box, not knowing whether they had stopped talking or had deliberately lowered their voices. But the right one just stopped talking and the left one came back. Come on, little baby, sit on my lap. A lewd voice rang out, followed by a juvenile sound. I'm going to go. Chen Mofan was helpless at that time. He didn't understand. How monkeyish was this? Getting on here? It was really an eye-opener for him. On the side, Shui Yuro's face was flushed red, and water was about to drip from her shy face. She held Chen Mofan's hand tightly and lowered her head, unable to say a word in shyness. Chen Mofan had no choice but to let old Wang go over and kindly remind him, but the juvenile voice was gone, replaced by a cursing voice. It's also peppered with words about what a hick, a bumpkin, and not having seen the world. Obviously this big brother was upset about being disturbed from a good thing. Boss, do you want me to go over and shut him up? Chinku opened his mouth. Chen Mofan wanted to nod, but at this moment the entire auction house went violently black, and the next second a dozen or so spotlights opened up and shot straight to the center of the stage. Obviously, it's the start of the auction. Ha! Chen Mofan looked at this scene, and could only suppress the thought of giving a good education, and seriously looked downstairs. And at this moment, center stage, a female host walked out. Good evening to all our guests. Then there was a bunch of useless field talk. By the time the woman finished, the first auction item was also carried out by the staff. This is a fine quality rough stone, creamy white in color overall, with a thumb-sized opening at one end, also known as an open window. Through the window, it was obvious that the inside was a crystalline green color that was translucent. Extreme jadeite, imperial green. I don't know who shouted out, and along with this shout, the people in the auction house let out an exclamation or two. This piece of raw stone is extraordinary. Such a big piece. If all the jade inside, at least worth tens of millions of that's not the way to put it. This raw stone only has one window open. From the window it looks like the jade is of excellent quality, but who knows what the rest of it looks like. You're wrong, even though there's only one window open. But look at the color, the character. It's obvious that this is a fine piece of jade. Listening to the chatter of the people downstairs, Chen Mofan was getting sleepy from listening. He wants to spend money now, and he wants to hurry up the auction so he can spend it. It's just that spending money is spending money, and 220 meat is not too much of a rush now that he can keep it. When he wasn't in a hurry, he was more than willing to have some fun and didn't want to continue to be an ingrate. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan placed the remaining 3 points of proficiency on a new skill. Penetration, LV3. Name, Chen Mofan. General physical fitness, 10. Normal, 10. Fighting mastery, LV1. Firearms mastery, LV1. Lockpicking mastery, LV1. Perspective, LV3. In an instant, Chen Mofan only felt that his eyes began to gradually become warm, as if soaking in warm water was very warm. When the warmth gradually dissipated, Chen Mofan opened his eyes and realized that everything in front of him had become different, and his vision had become exceptionally clear. Even his previous somewhat nearsightedness had completely disappeared at this moment, and with the movement of his mind, he could even penetrate the item and see what was behind it. Ladies and gentlemen, the first lot of this session, an open window raw stone, Emperor Green Superb Jadeite, the starting price of 3 million, each increase shall not be less than 100,000. The host opened his mouth and quoted the starting bid. The audience below sucked in a breath of cool air when they heard that the first lot was $3 million. But a number of people are beginning to raise their prices. I'm 3.5 million. I'm 3,700,000. 4 million. A raise rang out, and the price quickly came to 4 million. Chen Mofan was not in a hurry. His eyes stared, and with the movement of his mind, his perspective opened again, looking at the raw stone on the stage. Under Chen Mofan's penetrating gaze, the original stone had nothing to hide, and through the stone coat wrapped around the exterior, he could clearly see everything inside. What he saw was emerald green, and there wasn't a single crack, and the quality was even better than the mossy stone he had opened before. Looking at this scene, Chen Mofan didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly waved his big hand. 6 million. As soon as this number came out, everyone's faces were shocked as they looked towards the box where Chen Mofan was. The highest bid was just 4 million, but Chen Mofan went out and added 2 million directly. This shocked the crowd. Even the host froze. If this is a piece of superb emerald, the value could be in the tens of millions. But now, the original stone only had a window open, and no one knew exactly what was going on inside. $6 million. That's a bit of an inflated price. They didn't know, but Chen Mofan was completely aware of it, and once his perspective was open, he could see it directly. Chapter 121, Who are you? $6 million a time. 6 million twice. 6 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to the noble guest of box number 3 for auctioning the first item of this auction. What a ingrate. $6 million for a one open window rough stone. I'm laughing. On the left side box, the boss who liked to play with excitement, spoke in a teasing tone and didn't lower his voice. Obviously this was meant for Chen Mofan to hear, and it was obvious that this boss had been disturbed from his good deed earlier, making him feel bad and wanting to find trouble with Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan smiled. Brother, then how much do you think you should pay for it appropriately? Stop, don't call me brother. I have a name and a surname. Wu Hong. If you open your eyes, call Hong brother. As for the brother, you deserve? Interrupting my comfort. What the? In the left box, Wu Heng's contemptuous words came out with a hint of obvious disdain in his tone. Since the words had been said to this point, Chen Mofan had nothing more to say. Waving his hand, the Chinko behind him naturally understood in seconds and left the box in a big stride towards the box on the left. A foot kicked open the door of the box room, and a loud noise then came from the left box. Who are you? What do you want? Miserable screams, accompanied by the woman's screams, resounded throughout the auction, and everyone who heard the noise looked toward the second floor with curious faces. The organizers naturally heard the ruckus, and the person in charge grabbed a towel and frantically wiped the sweat from his face. Naturally, he was well aware that this was a commotion made by the 4 packs, and through the camera, he realized that the person who had broken into the 4 packs was the same young man who had followed the mortal god. 3 packs against 4? As soon as that thought started, the person in charge felt more sweat on his forehead. These 2 boxes are full of people he can't afford to offend, and the 4th box is a famous jade tycoon who was very powerful in Diancheng. And 3 bags? That's a mortal god, the great Buddha of Liucheng, and these 2 are actually facing each other. What are you doing? I'm Wu Hong. How dare you treat me? Accompanied by miserable screams, the door of the room in the 4th pack opened, and Chinka dragged Wu Hong back to the 3rd pack. Boss, the man is brought. Chinka threw Wu Hong to the ground and didn't forget to kick him. Hearing these words, Chen Mofan turned to look towards Wu Hang. Wu Hong was a man with a dry and thin frame, with a pair of peach blossom eyes on his lean face, looking a bit lewd. Looking at Wu Hong, Chen Mofan pointed to the seat beside him and smiled. Boss Wu is here. Come, sit. Don't worry. I just want to ask Boss Wu how I, Chen Mofan, don't deserve to be a brother to Boss Wu. Hearing this, Wu Hong coughed lightly, spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and said angrily, I'll sit if you tell me to, kid. It's just that my bodyguard didn't bring it today. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel in front of me and call me master. Chen Mofan shook his head and laughed bitterly. Why was this Boss Wu still so grumpy? He was about to say something when there was a knock on the door, followed by the person in charge walking in. The first time I saw the leathery and swollen Wu Hang, the person in charge's heart trembled, and didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, Where? The mortal god. Are you having any misunderstandings with this Wu boss? A mortal god? Even in his madness, Wu Hong knew that the one person he absolutely could not mess with in Liucheng was this mortal god. Originally, he had come here this time, but he also wanted to discuss a partnership with the mortal god, who wanted to build a large jade shopping mall in Liucheng. But now, it's over before it even started? Had he known that he was a mortal god, he would never have said those words himself. Thinking about this, a touch of bitterness appeared on Wu Hang's face. But things have come to this, the beam between the 2 sides has been knotted. Then he will not grovel. As a jade tycoon, he also has his own arrogance. Just by looking at the expression on Wu Hang's face, Chen Mofan had already guessed what was going on in his mind. Boss Wu, can we sit here and talk now? Wu Hong nodded and walked over with an ugly face. Chen Mofan, I know I can't mess with you in Liucheng, but since I did I won't be afraid. I still say that. $6 million to buy a one open window of the original stone. You really blind mortal god. As Wu Hang's words fell, a flash of obvious contempt appeared on his already bruised face and he skimmed his lips. Chen Merfan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, smiling. Listening to Boss Wu means that you have good eyes. Ah, then in that case, dare you compare? How about you and I each auction 10 raw stones, and in the end, we'll see which one of us makes the most profit? You're competing with me? Wu Hong laughed contemptuously. Fine, it's fine to compare, but there must be a colorful prize. Otherwise I'm not interested. $100 million for a raw stone. Do the mortal gods dare to play? Wu Hong looked at Chen Mofan provocatively, the hooked-up corner of his mouth carrying a hint of obvious arrogance. $1 billion is indeed a bit much, and I don't blame you if the mortal gods don't dare to play. Wu Hong used agitation. In his opinion, he has been buying and selling jade for many years, so he is very familiar with this path. But what about Chen Mofan, a child, still wanting to compare with him? It's just funny. It wouldn't be an easy handful for himself to win against him. Just now, Chen Mofan's men kicked me 10 times. 100 million per kick. Very reasonable. Wu Hong thought in his heart, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he looked provocatively at Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan naturally saw that Wu Hong was provoking himself, using a provocative method to force him to agree. It's just that he hadn't wanted to say no in the first place. Boss Wu, $100 million apiece. Why be so petty? Be direct. $1 billion apiece. Boo! As soon as Chen Mofan's words fell, Wu Hong stumbled and fell directly from his chair. He looked at Chen Mofan with a face full of shock. $1 billion each? He wondered if his ears had misheard him. I've heard that Van Gogh is so proud, but no one has told him that he's so proud. Does this kid think money burns his hands? Wu Hong froze for 3 seconds. Then his face was full of ecstasy. 10 billion. 10 billion ah. This kid is going to lose. What's the difference between that and rushing to give him money? Originally only wanted to take $1 billion of medical expenses. But I did not expect this Chen Mofan was so stupid. This is not the good fortune child. Good. Chen Mofan, don't regret it. I'm looking forward to seeing you cry later. Wu Hong smiled smugly and coldly. These two changed the martial arts fight into a civil fight. The person in charge wiped the sweat on his forehead. His heart was relieved, and he hurriedly informed the following to continue. The moderator was ordered to speak hastily and divert attention. Okay, folks, here's the second lot of the session. This raw stone weighs 30 pounds and has 2 windows open, the host said, projecting pictures of the 2 windows onto large screens to the left and right. The large screen clearly showed a greenish-white color unfolding in 2 windows. Ice emerald. In the auction room, I don't know who shouted out, and then a pair of eyes stared tightly at the big screen. The eyes of Wu Hong beside him lit up, and after staring tightly at the big screen for a moment, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mofan, I'll take this stone. How about comparing this stone with the one you just had? Let's see whose pure profit is higher. Wu Heng's tone was provocative as he crossed his legs and sneered. Just now this stone Chen Mofan also perspective look. The stone on both sides of the window. Each side is a good ice jade, and inside the same with both sides of the same. But alas, only the sides were intact. The inside was cracked all over and shattered like glass slivers. Poor this Wu Hong still regarded this piece of raw stone as a treasure and wanted to compare it with himself. When it really comes time to open the stone, this boss Wu will probably cry. What? Are the mortal gods afraid? Wu Heng's provocative words resumed. He saw that Chen Mofan didn't open his mouth immediately, fearing that the other party would refuse. It's fine. If the mortal god says a word about being afraid, I, Wu Hong, have a lot of generosity and can also leave you alone. Oh, how about the mortal gods? Wu Hong once again used a provocative method, but Chen Mofan saw it at a glance with such poor acting skills. This Wu boss is rushing to his death this why still stop him Chapter 122 The Delighted Wu Hang. Chen Mofan stifled a laugh and nodded. Good. Chen Mofan, don't back out. Wu Hong laughed out loud in excitement and looked at Chen Mofan with eyes full of sympathy. In his opinion, his own piece of ice jadeite can definitely take Chen Mofan. This kid is simply in their own death. But this guy is still calm. It seems to be really do not know how to write the word death Well, let me teach you a lesson today. What a mortal god. I think it's more like a turd. Wu Hong smiled smugly and raised the bidding card in his hand. The second raw stone. Wu Hong auctioned it off smoothly, and it was finally sold for $7 million. Smoothly arriving, Wu Hong couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mofan, I heard you've never lost since you became famous? Sorry then, this undefeated legend is going to be ended by me today. Ha ha ha. Wu Hong laughed out loud, pointing at the person in charge behind him who hadn't left yet, and said triumphantly, Go, send over the raw stones I have with him after opening them. The person in charge didn't dare to refuse, and after seeing that Chen Mofan also nodded his head in agreement, he quickly left the box. Chen Mofan, how do you want me to thank you? 1 billion. What do you think is good for me to buy with this 1 billion? Wu Hong said smugly, looking at Chen Mofan with obvious mockery in his eyes. Looking at Wu Hong, whose mouth was harder to suppress than even AK, Chen Meifan was speechless. Is this dude that confident? Boss Wu, it's a bit too early to be happy when the results of the stone opening haven't come out yet. How can you be sure you'll win? Too early? Early my ass. Chen Meifan, you're bound to lose. Both of you. Old man, can I interject? Next door in the right side box, the man addressed by the woman as Uncle Wang also opened his mouth at this moment. Uncle Wang. Wang En. He had been listening to the two for a long time. A shudder ran through his heart when he learned that there was a mortal god sitting in the next box. Luckily, he spoke out to stop the young lady. If he said something in front of the mortal god and offended him, that would not be good. Hello mortal god. Old man, my name is Wang En. My young lady's name is Mu Ziyue. I came over to Liao City for a visit this time. Just now. The words of the mortal god in Boss Wu. The old man, I listened to some of them, and there are some insights that I don't know if I can say. Before Chen Meifan could open his mouth, he saw the face of Wu Hang, who had just been complacent, instantly straighten, and muttered, Dian City Mu family? Muttering to himself, Wu Hong hurriedly said, You may speak. The Mu family in Diansheng? Chen Meifan's eyes stared. This was obviously a big family, otherwise Wu Hong wouldn't have shown this scornful look. In the next box, Wang En stroked his goatee and laughed. I listened to the bet you two made just now, and in my opinion, this boss Wu has a little more chance of winning, or is bound to win. Must win? These two words caused the smile at the corner of Chen Meifan's mouth to deepen. Shui Euro, who was on the side, heard this and tightened her grip on Chen Meifan's hand. Chen Meifan lost, but he's going to lose $1 billion. It's $1 billion, not $10. So much money that you can smash people to death. Furthermore, Meifan was carrying out his Heaven's Capital program, which was the time to use a lot of money. Would losing $1 billion now have an impact on the program? She could tell that Meifan cared about the program. Therefore, hearing the words of the old man Wang En, her heart couldn't help but worry. Inside the other box, Wang En spoke again. I'm saying this based on 2 points. First of all, the window opening. Fanshen's original stone only opened one window. The risk is too great. On the contrary, Boss Wu's original stone opened 2 windows, and it is still open on both sides. This point alone, Boss Wu doesn't know how much of an advantage he has. Wang En spoke eloquently, calm words full of confidence, then said, the second point of the water species. Just a glance I can distinguish Boss Wu's jadeite raw stone inside the water species to be too much better than the Fanshen's, can be called the very best, and what you have, mortal god, is only the top grade, so I'm pretty sure you're bound to lose. Van God, ha ha ha. Wu Hong laughed out loud, looking at Chen Meifan with smugness in his eyes. God of Fan. I'm sorry, I won you $1 billion so easily, ha ha ha. Wu Hang's smug laughter echoed within the box, as if Chen Meifan had really already lost $1 billion to him. Chen Meifan smiled back. Without perspective, he might have actually believed the old man's words, but alas, you have the knowledge and I have the hang-ups. I'm already invincible if I can see through it. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Chen Meifan laughed. Your name is Wang En, right? You say I'm bound to lose, but I don't think so. I think I'm bound to win. Do you and I want to bet on a game as well? Wang En's face was cold. This mortal god had already heard his analysis and was still so confident. Was this ignorance, or is it a victory? But in any case, he trusted his knowledge and vision, and unless the other party was open, the chances of winning were exceptionally slim. Thinking of this, Wang En smiled confidently. Good, then I will also play with the mortal god. However, I am not as rich as the two of you. I can only offer $10 million. Chen Meifan didn't dawdle and nodded. Yes, Chen Meifan, do you think you haven't lost enough money? It's the first time I've seen someone who knows they're losing and still takes the initiative to give money to others. Wu Hong said mockingly, but his eyes drifted towards Shui Euro. This little lady is so beautiful. Not only beautiful, more importantly very temperament. A knit smile can make people feel the tenderness of the woman. This would be awesome to hold in your arms. Just thinking about it, Wu Heng's body involuntarily trembled. Shui Euro had long since noticed Wu Heng's gaze, and the lechery in that gaze made her feel uncomfortable. Chen Meifan also saw Wu Heng's gaze and his gaze turned cold. Bang! 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 3 knocks sounded on the door, and then the door to the room opened and the person in charge walked in, followed by 2 waiters. Each waiter held a tray in his hand, and on the tray was the raw stone that the 2 men had opened. Looking at the person in charge, Wu Hong said confidently, Old Liao, did my stone win? Wu Hong said, giving Chen Meifan a provocative look. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. When the person in charge named Lao Liao heard this, his face stiffened and he wiped the sweat from his forehead before he stammered. Boss Wu, this time, it's the mortal god who won. What did you say? Wu Heng's high-octave voice rang out. His face no longer had a trace of smugness. and shock was written all over his lean cheeks. Boom! With a sound, Wu Hong stood up violently, his eyes looking at old Liao with astonishment. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could it be that I lost? I don't believe it. Wu Hong ran over in 2 steps and snatched the tray from the waiter's hand. The pallet had his labeled name on it. At this moment, in the tray, Wu Heng's raw stone had already been cut into several thick slices 2 fingers thick. It was obvious on those open thick pieces that the ice jade inside was broken like a slag. Just like his current mood, diluted and broken. This scene was like a sledgehammer blasting into his heart, causing him to take a step back and nearly sit on his butt. No way. No way. This isn't real. You guys must have switched them, right? Wu Hong roared, grabbing old Liao's collar with an extreme twist on his face. Wu Hong, as a jade tycoon, lost a few $1 million on a jade. He would not have been so out of sorts. It's just a few million. He can afford to play. But the key is, he also has a bet with Chen Mofan. A raw stone 1 billion. A billion. That's a billion. The thought of it made his heart bleed. Originally, he had planned to use this billion to purchase a sum of jade. But now, it was all in vain. This time, it became him and Chen Mofan giving away money for nothing. Wu Heng's roar clearly reached the right box. Through the roar, Wang Yan could easily deduce that it was him who had lost. He had actually lost? Wang Yan Xin felt incredulous in his heart. Chapter 123, The Price of Being Earnest. I can't believe I lost? Wang Xin was filled with bitterness. He was now somewhat skeptical that all the years he had spent following the Mu family, doing the business of selling jade in reverse, and accumulating what he had seen and heard, was it all a lie? Or was this mortal god's luck really so strong that it could turn any advantage? Or is it that this man's eye for insight is actually much higher than my own, and he saw what I didn't see, and that's why he won the bet? Wang Yan couldn't figure it out, and the price for not being able to figure it out was that the pension he had set aside for himself was $10 million gone, but he is willing to lose. He still has this point to bear, just not as good as the two outside. They are big bosses, and he is just an underling of the Mu family, relying on the master's reward over the years. Hard work to save a little family money. 7 or 8 together is only 100 million. There you go. 1/10 gone. Mother asterisk. Wang Yan let out a bitter laugh, his face full of bitterness. Please, mortal god, report the card number. Old man, I lost. Chen Meifan did not hesitate for a moment, directly reported the card number. Care if you are an old man? Talkative, willing to gamble, be ready to lose the price. Ding, crunch on the phone. $10 million arrived. The $10 million he couldn't see, but it was still a trophy. Mortal god, old man, I am self-aware. In the next match, I won't participate with the two big bosses. On the other side of the box, Wang Yan's words rose again, but in response to these words, Chen Meifan shook his head and directly said, Master Wang Yan, is it? I'm not a hotel here. It's not something you can come and go as you please. Since you have the courage to come in and participate in a kick, then don't say such words as patting your ass and wanting to leave. Although I, Chen Mofan, am not considered to be flawed, but I am not that much of a kind-hearted person either. Hearing this, Wang Yan's face turned bitter and he sighed deeply, nodding his head and saying, what the fan god said is true. It's my old man who has been unstable. Since I've been on the gambling table, there's no such thing as opening the game and leaving. This is something my old man did wrong, and I'm here to apologize to the mortal god. Good point. Chen Meifan smiled faintly, his gaze looking towards Wu Hong, who was beside him with a face of unwillingness and anger. Boss Wu, do you and I count one handful at a time, or do we end up counting it all together? Wu Hong tensed his face and snorted coldly. Humph. Chen Mofan, what are you complacent about? What about 10 games? This one counts as me letting you go. Again. Wu Hong gritted his teeth and forced himself to show a confident look as he looked at Chen Mofan. But through perspective, Chen Mofan could easily see that this boss Wu's heart was beating fast. The second inning begins. This time, Wu Hong chose first and selected a piece of imperial green jadeite with 2 open windows. The window openings are still very good, but the water types in them are a bit of a mouthful, with too many impurities and not at all translucent. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, directly chose a piece of ice jadeite, whether it was the water type, or the translucency, far beyond Wu Hong. The second inning was easily taken. Lost again? The moment Wu Hong received this news, his entire body froze for 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, the teeth snapped together and clenched. In the third round, the moment he learned that he had lost again, Wu Heng's eyes glazed over, a pair of fists clenched in death, a pair of eyes looking at Chen Mofan with obvious anger. At this moment, he no longer had the prestige and complacency he had in the first round, and his entire body was like a beast cornered, baring his teeth in despair at Chen Mofan. And Wan Gan, as the second and third innings began, was heartbroken and tore his beard right off. your own pension is shrinking at breakneck speed. By the time the 5th game was over, Wu Hong was already like a defeated rooster, paralyzed in his chair, his face full of death. It's already the 5th set, and Chen Mofen has won 5 sets. Even if Chen Mofen ended up losing everything, he would be able to preserve his capital without losing or winning. But is it possible? Someone who wins 5 games in a row can end up losing 5 games in a row? It's impossible. And he, Wu Hong, he's already lost $5 billion. That's $5 billion. He only has $1 billion in liquidity in his hands. The rest is all assets. This time, he's selling assets. Just thinking so, Wu Heng's heart was filled with bitterness. Thinking about before, he was still proudly thinking that Chen Mofen was giving him money, because he thinks, in this jade, the silence of many years of his own, to defeat Chen Mofen such brats, that is not easy. But the reality was that Chen Meifan had easily pinned him. He had not expected, no matter what, that a brat would have such a deep understanding of the jade course, deep enough to hang him easily. The funny thing is that my own self just now was dog-eared. Wang Yan's thoughts coincided with Wu Heng's. If once or twice was luck, then 4 or 5 times was still luck? This mortal god, his insights on jade are definitely considered master level, otherwise it doesn't make sense at all. Why can he win 5 games in a row? It can't be that he's hanging on, can it? Figuring out this point, Wang Yan was filled with shame, thinking that just now he had a look of pointing out. His old face was instantly red. The happiest person was Shui Yuro. She was originally worried that Chen Mofen would lose, but she didn't expect Chen Mofen to win 5 games in a row. This is great. You can play the remaining 5 games as you like, and you've already bailed out anyway. That would be cool. In the 6th game, Chen Mervan was winning. Hearing this news, Wu Hong did not hesitate for a moment, and with a thud, he slid down from the chair and sat on his butt. At this moment, his face was white, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his thin body was shaking like a chicken. 7th inning, 8th inning. In the 9th inning, Chen Meifan waved his hand helplessly. Qin Ku, help Boss Wu. Qin Ku nodded and walked towards Wu Hong, who was paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, Boss Wu was already like a puddle of mud, paralyzed on the ground and could barely get up. 9 billion, and he just lost? Wu Hong has a kind of slaughter his own impulse. He could not wait to draw his own a few big mouth. Let you in the pretense. Let you in the arrogance. This step horse good. 9 billion, because a pussy to pretend no? I'm a horse. In the 10th round, Chen Mofen was winning, and the moment he heard the news, Wu Hong directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. 10 billion. Wu Heng's heart was filled with remorse, hating himself for why he had to pretend and why he had to provoke Chen Mofen. This was great. His hard-earned family fortune was gone in an instant by so much, which gave him the urge to bawl his eyes out in spite of his status. The funny thing was that he had deigned to say that he wanted to end the undefeated legend of the mortal god, but as a result, he had added a glorious battle record to the other side. On the other hand, the goatee on Wang Yan's chin was pulling out. This hard work saved a lifetime of pension. All of a sudden, all gone. Even the coffin board is not left for him. If he dies now, he's going to go to the ground naked. Wang Yan repented in his heart, repenting why he had to talk too much, say a few ing words and lose $100 million? This also no one has told him. Talk so expensive, ah? Now that's a quote he deeply understands. You can eat nonsense, but you can't talk nonsense. Look, he's typical. There was no one happier than Shui Yuro. Not only did Chen Merfan not lose, but he earned another $10 billion. She really didn't expect that Chen Mofen was so capable of making money, earning $10 billion in such a short while. And it's a surprise that there are so many that know how to do it, even Jade. Just as Shui Yuro was still immersed in joy, in the box on the other side, Mu Ziyue, the young lady of the Mu family, had her eyes fixed on the auction table on the first floor. When a stone was pushed out, Mu Ziyue clenched her hands and whispered, "Finally!" And at this moment, the host, below, the words resumed. The following raw stone to be auctioned is the grand finale of this auction. Chapter 124, Mu Ziyu. Losing all 10 rounds, Boss Wu vomited blood from his mouth and collapsed on the ground. For this guy, Chen Meifan naturally will not pity him. What? Liquidity is not enough, alright. Take the top of the assets. Willing to gamble, to play the lottery. Is this Wu boss put forward? If you dare to mention it, be prepared to pay the price of losing. Moreover, this guy had just shown a lustful look to Shui Yuro. Just winning him $10 billion and not scrapping him would be considered right for him. This is good. Also let him understand. Gambling is harmful. Want to get rich overnight at the same time to be ready to lose all the family property overnight. Boss Wu signed the agreement, got up and was about to leave the box. He now just wanted to find a place to drink some mulled wine to comfort the pain of pretending. However, he had just reached the door when Chen Mofen's words rang out once again. Boss Wu, Please clean up that bloody spit before you leave. Spitting randomly on my territory. Do you think I'm blind? Sheen Ku, how Boss Wu doesn't know how to clean up. You can help him. Wu Hong sniffed and his face became even more bitter. I should have known better than to come in here and pretend to spit out that bloody phlegm. Ugh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following raw stone to be auctioned is the last raw stone of this auction, and the grand finale of this auction. As the host spoke, the curtain behind him opened, and a giant raw stone appeared behind the curtain. This giant raw stone is a staggering 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, 2 meters high, and weighs 100 tons. As far as is known, this raw stone is the largest raw stone found this year. There are no open windows in this raw stone. It's a true raw stone in every sense of the word. Now, the grand finale of this auction, the giant raw stone, is now up for auction. Starting bidding price $1 billion. Each increase shall not be less than $10 million. As the host's words fell, a chorus of cold breaths rang out from the scene. Hiss. Hundreds of tons of huge raw stone. If this is full of emerald, then not all of a sudden will be hair. What do you think? Such a large raw stone cannot be full of emerald. That's too unrealistic. The larger the raw stone appears, full of emerald probability is less and less. Low to outrageous. Such a huge raw stone if full of emerald, I fly upside down. Words are not so. Full of emerald of the huge original stone is not no. Just this price. $1 billion. I go Lou. How not to go Rabah? $1 billion. Who can afford to play this? And who can afford to gamble on this? I can hear that this huge piece of raw stone has been in abortive auction for a long time. I guess no one is willing to take it this time. After all, no one has such a big courage to spend $1 billion to bet on an uncertainty. There was a lot of talk below, and the words that came out were not favorable to this piece of raw stone. Not a single word of what they said was heard by Chen Mofan. For him, he had the hang of not having to guess around like they did, and how it really was, just by looking at it. Chen Meifan opened his perspective and gazed at the raw stone, the ability to see through the stone's skin and look inside. With just one glance, Chen Mofan's right hand clenched violently. It was surprisingly full of jade, and it was also the most precious purple jade, and more importantly, it was translucent and glistening, without a trace of impurities or cracks. This would be an absolute fortune to buy. Although Chen Mofan had no desire for money now, being able to earn money was always pleasant. But Chen Mofan was about to open his mouth when Mu Ziyue's words were the first to ring out from the right side box. $1,011 million. Inside the box, Mu Ziyue was wearing a short purple little fragrance suit, with a pair of crystal stockings over her long, round legs and a pair of purple high heels under her feet. Mu Ziyue's appearance was very beautiful, but her beauty was different from other people's. If Wang Jiaojiu was cute, Shui Yuro was gentle, Yun Jasmine was mature, Teng Fei was heroic, then Mu Ziyue was elegant. It was as if she had been professionally trained and every movement was so unhurried and graceful. And the reason why she was attracted to the stone and wanted to auction it off was because in 3 months, it would be his father's 66th birthday. Their Mu family had been in the jade business for generations, and their own father was a keen collector of jade, so she wanted to give this giant raw stone to her father on his 66th birthday gift. He had already inquired about it, and this raw stone had been auctioned off many times, so she could definitely take it if she made a bid. However, as soon as her words fell, something unexpected happened to her. There was actually someone else who was interested in this piece of raw stone, and that person was none other than Chen Mofan. $1,200 million. Since he was sure that this raw stone was full of jade, Chen Mofan would naturally make a move. Besides, the money you spend is the system's and the money you earn is your own, so why not do this good thing? What? Is the mortal god interested in this stone as well? Mu Ziyue looked at the screen under the stage, which showed that box number 3 had bid $1,020 million, so she opened her mouth and asked. Mu Ziyue's voice was very clear and ethereal, just like a lark that sang high in the branches in the early morning. Hearing this, Chen Meifan did not answer, but asked in return, why is Ms. Mu also interested? The following people but said that the larger the raw stone, the probability of appearing full of jade about low. Does Ms. Mu want to bet? Mu Ziyue didn't answer positively either, but replied, everyone is gambling, aren't you the same, Fan Shen? Well then, the highest bidder wins. No, I believe this stone must be mine. Mu Ziyue laughed. As far as I know, Fan Shen, you spent more than $7 billion by wrapping up the field in the periphery, and although Boss Wu lost to $10 billion, the money won't immediately hit your account. He needs to sell his assets. So mortal god, how much liquidity do you have left now? This piece of raw stone will definitely be mine. Mu Ziyue said confidently. I'll give you $1.5 billion. As Mu Ziyue's words fell, the entire room erupted in an uproar. People didn't expect that there would actually be someone interested in this piece of raw stone. much less that the price would instantly rise to 1.5 billion. However, Chen Mofan's outburst was even more so that these people were so surprised that they almost bit their tongues, only to see Chen Mofan's face flatly say, "I'll offer $2 billion. $2 billion. The price has doubled. Didn't you say that this piece of raw stone has been in the auction for a long time? But now there are two people scrambling on, and the price is higher than once. Just 4 rounds of bidding. The price directly doubled. That's too ho-hum." Everyone looked at the second and third boxes on the second floor with astonished gazes. Mu Ziyue was also shocked in her heart. In her guess, Chen Mofan had already spent more than $7 billion. There shouldn't be much liquidity left. But now, it was surprising that she had once again taken out $2 billion. One must know that their Mu family was a tycoon in Dian City and a Jade family. But just like that, the family's liquidity was only $5 billion. This has been exaggerated. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jade trade required the use of a large amount of capital, their family would have only set aside a maximum of $2 billion in liquidity. But what about now? Chen Mofan took out already $9 billion liquidity. Earlier, upon seeing Chen Mofan spend $7 billion, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't believe how ho-hum a person had to be to spend so much. This, in turn, made her even more curious as to how huge the forces behind Chen Mofan were to have so much liquidity in his hands. Gritting her teeth, Mu Ziyue spoke again. "The mortal god really shocked me, but I won't give up on this stone. I bid $2.5 billion. This $2.5 billion is my limit. If the mortal god's bid is higher than that, I will give up." Hearing this, Chen Mofan laughed. "Since Ms. Mu said so, then I'll give a price that will make Ms. Mu despair. I'll bid $3 billion. $3 billion. 3 short words, like a bomb, landed in the auction room, and everyone's head short-circuited for a few seconds after hearing those words. When they reacted, the overwhelming murmurs resounded through the auction venue. Chapter 125, To be dignified. I didn't hear it wrong. $3 billion? Which great god is this? So crazy, makes me envious. 3-pack. It's box 3. I've gotten word that box number 3 seems to be the mortal god's box. Mortal god? Have to. This big god so dashing? In the periphery of the whole package spent $7 billion, and now spend $3 billion to bet on a raw stone. Tens of billions of you should not be so fierce. Is the mortal god feeling money burning his hands? Spending it like that? Why do I feel as if his money will never be spent? Casually throw out tens of billions of dollars. This horse's life I also want to think of this kind of unperturbed life. A murmur rang out from below, and pairs of eager little eyes looked up at the number 3 box on the second floor. Only Su Hao and his group had grim eyes, and when they looked at the 3 packs, there was a clear hostility in their eyes. However, Chen Mofan, this guy dared to spend $3 billion to auction this stone. Su Hao's heart was filled with a sneer of joy. To him, the more money Chen Mofan spent out, the better, so that he would no longer have the ability to compete with himself for the development of the old city center. At that point, Old Town was his for the taking, and he could sit back and collect his money. The host also froze for several seconds when he heard the figure of $3 billion, before reacting. This boulder has been in circulation for a long time. The host originally thought that this time it would still be in circulation, but he never expected that not only was it not in circulation, but instead it was a sky-high price of $3 billion. The host's hands were trembling with excitement because she could get some commission for every item that was auctioned off. And this boulder was auctioned off for $3 billion. She makes millions in commission alone. Just the thought of it made her feel so excited her body trembled and she almost peed. The person in charge walked quickly into box number 3 with a smile on his face. This huge stone was finally shot out, and the big stone in his heart also fell to the ground. Dang, dang, dang. 3 rhythmic knocks sounded and the person in charge opened the door of the room and walked in. He looked at Chen Mofan with a heaping smile on his face. Mortal God, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations on winning the most important finale of this auction. And thank you for your support of this auction. This is the membership card I prepared for you. With this membership card you can enjoy a 20% discount in all the stores under our company. The person in charge said, respectfully handing over a black diamond membership card. Chen Merfan just glanced at the membership card and nodded. As for the membership or not, he really didn't think anything of it. It was just a 20% discount. Did he care about that little bit of money? Seeing this, Xin Ku, who was on the side, quickly walked up and after receiving the membership card, he carefully put it away. The person in charge was all smiles and didn't leave, but carefully asked, Fan Shun, we can open stones on site here. I wonder if this giant raw stone needs to be opened on site. This was said by the owner of this company who asked the person in charge to inquire. When this owner bought this raw stone, he wanted to open it himself, but really to the hand. That boss instead backed off. He did not have the courage, afraid that there is no emerald inside. resulting in this piece of raw stone smashed in their hands, so they chose to auction. Now, with someone shooting away, he really wanted to know what was going on here. Fan Shun, our boss said, if you are willing to open the stone on site, our boss is willing to hire top carving masters to carve all the jadeite emeralds you are auctioning off, free of charge, and I hope that you will fulfill one of our boss's wishes. Chen Mofan nodded. He happens to have the intention to open the stone, and his men don't have workers who can open the stone for the time being. Wang Mok Kai is looking for it, and when he finds it, he doesn't know when it will be. Now that the person in charge had offered, and top-notch carvers, it saved him the trouble of having to look for them. He had already planned for this giant piece of purple jadeite to be carved into 10,000 horses and stand at the entrance of their hotel. His first hotel had to be rowdy, and this purple jade, just right. Nodding, Chen Merfan said, opening the stone is fine, but don't destroy the boulder as a whole. Just remove the stone skin on the surface, because I want to carve something with this piece of jade. Seeing Chen Mofan nod his head, the person in charge was ecstatic in his heart and hurriedly informed. However, regarding Chen Mofan's words, the person in charge was a bit puzzled in his mind. He was a little puzzled as to how the mortal god was so sure in his mind that the stone would have emerald. Listening to his tone, it was obvious that he had a lot of confidence in himself. The auction ended, and the people here had originally planned to leave, but when they heard that the mortal god was going to open the stone on the spot, they stopped and sat down in their seats, quietly watching. It's a $3 billion bet, and a lot of people here they're not worth $3 billion. But now, the mortal god was actually betting $3 billion on a stone. This was too crazy and exciting for them, and everyone wanted to know what could be opened out of this $3 billion. Even the two fathers and daughters, Fuji Kong and Tung Fei, who were in box 1, sat back down again when they stood up, and they also wanted to know if it was worth it for the Fanshin to spend this $3 billion? With a stone this big, I'm guessing that even if there's jade in it, it's probably only a very small portion. That should be the case, but if it's full of jade, it would be a fortune. But the probability of that is so low that it's almost impossible. Ha, you see it's not opening the stone, just removing the surface stone skin. What's this? What peeling? How long will it take to grind such a large piece of stone little by little? The mortal god doesn't think it's full of jade, does he? Alas, a mortal god should not understand this jade business, and not understand that the larger the raw stone, the less full of jade it is. Come on, I'm not in the mood to look at it. Such a big piece of stone, to grind until the monkey years and months thanks to the fact that I was just excited. Want to see if there is any jade in it, but the result is to show me this? The following murmurs rang out with a bang, and many people stood up at the sight of this scene, wanting to leave. But before these people could take 2 steps out, they heard the workers on the stage shout, "Jade! Jade has come out!" Or purple jade, one of the workers shouted excitedly, reaching for his walkie-talkie to report back to the man in charge. Jade? These 3 words were passed around, and everyone's faces showed disbelief. How did the jade come out so quickly? Is it really full of jade with only a thin layer of stone skin on top? No way. Absolutely no way. This must just have some jade around the edges. But if it was full of jade, then the value of the stone would be astronomical. The crowd, which was about to leave, turned their heads to the stage when they heard the yell. At this moment, the camera on the stage was aimed at the window where the raw stone had opened up the jade, and the image was projected on the big screen, with the situation inside clearly displayed. Only a bit of purple color protruded from the greenish-black boulder in the displayed image. When the light shone, the purple color was glistening and translucent, without a trace of impurities, and it was obvious that it was a good purple jade. Just by looking at this corner, everyone's breath instantly became short, not to mention the rest. But opening this corner immediately multiplies the value of this boulder. Hundreds of tons of one-window purple jade, a name that is much louder than 100 tons of raw stone. The reason why people don't dare to lay their hands in bids on this piece of raw stone is because they are not sure whether there is jade in it or not, and they all know that the bigger the raw stone is, the smaller the probability of it being full of jade. But now, with just a little polishing, purple jade appeared, and anyone understood what that meant. The person in charge, who had originally left, instantly froze when he heard the news. I can't believe that jade really came out of this. Is this a turn-on for the mortal god? Out of jade again. Also purple jade. On stage, another worker shouted excitedly. In all his years of work, he had never opened a window on a jade this large, but now after just a little bit of polishing, a purple jade of excellent quality appeared. He feels this is awesome and he can brag about it to his peers for the rest of his life. Chapter 126, King of Jade. Top grade purple jadeite. It's out again. And I'm out here. And me here. I'm here too. Here too. A cry kept ringing out, and with every cry, the expressions of everyone in the auction house froze for a minute. By the time the jade completely removed the stone skin, everyone was completely frozen on the spot. Mangyu. It turned out to be really Mangyu. The thought rang in everyone's head, and the crowd was completely confused. Their faces were stagnant as they looked at the giant purple jadeite on the stage. Looking at the giant jadeite that was glistening with a lustrous purple color under the illumination of the lights, and a gulping sound rang out one after another. Along with the swallowing sound, there was also the greedy gaze. An amethyst of this size, and with such a good water type, has never been seen in so many years. This is a piece of Jade King Ah. It broke a number of records in the jade world in one fell swoop, becoming the most in the world. They know exactly what that means, meaning it will be worth more than money. The guests on the first floor were dumbfounded as they looked at the jade with greed in their eyes. Previously, they had guessed and were certain that this huge stone could not be full of jade, and now that the facts were in front of their eyes, they had regretting why they had not thrown their money away. Even if they had dumped their family's money, buying this piece of jade was also good. Now, they could only look straight at the Jade King on the stage with envious and greedy eyes. As Suhao watched this scene, he froze for a full 10 seconds. In the next second, his face violently became hideous, kicking over the seat in front of him, gasping for air. The value of this piece of jade was too great. Even if he pocketed all of Old Town, how many billions could he make? But now, a single stone topped his hard-earned calculations and schemes. It was a step too far for him to accept it all. This is like, you work hard to move a day of bricks. It is difficult to earn $100, but turn around. The person next to you originally comfortable to stay frozen all day. A point did not earn, but people turn their heads and pick up $100. This ing more eggs. Can you balance in your heart? Suhao's heart would not be able to balance. He felt so sour in his heart, envious and jealous, so angry that he could not wait to smash this auction house. Nothing to do with the whole damn auction. This is good. The cheap horse all let Chen Mifan that kid take advantage of away. What's more, such a big Jade King. If this is sold, how much money can we get back? If Chen Mofan is interested in developing the old city center and holds such a strong capital in his hand, what can he do against him? Asterisk. Suhao cursed angrily, his face red with anger. Behind him, Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu and the others. Their faces were also more twisted than one another. They just don't understand. Is this guy Chen Mofan the son of good fortune? How come all the good things are taken up by him? Wu Hong, who was about to leave, also saw this scene and was so angry that he nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood again. He understood that this auction, Chen Mofan had earned a high. First, he won $10 billion from him, and now he got this Jade King. Just one auction makes an astronomical amount of money. He now wondered what he had fought so hard for so many years. Half a lifetime of hard work and you haven't made as much as someone randomly striking out. It's straight up making him skeptical. He now deeply wondered if he was a loser, and how this was a man who could be more angry than a man. Wanyan exhaled deeply before suppressing the shock in his heart. Now he didn't doubt for a second that this mortal god's attainments in Jade had definitely reached an unbelievable level. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he struck so decisively, and every time he did, he came back full circle. It can't be like in the novels. This guy can see through, can it? What's funny is that his previous self even pretended to critique it, saying that the mortal gods would lose. Now that he thought about it, he felt his old face turn red and wanted to find a crack in the ground. Ugh, coffin been lost without a fight. In the box, Mu Ziyue, who heard this, nodded in agreement, looking at the piece of Jade King below. Although Mu Ziyue's face was devoid of joy and sorrow, some bitterness surged in her heart. If he had thrown his own weight around, this Jade King was now not in his pocket. With this Jade King in place, $5 billion of liquidity was nothing. With this, their Mu family could be on the next level. But alas, there are no ifs. At this moment, she wanted to meet this mortal god even more. She was really curious about what kind of person this man was. Not only the forces behind the mysterious, even the liquidity is also sufficient, unlike, more importantly, the person's vigor and the knowledge of the jade together. All of this shocked her and filled her heart with curiosity at the same time. With a slight hesitation, Mu Ziyue got up and walked towards box number 3. At this moment, the third package, the person in charge who rushed back looked at Chen Mofan with a face of adoration. Is this mortal god really a man of God? It says to remove the stone skin, but it turns out that it's really just full of jade inside. Just now his boss had called him, and as he listened to his boss's voice, it was obvious that he regretted it. Regretting that he didn't have the gumption to open this piece of jade. If he opens it, won't he have the biggest and best Jade King so far? But now, he could only watch the Jade King slip away in his hands. He repented. Dang. 3 knocks on the door again. Hello, mortal god. Mu Ziyue of the Mu family has come to visit. Chen Mofan nodded with a calm face when he heard this. Behind him, Jinka saw this and walked over. opening the door to the room. Outside the door of the room, Mu Ziyue had a smile on her face, and after scanning the box, she saw the only seated Chen Mofan, and walked into the box without haste. Arriving in front of Chen Merfan, Mu Ziyue took the initiative to extend her hand and smiled. Hello God Fan, Mu Ziyue of the Mu family. Chen Merfan stood up and reached out to give a gentle handshake. Hello, Chen Meifan. Chen Mofan? That's a good name. Mu Ziyue laughed. Chen Mofan smiled back. After so many years, it's the first time I've heard someone compliment me on my good name. Yes, if the mortal gods want to hear it, I can say more. Behind Mu Ziyue, Wanyan looked at Chen Mofan with a look of disbelief. He really didn't expect the mortal god to be so young. Moreover, at a young age, to have such high attainments in Jade. This really shocked him. Guys, in the midst of the conversation, the sound of the microphone on the first floor came on again. Chen Mofan and Mu Ziyue both looked downstairs at the same time, only to see Fujikan come downstairs at some point, take the host's microphone, and slowly speak. Folks, it just so happens that today, while we're all here, I'm going to show my face and tell you something. Everyone here is a famous celebrity and gentry in my Liaocheng, either the chairman of a group or a well-known figure, so I'll take this opportunity to talk to you about the future development of our Liaocheng. Hearing this, the crowd's bodies unconsciously sat upright for a minute. They all know who Fujikan is, the hand of Liaocheng. Any movement in Liaocheng is decided by this person. His words represent the new signposts for Liaocheng. And now, although it is in the auction house, but the celebrities gathered, in this kind of occasion Fujikan will not be without a target. The next to say must be a big thing. Sure enough, Fujikan's first words were about the old town. Many of you here are native to Liaocheng, and I believe you have been in this city for many years. You are all no strangers to Old Town. The construction of the old city center has been built so far. It has been 20 years, right? At that time, the construction was not completely implemented to the end. East one piece, west one piece, which also led to, some of the old city center is a high-rise building, and some are still bungalows, and even now, many of them have been turned into a dangerous house. Based on this, after discussing with the leaders of Liaocheng, I have decided to remodel the old town as a whole. Chapter 127 Novelty in Tendering. Remodeling Old Town? Fujikang's words stirred up 1,000 waves with a single stone, and booming murmurs resounded from the auction venue. They all know that the old town is long overdue for a makeover. But this year, those leaders in Liaocheng froze and did not reveal a word. By now, Fujimesu's direct announcement caught them a bit off guard. All know that the old city is a big cake. If a person swallows it in one mouthful will surely earn a lot of money. But announcing it now is clearly an attempt to get people to compete with each other for food. When Su Hao heard these words from Fujikan, his face turned ugly in an instant. He has been interested in the old city for a long time, and was prepared to remodel and nibble at it little by little and take this big piece of cake. But he never thought that before he could move his chopsticks. He hadn't even moved his chopsticks. Fujikan took this piece of cake and put it in front of everyone. That's good. You'll have to fight harder to get it. Chen Mofan, however, smiled. He was not afraid to go and grab it. Because of the scramble, everyone's base price will be raised. But when it comes to capital, who has his strong capital? He can use money to smash all the competitors. This way, you can spend the money and take the old town. Two birds with one stone. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to thoroughly benefit the people, this renovation of the old town will no longer be carried out in the same way as the previous bidding for land. After deliberations by our leadership team, it was decided that the government would no longer step in, but that your companies would go and negotiate directly with the people. It should be clear to you that some officials are taking bribes and pocketing a large portion of the compensation money for themselves. And in order to put an end to this phenomenon and to make the compensation money actually fall into the hands of the people, we will no longer be involved. Rather, the compensation is offered by your companies. The people find it appropriate and agree to be demolished and renovated by your companies, and can sign a simple agreement with you. And then finally, in a unified summary, the old city will be divided in accordance with the ratio, and will be handed over to you for development. As Fujikan's words fell, many people's faces changed. They know exactly what that means. In the past, to develop a place, they will directly with the leadership to make good relations, send gifts, go through the door, wait for the leadership is happy. The leadership will be a wave of the hand, the land directly contracted to him, and in this way, the amount of compensation can be decided directly by the company and its leaders. But now, leave it to the company itself to talk to the people. With so many companies competing, who will allow your company to remodel if you can't pay a hefty settlement? That way, you come up with more if you want to eat the cake. Is Fujikan sick? Su Hao suppressed his voice and cursed angrily with an ugly face. When he came to Liaocheng, he had already begun to secretly contact a leader. for which he had already spent a lot of banknotes. But now, with Fujikasa's words, all that money has gone down the drain. Suhao's teeth itched with hatred. Chen Mofan is smiling more happily. Not afraid of you to get flowers, just afraid that you do not get enough flowers. He is not afraid of spending more money. Besides, the money still falls into the hands of the people, not into the hands of some crooked businessman or corrupt official, so that he is more comfortable in his heart. On the side, Muziyue looked at the hint of a smile that appeared on Chen Mofan's face and laughed along. Why? Is Godfan also interested in this old city center? Chen Merfan nodded unapologetically. It's very interesting, and a specialized person in charge has already been appointed. Oh, it seems like the mortal god is trying to make a big deal. It just so happens that I still have a little over $1 billion here. I wonder if I can participate as well. As Muziyue's words fell, she looked at Chen Mofan with a smile, waiting for him to answer. In his opinion, no matter how she said it, she is also a famous and prestigious family. Who doesn't know the Dianchengmu family? When the head of the family's eldest lady said this, more or less, she still has to give some face. But Chen Mofan didn't spoil her. He looked at Muziyue's eyes and shook his head very directly. Ms. Mu also said that this billion or so is just a small amount of money, so it's better not to get involved because you can't afford to play. For Chen Mofan, such a big piece of cake, of course, should be divided among his own people first. Who are you, Muziyue? You want a piece of this cake? Do you deserve it? Muziyue's face stiffened. She didn't expect Chen Mofan to refuse so dryly, and the meaning of Chen Mofan's words. It was obvious that he didn't look at the billion or so, which instead aroused some of her desire to win. Then I'm curious. I wonder how much money is considered playable in the eyes of the mortal god. If the profit is substantial, how much the mortal god puts in. We, the Mu family, can follow suit. This is also considered my Mu family taking the initiative to show goodwill to the mortal god. Wanting to make a friend, Muziyue knew very well that Chen Mofan must have a strong capital behind him. Otherwise it was impossible for Chen Mofan to hold such a terrifying amount of liquidity in his hands. It would be wise to befriend such a behemoth. In business, it is much better to have one more powerful friend than one more powerful enemy. Maybe one day you're in trouble and the other person randomly pulls you out of the mire. But what Muziyue didn't expect was that Chen Meifan laughed. Ms. Mu, I can tell you that the profits are substantial, but I still say that you can't afford to play. Actually, there's no harm in telling you. The capital I invested upfront is $50 billion. Does Miss Mu still want to play? A single sentence caused Muziyue's entire body to tremble, and a thick color of shock surfaced in her beautiful big eyes. 50 billion? Or upfront? You have to know that their Mu family's liquidity is only a few $1 billion. But what about Chen Mofan? The upfront investment is $50 billion. Is he trying to eat the whole of Old Town? This appetite, this strong capital, made Muziyue feel fear. Wang Yin, who was behind her, was even more incredulous. With $50 billion up front, Wang Yin didn't even dare to imagine what a huge astronomical amount of money would be spent at a later stage. Originally, he thought that he was considered to have seen the world as a butler in the Mu family, but now that he took a look at it, his vision was still narrow. Muziyue slowly exhaled a breath. She now completely understood the words. She really couldn't afford to play. Wanting to play with the mortal gods, she had to tear down her house and sell her land and sell off her assets. Can she afford to gamble? The corner of Muziyue's mouth revealed a bitter smile. She was now a bit skeptical of life, and no one had told her that the threshold for making friends was surprisingly high. The mortal god is truly worthy of being a mortal god. Today Purple Moon has gotten a better understanding. Ms. Mu is polite. If there's an opportunity in the future, you and I are working together. Muziyue nodded. She had originally come over, not only to make friends with Chen Mofan, but also to take that Jade King. But now look, this idea or do not have a good. Chen Mofan is not bad for her that 3 melons and 2 dates of small money. With neither of the two things accomplished, there was no need for Muziyue to stay here. Fan Shen, although the business won't work out, I still hope we can become friends. If Fan Shen has time sometime, I hope Fan Shen can come to Jian City. Ziyu will definitely entertain with all her heart. Chen Merfan nodded, and after leaving WeChat messages with Muziyue for each other, Muziyue and Wang Yin left. Off stage, Fujikan was still talking. The general idea is that if one wants to take part in the renovation of the old town, then the company will have to go through the verification of their government departments and consider the company capable before entering the old town. This is a preparation to avoid some pickup companies, which are subcontracting after getting the consent of the masses for the renovation. Companies that want to get into the old town remodeling will be able to certify with the proper authorities tomorrow. An auction ended, the people gradually dispersed, and the two of them, Shui Yuro and Wang Morkai, left first. They have to go and prepare for tomorrow's accreditation, as well as to consolidate some documents. and also to discuss the pricing of the compensation, and how to rehouse the tenants after the demolition, all of which have to be prepared in advance. Otherwise, if you enter the old city a little later, you don't know how many people will be robbed from the households in the old city. Chapter 128, The Chain Reaction Caused by the Jade King. Chen Merfan didn't leave immediately, but went to confer with the person in charge of the auction about that Jade King. This piece of jade he was going to place at the entrance of their hotel. With this piece of Jade King there, without any advertisement, everyone would be able to understand the strength as well as the class of their hotel. The two fathers and daughters, Fuji Kong and Tung Fei, were currently in front of the Jade King. Tu Kong wanted to take 2 pictures of the Jade King. He was quite good at this jade together. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to this auction. So big, water species so good Jade King, he is still the first time to see. Would like to take a few pictures to keep as a souvenir. Just this matter has to go through the master's consent. He cannot do it haphazardly, is not it? So he waited here. When Chen Mofan arrived, Tung Fei smiled and waved at him. Chen Mofan, hello again. I really didn't expect you to be so lucky. The Jade King that is rare to see in 100 years has been opened by you. Marvelous. Tang Fei smiled and gave Chen Mofan a thumbs up. Chen Meifan smiled back. Started by luck. Saying that, he looked towards Tang Kong and extended his hand. His tone was not overbearing, calm and natural. This should be Uncle Tung. Nice to meet you. My name is Chen Meifan. Fuji Kong extended his hand and smiled. Fuji Kong, Tung Fei's father. Hello, Chen Meifan. Saying that, Fuji Kong joked. I really didn't expect that the famous mortal god would be so young. That surprises me, but it's nice to be young and talented, and earn a fortune that no one else can touch in a lifetime right out of the gate. Chen Meifan laughed. He understood very well that he relied on the system and had hangings so that he could do no harm. But that was something he wouldn't go into. His own cards would never be revealed. Thinking slightly, Chen Merfan asked with a smile. Uncle Tang is standing in front of this Jade King. He should have something to tell me, but there is no harm in saying it. Chen Mofan, my dad wants to take some pictures of the Jade King. Do you think it's okay? Not waiting for Tung Kong to open his mouth, Tong Fei smiled and inquired. This is not much to say. He and Tang Fei is also considered a friend. And just take a few pictures. Besides, Tung Kong is a hand. It is better to make friends with him than to make enemies with him. With this in mind, Chen Mofan half-joked. Uncle Tang whatever. I have no problem with you smashing this Jade King. The young man is quite a pain in the ass. That's a good point. Tung Kong smiled and nodded. Also joked. This is the Jade King. Several hundred tons. Who dares to smash it? This is a treasure. I conservatively estimate that this Jade King is worth no less than several tens of billions. Merfan. Such a large piece of jade. What are you going to do with it? If you want to sell it, I can help you get in touch. Tung Kong had a good impression of Chen Mofan, not being humble and not being overbearing, and being able to joke around in the face of him, a hand of Liao Chang, unlike some people who groveled as soon as they saw him. Therefore, he changed Chen Merfan to Merfan. Although it was only a difference of one word, it was a lot closer. Sell? That is impossible to sell. He is not poor this money. Poor is the row. Tens of billions of things to the door a stand. This row, enough to say all. Uncle Tang, this Jade King is not for sale. Since the nagging to this, I'm not afraid to hand over the truth with Uncle Tang. The old city I also have the intention to transform. Ready to build a high-grade hotel. This Jade King I'm ready to take it as a doorway to stand in front of the hotel. A facade? Even Tung Kong, who had seen a lot of things, could not help but be secretly staggered when he heard this. How many big storms and waves have not seen their own hand, but take tens of billions of dollars to fill the door? He is still the first time to see. He doesn't understand the world of the rich, does he? But he was absolutely certain that this news could definitely cause an earthquake if it got out. Chen Mofan's hotel. No need to guess, all know. That must be before opening first fire. This kid played a good hand of cards, seemingly haphazardly, but secretly the deep meaning. It didn't cost a dime, but it was one of the best advertisements ever, because that jade, no matter where it was placed, was always his. Chen Mofan's. This kid, underestimate him. Tung Kong thought in his heart and looked at Chen Mofan with a gaze full of praise. Merfan, you've made a good advertisement. Okay, since you've called an uncle, then uncle will also help you out. I will write a manuscript about the Jade King in my name, in which I will subtly mention that this Jade King will be placed in front of your hotel for people to visit. Chen Mofan scratched his head. He didn't even know what he had advertised. He didn't even have to guess. Tung Kong gave him the explanation. Merfan, uncle's power is limited by himself. To make this news spread all over, you still need to find the media to run it. I'm sure that with the $10 billion Jade King acting as a doorway, this topic will definitely set the internet ablaze. The words were only spoken up to this point, and Chen Mofan already understood. By that time, even his hotel will be on fire. And then there will be millions of jade enthusiasts flocking to it, and those tycoons are also clamoring to catch a glimpse of the Jade King's elegance. And the Jade King is right in front of the hotel, so how can you not enter when you arrive at the house? Isn't this where the hotel traffic comes in? As long as the first wave is good and famous, will there be worries about not getting customers in the future? Immediately, Chen Meifan explained the person in charge. If any media wants to come and take pictures of the Jade King, feel free, don't stop them. He believed that the news of the Jade King's appearance should have already spread after the auction ended. Hundreds of tons of alabaster Jade Kings definitely piqued curiosity. Just as Chen Meifan had guessed, the Jade King's appearance soon caused a stir in Liucheng. People were secretly staggered when they learned that the tens of billions of dollars of the Jade King would become a decoration for a hotel. And with the media coverage, the news quickly reached out to the whole of China. For a while, the Jade King, the hotel, and the mortal god, these three words once again became hot search terms. Soon, even foreign countries began to know the news, and the word tens of billions was enough to shake people's minds. Once again, the mortal gods have set the internet on fire. Chen Meifan's upscale hotel has truly achieved a fire before opening, resounding at home and abroad. At this moment, inside the conference room of a hotel, Su Hao looked at the report, his face turning blue. He did not understand how everywhere there is Chen Meifan. He wanted to browse the news. Click to see is Chen Meifan. Brush will be a short video. Click to open is Chen Meifan. Even look at the microblogging, chatting all is Chen Meifan. It pissed him off to no end. And what's even more irritating is that this guy also wants to develop the old town and wants a piece of the cake. The cake was that big and the enemy had to take a bite. Su Hao was so angry that he felt his lungs were going to explode. However, there was more or less good news. Chen Meifan surprisingly didn't intend to sell that Jade King, so he didn't have to worry. The other party was well capitalized. After spending $10 billion one after another, he believed that Chen Meifan didn't have much liquidity left. He didn't believe that Chen Meifan could still come up with a $10 billion. If he could, he would call Chen Meifan his master. Dang, dang, dang. A knock sounded on the door, and then the door to the conference room opened, and Chen Xiaokuan, Lei Hu, Yu Zhu, and the others entered in a line. Several people had gotten together this time to discuss how to divide the cake of the old city center and how to take revenge on Chen Meifan, especially Yu Zhu, who hated Chen Meifan in his heart. He was a well-known director, very well connected in the Beijing circle, and used to be star-studded wherever he went. He came to this Liucheng, which he could not see, and was kicked by Chen Meifan, who specifically took the sole of his shoe to greet his face, and that hit his face, which is still painful to this day. He lost a lot of face in Liucheng. If he doesn't get it back, how can he still work in the capital? What will his peers think of him? What will those young models think of him? He must do it. Su Hao saw that people were almost here. He coughed lightly and opened his mouth. Everyone, you are all like me. You have been bullied by Chen Meifan. We are all dignified characters. If we don't get this scene back, then we can't mix. Chapter 129, The Power of Rumor. Bang! I agree with what Mr. Su said. Yu Zhu slapped the table and was the first to take a stand. Without saying anything, tonight I'll arrange for people, release videos and articles in the media to discredit Chen Meifan, so that this brat's reputation will be in tatters. Chen Xiaokuan pondered for 2 seconds before following. I heard that Chen Meifan is also going to develop the old city center to get a piece of the pie. Master Tiger and I still have some contacts in Liucheng, so tomorrow the two of us will let our men go and spread the news. It says that Chen Meifan has already spent tens of billions of dollars and is short of funds, and that he came to the old city center to participate in the demolition and remodeling of the area, just to try to make a quick buck with empty hands. The old city is full of people who have never seen the world, who listen to the wind and believe in these rumors the most. With all these rumors going around, the residents of the old town definitely wouldn't dare to sign a remodeling agreement with Chen Meifan. Su Hao nodded. As long as he made Chen Meifan fail in the old city, then he would be sure to eat the old city. At that time, his voice in the Su family would be heavier, and he would be able to use the Su family's resources to suppress Chen Meifan. And just now, their Su family's resources had arrived. The funds called in tens of billions, and 20 men were sent in, all clean-cut mercenaries. I think that we can still get that leader to contribute. Lei Hu followed suit and spoke. The leader that Lei Hu spoke of, Lei Hu, Chen Xiaokuan, and Su Hao all knew. He was the one who had been sheltering Lei Hu, and he was also the one who had promised Su Hao that he would hand over the old city center to him. I just didn't realize that the bidding changed halfway through. Su Hao pondered slightly and brightened up. Indeed, I've spent so much money. That leader should also contribute. The next day, all but one of the companies that wanted to remodel the old town failed to be certified. The only exception to this is Soho's company, Soho City Construction Company. Suha was ahead of everyone and took the lead into the old town. At the same time, on the internet, many articles and videos suddenly appeared. And there were a lot of people smearing Chen Mofan on the internet under the name of having witnessed or personally experienced it. There was even a girl with a big belly, crying on camera. It said that Chen Mofan kicked her away after playing with her, and not only did he not care about the child in his belly, but he also sent someone to try to take her away by force to get an abortion. When she resisted, she was beaten by the men sent by Chen Mofan for a while, the girl said, pulling out the injury report card, and some pictures of the injuries. My name is Lu Ro. I'm exposing Chen Mofan by my real name. He's a scumbag and heartless. Finally, the girl even took out her ID card and put it in front of the camera. When this video came out, the internet cursed it. At the same time, there are some videos and articles saying something about analyzing Chen Mofan's funds. Some say it has been broken. Some say Chen Mofan's funds are not from the right source. And some guys say they have seen with their own eyes that Chen Mofan's funds are illegally obtained, led by people with a heart of gold. The internet was full of curses against Chen Mofan. At the same time, within the old city, there were rumors flying around, and with the news on the internet, they directly described Chen Mofan as a despicable and complete villain. Said what Chen Mofan came to the old city is to come to empty gloves. After signing an agreement with Chen Mofan will turn around and contract to other companies. The compensation promised to them will also be delayed indefinitely. Once this was said, many people believed the rumor and said that they would not work with Chen Mofan. Originally, last night, Huang Lijuan went back and said that Chen Mofan was going to remodel the old city and demolish it, and they were still happy to hear this news. Later, Shui Yueliang came back, and after the people inquired, Shui Yueliang also stated that she would give them a satisfactory price for the demolition, which was definitely far higher than other companies. They were excited to hear these words, but now, upon hearing these news, they turned to curse Chen Mofan. There were even acquaintances that uploaded Chen Mofan's contact information in just one day on the network. In reality, the sky is covered with insults to Chen Mofan. One morning, Chen Mofan's cell phone was busted. Clear all the net storm. Chen Meifan, who woke up early in the morning, looked at the message on his cell phone and laughed, sneered. He directly called for Chu Feng. After 2 days of recuperation, Chu Feng was in a much better state. He realized that he still had a sick mother, so he couldn't go down no matter what. Boss, you called me? Chu Feng respectfully said. Chen Mofan picked up his cell phone and shook it. Read the news on the internet. Chu Feng nodded his head. Find out. Don't worry about spending money. Find out for me. I want to know who's targeting me. You focus on a few people. Su Hao, Yu Zhu, Lei Hu. These guys are very likely. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it as soon as possible. After Chu Feng left, Wang Morkai knocked on the door and walked in. Boss, our qualification audit didn't pass, and the only one that passed was Su Hao's company. It said that a leader stuck us because Su Hao took a sum of money for him. Are we going to take some for him as well? Wang Mo Kai asked tentatively. Get money? Chen Mofan smiled. Fine, I'll get it for him. Come up with an astronomical amount he can't refuse. But you have to videotape the whole thing. When you're done, just report him. I'm not asking for anything, just one thing. For the rest of his life, he stays out of jail. Wang Mo Kai nodded his head. This is a good thing to do. The amount of money, as long as it reaches a certain amount, he won't be able to get out in his life. This kind of corrupt officials are most detestable. One less is one more. Right, old Wang. Go and acquire another media company. We're too passive without one. Wang Mo Kai nodded again. Then his face was a bit hesitant, and he opened his mouth several times before saying, then boss, what about those spammers on the internet with the people who smeared you? Should we get some PR? In the morning, Wang Motsai also watched the news and videos, and knew that Chen Mofan was almost black on the whole network. And he was really afraid of mentioning this. Chen Mofan was angry again. These spammers? Chen Mofan rubbed his temples, then shook his head. No, let them curse. But, you have to find someone, leave the evidence of them smearing and rumor mongering about me. And when things are almost done, find them one by one. I want to let them know that the internet is not a place outside of the law, and that people have to be responsible for the words they utter. After Richard Wang left, Wang Jiajiu, Shui Euro, and Yun Jasmine, the three women's phone calls came one after another. The girls are concerned when Chen Mofan suffers from cyber violence. Tang Fei also called, and as a friend, she also comforted Chen Mofan. To Chen Mofan's surprise, Mu Ziyue unexpectedly also called, expressing her concern in her words. Finally, she once again invited Chen Mofan to come to Dianqing to play sometime, and she would definitely entertain the whole time. Chen Mofan smiled and said that he would definitely go to Dianqing when he had time. Subsequently, almost all of the friends who knew Chen Mervan called, The oldest and the youngest even said that the two of them are already battling it out on the internet. The two take on the world and say whatever they want and spray that waterboy body. For these two brothers, Chen Mofan was touched in his heart. These two brothers were really good to him. No matter what they did, they were the first to rush in front of him. Now out of the netstorm, it was the first to meet and draw fire. Just this point alone, Chen Meifan felt that the university hadn't been in vain, and that he had made at least 2 friends. By mid-afternoon, Richard Wang sent a message indicating that the qualification had passed. Water Whisperer then led the team and moved into the old town. But unfortunately, a morning, gossip flying all over the place. Everyone knows, Chen Mofan Fun's chain broken. To come here is empty gloves. And according to the news on the internet, they learned that Chen Mofan's character was so despicable that none of them were willing to sign a contract for selling remodeling with them. On the contrary, Su Hao's side was progressing exceptionally well. With the popularity of Chen Xiaoquan's family, many people were willing to trust Su Hao. In just one morning, Su Hao had already taken 1/10 of the users in the old city, and the momentum was getting stronger and stronger, vaguely having the trend of taking the entire old city. Chapter 130, Naughty Old Man. Inside the old city center, Shui Yueliang had already set up the stage, but there was no one in front of the stage. On the contrary, not far away, Su Hao and his team were in a long line. The people brought by Su Hao shuttled through the crowd and kept explaining how their company was demolished and resettled, as well as the demolition fee and a series of other issues. Shui Yuro knew that the reason why their side was empty was due to those rumors and gossips. As soon as she entered the old city center, many people glared at her angrily, and even those who were lining up in front of Su Hao's counter looked at them from time to time, pointing at them, and voices of discussion and insults came over from time to time. Look, it's that Shui family's child. Alas, what a white-eyed wolf. To help outsiders victimize us. I have heard that what the mortal god, to empty gloves, get our remodeling contract, then subcontracted to his company. As for what the demolition and resettlement, as well as demolition fees, are not given to us, to delay, but delayed until when who knows I heard that Chen Mofan gave this white-eyed wolf 10 percentage points to make a ton of money. No matter how much money, this kind of thing cannot be done our neighbors, alas, this conscience is let the dog eat? What a dog eats. Just a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised, helping outsiders to scourge the townspeople. What a thing! Bah! Listening to the abusive and mocking voice, Shui Yuro had a headache. It was to return the favor to the townspeople that she doubled the demolition payment after discussing it with Chen Mofan. But now, Zoe, this, Auntie Fatty walked over, looking at Shui Yuro here alone, somewhat unable to bear it. Moreover, this child, Shui Yuro, was one she had watched grow up since she was a child. She believed in this child's character and knew that she wouldn't do such things. It's just that there are rumors flying around outside, and the internet is cursing at Chen Mofan, so she can't tell the truth from the lies, and she's really worried that the house she's been living in for years will just be gone. Seeing Auntie Fatty, Shui Yuro's eyes lit up. Auntie Fatty, you came over to be? Shui Yuro asked tentatively. Auntie Fatty smiled. I came over to get a better understanding and see how much your side pays for demolition. Hearing this, Shui Yuro didn't hesitate in the slightest and handed over the remodeling plan they had made. Look, Auntie Fatty, this is the demolition compensation given by our company, and it's also based on square footage, but our price is definitely the highest. Just a glance over, the fat aunt directly froze. That above a few zeros shook her eyes are a little dizzy. She could not help but exclaimed, even so high? It's twice as high as them? Auntie Fatty's exclamation of surprise caused the surrounding crowd to instantly quiet down, and everyone looked over and talked. Twice as high? Seriously, let's go over there then. I'll go double that. I thought I was just going to get $1 million or $800,000, and now you're telling me I can get $2 million? Go, 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 go. A loud murmur rang out, and the crowd that was originally in a long line here in Su Hao surged over to Shui Yuro's side, in the blink of an eye. Instead, a long line began to form on Shui Yuro's side, with people crowding each other. Watching this scene, Su Hao's face turned blue. Yu Zhu and Chen Xiaoquan and the others also had ugly faces. Twice as many as us? How is that possible? Lei Hu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. You know, this is not one family, but thousands of families. This is an entire district. You doubled it all. How much did you have to come up with? This is not a competition. This is a direct table. Do not play like this. Su Hao had the urge to cry. For the first time he felt what was called a descending blow. Let our people move. We must pull back all the occupants. Su Hao gritted his teeth and said, that look. He couldn't wait to swallow Shui Yuro over there in one bite. A man dressed as Old Town began to walk out from all corners. They came to Su Hao's stage. their faces teasingly looking at Shui Euro and their side. And at this moment, Shui Yulian's side was in full swing, with hundreds of people lining up in long lines. That water girl, is our demolition fee really that high? Shui Euro smiled and nodded her head, but before she could open her mouth, she heard someone sneer and say, "Of course it's high. In the end it's empty gloves anyway, if I give 10 times as much," only to see, in front of Su Hao's and their stage, a person dressed up as Old Town opened his mouth with a cold smile, his eyes teasingly looking this way. After this person opened his mouth, the other one also followed the mockery, snorted and said, "Ha, nowadays people can be really stupid. When they come across a little bit of small profits, they are dizzy, and they don't look at whether the money can be taken into their own hands. That's right, if I double 10 times can. Anyway, in the end do not pay. Drag a decade or 8 years to the end that the company is yellow. Casually give a little money to get rid of. Or not to say or little cute. Much it. There is such a peaceful and powerful company as Su Hao not to choose, but choose a person with a broken capital chain. Alas, really brainless ah." A loud mockery rang out, and the faces of the people around them changed. "Yeah, I heard that Chen Mofan's financial chain is broken. Can he really still come up with so much money? Besides, a full doubling would be unrealistic. Don't end up with no money. That's what's so silly." The crowd began to become hesitant and murmurs rose. Seeing that people began to hesitate, the person arranged by Su Hao took the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, Mr. Su Hao Su is definitely a trustworthy person. The people in the old city don't lie to the people in the old city. All of them come over." There were more people who hesitated, and some had already retraced their steps back to Su Hao's side. When Su Hao saw the scene, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smug sneer, and he gave a wink to his people. The people in the queue got their orders and were ready to start laying down the gauntlet, shouting at Shui Euro, "That Shui family, what's in charge? Let me ask you, can I sign a contract with you and make a payment immediately?" Water Language Soft stood up. She did not want to answer, but looked at these people more and more hesitant, opened his mouth to explain, "Never immediately hit the money this precedent. Right, our company will sign all the residents, unified by the financial to make payments. We can rest assured that the money will certainly be." Before Shui Euro could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by the man. "Don't worry my ass, let's all take a look. They are just trying to drag it out, and by dragging it out to the end, everyone won't be able to get a single penny. That's why everyone still needs to trust Mr. Su. They're all folks, I won't lie to you. We won't drag." With anger on her face, Shui Euro stood up and angrily stared at the man, who was obviously just messing around and distorting the facts. "You're mouthing off about Mr. Su, so let me ask you, will Su Ho make the payment immediately?" In the face of Shui Euro's questioning, the man skimmed his mouth in disdain. "Why does Mr. Su need to make a payment immediately? It's not like Mr. Su's financial chain is broken. We don't need to prove anything. On the contrary, you're so angry. You're weak-minded, right? This look is the bottom of the barrel. Everyone don't trust her." This kind of inverted black and white words tone of Water Euro face read, "She is not deep in the world, or compared to these mixed society for many years of the old oil. These people are more shameless than one another when it comes to messing around, and black can be made white." It was obvious that Soho's people had the upper hand, and seeing this scene, more and more people went to Soho's side, signing contracts with them. Looking at this scene, Shui Euro calmed down instead. Chen Mofan had given her such a big project, that was because he believed that she could do it well, so whatever she said, she couldn't let Chen Mofan down. Calmly calming down, Shui Euro thought carefully about the countermeasures. It was sunset and dusk in the blink of an eye, and Su Hao and the others had harvested abundantly in just one day. They've taken 1/5 of the households in the old town, which is a big win. Looking at the few people on Shui Euro's side of the door, the corners of Su Hao's mouth could not be restrained from rising. Chapter 131, If you can't resist, accept it. Su Hao's face was full of smugness, and the curled-up corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. He looked at the contracts piled up in front of him, and then looked at the pitiful number of only a handful of 2 or 3 books on Shui Euro's desk, and he arrogantly laughed out loud. "This person, or more brain. The pig does not use the brain, so it only has the fate of being eaten. Do not you say, Miss Water?" Su Hao had a smug look on his face as he looked at Shui Euro teasingly. Behind him, Yu Zhu, Lei Hu, and Chen Xiaoquan also had smugness on their faces. "Martyr, is it easy?" Each of them had fought with Chen Mofan no less than 2 or 3 times, but as a result, he had been crushed by him every time. And now, well, they were finally able to get back in the game, and they could also see Chen Mofan's expression of defeat. That look must have been beautiful, and they couldn't wait to see it. Seeing that Shui Euro didn't say anything, Su Hao lit a cigarette and walked over with it in his mouth. "Ms. Shui, Only 3 contracts were signed. Ah, why are you so pathetic? Do you want me to send you a few books? Otherwise, you can discuss with Chen Mofan, the old city center he will not want. These 3 contracts I can acquire. Don't worry, I sue how atmosphere. How much you spend, how much I pay out, to ensure that you do not let you lose. What? Ha ha ha. A piercing loud laughter echoed, and listening to it, Shui Yuro's face was calm. She raised her head and looked at the smug Su Hao in front of her and calmly said, "It's too early for Mr. Su to say this, isn't it? I've estimated that you've got at most 1/5 of the Old Town contract, and with 4/5 left, it's not certain who will lose or win." Ha! May not? Su Hao snorted and curled the corner of his mouth triumphantly. Miss Shui doesn't need to be so tough-talking, or is it that Miss Shui has the ability to break the game? It's just that I don't know what else you can do to reverse these rumors when the entire Old Town already believes that Chen Mofan's financial chain is broken. That's not something for you to worry about. An ice-cold sentence rang out behind Su Hao. Hearing this, Su Hao's body trembled because this voice was too familiar to him. Every time he heard that voice he hated to break the other into pieces. Chen Mofan. Su Hao gritted his teeth and called out this name. He turned his head openly, but what greeted him was a big open mouth that filled his face with paste. Pop! With a crunch, Su Hao was directly slapped out. The cigarette in his mouth flew away. Su Hao looked at Chen Mofan with a hideous face. Slapping again. His face can just reduce the swelling. Ah, this time it's good. Again stepping horse swollen. Does this Chen Mofan like slapping other people's faces so much? How about hitting someone in the face? But what about Chen Mofan? Time and time again. Really take his face as the sole of the shoe, right? He's just snapping at it. Today, he said anything to tell this guy Chen Mofan that he, Su Hao, also has a temper. His face became hideous for a moment, and Su Hao turned his head and roared, "Treadmill, give me." Su Hao was dumbfounded in the middle of his words. How did the 20 or so mercenaries that the family had backed him up all fall down? Chu Feng, they stepped on one with 1 foot and those mercenaries honestly all fell to the ground? Su Hao was directly confused. You want to not be so fast. Discuss it, right? Watching his own men being stepped on like this, Su Hao once again recognized the reality. The scowl on his face, little by little, retracted and turned into a smile that was both awkward and nonchalant. Brother, my face is the sole of a shoe. Make yourself at home. Su Hao is a smart person. He understands that the more he resists, the more excited the other party is, and since the result is already predetermined, rather than resisting and getting hurt more, it is better to accept it happily. At the very least, you'll have time to shield the important parts, without the need for Chen Mofan to say anything. Chu Feng brought his men around. Moments later, a miserable wail resounded through the old town. Ow, 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 ow. It was so loud. Everyone in the old town thought someone had killed a pig. It's not even New Year's, and now you're killing pigs? Taking Shui Euro away, Chen Mofan returned to the Tiankai Grand Hotel. At this moment, Su Hao once again became bruised and swollen, his body twitching. He looked at Chen Mofan's departing back, his eyes filled with sinister venom. In terms of force, he couldn't play with Chen Mofan. He admitted it, but Chen Mofan in the old city center don't want to get his hands on it. Old town, he Soho's got it. Jesus couldn't take it even if he came. I'm telling you, go, spread the rumors again. I'm going to make Chen Mofan a street rat in the old city, and he won't be able to take a single household in. Lei Hu and Shen Xiaokuan nodded and instructed their men to do it as soon as possible. Yu Zhu also spoke up at this time. Then I'll also let the public opinion on the internet ferment even stronger, so that Chen Meifan will become black on the entire internet. On the other hand, in the Tiankai Hotel, the members of Nightshade are all here. And Nightshade's first Sky Capital plan has suffered a setback, and they're all concerned. In the conference room on the top floor, the crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one opened their mouths. Looking at this situation, Shui Euro clenched her fists fiercely, with hesitation on her face, transforming several times. It had been a long afternoon of thinking, and she had a plan in mind that would turn the tables on them. But this plan can't be accomplished by her alone. It needs all these people here. But she didn't know that she was just a little girl, and whether these rich kids would listen to what she said, or whether they would give her this face. So she was torn in her mind. Chen Mofan, who was on the side, looked at this scene and smiled. This girl obviously had something in her heart, but didn't know whether to say it or not. Thinking of this, Chen Meifan patted Shui Euro's hand and whispered, "You are the person in charge of the Heaven's Capital program. I believe in you. Don't worry about failing. If you can't solve it, there's still me." Shui Euro nodded fiercely as she gathered enough courage to stand up, and after looking around the room, she slowly opened her mouth. "Everyone, as the person in charge, I can't be blamed for such a major setback to the Heaven's Capital program, but I'm not going to say anything about retiring. On the contrary, I need your help. Merfan had said that after the Heaven's Capital program began to be implemented, all members of the Night Curtain, regardless of manpower, financial resources, or material resources and connections, must unconditionally tilt towards the Heaven's Capital program. Now, in my capacity as the head of the capital of heaven, I ask you all for the resources you have in your hands. First of all, Long Outyen, Bai Yu, Zheng Cheng, Li Tiankai, Wang Zhe, you are all the rich second generation of Liuqing with abundant resources. I request that no matter what kind of connections you use, make sure to raise $1 billion in cash for me early tomorrow morning. After that, keep raising, even if you empty the bank. You must have $1 billion ready for me by tomorrow morning. I will notify the finance later for this $2 billion to be transferred into your accounts. 1 billion? Bai Yu, Long Ao Tian, Zheng Chang and the five of them froze for a moment. That's a lot of money. Banks require an appointment. And it does seem a bit difficult for the five of them to go and get $1 billion without going through the bank to book a withdrawal. Zheng Chang opened his mouth just in time to speak. Chen Mofan's eyes looked over, and there was a clear dissatisfaction in his eyes. The chief director of the Heavenly Capital program. The first time he made a request to you, you dared to push back. So if the chief director makes a request to you in the future, will you dare to reject it? He had said that after the Heaven's Capital program began, all members of the Night Curtain, regardless of manpower, finances, and resources, must unconditionally tilt towards the Heaven's Capital program. The word unconditional, do you take it for granted? With just one glance, Zheng Chang understood what Chen Mofan meant, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately nodded. The others saw this and immediately nodded their heads. These rich second generation nodded their heads, and Shu Wei Yuro's heart was even stronger. After she gratefully glanced at Chen Mofan, she then said, Second, Shu Feng, Tao Zi, both of you have some people under your command. I'm requesting that you send these people to the old city. There's a group of people under Su Hao who dress up as residents of the old city, and they're constantly spreading rumors in the old city to discredit us and elevate Su Hao. I demand of you, find these people and control them. Chapter 132, the counterattack begins. Right now, the rumor they're spreading is that our capital chain is broken and Chen Mofan is coming to Old Town to empty his pockets. I can crack this rumor, but what next? What if they have other rumors prepared as well? So, I can't afford to gamble. Therefore, when you enter the old city center, you have to control them at the first opportunity. Understand? Shu Feng and Tao Zi nodded as they stood up. Don't worry, MS. Water, leave this to the two of us. After Shu Wei Yuro nodded her head in satisfaction, she looked at Yang Kong. Third, Yang Kong, I remember that your family is a real estate agent. Tomorrow you have to find me people who are familiar with this area. The more the better, because I should be signing a lot of contracts tomorrow. The lack of staff will make it much less efficient. That's why I want enough people. And tomorrow I'm going to take the rest of Old Town. Yang Kong nodded without hesitation. He knew very well that the more he contributed now, then the more he would get when the dividends were distributed. After all the plans were arranged, Shu Wei Yuro sat back in her seat and gently exhaled to ease her nervous heart. For the first time, Shu Wei Yuro's heart was excited and satisfied. The feeling made her feel good. Just a few days ago, she was still a poor college student, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. She became the general manager of the $10 billion plan, and her men had several rich second generation. All these people she had been so high and mighty over, were now at her beck and call. Just thinking about it made her feel her heart thump with excitement. This sense of contrast and fulfillment filled her heart and made her so excited she was on the verge of tears. And all of this was because she knew Chen Mofan by her side. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to hold Chen Mofan's right hand, her face slightly red. After Shu Wei Yuro finished her explanation, Shu Feng stood up once again. Boss, what you told me is done. The truth is just as you thought. The smearing on the internet was led by Yu Zhu, while the spreading of rumors in the old city was led by the two Lei Hu and Chen Xiaokuan. Chen Merfan nodded, his gaze looking towards Wang Moken. Seeing this, Wang Mo Kai stood up and said, Boss, according to your explanation, I have already sent people to monitor those rumor mongering and smearing you on the internet. Now that the collection of evidence has been completed, it can be determined that they are suspected of rumor mongering, smearing, spreading untruths, falsely accusing others, and a host of other charges. As long as we want to sue, what will be waiting for them will be compensation, detention, or a prison sentence. Also, the acquisition of the media company is something I'm talking about right now, and it will come to fruition soon. Chen Merfan nodded and said, Good, tomorrow these rumor mongers, let Uncle find them one by one. I have only one thing to ask. It doesn't matter how much it costs. The most important thing is that it's a clean sweep, and I want everyone to know the price of slander. Besides, Yu Zhu or Lei Hu, it was only meant to be a lesson and that's it. But these two are really pretending that I Chen Mofan, don't have a temper. Neither one of them have clean asses. Collect them for me and pay me with money to get evidence of their crimes. In the evening, the girl who smeared Chen Mofan was carrying a big belly, Lu Ro, and once again opened the live broadcast. This time, she got someone to splice a lot of chats, taking a stand on the air. She said that these were her chats with Chen Mervan, and put the chat on the air. The chat log showed how many sweet words Chen Mofan had once said to her, how she was later verbally abused and humiliated when she was tired of playing with her. Once this chat came out, it completely set off the live broadcast. The live broadcast room was filled with curses against Chen Mofan. *******. I really didn't see out. Chen Mofan, this dog, then even so shameless. After the human girl's belly got big, then kicked it, at the expense of the old man in the beginning, also regarded him as an idol. Really disgusting. Yuck. Chen Mofan, this guy still licked his face and called what fan god? I think it should be called dog god. This kind of person does whatever he wants based on his money. What the is he? We have to insist on boycotting Chen Mofan and make him understand what it means to have the power of the people. Yes, not only should we boycott it, but we should also make the country come up with an attitude that people like this can still get away with it. And we must be given a statement. Boycott him, it's so hateful. Seeing that the people in the live broadcast room were filled with righteous indignation, the corner of Lu Ro's mouth revealed a touch of hidden smugness. She's been in the business for a long time and specializes in discrediting people to make money. So far, she's made a fortune. She doesn't care what happens to the person she's denigrating. As long as she can make money, her mom and dad she can denigrate all the same. As for the people she vilified not being able to handle breaking down and committing suicide, what does any of this have to do with her? She just said a few words. Is it against the law to talk? Lu Ro thought in her heart, and the smugness at the corner of her mouth deepened by 1 point. This time, however, she had miscalculated. Early the next morning, Lu Ro once again opened the live broadcast. As she watched the audience in the live stream get hotter and hotter, she pulled her sisters in as well. The two cried together, saying how they were hurt by Chen Mofan and how Chen Mofan beat and scolded them. Those words that turn black and white upside down. They opened their mouths to pinch, and there are even more tears in their eyes to gain sympathy. But just when Lu Ro was at her most complacent, the live broadcast was at its hottest. The door to her room was opened and 2 uncles appeared. Hello, Lu Ro. You have been arrested on suspicion of slandering and defaming others, spreading untruths, and a series of other charges. This is the arrest warrant. Uncle's appearance made everyone in the live room instantly dumbfounded. In the next second, a flood of comments appeared in the live broadcast. What the hell? Slander and defamation of others? Did I hear it wrong? Uncle didn't go to arrest that stupid bird Chen Mofan. Why did he even arrest the victim? Is this specializing in bullying honest people? Shady. This must be shady. Collusion between government and business. Too damn disgusting. The two upstairs are right. Listen carefully. It's an arrest warrant, which means that Uncle has tangible evidence to issue an arrest warrant. That means that Lu Ro is really slandering and falsely accusing the mortal god? It's not running, for sure. Well, I've been cursing for a long time, but I've been cursing the wrong person? The old man into the net rioter? I said his monkeys, where God my idol ah. Lao Zi was played as if for such a long time. I go to your mom's Lu Ro. Mortal god, I've misunderstood you. My mortal god, I'm here to kneel down and make amends. A sentence rang out on the internet and the situation was completely turned around. Lu Ro looked at the arrest warrant in front of her dumbfounded, frozen for 2 seconds. She forced herself to calm down and said, Uncle, you guys aren't mistaken. Is talking also a crime? I just said something. You guys can't deprive us citizens of the right to speak. Upon hearing this, the 2 uncles looked at me and I looked at you and laughed. Exasperated. One of the uncles explained, the state will not deprive any citizen of the right to speak, but it will also not tolerate some people with ulterior motives, who create rumors, smear and denigrate others on the internet. Lu Ro, the network is not a place outside the law. Please come with me. The moment Lu Ro was handcuffed, she was completely paralyzed. Her face was white, her teeth chattering, a face so full of fear that she couldn't even stand. On the other side, such incidents were constantly happening, and all the people who defamed and smeared Chen Mofan were taken away one after another. Every one of them had fear on their faces, and some of them were outright pissed off. The next day came, and Shui Yueliang led the team into the old city once again. Yesterday, her first encounter with Su Hao was a complete loss, but today, she was going to get back all that she had lost. At this moment, Su Hao's face is wrapped in a bandage, a crutch. The appearance cannot be said to be not miserable, but even so, looking at Shui Yuro's arrival once again, he leaned on his crutches and limped forward 2 steps. mocking proudly. Miss Shui is really getting more and more courageous. What? Are you here to humiliate yourself again today? Chapter 133, A Moment of Victory and Defeat. What? Here to humiliate yourself again today? Ha! Su Hao smiled smugly. Behind him, Yu Zhu, Lei Hu and the others were also looking at Shui Yuro with playful eyes, so smug that they were close to laughing. Shui Yuro looked at them without slanting her eyes, and said in a calm tone, "Everyone, just who made a fool of themselves, we'll see with the results later." Ha 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 ha, Su Hao laughed out loud, reaching out and pointing at Shui Yuro, smugly saying, "I just like Miss Shui's strength of not turning back until she hits the south wall." Miss Shui, then don't blame me, Su Hao, for not knowing how to be compassionate, Soho said, walking towards his own stage. It was still crowded in front of my own stage today. Yesterday, he had taken 1/5 of Old Town. Today he had added a large number of men, and the stage was set up 8 times, in order to swallow the Old Town in one breath today. To his surprise, Shui Yuro's side also set up a stage and had more than him. 10. Who gave Shui Yueliang her confidence? Liang Jing, Ru. Su Hao felt a little funny. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Shui Yuro picked it up and saw that it was Long Aotian calling. She knew in her heart that the arrangement should be done. When I picked up the phone, it was true. MS. Shui, 1 billion in cash is ready. We're driving to the old city now. May I ask if you're coming in directly? Yeah, drive right up to the stage we set up. Su Hao's eyes narrowed as he watched Shui Yuro connect the call and then hang up. He didn't know why, but he suddenly began to have a bad feeling in his heart. But looking at the long queue in front of the counter, and the dozen or so contracts that had already been signed in just a short time, only then did Su Hao feel somewhat at ease. He thought he should be the one worrying about nothing, just as he was comforting himself. However, a large trailer drove by. Looking at these 4 tightly covered trailers, Su Hao was a bit confused, not understanding what kind of show Shui Yuro was up to, but as the canvas on the trailer was lifted, Su Hao was dumbfounded, Yu Zhu was dumbfounded, Lei Hu was dumbfounded, and many of the residents around were even more paralyzed on their asses. Just see the stacks of cash neatly stacked on that one trailer. Those red bills were piled up all over the 4 trailers and were glowing seductively in the sunlight. This scene shocked everyone in place, and after a full 5 seconds, a murmur spread out. Is this all real money? Pulling real money on a trailer? This is too damn luxurious. I feel those money is so dazzling that it shakes my eyes a little. How much can this be? 100 million? 100 million? Don't bull **** me? I'd say at least 500 million. Mud. That much money could kill me. How did this girl from the Water family get so much money? What is this for? A loud murmur rose and fell, and everyone stared blankly at this scene, with nothing but shock in their eyes, and there were even some people who were so shocked that they sat on their asses. Where have they ever seen so much money? Much less seen anyone pulling money with a trailer? Looking at everyone all in shock, Shui Yuro took over the microphone and said with a smile, "Everyone, I know that everyone has been victimized by gossip recently, thinking that our company's capital chain is broken and there is no money left, and that coming to the old city to participate in the renovation is to come to the empty gloves. But today, I'm going to tell you with facts that our company is well funded. Not only is it well funded, but today I'm going to break the traditional rule that as long as you sign a contract with us, the demolition and relocation compensation fee is settled on the spot. On-site billing?" When the residents of the old city heard this, each and every one of them froze for 2 seconds. Then without the slightest hesitation, they swarmed over to Shui Yuro's and their side. They hadn't forgotten that the demolition compensation offered by Shui Yuro and the others was twice that of Su Hao and the others, and now it was a cash settlement. Before, they were worried and afraid that they would not get their money. But with 4 trailer loads of money just plainly in front of you, the tangible visual impact was enough to break all the gossip. Wouldn't it be silly not to take the double rehousing fee? In the blink of an eye, a long line formed in front of Shui Yueliang's 10 tables. On the contrary, on Su Hao's and their side, the 8 stages were empty. Su Hao looked at this scene. His face was hard to see. The original complacency on his face disappeared in an instant, and instead, a face full of iron surfaced on his face. Yu Zhu, Lei Hu, and Chen Xiaokuan. The 3 of them looked at this scene and also had ugly faces. They had all thought that today was another day of victory, which had never thought that halfway through the day, 4 big trailers were killed, crushing all their hopes of victory. How does this even play? Su Hao's face shifted uncertainly. A murderous aura filled his eyes, and when he looked at Shui Yuro, his eyes couldn't wait to swallow her in one bite. With his face hesitating several times, Su Hao ordered, "Go, have our people spread rumors again. Let's just say that the relevant departments, pressured by public opinion on the internet, are ready to arrest Chen Mofen. All funds under Chen Mofen's name are frozen. and all money spent is recovered. Hearing this, Lehu nodded and was about to call for orders. Just heard Yuju at his side come in. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the next second, Yuju's face became unusually ugly. He was seen looking at his cell phone. His teeth clenched. Old Ju, what's the situation? Chen Xiaokuan asked, somewhat confused. Yuju's face turned blue as he held his cell phone to the crowd and gritted his teeth. See for yourselves, the winds on the internet have changed. Su Hao and the others looked toward their cell phones in unison, only to see that on the cell phone, a piece of news was written in plain sight. Shocking big melon, Lu Ro was actually hired. There is no mortal god at all to begin with. All are rumors. Reversal. The mortal god is sinking, and a well-known figure has bought a gunman to frame the mortal god. Latest news. People smearing the mortal god have been arrested one after another. A few people were a little dazed as they looked at that one news headline. Reversed so soon? Now that the internet has reversed itself, there's no point in spreading the rumor they just set in motion. Not only that, but a lot of the messages they had already thought of were all nullified. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Hao was so angry that he kicked the tables and chairs on the stage. He looked at the sea of people on Shui Yuro's side of them. His face twisted and distorted in anger. Grabbing Chen Xiaokuan's collar with one hand, Su Hao angrily said, I don't care what kind of rumor it is, as long as it can hinder Chen Merfan. Go and spread it to me immediately. Quick! Su Hao roared, his voice a little hysterical. He really couldn't accept that in the short blink of an eye. He was defeated. Just last night, he was dreaming of completely eating up Old Town. But after waking up, the dream is shattered? He is not willing. The old city is his. He also wanted to eat this big cake step by step, master a large amount of liquidity, and finally in the separation with Chen Meifan, he also had to watch Chen Mofan kneel at his feet and wag his tail at him. But now, the first step has failed? Su Hao was furious. He had the urge to kidnap Shui Yuro. However, when Chen Xiaokuan informed the order down, those who pretended to be residents of the old city were about to make their move. They just came out from the corner. Chu Feng and Tao Zi brought people, one by one, and dragged them back again, and, dragging them to the shadowy corner, went up to a big electric cannon. Miserable screams then resounded from all corners of the old city, eventually spreading into pieces as the wailing resounded through the old city. People in the old town are dumbfounded. It's not even New Year's yet. Why are so many people killing pigs? Is this a holiday? Should I buy a pig and kill it myself? After all, now that there was money, double the demolition fee. They were shaking in their boots all of a sudden, but those who had already signed the contract were dumbfounded. Chapter 134, Taking the Old Town. Their contracts were signed early with Soho. At the time of the signing, they laughed at those who were watching. What are you saying? Why don't you snatch the money from such a great opportunity? Said what? Chen Xiaokuan Chen family strong plus Su Hao Su. Strong combination. But now what? Just starting the first step. They were a whole lot behind everyone. Doubled the demolition fee. That's not a difference of tens of thousands of dollars. Rather, hundreds of thousands or even millions. How can this be acceptable to them? At this moment, their intestines were green with remorse. Many people couldn't accept it at that time and went to Su Hao in tears, demanding that the contract be voided and that they would sign a new contract with the mortal god. But the fat meat that had already been swallowed into the stomach, how could Su Hao be in the willingness to spit it out? So the two sides argued and insulted each other, gradually evolving into a shrew. Su Hao and the others are rich people. Where have they seen the scene of a shrew cursing the street? And it is even more unlikely that they are rivals. One can only be angry and red in the face, trying to speak but being disliked and unable to say a word, and so became even more furious, his body shaking with anger. And at this moment, outside the old city, a company has passed the qualification verification and arrived in the old city. One by one, they were all pumping their fists, ready to come to Old Town and make a go of it. Yesterday, that leader fell off the wagon and went in, and without the leader stuck, their credentialing approvals are going fast. Now, this one company has arrived outside the old city and is making its way quickly into the old city center. Yo, isn't this old Ma? What? Come to the Old Town too? What are you going to build this time? A villa, or an upscale residential area? Yo, Lao Lu, what to build or not to build? We have not yet taken it? On the contrary, the company is so powerful, ready to take the old city center. How many households are? Not much. I'm just going to take a fifth of it. It's not as good as your old horse. I'm afraid that this time, your old horse is going to make a fortune again. Hey, you can't say that. I heard that this time, the mortal god seems to be involved as well. It's not certain how much we'll get. Old horse modesty is not. How many years we dry building. The mortal god is strong, but in the end is still just a brat. Then you and I have experience. This time, as long as you and I do not trip each other, that the old city is not you and I in the bag? Oh, that old Lou said, well, you and I play match. Will all the companies kicked out? You and I sole possession of the old city. Ha ha ha. Can. I told you the old horse had a big appetite. The two men talked and laughed as they made their way toward the old town, but just arrived in the old town and was dumbfounded. What the hell? Demolition money now? The demolition fee has doubled? The two of them were dumbfounded in unison. How else could they play this? They were confident. But now, doubled the demolition fee. Where is this fair competition? Big brother, you are not even one to fight. Directly lift the table. When arriving at the square in the center of the old town, look at the piles of red bills. Old Ma and old Lou, two people directly kneeled. Today they realized that inexperience is not terrible. The terrible thing is that the other side is rich, and it is a very rich kind. By the time noon rolled around, 4 more trailers drove up, followed by forklifts. The canvas lifted. Stacks of $100 bills were bundled together like bricks, and the forklift unloaded them one by one. This scene completely killed Su Hao. This is a $100 bill, and you're fine. Using it as a brick? Can money tama be pulled by a trailer? Can you unload a forklift with a chanticleer? Can money tapas be piled up like garbage? With 3 questions in a row, Su Hao completely confused himself. Those residents of the old city are even more completely dumbfounded. And now if anyone says again that the financial chain of the mortal god is broken, they dare to take money to call him. Is this called a broken financial chain? The money chain is as strong as the anchor chains on an aircraft carrier. Thicker than a man's arm. Just suffer the thousands of security guards around the maintenance of order. That small wind. A moment to blow a burst. A moment to blow a burst. Thousands of security guards, chasing money all over the ground. The money was piled high, and the scene, which was filmed by many people and put on the internet, once again set off the internet. $2 billion were piled up together in a scene that shook countless people's eyes. Once again, people had a whole new appreciation for the hoe of the mortal gods. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this another big ING deal from the mortal gods? $2 billion? This is making me dizzy. This Van God guy is so bad, changing his mind to shatter my worldview. Fellow netizens, I am once again solemnly announcing something. According to my family tree, my great-grandmother's last name is Chen. I now have reason to believe that the Fanshin is my brother, and I would like to ask for everyone's help in contacting the Fanshin. Asterisk 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 asterisk, upstairs want to fart, eat it? My last name is just Chun, and I'm all for recognizing the Fan God as my righteous father. A little bit of good luck, can't you? Only $2 billion to shock you like this? We have a lot of rich people in China. $2 billion is just a drop in the bucket for them. Mad. Just look down on these rich people who show off their wealth. Showing off their wealth all day long on the internet and not saying anything about improving people's livelihoods. These people are the assholes of society. Yuck. Upstairs. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation. This is the renovation of the old city center, and mortal god has doubled the demolition fee in order to tangibly bring profits to the residents. Once again, this explanation caused a furor online. The internet was flooded with praise and clamor for Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan had even jumped to become a national idol, and he didn't know how many people were crying out to marry him. There are even countless people looking through their family trees, hoping to make some connection. What's more, they kneeled for thousands of miles and kowtowed out step by step to come to Liaochang just to worship Chen Meifan as their righteous father and to give him their old age. There are all kinds and groups of people who are booing. By the time dusk fell, all the remaining households in the old town had been taken down by Shui Euro, with 10 stations working in unison. The efficiency is not normal. By the time the last household had signed, the contracts were stacked as thick as a small mountain. Shui Yuzhua was leading the team and organizing the contract. Chen Mofan happened to have nothing to do and drove Wang Jiajiao's Mercedes-Benz supercar over. Spend the money, have the spending points, and just order driving mastery and go to whatever driving school you want to go to. As for the driver's license, Richard Wang had already taken care of it. The car door opened and Chen Mofan, dressed in a boutique casual outfit, stepped out of the car. As the old saying goes, people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Once the supercar is on, the boutique casual wear is on, the little styling is done, and you're instantly more than a notch or two more handsome. Originally, Chen Mofan even if some small handsome, but now, walking on the road, that is the turnaround rate is super high, rich women chasing to WeChat kind of. Shui Euro also saw Chen Mofan coming down from the supercar, and froze for a while before recognizing that the guy in front of her, who was only one notch less handsome than all of you bookworms, was actually Chen Mofan? With this glance, Shui Euro had the feeling that spring had come. Spring is coming. All you hikikomori please make your own play. Without the slightest hesitation, Shui Euro placed the contract in her hand and directly pounced on it, giving Chen Mofan a big bear hug. How did you become so handsome? I almost didn't recognize you. you know? Shui Yuro blushed slightly and said shyly. What? Getting horny? Then tonight. Chen Mofan said halfway through his sentence, raising an eyebrow at Shui Yuro. Shui Yuro only hesitated slightly before nodding. Then, blushing like a big red apple hanging high on a branch in late fall, on the other side of the room, Su Hao, watching the scene, let out a jealous gabba and gnashed his teeth. He's jealous. He's really jealous. The old town, the old city, went to Chen Mervan. Fame, reputation, and it went to Chen Mofan. Now, damn it, even the women have gone to Chen Mofan. This, still not let people live? We all live on the same earth. How come the gap between us as human beings is so big? Chapter 135. I can't find it. Su Hao couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand. Compared to Chen Mofan, where exactly was he inferior? Why can the other party hang him so easily? Can this pussy still open up? But the good news is that Old Town took 1/5, which is a relief. Thinking of this, Su Hao forced himself to show a smile that was still considered normal, picked up the contract and fanned himself. It was hot. Mayor Fan. I'm sorry, the old city center didn't take all of it after all, and it was snatched away by Su Hao by a fifth. Robbed of a fifth? Chen Mofan sniffed and looked up at Su Hao. Just in time. At this moment, Su Hao revealed that still normal smile. The two saw eye to eye. Su Hao's strong spirit, leaning on the crutches, grasping a few contracts in hand, proudly fanned the wind. This cargo is still so proud. Chen Meifan laughed, which is obviously looking to clean up again. Chen Mofan let go of Shui Yuro in his arms and walked towards Su Hao. Chen Mofan came toward him again, and Su Hao's heart twitched fiercely. Not waiting for Chen Mofan to walk to his body, Su Hao directly out of voice shouted out, Chen Mofan, I didn't provoke you. You can't hit me. It's just that it's too hot. What about me fanning myself with the contract? Chen Mofan, don't come over. If you do, I'll scream. Su Hao looked at Chen Mofan who was walking towards him and was in a hurry. Now his face is still twitching it. His head is even more buzzing. Bandaged, on crutches, in the beatings, Su Hao cannot even dare to imagine what he will become a pussy. But looking at Chen Mofan who was walking towards him unhurriedly, getting closer and closer to him, Soho compromised. That. Even if you want to hit, don't hit the face, okay? I feel like I can't feel my face. I'll beat the out of you. Chen Mofan knocked Su Hao's hand that was covering his face away, and after grabbing the contract from his hand, he flipped through it twice. You kid, play quite flower ah. This contract, demolition fee payment time written ambiguously. Housing resettlement is also written ambiguously. You are changing the way to cheat these honest residents it? Su Hao smiled twice and said, no, isn't it written on here? My company will grasp the process. Catch for a fart right. Not a specific time. How to drag not her Su Hao said count. This is ing fooling children. Placing the contract on the table. Chen Mofan pondered for 2 seconds before saying, okay, I won't dilly-dally. Sell me these contracts as a package. I'll raise the price by 1/10 of what you offer. How's that? A tenth? This is too ing little. Right. These sites developed, built buildings, how much money he can sell, and how much profit he can get. But now 1/10? Isn't Chen Mofan being a bully? Just by looking at Su Hao's eyes, Chen Mofan understood. What? Don't want to sell? Fine. Then don't sell it. Su Hao, I've given you the chance to retreat in your entire body. But if you don't want it, then it's not my fault. Chen Mofan said, pointing at the two people behind him, Lei Hu and Yu Zhu. And these two chihuahuas around you. I'm not happy with the way they look. If I don't get them in one of these days I'll take your name. When Chen Mofan's words fell, he turned around and left with Shui Yuro in tow. Looking at Chen Mofan's back as he left, Su Hao was puzzled. He didn't understand what Chen Mofan meant by that. However, there was something vaguely disturbing in his mind. He felt that this time, he was afraid that he would lose all his money. Leaving the rest to Wang Mo Kai, Chen Mofan brought Shui Yuro to the Tiankai Hotel. The presidential suite of the Tiankai Hotel has been reserved for Chen Mofan all year round. Come anytime, stay anytime. In the car, Shui Yuro naturally understood what they were going to do. Her face was red and shy. However, there was not the slightest repulsion. She could be very sure that she liked Chen Mofan, and what Chen Mofan had done for her had touched her heart. If that's the case, then why hold back? Life's too short to enjoy it while it lasts. It's just that when you're not being proper, shyness is still inevitable. Arriving at the presidential suite, Shui Yuro's face was as red as a big apple. It was about to drip. Chen Mofan closed the door to the room, and the two of them looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. Why don't we just sit here for a while and calm down? Shui Yuro nodded and sat on the edge of the bed leaning into Chen Mofan's arms. Mayor Fan, it's my first time. I don't know a lot of things. You'll have to teach me when the time comes. Chen Mofan scratched his head, embarrassed. It's my first time too. his mouth said so, but Chen Mofan's hand had already reached over. He didn't know how to do anything else, but he could knead dough. Mr. Shu Wei had taught him. Then what? Shu Wei Euro blushed even more and asked with a red face. Why don't we learn? I've heard from the boss that there are many teachers in the Sakura country that are well versed in this. Okay. Shu Wei Euro nodded her head in agreement, her voice so small that she couldn't be heard at all. For his part, Chen Mofan didn't care about that. He was working hard to become a pastry chef. He realized that there was a lot to be said for this kneading. For the noodles to rise better and puff up more, it takes a little extra patience, careful observation, and slow adjustments based on the response of the noodles. I don't know who was the first one who couldn't take it anymore and kissed who, and the two took advantage of the situation and fell together. Shu Wei Yueliang shyly pulled the quilt over her body. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, casually threw out a triple fold. The light switch that was accurately hit, and the room, in an instant, went dark. In the darkness of the night, the two embraced obliviously. But after 20 minutes had passed, Chen Mofan's embarrassed voice rang out in the dark night. That, I can't find. Shu Wei Euro, on the other hand, was shyly red-faced and didn't say a word. So I'm trying? 5 minutes passed. I really can't find it. Chen Mofan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. 10 minutes later, Chen Mofan, his face red with anxiety, resolutely turned on the light. With lights, 3,800,000 words are omitted here, so all you hikers can make your own play. Chen Mofan had heard the boss and the oldest three chatting before, what with several times a knight and several times a groom, but when it came to him, there was some confusion. How is he once this is not bull it. Originally thought that after the system to strengthen the body, how to be a little stronger than the oldest old three, can be realistic. Alas, Chen Mofan was a bit hit. After lighting a cigarette, looking at the sunrise rising outside the window, the heart is a little bit not taste once this night itself, from dark to dawn. Fail. On the bed, Shu Wei Euro had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her snow-white pretty face still had some slight redness on it, but the corners of her mouth were hooked up in a smile, obviously very satisfied. It wasn't until the afternoon that Shu Wei Euro woke up from her deep sleep. The first thing she did when she woke up was to ruthlessly pinch Chen Mofan, pouting. I blame you. My whole body is sore and aching. I can't even get out of bed. Chen Mofan hemmed and hawed, taking advantage of the situation to put his arm around Shu Wei Euro. Then don't get out of bed. Look, it's getting dark again. Shu Wei Euro blushed and glanced at Chen Mofan in a flirtatious manner. That's not good. I'm sticky and I need to take a shower. A shower. That's a good feeling. Just what I need. Chen Mofan laughed, not waiting for Shu Wei Euro to refuse. He picked up Shu Wei Euro as he hugged her, and the two of them walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 136 Yun Moli is coming. For 3 days in a row, Chen Mofan and Shu Wei Euro didn't leave the hotel. This can be worried about the bad Wang Mokai. The old city acquisition is completed. The next how to arrange. These need to be water Yuru clap to decide But what happened? Shu Wei Yuzhua didn't give a word back. The big boss, Chen Mofan, doesn't give a word back either. The annoying thing is, you know where they are, but you just don't dare to go over there and bother to go. Who knows? When they're working? What if you come by while they're doing their business and interrupt? Then you're done for. On the 4th day, a text message came from Chen Mofan's cell phone. Chen Mofan picked it up and saw that it was from Yun Moli. It says I'll be in Liuqing tomorrow, with an 8 o'clock flight, arriving at the airport at 11 o'clock. And which exit at the airport? Yun Moli is coming? Chen Mofan's heart was happy. It looked like he was going to pick up the big star to go. An offline meeting with a big star. Just thinking about it made Chen Mofan's heart feel a bit expectant. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mofan immediately called Wang Motsai. Looking at the phone call from Chen Mofan, Wang Motsai almost cried. God have mercy. Finally, the big boss finally called. The phone was picked up, and Richard Wang Motsai clicked a report. First of all, he talked about the old city center, and this matter wanted Chen Mofan and Shu Wei Euro to make up their minds. Afterwards, he reported on what Chen Mofan had explained earlier. He has already dropped money and taken down a lot of evidence of Yu Zhu and Lei Hu's crimes. Other than that, money can really get through to the ghosts and gods, billions of dollars down the line. Then it's not that you're going to look for evidence, but someone is rushing up to you with evidence, and a whole lot of other miscellaneous things. For these things, Chen Mofan directly pushed it to Wang Morkai. You are hired to fix things. Where is the boss to worry? As the saying goes, if you have a secretary to do something, you have nothing to do. I'm not afraid of losing money. I've got money, but it's a shame that you don't do anything. Immediately, Chen Mofan turned to Wang Motsai and chopped his head to give him a lecture. Wang Mokai heart bitter he is not do not want to do, but some of him dare not touch. He is afraid of being gossip, but also afraid of Chen Mofan suspect him. but now it was good. With Chen Mofan's words, he could do it boldly. As for the affairs of the old city center, since Shui Euro had been assigned as the chief person in charge, Chen Mofan would not interfere and was too lazy to do so. Still, I have money. I don't care if I lose it or make it. I just play. Face punching is fun. Picking up girls is fun. And doing business is fun. It's just that you have to play with a goal. And the goal of buying the world is pretty good. Finally, the two talked about Lei Hu and Yu Zhu. Chen Mofan hadn't forgotten that he had said that if he didn't send in these two chihuahuas in the next few days, he would take Su Hao's last name. Su Mervin? Immediately, Chen Mofan said directly, since we've found the evidence, there's nothing to say, send it in. It's just that this guy, Lei Hu, still has power in Liaocheng, so just in case, let Xu Feng and the others all go out and protect our people. Don't be like last time, when the plan was just getting started and the chief was kidnapped. On the other end of the phone, Richard Wang nodded in agreement. In fact, he had already begun recruiting bodyguards, and anyone important around Chen Mervan would be arranged. It's just that bodyguards need to be handpicked, and competent and forceful guys aren't that easy to find. Next up was the car, which Richard Wan was ready to get into in large quantities. This point Chen Meifan nothing to say. Buy. Must buy. Business is doing so big. No car how to line. Not only to buy, but also uniformly equipped with the best. This drive out to have a row. Finally, Chen Mofan asked about Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan said earlier that he had taken a vacation to go home for a few days, and a week had passed. Chen Mofan wasn't rushing him either, but there was no news at all, which was pretty ed up. But what's even more ed up is that Wood War is not the type of person to do something so unreliable. Although he had only been in contact with him for 2 or 3 days, Chen Mofan still understood Wu Zhan better. Chu Feng and Qin Ke had also said that although this person, Wu Zhan, was shabby in appearance, he did things beautifully. That's obviously something that's come up. Once again, he explained to Wang Makai to contact contacts and probe for news about Wu Zhuan. At noon, Shui Euro woke up, and when Chen Mofan hugged her again, she jumped away like a little rabbit. It didn't help that it was swollen in some places. Chen Mofan is too fierce, tossing and turning all night long. Who can stand this? Even if she was strong in certain places, she couldn't keep up physically. The muscles in her legs were angular by the end of the 3 days. Looking at Shui Euro who fled in fear, Chen Mofan was helpless. This is ing bull. A good love affair has turned into SM. Chen Mofan looked at the messy presidential suite. The sheets were all wrinkled into a hemp ball. It does seem to be pretty crazy these days too. After thinking about it, Chen Mofan called the guest room below and sent 2 ants to clean up properly. By the way, the manager was approached again and told to decorate the presidential suite properly and how romantic it was. Yun Moli is here, and he's going to use it again. On the other hand, after Shui Euro left Tian Kai, she cleaned herself up properly and limped towards the department in question. Soho did likewise the same, on crutches, and rushed to the authorities. The dust has settled in Old Town and all that's left is to go ahead and allocate the lots based on the percentage of contracts each gets. For the distribution of the land, Chen Merfan had specially explained to Shui Euro that he must find a way to divide Su Hao's 1/5 in the center, and their 4/5, to surround Su Hao tightly. Didn't Soho not want to quit the old city? That's fine. Then let him bleed to death. If Soho is going to build ordinary residential buildings, then he'll build upscale places to spend money around Soho. Connected together, the whole surrounded Su Hao's neighborhood. High-end places where ordinary people can't afford to spend money, surrounded by such upscale consumer areas again. Then this building, how can ordinary people still buy? Of course, Su Hao could also build some ordinary consumption places. But sorry, a whole district, surrounded by such and such rich people. Su Hao, an ordinary consumer group, was directly surrounded by these rich people. Then how diabolical the ordinary people should feel in their hearts. And I'm afraid they can't sleep well at night. At the beginning of the construction, Chen Mofan would publicize it vigorously, and he would let everyone know that the ordinary residential community built by Su Hao was already surrounded by his rich and powerful group. If Soho wants to build upscale neighborhoods and villa complexes, then he'll build artificial landscapes and parks. Or will he be surrounded by them, stretching for hundreds of miles? Artificial landscape, parks, stretches for hundreds of miles. Drive over to get home. Can afford to buy a villa. Rich people have money. Where to buy a building is not to buy a building. Why should I buy you this tourist attraction? And driving hundreds of miles. Who wants to be pissed off? Really wild, empty, secluded tourist attractions would be okay. But the city is a tourist attraction. People come and go. Chen Mofan mood good if you get another free. Or come in with the money kind. With all the crowds, light traffic jams, and avoidance of pedestrians, those rich people can be pissed off to the point of exploding every day. In short, what Soho builds, he does the opposite of Soho. I'm so rich, it's no big deal to burn tens of billions of dollars. Even if he used money to smash it, he would be able to smash Su Hao to the bone. In front of the city construction, Su Hao and Shui Euro met. Facing Chen Mofen, Su Hao's guts were scared out of his wits, but facing Shui Euro, Su Hao was calm and quiet, and even didn't mind showing off in front of her, not needing to be helped, and performing what was called jumping up the steps on one leg. As a competitor, he had to let Shui Euro know that he, Su Hao, was not a loser. Although he lost the competition, he couldn't lose the momentum. Besides, Shui Euro could limp up the steps, and he, Su Hao, wanted someone to hold him up. This was Su Hao's last stubbornness as a man, as a top-rich second generation. Unfortunately, it's almost time to jump through the steps of the city building. Just one last jump. The bandage is open. Directly tripped on the foot. Immediately Su Hao faced to the ground, knocked out 2 large incisors. It's still bloody. That's okay. The point is, rolling down again and having to jump again? Shui Yueliang shook her head breathlessly. Men are always so inexplicable and like to fight over things that don't make sense. Chen Mofen did the same thing and actually compared it to who had more times? Chapter 137, The Outlawed Thunder Tiger. As the two sat in the URA's office, the director looked at the two with eyes that were more strange than one another. He didn't understand what was going on with these two. Miss Shui came in with a limp. But this Mr. Su, he came in directly on his crutches. The key thing is that it's still full of blood hollering and wiping. And that little droplet of blood, it's still running down the straps right now. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, the director extended his hand. Hello MS. Water, I've heard a lot about you. Shui Euro understood that it was just politeness and smiled and extended her hand as well. Hello, nice to meet you. With a handshake, the director then extended his hand before continuing. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Hao also stood up and extended his hand. Your number, Kogue. 1 sentence, 4 words, almost made the chief fail to strain a smile. Su Hao the smile, the director realized. This buddy had to lack 2 large incisors speak to the outside of the wind. Even with the words out of the ambiguous. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in a high position for so many years and had seen a lot of various occasions, he wouldn't have been able to hold back his laughter just from that one moment just now. Ahem. Clearing his throat, the director suppressed his urge to laugh and said slowly, both of you, this time, we invited you here to plan and allocate the old city center. So if you have anything to say, you can speak freely. Finally dividing the cake, Su Hao's eyes lit up and he smiled, revealing his large incisors that were missing 2 of them. What Su Hao didn't know was that on the other side, Wang Motsai, who had received Chen Mofen's order, had already started to act. He organized and collected the evidence of Yu Zhu's and Lei Hu's crimes and packed it up for Tang Fei. Tempest got the evidence and, without saying a word, applied for an arrest warrant. At this moment, the 2 chihuahuas by Su Hao's side didn't even know that they were already in big trouble and were having fun inside the villa, when their uncle broke down the door and barged into the house. The 2 were outright dumbfounded. When he saw that his uncle was presenting an arrest warrant instead of a subpoena, he was even more weak in the knees. They all understand what an arrest warrant means. Yu Zhu immediately collapsed to the ground, took out his cell phone and asked for help. He knew a lot of friends in Kyoto, but since it was an arrest, how could the uncle even let him touch the phone again? Take it down instantly. Lei Hu took one look at the situation and knew he was finished. He's committed enough crimes over the years to have been shot 10 times. To resist is to die. Not to resist is still to die. And in that case, why not go crazy? Immediately, Lei Hu pulled out the pistol under the bed and raised the gun to shoot. It was a gun that Lei Hu hadn't used in many years. He'd pulled it out once at the Red Lust one, and now it was the second time. The 2 uncles saw Lei Hu's movements with the gun at a glance and hurriedly dodged. Seeing this, Lei Hu opened fire while quickly rushing out of the hotel. The several uncles waiting outside the villa also did not expect such a thing to happen at all. In China there are still people who dare to attack the police with guns? Lei Hu knew he was finished. Attacking a police officer with a gun. This crime alone was enough for him to drink a pot. But since he was going to die either way, he was going to pull Chen Mofen on his back before he died. He didn't need to guess to know that all of this was definitely Chen Mofen's doing, because he said he was going to let him go in with Yu Zhu one of these days. It's just that Lei Hu didn't expect it to come so soon. In fact, he had already started selling his family's assets in the past few days, preparing to leave China tomorrow. However, it's just 1 day away, and he hates it. Yu Zhu, on the other hand, sat on his butt, completely dumbfounded. Originally, he could still find someone to take care of his business, but now, damn big brother, you attacked the police with a gun. I'm with you. The scene of the crime is just the 2 of us and uncle. If you say that I'm not an accomplice, do not know anything about it, who would believe it? Brother, this is an assault on a police officer with a gun. This can shock China. In this light, Yu Zhu realized that it was no good for him to find anyone. Carrying a gun is a ing felony. Assaulting a police officer is a ing felony. Assaulting a police officer with a gun. His life is over. Yushu's body jerked and he directly fainted. Lei Hu escaped. The first thing he did was stomp on his cell phone and walk into a small dark alley with his gun. The news spread quickly and the city was in an uproar. Su Hao, who was discussing the division of the land in the old city with Shui Yuro, had not yet understood what was going on, and his uncle walked straight in, summoned, and took him away. In the past few days, Lei Hu but interacted closely with Su Hao. Uncle has reason to suspect that Su Hao knows about this matter, along with Chen Xiaokuan, and a bunch of rich kids, all summoned. When he learned that Lei Hu had attacked the police with a gun, Su Hao's entire body went numb. How could he not expect that Lei Hu had made such a big mess? It was not too much to say that he had pierced the sky. On the other hand, Chen Xiaokuan and all of them are also dumbfounded. Everyone more or less unclean ass. If this stabbed out, one by one, no one can escape. When Chen Mofan learned of this, his heart was also shaken. Lei Hu actually ran away? Chen Mofan rubbed his temples with a headache. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Merfan directly asked Chu Feng and the rest of them to all go out and protect the people around him. At the same time, he ordered Wang Mot Kai to assist his uncle in posting the wanted notice, and to directly find a printing house and start working day and night. He wanted to post Lei Hu's wanted notice to all corners of Huaxia, and the wanted notice was marked with 7 large letters in red paint. $100 million for information, and then let Wang Mo Kai go to all the major media to publicize. Even if he uses money to pile up the traffic, he will pile up Lei Hu to be known by all. He wanted to make Lei Hu the most famous internet celebrity in China, the most famous and wanted criminal. Wanted criminals are most afraid of exposure, not to mention the lure of a huge bounty. Now becoming a big internet star and a big celebrity, Lei Hu had to be recognized everywhere he went this time. Autographs and group photos are probably out of the question. A strip of sneak peeks might be in order. The sneak peek is expected to show up at Chen Mofan's in the blink of an eye. The photo had to be accompanied by a sentence saying that the wanted man Lei Hu appeared at so and so. The truth was indeed like what Chen Mofan thought. Not to mention one day, just half a day, Lei Hu was read. It's him on the poles in the streets, and it's him on the major media and TV stations. He's known by no one. He's a household name. He's a complete celebrity. Reddish purple. Lei Hu wrapped himself tightly, looking at the streets and alleys filled with their own wanted notices. He hated Chen Mofan hate his teeth, but even as tightly as he wrapped himself, someone could still recognize him, for being so tightly wrapped is in itself a cause for suspicion. Thus, Lei Hu was almost always on the run throughout the day, as if he were a street rat. Other than that, at least there was some benefit, at the very least weight loss, 2 pounds. Once again dodging a group of people who wanted to take him down for the bounty, Lei Hu turned left and right and walked into a massage parlor. This was his friend's home, and the two knew each other. Lei Hu believed that at the very least, this friend would not reject him. It's possible to kill him instead. Because of his knowledge, Lei Hu knew what all the friend had committed, and he planned to threaten his friend with those things. Ask your friend to call someone to help you get Chen Mofan killed. Early the next morning, when he learned that Lei Hu had not yet been captured, Chen Merfan shook his head with a bitter smile. With this much strength, is this Thunder Tiger really a rat? Can he still drill down there? But that's not the main thing. The main thing is that Yun Moli is coming today and he's going to pick him up. If Lei Hu wants to take advantage of this opportunity to get something going, it's going to be a little hard to do. He couldn't bring a big star to experience what was called a passionate gunfight on his first offline meeting with the big star. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Chen Merfan brightened up and called for Wang Motsai. Tell Richard Wang to put out the word that he's going to buy Red Lust, and at 9 o'clock today, there will be a site visit. Red Desire was Lei Hu's former home base, and now, he, the enemy, was going to acquire Red Desire. He believed that Lei Hu would not be able to resist even if he knew it was a trap. As long as he came to the vicinity, Chen Mofan would have the certainty of finding him in advance. Chapter 138, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. At the same time, Chen Merfan asked Wang Motsai to find someone who was familiar with Lei Hu. From their mouths, they learned what connections Lei Hu had over the years, who he was close to, or who he had gotten a hold of. From these people, Wang Mo Kai then found the photos of his counterparts, as well as detailed information. Sure enough, when Lei Hu learned from his friend that Chen Mofan, the enemy, was thoroughly trying to take down his family, he was furious with rage. Red Desire is his home, but now, his home is going to be occupied by Chen Mofan? He can't stand it. Moreover, it was from the beginning of Red Desire that his position in Liaoqing began to go downhill. It's been a street rat until now. I'm going to Red Lust. Lei Hu grimaced and opened his mouth. When his friend heard this, his face was anxious and he hurriedly said, Brother Tiger, this is obviously a trap. You shouldn't fall for it. Zhao Shang's face was full of anxiety. He wasn't afraid of what would happen if he fell into the trap. but he was afraid that Lei Hu would leak out what happened to him if he was caught. As a matter of fact, he had moved against Lei Hu last night, ready to finish him off and come to a dead end. Unfortunately, Lei Hu had a gun, and when he did, he threatened him directly with it and beat him violently. Without getting Lei Hu killed, he had a handle on Lei Hu's hands, and he had to listen to Lei Hu's commands. Seeing Zhao Shang's refusal, Lei Hu directly took out his gun from his back waist and slapped it in front of Zhao Shang, repeating the words again. "I'm going to red lust." A flash of awe appeared on Zhao Shang's face, and after several times of hesitation, he forced out a smile and nodded with a laugh. "Alright, I'll listen to Brother Tiger." Since he had already decided to use himself to lure the snake out of the hole, Chen Mofen didn't hesitate any longer and rushed towards Red Desire in that Mercedes-Benz supercar. He had to solve these hidden dangers before Yun Moli arrived. After that, you can take Yun Moli and play with confidence. He couldn't say that he was playing with Yun Moli on the bed, and over there he said that he had found Thunder Tiger. What do you say at this point? Do you keep playing, or do you eliminate the danger? So, in order to play with peace of mind, Lei Hu must die. Red Desire was previously occupied by Lei Hu, and the landlord used to be a small and famous tycoon in Liaochang. However, offending Lei Hu gave way to red lust, but people Lei Hu is also a man of honor. The rent is paid every year, 1 point a year. He's not even that much of a troublemaker. Lei Hu was clearly telling the landlord, "I'm not only going to hog your stuff, I'm going to play with you." And at the moment, the landlord waited in front of Red Lust. Looking at the asphalt road came a Mercedes supercar, followed by a dozen Mercedes business. Just this situation, the landlord knew that the mortal god came. Hurriedly, he jogged forward 2 steps and walked over with a smile on his face. Now that Chen Mofen was a well-known figure in Liaocheng, his every move attracted attention. Plus, Chen Mofen had asked Wang Motsai to make a special effort to publicize it, so the acquisition of Red Lust had already made a lot of noise. A lot of residents have already gathered around Red Desire, and even some TV stations have come over for interviews. There were also some netizens who came over to broadcast live, ready to rub Chen Mofen's heat. The scene was made big. Chen Mofen drove to the Red Desire floor and didn't get out of the car immediately. Billions of dollars have been spent over so many days. The consumption point has also reached 73. Utilizing his spending points, Chen Mofen filled up on detection proficiency as well as perspective. Turning on his perspective, he sat in his car, his eyes carefully scanning the flow of people in front of him. He wanted to make sure that there was no Lei Hu in the crowd in front of him. After exceeding 200 meters, Chen Mofen didn't check. "It's not that I don't care, but it's just not time yet." The effective range of the pistol, only 50 meters. The maximum range is only 200 meters. Only some of the powerful pistols similar to the Desert Eagle. The maximum range will be more than 300 meters. One face swept by. When it was determined that Lei Hu did not appear in the crowd, Chen Mofen immediately opened the car door and took big steps toward Red Desire. The landlord waited in front of the car door for a long time. He was a bit confused. Why didn't the mortal god get out of the car since he was here? "Is this something you're not doing well there?" No. The red carpet was rolled out. The band was made, and there was even a little starlet who sang on the spot to cheer up the crowd. Without waiting for him to figure it out, Chen Mofen violently opened the car door and walked towards the Red Desire inside with big strides. This time the landlord was even more confused. "What is the situation, big brother? You say something, you so engaged. Make my heart very apprehensive, The moment Chen Mofen got out of the car, the doors of the Mercedes-Benz business behind him opened one after another. Chu Feng led more than 20 people and followed closely behind Chen Mofen. Looking at this platoon, everyone at the scene was surprised and let out gasps. Everyone had envy in their eyes as they looked at Chen Mofen. Who does not want to drive a luxury car? Who does not want to be famous? Who does not want to go in and out of the row full? But now that everything they dreamed and fantasized about was right in front of them, how could they not be excited? How could they not be envious? The landlord also sighed in his heart that Chen Mofen had all this at such a young age. Fame, money, beauty, status, whatever you want. On the contrary, what about himself? If it wasn't for Chen Mofen bringing down Lei Hu, he wouldn't have dared to return to Red Desire until now. "I have worked hard for half my life, but I can't compare to what the youngster has accomplished in just a few months." The landlord's heart sank, but he also understood that now was not the time to think about this. Hurry up and sell the Red Desire to Chen Mofen. Perhaps he could also use this to climb a little friendship with Chen Mofen. But after following Chen Mofen in Red Desire, the landlord understood that he was purely and simply overthinking. He hadn't even seen Chen Mofen's face before he was stopped by Wang Motsai. The acquisition of this small casino, where to use Chen Mofen personally, Wang Motsai can completely on behalf of the work. Chen Mofen, on the other hand, took the elevator and went all the way straight up to the top floor. When he arrived at the top floor, He sat in the boss chair that used to be reserved for Lei Hu and called Tang Fei. He's going to work with Tang Fei. He'll be in charge of finding Lei Hu. And the uncles Tang Fei brought in will be in charge of the capture. Perspective had completely changed qualitatively when it was turned on to the 10th level of proficiency. He could now turn on God's perspective at the drop of a hat with a single movement of his mind if he wanted to himself. Once God's view was on, it was even easier for Chen Mofan to find people. Immediately, he centered his gaze on Red Desire and radiated outward. All the people who appeared within 1,000 meters around Red Desire had already been seen by Chen Merfan without realizing it. Chen Mofan's gaze switched rapidly, lingering on one face for no more than a second. Even a slice of it sweeps by. One by one, the personnel scanned over, and Chen Mofan was surprised. Thunder Tiger didn't even show up? Chen Mofan was about to be in the middle of a careful search when his gaze condensed and he hurriedly looked at a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this man, Chen Meifan smiled. This middle-aged man was no other than Zhao Shang. Speaking of which, the relationship between Lei Hu and Zhao Shang was unknown to many people. Even Tao Zi, who had once followed Lei Hu, had not heard that Lei Hu knew this middle-aged man, so the police didn't know about Zhao Shang. The reason Chen Mofan knew him was still because of the black silk. After Lei Lu died, Lei Hu had plans to have another one, so look for the black silk who bet on the stone. For this woman, Lei Hu is very spoiled. Not only take out 5 million to let her bet on the stone to play, but also will be a lot of their own secrets are told to her. Now that Lei Hu was in trouble, Black Silk was the first one to take his information to Chen Mofan and exchange it for money. The Zhou Sang threat is what Black Silk was talking about, and it's odd that Zhou Sang appears to be Red Lust, because he remembered that when Wang Mo Kai brought Zhao Shang's information, it showed that Zhao Shang had opened a massage parlor, which was further away from Red Desire. If it's such a long way away, what's he doing here in Red Desire, or at such a time? So Chen Merfan had reason to suspect that it was this guy who had hidden Lei Hu, and was now here as a vanguard, helping Lei Hu to spy on the news. Now that you're here, don't go back. Chapter 139 Death of Lei Hu. Chen Merfan's gaze locked onto Zhao Shang while using his cell phone to notify Tang Fei. Tell her to pay more attention to the 10 o'clock direction. The Zhao Shang wearing a gray jacket with a big back hair and a wounded face. Tang Fei was surprised. Did Chen Mofan's people find a clue so quickly? Besides, who is this man? Is this man related to Lei Hu? There's no such person in the information they've investigated, right? Out of her trust in Chen Mofan, Tang Fei followed Zhao Shang with a colleague. Zhao Shang was depressed in his heart, and he had the urge to get Lei Hu killed. Even he wanted to expose himself and lure the police to where Lei Hu was now hiding. At that time, he only needed to take the opportunity to let the police shoot Lei Hu, and that would be the end of it. The secret in Lei Hu's heart could then completely dissipate with his death. He also didn't have to be threatened by Lei Hu anymore and could continue to live his gorgeous little life in style. Just thinking about it that way, the thought lingered in his mind. But what if it fails? Mud. I should have known to be less greedy. Zhao Shang cursed angrily, hesitating in his mind. As a matter of fact, he was not from Liuqing, but from Duxing. In Luqing there is a person named Jiang Kuan opened an underground casino. At that time, he worked under Jiang Kuan, is also considered a not too big and not too small leader, responsible for taking people to escort the money. Business is booming in the casino and the daily cash flow is huge. Looking at all that money he got greedy. During an escort, he knocked out several other brothers around him and ran off with the money to Liuchang. Jiang Kuan was naturally unwilling to do so, and placed a kill order on him on the road, and coincidentally, he ran into Lei Hu and Liao Chang and directly had him arrested, and the lion's share of the money he robbed. Lei Hu wants 80%. He also threatened him with this incident, saying that if he was in trouble in the future, Zhao Shang must help him unconditionally. Otherwise, Lei Hu would tell Jiang Kuan that he was in Liao Chang. For the sake of his own life, Zhao Shang could only choose to help him. But then, you don't get much money and you get in a lot of trouble. Zhao Shang's bowels were green with regret. But what was the point? After circling along Red Lust, Zhao Shang took note of the situation 7 by 7 before turning toward a tall building in the distance. The tall building was a hotel, and in one of the rooms on the top floor, Thunder Tiger snuck in, cowering in a huge suitcase. At the moment, he was holding binoculars and looking at Red Lust. Looking at the picture of the crowd downstairs, Lei Hu had a feeling of being in a different world. It wasn't so long ago that he was the owner of the place, and he couldn't tell you how nourishing his day-to-day life was, but he was arrogant and domineering, and when it was clear that Chen Mofan was his benefactor, he threatened to remove one of Chen Mofan's legs. Back then, his tail was up in the air, and no matter who he looked at, he always had a nose in the air. But after several exchanges, not to mention Chen Mofan's leg, even one of his little fingers, he himself did not even touch it. On the contrary, it was himself. First he was slapped twice in Red Desire. His reputation was in tatters. Then the old city center, following Su how to contribute people and money. And what happened? Only got 1/5 of the old city center, not to mention that he also angered the mortal god. Chen Meifan no longer spoiled him, and directly launched the ability of money, knocked him to the bottom. By now he has become a street rat, or everyone knows the rat, a golden rat. Lei Hu thought in his heart. A strong remorse suddenly welled up in his heart. He regretted why he was arrogant and domineering in the first place, regretted why he was like a little cutie, provoking Chen Meifan again and again. If he hadn't done that, then would he still be living in style right now, perhaps even becoming friends with Chen Meifan? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in the world and no pills of regret for him. Ugh, Lei Hu sighed out in his heart filled with bitterness. Zhao Shang returned to the hotel, and Chen Meifan's eyes followed him inside, watching Zhao Shang go straight up to the top floor and open a room. Chen Meifan looked at the room, tightly gripping his gun. Lei Hu, his heart breathed a sigh of relief, finally fishing this guy out. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Meifan immediately called Tang Fei, who was following behind, but he didn't explicitly say that Lei Hu was in here, otherwise it would be too suspicious. Instead, it provides another clue. Tang Fei, do you know why I asked you to follow that man with the back-combed hair? My people found out not long ago that this man is closely related to Lei Hu. His name is Zhao Shang and he owns a massage parlor, but his store is far from Red Desire. And, besides, there are no friends or relatives of his near Red Desire. When the words came, Tempest immediately understood. At this time period when Chen Meifan was going to acquire Red Desire, a person who was close to Lei Hu appeared here. These two clues together were enough to explain a lot. Tang Fei did not hesitate, immediately came to the front desk of the hotel, showed his ID and investigated the hotel surveillance. When the surveillance showed Zhao Shang dragging a huge suitcase to the front of the hotel to check in, Tang Fei's eyes lit up. The suitcase was supposed to be customized, huge enough to fit a curled-up adult perfectly, and it was obvious that Zhao Shang was dragging it with great effort, as if the suitcase was heavy. Seeing this image, Tang Fei reported the situation to his captain. The captain didn't hesitate and directly ordered to empty the hotel, while sending professional armed police members, armed with explosion-proof shields and equipped with firearms, into the hotel. Meanwhile, snipers infiltrate the tall building across the room and can be shot if they find something wrong. And at this moment, in the room, Lei Hu smoked a cigarette and listened to Zhao Shang's report. Upon hearing and really seeing with his own eyes, Chen Meifan followed the landlord into red lust. A cold flash flashed through Lei Hu's eyes. The current Lei Hu wanted nothing. He only wanted to drag Chen Meifan to die with him. Brother Tiger, I've read that Chen Meifan has a lot of bodyguards around him, so why don't we not take the risk? Even if we pull Chen Meifan's back, what's the point? The main thing for people is to live. How about a brother arranging a way for you to get out of the country? Go abroad? Lei Hu sneered. What am I going to do abroad, now that all my money has been frozen? Will I go to beg for food when I leave the country? Or do you want me to work? I, Lei Hu, am no longer a big man on one side, so if I really have to work part-time, I won't be laughed out of the room. Besides, he, Lei Hu, couldn't live that 9-to-5 cow and horse life. If, however, he could get by and let go of the brocade he once had, then he would have shot at Red Lust in the first place, instead of backing out again and again. Bang! 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 3 knocks on the door sounded. Lei Hu was a bit alert and immediately grabbed his gun. Zhou Sang looked away and walked towards the door of the room. Who? Outside the door. Tang Fei thought for a moment before saying, Sir, our front desk shows that there's a problem with your identity information. Can you check with us at the front desk? Hearing that it was the receptionist, Zhao Shang cursed and opened the door to the room. I say, you guys stepping on the horse is not annoying. Identity can be out of. The words came to an abrupt end only halfway through. The anger on Zhao Shang's face instantly stiffened, and his brain instantly went down as he looked at the large number of police officers standing outside the door. But before he could react, Tang Fei, pistol in hand, smashed a shot into his neck, and without waiting for Zhao Shang to scream in pain, Tang Fei grabbed his hair and threw him out of the room. 2 armed police officers then threw a flashbang, one at a time, into the house, accompanied by, bang, 2 pops. Lei Hu covered his eyes and screamed miserably, but at the same time he was shooting indiscriminately at the door of the room. He no longer wanted to live, and knew that his capture was a death sentence, so he had no qualms about it. But only 3 shots were fired before an armed police officer killed him with a single shot. A wave of ecstasy surged through the controlled Zhao Shang as he watched Lei Hu collapse in the entrance hall of the house. Finally, Thunder Tiger is dead. Ha ha ha. He didn't have to worry about his secret being exposed. At the same time, there is no proof of death. What words are not still, let him say it. Chapter 140, packing up the whole city's hotels. Lei Hu, with the resignation before death still in his eyes, fell to the ground. Thus, Lei Hu, who had been entrenched in Liucheng for many years, died. Looking at the unwillingly glaring Lei Hu, Tong Fei's heart was a little hush-hush. They've been fighting with Lei Hu for years, and they've never gotten any tangible evidence of this guy's crimes. But this guy was defeated by Chen Mofen only a short time after offending him? Tempest felt a sense of dreaminess. Is the money power really that strong? Tong Fei inquired herself mentally. Unfortunately, she had the answer in her mind, but she didn't dare to admit it. The corners of Zhao Shang's mouth curled up and he couldn't even suppress them. From today onwards, he could live his life with confidence and boldness. No one was knowing his background or threatening him, but he didn't realize that Chen Mofen had long been onto him. How could he let go of Lei Hu's people? He wouldn't keep this kind of hidden danger. After explaining to Richard Wang, Chen Mofen once again confirmed that Lei Hu was dead before he got up and headed downstairs towards Red Lust. Without a single bodyguard, he drove straight to the airport in his supercar. He was going to get good and mushy with Yun Moli for a few days. Who would want to bring a bunch of light bulbs? When I kiss, you guys watch from the sidelines. Fine, I can tolerate it. You can't be in bed with a bunch of people next to you. So do these people still have to clap on the sidelines? Gee, that's a picture. This is diabolical. So, no need for your protection. Stay as far away from me as you can. Arriving at the airport at 10:30, Chen Mofen rushed to the pickup gate already at 10:40. Tidying up his clothes, Chen Mofen waited outside the pickup entrance. It wasn't long before the crowd poured out of the pickup entrance, and Chen Mofen opened his perspective, his gaze sweeping over a face. He had video called with Yun Moli and both knew what the other looked like. As each face swept by, after 5 minutes, Chen Mofen's eyes lit up. His gaze was fixed on a beautiful woman who was about 1.75 meters in height, with wavy curly hair, wearing a gray jacket on top, jeans underneath, and white travel shoes on her feet. This beautiful woman wore a mask, large-toed sunglasses, and a duck-tongue hat to cover her face. Others might not be able to see who he was, but Chen Mofen could see her clearly through his perspective. Not to mention the face. As long as Chen Mofen wanted to, he could even count a few of her hairs for you. Yun Moli stepped out of the pickup point, and he followed the flow of people as he looked around. There were a lot of people picking up the airplane today, and she never saw Chen Mofen. This made her heart a little anxious. Following the flow of people out of the pickup gate, a man with a duck-tongued cap and a lowered head suddenly blocked in front of her, startling her. She was about to go around, but the man took another step backward and stopped her. Yun Moli was a little angry in her heart. She didn't understand what was wrong with this person. Why did he choose to cross her? Shouldn't be a fan of his own, right? If he was a fan, he would have asked for an autograph or a photo. Could it be that he, like Chen Mofen, had encountered kidnapping? Yun Moli's heart tightened with some fear as she thought of this. She forced herself to hold back the panic in her heart and spoke slowly. Excuse me, what can I do for you? After this inquiry was uttered, Yun Moli did not wait for a long time for an answer. Just when she thought that this person in front of her would not answer her, the man actually smiled and asked a rhetorical question. You guess? Saying that, Chen Mofen raised his head with a smile. At the first sight of Chen Mofen, a trace of doubt flashed in Yun Moli's eyes. She doesn't know this guy. At the second glance, a sense of familiarity surprisingly welled up in his heart. On looking at the third look, good Chen Mofen. You scared me the first time we met. Yun Moli grumbled in her heart and reached out her hand to whack at Chen Mofen's shoulder. It really scared her just now. She thought she had met a kidnapper? After all, with Chen Mofen as the previous lesson, it would be a ghost if she didn't have fear in her heart. But I hadn't thought that this bad guy was deliberately trying to scare her. But this was good. She was worried that the two had an age difference and it would be awkward when they met. Now she was taken aback, but the embarrassment was gone. Yun Moli's small hand gently pounded on Chen Mofen's shoulder, and before it could fall, it was grabbed in Chen Mofen's hand. Yun Moli's heart jumped, wanting to draw back her hand, which once thought. Chen Mofen lying on her ear gently said, "You're a big star. There are many people here. In case you're found out, what if you're surrounded here? Now, I'll take your hand, and if you're exposed, I'll immediately pull you and run." Chen Mofen said, raising an eyebrow at her in a teasing manner. Looking at Chen Mofen's expression, Yun Moli snorted out a laugh. She knew that this colorful boy, which was afraid of what was being discovered, he was deliberately taking advantage of himself. After all, the first time, this kid dared to send her little colorful pictures. But let's trust him on all counts, just in case someone finds out. Yun Moli blushed and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That's good, isn't it? Receiving Yun Moli's luggage, Chen Mofen led her out of the airport. In the car, Yun Moli looked at Chen Mofen helplessly, gave him a blank look, and smiled angrily. Little brother, haven't you touched enough? Is sister's hand soft? Chen Mofen hemmed and hawed, but didn't let go of his grip on Yun Moli's hand as he drove single-handedly down the avenue. It used to be on the internet or on TV that they had seen Yun Moli. In reality, It was the first time he had seen a real person. Don't say. The real person is more beautiful than the photo. Especially the pair of small hands. Pure white as jade. Soft as cotton. Holding in the hand smooth like a piece of tofu. As if a force will be crushed. It's not enough to hold such small hands. Seeing that Chen Mofan didn't answer, Yun Moli then laughed. The excuse you just made was that you were afraid that I would recognize you. So what about now? What excuse are you looking for again? Chen Mofan laughed and pointed at himself. In order to prevent me, the big sex maniac, from seeing you see color. So, I have to protect you. Pulling you at all times is the most basic protection. It can't be helped. I have to sacrifice myself for your safety. Yun Moli smiled bitterly and shook her head. It was the first time she heard such shameless words. Chen Mofan, meeting you has really opened my eyes. So people can be so shameless. So are you going to say next that you're going to stick it to me at night? Yun Moli said, doing what Chen Mofan had just done and raised an eyebrow at him. Let Yun Moli unexpected is. For this statement, Chen Mofan smiled and shook his head. This is not necessary, because the whole Liao City hotels, all the rooms are all wrapped up by me, are arranged to live in. There is a double large bedroom left. You and I, you live not right? Yun Moli froze for a full 2 seconds before responding. But, he laughed. This brat is so bad to the bone. Wasn't that a clear message to her to plot against her? Moreover, this big deal, it shocked her heart. Just for her, pack the whole city's hotels and guest houses. How much does all this add up to? 100,000? Millions? Or tens of millions? How many hotels can there be in the whole city? And how many of them are upscale? Or presidential suites? All of it? Yun Moli was shocked. She realized that this kid was really taking money for nothing. Millions or tens of millions and just spilling it? This is the most expensive hotel she's ever stayed in. I don't know how many times more expensive than even the presidential suite. Looking at the Chen Mofan in front of her, who was a dozen years younger than herself, Yun Moli felt a little amused and curious and asked, Little brother, you're just going to expose your dirty mind so bluntly. Aren't you afraid I'll get mad and turn my head? Chapter 141 Yun Moli wearing black silk. Afraid you'll get mad? Chen Mofan smiled. So what if you are angry? It is nothing more than leaving Liucheng. That's fine. You go to that city. I'll invest in that city. Aren't you in the movie and TV business? Then I'll smash in $100 billion and build a movie and TV company too. And make movies. And I'll ask you to be the leading lady. Even if you run abroad. Old man's trillions of dollars slammed down. Those presidents will have to arrange special planes on their asses and send you back. In short, I've got my eye on you. Want to run? Want to run? Want to disobey? There is no door. Be good. Wash fragrant. Lie down on the bed. This is the most correct approach. But women? It's just a matter of coaxing them. If you say these things before the relationship is strained, aren't you just rushing to strain the relationship? We're all human beings. Who doesn't want a little face? You don't give a damn about face. Even if she's lying on the bed, there's not much water. So when the time comes, you'll say you diaphragm or not. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan smiled and shook his head. Fear not, because no matter where you run to after you get angry, I will chase you back. Still, you're my woman. Don't try to run away in this life. Saying that, his right hand loosened Yun Moli's small hand and raised his hand to touch her pretty face. Yun Moli didn't dodge. Only her face was slightly red. In fact, she liked Chen Mofan's dominance. She liked the feeling of a man being stronger than her and being the master of everything. Even more, she liked some of Chen Mofan's little badness, which could tease her into blushing at times, which gave her a feeling of going back to when she was a young girl. With Chen Mofan, she felt as if she had become younger. Viciously hammering Chen Mofan, Yun Moli red-faced, shyly said, How bad are you, this stinky guy? Chen Mofan stopped the car and looked at the shy Yun Moli, did not answer, but directly embraced her and kissed her. Yun Moli's body instantly stiffened. Her eyes unconsciously widened in disbelief as she looked at Chen Mofan. She realized that this little guy was really too overbearing and direct, not giving you time to refuse. And besides, how long had they only known each other? That's a relationship? Yun Moli didn't know, but she knew that her heart didn't seem to reject it. What's the harm in going crazy if you're not repulsed? Besides, she'd be really old if she didn't get crazy, since there's no more later. Let's blast it now. Thinking of this, the shock in her eyes slowly dissipated, and instead a touch of tenderness surfaced on. She gently stretched out her hands and tightly wrapped them around Chen Mofan's neck, taking the initiative to lean her body over and ask for Chen Mofan. The two forgot to kiss passionately, and as their bodies continued to get closer, their heartbeats accelerated with them, and the hormones in their bodies accelerated. Both of them moved. I don't know how long it lasted before the two separated. Gasping for air, Yun Moli leaned on Chen Mofan's shoulder, her hair scattered and her pretty face slightly red. She stroked the hair on her temples, Her eyes were gentle, and she said softly, "Mayor Fan, take me to the hotel. I want to." Then what else is there to say? Chen Mofan directly kicked the gas. The car, like a stringed arrow, flew out, straight to Tiankai Hotel. The presidential suite at the Tiankai Hotel had long been set up by the manager. Inside, flowers were everywhere. Red candles were burning, cozy and romantic. The moment she opened the door to her room, Yun Moli was shocked. She didn't expect Chen Mofan to be so thoughtful. For their first time, he specially arranged such a romantic scene. Even the big bed was covered with rose petals. Walking in the room covered with petals and flowers, Yun Moli felt like she had come to the sea of flowers, and she, the elf fairy who was traveling in the sea of roaming flowers. Chen Mofan also brightened up. "Not bad. This manager is a bit interesting. No argument. Double your salary." Yun Moli hugged Chen Mofan, and after giving him a kiss on the face, she spoke. "Mofan, I love it here so much. Thank you for letting me see such a romantic scene. I'm so touched." Chen Mofan picked up Yun Moli in a hug, looked into her eyes and smiled. "There's something even more touching. Brother sends you up to the clouds." As the words fell, he threw Yun Moli towards the big bed. Yun Moli exclaimed in shock, and before she could get up, Chen Mofan had already pressed down. In a room full of red candles and flowers, the two were once again entwined. 9 million words are omitted here, so all you hikikomori can make up your own mind. By the time the two finished, it was dark outside. Yun Moli was lying in Chen Mofan's arms. Her winks were like silk, but her 2 rows of small silver teeth were clenching. The winks were because Chen Mofan had really honored his promise and sent her up to the clouds. The cackling of the bite was because Chen Mofan hadn't said that she had to go up to the clouds a dozen times either. She now felt as if her body was going to be torn apart. Viciously pinching Chen Mofan, Yun Moli was gritting her teeth in anger. This wasn't a person. This was clearly a cow. If she had known this, she would have had painkillers ready. After resting in bed for 2 hours, Yun Moli got out of bed. A brief wash and survey of the house. The house was decorated romantically, with flowers and red candles with fresh spices added inside, releasing them and filling the room with fragrance. She had just gotten too excited. And now, upon closer inspection, she realized that there was a small box under all those flowers in the room. These boxes are beautifully wrapped and tied with red ribbons. Curious, she opened one and her eyes instantly widened. A pair of fine purple jade bracelets. The jade bracelets are crystal clear, without a trace of impurities. They are of the very best quality. Chen Mofan walked over and held Yun Moli with one hand, and with the other hand, he kneaded the dough with the kneading technique that Mr. Water had taught him. On the other hand, his mouth was smiling. "Do you like this pair of bracelets? This is my gift to you. There are many more gifts in this room. It's up to you to find them or not. And when you find them, you have to accept them all," Chen Mofan said, winking at her. This pair of jade bracelets. Yun Moli loved it, but she was wary in her heart about the words of this little villain. She was sure that there were many gifts in this room, but those gifts must have been both good and bad. As for the bad ones, they must be tied to some dirty mind of this little bad boy. After all, the little devil had the nerve to send her little colorful pictures the first time he chatted with her, bold and playful. However, he had prepared these gifts for himself, and Yun Moli was still touched in her heart. It was obvious that the little badass had put a lot of effort into meeting with her and making her happy. In that case, she wouldn't mind satisfying the little devil a little. Red-faced, Yun Moli nodded and searched the room. The second thing Yun Moli found was a supercar key. Previously, Zhang Chang's 5 cars, there was still one left, and Chen Meifan gave it to Yun Moli. As for himself, that was definitely for Zhang Chang to then set. And it has to be a customized model, limited to one worldwide. For this reason, Zhang Chang was already contacting major luxury car companies. Ask these luxury car companies to come up with a proposal to design a one-of-a-kind supercar for Chen Mofan. What? You guys have pride? It's alright. Money down. Any pride is gone. For those white-skinned pigs, Chen Mofan and Zhang Chang uphold the attitude of 1 point. Do not have to give them any good face, directly with the money to smash them to bend over. Yun Moli kept searching in the room, and one by one, the gifts were found by him. These gifts are all kinds of things, but the only thing they have in common is that they are expensive. After an hour had passed, those gift boxes were piled up in a small mountain. Once again, he found a cloud. Moli couldn't wait to open it, but when he opened it, his face flushed red. This turned out to be an erotic outfit, a black silk suit. Chapter 142. Yun Moli is going to shoot a movie. Chen Mofan, who was on the side, was embarrassed. The manager had said before that there were little surprises in the room for him to add to the fun. Chen Mofan thought that it was just black silk or something, but I didn't expect. Big brother, you're playing directly on the erotic clothing? It's still more than a little embarrassing to be found out by a human girl. Big brother, you play this, then I still spend Dare you say the love interest really is love interest, is it? Holding that black silk, Yoon Jasmine looked at Chen Mofan with a playful face. It didn't even need to speak, just that little smiling expression was enough to make Chen Mofan embarrassed. Chen Mofan, I didn't see that you still have this fetish? Yoon Moli teased. Chen Mofan scratched his head with an awkward smile on his face, wanting to explain but not knowing how. Seeing Chen Mifan embarrassed, Yoon Moli playful. In the past, chatting with Chen Mifan, the embarrassing ones were all her. Now it was hard to catch Chen Mifan embarrassed. If this is just let go, wouldn't it be too sorry for her? Thinking of this, Yoon Moli smiled and walked over, leaned on Chen Mofan and laughed. Come on, little bad guy, tell your sister. Have you ever dreamt of your sister wearing this set in your sleep? Aha! As the words fell, Yoon Moli hid her mouth and snickered, poking Chen Mofan. Chen Mofan's face turned red at that time. How the hell could he answer? Although he is no longer untouched. But here, and was caught in front of the face. Chen Mofan still feel the blush. Yo, who's this? This even blushed. I'm not mistaken. Little bad guy. You even blush, ah? Seeing Chen Mofan blush, Yoon Moli came up and stared into his eyes. The corners of her mouth couldn't stop smiling. Who sent me little colorful pictures before? Who was it that flirted with me before? Who was the one who came up here and asked me to be his woman? Yoon Moli teased, poked Chen Mofan, and continued. Chen Mofan, you're overbearing? What's the matter now? You've been caught by me on the spot and shriveled up? Watching Chen Mofan blush to the root of his ears, Yoon Moli was looking more and more interesting, while feeling quite cool in her heart. It used to be that this little villain bullied her, and just now he was bullying her, and now he's finally getting his revenge. Little bad boy, come on, tell me, do you want to see it? Should I put it on for you? Yoon Moli winked at Chen Mofan, her face full of teasing. Chen Mofan's heart was moved at that time. Shyness was one thing, manly yearning was another. Both can be done at the same time. Look at my sister. She has a great body, right? And she looks even better in this? You don't want to see it? Since Yoon Moli has teased to this point, Chen Mofan that does not smooth her heart or sorry for her. Moreover, just like what Yoon Moli said, Yoon Moli body is very good. A look is often exercise. Although 37, but there is no little belly flab. Flat as a river, and the skin is tender white as milk. Firm, elastic, like a young girl's body. The body of a young girl, the temperament of a royal sister, the madness of a young woman, plus the knowledge of a big sister who knows the cold and the heat. Yoon Moli was simply too much to his liking. Immediately, he carried Yoon Moli back to the big bed, and Yoon Moli had changed into that black silk, perfectly fitted and tempting to pull full. Chen Mofan's eyes immediately turned red. This day plus one night, Chen Merfan had never let Yoon Moli be idle, and for the past 2 days, Su Hao lived a muddled life. He was first taken away by his uncle and questioned about all sorts of things throughout the day, with a bright light shining on him all day. When he came out of it, his head was fuzzy. That night, worried and fearful of being involved, I ended up drowsy and half asleep all night. After a good day's work, we were taken back to the city building and proceeded to agree on the division of the old town. Su Hao was already muddled, and even if he forced himself, he was still dim, so when he agreed with Shui Yueliang, he was somewhat unable to keep up with Shui Yueliang's rhythm. Slowly, it was brought completely into her rhythm by Shui Yueliang. By the time everything was agreed upon, Su Hao was in a daze, having forgotten most of what was agreed upon, and with the subdivision of the land complete, it's time to plan. 3 days later, the two men were to submit plans for their respective plots. Watching Su Hao rubbing his temples and leaving the city construction, Shui Yuro knew that this guy was afraid that this time he would really have to bleed to death. The entire old city was divided into 30 areas, with Su Hao occupying 6 and them 24, and these 6 areas of Su Hao were evenly dispersed throughout the old city, all in the center. Basically, they surrounded Su Hao in one area for every 6 areas. Su Hao was completely caught in the middle of them. If, according to Chen Mofan's idea, Su Hao builds ordinary neighborhoods, they will build upscale consumer areas. Soho builds upscale consumer areas, they build man-made attractions. In that case, the two families are almost complete opposites. How twisted the average consumer has to be looking at the upscale, wealthy neighborhoods that surround them. The difference in consumption between the two is astronomical. Compared with these tycoons, their building neighborhoods have become slums all of a sudden. This is really a blow to the people. The rich neighborhoods are even more helpless. You have to go back to your home past the tourist attractions, and you have to wait for the crowds and traffic jams. If this is publicized, Soho's house won't be sold. Who would buy this awful house? People buy houses to live in, to have a home. But now, who'd buy this house, let alone live in it? So, this time, Su Hao was really dead. If his 6 areas were not separated and stretched out in a row, there might be salvation. But now, Soho was just waiting to cry. On the other hand, 2 days ago, Wang Motsai called Wu Zhan, but no one answered. In the past few days, Wu Zhan sent out his manpower to poke around, and at the same time, he had Chu Feng and the others go to Wu Zhan's old home to look for them. The news is finally there. Wood War was captured. It seems to be related to a man named Zhang Kuan. Getting this news, Wang Morkai was surprised. He didn't immediately notify Chen Mofen, but instead asked Chu Feng and the others to continue prying for information and inquire about the specific situation. At the same time, released Zhao Sheng from the police station, because there is no direct evidence that he assisted Lei Hu. Instead, in his account, it was Lei Hu who coerced him with a gun, and the wound on his face was evidence that it was Lei Hu who had intimidated him with force, and that he had to go to Red Lust to explore it in order to stay alive. Zhao Sheng was thus released, but just after leaving the police station. Before Zhao Sheng could have a nice puff of cigarette, he was arrested by Qin Ke with his men. The winds and clouds in the outside world were not known to Chen Mofen, who at this moment was talking with his arm around Yun Moli. Yun Moli was lying in his arms, drawing circles on his chest, with an unbroken blush on her face. Little bad boy, after this week, we won't see each other for a year. A year? Chen Merfan raised an eyebrow and looked at Yun Moli. Yun Moli bright white, this is Chen Mofen is asking her it. After hesitating for a while, she slowly opened her mouth. I've taken on a new movie. It's going to be filmed in Sakura country. The boss who financed it is from Sakura country. I didn't want to take it, but the person in charge had already talked to the other side and signed the contract, so I couldn't take it without it. The point is, I dislike contributors a lot, and I always feel like she looks at me strangely. Cherry Blossom Country? And you're still looking at you funny? Chen Mofen was in a hurry and directly waved his big hand. Shoot the hell out of it. The show's not going to happen. And as for any liquidated damages, you don't have to worry about it at all. Yun Moli sat up when she heard this, and the covers slipped off, revealing her proud landscape. She shook her head. I'm afraid this won't work. The other party is very powerful, and named me to act, and is said to have used many connections. I'm afraid I'll offend a lot of people if I default and refuse. With his mouth full, Yun Moli's agent called. Her agent was very well connected and famous in the circle, so her tone was very tough even when facing Yun Moli, a big star. Chapter 143, Agent Baifengjie. Yun Moli, where are you? On the other end of the phone, the agent's slightly icy words rang out, and the first thing that came up was a question. Yun Moli glanced at Chen Mofen with some embarrassment, then took her cell phone and said, Sister Bai, I'm in Liucheng. Didn't I tell you? I'm looking for my boyfriend. Boyfriend? The sound of muttering in the cell phone rang for a moment, and then that Sister Bai's tone became even more unkind, questioning excitedly. Yun Moli, who told you to have a boyfriend? Don't you know that many big bosses are willing to promote you just because they see you as single? You're looking for death, aren't you? Yun Moli's eyes darkened. She knew that many big bosses saw her beauty and all had a little different mind towards her. And she's single. Then sometimes getting a little mind games can be done openly and without having to worry about anything. On the contrary, she'd be in trouble if she had a boyfriend. In case that boyfriend of hers found out about the little mind thing, and the other one in a soft and rash person who made a big deal out of it, then things could get out of hand. Those big bosses are most afraid of trouble. Over the years, I don't know how many big bosses have explicitly and implicitly hinted at her to go over and keep her company, but they were all rejected by her. So, over the years, she's been lukewarm, famous, with lots of fans, but she just can't catch fire. She knew it was because the big bosses were behind it, just trying to force her hand, and after all these years of her not relenting, a lot of them had started to feel offended. Now that the fact that she had a boyfriend was stirring up, those big bosses definitely wouldn't be looking at her much longer, and would even suppress her on the way to the theater. Revenge on her for not knowing better after all these years. But Yun Moli wasn't afraid. She was ready to stop filming. Chen Mofen gave her enough money to live the rest of her life, and she really liked Chen Mofen, so she has made the decision to ditch her prospects and her dreams of stardom. She spent the first half of her life living for her ideals, and the second half of her life she wanted to live for herself. She wanted to have a sensational love affair with Chen Mofen, even if the affair was fruitless. But it still went wrong and the agent took the play in her name without her permission. Yun Moli, don't tell me that that boyfriend of yours is the Chen Mofen you mentioned before? On the other end of the phone, Agent Sister Bai's tone grew more and more unpleasant, and when she mentioned the three words Chen Mofen, her tone was even more contemptuous. She realized that this Yun Moli really didn't know any better. Earlier, there were many big bosses who had their eyes on Yun Moli and asked her to go over to stay with them for a night. What? It's just a nap? She's even acting noble, saying she won't go. Even though he had been persuading himself for an hour, Yun Moli remained indifferent. This will her angry enough. These big bosses can be her doorway. Is her contacts? Yun Moli dared to offend so. That's rejecting the big boss. This is slapping her in the face. In the end, she had no choice but to ask the two newly signed little girls under her name to accompany her. She just doesn't understand. Is this Yoon Mao-lee sick? What's wrong with letting her accompany her for one night? It's just a sleep. How many people want to sleep, but still don't have a doorway? As for Yoon Mao-lee, opening his mouth and shutting his mouth is what innocence is. What bottom line, really don't know what is good and bad. Now, she even dared to walk together with Chen Mofan. This Chen Mofan had offended Kyoto director Yu Zhu, who had a very wide network in the entertainment industry. One word from him, and Yoon Mao-lee would not even know how to die. This is really looking for death one after another. Bai Fingjie held her cell phone, her face very dissatisfied. Yoon Mao-lee was yelled at one after another, and her face was a bit ugly. This Bai Fingjie, relying on her extensive connections and the number of stars under her command, treats these artists like they are not human at all. They are often instructed to go out drinking and sleeping with them, as if they were prostitutes. She just wants to live a clean life. She has a bottom line, not a whore who is as good as anyone. Even if she gives up her future and her dream of stardom, she has no regrets. Chen Mofan sat up. Just now he heard the other party mention himself, and his tone was disdainful. It gave him the idea to nag the other man. Now he, hand in hand with the old city and the Jade King, in how to say on the surface is also a tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tycoons. People like them are less motivated by money, and face becomes the most important thing they care about. But now, a look of disdain in my face. You're taking the bottom of your shoe to my face. What's the matter? My face is so worthless, isn't it? Chen Mofan reached out for his cell phone, but Yoon Mao-lee shook her head at him. Her eyes were firm as she looked at Chen Mofan. To Yoon Mao-lee, since the matter was started by her and innocently involved Chen Mofan, she would seek justice for Chen Mofan. Holding the cell phone, Yoon Mao-lee calmed down a bit and said in a firm tone, Sister Bai, my boyfriend is Chen Mofan, and I think he's quite good and have the idea to continue with her. So please also don't call my boyfriend's name in such a contemptuous tone. Now, Sister White, I want you to apologize to my boyfriend. Apologize? Bai Fingjie's face was furious. Her tone teasingly repeated these two words. Then her tone became even more arrogant as she mocked. Apologize? Yoon Mao-lee, what are you? I have no less than 5 or 6 star artists under me, much more famous than you. Ask them, dare to let me apologize to them? Chen Mofan, just a rich man from a small place, compared to the big shots I know. What is he? I tell you Yoon Mao-lee, now, immediately, give me back. I may still be able to consider and then hold you. The premise is that you have to know the good and bad. First go to accompany Mr. Lin, accompanied by a good I guarantee you a big hit. Hearing this, Yoon Mao-lee didn't hesitate any longer and directly hung up the phone. She had already decided that even if she had to pay the liquidated damages, she would definitely not work with this Bai Fingjie in the future. Somewhat apologetically glancing at Chen Mofan, Yoon Mao-lee said with a hint of self-reproach in her tone, Sorry, Mofan, for getting you involved. However, don't worry, unless Bai Fingjie apologizes to you. Otherwise, I'll break the contract with her. No matter how much the breach of contract is, I'll pay for it. I have to fight for you to get this face back. Hearing this, Chen Mofan smiled and nodded. In the end, it is the big sister who is good, knows the cold and knows the heat, and knows how to love people, can take into account his mood, his emotions, which is what the little girl cannot give. And the big sister is not only soft and tender, but also fierce as a wolf and tiger, which can greatly satisfy you, unlike the little girl, who is powerless after 1 or 2 times. No, it's pestering again. Chen Mofan was just about to move when Yoon Mao-lee pressed his hand. Don't move. This time I'll be on top and serve you the whole time as a way for me to make amends to you. Okay, look how much big sister cares for you, how much she thinks of you. On the other side, Bai Fingjie looked at the hung-up cell phone, her face a scowl. Yoon Mao-lee, you've got hardened wings, haven't you? Dare to hang up my cell phone? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're relying on Chen Mofan. I'm going to let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend, Bai Fingjie said with a scowl on her face, unlocking her phone to look for Ichiro Muto's cell phone number. This Muto Ichiro is from the Sakura country, and he is the one who financed the movie and named Yoon Mao-lee. Bai Fingjie knew that this Muto Ichiro had taken a liking to Yoon Mao-lee and wanted to try to experiment with the exotic flavor of Yoon Mao-lee. When Bai Fingjie talked to this contributor, the other party even unapologetically stated that Yoon Mao-lee had to accompany her. And it's a year. During the filming period, Yoon Mao-lee was filming during the day and had to accompany her at night. This Muto Ichiro bluntly said that if Yoon Mao-lee didn't comply, he would drug Yoon Mao-lee and control her until she was accompanied for a full year. Even knowing these conditions, Bai Fingjie still signed the contract. Chapter 144, Party A and the Chinaman. Because Bai Fingjie felt that this Yoon Mao-lee should be taught a good lesson. What's the point of pretending to be a chaste woman? It's just right that this Muto Ichiro will make the first move and teach Yunmoli a good lesson. She had heard that people in the Sakura country were very good at coaching women. Wouldn't it be better to coach Yunmoli to be 1,000 times more charming and then send her back? Domestically, so many big bosses coveted Yunmoli's beauty. When the time comes to send the well-trained Yunmoli over again and satisfy those big bosses, she will have so many resources that people will be jealous of her, and she will be able to take her career to the next level. As for what would happen to Yunmoli, she hadn't given it a second thought. Whether you were depressed or suicidal, did it have a penny to do with her? After finding Muto Ichiro's phone number, Bai Fingjie called and directly stated that Yunmoli might refuse to shoot the movie, and she hoped that the other party would sue Yunmoli for breach of contract to force the other party's hand. This was clearly a borrowed knife, trying to use Muto Ichiro's knife to force Yunmoli. Unfortunately, Ichiro Muto didn't take the bait and stated bluntly, "You're her manager. I signed a contract with you, and you're just as much to blame for her non-performance. This is your internal business. Don't bother me or you won't be eating in this business either." Muto Ichiro was well connected in China, and Bai Fingjie naturally knew and understood that. Her whole body trembled in fear, and she hurriedly said, "Please don't worry, Mr. Muto. I will definitely bring Yunmoli on time." Since the ploy had been uncovered, Bai Fingjie didn't dare to play with her little mind, and said repeatedly that she would definitely fulfill the appointment on time. "Well then, I'll send 2 people to help you, and I hope to see you all soon." With those words, Ichiro Muto hung up the phone. Once again, she was hung up on, but this time Bai Fingjie didn't dare to be the slightest bit upset, simply because the other party was someone she simply couldn't mess with. But what could she do if her opponent didn't make a move? Prospects? I don't think it's a threat. Resources? Yunmoli doesn't care anymore. Handle gossip? Doesn't seem to be there either. How about announcing she has a boyfriend? Wormley seems to want you to announce it. Bai Fingjie made a mistake. She realized that this Yunmoli was really an iron ball, light on all sides. You don't have any point of focus. After 5 minutes of hesitation, Bai Fingjie picked up her cell phone with an ugly face and once again called Yunmoli. But the phone just rang once, and was directly hung up by Yunmoli. On the call, "Just turn it off." This made Bai Fingjie furious and stormy, and in the end, she even smashed her cell phone. In the dressing room, looking at the broken cell phones, Bai Fingjie cursed in anger. What ungrateful! What a... Cursing is hard as it can be, but the result is that the heart is even more angry. After calming herself, Bai Fingjie got up and was about to change to a new cell phone when one of her assistants ran into the dressing room in a panic, looking at Bai Fingjie with anxiety and shock on her face. "Sister Bai, the news just came out. Director Yu went in." One sentence made Bai Fingjie freeze violently. "Yu Ju went in? How is that possible?" Yu Ju is very well connected and has strength of his own, and usually commits minor offenses that can be completely taken care of. But now, how did it get in? Yu Ju also said that he wanted to deal with Chen Mofan 2 days ago, and found gunmen to attack Chen Mofan on the internet, which was very effective, and many people were cursing Chen Mofan. Although the winds of public opinion against Chen Mofan had now shifted, she was sure that Yu Ju's tactics were certainly more than that. But how did you get in there before 2 days had passed? Bai Fingjie was alarmed in her heart and hurriedly took her assistant's cell phone and looked it up herself. Looking at the words on it, Lei Hu, Yu Ju, assaulting a police officer with a gun. Words like that. Bai Fingjie only felt her head explode as her head was about to explode. Lei Hu she also knew. It was said that he was playing well with Yu Ju during this period of time, and it happened to be that both of them had a beef with Chen Mofan. Now the 2 people who had trouble with Chen Mofan were finished. One captured, one dead. Bai Fingjie would not be foolish enough to think that this matter had nothing to do with Chen Mofan. Obviously, this Chen Mofan was much more powerful than she had imagined. Thinking of the contemptuous words she had just spoken to Chen Mofan, Bai Fingjie felt a little fear in her heart. What would she do if Chen Mofan dealt with her as well? After 2 seconds of contemplation, Bai Fingjie bought a ticket to Liucheng. But before Bai Fingjie could rush to the airport, someone sent by Muto Ichiro called. Tell Pak Fung Kit that they arrive late and ask Pak Fung Kit to pick them up. It's a nice way of saying you're coming over to assist, but it's really just surveillance. Ichiro Muto gave them one order. They must bring Yunmoli. For Muto Ichiro, Yunmoli was indeed good looking, but in beautiful women he had tasted. The reason why he cared so much about Yunmoli was because of the arrogance he had saved up over the years. Over the years, what kind of woman he wanted was not just a hooked finger, but Yunmoli, one after another, refused him several times. In their country, a woman can't say no to a man, let alone a man like him. This made the pride in his heart a little too much to bear, unable to stand Yunmoli's rejection. Furthermore, Yunmoli, a beautiful woman from the upper state of the heavenly kingdom, with a star aura to add to it, was too much of a conquest for him. Therefore, this woman he must have. Two men from Sakura Nation arrived at the airport late in the evening. The two men were fat and thin. Living fat and thin head. The fat one was called Yamamoto Ki, and the thin one was called Matsu Inukawa. And both of them, whether by nature or because of some other mentality, faced Wasia with an obvious arrogance on their faces. Especially Yamamoto Ki, even though he was fat and thick on one side of the top and bottom, he still strained to hold his head up and look at people out of the corner of his eye with arrogance. Bai Fingjie compared the photos sent by the two and after confirming them, she walked over with a smile on her face. But the two, after walking out of the pickup port, looked at Bai Fingjie who came to pick up the plane and frowned, not giving Bai Fingjie any good face at all. Yamamoto would even snorted in dissatisfaction and said in a conspiratorial manner, "The Chinese are really arrogant." As the words fell, he ignored Bai Fingjie and walked forward. Bai Fingjie was a bit confused and didn't understand where this offended. Seeing Bai Fingjie's appearance, the Matsu Inukawa behind him snorted in mockery and spoke. "Do you Chinese people not even understand the etiquette of bowing? To see us and not even bow at first? We are very disappointed in you. We will report this matter to Mr. Muto Ichiro as a matter of fact." "Who are they?" They're here to spy on you." Hearing this, Bai Fingjie hesitated for a second and bowed deeply to the two. A cold smile immediately appeared on the faces of Yamamoto Wood and Matsu Inukawa. Very pleased with themselves, this also caused the arrogance on their faces to increase by one more point, and when they looked around, there was even a scrutinizing gaze and disdain in their eyes. They just know that some people in this country have soft bones, and with a little sweetening and pressure, they will bend over backwards. This is a truth that they have concluded together with their elders. And on the contrary, such a vast territory was in the hands of these people, and they felt that the gods were really unfair. Glancing contemptuously at Bai Fingjie, the two of them walked towards the outside of the airport. Behind him, Bai Fingjie followed on his ass. Coming to the car arranged by Bai Fingjie, Yamamoto Wood looked around in the car and did not see Yunmoli. His face became even more disgruntled and he immediately questioned in a condescending manner. "Yunmoli, why didn't you come over to meet us? Was I not clear enough on the phone? Let you all come together to meet us." "Bai Fingjie, you have not paid too little attention to us. Are all of you Chinese people so unpolite? Being so rude and talking about a state of etiquette. You Chinese really make us feel sick. Now, immediately, have Yunmoli come over here and come bow down to meet him." Chapter 145, A tiger is swallowed before it can be driven away. The two of them didn't care that they would offend Yunmoli. They knew very well that Yunmoli was just a plaything for Ichiro Muto. Something like clothes. I don't know how many of these clothes Muto Ichiro has. They didn't have the slightest say in front of Ichiro Muto. Therefore, the two of them didn't have to care about Yunmoli's feelings at all. With a face of contempt, Yamamoto Wood ordered with a face full of impatience. "You Chinese are really big. I am ordering you now to immediately have Yunmoli come over to pick up the airplane." When Bai Fingjie heard this, her face was embarrassed. Her eyes averted as her mind quickly thought of a response. 3 seconds later, eyes glazed over. Why not drive the tiger to swallow the wolf? With an idea in mind, she deliberately put on a difficult expression and hesitantly said, Two, I also want her to pick up the plane, but, she doesn't know what's good for her." She ran off to Liucheng, and went on a date with a tycoon up. As Bai Fingjie's words fell, she put on an aggrieved expression, her face full of dissatisfaction with Yunmoli. Hearing this, the two of them, Yamamoto Ki and Matsu Inukawa, changed their faces violently. The president's clothes, worn by someone else? This thought surfaced. Violent anger appeared on the faces of the two men. Yamamoto Wood is even more direct, ruthlessly slapped on the seat, face angry. "How dare you touch President Muto's woman? Are you looking for death? Not to mention a star. Even many of the rich and powerful on your side have to give face to our President Muto. Don't you know that?" Yamamoto Wood questioned sternly, staring at Bai Fingjie with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Bai Fingjie's face was also a bit ugly. No matter how she said it, she was also a famous agent, and there were 5 or 6 famous stars under her. But now, she was actually being scolded so much by a Sakura Nation person, and even asked her to bow. But there is no way. The other party is the A party, and Muto Ichiro has deep connections in China, far from being comparable to her as an agent. Go to Liucheng. I'd like to see which rich man is so ungrateful that he dares to touch President Muto's people. Yamamoto Wood said with a grim look in his eyes. He had to teach his opponent a lesson. Let him understand that not any woman he can touch. Some women you touch, you have to pay the price. Furthermore, if he didn't earn back face for Muto Ichiro in this matter, later on, when Muto Ichiro learned that Yunmoli had already been played with, and he, Muto Ichiro, became the one who brushed the pot, at that time, would Muto Ichiro still let them go? in public and in private. He had to make the other side pay. Hearing this, Bai Fingjie busily nodded her head, her heart stealing joy, driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf. It seemed to have worked. It was clear that these two were much dumber than Ichiro Muto and could be put to good use. On the other hand, Chen Mofan drove his car all over the mountains to take Yun Moli on a tour. In the past 2 days, Yun Moli was obviously tired, and her walking posture was a bit unnatural, and Chen Mofan is refreshed. The money spent out a lot of money in the past few days. Spending points directly point physical quality, directly pull full. Now Chen Mofan's body, simply don't be too powerful. Push-ups can do a day, easily. It's just as well that the two of them take this opportunity to rest and take a look at the scenery for a change. Yun Moli was obviously in a good mood, and in front of some monuments, she pulled Chen Mofan to let him take pictures of herself. The two took a lot of pictures, a large part of which were intimate pictures, and Yun Moli said she liked the feeling of Chen Mofan holding her, whether it was hugging from behind, embracing, or princess hugging. Most of the photos of the two of them were of Chen Mofan holding Yun Moli, relaxed Yun Moli like back to 18 years old. Every day is smiling, but also like to pull Chen Meifan chattering. The two of them climbed to the top of a hill and sat on a big rock at the top of the hill. Yun Moli leaned on Chen Mofan's shoulder. Chen Mofan reached out and wrapped his arm around Yun Moli's waist, snuggling up to each other and looking at the sunset that was gradually falling in the sky. Little devil, you said it would be so nice if we could always be like this, just watching the sunset quietly, just spending each day calmly and happily. Chen Mofan laughed and said, then in the future, will I accompany you like this every day? Yun Moli smiled and nodded, giving Chen Mofan a kiss on the cheek. Then shrinking in Chen Mofan's embrace, he quietly looked at the dim sunset in the sky. Chen Mofan also did not open his mouth in the same way, but gently stroked the hair on Yun Moli's head. The two just leaned back and sat there until dark. By the time it was dark, Bai Fingjie and the three of them had also arrived at Liuqing. But when Bai Fingjie called Yun Moli directly refused to answer. After calling over a dozen times in a row, Yun Moli didn't want to pay attention to her at all. In the end, Bai Fingjie had no choice but to send a message to Yun Moli. Said that he had already come to Liuqing, accompanied by a representative sent by Party A. All three of them wanted to meet Yun Moli and wanted Yun Moli to make an appointment in Liuqing in the evening. Yun Moli outright refused. She stated that she had nothing to talk about with Bai Fingjie, or that she had nothing to say to Bai Fingjie without apologizing to Chen Mofan. As for Party A, I'm sorry, the agreed filming time hadn't arrived yet, so there was no need for her to meet Party A. And, shooting or not, that contract will continue to fulfill. Yun Moli still do not know it, naturally will not give Party A any face. The three of them rushed to Liuqing to find Yun Moli to ask for punishment. But what happened? Yun Moli didn't even give a damn about them, which made the three feel very angry and suffocated. In the past, as a Party A, where they go is not the whole reception, smiling to please. But now, directly hung out to dry. It's just one sentence. What's it to me if you come or not? Did I say I wanted to see you? The other side doesn't even see them, let alone raise hell. They felt suffocated to the point of vomiting blood, with the feeling of throwing a hard punch but hitting cotton. Even with all your strength, you feel helpless in the face of cotton. Even if you tear it apart, they clump together again. This feeling depresses them. It suffocates them. Yamamoto Wood and Matsu Inukawa felt so depressed that they were about to vomit blood, and both of them looked as ugly as if they had eaten shang. Bai Fingjie also had an ugly face. Yun Moli said plainly that he must apologize to his boyfriend. Don't apologize and don't talk about anything. If it was just an apology, Bai Fingjie could accept it, but the person who wanted to apologize was Chen Mofan, so she couldn't accept it. Nothing else, all because Chen Mofan had offended Yu Zhu. Although Yu Zhu went in, but under the layers of interests tied up in the entertainment industry, Yu Zhu still has a lot of say. Chen Meifan offended Yu Zhu, is to offend with the interest group behind Yu Zhu. If she apologized to Chen Mofan, wouldn't that be a clear case of giving Yu Zhu an eyeful? What's more, she's not exactly on good terms with Yujimbo. As a friend, going to apologize to a friend's enemy. What would Yu Zhu think? What would the interest groups behind him think? It may seem like a simple apology, but what's at stake is her future. Whether she can continue to eat in the line. But what about apologizing? Yun Moli made it clear that she was not prepared to fulfill the contract. Yun Moli couldn't go to the Sakura country, and she would offend Muto Ichiro again. Left and right are both dead. She's riding the tiger? This made her very regretful, regretting that she shouldn't have been so arrogant before, not to mention that she shouldn't have spoken about Chen Mofan in a contemptuous tone. Now well, because of her arrogance, because of her few words, she had completely driven herself to the edge of the cliff. She had been in a good mood on the way here, admiring her own mind. A scheme to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf unfolded. without having to do anything on their own, pitting the two sides against each other and utilizing the A side to put pressure on Yun Moli. But the tiger she drove in. But not the wolf? That would be so ing add up. The tiger is hungry now and can only swallow her. It's dead any way you play it. It made her heart regret holding back her great aunt. She even entertained the idea of smacking herself a few times in the mouth. Chapter 146, Money. But no one. No, I can never sit around like this, Bai Fingjie thought in her mind, her eyes rolling as she quickly thought of a countermeasure. She knew very well that the first and foremost task now was to find Yun Moli and Chen Mofan. After meeting and talking with both of them, then all is well. Otherwise, it's useless to have more words and more schemes when you can't even meet them. Figuring this out, Bai Fingjie took out her cell phone and searched for connections to find out about Chen Mofan's itinerary and where he usually landed. On the other hand, Chu Feng was poking around in Wu Zhan's house. Wu Zhan was actually arrested? This made him feel a bit surprised. You know, Wu wore this person although people look shabby, but things are done beautifully, said the 8 sides, but it's such a Wu warrior that got caught? After some poking around, Chu Feng finally learned the information. Wu Zhan was arrested by the police station and detained for 15 days plus a fine because Wu Zhan hit someone with his hands. Wu Zhan was a native of Luqing and had previously been working under a man named Jiang Kuan. This Jiang Kuan can be completely different from Lei Hu, who is a one-way street, but Jiang Kuan is not. On the surface he is the top tycoon in Deer City. Secretly, he is in control of many gray industries. It can be black and white. He is the top one in Deer City. Not only is he powerful, but his family's wealth is even greater. Even Su Hao Su clan was far inferior to Jiang Kuan. A few years ago, Jiang Kuan opened an underground casino and hired Wu Zhan as a security guard. They say they're security guards, but they're actually thugs. Wu Zhan is very good at fighting, and many of the hardened criminals who come to cause trouble are dealt with by Wu Zhan. Jiang Kuan also appreciated him, but Jiang Kuan's appreciation, with the money can have nothing to do with verbal praise. This guy playing very 6. Typical PUA master. Later on, Wu Zhan was called away by Chu Feng and served as a bodyguard for Chen Mofan. Wu Zhan came back this time to talk to Jiang Kuan about resigning. He also knew that it wasn't a very decent thing to do on his own, to go first and talk later, but at that time, he thought that Chu Feng had encountered something, so he took 2 days off and rushed over in a hurry. Since this is something he did not do right, he must apologize for it. Wu Zhan set up a banquet and took out $300,000 from the salary Chen Mofan gave them. Prepare to use the 300,000 to apologize to Jiang Kuan. It's something that, although Wood War started out wrong, Wood War later did nothing wrong. Another wine, another reparation, another apology, and even took out $300,000 to compensate for the other party's losses. This set down, it can be said that both face and face have been given to Jiang Kuan, but Jiang Kuan is not doing things properly. In fact, he has always been not doing things properly. Otherwise, why did Wood War never get a raise in salary when he was so capable? Jiang Kuan was just looking at Wu Zhan's hands, and he also understood that he would be hard-pressed to find someone as strong as Wu Zhan. Therefore, there was no intention of letting Wu Zhan go at all. He asked for the money, he ate the wine, he accepted the gifts, but the man just wouldn't let go. Originally, people have a better future. We know each other for a while. Even if you can't let go, you can't go to destroy people's future. What's more, the other person has gone out of their way for you, and there's nothing wrong with what they've done. You, on the other hand, know that the other person is good, and you are not willing to give more to keep them. Isn't it obvious that it's bullying to only think about using power to oppress people? Wu Zhan is good words, horse farts even pat, and even kneel down. It can be said that in order to leave, Wu Zhan is to throw his dignity on the ground. Let Jiang Kuan to step on. Wu Zhan is very clear. Only with Chen Mofan he can have a good future. Can have the money to cure his wife's disease? Cannot be like this now. Eat a meal without a meal. But what happened in the end? On the contrary, the people who listened to the horse's ass couldn't stand it, and they just said, he wants the money, but the people don't want to leave. Being bullied so much, Wu Zhan was red-eyed and furious. Immediately, he said that he was leaving today and no one was going to stop him. Hearing this, Jiang Kuan sneered and immediately asked his men to teach Wu Zhan a good lesson. These crooked people were no match for Wu Zhan, and were put down by Wu Zhan in 3 or 2 hits. This scene, however, shocked Jiang Kuan to the core. Seeing that Wu Zhan is such a good fighter, he said he wouldn't let go. Ming cannot. Jiang Kuan immediately played the dark, reported to the police. Use your energy to make black sound white. Wu Warrior just became the one who started the fight and was arrested. Having gathered all the information, Chu Feng sent the information to Wang Mokai. Wang Mokai wanted to report to Chen Mofan, but then he thought, the boss is now dating Ms. Yun. The two of them are just having a good time, so he didn't bother. He was ready to solve it himself. It's best if it can be solved, and if it can't be solved, it's not too late to report back to Chen Mofan. Richard Wang knew that Wu Zhan's wife was getting sick, and now that Wu Zhan had been arrested, his wife had no one to take care of her at all. So, first, he called Chu Feng and asked him to find a nanny to take care of Wu Zhan's wife first, or directly take Wu Zhan's wife to the hospital. He, on the other hand, took a few people, took an airplane, and flew straight to Deer City. After getting off the airplane, Chu Feng was already waiting early. Brother Wang, coming. Chu Feng smiled and walked up. When Wang Mok Kai saw Chu Feng, he also quickly walked over and inquired. Before, I asked you to make an appointment with Jiang Kuan. How did things go? Don't worry, Brother Wang. Already made an appointment. Yunqing Hotel, top floor box. I made an appointment with him at 7 o'clock in the evening. It's just that the other party was so arrogant and his words came out so strong that I held my temper and made an appointment with the other party. Wang Mo Kai nodded. It depends on the situation. If the other party doesn't give us face, then we don't have to care about his face. He and our boss are both big shots on one side. Who's afraid of who? With these words, Chu Feng agreed. Their boss Chen Mofan had not said that he was afraid of anyone since he became famous. Lei Hu or Su Hao. That is not strong. But the result, or not become a stepping stone under the feet of their boss. Just that the words were said. But Chu Feng was still a bit worried in his heart and said, Brother Wang, I have talked to Jiang Kuan for a few sentences. This guy seems to look down on our boss, and you can hear a hint of contempt between his words. What should we do if he speaks disparagingly of our boss at the table? Immediately flipping out? Chu Feng inquired. Now Wang Motsai has just become Chen Mofan's big secretary, and every move represents Chen Mofan, so a lot of things, he gets to call the shots, and now that it was about the face of the boss, Chu Feng felt that it was better to ask for clarification. Wang Mo Kai naturally understood that his every move now represented Chen Mofan, and if he was weak, it meant Chen Mofan was weak. At that time, other people will not say how he Wang Motsai, but only say that he Chen Mofan is weak and incompetent. Therefore, with regard to this matter, he hardly hesitated at all, and directly said, at the wine table, if he says one more word of nonsense, then break his teeth off one by one, and he won't have to speak in the future. Chu Feng smiled at his words, a cold smile, and his eyes were even colder. He is not what kind of heart-soft generation. Moreover, Jiang Kuan, this guy also let Wuzhou suffered so big aggression. This revenge if not back. He feels sorry for himself. Wuzhou. After leaving the airport, Wang Motsai first went to the detention center to see Wu Zhan. Wu Warrior is in good spirits and sees that they've been feeling guilty about embarrassing their boss. It was then that Wu War asked his wife. When he learned that his wife had been settled, a big stone fell from the heart of Wu Zhuan. After chatting with Wu Zhan for a few more moments, seeing that it was almost time, Wang Morkai and the others rushed towards the hotel. They came to the hotel half an hour earlier and set up in the hotel, and two of them even applied for the security guard of this hotel and went straight to work. After all the things were done, Richard Wang Mokai sat on the main seat of the box and quietly waited for Jiang Kuan's arrival. Chapter 147, The Greedy Jiang Kuan. In the box, Wang Motsai and Chu Feng were waiting quietly. Time passed by, and it was already 7 o'clock, but Jiang Kuan never showed up. The two were not in a hurry, sitting in the box drinking tea and playing poker. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it came to 8 o'clock. Wang Mokai glanced at the watch on his hand, lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly. All of them understood that this was Jiang Kuan's way of giving them a hard time. Wanting to kill their sharpness, he deliberately kept them waiting. By the time they waited and couldn't stand it, Jiang Kuan was showing up. Things were indeed like that. In the private room downstairs, Jiang Kuan had already brought a few bodyguards to eat and drink here. The captain of one of the bodyguards glanced at his cell phone and carefully inquired, Mr. Jiang, it's already 8 o'clock. Should we go up? On? Jiang Kuan sneered. You've got in your head. This is Tama Deer City. I call the shots. I remembered that the time set with them was clearly 8:30, and they remembered it as 7 and came in early. So blame me? Let them wait and go. Jiang Kuan's words fell, picked up the towel on the table and wiped his hands, crossed his legs and comfortably leaned back in his chair, his demeanor pleasant and comfortable. The time came to 8:30. Wang Mokai glanced at his watch and didn't say anything else. He was about to get up when the door of the room was opened and Jiang Kuan appeared outside the door. Jiang Kuan was dressed in an expensive suit, with glasses on his face and a pair of small eyes that gave off a sense of calculating between turns. Jiang Kuan came in and saw Wang Mokai on the main seat at a glance. He laughed coldly and said contemptuously, Mr. Wang, what a big pie. It's not good to sit in the main seat as soon as you come to Deer City, is it? Wang Motsai also didn't spoil him, smiled and said, I don't want to either. It's just that does a dragon have the sense to bow down to a snake? There's no way to be a strong dragon that is used to being a strong dragon and doesn't understand the reasoning of letting people go. Jong Kuen's face instantly turned cold at his words. The atmosphere in the box became quiet in an instant, and the others saw the scene and looked at each other with guarded eyes. Obviously, the first time they met, both sides did not intend to give way. Each other is a big man on one side. Their own arrogance does not allow themselves to bow to the other side. After 2 seconds of this oppressive atmosphere, the door to the room opened and the waiter walked in with a menu. Is it convenient to order now, gentlemen? Naturally convenient. Wang Mokai let out a smile and sat down on the main seat. Seeing this, Jong Kuen gritted his teeth and sat down as well. Only in his heart, he was furious. Wang Mokai ordered a dozen dishes, then closed the menu and handed it to the waiter. After receiving the menu, the waiter smiled and walked toward Jong Kuen. Mr. Jiang, what other dishes need to be added? Before the waitress could finish her words, Richard Wang interrupted with a smile. Pretty girl, no need. I am the host and he is the guest. The guest follows the host. This simple truth. Mr. Jiang still understands. These words caused Jong Kuen's face to turn ugly once again, and the waiter on the sidelines was blushing with embarrassment. Jong Kuen, she naturally knows. The big man of Deer City, strong in black and white. Jong Kuen is also the person who can't be offended the most in Lucheng. In the past, no matter who invited Jong Kuen to dinner, after ordering the food, they would ask Jong Kuen's opinion. But now, that boss Wang had no intention of inquiring at all, and most of the dishes ordered were not to Jong Kuen's liking, which was why she handed the menu to Jong Kuen again. But I didn't expect that this boss Wang didn't even want to give Jong Kuen face. This caused her to blush in embarrassment, not knowing whether to continue handing the menu to Jong Kuen or not. But right at this moment, Wang Mokai laughed, slapped his forehead and said, "Oh yeah, I forgot. Mr. Jiang can be late at the agreed time. I think he doesn't even understand the simple truth that guests follow hosts, so it's better to pass the menu to Mr. Jiang." When the waiter heard this, instead of being relieved, he was even more embarrassed. This pass or not pass, pass, is not that Jong Kuen even a little simple reasoning do not understand. Not pass, is not to refute the face of Jong Kuen. Jong Kuen's face was ugly, and after waving his hand at the waiter beside him in a bored manner, telling him to get lost, his gaze was icy cold as he looked at Wang Mokai. It seems that today Mr. Wang did not intend to properly nag how. In Deer City, Chen Mofan also want to treat Lei Hu like, to come out a strong dragon straight to suppress the snake in the ground? I, Jong Kuen, am not Lei Hu. Jong Kuen's grim words came out, his eyes looking straight at Wang Mokai with an aggressive gaze, utilizing his own aura to oppress Wang Mokai. But unfortunately, over this period of time, he, Wang Mokai, had long ceased to be the guy who could break out in a cold sweat when negotiating with Li Tiankai. Now he is a very strong psychological quality. There is no way. The big world has seen too much. Only his hands have flowed through the funds have been tens of billions of dollars. As the saying goes, money is a man's guts, and with more money passing through his hands, his temper naturally grows. He calmly pulled out a cigarette and lit it before taking a gentle drag. Afterwards, slowly spit it out before saying, "Mr. Jiang, you don't need to press me with your momentum. Brother, I'm the same as our boss. Treating people never warm and generous. Friends come with good wine. Jackals come with shotguns. I gave you the face. I prepared the lining. But alas, it's a face you didn't ask for, and dragged me hard for an hour and a half. So there's no more of that face. As for whether Rizi wants it or not, it all depends on Mr. Jiang." Wang Motsai said, took out his cell phone, found Zhao Shang's photo, and placed it on the table's carousel. With a forceful push, the dial spun, and the cell phone came to an unbiased stop right in front of Jong Kuen. After catching Zhao Shang, Wang Morkai investigated him, but do not know. A check shocked. This guy did not small things rob Jong Kuen's money, took the run, hiding to Liao Chang. When Jong Kuen put his word out on the road, it was a big deal. So Zhao Shang's bottom line was very good. At a glance of Zhao Shang's picture, the aura on Jong Kuen's body froze violently. In the next second, he smiled as he grabbed the phone and held it in front of his eyes to double-check. The tone of his voice was obviously much milder, and he laughed. Mr. Wang seems to have come prepared, and investigated very carefully. As the words were spoken, he paused and poured himself a glass of wine, and after lifting it up, he laughed and said, "I was the one who did wrong before. I thank Mr. Wang for giving me such a great gift." Wang Mokai also laughed, poured himself a glass of wine, raised it, and laughed. "Mr. Jiang is polite. Then my friend, Wu Zhan, will be able to come out tomorrow, right?" Jong Kuen nodded with a smile. "Naturally, don't worry Mr. Wang, I will never pursue what happened before Wu Zhan. I will continue to let him work by his side, and I will double his salary." When these words left his mouth, Wang Mokai's face instantly turned cold. He hadn't really seen that this John Cohen was greedy to such an extent. Do you dare to treat him as he is, but still not let him go? Ha! Wang Motsai sneered, and the wineglass he raised was put down without the slightest hesitation. No wonder Mr. John's business is so big. This greed alone is shocking. It's just that Mr. Chang, what are you taking me, our boss, for? Think we're funny? Play with us? Wang Mokai's tone was icy cold as he looked at John Cohen. John Cohen put down the wineglass he had lifted as well, his eyes equally cold. He didn't hide his greed, and directly said, Mr. Wang, I won't say anything else. Make a price. I want both of these too. Ha ha ha. All of them? Okay, all of them. Wang Mokai's mouth softly chanted, and his right hand slapped the turntable. The dial spun and the phone turned to Richard Wang once again. Wang Mokai put away his cell phone and without the slightest hesitation stood up and got up to walk outside while speaking. Since Mr. Jiang likes to use us as an ingrate, wouldn't it look like we're too out of temper if we don't give Mr. Jiang something in return? Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 148, What Can You Do? Richard Wang. Jiang Kuan turned his head openly, looking at Wang Mokai who was walking towards the entrance of the box, and said angrily, Wang Mokai, go, fine, leave the people behind. But for these words, Wang Motsai ignored them and walked out without pausing in his footsteps. Looking at Wang Mokai's attitude of turning a blind eye to himself, Jiang Kuan's face revealed a touch of viciousness as he ordered his men, abolish him. When the several bodyguards around Jiang Kuan heard this order, they looked at each other and rushed towards Wang Mokai. Wang Mokai turned to look at Jiang Kuan. Mr. Jiang, are you going to take action against us? Have you thought about the price? Since he had already torn his face, Jiang Kuan was not hiding anything. A contemptuous sneer appeared on his face. Wang Motsai, this is Deer City. You're talking to me about the price? Are you stupid? Or is Chen Mofan stupid? I'm not afraid to tell you. I want both of these two today. I'm not afraid to use force. That brat Chen Mofan, if he's really capable, you let him come to Deer City to find me for a price. What the hell? Yuck! A mouthful of sticky phlegm was spat at Wang Mokai's feet. The meaning of this humiliation was more than obvious. At this moment, several bodyguards rushed forward. The leading security chief took the lead and slammed his fist towards Chu Feng's face. But strangely enough, Chu Feng did not dodge or avoid, letting that captain's fist smash into his face. The punch shook Chu Feng's body for a moment, but he smiled. All around them their people laughed too. A flash of violence appeared in everyone's eyes, and they clenched their fists fiercely. With Wang Mokai nodding his head, these few people instantly rushed out. Among them, that security chief's heart rejoiced when he saw that his punch had struck Chu Feng's face. He had heard before that Chen Mofan had a group of capable people around him, and they were powerful, and he was very afraid before, but now he took a look. Ha! On this? Powerful strength? With a cold smile, the security chief swung his fist at Chu Feng once again, but this time, Chu Feng easily held his fist and twisted it with a backhand, and a bone-cracking sound rang out. Ka! Pig-killing screams rang out from the security chief's mouth, his face twisting in pain, but before the miserable scream could last for a few sounds, Chu Feng kicked out and directly sent him flying. The others beat these bodyguards even more like children, almost straddling them and spanking their asses. Jiang Kuan's face was unusually ugly as he watched the scene, but he had a backhand. In the next box sat a black cop, who had long since been bought off by him. It was this black police officer who had previously reversed right and wrong and falsely accused Wu Zhan of beating up people. Looking at those of Wang Mokai who had beaten his bodyguards to tears, Jiang Kuan's face was ugly while the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. Hit it, hit it. The harder you hit it, the heavier the sentence. Aren't you Chen Mofan powerful? Aren't your men strong? Then I'll make it impossible for your men to return. All of them will go inside and stay there, so that you can see what your master Jiang I can do. Jiang Kuan thought in his heart and took out his cell phone to send a message to that black police officer. In the next box, the black cop had his arm around the young model and was enjoying a feast when he heard his cell phone ring. He picked it up and saw it. A smug sneer appeared on his face. He was not afraid of Jiang Kuan sending him a message, because there is a difference between doing a real job and going through the motions. And naturally, the money that Jiang Kuan took for him in the end is also different. Now that he's stepped up and done something real, that money is secure. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth carried a smug sneer, and he really thanked Jiang Kuan's enemies. Thankfully, they didn't know how to offend Jiang Kuan in order for him to rake in the cash. Humming a little song, this black police officer stood up triumphantly, and when he was leaving, he didn't forget to pull out a hand on the young model, causing the young model to pout, before leaving with a big smile of triumph. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Kuan's men were put down and lay on the ground crying out. This scene made Jiang Kuan's face even more ugly. Although he had a backhand, he still felt his face was dishonored when he saw his man so useless. This also strengthened his determination to keep Wu Zhuan by his side. Bang! The door of the box was kicked open, and the black police officer shouted angrily at the crowd in the room. Stop! Who told you to gather and fight here? The black police officer's face was cold as he walked into the room. His eyes did not go to look at Jiang Kuan for a moment. From the beginning to the end, he was staring at Wang Mo Kai coldly looking, clearly releasing a signal. I am questioning you. Wang Mo Kai naturally understood, but he didn't even look at the black police, sitting on the sofa of the box by himself, smoking a cigarette. Mud. Ignoring me? A wave of anger was born in the heart of the black police officer. Walked over, looked down at Wang Mo Kai, knocked the cigarette out of his hand, and questioned in a condescending manner. You didn't hear me when I asked you, did you? And don't you know you can't smoke in public? Are you blind? Can't you see that big sign? Hearing this, Wang Mo Kai smiled, took out his cell phone and placed it on the sofa beside him. Then, looking up at the eyes of the black police, once again took out a cigarette from his coat pocket and lit it. After inhaling a mouthful, smiled and pointed at the phone. I did wrong. I admit the penalty. How much penalty you set? I buy the way in the treat you smoke. Black police's face became unusually ugly in an instant. His eyes were about to spit out fire as he gritted his teeth and sneered. Rich, you're very proud of yourself? Wang Motsai is not the least bit spoiled. Smiling and nodding, pointing to Jiang Kuan. I'm okay, quite proud of myself. But you should ask Mr. Jiang about this. He spends money to buy a dog. Seems to be more proud than me. When he said that, Chu Feng and the others let out a pft of laughter. They all knew that the guy was a black cop, so they didn't have to spoil him or anything, and if he was a good uncle for the people, they naturally respected him. But who are you? Why should we respect you? The black police officer's face was ugly as if he had eaten a pile of shang, and he gritted his teeth with a cackle. Jiang Kuan on the side was shocked. These guys dare to be so bold even in the face of the police? Not giving face at all. Too arrogant. More arrogant than him. Row. Okay. You are very arrogant. Right. Openly fighting and brawling. Let's go. With me back to the office. I'll let you properly arrogant. The black police said with a sneer and pulled out the handcuffs. Looking at Wang Mo Kai's eyes full of hatred. He has already made up his mind. After bringing Wang Motsai in, he will first give him a good beating. After deducting the charges of gathering a crowd to fight and brawl, provoking trouble, as well as assaulting a police officer, which are a few charges, with those few charges, he'll be in there for a good few years. On the side, Jiang Kuan looked at this scene, his face complacent. He knew that Chen Mofan this big secret finished, and then come out again maybe the monkey years and months, in stepping on arrogance. This is the price of arrogance. Jiang Kuan laughed coldly in his heart, the corners of his mouth curling up in triumph. He sat on a chair, humming a little song, holding a glass of wine, looking at Wang Motsai gloomy mockery. This do people have to have self-knowledge? What can offend? What people can not offend? Mess with the people who cannot be messed with. Should be punished. You say it, Boss Wang. Ha. Jiang Kuan laughed coldly and provocatively. But what Jiang Kuan did not expect was that Wang Morkai was not flustered. Just glancing at Jiang Kuan, Wang Mokai then looked at the black police officer and blandly said, "This officer, how do you know it was a fight? We call this self-defense. Look at this brother of mine, the injuries on his face. It was Mr. Zhang's bodyguard captain who took the lead in hitting him." When Xu Feng heard this, he had a smile on his face and pointed to his cheek. However, these words caused Jiang Kuan and black police to both look at each other and laugh. Jiang Kuan is even more arrogant. Wang Motsai, you stepped horse stupid. Even ran here to reason. This stepping horse is Dear City. I say it is your people first hit me. Initiative to provoke trouble. That is you initiative to provoke trouble. That black cop even nodded without a care in the world and sneered. Did you hear what Mr. Jiang said? Officials have two mouths to feed. What they say is up to the old man. What are you guys? Just falsely accusing you. How about that? What can you do? Chapter 149. Easy to put on, hard to open. What can you do? This was said in a condescending manner by the black police officer, looking at Wang Mokai with a hint of obvious contempt in his eyes. Holding the handcuffs, he looked playful and said in a teasing tone to Wang Motsai, then said, "Mr. Wang, know the rules. Put them on yourself." "What? Do you have to force me to do it myself? If I accidentally hurt you, don't blame me?" A flash of coldness flashed in the eyes of the black police officer, and he took the handcuffs and was about to bring them towards Wang Mokai's hands. Jiang Kuan, who was on the side, watched the scene and sneered out in triumph. Wang Mokai didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. He just spoke a sentence to the black police in a flat tone. "You have to think about it. These handcuffs are easy to put on, but hard to take off in." The words made the black police officer flinch. In the next second, the black police officer laughed. He looked at Wang Motsai, unconcerned. Good, then let's see to the police station. Is it you speak well, or I speak well? Ka. As the words fell, the black police officer handcuffed the handcuffs on Wang Mokai's hands. The handcuffs were put on. Wang Motsai smiled, and Chu Feng laughed. The black police officer laughed, and Jiang Kuan also laughed. Everyone in the box watched the scene with smiles on their faces. Jiang Kuan was even more arrogantly humming a little song in a good mood. Chen Mofen, the mortal god, isn't he powerful? Then today he will give this kid a downward spiral. Let him know no. Don't be so arrogant in other people's territory. However, Jiang Kuan didn't wait for 2 seconds of complacency. Wang Mokai nodded his head at Chu Feng. When Chu Feng and the others saw this, they were no longer in disguise, and one of them took out his cell phone and placed it in front of the black police. The cell phone was linked to surveillance, and the surveillance was in this very box. In the surveillance, the black police officer was smiling smugly, and Jiang Kuan was humming a little song arrogantly. Everything that just happened here was all recorded on surveillance. With just a glance, the black police officer's whole body trembled, and cold sweat rustled down on his forehead. He turned his head openly with fear in his eyes and looked at Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan also froze for 2 seconds, incredulously looking at the surveillance video that was playing on his cell phone. Cameras? Why is there a camera in this box? No way. No one in this hotel would be so stupid as to install a camera in a top-class box. All know that the top box sometimes talks about secrets that cannot be known by outsiders. The hotel understands this from the owner down to the department heads. Installing a camera in a top-class box would be a self-sabotage, and if this was exposed, then this hotel would not be patronized. This was why Jiang Kuan and the black police were so reckless, because they both knew that there was no evidence and they could say whatever they wanted. But now, the evidence is here. In just an instant, the black police officer's whole body trembled and his face turned white in a split second. He looked at Jiang Kuan, his face unusually ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Jiang, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Now, this monitor has evidence that he knows the law and harbors others. As long as Wang Motsai wants to, then waiting for him is not only dismissal, but also will go in." At this moment, he finally understood why Wang Mokai had said those words. It's easy to put these handcuffs on, but it's hard to take them off while they're on. He understood that, but it was too late. The handcuffs were already on, and it would be really hard to take them off. His legs and stomach shook at the thought. The surveillance cameras in the box were naturally installed by Chu Feng and the others. The reason why they came to the hotel half an hour earlier and set up in the box was to install the camera. Wu Zhan was falsely accused of taking the lead in making the first move, and this incident gave them a wake-up call, making them understand that this Jiang Kuan Jian loved to use the resources in his hands to falsely accuse people. In that case, they have tangible evidence. That's why this is happening. In the surveillance video, it could be proved that it was the captain of the bodyguards under Jiang Kuan who had moved first and punched Chu Feng. Then, the arrogant words of the black police and Jiang Kuan were clearly recorded in, which can completely prove that the black police know the law and harbor Jiang Kuan, and at the same time, it can also prove that Jiang Kuan colludes with police officers and threatens to persecute others. Jiang Kuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He looked at Wang Motsai with a fierce face, and his teeth were even clenching. In Deer City he has his hand in the sky, using the resources in his own hands, all kinds of things to play skillfully. Do right with him, that is a downfall. Get in there. But now, he spends his days hunting geese, only to be pecked blind by them? The current him was completely different from his previous arrogance. His legs were no longer crossed, and his little song was no longer hummed. Bang! With a popping sound, Jiang Kuan ruthlessly slammed his fist on the turntable. He didn't even look at the black police officer and angrily said, "Snatch it for me." But unfortunately, his bodyguards were originally no match for Chu Feng and the others, not to mention that they were now carrying injuries. In just 3 or 2 blows, all the bodyguards were all knocked down. Seeing that his men were once again knocked down, this time, Jiang Kuan's face was utterly ugly. The black cop saw this and reached for the cell phone as well. However, just as his hand reached out, Chu Feng directly kicked and sent the black police officer flying. The black police officer fell to the ground, only grunting in pain but having trouble in getting up. Lost. This round, they lost completely. Even though Jiang Kuan had more than a little bit of unwillingness in his heart, he understood that he had lost. This time, not to mention Zhao Shang, I'm afraid that even Wu Zhan won't be able to stay. Sure enough, the black cop gritted his teeth and stood up. The smugness on his face completely disappeared, compensated with a smile and took out the handcuff key, wanting to open the handcuffs with Wang Mokai. But Richard Wang Morkai smiled and shook his head. He said the handcuffs are easy to put on but hard to open. He didn't put up the slightest resistance when he put it on. Easy enough, but trying to open it, sorry, it's hard. Chu Feng took a step forward and directly stopped in front of the black police. The black police are full of smiles. Brother, I give Mr. Wang handcuffs open. With uncomfortable. Wang Mokai looked at the black police officer and smiled. It's fine. I feel quite comfortable. I'll take him to the office later and see if your words work or mine. These words made the black policeman tremble. This if he went to the office. He took bribes, harbored others, planted evidence, then all these things would have to be exposed. He didn't have to guess that he wouldn't have to come out in his next life. He was not Jiang Cohen, with all sorts of big shots behind him. He was just a minion who could be sacrificed at any time. From the fact that he had just questioned Jiang Cohen, but he had completely ignored him, it was clear that he did not carry enough weight. He would have to spend the rest of his life in it, and just thinking about it made him close to tears. Mr. Wang, misunderstanding, these are all misunderstandings. Come, here, I will open it for you, to make amends and apologize. Before is what I did wrong. You have a large amount of adults, that I as a fart to me put it. The black policeman forced a smile on his face, took the keys, and was about to step forward again, but Chu Feng had no intention of moving away at all. It's simple, as usual, easy to put on, hard to open. The black police are on the verge of crying. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Mr. Wang, you say, how can I open these handcuffs? Finally getting to the point, Wang Mokai stood up and smiled. It's very simple. If you don't want to go in, that's fine. First, Wu Zhuan come out. Second, apologize to my brother Wu Zhuan. How to go to release Wu War. I don't care what reason you find. Only one thing, my brother is going to come out fair and square. No matter whether it is a misunderstanding or a clear investigation. Whatever you want to say. Just these two conditions. Do them and this video won't be exposed for a while. It won't be exposed for a while? That was a hard look on the black cop's face, and he hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Wood War was released. Jiang Kuan's heart was enraged to the extreme. He had spent money and effort to send Wu Zhan in, but it was only a short time ago that Wu Zhan was released again? If he had known that, why did he bother with all this stuff? Doesn't it smell good to trade Wu Zhan for Zhao Sheng? Jiang Kuan's heart suddenly had some regrets. With remorse and anger in his heart, he gritted his teeth and headed out the door. But just as he took the first step, Wang Morkai's words rang out. Mr. Zhang is just going to leave? Chapter 150, The Divine Toilet on the agenda. Jiang Cohen was depressed to the core. Looking at the black police officer's face with a smile on his face made him feel bad how he looked at it. He grunted coldly and lifted his leg out the door. But a step had just been taken when Wang Morkai's voice rang out. Is Mr. Zhang just going to leave? Jiang Cohen's face was ugly as he turned his head to look at Wang Mokai. Richard Wang. What? You still want to send me in with all that evidence you have? Jiang Cohen spoke disdainfully. This evidence against the black police is okay. After all, he is just a minion. But against him, Wang Mokai is also too naive. He has spent so many years in Deer City, spent so much money, fattened up so many people, is not reserved for today. But to his surprise, Wang Morkai shook his head. Mr. Zhang also said that this point is not yet useful. That I understand. But just now, Mr. Zhang used the black one and the white one. The tactics are brilliant. I've solved the white one. Now it's time to return the black one to Mr. Jiang. Hearing those words, Chu Feng coldly laughed as he walked towards Jiang Kuan. When they came, they agreed that if Jiang Kuan dared to belittle and humiliate their boss, then they would help him change his teeth. The pig-killing screams resounded through the box, and the whole hotel heard that really bright. Early the next morning, Wood War was released. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Motsai took Wu Zhan and his family with him and left Deer City on the earliest flight. Wang Motsai knows very well that this is Jiang Kuan's place after all, and he has one hand in this place. They had only won a small game. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Kuan was proud and arrogant, and was used to being arrogant in Deer City, and had long since lost the caution he had shown before, or else they wouldn't have been able to take it so lightly. On the other hand, early in the morning, Chen Mofen and Yun Mali both agreed to go to the beach today. Chen Mofen bought a yacht straight away, ready to take Yun Moli for a good time. By the way, let's see if we can get another boat shock. Yacht. Zheng Chang can completely handle. A morning yacht, even the yacht staff, has been driven to the beach. By the way, Chen Mofen asked Zheng Chang to find a larger villa estate. If there is no suitable one, then build one yourself. It just so happens that these days, Shui Yueliang is recruiting construction workers to prepare for the demolition of the old city center. For the villa manor, Chen Mofen does not have too many requirements. Just one point. How? It doesn't matter how much money you spend. When the villa estate is built, just ask for one thing. World class. It wouldn't even be good if it was on par with the estates of the world's rich and powerful. What kind of gear are those rich guys using the same as him? After the two of them packed up, Yun Moli wore a pure white slimming long dress with a white sun hat. Holding Chen Mofan's hand, the two of them left the presidential suite. Just after leaving the Tiankai Hotel, Bai Fingjie ran over quickly. She searched through many doors before learning that Chen Mofan had moved to Tiankai and would be living here permanently in the future. So early this morning, she hoofed it over. The current Bai Fingjie was not as high and mighty as before. She had thought that with connections and resources in her hands, she could do whatever she wanted and hold the artists under her command with impunity. It's also true that the artists under her did listen for those resources. But now, out of Yun Mao Li such a freak, people do not want you those resources, and even not ready to shoot the movie, but also ready to pay out the liquidated damages. This one left her not knowing what to do. And by the way, Ichiro Muto's side was in a hurry to get someone in Sentu. This is great. She's caught in the middle, on both ends. Bai Fingjie's heart was suffocating. Seeing from afar that Chen Mofan and Yun Moli were out of the hotel, Bai Fingjie hurriedly walked forward. Yun Moli also saw Bai Fingjie. She didn't expect her agent to chase her here, but this is good. All things are said clearly. Yun Moli showed a touch of apology on her face and said to Chen Merfan by her side, "Merfan, we might not be able to go to the beach today. My agent came looking for me," Yun Moli said, raising her chin at Bai Fingjie. Chen Mofan followed his gaze and saw at a glance that Bai Fingjie, who was covered in gold jewelry and could be 1 meter 6 in height but weighed 206. Watching her trotting along at a fast pace, Chen Merfan was sweating for her. Could this small bone really be tolerated? Coming in front of him, Bai Fingjie changed his previous arrogance on the phone and was all smiles, squeezing out a hard smile on his fat-filled face. "Greetings, mortal gods." It took 2 hard gasps to say all 3 words. Chen Meifan did not spoil her, directly said, "Stop, we are not familiar. I am good with you, have nothing to do." Bai Fingjie was filled with embarrassment and looked at Yun Moli for help. Yun Moli, on the other hand, directly chose to turn a blind eye. People always have to pay the price for the words spoken. Besides, who are you? I let my boyfriend suffer just to help you? Bai Fingjie instantly became even more embarrassed, straightening up and standing still, not knowing what to say. After a long time, she only opened her mouth with an embarrassed face and said, That, Mao Li, the investor of our new play, Mr. Takedo Ichiro, has sent 2 people who want to meet you. You see, when is it appropriate for us to meet? Ichiro Muto? It's really true that Sakura is an investor, isn't it? Chen Mofan's face was bad at that time. If anything, in the whole world, what Chen Mofan wanted to buy the most was Little Cherry Blossom, not for anything else, just to build a toilet. I heard that a sacred toilet has been built over there. I think it's called something called Yasukuni. He was ready to build one next to it, and if he did, it didn't have to be too big. It would just encompass 1/10 of the land of Little Cherry Blossom. Just cover the very center. That leaves 9/10 of Kozakura's land. Population, city, places to spend money, and all sorts of amenities to be built around that toilet. Of course, this great country, we cannot be petty. Toilets and so on, there is no charge. Free entry. And, facing the world, there could also be a big sign on it. The sign just says, "Welcome to La." Or, it could be working on some kind of award or something. For example, the person who enters the most times in the year, or the single heaviest person. Miscellaneous to get on. We have the money. A prize bonus on the tentative several hundred million. Not enough we add. The main thing is to attract people. And the fear is that there is not enough flavor. When the methane gas inside is full in 8 or 10 years, we will be able to throw a match into it. And we will be able to see what a giant firework looks like. This is something Chen Mofan has long wanted to do. But recently he has been so busy that he hasn't been able to spare the time. It was just as well that the name Ichiro Muto came to mind. Well, then, let's put it on the agenda as soon as possible. Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe. These 2 people happen to have nothing to do recently. The old city cannot use him, and those miscellaneous companies cannot use him. Then let them go over and collect the land. Yun Moli face cold. She did not want to meet the A side of the people so soon. Plus also whether or not to shoot. She has not thought about it. Thinking of this, she looked at Bai Fingjie and said, I still say that, if I don't apologize to my boyfriend, then everything is off the table. I'm even less likely to do this movie. Come on, Mal, let's talk about the movie or not. But let's meet the financier. If you don't give this bit of face, then Mal Lu, you really won't be able to move an inch in the entertainment industry in the future. Bai Fingjie said anxiously. If she couldn't invite Yun Moli, she would really be finished. The contributor had spent the money, and as a result, she couldn't even see anyone. And she had no trouble imagining what kind of anger Ichiro Muto would erupt. Besides, she's got other plans. With the arrogance of those 2 little cherry blossoms, as well as Yun Moli's stubbornness, something would definitely happen when the 2 sides came into contact. When the time came, She was taking the opportunity to pull back and let these two sides choke each other. I thought Muto Ichiro didn't want to get into this mess. Then she'll use Ichiro Muto's men as bait and force him to wade in. Chapter 151, The Arrogant Sakura. Mali, just be considerate of Sister White and come over with me for a time. I promise it's just a mutual meeting. Bai Fingjie pretended to be pitiful and played the emotional card. Molly, ask yourself, all these years, wasn't it me who took you to where you are now? Let's not talk about whether or not to shoot this movie. I just want you to meet with the funders now and help me get through this difficult time. Okay? Bai Fingjie said with great emotion, and in her eyes, she didn't know where to squeeze out 2 drops of tears. Seeing that Jin Molly remained unmoved, Bai Fingjie's heart was ruthless and she directly said, Molly, sis is kneeling down for you, okay? Saying that, Bai Fingjie was about to bend over. This time, is really Yun Mao Li Hole will not. She subconsciously a hand to help up Bai Fingjie. Bai Fingjie was delighted in her heart and climbed up the pole. Mao Li, sis knew you wouldn't refuse. Sis, thank you. As the words fell, Bai Fingjie bowed again and wiped her tears. Yun Molly sighed in her heart. Bai Fingjie had blocked the words. How could she say anything else? With an apologetic face, Yun Molly looked at Chen Mofan and smiled helplessly. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head, squeezing her hand, signaling that it was fine. Sister Bai, let's have a talk. I'll go with you to meet the contributors. Fine, but if you don't apologize to my boyfriend, I won't shoot this drama, and the two of us won't be working together anymore. Bai Fingjie smiled with open brows and nodded her head repeatedly. Okay, Mao Li, as long as you're willing to go with me to meet the contributor, I'll listen to whatever you say. It was agreed with Bai Fingjie that both parties would meet at a Japanese restaurant at 12 noon. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them, Yun Molly and Chen Mofan, were on time for their appointment. In the box, the fat and thin headman as well as Bai Fingjie had already arrived at the box. The first time the two sides met, Yamamoto Wood and Matsu Inukawa looked at Chen Mofan with obvious hostility in their eyes. Chen Mofan, on the other hand, didn't care if he was enemy or not, and sat cross-legged in front of the dining table. This scene caused the two to tighten their brows, and a look of dissatisfaction ensued on their faces. Among them, Yamamoto Wood even gabbled a whole lot of cherry blossom language. Are all Chinese people so uneducated? How dare they not know how to kneel and sit down? This is the most basic respect for us. I'm disappointed in Chinese manners. What a bunch of uneducated pigs. When Bai Fingjie heard this, her face was embarrassed. Although Chen Mofan didn't know the Sakura language, he could clearly feel the obvious dissatisfaction and contempt in the guy's eyes as he said these bird words again. Now, immediately, make him kneel and sit in front of us as a sign of respect for our great Sakura empire. Yamamoto Wood snapped at Bai Fingjie. Matsu Inukawa, who was on the side, spoke up with him and demanded, and make him bow to us and apologize for his arrogance just now. Bai Fingjie faced with a difficult, but the heart is smiling flowers. She cannot wait for the two sides against each other. She can sit and watch the clam and crane fight. It's just that she can't show it so obviously. Thinking of this, she looked at Yamamoto Wood and then at Chen Mofan with a difficult face. Chen Mofan could already completely confirm that these two boys were talking about him. Thinking of this, Chen Mofan spoke to Bai Fingjie. What are the two of them talking about? Translate what you just said to me. Bai Fingjie hesitated several times on her face and deliberately revealed a stiff smile, saying, Fan Shen, don't misunderstand. They're greeting you. Chen Mofan laughed. You are treating me like a little cutie, playing with me as if I were a little cutie? That's fine. There is no need to think about the filming. This time there is no need for Yun Molly to hesitate. He decided directly, not to go. Thinking in his heart, Chen Mofan looked at Yamamoto Wood and directly said, Don't give me another word of your bird language. What is there to say? Say it in Chinese. This is China. Follow the customs of the countryside. As a matter of fact, you have to understand. This is the most basic respect for us. Yamamoto Woods understands Mandarin. Hearing this, Yamamoto Ki's face hardened. He replied back in Mandarin, but I think our Sakura language is the best language in the world, especially in this land, and speaking Sakura makes me feel more accomplished. And, Mr. Chen Mofan, in your words, when in Rome, this is a Japanese restaurant. Kneeling and sitting down is the most basic respect for us, right? Don't you even understand this simple truth? He. Chen Meifan laughed. He looked at Yamamoto Wood's eyes, and directly disliked back nonchalantly. First, this is China, the heavenly state. How does the master sit? Is it your turn to tell you, a Japanese slave? Secondly, did I say I was going to honor you? The two words made Yamamoto Wood's face instantly become abnormally ugly, and behind him, Matsu Inukawa even glared at Chen Meifan angrily. After coming to China, The arrogance in these two people's hearts increased day by day, and coupled with the fact that Bai Fingjie was groveling to them, it also made the two people despise China more and more in their hearts. But just when they were at their most proud and complacent, Chen Mofen appeared, and these nonchalant words, as well as the scornful demeanor in his eyes, made the two men only feel like sharp knives, stuck in their hearts. It made them both angry and furious. Yamamoto would turned his head openly and looked at Bai Fingjie and said angrily in Sakura, "Bai Fingjie, is this the way you Chinese treat your contributors?" It was these gibbering birds again, and Chen Mofen was in an irritable mood. Do you think he doesn't understand this bird language? Thinking of this, Chen Merfan directly tapped on the system mall, found Sakura language proficiency, and directly tapped it full. In an instant, the tone, intonation, and wording of the Sakura language quickly surfaced in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Mofen had mastered the language. "You stupid pigs of Huaxia, you really disappoint me. Where did this come out of such an insolent fellow? Tell him to leave at once. He is not welcome here." Yamamoto Wood's face was furious as he commanded at Bai Fingjie. With helplessness on her face, Bai Fingjie explained, "Mr. Yamamoto, his name is Chen Mofen, and I also despise this insolent brat, although I also feel that he should be coaxed away, but if he leaves, Miss Yun will leave with him, as he is Miss Yun's boyfriend." The words of the two men were clearly transmitted into Chen Mofen's ears, and he laughed coldly in his heart. This Bai Fingjie or Yamamoto would also have come to Liuqing or a high and mighty posture. This is really when he Chen Mofen no tempera. This if not to give some deep lesson. How can let them to Liuqing engraved in the bones of it? And that stupid pig sentence made Chen Mofen really angry. He didn't hesitate and sent a direct message to Tao Zi, asking him to bring a few more of his friends and come and massage for others. Subsequently, Chen Mofen tapped on the recording interface in his cell phone and recorded the words of the two. Bai Fingjie said as she bowed and apologized to Yamamoto Ki. She had to make the gesture enough to prove that she didn't pick the fight so she could remove herself from it. "Mr. Yamamoto, please calm your anger, regardless of the others. I am still very willing to befriend both of you, and I also studied abroad in Sakura, and my time there was the happiest time of my life. I wish I could stay there forever. I love the culture of Sakura. I love the people of Sakura. I don't know how much better the culture of Sakura is than ours, and a culture as good as that should be learned by the whole world, especially us." This horse's ass makes Yamamachuji feel good. He nodded with a haughty face and said, "Well, not bad, MS. By we still appreciate. If all Chinese people were like you, it would be great, but unfortunately, there are too many stupid pigs in Huaxia, and I really want to slaughter these stupid pigs cleanly." As Yamamoto Wood's words fell, he deliberately glanced at Chen Mofen. It was obvious that to him, Chen Mofen was the stupid pig he was talking about. However, the glance had just skimmed over, before it could be withdrawn. Chen Mofen directly slapped a large mouth over. Pop! A crunch echoed through the box for a long time. Yamamoto Wood was even directly slapped in a daze for 2 seconds, and the right side of his face was swollen high and blue with purple. Chapter 152, Line up! Line up! After freezing for 2 seconds, Yamamoto Wood's face violently stormed with anger. His face twisted as he questioned Chen Mofen in Mandarin. "Chen Mofen, are all you Chinese people so rude? Slapping people for no reason?" On the side, Bai Fingjie also followed to help. "Mr. Chen is a bit too much. Mr. Yamamoto as a contributor. Why did you beat him up for no reason? Or is it that you, Mr. Chen, are originally such a vulgar person who hits people at will? Mr. Chen, I'm so disappointed in your rudeness." Bai Fingjie mouth questioned, but the heart smiled open flowers. Against, there is this slap both sides will definitely not easily stop. But without waiting for Bai Fingjie to be happy for 2 seconds, Chen Mofen's words made her heart tremble. "Just now you two had a good time with that stupid pig scolding, and MS. Bai, your happiest time saying was quite smug." These words caused both Yamamoto Wood as well as Bai Fingjie to freeze at the same time, and in the next second, both of their faces became ugly, especially Bai Fingjie. She knew very well that if this sentence was publicized, her future would be ruined. When that happens, the artists under her will definitely be boycotted, and, being so close to Sakura, the authorities will have to consider her position. After all, with so many public figures under his command, there are repercussions to consider. "Don, you know nothing about the Sakura language?" Bai Fingjie's face twisted in fear as she shrieked in shock. She remembered that when she first entered the box, Chen Mofen had asked her what those cherry blossom words meant. At that time, Chen Mofen's face carried a trace of obvious confusion, and she was completely certain that it was not feigned. That's why she said it so recklessly. But now, Chen Mofen nodded with a smile. "Yes, I didn't understand at first. I learned a bit, and now I understand." "Learned a little, now you get it?" Bai Fingjie's mind was a mess. "Big brother, Aren't you learning a bit too fast? Should your talent for languages be so powerful? Holding a glimmer of hope, Bai Fingjie smiled with a face full of currying favor and said, "Where is the god? There is no video, right?" Chen Mofan shook his head. Seeing this, Bai Fingjie's heart rejoiced, and a wave of hope instantly rose within her desperate heart. But this hope hadn't lasted a second before he heard Chen Mofan calmly say, "Recorded." Boom! Bai Fingjie only felt her head explode, and the slight hope that had just risen in her heart was instantly dashed. Despair, hope. In despair, Bai Fingjie's heart was mixed, and she was even more angry and fearful of Chen Mofan. At this moment, she suddenly regretted why she chose to watch the fire from the other side. This was great. She thought the fire was burning to its heart's content on the other side of the river and she could move a small bench and watch the show in comfort. Whichever thought. Looking back, it was her side that burned first, the opposite side, moving a small bench, comfortably watching the show. Bai Fingjie's face was filled with bitterness as she looked at Chen Mofan and pleaded, Where God? I apologize to you. I apologize to you for my previous arrogance and recklessness. Please don't expose it." Before, she was dead set against apologizing to Chen Mofan for fear of offending the interest group behind Yu Zhu. But now, without the slightest hesitation, she apologized to Chen Mofan at the first opportunity. She's a smart person. She understands the lesser of two evils. Offend the interest group behind Yu Zhu and she'll lose a few pieces of meat at most. But if she offended Chen Mofan, she would be able to directly. The lesser of the two is obvious. Yun Moli on the side looked dumbfounded. How is it that in just a few moments, Bai Fingjie was so groveling to Chen Mofan, and those two Sakura Nation people, who were high and mighty before, how come now that they've been slapped in the mouth, their faces are in awe instead? Yun Moli couldn't figure it out, but she could tell that Chen Mofan had taken the initiative just this momentary effort. Whether it's to a condescending sister white or a contributor full of arrogance, it's easy to take. This made her suddenly feel a little admiration for Chen Mofan in her heart. Who doesn't want their boyfriend to be handsome and golden, with both force and brains? Now Chen Mofan has all of them. Thinking that this outstanding person was her boyfriend, Yun Moli's mouth couldn't help but hook up, with a small hint of smugness hanging on it. Bang! 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 3 even knocks sounded on the door and Tao's voice appeared outside the box. "Boss, we're here." Chen Mofan got up, pulled up Yun Moli, and directly walked towards the outside of the box. When he opened the box, Tao Zi was standing respectfully outside the door. Chen Mofan pointed to the box. "Yamamoto Wooden Matsu ***** Inakawa said, "These two VVIP, special care, I only have one point. This life, don't get out of bed, lie down and enjoy your happiness. As for MS, bye, here's a recording. We've just acquired a media company. Just run it and it'll be known by all." With 2 words, the 3 people in the box instantly turned ashen. Among them, Bai Fingjie was even filled with shock and screamed, Fan God, Don, I'll kowtow to you." Bai Fingjie's entire body was trembling with fear, and her speech began to stutter. Yamamoto Wooden Matsu ***** Inukawa's 2 men were even shaking like chaff, their faces pale with fear. The 2 no longer had any semblance of the arrogance they had before, because they could hear what it meant to not get out of a hospital bed for the rest of their lives. "Mr. Chen, you Don." Before Yamamachuji could finish his sentence, Taozi kicked up. The dozen or so people brought behind them then frantically rounded up on the 2 men, and Bai Fingjie on the side screamed nonstop in fear, as if she was being ganged up on by a dozen or so big men. The movement coming from the box quickly spread. The store guests have curiously stretched ahead, eyes burning with gossip. Fire look this way, curiosity pull full. Looking at that one little head, Chen Mofan smiled and explained, "Nothing much. 2 Sakura countrymen inside called us stupid pigs. A few buddies couldn't stand to watch it, and went out to teach us a lesson." What? The crowd froze for a second, and in the next second, anger appeared on each of their faces. Without any words, without discussing anything, everyone stood up, rolled up their arms and sleeves, and walked towards Chen Mofan's previous box with an angry face. In the blink of an eye, the box was packed. The news was even spreading quickly. Needless to say every person who heard this news came over, and there was a long line outside Chen Mofan's previous box, with people crowding each other. More than a chaos. Hey, I said the people in the box line. You have been playing for how long? Cannot think about those of us who are queuing up. That's right, we've been in line for half an hour, and none of the people in the box inside have come out yet, and I'm itching to beat myself up right now. That fat guy in the box, don't lay your hands on him. It's our turn. What do? We whip the corpse. Yes, consider us in line. We all rain on the parade a bit. This is not a matter of one person cannot enjoy alone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where am I all lined up here? I'm 3000 ing numbers later. Do I only have a whipping boy's life? Okay, flogging the corpse is fine. I don't even go to my ing class anymore. I really don't think that in my lifetime. I can still have a horse stepping on cherry blossoms. Things got bigger and bigger. A loud noise resonated through a nearby neighborhood, and 4 or 5,000 people lined up for a horse-drawn cherry blossom. That scene can be described as more than a spectacle. The uncles were confused when they came. They thought there was a disturbance, but after learning what happened, several uncles looked at each other and drove back to the police station in unison. Go, get a sick note. We're not working today. By the time it was over, Yamamoto Ki and Matsu asterisk 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 and Ukawa were completely impersonal. I don't know if I'll survive this, let alone get out of bed. Chapter 153 Setting the Objectives of the Second Phase. Yamamoto Ki and Matsu asterisk 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 Agawa were completely out of shape and were sent to the hospital with bandages all over their bodies. Afterward, the uncle investigates, and thousands of confessions are surprisingly consistent. They all said that Yamamoto Ki and Matsu asterisk 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 Inukawa were the first to provoke them, and they couldn't figure out what was wrong with these two people that they dared to provoke thousands of them. Uncle went to check the CCTV. What a coincidence! The CCTV was broken, just at that point in time, and it didn't capture anything. What's even more coincidental is that they have recordings that prove that these two little cherry blossoms insulted them as stupid pigs. Finally, after the uncle investigation, the two little cherry blossoms took the initiative to provoke, and humiliated and insulted hundreds of millions of people, causing serious adverse impact on society. Belonging to the aggravating circumstances, sentenced to imprisonment. 2 pairs of silver bracelets were waiting for the two young Sakura once they were healed. When this matter spread back to the Sakura kingdom, Muto Ichiro became furious and immediately booked a plane ticket and flew to China. On the other hand, John Cohen had mended his mouth full of teeth and was about to go to Wang Mokai and the others to settle the score, when he learned that Wang Mokai had already taken a plane and left Deer City. Upon receiving this news, John Cohen was furious and stormy. Immediately, he was about to fly to Liaoqing to find Chen Mofan to ask for a statement. Muto Ichiro and Zhang Kuan rushed to Liaochang one after another, while at this moment, Chen Mofan was lying in bed. He was thinking about the next development goal. Liaoqing does not need to say anything more. The rest is to buy all the land and companies in Liaocheng. All of them, in the overthrow and rebuild. The Liaoqing will be completely in the bag. There was no need for him to think about this. He had already explained Wang Jiaojiao and had asked Zhang Chang to assist. Furthermore is the little cherry blossom. Build God toilet. This point just now he has already talked to Li Tiankai and Wang Zhe through the phone. The advance fund 100 billion has already hit the past. For the matter of building a divine toilet, the two were very interested, and immediately said that they would look for a professional to plan it, and that he would immediately fly to Little Cherry Blossom and start acquiring it after planning a suitable program in the near future. Further to the third point, Chen Mofan had the idea of moving to other cities. He never forgot that his goal was to buy the whole world, and now that Liaoqing didn't need him to be worrying about anything anymore, then naturally it was time to expand to other cities. The earth is huge, and if he's still taking his time like he is now, then I'm afraid he'll lose all his teeth and the earth won't even be bought yet. And the fourth point, Chen Mofan is ready to get into medicine. Many people around him, family and friends, are seriously ill. Wu Zhan's wife or not, Chu Feng's mentally deranged mother, and Wang Jiaojiao's sick brother, these all need to go to the cure. In that case, it would be better for them to engage in medicine. Bai Yu's family is a family of medicine, and White Feather also happens to be idle all the egg pain. Then start from White Feather's side. Let him find people. Go to set up an institute. The world's major top doctors can invite as many as possible to invite as many as possible. The money do not have to worry about. It's not about making $1 million a month or anything like that. It's mostly about having skills. Chen Mofan wants to overcome all the medical problems in the world today. In the end, Yun Moli was close by, and he wanted to hand over the media company he had previously acquired to Yun Moli. As for whether or not it could be developed, it all depended on Yun Moli, whose main goal at this stage was all on the previous 4 points. 1. Buy Liaoqing completely. 2nd. Establish a sacred toilet at Cherry Blossom. 3. Expansion to other cities. 4th. The establishment of the world's leading medical venue to overcome all the world's medical problems. These 4 points were the next stage of goals Chen Mofan had set for himself. And his ultimate goal, naturally, was to buy the world. He wanted to make the entire world a plaything in his palm. On the side, Yun Moli was also busy. She had already decided not to fulfill her contract. She wasn't going to shoot that movie. Therefore, she is preparing some materials to make herself less passive in case of a future court case. Jingle bells. The phone rang and Chen Mofan picked up the phone to see that it was Wang Motsai calling. After picking up the phone, Wang Mo Kai opened his mouth and said, "Boss, Wu Zhuan has been picked up." But there was a little incident that happened while picking up Wu Zhuan. "I took it upon myself to settle it," Wang Mo Kai said, and told everything that had happened with Jiang Kuan. Chen Mofan nodded. Since the other party provoked in the first place, then no words. Unloading his mouth full of teeth is considered light. It just so happens that he doesn't know which city to head for yet. Originally, he wanted to go to Dian City, where the jade industry was well developed, and he just happened to have perspective that he could use. He was prepared to take down Dianqing before thinking of anything else. But now, since Deer City couldn't hold back and took the lead in jumping out, there was nothing to say, so he would take Deer City first. Learning that Richard Wang had returned to the Tiankai Hotel, Chen Mofan put on his suit and prepared to go downstairs. Seeing this, Yun Moli walked over and thoughtfully tied Chen Mofan's tie and helped him smooth out his collar. "What? Something's going out?" Chen Mofan nodded. "I told you earlier that I have a brother who went home on leave, and now that that brother is back, I'm going to take a look." Yun Moli smiled gently at his words and joked, "That's just right. Today I can have a good day's rest. In the past 2 days I've been tossed around by you little guy with a sore back. My body seems to be on the verge of tearing itself apart." "Little one?" Chen Mofan repeated with a smile, reaching out to encircle Yun Moli's waist and teasingly said, "Where's the little one?" Yun Moli's face flushed, and she gave Chen Mofan a glance. "Flavorful, where did you say it's small?" "I don't know who it is. The monkey can't help it. Several times it gave me pain. I'm still feeling crunchy and can't lift my spirits," Yun Moli said with a grudging face, and pinched Chen Mofan's waist fiercely. "Looks like it really tossed the big sister around." Thinking of this, Chen Mofan's hands exerted force and wrapped Yun Moli in his arms. Yun Moli didn't resist and smoothly fell into Chen Mofan's arms, a pair of small hands gently caressing Chen Mofan's chest. "Molly, then I'll let you take a break these days." "Okay," Chen Mofan said and gently kissed Yun Moli's forehead. Yun Moli smiled sweetly, a smile like a flower, blossoming on her beautiful and mature pretty face. She looked at Chen Mofan, with gentleness in her eyes and a happy face, shook her head and said with a red face, "It hurts a little bit, but I like it. I like the feeling of you sending me up to the clouds. You know what, Mare Fan, even though it's only been a few days, I've realized that I can't even stay away from you a little bit, and I can even say that I'm obsessed with you." Yun Moli's words fell, red-faced, head lowered, and smiled sheepishly. "Then I'll come back early tonight." Chen Mofan laughed badly. Yun Moli once again nodded with a red face, and after a moment of hesitation, she raised her head and whispered into the root of Chen Mofan's ear, "Then I'll wear black silk for you tonight." Chen Mofan laughed. To say or big sister, just sweet. The two of them warmed up for a few moments before Chen Mofan let go of Yun Moli, and before leaving, Yun Moli crossed her legs and took the initiative to kiss Chen Mofan's lips. At this moment, Richard Wang Mercia was bringing Chu Feng and Wu Zhan and the others to dine at the restaurant downstairs. Wu Zhan's wife came to this kind of upscale restaurant for the first time. Her body was obviously a little uncomfortable, lowered her head and ate in small bites. It was hard for her to believe that she would one day come to this kind of high-class restaurant to eat, and all around the service staff was even more obedient to her, busy before and after, and there was not the slightest bit of dislike and look down on the meaning of the eyes. That restaurant supervisor even smiled at her like a flower, and called her with a mouthful of sis, calling her that close. All of this she couldn't believe was happening to her. Growing up in the country she had never experienced this before, and she felt embarrassed several times as she was happy. She had thought her life was over, that she had contracted the disease, dragging down Wu Zhuan and her family. But I didn't expect that Wu Zhan went out for a trip and came back to tell her that he met a big boss who was a very nice person and has a salary of $1 million a month. Chapter 154, Kai Liuwa's appearance. $1 million, a figure that startled her. She couldn't even begin to imagine what a huge sum it was. But alas, Wood War's original boss wouldn't let him go and used his power to send him in. At that moment, she thought their family was finished again. But who knows? The peak of the road. Wu War's friends came. Not only a hard lesson that boss to help them out, but also receive them here. Looking at the lavish decor of the restaurant, she had trouble believing that it was all real. Wu War, back. Chen Mofan went downstairs to the dining room and smiled. Seeing Chen Mofan, everyone stood up and respectfully called out to the boss. Wu Zhan's wife also hurriedly got up and called out boss with a smile. But in her heart, she was unusually surprised. She did not expect the boss of the Wu War to be so young. Young like a college student. And the long is not bad. The body is straight. The appearance of handsome. Full of a handsome young man. This should be sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, sit. You're not well. You can't stand for a long time. Come on, everyone sit. Chen Merfan smiled and helped Wu Zhan's wife back to her seat. Wu Zhan's wife was filled with a shocked expression. She really didn't expect that Wu Zhan's big boss would be so unassuming and treat people kindly. This scene, Wu Zhan looked in his eyes, clenched his fist fiercely, and was moved in his heart. He knew very well that some people were doing superficial work, saying sit on their lips but taking the lead to sit down themselves, but Chen Mofen was different. Instead, he thoughtfully helped his wife to sit down, and his eyes were full of smiles, and he didn't dislike the fact that his wife was a sick person in the slightest. This touched his heart, thinking that he hadn't followed the wrong person, and at the same time made up his mind that no matter how others were, he would definitely be working for Chen Mofen for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Wu Zhan stood up and said with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, boss, because of me, I've caused everyone to even make a trip for me, and I've also offended Jiang Kuan." Chen Merfan, on the other hand, smiled, patted his shoulder and laughed. "Brother, you're wrong. It's not that we've offended Jiang Kuan, it's that Jiang Kuan has offended us. Since you've offended, you have to pay the price. A mouthful of teeth is just interest. I want Jiang Kuan to know that there are some people he can't afford to offend." Hearing this, a chill appeared in everyone's eyes. They weren't afraid of doing something, they were afraid of having nothing to do, let alone their enemy Jiang Kuan. Like their boss said, a mouthful of teeth is just interest, and there's a price to pay for offending them. The looks in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Mofen saw them one by one. He liked wolves, so he never had a husky, because that kind of dog, the more he looked at it, the more disturbing it became, and even the image of wolves in his mind began to turn too. Jiang Kuan definitely needed to be dealt with, but not now. It was time to let the brothers have a good reunion. Thinking of this, Chen Mofen then laughed. "Brother, you're wrong about one thing, but then again you're right about one thing. Old Wang, Chu, Ark, and everyone else have all been running around for you these past few days, and have been busy all the time. For that alone, you'll have to buy everyone a drink anyhow, just for the night, just for the day, and I'll waive your meals for you, your boss." Hearing drinking, Wu Zhan nodded his head with a smile, his chest beat loudly, and he said boldly, "Boss, don't worry, this drink must be on me, and if there is one present, all of them will be put down for him." The crowd smiled a knowing smile at the words. Will Wu War's wife sent to the hospital, and drive to buy all kinds of supplies, and finally simply give Wu War in the hospital near the rented house? In the hospital, after chatting for a while, the people see that the time is almost up, rushed to the Tian Kai. At the wine table, these people desperately toasted Chen Mofen, saying that they wanted to thank their boss. "This is good." A cup after a cup, directly to Chen Mofen drink confused. Chen Mofen really couldn't resist and ran away on the spot. The boss ran away? The crowd laughed, and they realized that their boss wasn't infallible, right? At the very least, in the piece of drinking, it was quite a crotch pull. Chen Mofen rode the elevator all the way straight up to the presidential suite. He still had a mission today. He had to send Yun Moli to the clouds. On the other hand, Jiang Kuan had already arrived in Liaochang. He was making connections and wanted to meet with Chen Mofen. This meeting was for him to find Chen Mofen to ask for punishment. He just wanted to ask, what about his mouth full of teeth? And, this time, his son-in-law, Kai Luhua, came along with him. Kai Luhua looks very handsome, typical of boys and girls, belonging to the kind of walking on the street easy to let the girls drooling kind. Moreover, this guy is good at dressing up. All day long the suit does not leave the body. Perfume hair gel is always in the pocket. Kai Luhua is a member of the Zhang family. Before joining the family is just an ordinary small staff, but now suddenly rich and powerful. This guy cannot hold the heart, floating very much. Dad, if that kid Chen Mofen doesn't give us an explanation, should we? Kai Luhua said, making a neck-wiping motion. Jiang Kuan frowned and had the urge to slap his mouth on this little white boy's face. He did not understand. His daughter in the end by this guy instilled what soul soup. To him 5 fascinated. Noisy Nan he will not marry. If his daughter hadn't pushed him, would Jiang Kuan have fallen for this kind of goods? Patiently, Jiang Kuan said, this is Liao City. Use your brain before thinking about problems. In response to Jiang Kuan's words, Kai Luhua tossed her hair, her face full of disdain. Doesn't he just not get it? Ah, this is Liaocheng. We have to be considerate in Chen Mofen's territory. But what about Deer City? That's your turf. Wang Matsai and the others still unloaded your mouth full of teeth. What's the difference between the two? Just by looking at Kai Liuhua's expression, Jiang Kuan guessed in his heart. It pissed him off. Holding back his anger, Jiang Kuan inquired in a cold voice. I told you to look for connections. Have you looked for them yet? Kai Luhua erupted, his face full of embarrassment. Yesterday, he took the opportunity of being able to go out, and he was so focused on finding his sister to play, that he didn't even think to ask Chen Mofen for a date. In his opinion, they were no matter what. They were also bigwigs on one side, and it wasn't simple to see Chen Mofen. Just tell him directly. He didn't believe that Chen Mofan could still not give them face. Dad, don't worry, I'll call Chen Mofan later. Just make a random appointment, Kai Luhua said indifferently. In his opinion, this was a very simple and easy thing. He really didn't understand why this father-in-law of his always liked to complicate simple things. What about asking you to contact the construction company? Jiang Kuan then inquired. Kai Luhua once again let out an Jiang Kuan was all but helpless. No need to guess. Just by hearing the he knew that Kai Luhua must not be in touch either. Holding back the last of his temper, Jiang Kuan said in a serious tone, Luhua, how many times have I told you, no matter who you face, you have to have a bottom card. Without a base card on your empty words, who would want to talk to you? And on what basis would you make the other side make concessions? We started out in the construction industry. Chen Mofan wants to remodel the old city center. This is our card. I'll let you contact those uncles and uncles of yours, and let those uncles and uncles utilize their connections to join us in pressuring Chen Mofan. This is our bottom card. But you, ugh. Jiang Kuan shook his head in disappointment as his words fell. If changed to 20 years ago, he had to break Kai Liuhua's legs, but now it is the world of young people. He is not good at what he said more, his daughter will run over to cry again. His heart cannot stand. This disappointed look of Jiang Kuan shaking his head and sighing caused Kai Luhua to clench his fists fiercely. There's that look again. It was that expression again. He didn't understand what else Jiang Kuan would want him to do before Jiang Kuan would be satisfied. Ever since he joined the Jiang family, this was the expression he saw the most every day. No matter what he did, he could not make Jiang Kuan happy. Chapter 155 just arrived and went in. Why can't this old undead just die? Kai Luhua clenched his fists and thought viciously in his heart. How he wished that one day this old man could die with his life, and then he could take over the Jiang family. There would be no one in charge of him, no one to reprimand him anymore, and no one to give him that look of disappointment. At that time, he will be able to show his fists and feet. What Chen Mofan, what Yu Shilong, will be stepped under his feet. He will make the Jiang family, not, it should be their Kai family to go to another level. It's a pity, it's a pity. This old miscreant is in his prime. His health is not bad, that is, he has lost a mouthful of teeth, and there is nothing much else wrong with him. Wang Mo Kai's bunch of losers too. Why don't they just get killed? Kai Luhua thought in his heart, gritting his teeth in hatred. Liuhua, you have to be more attentive to what I told you. Those uncles and uncles have to walk around a lot. This is your network of connections, you know? Jiang Kuan didn't know what was going on in Kai Liuhua's mind. At the moment, he was still barking out advice in a serious manner, a far cry from his previous arrogance. Kai Luhua nodded his head on his watch face, agreeing in an unusually painful manner. But in his heart, he scoffed. A group of old men who are almost in the ground are worthy of letting him waste his efforts to please and walk around? This is really ridiculous. The ideas of the elderly are too pedantic. They are a new generation of young people who naturally can no longer follow the old ways of this group of old guys. On the other hand, the moment Muto Ichiro arrived in Liucheng, he went straight to the hospital to visit the two heroes of their cherry blossom kingdom. These two were already famous in Sakura country. The two had broken the Guinness World Record by single-handedly defeating more than 5,000 people in China. They're deserved heroes, even though they're beaten up and impersonal. The two had already woken up and were lying on the bed. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages, and they didn't know how many times more miserable they were than Su Hao and Yu Zhu at the time. The moment they saw Ichiro Muto, the two cried straight away, tears that were bristling down his face. The bandage was wet. The two babies are aggravated. 2ing brutal. That group of Chinese people 2ing brutal. That horse is a group of animals a come up to the dead hand, holding the sole of the shoe clunk is to the face of the pump, are stepping on the horse pop with sound. What's even more annoying is that there are people cheering from the sidelines. 1, 2, 3, pump, 1, 2, 3, pump. That little slogan shouting thief 6. 3 hours. 3 hours. Do you know how I got through those 3 hours? I was dizzy and woke up dry. Woke up dry and dizzy. Woke up again. Dizzy again. Woke up again. Dizzy again. I don't know how many times I've ing fainted. Matsu Ekuan's little brother was fractured and bent at 90 degrees, and I, for one, am no longer complete. Yamamochuji thought to himself, crying even more. Mr. Muto, you're here, at last. Yamamoto Ki cried. That look was like a small child who had been wronged and finally sought his mother. Muto Ichiro saw this and nodded arrogantly. His secretary, Inoue Hitsuhisa, immediately stepped forward, brought Muto Akairo, and opened his mouth in concern. Yamamoto-kun, you have suffered, and in this matter, Mr. Ichiro Muto will surely do you justice. Don't worry, your deeds have already spread in our great cherry blossom empire, and when you go back, you'll become the heroes of the present generation. admired by 10,000 people. Yamamatsuji heard this and took a small measure of comfort in his heart. But the comfort didn't last a second before my uncle's words came through the door. Back there? Can't go back. The two of them in a public place without reason, maliciously provoking others, causing Liuqing to fall into chaos. 5,000 people because of their victimization. Even more, hundreds of millions of people heart traumatized, seriously disrupting the public order, social stability. The plot is exceptionally serious. Now we will arrest them. This is the warrant of arrest. And uncle said, slapping the arrest warrant directly on the bed. As the words fell, the small silver bracelet was pulled out and was about to be taken away. Getting well? Letting you nurse your ass back to health. Letting you lie here for a while is already considered a mistake in our work. Muto Ichiro's face instantly turned cold when he heard this. Inoue Hitsuhisa beside him was dumbfounded. What the hell? Their guy got beat up by 5,000 people, injured like this, not to mention no medical compensation, and now he has to go in? You guys are too much. As Ichiro Muto gave a cold snort with an icy face, Inoue Renju, as the dog that bites, immediately chided angrily. On what grounds are you arresting Mikimoto and Matsu ********? Both of them have been seriously injured and beaten to this point by the perpetrators. So why don't you arrest the perpetrators instead of the victims? Looking at the barking puppy dog with eyes looking straight at his stern questioning voice, Uncle smiled. Are you not getting the picture? It was your people who started the provocation without any reason. We are the victims. Besides, you said that 5,000 people assaulted them. How do you count them? I'm telling you. The statements of those 5,000 men say in the same breath that these two subordinates of yours are insane and are banging their bodies against the wall themselves. 5,000 people. They can't all be colluding, can they? We didn't even hold you accountable for sending psychopaths to our country, even if it's enough of a favor, and you falsely accuse us of gang assaulting people from your country. So that's really something. Inoue Renjo's face was unsightly as he gritted his teeth. You can investigate the surveillance. I demand to watch the surveillance. I can never allow you to slander our country's people like this. Oh, Uncle sneered and said, surveillance? I'm sorry, it just so happens that the owner of that Japanese restaurant said that the surveillance was broken. It was his negligence, and he was willing to be punished. Surveillance is down? Muto Ichiro, who heard this, sat with a colder face. Inoue Renku, on the other hand, was clenching his teeth. Seeing the two men's ugly faces, Uncle didn't mind adding more fire to them. You have no proof that it was our men who assaulted them. On the contrary, we have proof that it was your men who provoked them in the first place, Uncle said, playing the recording that Chen Mofan had made. Inside, it came through loud and clear. How Yamamoto Wood and Matsu Inukawa were verbally and arrogantly humiliating and abusing Wasia. And yeah, you just had a bad attitude. Heckling law enforcement officers. Watch out, I'll let you in for a few days. Believe it or not. Uncle spoke again, looking at Inoue Rinku with a distinctly cold look in his eyes. Then, the uncle's gaze looked to the side, full of arrogance. Muto Ichiro. The meaning of the warning in his eyes was self-evident. Uncle knew very well that Inoue Renju was just the dog that was put in front to bite. The dog had to be beaten, and the owner had to be taught a lesson. Muto Ichiro sniffed. His face full of arrogance shifted several times, and the heaviest arrogance disappeared. He knew very well that it would be a big joke if he did go in there for a few days. Despite the compromise, Muto aside, he still grunted coldly to express his dissatisfaction. When Yamamoto Ki and Matsu Inukawa on the hospital bed heard this, the two of them had long been sweating in fear. How could they not expect to go in there after being ganged up on by 5,000 people? The two immediately turned pale with fear. They knew very well that once they went in it was really over. How much the people of this country hated them. They understood. And when they went in, those fierce criminals mustn't pay attention to them two little cherry blossoms every day. Not to mention that it's incomplete now. But when it comes out then it's definitely incomplete, or it's unknown if it'll come out alive. When the two heard this, their faces turned white with fear and they cried and pleaded to Muto Ichiro. Ichiro Muto looked at the two men and took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart before bowing his head and contemplating for 2 seconds. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of checks, and after writing $1 million on them, he handed them to Inoue Renju. Inoue Renju naturally understood what to do, and with a face full of winks, he curtly said to his uncle, "This officer, can you do me a favor and not let these two friends of mine go in?" The words fell out of his mouth and he reached out to hand over the check. Seeing the check, the uncle smiled, tilting his head at one of the uncles behind him. The other uncle smiled and stepped forward, accepting the check, then pulling out a silver bracelet and putting it right on Muto Ichiro. "Mr. Muto, you have been arrested on suspicion of bribing a law enforcement officer with a large amount of money. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court. Yamamoto Woods was dumbfounded. Matsu Inukawa was dumbfounded. Inoue Hitsuhisa was also dumbfounded. Ichiro Muto was even more outright confused. What the? I just got here and I'm going in.